Chapter 1. My fate is my own in the godforsaken continent. Within the eastern wilderness of the Yuding Kingdom lies the Qinggu Palace. As the morning sun ascends, Shen Ya sits upon his expansive bed. Half covered by a crimson silk quilt, clad in a light red satin robe, his gaze wanders vacantly, and he furrows his brow, murmuring, a dream. Footsteps echo, and a maid's voice can be heard outside the palace. Your Highness. The second prince, esteemed guests are approaching the capital. His Majesty has sent me to request that you rise promptly and proceed to the Yuding Gate to welcome the honored visitors. After a moment of silence within Qinggu Palace, Shen Ya's voice reverberates. What year and day is it? Replying to Your Highness, it is the 5th day of the 8th month in the 3rd year of Yuyuan. Although the maid responds, confusion flickers in her eyes. Suddenly, she gasps in alarm. Your Highness, spare me, for Shen Ya emanates a formidable aura of killing intent. Clang, clang, clang protect the second prince. At that moment, numerous guards appear both inside and outside Qinggu Palace. Several of them even position themselves before Shen Ya's bed, the atmosphere thick with a palpable menace. In a brief moment of surprise, Shen Ya retracts his killing intent and coolly states, "It's nothing. Everyone, stand down. I merely had a dream." The figures exchange glances, speechless, before vanishing without a trace. Rise, and wait for me outside for a moment. Shen Ya's voice falls upon the trembling maid. After a few seconds of trepidation, she dares to rise, her heart racing. Rumors abound that the second prince is the greatest prodigy the Yuding Kingdom has seen in a millennium, yet the earlier aura of hostility was nothing short of terrifying. This is no dream that I have returned. Back to the day when Dantai Mingli stepped into the Yuding Kingdom, the 5th day of the 8th month in the 3rd year of Yuyuan. Inside the palace, Shen Ya stands before the mirror, gazing at a familiar yet foreign reflection. Youthful, handsome, radiating the grandeur of royalty. This nobility subtly transforms. The killing intent reemerges, yet it remains confined within a foot's radius around him. Who would have thought that I, Shen Ya, would die and be reborn, returning to 800 years ago? Perhaps I never truly departed. Perhaps I merely dreamt for 800 years, glimpsing the future. Having donned his attire, he turns to the maid sent by his father, the Emperor of Yuding Kingdom. Let us go. The 5th day of the 8th month, a date Shen Ya has never forgotten. For it marks the day he would alter his fate. As the Yuding Kingdom, a minor realm among countless others in the Mingli domain, prepares to welcome the esteemed young lady of the Dantai family. The most distinguished guest since the kingdom's founding, it heralds the dawn of prosperity for Yuding. Though she would not linger even half a day in Yuding, she would take away the second prince, Shen Ya. From that moment forth, Shen Ya would become Dantai Mingli's most devoted follower and the strongest support for the Yuding Kingdom. In this life, I too shall become a pillar for the Yuding Kingdom. But I shall not be a mere dog. Half an hour later, Shen Ya stands atop the high city walls of the capital alongside his father, Emperor Xinjiang. At this moment, he has gathered his thoughts. Understanding the path ahead, look, the honored guests are descending. In the distance, a dark shape materializes, and in the blink of an eye, it lands upon the city walls. Before them is a colossal wooden ship. Suspended in midair, surrounded by the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, Emperor Xinjiang's eyes brim with envy and awe. This is a cloud ship, a vessel possessed only by the great powers of the Mingli domain. Even I have only seen it thrice. The Dantai family truly deserves its reputation as a prestigious clan of the Mingli domain. Yuding Emperor, upon seeing my family's young lady's cloud ship, hurry and pay your respects. A sharp voice calls from within the vessel. The Emperor of the Common Realm, Xinjiang, pays his respects to Miss Dantai. Xinjiang dares not be remiss, performing a deep bow. The minor realms, known as the Common Realm, see their emperor kneel, and naturally, the noble families within the palace lower their proud heads in turn. However, amidst the crowd, one individual stands defiantly, an anomaly among the kneeling figures. Everything is as it was in my past life. The scene before Shen Ya is already etched in his memory. If he were to kneel now and then raise his head, he would behold the sight of that extraordinarily beautiful woman stepping forth from the cloud ship, the very woman he had followed for 800 years in his previous life. In this life, the course he charts has already shifted. In that fleeting moment, he remains standing. Why do you not kneel? The sharp voice inquires. Second brother, kneel quickly, whispers Shen Ya, the eldest prince of the Yuding Kingdom. Tugging at Shen Ya's pant leg, the foremost Xinjiang glances back, urgently signaling him with his eyes that I, Shen Ya, have knelt before heaven and earth and my parents. Miss Dantai is not among them. His words send ripples through the assembly. Shen Ya turns in fury, panic etched on his face. After a moment of stunned silence, he bellows, "Scoundrel! Kneel at once. Your father has knelt, and yet you refuse to bow your head to Miss Dantai and beg for forgiveness." Shen Ya and the surrounding ministers watch in shock. "Father, my kneeling before you is a different matter from kneeling now," Shen Ya replies, shaking his head. Shen Ya is flustered. The crowd is in a commotion, wondering what madness has seized the second prince today. Yet Shen Ya quickly regains his composure, barking, "Seize this rebellious son and administer 100 lashes today as soon as the words leave his lips." Several soldiers rush forward, but at that moment, the sharp voice resounds once more, coldly mocking, 100 lashes. A mere prince of the common realm dares to insult my Dantai family? You might as well perish." Suddenly, a beam of sword light descends from the cloud ship, cleaving towards Shen Ya. "Lord, spare me," Shen Ya cries out. But it is too late. The sword light is already upon Shen Ya. Yet in that instant, his body seemingly shifts aside, allowing the blade that would have split him in twain to whiz past him. A few strands of silk and hair are caught in the wind. Behind him, the screams of the Yuding citizens and the sounds of collapsing structures reverberate. Some skill, yet still wait. The sharp voice is abruptly halted, replaced by a languid tone emanating from the cloud ship. A figure of unparalleled beauty, seemingly not of this world, descends gracefully before the kneeling dignitaries. Miss, the owner of the sharp voice, an elderly man with triangular eyes, follows closely behind with dozens of guards. Dantai Mingli's gaze settles upon Shen Ya, a first-level gathering chi practitioner with a mysterious level martial root and a sense of smell that rivals at least that of a conduit realm expert. "You certainly possess the qualifications to be arrogant. Do you know why I have come to the southernmost part of the Mingli domain?" Fixated upon Dantai Mingli, Shen Ya's expression solidifies. Any normal man, upon first encountering Dantai Mingli, would wear a similar countenance. Little do they know, Shen Ya's memories flood back as if they were yesterday. In his past life, within the sword demon abyss, where countless prodigies had perished before the most fearsome of blades, Dantai Mingli's sword had ruthlessly pierced through his body. In his final moments, confusion and bewilderment filled Shen Ya's eyes. "Why? Did you not say we would ascend to the throne together, side by side? Ascend together? Huh. A lowly attendant dares to harbor such delusions. Everything before was merely a performance for your benefit. You, along with all my subordinates, were merely stepping stones for my ascendance. But do not be too disheartened. In truth, you would not attain the throne either. If you do not perish, even I shall not survive the sword demon abyss." These were the words Shen Ya heard as he met his demise. Now, however, he has returned to 800 years prior, to once more behold Dantai Mingli as she was back then. Just as before, yet like smoke, it drifts away. She is dazzling, captivating all, yet in Shen Ya's eyes, there is no longer a flicker of emotion. Shen Ya knows precisely why Dantai Mingli has come to the Yuding kingdom in the extreme south. She relishes traveling, collecting talented individuals from the minor realms as her attendants. In his past life, he was one of them. At this moment, Dantai Mingli has yet to conceive that he would follow her for 800 years until he tread the path to the throne that I do not know. Shen Ya replies nonchalantly, In his previous life, Dantai Mingli posed the same question upon meeting him, yet that was during a banquet in the palace. Now, it transpires upon the city walls, before the cloud ship. I travel to various minor realms, seeking to gather more followers, hoping they might join my Dantai family. I wonder if you would be willing to join the Dantai family and become my follower. Accompanying me, Dantai Mingli inquires imperiously. Upon the city walls, all eyes turn upwards. Shen Ya is filled with excitement. Shen Ya not only avoids execution, but might also become Dantai Mingli's follower. Agree, quickly agree. The atmosphere is so silent that one could hear a pin drop, all awaiting Shen Ya's affirmative response. The moment that would propel the Yuding kingdom to greatness. I refuse. The 3 words resound like the tolling of a great bell above the capital of Yuding. Freezing the very air, Dantai Mingli, who bore a proud smile, seems to be enveloped in a layer of ice, which melts in an instant, yet her eyes reveal a glint of coldness. Refuse? You do not wish to join my Dantai family? Indeed, I refused. I have no desire to join any family. Shen Ya's voice is steady and powerful. You are courting death. The elderly man with triangular eyes rasps, the glimmer of his sword already apparent. Dantai Mingli intercepts him, furrowing her brow. She gazes at Shen Ya, her expression one of perplexity, as if observing a curious and bizarre creature. She has lived for 20 years, yet apart from Shen Ya. No one has ever dared to reject her. No one has ever been able to turn her down in her radiance. There is a hint of curiosity, were it a man of equal standing to the Dantai family. One might say it was a deliberate ploy to capture her attention, but this prince of a minor realm, what merit does he possess? Would you prefer death? Does refusal lead to death? Shen Ya counters. A cold smile and mockery gracing his lips that it could be said that no one understands Dantai Mingli better than Shen Ya. At this moment, she still considers the reputation of the Dantai family and her own dignity. Thus she will not strike. Dantai Mingli gazes deeply at Shen Ya, then turns to Shen Zhan. Yuding Emperor, I am hungry. Shen Zhan felt an icy chill enveloping his entire being, utterly at a loss. He yearned to rush forward and inquire. What madness has possessed you today? The words of Dantai Mingli jolted him back to reality. Miss Dantai, please, we have prepared exquisite delicacies for you. With a smile in response, he gazed at the immobile Shen Ya. Refusing will not lead to death, but you will forfeit the opportunity to ascend to greatness, thereby denying your kin the same chance. Shen Ya remained silent, enveloped in stillness, yet within his heart, it was as if something was unfurling, akin to a long-suppressed spirit, liberated and pulsating freely in that moment of rejection, a sensation of destiny firmly grasped in his own hands. Cast Shen Ya into the death cell. Awaiting execution, echoed the voice of his father, Shen Zhan. Chapter 2. The abyss of 10,000 swords in the dungeons of the Jade Cauldron Kingdom. Darkness prevailed, and the air was thick with dampness. Waves of foul stench assaulted the senses, accompanied by the unsettling cries of rats scurrying about, rushing forth at the slightest hint of human presence, like a tide of darkness. Second Prince, step inside. Several soldiers shoved Shen Ya into the gloomy cell. He frowned but uttered no protest. Quietly, he found a relatively clean corner to sit, as the voice of the jailer rang in his ears. Brothers, who is this notable figure we've brought in? He seems quite extraordinary. The Second Prince. What? The Second Prince has been cast into the death cell? Indeed, the Second Prince, our Jade Cauldron Kingdom's once-in-a-millennium prodigy, yet also a once-in-a-millennium fool, who spurned the invitation of a seventh-tier noble. Now, our kingdom is surely doomed. I wonder how much longer we can survive. Seventh-tier noble? The jailer was taken aback. He's done for. There's no need to treat him with courtesy. Shen Ya heard every word clearly. Lifting his head with a hint of bewilderment, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile, that it appeared that once a person fell from grace, they became akin to a dog. Reviled by all, he was unconcerned. He believed his father would not execute him. As time swiftly passed, 3 days went by without a glimpse of his father or his elder brother. Each day, he faced the unbearable stench of the death cell. The only living creatures he encountered were the occasional rats scuttling by. 3 days, surely my father would not. A chill settled in Shen Ya's heart. At that moment, the jailers made their sporadic appearances, tossing a dark, viscous substance emitting a foul odor before him. Eat, Second Prince. I demand to see my father. See the Emperor? Second Prince, do you still believe you are the Second Prince? Do you not know that the Jade Cauldron Kingdom is on the brink of extinction, all because of your foolish refusal? The jailer appeared quite agitated. Shen Ya was taken aback and asked, Is Dantai Mingli seeking to destroy us? Details are not for someone of my lowly status to know. But in short, Second Prince, if we perish, even in death, we shall not spare you. The spirits of the entire Jade Cauldron Kingdom will seek retribution. Watching the jailer depart, holding the sour and foul food, Shen Ya's heart grew colder. A wrong choice? No, there was no error. He shook his head, resolutely waiting, confident in his decision. 5 days passed, and he had neither been executed nor released from the death cell. Yet his mood gradually darkened. Not a single person from his past, once revolving around him, had appeared. The vicissitudes of the world are but this. His father, it seemed, did not wish to execute him personally, instead opting to let him languish here. Just then, Shen Ya finally beheld a figure of considerable stature entering the death cell, his heart leaping with joy. Third uncle. After 8 days, he finally welcomed someone. The third uncle, who in his previous life had followed him for 500 years, rendering significant service to the Jade Cauldron Kingdom. Following the deaths of his father and elder brother, he ascended the throne, leading the kingdom to unparalleled glory. His loyalty to Shen Ya was unwavering. Third uncle, why? Just as Shen Ya's joy reached its peak, he noticed the third uncle pressing a hand onto his dantian. a tremendous force obliterating his dantian and shattering his meridians. Do not blame your uncle. To ensure my esteemed elder brother does not reinstate you, I had no choice but to act thus. Blame your foolish decision in the face of Dantai Mingli. The third uncle, Shen Ya, bore a cold demeanor. Had you chosen to follow Dantai Mingli, I would have been your most loyal hound. Leaning against the wall of the death cell, Shen Ya watched his third uncle depart. His eyes flickered with cold light, filled with complexity, yet moments later, they hardened with resolve. The corners of his mouth curled into a sardonic smile, as if rejecting Dantai Mingli signified seizing control of his own fate. Then in this moment, he perceived the choices of others clearly. He did not deem his decision a mistake. Rather, he considered his previous life a farce. His dantian had been ruined by the third uncle. In his past life, he had been powerless, but in this life, he was unperturbed. With the path to divinity before him, he possessed countless means to restore his dantian. As Shen Ya sat cross-legged, preparing to mend his dantian with the most potent technique from his previous life, the imperial prison technique, his gaze fell upon the shattered dantian, and he was taken aback. The abyss of 10,000 swords. At the center of his fragmented dantian floated an enigmatic entity, the final trial on the path to divinity, the abyss of 10,000 swords. From a distance, it appeared as though myriad colossal swords were converging together. Yet, upon entering, few could ever glimpse the complete sword. It was said in the realm of divinity, once one enters the abyss, it is as deep as the sea, and the great swords tower like mountains, impossible to behold. Within it, the sword formations were intricate, and sword currents flickered like shadows. A misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Legends spoke of needing to perceive and master at least 100 colossal swords to have a chance of passage. In his past life, just before Dantai Mingli struck him down, she had managed to grasp 99 colossal swords, yet the 100th remained elusive. However, his demise should have allowed her to finally perceive that last sword, or so Shen Ya had thought. As he faced death, Shen Ya's soul dispersed, and in that moment, he beheld the most terrifying colossal sword within the abyss of 10,000 swords. The clouds of demonic energy swirled ominously, as if composed of countless sword formations. In the next instant, he seemed to gain clarity regarding the entirety of the abyss of 10,000 swords. It is the abyss of 10,000 swords. It has brought me back to today, 800 years ago. Gazing at the abyss of 10,000 swords floating within his shattered dantian, Shen Ya's eyes sparkled with determination. What does the abyss of 10,000 swords wish to bestow upon me? Shen Ya's consciousness plunged into the abyss of 10,000 swords. A vast aura surged forth, a power pulling at his entire being, causing his body to crystallize in an instant, his spiritual awareness taking form as it landed within the abyss of 10,000 swords. The great emperor may not unify the realm, yet the myriad swords pierce the heart and shatter the heavens. Before Shen Ya, 2 lines of text materialized. Yet, in the blink of an eye, these words dissipated. It was said that the abyss of 10,000 swords became the most formidable trial on the path to divinity, because it was the manifestation of a quasi-emperor wielding tremendous power over the universe. This quasi-emperor was reputed to be capable of effortlessly slaying true emperors, a force that defied the heavens. Fearful of the emperor, the heavens could not contain him. Should the quasi-emperor of the abyss of 10,000 swords attain the imperial throne, even the heavens would be unable to suppress him. The 10,000 emperors vanquished him at the end of the path to divinity, transforming him into the abyss of 10,000 swords, thereby making emperors as rare as phoenix feathers, and achieving emperorship as challenging as ascending to the heavens. If I were to cultivate the imperial prison technique once more, even if I were to surpass my previous life, I would still fall short of Dantai Mingli. Thus, I shall cultivate the swords within the abyss of 10,000 swords, accomplishing what the quasi-emperor could not achieve, a monumental feat that transcends the ages. In his past life, Shen Ya had followed Dantai Mingli, achieving the status of quasi-emperor with unparalleled strength, yet he was effortlessly slain by her to tread the same path as before, only to fall short of Dantai Mingli. What purpose would it serve? With this thought, Shen Ya stepped forward. Pop! It was as though he had traversed through ripples in water. The previously hazy vision suddenly clarified. Countless colossal swords loomed, ascending from small to large, forming a mountain of swords. At the center of this sword mountain, a staircase made of swords emerged. Chapter 3. The 10,000 Demon Sword Body. Swapping the beams and changing the pillars, there was no sound, no announcement. The staircase spoke volumes. Shen Ya stepped onto the first step. Buzz. In Shen Ya's eyes, it was as though innumerable sharp swords flew towards him from above. For an ordinary person, the immediate instinct would be to retreat. Yet Shen Ya possessed the vision and composure of a quasi-emperor. He saw through the illusion of these swords, yet their intent was all too real. This was a test, facing the swords. Shen Ya advanced to the second tier. The illusory swords passed through his body, leaving behind faint traces of sword marks within him. This is not merely a test. It is also forging my being. Shen Ya realized this profound truth and continued to ascend. The higher he climbed, the more swords surged towards him, the marks multiplying. Shen Ya felt as though he was transforming into a sword. It was only when he stood atop the sword mountain that he discovered he himself was the most powerful sword of all. From this vantage point, all mountains appear diminutive. The path of the sword leaves no trace. The sword knows no limits. You have passed the first trial. I bestow upon you the first law of the 10,000 demon sword body. Forge the sword. A resonant voice echoed around him. The sword mountain shattered, beams of sword light coalescing before Shen Ya, forming lines of text. It was indeed the first law of the 10,000 demon sword body. Forge the sword. Shen Ya's eyes widened. Committing every character to memory, his heart understanding. The quasi-emperor of 10,000 swords, a master swordsman, transcending the ordinary, had established the 10,000 demon sword body. The art of swordsmanship was shrouded in mystery, even in his past life. He had rarely encountered it. He was unaware of how to cultivate it. It turned out they differed from ordinary martial artists. While martial artists refined their bodies, sword cultivators forged their swords. The 10 levels of body refinement, refining skin, bones, tendons, and blood. Sword cultivators must also traverse these stages, yet they refined sword skin, sword bones, sword tendons, and sword blood. Shen Ya, who had originally reached the first level of chi gathering, having passed the body refinement stage, now found himself needing to begin anew. He must forge himself into a sword. In this diminutive and insignificant nation, Shen Ya's original foundation was woefully inadequate. At this very moment, all the sword marks remaining within him were set into motion, reshaping the sword body. Following the first method of sword forging, every inch of his entire being was meticulously refined by the passage of the sword marks. The sword skin, sword bone, sword tendons, sword blood, every single inch was transformed, each part turning into a blade. And when all the marks vanished in an instant, Shen Ya beheld a faintly manifested small sword within his dantian. Buzz! The small sword emitted a light chime, and the formless sword marks radiated outwards, rushing into his meridians. The meridians, previously shattered by the third imperial uncle, began to reconstitute, continuously mending until they completely restored to their original state. It has stopped. I remain at the 7th level of the body refinement realm, refining meridians. Once the meridians were repaired, the small sword within his dantian ceased to tremble, and the sword marks melded into his body. His realm diminished from the 1st level of the chi gathering realm to the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Yet, with each movement, he felt no weaker than before. At this moment, he seemed to embody a sword. The sword was himself, and he was the sword. Opening his eyes, Shen Ya surveyed his surroundings once more. Oh, the cave of 10,000 swords remains the cave of 10,000 swords. Even within me, it has not changed. The sword mountain reappeared, shrouded in mystery. Shen Ya understood that the sword mountain before him was no longer the same as before. It would serve as the second trial. It was indeed the trial of the chi gathering realm. As long as he passed it, he would acquire the second method of the 10,000 demon sword body. However, he was currently only at the 7th level of the body refinement realm, and had yet to complete the sword forging technique, rendering the second trial temporarily unfeasible. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps drew near, urging him to swiftly exit the cave of 10,000 swords. Before the death cell stood a woman clad in palace attire, accompanied by a dozen guards. It was the same palace maid he had encountered 8 days prior outside the Chengwu Palace. Your Highness, the second prince, His Majesty has sent me to escort you into the palace. My father wishes to see me. Shen Ya's expression grew grave. Your Highness, please. The palace maid instructed the jailer to open the cell, and several guards seized Shen Ya, escorting him out of the death cell. In that fleeting moment, no one noticed as the palace maid slipped a note into the palm of Shen Ya. Half an hour later, Shen Ya arrived at the Yuding Hall. The civil and military officials of the Yuding Kingdom stood on either side, with the Yuding Emperor, Shenzhan, seated prominently at the top. Facing a spectrum of mocking, gloating, worried, and helpless gazes, Shen Ya remained utterly unfazed. With resolute steps, he knelt before Shen Zhan. I, your son, pay my respects to father. Shen Ya, do you acknowledge your crimes? Shen Zhan spoke coldly. Shen Ya raised his head, remaining silent. His gaze subtly swept across the officials, noting the absence of the third imperial uncle, but he caught sight of his elder brother, Shen Yu, standing nearby, desperately signaling, yet the meaning eluded him. Prime Minister Li, enumerate Shen Ya's offenses. Seeing Shen Ya's silence, Shen Zhan commanded. Prime Minister Li stepped forward with an impassive expression. As the second prince, Shen Ya disregards the safety of Yuding, neglects the prosperity of the nation. Selfishly refuses to become the attendant of Dantai Mingli, leading the Yuding kingdom into crisis and public unrest. The charges weighed heavily, resonating within the Yuding hall. Shen Ya, do you acknowledge your crimes? Prime Minister Li concluded. And Shen Zhan inquired once more. Shen Ya remained mute. Your Majesty, for the safety of the Yuding kingdom, grant the second prince a death sentence. Your Majesty, to express the Yuding kingdom's apology to the Dantai family. Please publicly execute the second prince before the populace. Your Majesty, do not show leniency. Almost all the civil and military officials knelt in unison, while a few stood by in confusion. Shen Zhan's expression darkened. And the eldest prince, Shen Yu, was eager to plead for mercy but was restrained by a minister. Shen Yu remained silent, looking up. Father, if I can resolve this crisis, may I be spared. You can resolve this crisis. Shen Zhan's eyes brightened. But before he could finish, someone stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, do not act impulsively. Dantai Mingli has chosen the first prince of the Qihua kingdom as her attendant. The Dantai family may not care for our humble nation, but the Qihua kingdom and the Yuding kingdom are sworn enemies. This predicament stems from the second prince's rejection of Dantai Mingli. Regardless, we must provide an explanation to the people of Yuding. Indeed, Your Majesty, the second prince cannot be spared. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Do not heed slanderous words. Do not let compassion cloud your judgment, or the Yuding kingdom shall be in peril. The officials offered no opportunity for Shen Zhan or Shen Ya to speak. All bowing in submission, Shen Zhan's eyes grew dim, turning once more to Shen Ya. What more do you have to say? Surveying the surroundings, Shen Ya replied. Father, I have nothing more to say. Take him out and behead him. Shen Zhan's hands trembled as he barked the order. On the night of the execution of the second prince Shen Ya, the capital of the Yuding kingdom was filled with jubilant songs. Outside the capital, in a dense forest, a horse-drawn carriage sped forward. The whip of the driver cracking sharply. Half an hour later, the driver spoke softly to the person inside the carriage. Second brother, father is just ahead. Yar, I pay my respects to father. The carriage came to a halt. And Shen Ya, who was supposed to lose his head, emerged from within, bowing to a middle-aged man illuminated by the moonlight. Under the moonlight, shadows danced among the trees. The middle-aged man turned around. It was none other than Shen Zhan. The driver was the eldest prince, Shen Ya. This moment, only the three of them knew the truth. The real Shen Ya had not been executed, but had been saved through a clever switch orchestrated by Shen Zhan. Chapter 4. Who says the royal family lacks affection? Alas, today's parting may well be our last. Take care. Shen Zhan sighed softly. Do not blame your father. I have done my utmost. The current situation in the Yuding kingdom is beyond my control. And you witnessed the events in the Yuding hall today. All are eager for your death, and my authority has waned. Father, I understand. Is it not true that everyone in the Yuding kingdom has now turned to the third imperial uncle? Shen Ya inquired. Shen Zhan lifted his head, astonished. How do you know? Father, please look. Shen Ya extended his hand for inspection, and upon realizing the truth, Shen Zhan's eyes widened. Was it the third prince's doing? The third imperial uncle infiltrated the death cell and crippled my Dantian. Fortunately, I encountered some fortuitous events that allowed me to reconstruct my Dantian. However, my realm has regressed from the first level of the Qi gathering realm back to the seventh level of the body refinement realm. Shen Ya nodded. Indeed, his father was unaware of the third imperial uncle's visit to the death cell. Shen Zhan's entire demeanor turned fierce, as if the words were forced through gritted teeth. Shen Wu's usurpation was something Shen Zhan could endure for the sake of the Yuding kingdom. But he could not tolerate the crippling of his son. Father, there is no need for anger. Shen Wu merely seized upon Yo's refusal of Dantai Mingli to rally the officials. As long as Shen Wu is removed, the officials will return. and the Yuding kingdom will be united once more. Shen Ya replied coolly. Shen Ya was puzzled. Father, do you not recall what I said in the Yuding Hall? I can resolve the crisis stemming from the refusal of Dantai Mingli. Shen Ya's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented confidence. In our southernmost region, there are many hidden families unable to survive in the heart of the Mingji domain. Among them is the Lu family of the Qihua kingdom, although they hide in the extreme south. They maintain some connections with the central region. As far as I know, the Lu family possesses a letter of decree, an invitation to join the Xiantai Sect. Xiantai Sect, in the eastern extreme city of the Mingji domain. The 7th-tier sect Xiantai Sect, as long as I obtain the Lu family's letter of decree and become a disciple of the Xiantai Sect, I can ensure that neither Dantai Mingli nor the first prince of the Qihua kingdom, Zhang Qi, would dare to act against our Yuding kingdom. Joining the Xiantai Sect was precisely the method to refuse Dantai Mingli while safeguarding the Yuding kingdom from oppression. The Dantai family was merely a 7th-tier family, this time. Dantai Mingli had not yet truly matured into the feared Empress Mingli of the Myriad Realms. The reason he was aware of the Lu family's letter of decree and the 7th-tier sect Xiantai Sect was that in his previous life, after he became Dantai Mingli's attendant, the Qihua kingdom feared the Dantai family and the Yuding kingdom, obtaining this letter from the Lu family, the first prince of the Qihua kingdom. Zhang Qi also smoothly joined the Xiantai Sect, safeguarding the Qihua kingdom for a decade. Of course, Zhang Qi eventually met his demise at Shen Ya's hands, and the Qihua kingdom was annihilated by the Yuding kingdom. In this life, everything was reversed. By refusing to become an attendant, Dantai Mingli turned to accept Zhang Qi, causing a monumental shift in the wheel of fate. Though I do not know how you came to know such secrets, the Lu family maintains good relations with the Qihua kingdom, and they are a hidden family with many experts within the Qihua kingdom's territory. How can we seize the letter of decree? Shen Ya looked up at the sky. There are still several months until the Xiantai Sect opens its doors for disciples. We have time to plan. However, before that, I need to become stronger. Father, grant me 3 months. After 3 months, I will return to personally seize the letter of decree. 3 months, Xinjiang murmured. Even he was uncertain if he could endure the coming 3 months. The third imperial uncle Shen Wu's rebellious intentions had surfaced, and the ministers were almost entirely against him. Yet at that moment, a glimmer of determination crossed Xinjiang's eyes. His gaze was more resolute than ever. Very well. Since Yo'er is confident, I shall grant you 3 months. Even if I must don armor and face danger, I will strive to secure this time for you. Shen Ya felt a warmth in his heart, tears welling in his eyes. Father, there is no need for such sacrifice. You must live. When I return, it will be the end for Shen Wu and the beginning of prosperity for the Yuding kingdom. As he spoke the last words, his tears transformed into boundless killing intent. After a moment of pause, Xinjiang and Shen Yu exchanged glances, as if seeing Shen Ya anew. The former Shen Ya, though hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius, was still an unsheathed sword. The person before them now radiated sharpness. For your father's sake. Xinjiang nodded heavily, then asked, Yo'er, may I inquire why you refused Dantai Mingli? Shen Ya, well aware that his father would inquire, replied, because I, Shen Ya, do not wish to be anyone's subordinate, nor fight for those who are unrelated to me. The only ones for whom I would willingly fight are the people of the Yuding kingdom. As he spoke, Shen Ya cast a profound gaze upon Xinjiang and Shen Yu. After witnessing the vicissitudes of life within the death row, he harbored a fear that his father and elder brother might also turn cold-hearted. However, upon receiving a note from a palace maid, he smiled with relief. Who says there is no familial affection in the royal family? As Xinjiang and his elder brother departed, they could not linger to avoid any upheaval within the palace. At that moment, no one could fathom how many of the third prince's people were concealed within the palace. In the secluded woods, Shen Ya stood alone, Dantai Mingli, alone in the shadow of the trees. Shen Ya's heart burned with fervent battle intent. The tragedies of his previous life would never be allowed to repeat in this one. With a clang, though Shen Ya wielded no sword, he stood as if a sword under the moonlight, his entire being resonating with true energy. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth converged, startling countless birds into flight. After a long while, Shen Ya regained his composure. In the extreme south, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth is too sparse. I have only 3 months. Casting a final glance, Shen Ya plunged into the darkness. Waiter, A bowl of tea, please. 3 days later, at a small tea house nestled in the mountains on the northwestern border of the Yuding Kingdom, a young man arrived. Weary from travel, clad in plain coarse cloth, his face, dust-stained and tinged a muddy hue, still hinted at his handsome features. Another one has come. It seems the news of Yin Yang Sect's ascension to the 9th rank has spread widely, remarked a patron within the bustling tea house. The young man casually scanned the room, locating the only empty table. As the discussions around him grew animated, people from several nearby countries are abuzz. The Yin Yang Sect has indeed won a victory for our extreme south, one patron exclaimed. Ascension to the 9th rank means they are now a prestigious sect. How imposing. How formidable. I hear even the 9th rank Soluo Empire has sent envoys to congratulate them, and they are preparing to send royal offspring to join the Yin Yang Sect, another added. The Yin Yang Sect has also proclaimed their intention to recruit disciples widely. As you can see, talented youths from all over are flocking here. At that moment, the waiter placed a cup of tea on the young man's table. Listening to the cacophony around him, the young man's gaze drifted toward the distant peaks, where spiritual energy surged like a coiled dragon. Just as those around him had mentioned, Shen Ya's objective for this journey was indeed the Yin Yang Sect. He required a more abundant spiritual essence to forge his sword. And in the extreme south, the only ones possessing a gathering array of spiritual energy, aside from the mighty Luo Empire, were the Yin Yang Sect. Chapter 5, Yin Yang Sect in his previous life. The Yin Yang Sect also ascended to the 9th rank at this very time, later becoming intertwined with the Yuding Kingdom due to Shen Ya's influence, establishing itself as one of the most powerful sects within the kingdom. Have you heard about the happenings in the Yuding Kingdom? Suddenly, the conversation within the tea house shifted from the Yin Yang Sect to the Yuding Kingdom. Indeed, such a significant event. The second prince of Yuding Kingdom, Shen Ya, is the most foolish person I have ever encountered. One patron scoffed, a mere attendant from a 7th rank family. One wonders what the second prince is thinking. Another chimed in. Foolish indeed. It merely benefits Zhang Qi of the Qihua Kingdom, came the retort. Unperturbed by the gossip, Shen Ya remained indifferent. After 3 days of travel, many had discussed him, but he felt only a faint chill. As a fellow human, why must one be a dog? With a resounding crash, the door of the tea house was suddenly kicked open and a slender youth emerged, flanked by several guards, his expression bearing a subtle chill. Scanning the now silent tea house, he coldly proclaimed, "Who just said that my elder prince Zhang Qi of the Qihua Kingdom is unworthy to be compared to Shen Ya? Do you think my elder prince Zhang Qi lacks the merit to stand alongside him?" Noticing the youth's ornate garments adorned with a flame motif, the emblem of the Qihua Kingdom, those present exchanged glances and lowered their heads. Opting for silence, that it was common knowledge that the Qihua Kingdom was on the rise, and none dared to provoke them at such a time. The Qihua Kingdom now boasted an arrogance that surpassed even the Luo Empire. The youth, seeing no one respond, grew increasingly cold. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Shen Ya, who stood alone, unabashed, while others averted their eyes. "Was it you who said that?" The youth pointed directly at Shen Ya, gathering the attention of all present. Frowning slightly, Shen Ya, having been reborn, did not wish to entangle himself in such trivialities. Even if the youth was from the Qihua Kingdom, his perspective was far beyond that of such an insignificant character. Shaking his head, he replied flatly, "It was not me." "Oh, you dare deny it? Everyone else has lowered their heads, yet you remain defiant. If it's not you, then who could it be?" The youth retorted coldly. Shen Ya glanced at him, too apathetic to respond. That moment, another voice rose. "This young master, I can attest that it was indeed he who spoke those words." All eyes turned to the speaker, inwardly cursing his shamelessness, for it was clear that the remark had originated from him. Nevertheless, no one dared to step forward to clarify. "You have quite the audacity. Seize him and give him 30 strikes with the military rod." The youth commanded his guards. A few of them approached Shen Ya. Placing their hands on his shoulders, as they attempted to exert force, their expressions changed dramatically. They found themselves unable to budge him. "What are you doing? Why haven't you thrown him out?" the youth barked. "Master, we cannot lift this person," the guards stammered, their faces turning crimson from exertion, yet still failing to move Shen Ya an inch. "What use are you?" The youth felt a surge of humiliation, but he had an ally by his side. For this trip to the Yin Yang Sect, his family had dispatched a genuine expert, someone at the 8th layer of body refinement. "Yin Shu, step in and throw him out," the youth commanded the middle-aged man beside him. The man smiled indifferently and slowly approached Shen Ya. Waving off the guards, he then extended a hand to rest on Shen Ya's shoulder. In this world, there are no issues, only those who are too idle. Shen Ya had no intention of provoking trouble. Yet he would not remain passive when it arose. The 8th layer of body refinement posed a sufficient threat. His hand shot out, grasping the middle-aged man's hand, pressing on his shoulder. A slight shift in his internal energy, and he exerted force. Ah! The middle-aged man yelped in pain, propelled backward, and accurately thrown out the window. In an instant, the tea house fell silent, all eyes wide with shock as they stared at Shen Ya. That was an expert of the 8th layer of body refinement, yet he had been so easily dispatched. You seek death. Suddenly, a furious shout resonated from outside. The middle-aged man crashed back in, creating a hole in the tea house wall. Splintering wood flying everywhere as he charged toward Shen Ya with tremendous force. But in the blink of an eye, he halted, a sword poised at his brow. Just a mere inch more, and he would be dead. Stand down and lower your sword, or I will annihilate your entire clan. The youth, taken aback by Shen Ya's youthful prowess, felt emboldened by the support of the Dantai family, believing the Chihua kingdom would soon dominate the extreme south. Your whole clan. A glimmer of menace flickered in Shen Ya's eyes as he considered the pressure his father must be enduring for him. Uncertain of how he was faring now, his resentment swelled, and with a swift motion, he thrust his sword through the back of the middle-aged man's head. Waiter, settle the bill. Casually withdrawing the sword, as if having performed a trivial task. Shen Ya wiped the blood from the blade and said, Take care of this. The trembling waiter stepped forward. Yes, sir. This tea is on the house. No need for payment. As the second prince, Shen Ya would not owe for tea. Casually tossing a silver coin onto the table before striding toward the youth. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. You will die for this. I will not let you go. The youth trembled, being forcibly dragged aside by his guards, yet he unwillingly uttered threats. However, at that moment, the plain-clad youth raised his gaze, and the youth felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. Freezing in place, Shen Ya did not kill him. He had come to join the Yin-Yang sect. Killing a guard mattered little, but taking the youth's life would attract far greater trouble. He had no time to deal with such matters. As he stepped outside, Shen Ya suddenly had a thought. A pebble flew up from beneath his foot. Ah, my hand. Inside the tea house, a man clutched his bleeding hand, cold sweat streaming down his face. Next time you plan to frame someone, at least wipe your eyes first, Shen Ya remarked before leaving. Leaving the patrons to revel in the misfortune of the man who had just claimed Shen Ya had merely benefited Zhangqi, let us head to the Yin-Yang sect and seek Elder Bai. Once Shen Ya had departed, the youth's expression twisted with malice, leaving the corpse behind as he and several guards followed suit. Moments later, the tea house buzzed with chatter once more, astonished glances cast toward the body, with the Yin-Yang sect recently ascending to prominence. It seemed that true experts were emerging, a prodigious youth such as Shen Ya, a rare sight in the extreme south. Miss, that person was incredible. I wonder where he came from. In a corner of the tea house, 2 young women whispered. They were strikingly beautiful, their vibrant aura captivating all who beheld them. Adorned in splendid attire and accompanied by formidable guards, none dared to cast covetous glances in their direction. You will find out upon reaching the Yin-Yang sect, the young woman, referred to as Miss, replied softly, her eyes glimmering with curiosity and anticipation. As they traversed the mountain path, the imposing gates of the Yin-Yang sect came into view. Grand and majestic, they appeared recently renovated since their ascension. However, for one who had seen the world like Shen Ya, they held no distinction from the gates of a humble village. As he continued on, he noticed the throngs of people congregating to the mountain gate. Numerous carriages were parked, while groups of young men and women gathered, most clad in luxurious garments, with only a scarce few like him, dressed in coarse cloth, sitting alone and diligently cultivating. Chapter 6. The martial route test. A quarter of an hour later, the youth from the tea house ascended, casting a cold glance at Shen Ya before striding straight to the mountain gate. He produced a letter, addressing the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. I am Zhang Yi from the Red Fire Kingdom, seeking Elder Bai. After a brief exchange among the disciples, they permitted Zhang Yi and his companions to enter. Before departing, Zhang Yi turned back to glance at Shen Ya, making a gesture across his throat. Frowning slightly, Shen Ya anticipated potential trouble ahead. However, he remained unperturbed, confident in the integrity of the sect's leader. Given his demonstrated talent, he was certain he would gain admission. Patience was key. All participants in the entrance assessment, please step forward for testing. Half an hour later, a dozen disciples and an elderly elder responsible for the entrance assessments approached. The youths felt a surge of energy, stepping forward eagerly. This is the martial root stone. Place your hand upon it, calm your mind, and it will reveal your martial root. The elder directed as a disciple retrieved an irregular, transparent stone. The first youth in line underwent the test. Low yellow rank martial root. Eliminated. The elder surveyed the boy before him, stating monotonously, "While we, the Yin-Yang sect, are broadly recruiting disciples this time, we will not accept just anyone that we are a 9th-tier sect, and the minimum requirement for admission is a medium yellow rank. Those below medium rank should not waste their time." The youth, disheartened, retreated, understanding the elder's unpalatable yet truthful words that a low yellow rank merely indicated a meager potential for martial cultivation, with limited effectiveness. Low yellow rank, eliminated. Medium yellow rank, you may enter the sect and participate in the second round of testing. Low yellow rank, eliminated. Among the hundreds of testers, the majority fell into the low yellow rank category, departing with disappointment. In the divine wasteland, martial artists were as numerous as the stars, yet the number of ordinary people without martial roots was even greater. Among them, many martial artists were merely slightly stronger than the average person, classified as low yellow rank. Even those of medium yellow rank might not gain entrance to the Yin-Yang sect without further evaluation. Shen Ya felt no concern. His martial root was of the mysterious rank, and he concealed a formidable martial root that typical stones could not detect. This was the primary reason he had ascended to the rank of quasi-emperor in his previous life. Initially, even Dantai Mingli had failed to see through it. As it came time for Shen Ya, he approached like the other youths, gently placing his hand upon the martial root stone. A brilliant yellow light flashed forth from within. The elder's eyes lit up. Upper yellow rank, quite commendable. You may enter. Shen Ya nodded and proceeded through the mountain gate, preparing for the next round of assessment. He temporarily suppressed his martial root to remain at the upper yellow rank. This was sufficient for admission. For the next 3 months, he intended to conceal his identity. Should the third imperial uncle discover he was not only alive, but had also joined the Yin-Yang sect, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, the elder called out to him, "Wait a moment." Shen Ya turned back in confusion to see the elder examining a piece of paper meticulously. After 10 seconds, he discarded the paper. A faint chill evident in his expression. "Apologies, there was an error in the martial root stone test. Your martial root should be low yellow rank, eliminated." His eyes narrowed suddenly. This elder was connected to Zhang Yi. That paper must have contained his likeness. "Why are you still standing there? You have been eliminated. Trash and waste have no right to enter my Yin-Yang sect." The elder's cold voice rang out as he observed Shen Ya's lack of movement. "Is it your place to dictate the Yin-Yang sect's entrance tests?" Shen Ya remained calm, his tone unwavering, gazing at the elder as though he were but an insignificant insect. The elder raised an eyebrow, his mouth curling into a disdainful smirk, asserting, "Indeed, I have the final say in the martial root tests. Leave the Yin-Yang sect immediately. Do not mislead yourself." Shen Ya remained unmoved, coldly fixing his gaze upon the elder. "Someone, throw this trash out. Should he dare to resist, kill him on the spot." The elder was perturbed by Shen Ya's unwavering stare. Feeling as though he were ensnared by a venomous serpent, 2 disciples advanced towards Shen Ya. "This person is in for a rough time. He shouldn't have acted recklessly in the tea house, provoking someone from the Red Fire Kingdom." Whispers spread among the onlookers, who became increasingly wary, realizing they should be cautious. In the future, encountering the nobility of the Red Fire Kingdom, it would be wise to steer clear. "Elder, we all witnessed it. His martial root is clearly upper yellow rank." Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a clear voice shattered the silence. "Who dares to step forward and question my judgment?" The elder seethed with anger. How dare someone challenge him? Among the testers were many young nobles from various regions, yet the Yin-Yang sect, situated in the far south, had never feared anyone. Even a prince would have to show him respect. "Elder, we all observed it. His test yielded an upper yellow rank." A young girl in a pale yellow dress stepped forward, speaking softly. Behind her, another girl dressed as a maid tugged at her, her face pale, fearing her mistress's boldness. The elder glared at her, his silence heavy, as if a storm brewed within his eyes. "Elder, everyone can see. Your blatant bias will not go unnoticed by the other elders of the Yin-Yang sect." Remarkably unafraid, the young girl continued to press her case. The elder suddenly laughed, nonchalantly responding, I stated earlier. There was an error with the martial root stone. Then please, elder, replace the martial root stone or allow this young man to retest. Why the immediate expulsion? Her words pricked the elder like needles. Shen Ya couldn't help but cast a glance at the impassioned girl, a jolt of recognition striking him as memories surged from his previous life. After 10 years apart from Dantai Mingli, he had returned to Yuding Kingdom, where he had first encountered the Yang Sect at that time. The girl before him was the sect's chief disciple, having fought alongside him. Later, she became the sect's leader, leading the Yuding Kingdom to conquer vast territories, gaining immense renown. Yet, on one occasion, she had clashed with Dantai Mingli, her forthrightness igniting Dantai Mingli's wrath, ultimately leading her to sever ties with the highest peaks of the eastern wasteland to avoid implicating herself. Her name was Yin. Presumptuous. How dare you question Elder Luo's decision? The disciples surrounding Shen Ya shouted. I merely, miss, please, do not provoke further. The maid implored, tugging Yin back. Shen Ya regarded Yin thoughtfully. Recalling the memories of the past that I in this life, he would not allow someone who had sacrificed everything for him in the Yuding Kingdom to suffer despair. He shook his head gently, saying, Your intentions are appreciated. Thank you for your generous support, but I will handle this myself. Turning abruptly to Elder Luo, he declared, You say my martial root is low yellow rank. Indeed, you are low yellow rank. Elder Luo, having noted Yin, was resolute. She too would be deemed low yellow rank. Chapter 7. No match for a sword. Very well. I shall see how the talents of the Yang sect can withstand my low yellow rank sword. Shen Ya retorted coldly, his sword singing as it sprang forth from its sheath. I am eager to see how you intend to kill me. Arrogant, to dare rampage in my Yang sect. Cast him out. Kill him on the spot. Elder Luo, humiliated by Yin's words, directed his ire at Shen Ya. The disciples, trained under him, shared his demeanor. Mockingly, they watched Shen Ya as the disciple who had just scolded Yin launched the first strike. A palm aimed at Shen Ya. The aura was imposing, like a dragon's claw extended. The crowd before the mountain gate gasped. The disciples of the Yang sect were indeed extraordinary, their presence unmatched. That youth was in for a hard time for having offended someone from the Red Fire Kingdom. Clang. The clash of metal rang out as the sword light flickered, piercing through the dragon's claw until the hilt remained. A heart-wrenching scream echoed before the mountain gate. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. The common-clad youth's sword had pierced through the palm of the Yang sect disciple, the blade protruding from his shoulder. Dripping with blood, what kind of immense strength could achieve such a feat? The Yang sect disciple was at least at the 6th level of physical cultivation, his entire body honed to a formidable state. Moreover, as a tiered sect, their cultivation methods far surpassed the ordinary techniques known in the outside world, not to be compared with those of similar rank. Yet, the common-clad youth's sword had easily pierced through. As if the hand were merely a sheath. Bold, to dare commit violence within my Yang sect, kill him. Elder Luo was taken aback. Elder Bai only mentioned that this person had offended Zhang Yi and instructed him to deal with it. But he had not anticipated such strength. Nevertheless, he now had grounds to kill him. That a dozen disciples surged forward. All had nearly reached the 6th level of physical cultivation, and at such a young age. They were considered to have promising futures even in the far south. Yet, Shen Ya, with the memories of his past life and the cultivation of the 10,000 demon sword body, was far beyond their reach. The first genius of the Yuding Kingdom was not a mere boast. As they charged, their flaws were all too evident. Shen Ya remained stationary, merely drawing his sword point one against one. He embodied the resurgence of a sword deity. Wherever his blade passed, screams echoed. After a flurry of strikes, no one stood beside him, but a faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, laced with derision as he addressed Elder Luo. Elder, may I inquire if these disciples truly exceed low yellow rank? With my low yellow rank, I have defeated them all. The 9th tier status of your Yang sect merely bought. Fixing his gaze upon Shen Ya, Elder Luo seemed intent on piercing through him. A mere commoner daring to injure a disciple of my Yang sect deserves death. Elder Luo intends to personally take action to eliminate Shen Ya. His strength has reached the 4th level of Qi gathering, making it a trivial task to slay Shen Ya. This lad must not be allowed to live. Only then will the sect refrain from punishing him, a mere corpse. Elder Luo, do you still possess any shame? Yin spoke once more, Astonished by Shen Ya's prowess and equally appalled by Elder Luo's shamelessness. At this moment, Elder Luo had little regard for He Yin's words. His sole focus was on killing Shen Ya. With his true energy surging, he conjured flames in his right hand, unleashing the renowned flame palm of the Yin-Yang sect, a technique only attainable by those who have reached the Qi-gathering realm. Should this strike connect, Shen Ya would perish on the spot. The disparity between body refinement and Qi-gathering is immense. Even with the memories of his past life, Shen Ya could not withstand this blow. However, he need not defend himself. He had anticipated Elder Luo's actions and had already stepped onto the grounds of the Yin-Yang sect, narrowly evading the strike. The experience from his previous life proved invaluable at this moment. Elder Luo was momentarily taken aback. Although he had not executed the attack with full force, he did not expect this lad to evade it. Moreover, he was heading up the mountain. How could Elder Luo allow him to succeed? He swiftly pursued. Shen Ya recalled the initial movement technique he had acquired in his past life, diligently discarding those he could not currently utilize. Soon, he recalled the technique, the swift steps of the rock. In a matter of strides, he grasped its essence. Just as Elder Luo was about to catch up, Shen Ya accelerated once more to avoid him. The Yin-Yang sect is but a hollow name among a dozen disciples. None can match my sword. Haha. Shen Ya suddenly laughed heartily, his sword intent radiating as his voice thundered. At this point, he was nearing the mountainside, where shadows moved, likely indicating the second entrance examination location. Elder Luo was struck with astonishment. He had not anticipated Shen Ya's speed to be so extraordinary. Not daring to delay further, he resolved to exert all his strength to slay Shen Ya at the mountainside. Otherwise, the situation would become untenable. With full power, the flame palm struck towards Shen Ya's back. Bang! A resounding noise erupted as a second flame palm appeared before Elder Luo, deflecting his attack, but on the mountainside. A second elder emerged, his hair white as snow. His gaze swept over Shen Ya before settling on Elder Luo. Junior brother Luo, why are you not at the foot of the mountain for the entrance test, but pursuing this youth instead? Elder Luo's expression shifted slightly as he promptly replied, Iron Elder, this lad has acted violently before the mountain gate, injuring over a dozen disciples of our Yin-Yang sect, and he audaciously claims that our sect's 9th grade position was bought. Upon hearing this, Iron Elder's eyes glinted with coldness as he fixed his gaze on Shen Ya. Who are you to dare insult the reputation of the Yin-Yang sect? I am Shen Ya, hailing from Chuyu country. And I speak nothing but the truth, Shen Ya responded, halting his steps and speaking with pride. He had not changed his name. There were countless others named Shen Ya in the world. When he decided to join the Yin-Yang sect, he had already formulated his identity. Chuyu country was a small nation located further south, with several other similar small nations that annually paid tribute to countries like Yuding and Qihua. Such audacity. Do you know the consequences of insulting the Yin-Yang sect? Iron Elder seethed with rage. Luo Donghai remained calm, realizing that this lad was courting death, initially concerned that Shen Ya would speak recklessly. He now felt no fear. It seemed that the entire Yin-Yang sect would seek to eliminate him. The significance of the 9th grade position to the Yin-Yang sect was monumental. And yet he had claimed it was bought. I merely stated a fact. Otherwise, why is it that not a single one of you from the esteemed Yin-Yang sect can match my sword? As a mere low-grade yellow-level martial root, I can sweep through all your disciples of the same rank. Shen Ya stood before Iron Elder, his voice booming and his tone arrogant. Luo Donghai, who had been sneering, felt a jolt of alarm in his heart. Several disciples rushed down the mountain, and upon hearing his words, they erupted in fury. Nonsense. I could crush you with a single hand. I am at the 7th level of body refinement. May I inquire what level you are? Shen Ya asked. 7th level of body refinement. It appears you do possess some ability, but the might of our Yin-Yang sect is beyond the comprehension of a mere commoner like you. I, too, am at the 7th level of body refinement, and a single hand is more than sufficient. The disciple scoffed, stepping forward, dismissing Shen Ya with a glance. Chapter 8. This mountain cannot hold him. Prepare to receive my sword. Shen Ya wasted no time. Drawing his blade with an unremarkable strike, the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect standing there displayed expressions of shock. The momentum of this sword was formidable, and they forgot all about their earlier bravado. With fists clenched, they met the sword's edge. Iron Elder's gaze froze. This strike was beyond what his disciple could endure. The disciple was swept by the sword light, blood spurting from his fists as he was violently hurled backward. Crashing to the ground. In a single stroke, he was vanquished. The mountainside fell silent, With only the chirping of birds and insects breaking the stillness, Iron Elder could not help but reflect on Shen Ya's earlier words. No one was his match. The remaining disciples were left in an inexplicable state of shock and confusion. Had Brother Shi truly been defeated? Kid, dare you act violently again, you shall die. Luo Donghai snapped back to reality and launched an assault with the flame palm once more. This time, it was intercepted by Iron Elder. Iron Elder, why do you stop me? This lad has committed violence in the Yin-Yang sect and deserves to be executed. Luo Donghai seethed inwardly. Iron Elder did not respond, but instead fixed his gaze on Shen Ya, an expression of admiration flickering in his eyes before quickly turning cold. Young brother, which sect do you hail from? Do you harbor a grudge against our Yin-Yang sect? To him, it seemed Shen Ya was a disciple from a rival sect, envious of the Yin-Yang sect's status, seizing the opportunity to undermine their reputation. I bear no grudge, nor do I belong to any sect. I have traveled a great distance to join the Yin-Yang sect, Shen Ya replied. Shaking his head, Iron Elder was skeptical. If you belong to no sect and have come to join the Yin-Yang sect, why then do you go to such lengths to insult us? Shen Ya chuckled lightly. I have no intention of disparaging the Yin-Yang sect. I merely speak the truth. The disciples of the Yin-Yang sect are indeed lacking, as even a humble low-grade yellow-level martial root like myself can easily best all your disciples of the same rank. Luo Donghai felt a sudden pang of alarm. Iron Elder, do not waste your breath on him. Just kill him. He was responsible for menial affairs and held a relatively low status within the Yin-Yang sect, though Iron Elder ranked higher. He did not dare act recklessly. However, Iron Elder detected the mockery in Shen Ya's tone and grasped a deeper implication. Low-grade yellow-level martial root. Who told you that? Shen Ya addressed Luo Donghai directly. The results from the test before the mountain gate indicated I am a low-grade yellow-level martial root. Iron Elder's eyes filled with confusion. If this individual truly possessed a low-grade yellow-level martial root, then what were the disciples on the mountain? His gaze quickly shifted to Luo Donghai, observing the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. In an instant, he comprehended that Luo Donghai had intentionally oppressed Shen Ya. He rebuked, Junior brother Luo, what is the meaning of this? Luo Donghai realized he could no longer conceal the truth and swiftly leaned close to Iron Elder. Whispering a few words, Shen Ya made no effort to intervene, maintaining a smile. Nonsense. Your actions will lead the world to question our Yin-Yang sect's integrity. And who will dare to join us? Iron Elder. I am merely following Elder Bai's orders, Luo Donghai retorted. Realizing he could not convince Iron Elder, he quickly shifted his tone. Moreover, now that Chihua country's Zhang Qi has been taken in by a 7th-grade family, it will not be long before Chihua country achieves its own rank. Iron Elder, some matters require compromise. Iron Elder furrowed his brow, recognizing he was unable to handle this situation. This is of great significance. I will report to the sect master immediately. No need. This matter is not major enough to trouble the sect master. At that moment, 2 more individuals descended the mountain, a white-haired elder and a youth named Zhang Yi. Elder Bai. The 2 elders, Iron and Luo, lowered their gazes in respect. Though they were all elders, there was a hierarchy. Elder Bai was the grand elder of the Yin-Yang sect. His status just below that of the sect master. Of course, his influence within the sect was not necessarily inferior to that of the sect master. Elder Bai responded coolly, casting a dispassionate glance at Shen Ya. Regardless of whether Donghai's martial rootstone is faulty, this lad has uttered disrespectful words, insulted our Yin-Yang sect, and committed violence within our ranks. He should be executed. Donghai, take action. Elder Bai, this matter. Tai Feng, do you dare to defy me? Elder Bai's voice rose sharply. I do not dare. But I believe this matter should first be reported to the sect master for a decision. Iron Elder stated firmly, positioning himself protectively in front of Shen Ya. Elder Bai's cold gaze bore into him, his aura escalating to the point where it felt as if it might consume Iron Elder. In contrast, Iron Elder was drenched in cold sweat, trembling, yet he did not budge an inch. Very well, let this matter be reported to the sect master for a decision. A short while later, Elder Bai suddenly relaxed his aura, his tone indifferent as he departed with Zhang Yi. After a moment, Luo Donghai shot Shen Ya a resentful glare before also descending the mountain, for there were many others awaiting testing at the foot of the mountain. On the mountainside, only Iron Feng, Shen Ya, and a few disciples remained. Thank you, Iron Elder, for your assistance. Shen Ya expressed his gratitude. In his past life, he had recognized Iron Feng as an exceptionally principled elder. Though regrettably limited in talent, passing before witnessing the true rise of the Yuding country and the Yin-Yang sect. As for Elder Bai, Shen Ya had no recollection of him, likely having passed away in the past decade. However, now that the Yin-Yang sect was undergoing changes due to his choices, he could only wonder how events would unfold. No need. I am merely doing what is right. Iron Feng shook his head, sending someone to report to the sect master. Soon, the sect master's decree was conveyed. Regarding Shen Ya's case, it was determined that Luo Donghai had erred due to age and misjudged the martial root stone. Shen Ya was to be recognized as a high-grade yellow-level martial root and allowed to pass the first test. Continuing with the evaluations, that no punishment was imposed on Luo Donghai. It seems that internal strife within the Yin-Yang sect is quite severe. Shen Ya mused inwardly, recognizing the implications of a power struggle between the sect master and Elder Bai. However, such matters bore no relevance to him. His goal was simply to enter the Yin-Yang sect smoothly. The subsequent tests were exceedingly easy for Shen Ya. The events that transpired before the mountain gate quickly spread throughout the Yin-Yang sect, and the disciples harbored a subtle animosity towards Shen Ya. 2 days later, the entrance examination concluded, and Shen Ya seamlessly became a member of the Yin-Yang sect. Among the newly admitted disciples, only a few dozen were present, and this naturally included He Nin and Zhang Yi. The sect master made an appearance to address the new disciples, followed by the selection of students. The venerable sect master, in his advanced years, chose He Nin, while Elder Bai selected Zhang Yi. Other disciples were gradually chosen by various elders, yet Shen Ya remained unacknowledged, unless the sect master personally took him as a disciple. No one dared to accept Shen Ya, for offending Elder Bai was a risk no one was willing to take. Do you feel wronged? With your talent, you should not be overlooked, Tiexin remarked as he led the unselected disciples to their quarters. Shen Ya walking beside him, gazing out at the Yin-Yang hills and feeling the dense spiritual energy surrounding him, which was tenfold that of Yuding Kingdom, Shen Ya appeared unfazed. I am not aggrieved. Simply being able to cultivate within the Yin-Yang sect is sufficient for me. Tiexin was taken aback, sensing an inexplicable feeling at that moment. The mountain could not contain the youth beside him. Chapter 9. He Nin's invitation. After Elder Tiexin departed, Shen Ya entered the quarters designated for the new disciples. The number of disciples in the Yin-Yang sect was still limited, with each having a small wooden cabin furnished merely with a simple wooden bed, a table, and 2 stools. Nothing more. Although Shen Ya was a prince, he had endured countless hardships in his past life. He felt no discomfort in his new surroundings. Having entered the Yin-Yang sect, his objective was achieved. Now, he aimed to utilize the spiritual energy of this place to reach the Qi gathering stage within 3 months and to cultivate the second technique of the 10,000 demon sword body. Shenwu. In 3 months, I shall claim your head. A fierce killing intent filled Shen Ya's eyes as he settled his mind and began his training to in the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. He focused on refining his foundational meridians to withstand the pressure brought by the influx of energy during the Qi gathering phase. Currently, Shen Ya was practicing the 10,000 demon sword body, which required the sword meridian. Upon careful examination, he discovered that the composition of his foundational meridians was vastly different from before. In his past life, after discovering his formidable martial roots, he had undergone a reconstruction. Yet even after that, he could not compare to the current sword meridian. It was as if his meridians had been baptized by boundless sword intent, reminiscent of the sword mark that had fused into his meridians within the demon cave of 10,000 swords, rendering them more resilient. The sword mark has fortified my meridians immensely. The next stage will be to refine the 5 organs. 5 days had elapsed since he departed from the capital. He was well aware that his sword body meridians had formed, yet without sufficient spiritual energy, progress was slow. The spiritual energy within the Yin-Yang sect still could not be compared to other regions of the divine wilderness continent. Nonetheless, it sufficed. The body refinement realm required minimal spiritual energy. Before reaching the Qi gathering realm, its role was merely to enhance one's physique. He activated the 10,000 demon sword body technique. Streams of energy were drawn into his body. The sword mark that had integrated into his being began to stir, and the ethereal small sword at his dantian emitted a soft chime, guiding the energy and mark through his meridians to his 5 organs. The moment all the energy entered his 5 organs, his entire body trembled. He had reached the 8th layer of the body refinement realm. With an expression devoid of emotion, he recognized that entering the 5 organs was merely the beginning. Only by refining all 5 organs to their peak could he consider the 8th layer complete. For the following month, Shen Ya remained secluded, Apart from necessary meals, avoiding any interactions with other disciples. He was but a fleeting visitor within the Yin-Yang sect, leaving no significant traces behind. The other disciples, having learned of his admission, tended to avoid him. His reclusive nature only added to the air of mystery surrounding him. Many perceived him as merely feigning mystery and aloofness to protest the sect's injustice towards him. Others believed he was simply intimidated, clearly fearing the retribution of Luo Donghai. Senior sister, what brings you here? Early one morning, as Shen Ya arrived at the dining hall to collect his meal, he heard someone calling from outside. A pure and youthful girl entered the hall, greeting the other disciples with an air of calmness and approachability, devoid of any arrogance. Shen Ya recognized her as Yin. Since being taken under the sect master's wing, he had not seen her again. What could possibly bring her to this dining hall, which was nearly equivalent to that of the servant disciples? The enthusiasm of the other disciples indicated her prominent status. Within a month of entering, she had already surpassed many of the older disciples. Rumor had it that she hailed from a noble lineage and had made rapid progress after joining the sect. Yinin's trajectory mirrored that of her past life, and in 10 years, she would undoubtedly become the renowned chief disciple of the Yin-Yang sect. Senior brother Shun, it has been a month. How have you been? Upon entering the dining hall, Yinin seemed to be searching for someone, her gaze landing on Shen Ya, and she smiled softly. Shen Ya, taken aback, nodded awkwardly. I appreciate your concern, junior sister. I am well. I have yet to thank you for your generous words at the mountain gate. Oh, that matter? I've already forgotten it, Yinin replied with a light laugh. However, I have not forgotten about your sword. The terror Shen Ya had displayed that day was etched in the memories of all present. I have come to ask for your assistance with a small favor. If you have the time, she continued. Shen Ya paused, initially intending to decline, but suddenly a memory surged into his mind. With a jolt, he asked, Junior sister, please go on. It is like this. I have reached the 8th layer of the body refinement realm and wish to break through to the 9th layer. For that, I require the blood of a demon beast to assist me. My master instructed me to gather several other disciples at the same level to form a team and hunt in the back mountain. In the body refinement realm, the blood of demon beasts was essential for refining oneself. When Shen Ya was in Yuding Kingdom, his father, Shen Zhan, had nearly mobilized the entire nation to assist Shen Ya's training. However, now, practicing the 10,000 demon sword body, Shen Ya found he had no such need. Glancing deeply at Yinin, he did not hesitate. Very well, when shall we depart? Yinin's face lit up with a joyful smile. We shall set out tomorrow. Shen Ya nodded and left after collecting his meal. Once they all departed, the dining hall erupted in chatter among the disciples, who expressed their envy towards Shen Ya. It was said that Yinin was greatly favored by the sect master and might one day inherit his position. Who would have thought she would personally extend an invitation to Shen Ya? Yet what was Shen Ya's attitude? Did he truly consider himself formidable? The disciples he had defeated that day were merely servant disciples. Among them were those now in the dining hall, their expressions twisted with malice, as one hurried to report to Luo Donghai. Oh, you mean that little vixen Yinin went to invite Shen Ya? Luo Donghai had endured an uncomfortable month. The matter of his admission was like a thorn in his throat, and he often heard the ridicule of other disciples. Upon hearing this news, he chuckled coldly. Excellent. This boy has finally ventured beyond the mountain gate. Young Master Zhang has long wished to eliminate him. Returning to his quarters, Shen Ya contemplated that memory once more. In his previous life, Yinin had mentioned a tragic past she was reluctant to speak of, which seemed to have occurred during her first month after entering the Yin-Yang sect. Perhaps this hunting expedition would be pivotal. Thus, Shen Ya accepted her invitation. On the following morning, Shen Ya arrived early at the back mountain to meet Yinin, who was accompanied by 5 other disciples, each a direct disciple of the elders. There were both males and females, and upon seeing Shen Ya, they cast him scrutinizing and doubtful glances. Defeating those servant disciples was no great feat. They had no idea why Yinin insisted on inviting him, nor did they know whether he had truly reached the 8th layer of the body refinement realm. Junior brother Shun, if you have not yet reached the 8th layer of the body refinement realm, it might be better for you not to join us, to avoid us having to look after you, a tall man stated bluntly. Shen Ya glanced at him calmly, then with a slight tremor, revealed his aura. I have just reached the 8th layer of the body refinement realm. The tall man's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this servant disciple could reach such a level without guidance. He retorted, then let us proceed together, but do not act on your own. If you jeopardize our mission, I will leave you behind in the back mountain. Chapter 10. By Feihu, Shen Ya typically found it tiresome to respond to such individuals, turning instead to approach He Yin. The tall man, slightly angered by Shen Ya's disregard, intended to reprimand him, but He Yin interjected. Enough, senior brother Yin. Junior brother Shen is simply reserved and not fond of conversation. We should hasten into the mountains. Remember, if you dare to act independently, I will ensure you suffer for it. Senior brother Yin persisted. He Yin, feeling somewhat helpless, cast an apologetic glance at Shen Ya. He was the one she had invited. Yet now he was being pressured by senior brother Yin. It was understandable that he might feel displeased. In the divine wilderness continent, demon beasts roamed freely, often outnumbering humans. Some powerful demon beasts possessed extraordinary abilities and intelligence. Yet the extreme southern regions were not among them. With spiritual energy scarce, even demon beasts struggled to thrive. Occasionally, those that encountered fortuitous events would leave upon gaining intelligence. The demon beasts in the back mountain of the Yin-Yang sect were not formidable. He Yin and her group did not plan to delve deep into the back mountain. Their target was primarily those below the Qi gathering stage. If they could hunt a demon beast at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, their expedition would be a resounding success. Roar. 2 days later, in the evening, a pained howl echoed through the dense forest of the back mountain. He Yin and her group had finally succeeded in hunting their first demon beast at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, having worked together with tremendous effort to slay it. We did it. Now we can surely break through and reach the 9th layer of the body refinement realm, one disciple exclaimed, panting, yet unable to conceal his excitement. Indeed. But some have yet to contribute. It seems the blood of this demon beast may not be sufficient to share among all present. Brother Yin cast a sidelong glance at Shen Ya. His meaning unmistakable. That cannot be said. Without Brother Shen's vigilance, we would not have been able to proceed with our plans. He Yin hastily interjected. Throughout the journey, Shen Ya had refrained from taking action. Even in the presence of the pinnacle of bodily refinement beasts, he merely stood aside. He Yin's mention of vigilance was a gesture to save face for him. In recent days, those led by Brother Yin had often mocked him coldly, yet Shen Ya remained unfazed. For his vision surpassed that of these individuals. Once a potential emperor, how could he concern himself with the trivialities spoken by mere ants? The beasts of the bodily refinement realm lacked intelligence, rendering them weaker than the intelligent, weapon-wielding human race. Should he intervene, it would undermine the training effect for He Yin. Deep down, He Yin regretted inviting Shen Ya, for whether he acted or not was one matter, but his inability to blend in was another. Nightfall heralded the most perilous hour within the dense forest. Powerful beasts roamed in search of prey, and the group dared not act, hastily setting up camp. Brother Shen, do you have something on your mind? Why do you appear so downcast? As the campfire crackled, He Yin moved closer to Shen Ya, her voice a mere whisper. Shen Ya shook his head, despite having had some connection with He Yin in a past life. The wheel of fate had since turned, and he would reveal no secrets to her. She did not press further, content to sit quietly beside him. She had previously inquired of the sect leader why Shen Ya had not been accepted as a disciple. The sect leader had merely informed her that Shen Ya's origins were mysterious, and his name coincided with that of the second prince of the Yuting kingdom, stating that a thorough investigation was necessary first. A month had elapsed, and the sect leader had indeed conducted inquiries. There were no similarities between Shen Ya and the second prince of Yuting, particularly in martial skills, which bore no traces of the Yuting kingdom. Yet the sect leader still refrained from taking him as a disciple. This entangled matters involving the Qihua kingdom and Elder Bai, placing the sect leader in a difficult position. He Yin's invitation to Shen Ya was born from a desire to showcase his talent and strength, hoping to change the perception of those who looked down upon him and to allow him to achieve recognition within the sect. Alas, he remained too enigmatic. Damn it. Why should a mere servant disciple receive He Mei's favor? Rumor has it he demonstrated formidable strength upon entering. Perhaps he is indeed extraordinary. A female disciple spoke up for Shen Ya, her jealousy of He Yin evident. Why should everyone revolve around her? Extraordinary. What makes him so? He entered at the 7th level of bodily refinement and defeated a few servant disciples. What's so impressive about that? Brother Yin scoffed disdainfully. Suddenly, Shen Ya rose to his feet. Brother Shen, what is it? He Yin was startled by Shen Ya's abrupt movement. Gazing into the depths of the forest, Shen Ya stated, there is the presence of a Qi gathering realm beast approaching us. Hurry. What? He Yin's complexion shifted. Moreover, It is a second-level chi-gathering beast. Move quickly. Shen Ya nodded. Although his cultivation was not high, his keen awareness still allowed him to detect the fluctuations of energy in the surroundings with ease. Brother Yin. Let us gather our belongings and leave at once. Yin did not hesitate in believing him. Her belief, however, did not extend to the others. Brother Yin coldly retorted, Sister He. You are newly initiated and still unfamiliar with the situation in the back mountains. We are far from the depths of the back mountains. A chi-gathering beast cannot possibly appear here, let alone a second-level one. But Brother Shen, do not listen to the ramblings of a mere servant disciple. There are no chi-gathering beasts here. Brother Yan's tone was resolute. Shen Ya cast a faint glance at him and said to Yin, Sister He, let those who wish for death proceed in their folly. We must depart. But, Yin was conflicted, yet she suddenly realized Shen Ya had already lifted her up. Swiftly darting into the forest, she attempted to struggle, only to find, despite being at the 8th level of bodily refinement, she lacked the strength to resist. Shen Ya's grip was firm, and the wind rushed past them at a rapid pace. You audacious rogue. What do you intend to do? Brother Yin and the others watched in shock as Yin was carried away, angrily giving chase. Roar. In less than a moment, the ground trembled, and a thunderous roar echoed from afar, nearly causing Brother Yin and the others to stumble in fear as they turned back in terror. Could it be that a second-level chi-gathering beast truly existed? How could that be? From a distance, they saw the campfire extinguished, confirming that their previous location was indeed targeted. Brother Shen, please set me down, Yin softly said, her beautiful gaze resting on Shen Ya's face. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Fortunate it was night, or she might have been discovered. Who would have thought a chi-gathering beast would actually appear? Had Shen Ya not detected it in advance, their fate would have been dire. No, the beast's target is us. We must return to the sect immediately. Shen Ya did not release Yin, his eyes fixed on the direction of the campfire as he declared decisively. Without further ado, Shen Ya carried Yin towards the direction of the Yin-Yang sect, with Brother Yin and the others following in fright. He can actually sense a chi-gathering beast, the female disciple exclaimed in astonishment. It's merely a fortunate coincidence, Brother Yin scoffed. The fact that he discovered it only proves that the girl he possesses some skill. But do they think this is the end of it? In the forest emerged two figures, one fat and one thin. The thin one was Zhang Yi, while the fat one was a young man with a face full of blubber. Clad in the garb of the Yin-Yang sect, his eyes glinting with a strange coldness. The woman I, by Feihu, desire has never escaped my grasp. Chapter 11. You will not survive while I do. Brother Bai. Please do not kill Shen Ya. I want to personally chop him up and feed him to the dogs, Zhang Yi said coldly. Rest assured, Brother Zhang, he is but a mere servant. If it weren't for that old dog of a sect leader still lingering about, I would have tossed him at your feet a month ago for you to do as you please. Bai Feihu shrugged nonchalantly. Now, let us draw some more beasts towards them. At this moment, Shen Ya's footsteps suddenly halted as he scanned his surroundings. Brother Shen, what is it? Yin, still in Shen Ya's arms, instinctively asked upon sensing his motion. It seems that both the chi-gathering beasts and those surrounding us have been deliberately led here, Shen Ya observed. Then set Yin down. Prepare for battle. It may very well be a fight to the death. Yin felt a twinge of disappointment as she departed from Shen Ya's embrace. There are beasts surrounding us? Brother Yin and the others caught up, realizing that had Shen Ya not been carrying Yin, they would have never kept pace. Woo. No sooner had the words left his mouth than sounds reverberated in the vicinity. Pairs of crimson eyes glimmered ominously in the darkness. It is the 7th-level black-armored wolf. How could this be? The black-armored wolf should not appear here. Brother Yin and the others were well acquainted with the beasts of the back mountains and trembled in fear. Shen Ya wasted no time, shouting, break through. It seemed the memories were accurate. In a past life, a tragic event had befallen Yin on this very night. Who was behind it all? The visage of Elder Bai flashed through Shen Ya's mind. Surely it was him. Awo, the wolf-like beast slunged forth. In their lifetimes, black-armored wolves remained at the 7th level of bodily refinement unless they encountered extraordinary circumstances. They were weaker than the group by a single realm, but the true terror of wolves lay in their numbers. An unending slaughter. Shen Ya had no intention of exterminating them all. He merely sought to break through. Sword light flashed. At the pinnacle of the 8th level of bodily refinement, he dispatched a wolf with each strike. Countless corpses falling beside him, their wails echoing in the air that Yin was left dumbfounded as she witnessed Shen Ya's speed. Each stroke of his sword was blindingly swift. She recalled his declaration a month prior that no one could rival him in a single strike. And the wolves were no exception. Brother Yin, look, he is incredible. On another front, Brother Yin and the others, struggling against the encircling wolves, were equally taken aback by Shen Ya's astonishing speed. Let's join him. We can break through together with Brother Shen, a female disciple suggested. But the faces of the others flushed with heat. Did they truly want to join him? Ultimately, except for Brother Yin, the rest of the disciples followed suit. Brother Yan's expression darkened. The previous mockery still echoed in his ears. Yet he did not wish to perish and could only grit his teeth and follow. With their addition, Shen Ya found it even easier. He merely needed to focus on the approaching black-armored wolves. A quarter of an hour later, they managed to break through, the wolves retreating. However, the true danger had only just begun. A sudden roar erupted behind them. A beast radiating powerful energy sauntered forth. It was the relentless Qi-gathering beast. A white-fronted tiger. The white-fronted tiger roared, shaking the mountains and forests, its fierce gaze locked onto its prey. Indeed, it is a second-level Qi-gathering beast. We cannot escape. Shen Ya assessed the white-fronted tiger's realm at a glance. If they fled now, their speed would only lead to their demise. Brother Shen, what should we do? He panicked, feeling helpless. Quite simply, we shall kill it. Shen Ya's tone was calm, yet a glimmer of killing intent shone in his eyes. Of course, he could not defeat the white-fronted tiger with his current strength, but he was not acting alone. You all distract it while I strike. Understood. Influenced by Shen Ya's unyielding confidence, He-Yin's flustered heart gradually settled. Simultaneously, she glanced at Brother Yin and the others. In this life-and-death moment, we must unite our efforts. Except for Brother Yin, the others exchanged glances, their views of Shen Ya shifting. They resolved to take the risk. They all stood ready. Sister Hino, this youth evidently intends for us to serve as bait while he escapes himself. Brother Yin objected, causing the others to hesitate momentarily. Shen Ya furrowed his brow and stepped towards Senior Brother Yin. What do you intend to do? Am I not speaking the truth? Senior Brother Yin questioned sharply. However, his eyes suddenly widened in horror as a flash of sword light appeared before him. In an instant, he felt his body drifting away. The blood from his neck gushing forth like a fountain, and before he knew it, an abyss of darkness enveloped him entirely. You killed Senior Brother Yin. The others were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief, as they witnessed Shen Ya severing Senior Brother Yan's head. If he remains alive, you will all perish, Shen Ya stated calmly, as though he had merely performed an inconsequential act. Those who wish to live must heed my command. At that moment, Shen Ya resembled a commander among thousands, resolute in his slaughter. The few disciples involuntarily glanced at the white forehead tiger before them, and then at Shen Ya behind them, who seemed even more fearsome than the beast itself. They launched their attacks simultaneously. Each was an esteemed disciple of the Yin-Yang sect, possessing considerable combat prowess, albeit He-Yin was slightly weaker due to her shorter time in cultivation. Shen Ya directed them with a tranquil demeanor, and after the shock of Senior Brother Yan's beheading, none dared to defy him. With his keen perception, he could easily discern the white forehead tiger's weaknesses, and their strikes caused the beast considerable distress. However, the gap between the Qi gathering and body refinement realms was too vast, and despite the discomfort inflicted, they could not sustain their efforts for long. Just as despair began to creep in, a beam of sword light suddenly pierced the darkness, slicing past them. A chilling howl echoed as they turned to see a sword embedded in the white forehead tiger's eye. Shen Ya leapt high into the air, dancing like a celestial being, evading the beast's onslaught, before drawing his sword again and plunging it into the creature's other eye. Then came a third strike. Thrusting upward through the tiger's maw, blood drenched Shen Ya, transforming him into a ghastly figure, as the white forehead tiger emitted a mournful sound, life ebbing away before it collapsed with a resounding thud. We won. We actually won. The disciples sat on the ground, their eyes alight with the thrill of survival. Their gaze toward Shen Ya had fundamentally changed. How remarkable, truly formidable. Had he refrained from striking earlier out of disdain? He-Yin's eyes sparkled with admiration, and despite her exhaustion, she approached Shen Ya to express her gratitude. Before they could catch their breath, applause erupted, rendering the night particularly eerie as two figures emerged from the shadows, one stout, the other slender, revealing themselves to be by Fei Hu and Zhang Yi. Splendid, simply splendid. Our Yin-Yang sect is fortunate to possess such gifted disciples. Bai Fei Hu, Zhang Yi. Everyone present, save for Shen Ya, recognized the two figures. Bai Fei Hu, the grandson of Elder Bai, was the foremost prodigy of the Yin-Yang sect, already at the Qi gathering realm. Did you bring these beasts here? He Yin's pupils constricted, recalling Shen Ya's earlier words, and she coldly inquired. Sister He, how can you say such a thing? These beasts could not possibly have been summoned by us. It was clearly this person beside you. Bai Fei Hu pointed at Shen Ya, an eerie smile creeping across his face. He harbored resentment over a past incident and summoned the white four-head tiger to slay you all in the back mountains, while I, Bai Fei Hu, came to your rescue. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he truly brazen enough to utter such falsehoods? Of course, the ultimate outcome is regrettable. I arrived too late, and you all fell to the claws of the white four-head tiger. No sooner had Bai Fei Hu's words left his mouth than he stepped forward. In an instant, he was beside one of the disciples, his foot descending, and that disciple did not even have time to scream before his head exploded in a gruesome display. Just like that, Bai Fei Hu lifted his foot, moonlight casting an ominous glow upon his face. The remaining three disciples were paralyzed with fear, scrambling to Shen Ya and He Yin's side, realizing that Bai Fei Hu had just slain one of their own. Indeed, with a sister as beautiful as you, there must be a cherished memory before your demise, Bai Fei Hu leered, scrutinizing He Yin as he approached with Zhang Yi. He Yin's complexion turned pale. Instinctively retreating a few steps, she understood all too well what Bai Fei Hu's cherished memory entailed. Shen Ya, your sword is truly impressive, but did you ever consider what fate awaits you when you wield it? Zhang Yi sneered. Being lowly means being lowly. Remember this in your next life. Some individuals are simply beyond your reach. Shen Ya cast a blank stare at them, then turned to He Yin. It seemed that her tragic past was indeed tied to Bai Fei Hu, yet he wondered how she ultimately survived. There was no need to dwell on it. In this life, he stood firm, and everything would be different. Crack, crack, crack. A strange sound emanated from Shen Ya, a chilling sword intent radiating brilliance. Bai Fei Hu and Zhang Yi halted, bewildered as they gazed at Shen Ya, who was now drenched in the tiger's blood, resembling a death god emerging from the depths of hell. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced around him. Shen Ya shone radiantly, yet the energy did not pour in. Instead, it flowed gradually into his being. The blood of the white four-head tiger is exceptional. The sensation of reaching the 9th level of body refinement is even better. A hint of coldness curled at the corners of Shen Ya's mouth. Bai Fei Hu frowned, realizing that this youth was breaking through at such a moment, but he quickly laughed again. Those unaware might think you've reached the Qi gathering realm. Is there truly a difference between the 9th and 8th levels of body refinement? Shen Ya turned his gaze towards Zhang Yi. Perhaps it makes no difference to you, but killing Zhang Yi will not be difficult. In truth, Shen Ya had not fully articulated his thoughts. Upon achieving the 9th level of body refinement, he felt no fear of Bai Fei Hu, who was merely at the 1st level of Qi gathering. With the aid of the others, he was confident he could slay him. However, to eliminate Bai Fei Hu now would mean he could not remain in the Yin-Yang sect for the next 2 months, which contradicted his intentions. Zhang Yi shivered. Bai brother, you will protect me, won't you? Bai Fei Hu stared intently at Shen Ya, his earlier bravado evaporating as he glanced at Zhang Yi, ultimately bursting into laughter. Congratulations to my junior disciples for slaying the white four-head tiger. I am quite envious. I take my leave. With that, Bai Fei Hu departed, dragging a reluctant Zhang Yi with him. Zhang Yi was crucial to their plans to engage the Qihua kingdom. They could not afford to sever that connection. Wait, Shen Ya called after them. I have heard that if disciples of the Yin-Yang sect cannot resolve their disputes, they can settle them on the Yin-Yang platform. Since you so desire my demise, how about a life-and-death battle on the Yin-Yang platform in 2 months? I wonder if my brother is interested. You wish to challenge me? Bai Fei Hu turned abruptly. Yes. Shen Ya of the 9th level of body refinement challenges by brother do you dare to accept? Shen Ya proclaimed with conviction that He Yin and the 3 disciples gazed at Shen Ya in disbelief. Even in 2 months, it was impossible for him to reach the Qi gathering realm. Cultivation became increasingly arduous and slow as one ascended. What kind of confidence did Shen Ya possess to issue a challenge to Bai Fei Hu? You truly lack the qualifications to challenge me, but I accept. A grandson ought to create some momentum for his grandfather. Bai Fei, who no longer concealed the sect's rivalry, and turned to Zhang Yi. Zhang Jr., it seems you must endure for another 2 months. Zhang Yi's lips twitched. He had no desire to endure, but given the current circumstances, he could only nod in agreement. How could this be? Why does Bai Fei who want to kill us? After Bai Fei who and Zhang Yi left, the female disciple who often supported Shen Ya collapsed onto the ground. The sight of senior brother Yan's corpse still lingered. His death gruesome. The remaining 2 disciples exchanged glances, speechless. Had the conflict between the sect master and elder Bai escalated to such a brutal extent, the sect master had long been in seclusion, scarcely accepting disciples. Without disciples, there was no future. Elder Bai, instead of expressing gratitude for the sect master elevating the Yin-Yang sect to a 9th grade sect, had revealed his fangs after the sect master accepted He Yin. The elevation of the Yin-Yang sect was almost solely the result of the sect master's efforts. Rumors circulated that following this elevation, the sect master, now in his twilight years, had suffered severe injuries, causing his realm to fall from the Chong Shui to the Qi gathering. The martial artist's realms, body refinement, Qi gathering, Chong Shui, innate, as long as someone in the faction entered the Chong Shui realm. They could strive for the 9th grade. The sect master was one of the few experts at the Chong Shui realm in the southern region. Senior brother Shen, how can you challenge Bai Fei who? He Yin, being the sect master's direct disciple, was acutely aware of the current situation, but her primary concern was for Shen Ya. In her eyes, no matter how formidable Shen Ya's sword was, it could not surpass the enormous gap in realms. Do not worry, in 2 months, I shall surely slay him. Shen Ya did not elaborate, merely exuding a chilling resolve as he turned his gaze to the white forehead tiger. The white forehead tiger at the Qi gathering realm held little significance for him, having cultivated the 10,000 demon sword body. He had already departed from conventional cultivation paths. The infusion of tiger blood was merely a catalyst. He had already reached the brink of the 9th level of body refinement upon entering the back mountains. Nonetheless, the white forehead tiger was of great use to He Yin. He Yin and the others could not fathom where Shen Ya's confidence stemmed from. They resolved to report this matter to the sect master upon returning, hoping to quash it. However, by the time they returned to the sect, nearly all disciples were aware of Shen Ya's audacity in challenging the Yin-Yang sect's top disciple, Bai Fei who, spurred by matters of the heart, as he had developed feelings for He Yin, who was also pursued by Bai Fei who. Some even claimed that Bai Fei who and He Yin had secretly pledged themselves to one another. Scoundrel! Shameless! I must clarify the truth. Upon hearing these rumors, He Yin trembled with anger, fully aware that these slanders were intentionally spread by Bai Fei who. In 2 months, on the Yin-Yang platform, there will be a multitude of spectators. It will not be too late to clarify then. Shen Ya chuckled lightly, entirely unconcerned by such petty tricks. Of course, it would be best if you clarify before I slay Bai Fei who, lest others accuse you of being two-faced, favoring the strong over the weak, and being fickle. Perhaps a beautiful tale will emerge from it. Shen Ya remarked with a smile that He Yin gazed blankly as Shen Ya departed. Her expression one of bewilderment. What force could instill such confidence in Shen Ya? 2 months had passed. Could it be that senior brother Shen had a solid plan to break through and reach the Qi gathering realm? Yet, He Yin's beautiful eyes flickered. She once thought Shen's senior brother was stern and aloof, but to her surprise, he was capable of jesting. The memory of Shen Ya's previous domineering embrace sent her thoughts into disarray, and a smile crept onto her lips. However, as she turned to face the master's residence, her expression gradually grew cold. The matter regarding Bai Fei who must be reported to the master before encountering Dantai Mingli. Shen Ya was the 2nd prince of Yuding Kingdom, born into wealth and renowned as a millennium genius. His demeanor had always been that of a graceful young master. Now, in this duality of existence, everything had changed because of Dantai Mingli in that fleeting moment. Facing the woman who had once chosen death for his sake in a previous life, he unwittingly revealed his true self. Perhaps I ought to rediscover my identity. Upon returning to his humble quarters, Shen Ya mused aloud. Having been granted a second chance at life, I, Shen Ya, shall devote myself to my family and the glory of Yuding Kingdom. Yet, why should I alter my essence for the sake of a malicious woman? In an instant, clarity washed over him. His thoughts became unclouded. Dai was as if every pore in his body opened wide, absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. His meridians unfurled, welcoming the influx of ethereal essence. Within his dantian, a small sword resonated softly. The marks of the sword coursed through him, allowing his meridians to expand. Reaching the 9th level of the body refinement realm, he was at the stage of refining his meridians. Unlike the stage of breaking through, refining meridians prepared him for the chi-gathering realm and for an even stronger breakthrough. By strengthening his meridians, he would be able to accommodate a greater flow of martial energy in the future. For the following month, Shen Ya remained steadfast in his training, secluding himself from the outside world. His challenge against Bai Feihu was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, nor was it motivated by He Yining, nor for the ancient master he had yet to meet. Rather, he needed a period of tranquil cultivation. The revenge of Zhang Yi, the conflict between Elder Bai and the master, would have no bearing on him for at least the next 2 months. During this time, He Yining visited several times, bringing along some medicinal pills for cultivation and offering gentle apologies. She had spoken to the master, who sighed and confirmed that the rumors were not unfounded. He had indeed suffered severe injuries during the competition for the position of Yanong Sect's head. His strength had diminished from the breaking through realm to the chi-gathering realm. This was a closely guarded secret. If anyone were to discover it, not only would his position as master be jeopardized, but he might also regress to a sect of lesser rank. Thus, until he regained his strength, he could only endure the assaults from Elder Bai. As for the ancient master, all Shen Ya remembered was that he was of good character. The rest had slipped from his mind. I accept the pills. Please convey my gratitude to the master. Shen Ya genuinely required these pills. Having realized that breaking into the chi-gathering realm within 3 months was not as straightforward as he had anticipated, he would not hold back with He Yining or the ancient master. Challenging Bai Feihu was both a means to buy time for himself and to grant the ancient master some respite. Only 10 days remain until the 3-month deadline. I wonder how my father and Yuting Kingdom are faring. On this day, Shen Ya stood before the window. Outside, a gentle drizzle fell, and a few cold gusts ruffled his hair, filling his heart with endless concern for Yuting Kingdom and his father, all while his own cultivation had only reached the 10th level of the body refinement realm. He had yet to break into the chi-gathering realm. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and He Yining arrived, holding an umbrella. Shen Senior Brother, only 10 days remain until your battle with Bai Feihu. The master has asked me to inform you that the forbidden area of the Yanong Sect, the sword domain, will be open for you. Upon seeing Shen Ya at the window, He Yining spoke. Shen Ya was momentarily taken aback. The Yanong Sect's forbidden area, the sword domain, a flash of realization struck him. He had completely forgotten that the Yanong Sect possessed such a powerful area, particularly one that was formidable in the extreme southern lands. However, upon his return in the previous life, this forbidden area had become irrelevant to him. Forgetting it was entirely understandable. The 10th level of the body refinement realm involved tempering one's own body. This entailed integrating the strength forged through each level of the body refinement realm, which for him meant consolidating the essence of the sword of 10,000 demons within him, merging all sword marks and his entire strength into one. He aimed to transform himself into an indomitable sword. Perhaps this sword domain will provide me with inspiration. He sensed that he was perpetually stuck at the final step, akin to forging a sword, but always missing a crucial element needed for perfection. Very well. Let us depart at once. Without hesitation, Shen Ya stepped out of the wooden hut, sharing an umbrella with He Yining as they left the quarters of the servant disciples. Indeed, the rumors about Senior Brother Bai and Senior Sister He are false. Senior Sister He's affections lie with Shen Ya. So what if it's true? Shen Ya is overestimating himself. How dare he challenge Bai Feihu? He is doomed. Poor Senior Sister He. What could she possibly see in Shen Ya? Behind them, some servant disciples whispered amongst themselves as the battle between Shen Ya and Bai Feihu drew nearer. The atmosphere within the Yanong sect grew increasingly ominous. Opinions were overwhelmingly against Shen Ya, particularly from Elder Bai's faction, who subtly fanned the flames of discord. Some even suggested that Shen Ya was merely a pawn used by the master to eliminate rivals, testing Bai Feihu's mettle. Unfazed by such trivial rivalries, Shen Ya and He Yining made their way to the sword domain. Located within the back mountains of Yinyang Mountain, it was in close proximity to the Yinyang sect. No disciples were stationed to guard it, and the area appeared eerily quiet. He Yining halted and said, Shen Senior Brother, this is it. However, the master mentioned that to enter the sword domain, you must first pass a small test. Roar. No sooner had she spoken than a fierce beast roared. He Yining stumbled back in fright, only to see a monstrous tiger emerging slowly from behind the massive stone gate of the sword domain. This tiger was vastly different from the Bai Feihu. It stood nearly 4 meters tall, its body adorned with yellow and black stripes. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, each black stripe resembled a sharp sword. Its teeth were like pointed blades, protruding ominously from its massive jaws. A sword-patterned tiger of the breaking through realm. Shen Ya's eyes shone with intensity. He had not anticipated that the Yin Sect harbored such a fearsome creature. Shen Senior Brother recognizes this guardian beast of the sword domain. Henin asked in astonishment. Indeed. This is the sword-patterned tiger of the breaking through realm. It serves as the guardian of the sword domain. The test the master spoke of is to gain its acknowledgement. Only then can you enter. What constitutes gaining its acknowledgement? Shen Ya inquired. The master said that it must deem you sufficiently talented and wholly devoted to the Yin Sect, Henin replied. Her gaze fixed on Shen Ya with a hint of anticipation and apprehension. This was, in fact, the master's way of assessing Shen Ya. If he could enter the sword domain, it would signify that his intentions in joining the Yin Sect were pure. The master had long harbored doubts about Shen Ya's motives. Chapter 14. Master Gushi, as long as there were ulterior motives, the sword-patterned tiger would discern them. Thus, not only would Shen Ya be unable to enter the sword domain, but he could also face expulsion from the Yin Sect. I see. Shen Ya's actions were indeed suspect. Despite his formidable strength, capable of slaying even the Bai Ehu, he remained silent in the face of injustice and dared to challenge Bai Feihu while still at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Such a character raised concerns. Loyalty, you say? Gazing at the sword-patterned tiger that scrutinized him, Shen Ya smiled calmly and stepped forward. Roar! As Shen Ya drew within 2 meters of it, the sword-patterned tiger suddenly roared ferociously, displaying its menacing fangs, seemingly ready to devour the diminutive Shen Ya. Even Henin could see that the sword-patterned tiger was not welcoming Shen Ya. With a look of despair, she thought, as expected. Shen Senior Brother is indeed as mysterious as the master described. Beast, step aside. Suddenly, Shen Ya uttered a light command. Despite being much smaller than the sword-patterned tiger, he exuded an air of superiority. Looking down upon all. Shen Senior Brother. No, the master warned that if you disrespect the sword-patterned tiger, you will be killed. Henin's voice trembled in horror. Beast, step aside. Shen Ya, as if deaf to her warnings, repeated his command. The sword-patterned tiger, its massive jaws poised to pounce, hesitated at the 3rd command, revealing a flicker of fear, as if it had encountered something terrifying. It took a step back, while Shen Ya advanced forward. What followed was a bizarre spectacle. Shen Ya continued to move forward, and the sword-patterned tiger retreated until it vanished behind the gate. All that could be heard was a low growl. In the next moment, Shen Ya stepped through the stone gate, disappearing within the sword domain. Henin stood there, her mouth agape, unable to articulate her shock. Had the sword-patterned tiger acknowledged Shen Senior Brother? It was evident that it had not. Rather, it had been frightened away. What power did Shen Ya possess to intimidate such a fierce beast? Sigh. A voice broke the silence behind her as an elderly man with a black beard approached. He did not appear particularly old, yet weariness lingered in his eyes, and his face bore a sickly pallor. Master, what just happened? Henin asked. Yushi's gaze remained fixed on the stone gate. This young man is extraordinary. Far beyond what our humble Yin Sect can contain. The sword-patterned tiger is inherently ferocious. It would never retreat, regardless of the disparity in realms. Only something truly terrifying can compel it to back down. Something terrifying, Henin questioned, puzzled by what might be so fearsome about Shen Ya. A sword. She uttered a single word. Only a formidable sword intent can cause the sword-patterned tiger to retreat. Henin remained bewildered. How powerful could Shen Ya's sword intent be when he had yet to reach the chi-gathering realm? In this world, some geniuses are beyond our comprehension, and Shen Ya falls into that category. With him, we need only to maintain a good relationship, Gushi advised Henin, his expression turning cold thereafter. Neither Bai Feihu nor Elder Bai could have ever imagined the caliber of the individuals they have offended, nor the opportunities they have let slip through their fingers. The mere attendant of a 7th-tier family lady has led them to believe they possess dominion over the world, a perspective as narrow as that of a mouse. The last remark, of course, pertained to Zhang Qi. Yet, I cannot fathom why such a prodigy would seek refuge in my Yin Sect. It perplexes me greatly. Is this the sword domain? Upon stepping through the stone gate, Shen Ya was enveloped by a profound sword intent, as if millions of blades had converged in this very place. However, compared to the sword of 10,000 blades, the sword domain appeared no more than a swarm of ants. Though it may be weak, it undeniably serves as an excellent place for my breakthrough at this moment. While the sword of 10,000 blades was indeed formidable, Shen Ya found himself too weak to even glimpse its essence. What he required now were more direct, purer, and simpler elements to comprehend and refine the body of 10,000 blades. Thus, Shen Ya advanced step by step, meticulously observing each sword within the sword domain, noting their strengths and weaknesses, gradually mending his own deficiencies as days passed. Shen Ya seemed to envision himself as one of the swords within the sword domain, breathing in unison with the surrounding blades, their emanating sword intent merging with the boundless sword aura around him. While the ethereal small sword within his Dantai grew increasingly solid, in an unknown moment, it transformed into a true sword. Simultaneously, Shen Ya sensed that he could summon all the swords within the sword domain. At this moment, his sword intent surpassed that of the multitude. Thus, his sword intent radiated outward, enveloping the entire sword domain. Yet, at this moment, it was suppressed and dispersed by an even more powerful sword intent. There exists such a formidable sword within the sword domain, Shen Ya exclaimed in astonishment. Hastening towards the source of the overwhelming sword aura, fixing his gaze, he beheld a broken sword, devoid of a hilt, embedded atop a mountain peak. The powerful sword intent emanated from this very blade. A fine sword, to Shen Ya, who possessed the keen perception of a quasi-emperor. A sword worthy of such a title was far from ordinary. Not merely a fine sword. It is said that this blade fell during a battle between two mighty warriors in the ancient times at the southernmost reaches, which led to the formation of the sword domain. It is a pity that the founding patriarch of the Yin-Yang sect was no swordsman, allowing it to remain buried until now. A hoarse voice emerged from behind Shen Ya. It was Gu Shi. Shen Ya was not surprised by Gu Shi's appearance. During his days of cultivation in the sword domain, he had sensed Gu Shi observing him from the shadows. He paid it no mind. I have met the sect leader. Shen Ya inclined his body slightly. Gu Shi nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze growing profound, eyes gleaming with intensity. Young friend, I am aware of your fondness for this sword. But before that, should you not disclose to me the purpose of your visit to the Yin-Yang sect? Shen Ya maintained an outward calm when he repelled the sword pattern tiger. He anticipated that Gu Shi would investigate him. I am Shen Ya. The sect leader should be aware that few bear this name in the southernmost regions with any renown. Gu Shi's pupils widened in shock. It is you. It cannot be. You have not been. I see now, you were not executed but rather left the Jade Cauldron Kingdom in secrecy to enter the Yin-Yang sect for cultivation. Your aim is to confront the Red Fire Kingdom. Though he said this, Gu Shi remained perplexed, for the Shen Ya before him was vastly different from the prince of the Jade Cauldron Kingdom, particularly in swordsmanship. He had never heard of anyone in the Jade Cauldron Kingdom possessing talent in the sword. Moreover, the genius reputation of the second prince had spread not only throughout the Jade Cauldron Kingdom but across the entire southernmost region, and when he entered the sect, he was merely at the 7th level of body refinement. Indeed, Shen Ya nodded. He would not over-explain. Are you not afraid that I might kill you or hand you over to the Red Fire Kingdom? Gu Shi suddenly inquired. With a calm smile, standing before Gu Shi, Shen Ya felt as though he had returned to the esteemed second prince. The sect leader would not be willing to eliminate me, as you require my assistance against Elder Bai and even to slay Bai Feihu. Of course. The most crucial factor is the character and conduct of the sect leader, which I have long heard of. Shen Ya told a small lie, had it not been for his previous life. He would not have known Gu Shi's character. With a look of suspicion, Gu Shi eventually sighed. Do you have confidence in confronting Bai Feihu? I was just about to ask the sect leader, should Bai Feihu be killed or spared? Shen Ya's lips curled into a slight smile as he fixed his gaze on Gu Shi. Eager to hear his opinion on Bai Feihu. Gu Shi locked eyes with Shen Ya, as if attempting to see through him. With a resolute voice, he declared, Kill. Chapter 15, The Day of Reckoning. Young Shen. Should you one day be able to wield this broken sword, I shall present it to you. Gu Shi's intention was clear. He would do nothing for the Jade Cauldron Kingdom, but if Shen Ya grew strong enough to handle the broken sword, then the Yin-Yang sect would become his ally, and by then, Shen Ya would likely have no fear of the Dantai family. May I attempt to lift it? Shen Ya inquired. Please. Gu Shi did not believe that Shen Ya could lift the broken sword at this moment. Nodding, Shen Ya approached the broken sword step by step. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword emitted a resonant sound that a tremendous sword intent suddenly surged forth from the broken sword, as if it could burst forth from the ground at any moment to slay Shen Ya. Yet, Shen Ya remained utterly unafraid, advancing steadily, his own sword intent soaring. Gu Shi's mind was shaken. At that moment, his eyes perceived an illusion. Shen Ya was no longer a mere human, but had transformed into a sword. One could not say he was invulnerable, yet his sword essence rang true. two swords resonating in an ancient harmony. How is this possible? How did he manage that? Even I cannot approach the broken sword. Gu Shi murmured to himself, witnessing Shen Ya draw within an inch of the broken sword. However, just as Shen Ya was about to make contact, he suddenly shook his head and stepped back. At present, I truly lack the ability to claim the broken sword, but it has greatly benefited me. Returning to stand before Gu Shi, the brief encounter had brought him closer to his breakthrough, and more importantly, the imprint of the sword throughout his being had become more solid and fluid. Poised for an imminent breakthrough. Young friend, the battle against Bai Feihu is set for today. You may not achieve a timely breakthrough to the gathering Qi realm, so this Qi condensing pill, which I acquired during the competition for entry, is now yours. Gu Shi produced a jade vial and presented it to Shen Ya. Currently, Shen Ya had reached the pinnacle of body refinement, yet to break through, he required stronger spiritual energy from heaven and earth. He needed to channel this energy into his body, rushing into his dantian to condense true energy. With insufficient time, he had no choice but to rely on the pill, outside the southernmost realms. The Qi condensing pill was not considered a remarkable elixir, yet for the Yin-Yang sect, it was still a particularly precious item. Shen Ya accepted it without hesitation, expressing his gratitude. While he need not break through to slay Bai Feihu, he would undoubtedly need to leave the Yin-Yang sect afterward, and thus achieving the gathering Qi realm quickly would be essential. Without the spiritual energy of the Yin-Yang sect, the pill would become even more significant. Atop the peak of the Yin-Yang sect, the Yin-Yang platform was bustling with people, whether they were elders of the sect or the most junior disciples. All had gathered. Elder Bai had been orchestrating the atmosphere for this battle for 2 months, anticipating that Bai Feihu would slay Shen Ya, which would elevate Elder Bai's renown to unprecedented heights. Why hasn't Shen Ya arrived yet? The time is nearly upon us. Could it be that he is afraid and dares not show? Haha, that is a possibility. This arrogant servant disciple has no right to challenge Brother Bai. He is destined to be a stepping stone for Brother Bai's ascent. What do you think? How many moves will Brother Bai use? 1 move to annihilate him, I suppose. The gathered disciples overwhelmingly sided with Bai Feihu, clearly indicating the extent of Elder Bai's influence and reputation. Only a small group of disciples stood aside in silence, including He Yin and the 3 disciples from that night, for they alone were aware of Bai Feihu's shamelessness. Is it possible that Shen Ya truly will not come? Zhang Yi stood beside Elder Bai, having awaited this day for a long time. No, he will definitely come. Bai Feihu chuckled. Elder Bai, young Master Zhang, do you believe this Shen Ya could be the one from the Jade Cauldron Kingdom? Today, the Red Fire Kingdom had also sent representatives to engage in deeper cooperation discussions with Elder Bai. Among them was a middle-aged man who furrowed his brow, being a person of the court. He was particularly sensitive to such matters. Impossible. Elder Bai replied with certainty. If he were that foolish prince from the Jade Cauldron Kingdom, he would never sincerely join the Yin-Yang sect. Yet this Shen Ya has entered the sword domain and passed the examination of the sword pattern tiger, proving his loyalty to the Yin-Yang sect. The sword domain. The other elders felt a chill run through them. They were completely unaware of this development. Indeed, Gu Shi foolishly believed that by allowing him to enter the sword domain, he could overcome my family as Feihu. It is utterly laughable. No matter how formidable the sword domain, it cannot elevate a person to the gathering Qi realm in such a short time. Moreover, my family as Feihu, at this point, Elder Bai fell silent. Bai Feihu coldly smirked. He was already at the 2nd level of the gathering Qi realm. What could Shen Ya possibly use to contend with him? He has arrived. Shen Ya has come. Just then, someone shouted, and countless gazes converged upon Shen Ya at the same time. Gu Shi returned to the foremost position on the Yin-Yang platform. The atmosphere fell silent in an instant, as Bai Feihu stood upon the high platform, gazing down at Shen Ya with a smile. Without a flash of lightning or a spark, Shen Ya responded with indifference, his eyes reflecting only tranquility and disdain. Oh, why has junior sister He taken the stage? Suddenly, a striking figure floated onto the platform. It was He Yin. She scanned the crowd before her gaze landed on Shen Ya, ultimately pointing towards Bai Feihu. Before the life-and-death duel between Bai Feihu and senior brother Shen, there is something I must clarify. I have no connection with Bai Feihu. All rumors are false. In this lifetime, I shall have no intersection with Bai Feihu. He Yin's tone was resolute and unwavering. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished that junior sister He would choose this moment to clarify matters. Shen Ya's lips curled into a faint smile, unexpectedly pleased that He Yin had heeded his advice. He gazed at her with admiration. This woman, reminiscent of her past life, appeared delicate yet possessed a spirit that surpassed even some men. Hishimi, do not speak too soon. There are certain matters beyond your struggle. Bai Feihu laughed heartily. Having his face publicly rebutted felt akin to a slap, leaving him quite displeased. A chill ran through He Yin's heart. Had Shen Ya not been present that fateful night, her fate would have been dire. Very well. The time has come. Step onto the stage. Luo Donghai was elated to host this duel today, anticipating the moment he would witness Shen Ya's demise. The two ascended the yin-yang platform. Bai Feihu. Second level of Qi Gathering Realm. I seek your guidance, Shun Shidi. As soon as they took the stage, Bai Feihu declared loudly. Almost everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The elders on the high platform, including Gu Shi, nearly rose to their feet. Bai Feihu had broken through yet again. Such a genius. And Shen Ya was evidently courting disaster. The crowd turned to Shen Ya, taken aback by his calm demeanor. Shen Ya. 10th level of body refinement realm. He replied. Ji Yushi again nearly stood up, bewildered. Why had he not advanced to Qi Gathering Realm, nor used a Qi condensing pill? Haha, indeed, Shun Shidi is exceptionally gifted, achieving the 10th level of body refinement so swiftly. Jianling's reputation is well-deserved. Yet you shall meet your end on this yin-yang platform today. He shimmy. I shall take care of him for you. Bai Feihu laughed, his jowls shaking with mirth. Suddenly, he launched an attack with the yin-yang palm. In this battle, he intended to obliterate Shen Ya, to turn him into mere pulp, and instill fear in the onlookers. Be careful, Shen Shixiao. He Yin cried out, fully aware that Shen Ya had little hope. Yet, in Shen Ya's eyes, Bai Feihu's palm was riddled with flaws. If his opponent were at the first level of Qi Gathering, he could achieve a swift victory against a second level. However, he would need to exert more effort. The rock swiftly sidestepped the yin-yang palm. The scorching energy surged past him, the formidable true Qi attempting to push him away, yet he deftly evaded. He avoided it. He actually avoided it? The crowd was incredulous. Even the elders of the same rank might not have been able to evade such an attack. The power of genius was beyond that of ordinary individuals. Such remarkable reflexes. Yet the disparity is too great. Elder Bai's expression darkened. He had commanded Bai Feihu to annihilate Shen Ya, to instill dread. Simultaneously, Bai Feihu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Shen Ya's evasion. Feeling humiliated, especially under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, which made him irritable, he turned and unleashed another palm strike. This attack arrived at Shen Ya's face in an instant. There was no escape. Yin and the others could scarcely bear to watch. The gap in speed and power was insurmountable. Clang. A resounding sound of a sword echoed, capturing everyone's attention. Shen Ya's sword leapt forth, blocking Bai Feihu's palm, and then he gracefully retreated. Even more astonishingly, after retreating several meters, Shen Ya struck again. The sword was poised, and Bai Feihu met it with a punch. The fiery fist, another technique of the yin-yang sect. A high-grade yellow skill, could only be mastered at the Qi Gathering Realm. The overwhelming true Qi prevented Shen Ya's sword from advancing. This was the difference between having true Qi and not. Yet, Shen Ya smiled, and no one knew the reason for his mirth, only feeling that his aura had suddenly shifted. This time, he did not retreat. Instead, Bai Feihu was the one forced back. The force from Bai Feihu's fist was dispersed by the sword, scattering outward as the blade approached to pierce his fist. Could it be that I am hallucinating? Bai Shixiang is actually being pushed back. Indeed, Bai Shixiang has been forced back by Shen Ya. Is this truly the 10th level of body refinement? Could it be that Shen Ya is concealing his true realm? On the high platform, the elders exchanged glances, perplexed by the turn of events. Elder Typhone looked to Gu Shi, hoping for an explanation. Every true Qi technique has its weaknesses. If an individual refines their body to perfection, they will possess immense physical strength. This strength, combined with precise strikes, can disperse true Qi. Gu Shi was even more astonished. What he spoke of was merely legendary. Yet he witnessed it firsthand today. So, Shen Ya's sword and strength are indeed sufficient to contend with the true Qi of a second-level Qi gathering practitioner. Elder Typhone was left in confusion. This defied the rules of martial artists. To claim that someone at the first level of Qi gathering could defeat someone at the third or even fourth level was conceivable, for there are disparities in skills. It was said that heavenly-grade techniques were terrifyingly powerful and unstoppable. However, body refinement and Qi gathering, the physical body and true Qi, are two distinct concepts. Impossible. How could you possibly disperse my true Qi? Bai Feihu could not believe it. his body quivering with rage, as he unleashed the fiery fist once more. This punch even more ferocious than the last. Yet, Shen Ya still raised his sword to strike again, dispersing the true qi. There were numerous flaws. His sword merely needed to continuously pierce through the gaps. Exerting force to push Bai Feihu into a desperate situation, he was still merely at the body refinement level, concealing his sword intent, yet that did not imply its non-existence. The sharpness of the sword lay in its intent. The swords within the myriad sword demonic caverns were beyond Bai Feihu's comprehension. His entire being seemed as resilient as a sword. The question remained, with Bai Feihu's strength, how could an extraordinary sword be shattered? After dozens of strikes, Bai Feihu's true qi grew weaker, while Shen Ya remained unfazed, not even breaking a sweat. Impossible, this cannot be happening. Yin Yang Palm die. Bai Feihu unleashed all his true qi, delivering what he believed to be his strongest palm strike. Indeed, Shen Ya did not meet the attack. He evaded it. But what came next? Suddenly, he appeared behind Bai Feihu, the sword shining fiercely. Stop! Elder Bai roared angrily, leaping down from the high platform. His strength was formidable, his speed astonishing, yet Shen Ya's sword was swifter. Had it been Elder Tai Feng, he likely would have been rendered motionless. Yet Elder Bai's momentum could not suppress Shen Ya in the divine wasteland continent. None could suppress Shen Ya merely by aura. The sword rose, piercing through Bai Feihu's heart. Fool! Elder Bai watched in horror as Shen Ya's sword pierced Bai Feihu, transforming into a colossal fiery hand that struck towards Shen Ya. But in that moment, Gushi appeared before Shen Ya, effortlessly dispersing the fiery hand. Gushi, step aside. Bai Shixiang, do you wish to humiliate yourself? This is a life-and-death battle on the Yin-Yang platform, as the Grand Elder. Do you not understand? Gushi shouted furiously, an unseen force pressing Elder Bai back repeatedly, revealing the terrifying might of the sect leader. Elder Bai's expression shifted multiple times as he fixed his gaze on Shen Ya for a moment before retreating. Now, I declare this life-and-death battle to have been won by Shen Ya, Gushi announced loudly. After speaking, he too departed gracefully. Shen Ya's gaze fell upon He Yin as he smiled. I told you. 2 months from now, I shall kill Bai Feihu. With that, Shen Ya turned towards Zhang Yi and the others from the Qihua kingdom, a cold smile gracing his lips. It was not until Shen Ya had departed that Zhang Yi finally reacted. He felt as though he were drenched in sweat, and suddenly turned to those beside him. We must devise a plan to kill him. The others exchanged glances, pondering how one might assassinate him within the confines of Yin-Yang sect. Gushi's earlier display clearly indicated he was a terrifying master at the Xin Shui realm. How could they kill him? The disciples of Yin-Yang sect took a long time to leave the scene. The events of today would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. After lamenting Bai Feihu's death, they marveled at Shen Ya's prodigious talent, such a genius. What might he become upon breaking through to the Qi-gathering realm? Shen Shixiang, are you leaving? In the quarters of the miscellaneous disciples, He Yin hurriedly arrived, only to find Shen Ya had already shouldered his pack. Though she had anticipated this, sadness still washed over her. Yes, Grand Sect leader has just intervened on my behalf, worsening my injuries. If Bai Elder reacts, he will undoubtedly send someone to kill me. Clearly, Gushi had strained his true qi. His hasty departure was to recuperate. Master also mentioned you would leave, that he asked me to tell you that if one day you can wield the broken sword, please remember to come and retrieve it. And no matter when, please do not forget the footprints you left at Yin-Yang sect. He Yin spoke softly. I will, and you all must take care as well. Shen Ya patted He Yin's shoulder and hurried down the mountain. He was anxious, for he had just received word from a disciple of Yin-Yang sect that a woman had been seeking him at the foot of the mountain for 3 days. Were it not for the awe-inspiring display of power just witnessed, it was unlikely anyone would have informed him of such a matter. Who would seek him? A woman, aside from his father and elder brother. No one knew he had come to Yin-Yang sect, and unless it was a critical moment, his father and elder brother would not risk sending someone to inform him. As he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he indeed saw a slender, weary-looking woman, the very maid who had slipped him a note in the death row. She was the only person, apart from his father and elder brother, who knew he was alive, making her utterly trustworthy. Your Highness the Second Prince, grave news. Shen Wu's army is approaching the capital. What is the current state of the capital and the emperor? At that moment, Shen Ya suddenly spotted a group of refugees hastily making their way, halting their war horses to approach him. This group evidently held a certain status within the capital, Yet they would not recognize Shen Ya, who had long resided in the palace. The leader responded, "Esteemed young master, King Jinwu has besieged the capital and is poised to breach its walls. It would be prudent for you to refrain from proceeding." King Jinwu refers to Shenwu, whose fief is situated in the southwest of Yuding Kingdom, within the Jinwu province. "Thank you for the information." Shen Ya felt a slight sense of reassurance in his heart as he and the maid Xiaoruo continued their journey towards the capital. Along the way, he encountered an increasing number of refugees, prompting him to inquire of several more groups, confirming that the capital still stood and that Shenwu had yet to truly breach its gates. However, the situation was dire, and many believed it was merely a matter of time before Shenwu ascended as the new emperor. Yiyan City, the closest small city to the capital, was currently home to Shenwu's army, serving as his stronghold and the essential route to the capital. Should I eliminate Shenwu within the city, the crisis facing Yuding Kingdom would be alleviated, Shen Ya murmured to himself upon arriving at Yiyan City. Feeling a wave of calm wash over him, for the time being, both his father and elder brother appeared safe. "Your Highness, what shall we do?" Xiaoruo inquired. Without answering, Shen Ya shook his head, suddenly recalling an individual who might be able to assist him. In any case, they should first enter the city. Given Shen Ya's current capabilities, gaining entry was not a challenge, and soon, he and Xiaoruo had disguised themselves to enter Yiyan City as the nearest city to the capital. Yiyan City thrived with activity. Despite the ravages of war, many could still be seen on the streets, a testament to Shen Wu's reputation after his rise to power, as he had not excessively oppressed the common folk. The pair sought refuge in a humble abode that had taken in those fleeing the chaos. Following this, Shen Ya ventured into the streets, eager to gather more intelligence about the current situation, particularly regarding the formidable individuals surrounding Shenwu and whether an assassination was feasible. That if not, how could he stealthily return to the capital? Shen Ya was quite familiar with Yiyan City, having often visited for leisure in the past. He soon approached the city lord's residence, only to find it heavily guarded and firmly under Shen Wu's control, prompting him to retreat after a brief observation. Next, he made his way to Yuxian Tower, the largest brothel in Yiyan City, renowned for its multitude of beautiful and talented women, enchanting like ethereal beings. Even in the capital, various notable figures sought out its allure, and Shen Ya had frequented it more than a few times. Primarily for a single woman. Her name was Xuelon Xian, the daughter of a former criminal, initially slated for extermination. Yet, due to Shen Ya's intervention, Xuelon Xian had survived and risen to prominence as the most esteemed dancer in Yuxian Tower. Offering her art without compromising her virtue, her nobility rivaling that of any noblewoman, it was common knowledge that Xuelon Xian was the beloved of the second prince, who would dare to harm her. As night fell, lanterns illuminated Yuxian Tower, filling the air with delightful fragrances, interspersed with the melodic laughter of women, captivating the hearts of men. The enchanting sounds of music echoed through the night, creating a picturesque scene. Despite the turbulent circumstances, Yuxian Tower remained bustling with patrons, though the clientele had shifted from royal nobles to the generals and advisors of King Jinwu. If anyone currently possessed insight into Shen Wu and his army strategies, it would undoubtedly be Xuelon Xian. Shen Ya was convinced that once Shen Wu learned of her connection to him, he would not turn a blind eye. Yet, he couldn't help but worry about her current state. He recalled their previous life, where she had steadfastly awaited his return for a decade, eventually kneeling before him in tears, her heart laid bare. And in that lifetime, she had followed him loyally, never once wavering. Regardless of the long intervals between their meetings, however, Shen Ya quickly steeled himself. Times had changed, and those once trustworthy in the past might not be so in this life. Was Shen Wu truly loyal to him in the previous life? Applying the prepared disguise to his face, Shen Ya executed a simple transformation. With his refined demeanor and the mask of disguise, he believed even his father might not recognize him. "Please, young master, come inside." A matron welcomed him as he strode confidently into Yuxian Tower. "Which dancer has caught your eye? I shall fetch her immediately." Xuelon Xian, Shen Ya stated plainly, revealing his intent without hesitation. The matron's expression froze before she quickly asked, "May I inquire who you are, esteemed young master?" Given Shen Wu's immense power, the matron dared not offend him lightly, uncertain as to which prominent figure stood before her. Without further ado, Shen Ya dropped a hefty gold ingot into her hands, reiterating, "I wish to see Xuelon Xian." The matron's expression shifted as she hesitated. struggling to return the gold to Shen Ya. I apologize, but Xuelon Xin does not receive guests. Upon hearing this, Shen Ya felt a flicker of relief. Clearly, Xuelon Xin had not changed in the past. No matter the temptation, she had never entertained anyone. With this thought, he presented her a letter, stating, "Deliver this to Xuelon Xin. She will meet with me." The matron desired to refuse, but, not knowing Shen Ya's true identity, took the letter to convey his message. Shortly thereafter, she returned to Shen Ya, saying, "Young master, the esteemed dancer requests your presence." Nodding, Shen Ya hastened to Xuelon Xion's private quarters, a space reserved solely for her, where no one else was permitted to intrude. Through the beaded curtain, he could see her graceful silhouette. She rose, still clutching the letter he had given her, and approached, lifting the curtain to reveal a beauty that rivaled any woman. Her flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall, adorned in a green shirt and red skirt that a fluffy white fox fur draped over her shoulders, highlighting her former noble grace. Her enchanting gaze fell upon Shen Ya's face, her lips parting slightly. Second prince. No, you are mistaken. I am not the second prince. Who, then, are you, to impersonate his name to seek an audience with me? Xuelon Xian unfolded the letter, where the name Shen Ya was boldly inscribed. Yet she could not recognize that he stood before her. As Shen Ya gazed at Xuelon Xian, his expression grew colder, for there was another presence concealed behind the curtain, a man whose aura unmistakably indicated he had reached the Qi gathering stage. Chapter 18. A courtesan's facade beyond the Qi gathering stage. Shen Ya could sense this was a man. Although he had anticipated this, a bitter sensation lingered in his heart. How many of those who had once surrounded him remained sincere? Besides his father and elder brother, was there anyone he could still trust? Even with understanding the fickleness of human nature, Shen Ya felt a pang of sorrow. Yet his expression betrayed none of his turmoil, merely growing colder and more resolute. I am indeed not the second prince. However, I am a loyal subject of the emperor. Miss Xuelon, the emperor wishes for your assistance. Xuelon Xian gasped softly. As a mere woman of humble means, how could I possibly assist the emperor? Miss Xuelon, how does the second prince treat you? Shen Ya countered. Naturally, he has been exceedingly kind and I have always remembered his graciousness. Alas, the second prince's arrogance has led him to make grave mistakes, resulting in such a tragic fate that has also harmed Yuding Kingdom. It is lamentable. Xuelon Xian's words were almost flawlessly crafted. Nodding, Shen Ya continued. In that case, the emperor hopes you will, for the sake of the second prince, serve Yuding Kingdom. The emperor believes that when Shen Wu learns of your relationship with the second prince, he will undoubtedly summon you. The emperor hopes you can provide all intelligence regarding Shen Wu. Shen Ya elaborated. This. Xuelon Xian's expression shifted, yet she smiled. I fear I must disappoint the emperor's lofty expectations. What? Shen Ya pressed further. Just then, he heard rapid footsteps approaching from outside Yushin Tower, their rhythm unmistakably distinct. Because I am now a woman of the new emperor, Xuelon Xian suddenly declared, raising her voice and shedding her facade. To be precise, I am the woman of Shen Xian the Great Prince, and in the future, I shall be the empress. Xuelon Xian smiled gently, as the footsteps outside quickened. Halting suddenly before the door, a voice boomed, Your Highness Shen Xian, we apologize for our late arrival. Please forgive us. Simultaneously, a figure emerged from behind the curtain, a robust man with a formidable physique, none other than Shen Wu's son. Shen Xian. He was 2 years older than Shen Ya and had once been regarded as the greatest talent in Yuding Kingdom before Shen Ya's rise overshadowed him. They had once sparred in the capital, and after 100 exchanges, Shen Ya had emerged victorious. Forgive you. There is no need to enter. It was merely a farcical clown, Shen Xian declared as he stepped through the curtain, positioning himself beside Xuelon Xian. She naturally linked her arm with his, casting a challenging glance at Shen Yat that moment. Disbelief flickered in Shen Ya's eyes as he coldly remarked, Why? Had it not been for the second prince's words, you would have perished, your family exterminated. Why betray him? Xuelon Xian remained silent, her face adorned with a serene smile, exuding an air of indifference. Allow me to enlighten you. For power, for the fact that Shen Ya is a fool. Had he not acted foolishly, I, my father, and Xuelon Xian would have been his most loyal dogs, willing to wait 100 years without complaint. To forsake a loyal companion and choose death instead, can the world truly harbor such foolishness? It is indeed a marvel. However, I must commend Lord Shen Ya for his cleverness in devising this scheme, even finding someone who bears a resemblance to Shen Ya to elicit Xuelan Xian's emotions. Lord Shen Ya remains ever so naive. Shen Ya was known for his deep affections, which many perceived as naive and laughable. Does the royal family require familial bonds? He pondered whether Zhuangxin would place any significance on the so-called feelings with Shen Ya. Seize this person and execute him, Shen Xin suddenly commanded. The soldiers outside surged in, grabbing Shen Ya and preparing to drag him away. Wait a moment, Zhuangxin suddenly called out. Your Highness, this individual bears a striking resemblance to Shen Ya, although my feelings for Shen Ya have long since faded. Many are aware of the foolish deeds that fool once performed for me. His sudden appearance, coupled with the current scene, has startled numerous onlookers, potentially casting a shadow over my prospects of becoming a royal consort. I believe it would be wiser not to eliminate him, but rather to release him back to the capital, thus preventing any perception of malice on my part and honoring the past kindness. Zhuangxin's voice was sweet as she nestled in Shen Xin's embrace. Playing the part of a charming damsel. Let him return. It will also serve to enlighten Uncle Shen Ya that his power is waning, and there is no need for further resistance. Upon hearing this, Shen Xin nodded. The lady speaks wisely. Take this man to the city gates and cast him away. With that, Shen Xin disregarded the clownish figure in his gaze and returned to the beaded curtain with Zhuangxin in his arms. Meanwhile, Shen Ya was, of course, taken away. No one would mistake him for the second prince. Shen Xin was confident that even if Shen Ya were alive, his Dantai and meridians had been shattered by their father. Shen Wu, the person before him, exuded the clear aura of a 10th-level body cultivator. Given Shen Zhan's naivety, he would never allow Shen Ya to take such risks. Exiting Yuxian Tower, Shen Ya could not suppress a cold smile. The heartless woman had inadvertently done him a favor. This fade was quite well constructed. He had been contemplating how to return to the capital if Zhuangxin turned against him, but fate had intervened. Father, Commander Zhu Guang has reported that the person you dispatched to persuade Zhuangxin has been sent back by Shen Wu, who is now mocking loudly outside the city walls, claiming that the second brother is dead and questioning the validity of any feelings. Advising you not to be so naive as to relinquish the throne. In the imperial study, Shen Yu hurriedly reported. Shen Zhan was taken aback, his eyes filled with confusion. Who is Zhuangxin? When did I send anyone to persuade her? Father, are you unaware of this matter? Shen Yu, having been puzzled, now felt even more so, as he had been consulted on many issues lately. How could he not know about such a significant event? He quickly informed Shen Zhan of the situation regarding Zhuangxin and Shen Ya. Naturally, Shen Zhan was oblivious to Shen Ya's romantic escapades, but Shen Yu was well aware. Indeed, it is a clever strategy, but I did not send anyone to persuade her. Is it possible that Shen Wu is concocting some scheme? Father, that person is with Zhu Guang. Should we meet him? Shen Zhan hesitated for a moment and replied, yes. Soon, the inexplicable individual was brought into the imperial palace's back garden. Upon first glance, both Shen Zhan and Shen Yu felt an uncanny familiarity. In an instant, it was as if they were gazing upon Shen Ya, yet they dismissed it, for while he bore a resemblance to Shen Ya, his aura was entirely different. Who are you? And what message does Shen Wu wish to convey to me? Shen Zhan stated coolly. At that moment, Shen Ya broke into a peculiar smile. Suddenly, a sword intent surged skyward as he snapped off a flower branch beside him, his figure darting forth to strike at Shen Zhan. Assassin, protect the Emperor. A voice bellowed as the wind picked up, and figures rushed towards Shen Ya. Among them, the two most formidable guards positioned themselves beside Shen Zhan. In an instant, Shen Ya found himself encircled by dozens of experts, all at the 10th level of body cultivation, capable of being deemed masters in the capital of Yuding. Yet each one was dispatched like kites severed from their strings, for in Shen Zhan's eyes, the flower branch wielded by the assassin was the most fearsome sword. A mere flower branch, its sharpness unmatched. Your Majesty, this person is an expert, a truly terrifying one. Although he is only at the 10th level of body cultivation, he is beyond comprehension. We must retreat at once, a guard urged urgently beside Shen Zhan. To retreat now would be too late, Shen Ya declared. His voice unaltered, and the powerful palace guards, sworn to protect the Emperor, fell to the ground. Your Majesty, this man is formidable. We must flee, the two strongest guards exclaimed to Shen Zhan. Yet Shen Zhan did not budge. His gaze fixed intently on Shen Ya, revealing the most intense light he had shown in 3 months. Yar, you have returned. Chapter 19. Thunderous methods. Bloody deterrence. Shen Ya's voice had undergone no disguise, so how could Shen Zhan fail to recognize it? He remained as brazen and proud as ever. Your Majesty, the two guards reiterated with urgency. There is no need. Can a mere body cultivator not protect me? Shen Ya, uncertain of Shen Ya's intentions, nonetheless stood resolute. The Emperor of Yuding will not flee from a mere assassin. Summon the experts immediately and eliminate the assassin. The two guards exchanged glances, received the command, and hurriedly dispatched others to gather the palace's experts. While they themselves charged at Shen Ya, the Emperor was no ordinary individual. His martial prowess surpassed theirs. They were both at the third level of Qi gathering, and capturing this assassin should pose no significant challenge. However, upon engagement, they were horrified to discover the assassin was far more terrifying than anticipated. Despite being merely a body cultivator, he exerted such pressure that they struggled to breathe, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. How could a body cultivator be so fearsome? Shen Ya inwardly sighed, realizing that the so-called experts of Yuding were quite weak. Even the third level of Qi gathering failed to compare to Bai Feiyu. Despite their battle-hardened experience, they were limited by their inferior techniques and impure vital energy. It seems I must leave behind some techniques for my father before I depart, Shen Ya thought to himself. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. At that moment, more and more guards appeared, yet Shen Ya not only did not relent but grew increasingly exhilarated, thrusting the flower branch with fervor. Suddenly, he produced a pill and swallowed it. In that instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, drawing in the surrounding Qi. Your Majesty, the assassin has ingested a potion and is about to break through. We must retreat immediately, or we are in grave danger. The guards were increasingly alarmed. At this moment, a tremendous force of energy roiled within Shen Ya. The pill he had just consumed was the Qi consolidation pill given to him by the leader of the Yang sect. Gu Qi, his recent training had finally brought him to the pinnacle of sword shaping, and he was now adequately prepared for a breakthrough. The energy contained within the Qi consolidation pill surged into his dantian, transforming into vital energy. The vital energy coalesced around the ethereal sword, and in an instant, the ethereal sword solidified, merging with the vital energy. In a heartbeat, the ethereal sword became a blade formed from solidified vital energy. The sound of the sword resonated, unleashing waves of sword Qi that coursed through his meridians, completing a full circulation in an instant. Qi gathering achieved the first level of Qi gathering, and the vital energy was now evident. Sword Qi flowed over the flower branch, and if previously Shen Ya had been a sword yet to be drawn, now his blade had been unleashed. The two guards at the third level of Qi gathering were sent sprawling before Shen Ya. Yet they remained steadfastly protective of Shen Ya and Shen Yu, exclaiming, Your Majesty, flee quickly. Impudent wretch, how dare you attempt to assassinate the Emperor? Die. At that moment, a terrifying aura descended, belonging to an expert at the sixth level of Qi gathering. Yuding 10 City Sword. Kill. The newcomer wielded a broadsword, resembling a heavy wall pressing down, executing Yuding's most powerful martial technique. The Yuding 10 City Sword. It was said that this sword technique reached legendary status, only accessible to members of the royal family. Yet those capable of mastering it were few, and its renown was scant. Even the leader of the Yang sect had never heard of it. Uncle, no. Shen Ya cried out at the sight of such a fearsome sword technique. It was already too late. Shen Ya's flower branch swept out in a counterattack but shattered into fragments as the broadsword descended upon him. Shen Ya, however, used the force to retreat, constantly dissipating the impact until he landed beside Shen Ya. The two guards seized the opportunity to press their blades against Shen Ya's throat. Simultaneously, all eyes turned to the figure descending before them, an elderly man clad in a resplendent purple robe. Uncle, you have emerged from seclusion, and your cultivation has advanced, Shen Ya exclaimed with delight, despite being restrained by the two blades. The elderly man before him, taken aback, suddenly froze the previously exuded pressure, incredulously exclaiming, Yar, it is I, Uncle, Shen Ya responded joyfully. The man before them was none other than Shen Zhan's uncle. Shen Han, the foremost expert of the Yuding kingdom, renowned as a martial arts savant. He was also the nation's treasured protector. The reason Shen Wu had yet to invade the capital was significantly tied to him. When Shen Ya was young, he had trained under Shen Han. However, for the past 2 years, Shen Han had been in seclusion, striving to reach the 6th level of Qi gathering, and it appeared he had succeeded. Shen Han surveyed the surroundings and inquired of Shen Zhan, What trickery is this? Uncle, please sheath your sword. I will explain everything to you in due course, Shen Zhan replied with a wry smile. Uncertain of the situation, while simultaneously commanding the two guards to lower their weapons. "Father, seal the Imperial Garden. Certain matters must not be disclosed," Shen Ya stated calmly. Shen Ya, taken aback, complied immediately. A quarter of an hour later, the entire Imperial Garden fell silent, with nearly everyone fixated on Shen Ya, especially the two guards, who could scarcely believe their eyes. Were they witnessing a ghost? The second prince was not only alive but had cultivated to such an alarming level of strength, achieving the first level of chi gathering and withstanding a strike from Shen Han. Who could explain this to them? "Father, it seems there should not only be these people here to protect you," Shen Ya remarked deliberately. His intention in acting was to ascertain how many trustworthy individuals remained near his father, yet the captain of the Imperial Guards had not appeared, nor had the head eunuch, Huang Jing. "Your Majesty, the captain of the Imperial Guards, Xie Qing, arrived late to your rescue. Please grant him leniency." "Your Majesty, your humble servant has arrived tardily." As they spoke of these two individuals, they finally arrived. However, the Imperial Garden had been sealed, without Shen Zhan's command. None were permitted entry, and they could only remain outside. "Father, I will take my leave for now, and you may handle the rest." Shen Zhan nodded, recognizing that Shen Ya was not yet fit to appear before certain individuals. The fact that he was alive was a closely guarded secret. However, "Father, before I depart, there is one more matter I must attend to," Shen Ya declared, suddenly drawing the sword from his elder brother Shen Yu's waist and taking deliberate steps toward the surrounding guards. Approaching one of them, he raised his sword, and a head soon fell to the ground. The remaining guards trembled violently, only to witness Shen Ya stride toward the second guard, dispatching him with another swift strike. "Second prince, spare me. I am utterly loyal to His Majesty," cried the third guard. "Is mere attendance without effort truly loyalty?" Shen Ya scoffed. Ever since Shen Zhan had been accompanied by shadow guards, these very guards were now deemed untrustworthy. Had Shen Ya chosen to reveal his identity rather than act, the shadow guards would have become aware of his presence. Given the current circumstances, even the shadow guards could not be relied upon. Indeed, during the previous skirmish, at least a dozen had failed to exert themselves. Such individuals deserved their fate. Shen Ya spared none, ensuring that only those absolutely trustworthy remained in the Imperial Garden after the carnage. He returned the sword to Shen Yu and turned to enter Shen Zhan's study, leaving the trembling guards to watch his retreating figure anxiously. Had they shown even the slightest negligence, they would have met their end. Shen Ya, the second prince, had once rejected the offer from a 7th-grade family, and he had his reasons for doing so. He held contempt for being a mere subordinate. Chapter 20. The second method of the 10,000 demon sword body. Condensing the sword due to Shen Ya's thunderous methods. The true nature of the assassination attempt remained unknown. Upon entering the Imperial Garden, the captain of the Imperial Guards and the Grand Eunuch received word that the assassins had been slain by Shen Han, who had emerged from seclusion, resulting in the deaths of several guards, while the Emperor had only experienced a moment of alarm that it was but a minor disturbance. However, Shen Han's emergence instilled fear in many, causing them to refrain from any rash actions. As it stood, Shen Han was aligned with Shen Zhan, a formidable figure whose presence had notably restrained those ministers who had previously harbored ill intentions. Despite their restraint, the news still reached Shenwu in Yuyan City. "Father, with our uncle standing with Shen Zhan, what should we do?" Shen Xian rushed to convey his concern, and the term father brought great comfort to Shenwu. With a calm smile, Shenwu replied, "Shen Zhan remains naive. He deliberately orchestrated the assassination attempt to disseminate the news of Shen Han's emergence, aiming to cleanse the court and bolster morale, compelling us to retreat in defeat. But can a single Shen Han truly make a difference? He is not a super expert of the channeling realm," Shenwu remarked nonchalantly. "Yet, father, a 6-fold channeling realm expert is still a considerable threat. We must remain vigilant," Shenwu countered with a smile. "Worry not, since I dare to advance upon the capital. I have made ample preparations. Zhang Huang, you may reveal yourself now." A figure slowly entered Shenwu's hall. Shen Xian stared in disbelief at the imposing figure before him, whose fiery red beard contrasted sharply with his robust physique. Zhang Huang, the mightiest man of the Red Fire Kingdom, father had indeed borrowed a formidable ally from the Red Fire Kingdom. "Shen Han, it has been quite some time since I have crossed swords with him. Hurry and penetrate the capital. I eagerly await his head for my feast," Zhang Huang said with a grin, sweeping his gaze over Shenwu and his son. "Rest assured, in 2 or 3 days, when all preparations are in place, we shall assault the capital." "Excellent. Your Jinwu province is prepared as well, I trust." Zhang Huang inquired further. Shen Wu's lips twitched as he replied, "Of course, once I ascend the throne. Jinwu province will belong to the Red Fire Kingdom that I hope that Huang will speak favorably of me before Prince Zhangqi, lest Lady Dantai extinguish my Yuding kingdom. Not a problem." Zhang Huang laughed heartily before departing with great swagger. Within the imperial palace of Yuding Kingdom, Xinjiang prepared a secret chamber for Shen Ya. It was here that Shen Ya secluded himself to cultivate, barely beginning his journey into the channeling realm. Although he had achieved channeling, he had yet to grasp the second method of the 10,000 Demons Sword Body or pass through the second trial of the 10,000 Demons Sword Cave. At his current level, he still lacked the strength to slay Shen Wu. Upon entering the 10,000 Demons Sword Cave, Shen Ya once again beheld the terrifying Sword Mountain, ascending its steps. Buzz, just as with his first step upon the Sword Mountain, a beam of sword light descended with lethal intent. In an instant, it pierced his body, leaving a new imprint of the sword within him. What followed was a near replication of the previous occurrence. As countless beams of sword light surged forth, continually marking his insides, the difference this time was that as Shen Ya reached the midpoint of the mountain, his pace began to slow, overwhelmed by the pressure of the swords. It felt akin to the broken sword above the yin-yang sect, its sword intent rendering him breathless. The sculpting of the sword imprint was a process that started from nothing, and he could easily navigate through it. Now, to attain the second method of the 10,000 Demons Sword Body, he had to embody the sword, forging a deeper connection with the sword path and developing a greater understanding of it. Much like the sword intent he had previously encountered, gritting his teeth, Shen Ya pressed on step by step. His formidable mental state and innate talent for swordsmanship spurred his growth. The new sword imprints within him stirred, continuously merging and coalescing. His true energy transformed into sword energy and flowed seamlessly through his meridians. His body, which was becoming increasingly perfect due to the sword sculpting, grew even purer as the sword energy coursed through him. After an indeterminate period, Shen Ya finally took the final step, reaching the pinnacle of the sword mountain. Sword energy rampant, sword intent engraved in the heart, you have passed the second trial. Bestow upon you the second method of the 10,000 Demons Sword Body, condensing the sword. A vast voice resonated, and the sword mountain shattered once more, with beams of sword light coalescing into incantations. Shen Ya etched them into his mind, channeling all his true energy to condense anew. This time, he practiced according to the method of condensing the sword, allowing the sword energy to circulate continuously, and the sword imprint inscribed symbols that emanated from the small sword formed from his true energy in the Dantai, producing resounding sword sounds that nearly broke free from his body. As everything settled, Shen Ya sensed that every ounce of his true energy was composed of countless small swords, formidable beyond measure. Still merely at the first level of the channeling realm, condensing the sword has not propelled me toward a higher realm. Yet the method of condensing the sword does attract the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With my current understanding of sword intent, I can at least reach the third level of condensing the sword. His comprehension of the sword path had reached the third level of condensing the sword, greatly enhancing his ability to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This was the strength of the technique. Even in places sparse of spiritual energy, possessing a powerful technique could still allow one to seize more resources from the heavens. As he circulated his energy, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously converged toward him. Boom! A resonant tremor echoed within him as Shen Ya advanced to the second level of the channeling realm. However, when he attempted to break through to the third level, he found the spiritual energy insufficient, the force lacking, and was compelled to halt. Opening his eyes, Shen Ya gazed once more at the 10,000 Demons Sword Cave. Stars twinkled, and a brilliant river of stars cascaded down. Beneath this celestial river, the desolate expanse remained silent, with no sign of a third sword mountain in sight, leaving the reason unknown. Buzz, at that moment, a sudden sound erupted within the cave. In an instant, the earth cracked open, and 10 colossal swords erupted from the ground, arranged in a row like 10 massive sword monuments, each seemingly representing a distinct consciousness. Shen Ya hesitated momentarily before stepping forward to the first sword monument, examining it closely before moving past it, the second, the third, and he continued on. However, he halted before the fourth sword monument, unable to take another step. It seems these sword monuments symbolize my current understanding of the sword path within the 10,000 Demons Sword Body. Each monument represents a distinct level of mastery. Indeed, I have reached the third level of condensing the sword, and through these monuments, I can further my comprehension. This meant that as long as the spiritual energy and power were adequate, he could break through. It appears the 10,000 demons' sword cave harbors further secrets, ones that I am unable to fathom for the time being. Scanning the surroundings, he felt an obscure sense of mystery and eeriness, yet he did not dwell upon it. With a sudden withdrawal of his consciousness from the cave, he became aware of footsteps approaching, likely drawn by the earlier surge of spiritual energy. Have you truly reached the second level of the channeling realm? Upon opening his eyes, he found his uncle and father waiting outside, the former displaying a look of astonishment. The channeling realm was far more arduous than physical cultivation, with each step representing a significant challenge. Uncle, please receive a sword strike from Yer. Shen Ya did not respond, but drew his sword and struck, employing the technique of the 10 cities sword of Yuding. Chapter 21. Shen Wu. When the blade falls, the 10 cities sword of Yuding, as weighty as 10 cities, bore down upon Shen Han. A worthy strike. Shen Han, an old martial enthusiast, was indifferent to power but harbored an insatiable passion for combat and strength. The pressure emanating from Shen Ya exhilarated him. It was rumored that this sword technique reached the profound level. Yet in truth, it resided somewhere between the yellow and profound ranks. In his previous life, after becoming Dantai Mingli's subordinate, Shen Ya had long abandoned this technique, but now, having reclaimed it through the 10,000 demons' sword body, it wielded the power of a profound technique, even surpassing ordinary profound techniques. Presently, he was merely at the second level of the channeling realm, yet cultivated the 10,000 demons' sword body, rendering many of his previous martial techniques unsuitable. The 10 cities sword of Yuding, however, proved to be exceptional. The clashing of metal rang out throughout the palace as Shen Ya and Shen Han engaged in fierce combat. Shen Zhan observed with excitement. Possessing the 4th level of the channeling realm, he could discern that Shen Han's strength and true energy surpassed his own, while Shen Ya displayed greater proficiency and precision in technique, especially with the 10 cities sword of Yuding. You have truly grown strong. Shen Zhan was filled with pride. Ha, splendid. Without a doubt, you are the greatest talent of the Yuding kingdom in a millennium. Nay, perhaps I should say, the greatest talent in 10 millennia? Shen Han beamed, for Shen Ya was his grandnephew and half-disciple. Father, if uncle and I join forces, can we slay Shen Wu? As Shen Ya sheathed his sword, a chill and confidence surged within him at the mention of Shen Wu. The battle with Shen Han remained inconclusive, or rather, he continued to be suppressed by Shen Han. However, in a life-and-death struggle, given Shen Ya's experience in 2 lifetimes, it would not be difficult to slay Shen Han. Moreover, if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were abundant, further breakthroughs could be achieved. A glint of brilliance flashed in Shen Zhan's eyes. What does Yura mean? Currently, the tide of power in the Jade Ding Kingdom has largely shifted towards Shen Wu, with the ministers growing disloyal. Engaging in direct confrontation is inadvisable. Yura intends to confront Shen Wu directly and eliminate him. In doing so, all problems will be resolved effortlessly, Shen Ya declared with pride. Shen Zhan's eyes sparkled with hesitation. It was an overly risky endeavor. Father, Shen Wu has mobilized a large army and is advancing towards the capital with the intention of besieging it. At that moment, Shen Yu, the eldest brother, hurried in. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhan ceased to waver, resolutely deciding to kill Shen Wu to preserve their dynasty. Father, I recall that within the palace lies a condensation pill left by our ancestors. To ensure absolute certainty, Yaor desires it. Shen Ya suddenly recalled something and made a request to Shen Zhan. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Zhan lifted his head and replied, Very well, I shall fetch it for you right away. After 3 days of seclusion, Shen Ya emerged, while Shen Wu had already made all necessary preparations for the siege. With the current defenses of the capital, holding the fort would be no simple task. Furthermore, the capital likely concealed numerous loyalists of Shen Wu. Once the city fell, Shen Wu would undoubtedly sweep through to the palace, given the current individual strength of Shen Ya and Shen Han. Opposing an army seemed utterly unrealistic. Between Yuyan's city and the capital, within the encampment of the Jin Wu army, Shen Wu and Shen Xian hosted a banquet for the generals. Shen Xian, with a beauty in his embrace, had Shui Lanxin pouring wine for him. Zhang Huawang sat at Shen Wu's lower side, facing Shen Xian. Suddenly, he spoke nonchalantly. Shen Wu, the new emperor, I desire that woman. Naturally. He referred to Shui Lanxin, his tone casual and authoritative. Instantly, the tent fell silent, and Shen Xian's expression changed dramatically. Zhang Huawang was being excessively forward. Lanxin, go. After a moment, Shen Wu cast a detached glance at Shen Xian and spoke coolly. Shen Xian froze, looking at his father in confusion. To serve Zhang Huowang is a privilege for a slave. Shui Lanqin, without a hint of hesitation, rose gracefully from beside Shen Xian, walking towards Zhang Huowang with fervent eyes. Strong men are often admired by beautiful women. What could be wrong with that? Haha, drink, drink. Zhang Huowang laughed heartily, disregarding the taboo of drinking before a battle, for who would care? Victory was assured, and the capital would inevitably fall. Report. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in to announce, Jin Wu's Supreme Emperor, the false Emperor Xinjiang sends urgent news, stating that he has dispatched the Crown Prince Shen Yu and his uncle Shen Han as envoys to discuss the future of the Jade Kingdom. Jin Wu's Supreme Emperor was a nickname given to Shen Wu by the populace of the Jinwu province, indicating that he had ruled there like a local sovereign for years, and Shen Wu had taken this title for himself. He relished this moniker. What? Upon hearing this, nearly everyone in the tent stood up. Had Xinjiang lost his mind? No, my elder brother is not mad, Shen Wu said, surprised, then smiled indifferently. Indeed, Xinjiang is not foolish. He clearly intends to gamble everything on a last-ditch effort, launching a familial appeal to persuade you. Father, Shen Xian laughed again, no longer caring about Shui Lanqin, merely a woman. What future empress? Just empty words. Father, even the Jinwu province can be ceded. It is not worth opposing Zhang Huowang for a woman. My elder brother values family ties above all else. A familial appeal? Utterly laughable. Shen Wu chuckled, stroking his beard. Of course, it is also possible that he sent Shen Han to directly assassinate me. However, even without Zhang Huowang present, what threat could a mere Shen Han pose? After a brief pause, Shen Wu added, as for Xinjiang's message, I will meet Shen Yu and Shen Han. Soon, the gates of the capital swung open, and 6 figures on horseback charged out towards Shen Wu. Within half an hour, they arrived before Shen Wu's tent. Leading them were none other than Shen Yu and Shen Han, with Shen Ya among the 4 guards. Upon entering the tent, the atmosphere instantly turned frigid. Shen Wu and the generals glared at them coldly, each face adorned with a mocking smile. At this moment, Zhang Huowang was absent from the tent. Shen Wu had intentionally sent him away, eager to witness how Shen Yu would execute his familial appeal. Uncle, what brings you here? Servants, provide a seat for my uncle. Truth be told, if Shen Han were willing to align with him, Shen Wu would have been quite pleased. After all, possessing a national treasure like the Jade Kingdom was rather advantageous. No need. I'm fine standing, Shen Han replied coolly. Instantly, Shen Wu's expression turned icy, though it was anticipated if this old dog sought death, then let him meet his end. How dare you? Shen Wu, upon seeing the crown prince, do you not kneel in respect? At that moment, one of Shen Yu's guards shouted loudly. Haha, laughter erupted throughout the tent. Who would still acknowledge him as the crown prince? Nephew Shen Yu, what message does my elder brother wish to convey? Shen Wu suppressed the laughter, asking indifferently as he remained seated in the highest position, looking down at Shen Yu. Shen Yu shot him a cold glance and suddenly produced an imperial edict. Shen Wu, as the emperor's uncle, conspires to rebel and usurp the throne. He must be executed. The occupants of the tent momentarily froze, and even Shen Wu thought he had misheard. Shen Wu rebels, plunging the populace into turmoil. He must be punished. Shen Yu disregarded everyone's reactions and continued reading the edict. Almost all the generals stood, their voices like iron clashing. Shen Xian rose with a light laugh. Shen Yu, have you lost your mind? You come into my army to announce a so-called imperial decree. Your decree inscribed with sent to death, is it not? Chapter 22. The Executor, Shen Ya Shen Yu. Though I do not know what madness has possessed Xinjiang, to send you here to die after Shen Ya's demise, I shall gladly accept this grand gift. Shen Wu continued mockingly, his eyes filled with derision that he had anticipated a familial appeal, yet it turned out Xinjiang had indeed dispatched Shen Han, betting everything on a desperate gamble. However, the fact that Xinjiang sent Shen Yu was baffling. Shen Wu then turned to Shen Han. Uncle Han, I offer you one last chance. Align with me, and you will still be my uncle. Yet Shen Han remained steadfast, a cold smile on his face, slowly stepping forward as the force of his 6th-tier gathering energies surged forth, causing the faces of everyone in the tent to change dramatically. This was the power of the 6th-tier gathering energy. Uncle, it seems you are resolute in standing with Xinjiang. Shen Wu's face turned cold. Do you think that with your 6th tier gathering energy, you can kill me? Are you as naive as Shen Ya? Not to mention I am well prepared. Even without my preparations, the people in this tent would ensure your return is uncertain. Meanwhile, Shen Ya's eyes sparkled with insight. Shen Wu is indeed well prepared. Is that so? I would like to test it. Shen Han replied coldly. Zhang Huowang, this old dog Shen Han is yours to deal with. At that moment, Shen Wu no longer concealed himself. A fiery figure slowly emerged from the back of the tent. A tall form with fiery red beard, so striking. Shen Han, it's been a long time. Zhang Huowang had once fought Shen Han, but it had been a long time ago. Zhang Huowang, Shen Wu, you dare collude with the Red Fire Kingdom? Upon their arrival, Shen Zhan and Shen Ya had sensed that if Shen Wu agreed to meet Shen Yu, he likely had some hidden strength or a secret expert within his ranks. Indeed, there was a formidable presence, but no one had anticipated it would be Zhang Huowang. The Red Fire Kingdom and the Jade Ding Kingdom had been mortal enemies for years, sworn foes. Haha. The wise recognized the times. The Red Fire Kingdom's crown prince, Zhang Qi, has become the attendant of the young lady from the Dantai family. The rise of the Red Fire Kingdom is unstoppable. What wrong is there in befriending them? Shen Wu replied nonchalantly. If it were not for that fool Shen Ya rejecting the young lady from the Dantai family, I would be currying favor with the Red Fire Kingdom right now. I act for the future of the Jade Ding Kingdom. If it were not for Shen Ya, would I need to see the Jinwu province? Shen Yu, blame your foolish brother. Shen Yu's anger surged, his eyes wide. You dare cede the Jinwu province? Enough talk. I await Shen Han's head to drink too. Zhang Huowang interrupted, his fiery aura condensing as he swung his great blade towards Shen Han. The blade seemed to burn with flames, embodying the Red Fire Kingdom's swordsmanship, the Red Fire Frenzied Blade. Seize Shen Yu and behead him. I wish to present a gift to my most respected elder brother. Shen Wu commanded. I will. A general leaped forward, menacingly advancing towards Shen Yu. Except for Shen Ya, the 3 guards drew their swords to protect Shen Yu. Shen Ya's gaze focused on Zhang Huowang, instantly realizing that Uncle Han was no match for him. For the latter had reached the 7th tier of gathering energy, though he was not yet exerting his full strength. He was toying with Uncle Han. A few insignificant ants dare to obstruct me. The general had reached Shen Yu. Raising his great blade high, striking down towards Shen Yu and his guards, Shen Yu's 3 guards appeared unable to withstand the blow. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before the general. A flash of sword light, and with a crisp sound, the general's great blade shattered. Before he could react, darkness enveloped him. The blade's surface mirrored his own body, splitting in two, meeting a swift demise. What? The expressions of the generals, once filled with mirth, froze in disbelief as they stared at the center of the tent. Standing before Shen Yu was a young guard, the one who had cleaved the general in two. One strike, one sword, yet utterly unstoppable. I recognize you. You are the one who arrived at Yushin Tower that day. Shen Xian stood up, staring incredulously at Shen Ya. This moment, Shen Yu reopened the imperial edict. Shen Wu, why the haste to take my head? My decree is yet to be fully declared. Shen Wu is guilty of heinous crimes, treasonous and seeking glory. He must be executed immediately. The executor is Shen Ya. Shen Yu's final 2 words were bellowed with force from his dantian, causing the vast tent to tremble and dust to swirl. What? Shen Ya? The composed Shen Wu also sprang to his feet, fixating his gaze on Shen Ya. Slowly removing his helmet, Shen Ya revealed his true visage, though his demeanor was different. This time he bore no disguise. The instant the helmet was lifted, Shen Xian recognized him. You're alive. You actually survived. Shen Xian glared at Shen Ya. I understand now. It turns out elder brother is not foolish at all. Valuing familial bonds was merely a ruse, a clever subterfuge. However, Shen Ya, your meridians and dantian have been destroyed. What can you possibly? At this point, Shen Wu abruptly fell silent. Just moments ago, he had slain a general with the prowess of one whose meridians were not broken. Shen Wu, prepare for execution. Shen Ya offered no explanation. Like a swift bird, he approached Shen Xian in an instant. Shen Xian, thank you for escorting me back to the capital. Your reward shall be your head. As the words left his lips, Shen Ya's sword had already slashed out. Shen Xian was not devoid of resistance. He had reached the first level of chi gathering. As Shen Ya drew near, the Jade Ding Tin City sword was unsheathed. But could he withstand it? A wretched scream echoed as Shen Xian was hurled heavily to Shen Wu's side. That very moment, Shen Wu also swung his sword. likewise wielding the Jade Ding Ten Cities sword. When their blades clashed, Shen Wu was forced to retreat. Thud, thud, thud. Each step back left a footprint, and he was surprisingly pushed back by Shen Ya. Shen Wu's cultivation even surpassed Shen Zhan, reaching the 5th level of Qi gathering. Only a level away from Shen Han.it could be said he was the 2nd strongest in the Jade Ding Kingdom. However, he had always concealed his strength, and no one knew he had reached such a level. If it weren't for Shen Han's seclusion breakthrough, it would still be difficult to ascertain who the first expert was. This was his confidence. Yet before Shen Ya, he was repelled with a single move. How could that be possible? Do you know why Dantai Mingli chose me? Shen Ya suddenly countered. Stepping closer to Shen Wu and his son, the surrounding air grew suddenly intense. Shen Ya was like a sharpened sword, pressing down on the two, making it difficult for them to breathe. In his hand was a sword, and his body was a sword. Shen Wu felt a chill run down his spine, and he was the first to attack once more, brandishing the Jade Ding Ten Cities sword. In an instant. Swords met. This time, Shen Wu was not merely pushed back, but sent flying, spitting blood that a crackling sound emanated from his hands, clearly indicating fractures. Shen Ya's power was truly terrifying. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You are merely at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. Shen Wu lay beside Shen Xian. His eyes filled with madness that he saw through Shen Ya's cultivation. It had not only recovered, but had elevated to the 3rd level of Qi gathering. Yet even so, there remained a 2-level gap. Chapter 23 Shen Wu, execute. Zhang Huo execute. Not long ago, Shen Yu had obtained a long-hidden Qi condensation pill of the Jade Ding Kingdom, raising his cultivation to the 3rd level of Qi gathering. Thus, I ask you, do you know why Dantai Mingli chose me? Shen Ya smiled. Shen Wu's pupils constricted, and he grasped the answer. Because he was a genius, an unfathomable super genius. Someone quickly kill this child, Shen Wu shouted frantically. The generals finally reacted, drawing their blades toward Shen Ya's back, their true energy surging forth, with the weakest among them reaching the 2nd level of Qi gathering. A dozen generals surged forward simultaneously. Their might staggering. Unfortunately, Shen Ya remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious to the assault from behind. Only as the attacks drew near did Shen Ya suddenly draw his sword, placing it at Shen Wu's brow. In an instant. The generals halted their advance. Should they fail to withdraw their attack, Shen Wu would undoubtedly perish. Do you know why I rejected Dantai Mingli? Shen Ya continued, disregarding the generals behind him. Because I, Shen Ya, refuse to be anyone's subordinate. If the 3rd prince does not act as a rebel and stands alongside my father and the Jade Ding Kingdom to withstand this crisis, I, Shen Ya, shall become your most formidable ally in the future. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to see Shen Ya standing like a giant, his black hair billowing, exuding an air of invincibility. His words echoed back to the dark prison. Shen Wu had once proclaimed that should Shen Ya choose to be Dantai Mingli's subordinate, he, Shen Wu, would undoubtedly become Shen Ya's loyal hound. Now, Shen Ya had returned the sentiment to him. Bind these two. Shen Ya did not immediately kill Shen Wu and his son. Instead, he commanded Shen Yu's guards. The guards exchanged glances, swiftly binding Shen Wu and Shen Xian, their shock still lingering. They were the guards of Shen Zhan. 3 days prior, Shen Yu had suddenly appeared and defeated them. 3 days later, the 2nd prince had captured Shen Wu and resolved the crisis of the Jade Ding Kingdom. Truly remarkable, utterly extraordinary. Shen Ya, do you think you have one? If you have the courage, kill me now, otherwise. Zhang Huo will annihilate you all shortly. Zhang Qi has become Dantai's subordinate, and the Red Fire Kingdom has already reaped the benefits. Shen Wu snarled menacingly. Zhang Huo is far stronger than you can imagine. Is that so? I am quite eager to see what benefits the Red Fire Kingdom has gained from Dantai Mingli. Zhang Huo had previously been on par with Shen Han, but had suddenly grown stronger. Undoubtedly due to Dantai Mingli's influence. When he had been taken away in his past life, Dantai Mingli had also bestowed pills and techniques upon the Jade Ding Kingdom. This was the benefit Shen Wu spoke of. However, Shen Ya knew better than anyone how much benefit Dantai Mingli had granted the Red Fire Kingdom. He stepped forward, declaring, Uncle, leave Zhang Huo to me. You protect elder brother and ensure no one leaves the tent. At this point, Zhang Huo had had his fill of play and unleashed the power of the 7th level of Qi gathering, overwhelming Shen Han. Shen Han was steadily pushed back, on the verge of being slain. Zhang Huo observed the situation between Shen Ya and Shen Wu, yet he did not care. The more chaos in the Jade Ding Kingdom, the better for him. Furthermore, should he slay Shen Han and then eliminate everyone present, it would not pose much difficulty. Shen Ya, the second prince, I never expected you to survive. However, a mere third level of qi gathering dares to challenge me. Zhang Huowang completely disregarded Shen Ya, seeing him only as a minor genius. Perhaps a super genius from the central region of the Ming extreme domain could achieve such a feat, but Shen Ya was not among them. Only Shen Han understood that Shen Ya was indeed the legendary genius. After he had broken through to the third level of qi gathering, Shen Han was no longer Shen Ya's match and was entirely suppressed. Was it possible to slay Zhang Huowang? Certainly. A formidable surge of true energy swept toward Shen Ya, yet he remained unfazed. Not retreating, he cast a calm glance at Shen Wu and his son. Before your demise, allow me to show you what the true Jade Ding 10 Cities sword is. Facing Zhang Huowang's colossal fiery blade, Shen Ya's sword sound thundered. Unbeknownst to Wen, he had replaced it with a broadsword, its weight bearing down as if 10 city walls were descending together. Techniques not reaching the profound level in Shen Ya's hands unleashed profound power, coupled with sword intent and the myriad demon sword body. The Jade Ding 10 Cities sword indeed reached the profound level. Where there was a gap in cultivation, he would compensate with overwhelming martial techniques and sword intent. Zhang Huowang's true energy loomed like a dark cloud. Yet at this moment, he remained full of confidence. A genius is indeed a genius. I must admit that I, Zhang Qi, the first prince of the Red Fire Kingdom, am indeed inferior to you. However, you are too arrogant. If you were to join forces with Shen Han, I would have to retreat. Zhang Huowang marveled at Shen Ya's combat prowess. The feeling of slaying a genius will undoubtedly linger with me. Is that so? Shen Ya retorted, the sword energy within him continuously surging into the broadsword that it was merely a sword, yet it seemed to transform into countless swords, each seemingly carrying the weight of 10 cities. The originally lethal strike from Zhang Huowang suddenly halted, his true energy dispersing as it was forcefully suppressed. Beyond the thick sword energy akin to a colossal city, Shen Ya possessed precise vision. Zhang Huowang's true energy was ruthlessly scattered by Shen Ya's sword energy, and all weaknesses were laid bare before him. Disperse. In a fit of terror, Zhang Huowang roared, retaliating with his 7th level of qi gathering true energy, attempting to suppress Shen Ya. Well, what a millennium genius. However, I cannot kill you, nor can you kill me. You have Shen Han sealing off the tent because you fear news of your survival spreading, fearing retribution from Dantai Mingli. Zhang Huowang felt incredibly frustrated. Despite the overwhelming difference in cultivation, now I shall leave and announce your survival to the world. When the time comes, those who seek favor from Dantai Mingli will come to the Jade Ding Kingdom to slay you, and the Jade Ding Kingdom will surely perish. With that, Shen Yu's expression darkened. Shen Wu and his son were equally incredulous. Even Zhang Huowang could do nothing against Shen Ya. Can you leave? Shen Ya's voice was cold, the Jade Ding 10 Cities sword imposing. Suddenly, the sword's momentum shifted, transforming into the sharpest sword energy in the instant Zhang Huowang unleashed his true energy, striking into Zhang Huowang's knee. Zhang Huowang had not anticipated Shen Ya's sudden change of swordplay. Caught off guard, and fell to one knee. Buzz, the second strike brought him to both knees. Shen Yi, take Zhang Huowang. Shen Er and Shen San, take Shen Wu and Shen Xin back to the capital. Up to the city walls. Shen Ya sheathed his sword and commanded. The 3 guards promptly obeyed, escorting the 3. Uncle, you stay here. If anyone dares to step out of the tent, kill them without mercy. Shen Ya swept his gaze over the generals within the tent, then donned his helmet once more, leading the 3 away from the tent alongside Shen Yu. Inside, all the generals exchanged glances, their breaths hurried, and the atmosphere felt as if it had frozen to the core. Shen Ya's words echoed in their hearts. The galloping steeds, 6 valiant warhorses bearing their riders, returned to the capital. Shen Wu and Zhang Huowang had their mouths sealed shut, and Shen Wu's soldiers were utterly oblivious to their identities. Believing only that the crown prince Shen Yu had returned empty-handed, they secretly mused on Shen Wu's benevolence, thinking him righteous for not executing Shen Yu. Half an hour later, atop the city walls of the capital, a thunderous roar resounded. Shen Wu has committed treason, causing untold suffering to the people of the Yu Ding Kingdom, leaving the populace in disarray. Execute. He colluded with Zhang Huowang of the Qihua Kingdom. Execute. Zhang Huowang has invaded the Yu Ding Kingdom. Execute. Chapter 24. The next step, mobilizing against the Qihua Kingdom. The voice boomed. resonating with the energy of a fourth-tier Qi practitioner, Emperor Shen Ya. Clad in a dragon robe, stood upon the lofty city walls. Shen Wu and his son, along with Zhang Huowang, were thrust forward, their heads protruding over the edge of the battlements, while nearby, the executioner sharpened his blade with ominous intent. Within the capital, chaos erupted. Outside the walls, pandemonium reigned. General Zhu Guang rushed in haste, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the scene before him, his heart pounding with incredulity. Was this truly happening? Was it not a mere dream? The siege upon the capital had been lifted. Shen Wu and Shen Xan were right before him. He recognized them. But how could this be? How had the emperor managed this? And where had Zhang Huowang come from? The emperor had even captured the Qihua kingdom's mightiest warrior, Zhang Huowang. Your Majesty, you must not execute him. Those ministers still harboring ulterior motives suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Each one shouting frantically towards the walls, Shen Wu and his son may be executed, but Zhang Huowang must not perish. Otherwise, the Qihua kingdom will surely invade the Yuding kingdom, bringing ruin upon us. They had hurried here, some even still clad in their nightgowns. Zhu Guang, General Zhu, please stop the emperor. Many placed their hopes upon Zhu Guang, yet Zhu Guang was a loyal servant of Xinjiang, unwavering in his fidelity. How could he counsel otherwise? To slay Zhang Huowang? Wasn't that satisfying? Indeed, upon the walls, Xinjiang remained cold and unmoved. Xinjiang, do you think you have triumphed? You dare to execute even Zhang Huowang? Ha! The Yuding kingdom shall inevitably fall to your hands. Shen Wu roared defiantly, determined to bite back even in death. Shen Ya, I know not where you draw your confidence, but to oppose Miss Dantai. You are certain to meet your demise soon. We are but a trifling, lowly nation. What gives you the right to resist? At that moment, Shen Wu's powers were nullified, his voice confined to the walls. Only Zhu Guang heard him, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze upon one of the guards, his mind reeling. The second prince was alive. Could it be that he had orchestrated all of this? Shen Wu, the Yuding kingdom shall ascend to unparalleled heights. And what of Dantai Mingli? I, Shen Ya, am beyond your comprehension. Alas, you shall never witness it. Shen Ya spoke calmly, his gaze fixed upon the sky. As if envisioning the path to imperial power, this was his true objective, and Dantai Mingli would ultimately serve as the stepping stone of his lifetime. Xinjiang would no longer entertain Shen Wu's ramblings. He ordered their execution. The heads of Shen Wu and Shen Xian soared high, tumbling from the city walls. You cannot kill me. I am Zhang Huowang of the Qihua kingdom, should you take my life. The Qihua kingdom will undoubtedly invade the Yuding, leaving none of you unscathed. Your women will all submit beneath the might of the Qihua kingdom. Be wise. Release me now, and let this matter pass. Zhang Huowang, now trembling, had lost all his previous bravado. Release me, and I vow that the Qihua kingdom shall not set foot in Yuding for 3 years. In a desperate bid for survival, Zhang Huowang made his promise. Yet, Shen Ya approached him with an air of indifference, stating coolly, I'm afraid I have already resolved to mobilize against the Qihua kingdom. What? Zhang Huowang's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely he had misheard. The Yuding kingdom had just emerged from internal strife, and now they aimed to attack the Qihua kingdom. Had Shen Ya lost his senses? Execute. Without further ado, Xinjiang issued the order once more. And the first expert of the Qihua kingdom, Zhang Huowang, met his end. The ministers, arriving just in time, fell to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. They're dead, all dead. The leaders within Shen Wu's camp gazed towards the capital city walls, each collapsing to the ground in disbelief, unable to accept the reality. Just an hour prior, they had been discussing rewards and promotions following the capital's fall. Now, an hour later, they found themselves prisoners. All this due to a young man. The second Prince Shen Ya. What manner of prodigy was he? An hour later, this prodigy reappeared before them, seated in their midst, while they all knelt before Shen Ya, not daring to utter a word. Do you know why I do not execute you? Shen Ya asked coolly. No one dared to respond. In truth, they were uncertain, yet it had everything to do with Shen Wu's army. Because I intend to invade the Qihua kingdom, and I need soldiers at my disposal. Shen Ya revealed a startling declaration, causing the generals to raise their heads in shock. Invade the Qihua kingdom. In the midst of such turmoil in the Yuding kingdom, no one would have anticipated a sudden counteroffensive against the Qihua kingdom. What Shen Ya desired was the element of surprise, and to achieve this, he required Shen Wu's army. Now do you understand? Shen Ya continued. Though the Yuding kingdom had quelled the unrest, surrounding nations were poised to strike. Moreover, the likes of Elderby from the Yin-Yang sect would undoubtedly seek to curry favor with Dantai Mingli. Should they ascertain that he was still alive, they would endeavor to breach the Yuding kingdom, seeking his head as a trophy, thereby tearing the kingdom apart. Even without knowledge of his survival, the Yuding kingdom faced dire threats. The destruction of the Yuding kingdom might not please Dantai Mingli. Yet it would certainly delight Zhang Qi, who had become her follower. To resolve this crisis, the hidden family, the Liu clan, within the Qihua kingdom, held particular significance. 3 months prior, Shen Ya had informed Xinjiang that he possessed a means to resolve this crisis by seizing control of the Liu clan's Ling Xian. Through this, he would gain entry into the 7th-tier Xiantai sect, becoming a disciple and securing a powerful backing, ensuring that no one would dare cast greedy eyes upon the Yuding kingdom. But how to seize control of the Liu clan's Ling Xian? The Liu clan was a hidden family with formidable techniques. While they might lack experts in the Chongshui realm, they would undoubtedly possess pinnacle practitioners in the Juqi realm. Given Shen Ya's current strength, it was a task beyond his reach, with little time remaining before the Xiantai sect opened its doors. Shen Ya had no opportunity to elevate himself to a level that could overpower the Liu clan. The only option remained to mobilize his forces and storm the Liu clan. The Liu clan resided within the borders of the Qihua kingdom. To breach their defenses, one must first invade the Qihua kingdom. The generals exchanged glances, convinced that Shen Ya had lost his mind, yet did they dare to voice their dissent? Each lowered their heads in acceptance, pledging their loyalty, while simultaneously vowing to never disclose Shen Ya's true identity. Shen Ya, however, would not place his faith in their oaths. Controlling their families was imperative, with these generals at his command. The previously chaotic forces of Shen Wu were pacified and brought under control. The generals announced their allegiance to Shen Zhan, who graciously accepted, declaring them innocent and not demoting them. Thus, a grand upheaval within the Yuding kingdom was quelled. And Xinjiang prepared to formally cleanse the political landscape, knowing many would meet their end. For the moment, all of this was unrelated to Shen Ya. At that juncture, a woman knelt before him. Xuelan Xian. Second Prince. I realize my mistakes. I beseech you for another chance. Tears streamed down Xuelan Xian's face, her disheveled attire revealing her vulnerability, her pallid complexion rendering her heartbreakingly pitiful. Gazing with disdain at the woman before him, whom he once adored, believing her heart to be eternally bound to his, he now found himself laughing at the folly of his past. In his previous life, he had been moved by her loyalty. Now it seemed a mere jest. How fortunate he was to have been reborn, allowing him to see through her true nature. Do you truly believe you have another chance? Shen Ya asked coldly. Looking at her disheveled form, his disdain deepened. She had been discovered within Zhang Huowang's tent. The implications were clear. Such a woman, loyal? Shen Ya felt repulsed at the mere thought of her. Chapter 25. The treasury is depleted suddenly. Xuelan Xian lifted her head, a cold smile gracing her lips. Shen Ya, I know I have no opportunity left. You will not spare me. However, you will soon join me in death. In truth, I do not believe I have erred. Beauty loves a hero. What wrong have I committed? Xuelan Xian's eyes burned with madness. Do you think you have triumphed? What does defeating the insignificant Shen Wu matter? It does nothing to alter the impending doom of the Yuding kingdom. You, Shen Ya, are but a stray dog. Keep dancing, and you will find no escape from Miss Dantai's clutches. Your fate is sealed. Shen Ya regarded her with indifference. Rising to survey the horizon, his gaze shifted away from the loathsome woman before him, focusing instead on the lofty Dantai Mingli. Can one not escape? Shen Ya chuckled softly as he walked past her, casually remarking, what you say echoes Shen Wu's sentiments, but alas, he cannot see it. Nor can you, though you wish to provoke me into sparing your life, to compel me to prove something to you. Regrettably, I, Shen Ya, need not prove anything to anyone. What are you, after all? Are you worthy? With that, Shen Ya addressed the void. Kill her. I do not wish to soil my hands. The shadow guards appeared, entering Shen Ya's palace. Shen Ya, if you have the courage, prove it to me. Shen Ya, even in death, I will not spare you. Inside the palace, Xuelan Xian's screams echoed, only to be swiftly silenced. In the garden outside, the sword was drawn, and Shen Ya wielded his blade, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into sharp, Focus sword QI.AT the same time. His consciousness sank into the abyss of 10,000 swords, standing before the fourth sword monument. After a moment, he slowly stepped forward to the fifth monument. His mental prowess reached the fourth level of sword condensation, yet his inner chi had not yet caught up to that moment. He sensed something. The sword became swifter and more ferocious. His myriad swords seemed to split apart. A mysterious and profound energy suddenly surged, piercing into his spiritual consciousness. As he sheathed his sword, he contemplated this enigmatic force. The Shadow Guards, having completed their task with Shui Lan Xian, emerged, finding themselves rooted to the spot. Unable to approach Shen Ya even a step. It was as if stepping forward would result in being crushed to a pulp, pierced by 1,000 swords. Momentum. After a long while, Shen Ya regained his composure, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. A formidable warrior, in addition to honing their true energy, must also cultivate their own momentum, an ineffable yet immensely powerful force. Generally speaking, one can only comprehend momentum after reaching the acupoint breakthrough stage. However, only a select few prodigies manage to achieve this understanding before such a pivotal point. At this moment, Shen Ya has grasped it. Each individual's momentum is unique, often linked to their constitution. For instance, a terrifying existence like the eternal sacred body possesses the momentum of eternal sacred might, which is overwhelmingly formidable. In his previous life, Shen Ya's momentum was tied to his concealed martial roots. As of now, he is yet to awaken those hidden roots. So what then is this newfound momentum? The myriad demon sword body. Could that be the myriad demon sword momentum? With no awakened martial roots and lacking any constitution enhancement, this momentum must surely stem from the myriad demon sword body. The myriad demon sword body, neither an innate holy body nor a defiant martial root, yet capable of generating momentum. Truly remarkable. Shen Ya felt a surge of joy. Although this was merely the initial manifestation of the myriad demon sword momentum, possessing such momentum would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to new heights. For the next 2 days, Shen Ya diligently practiced within the palace. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was exceedingly poor, forcing him to continually immerse himself in the myriad sword demon cavern to experience the myriad demon sword momentum alongside the fifth sword monument. If given the opportunity, I must establish a spirit-gathering array in Yuding Kingdom, Shen Ya resolved. Not for his own sake, but for the future of Yuding Kingdom. On this day, Xinjiang, weary and exhausted, approached him, saying, I have taken care of the necessary matters. The national situation is gradually stabilizing. Yet the Qihua Kingdom has issued a war order and is about to invade Yuding. Shen Ya nodded silently, as this was within his expectations. Now, we are also prepared, but at this juncture, Xinjiang paused, struggling to articulate his concerns. Father, is there something troubling you, or are there certain generals and ministers still obstructing our efforts? Shen Ya inquired. Shaking his head, Xinjiang replied, At present, the arrow is on the string. No one dares to impede us. However, there is a grave issue. Due to the battle with Shen Wu, the national treasury is depleted, and it will be exceedingly difficult to sustain a conflict with the Qihua Kingdom. Shen Ya was taken aback. A lack of funds. Indeed, this posed a significant problem. Countless heroes throughout history have fallen due to financial constraints. Without money, how could they fight? Without funds, how could the soldiers find the strength to engage? Nevertheless, this battle must be fought. So I am considering increasing taxes, as our goal is merely the Liu family. Xinjiang's expression shifted, instilling confidence in Shen Ya. Shaking his head, Shen Ya recalled the Yuding refugees he encountered on his journey back. The internal strife with Shen Wu had created an abundance of refugees. Imposing additional taxes would only drive the populace to despair. Shen Ya could not bring himself to do that. Father, could you estimate how much more we need? Shen Ya asked. At least 200,000 taels of gold. Xinjiang stated. 200,000 taels was neither a trivial nor an excessive sum. After a moment of silence, Shen Ya suddenly smiled, having made a decision. Father, everything will proceed as planned. Within 10 days, I shall return to the capital with 200,000 taels of gold, or even more. With that, Shen Ya rose to leave. Xinjiang stared in astonishment. Could he truly amass 200,000 taels of gold within 10 days? Was he planning to rob someone? Nevertheless, Xinjiang's trust in Shen Ya needed no verbal affirmation. Since Ye claimed he could accomplish it, he undoubtedly would. Preparing the fastest steed for Shen Ya, he set off alone from the capital, To earn 200,000 taels of gold in the extreme southern lands within 10 days was nearly an impossible feat, unless one planned to raid a nation's treasury. However, Shen Ya had no intention of robbing another's treasury. Even if he succeeded, how would he transport the spoils? His destination was the city of extreme fortune. Established by the eastern extreme city in the realm of Mingli, which managed the operations of the extreme southern lands, to leave the extreme south and traverse the Tianshui mountain range, one would need to arrive at the city of extreme fortune and board a cloud ship, where great merchant associations resided, places abundant with wealth. Days later, Shen Ya smoothly entered the city of extreme fortune, having visited it several times in his previous life. Thus feeling quite familiar, he quickly arrived at his intended destination. The Wind-Hidden Merchant Association, an enormous and mysterious establishment. However, Shen Ya knew that its mystery stemmed from its origins in the heart of the Mingli realm. These matters were of little concern to him. He was here to make quick money. "Miss, I would like 3 of the most basic blank jade slips," Shen Ya stated as he entered the Merchant Association, addressing a staff member at the counter. Blank jade slips could be inscribed with martial techniques and methods. In the Shunhuang continent, what was the most valuable commodity? It was neither magical artifacts nor rare materials, but rather martial techniques and methods. Powerful martial techniques could incite fierce competition, once one achieved a profound level. They had to be inscribed on jade slips, or else their essence could not be genuinely conveyed. Even if one could practice, they would merely possess the form without the spirit. Chapter 26. Eastern Extreme City. Yi Ningxiang Ning Yuhan was a newly appointed steward at the Wind-Hidden Merchant Association. She worked diligently and was quite intelligent. However, she had recently been assigned a burdensome task as the renowned genius and first beauty of the Mingli realm. Dantai Mingli had come to the extreme south, causing business to flourish in this remote region. She was dispatched as an inspector to monitor the operations of the Merchant Association. Today marked Ning Yuhan's first day secretly masquerading as a service staff member. And she was unexpectedly given her first order, 3 blank jade slips, which was no small sum in the extreme south. Only martial techniques at the profound level and above would require blank jade slips. The young man before her was undoubtedly not from the extreme south. Had he come here drawn by the fame of Dantai Mingli? She had not anticipated that even after Dantai Mingli's departure from the extreme south, young men would still come seeking her influence. The weight of her envy towards Dantai Mingli grew heavier as she thought of the latter's allure. "Please wait a moment, young master." Ning Yuhan observed the young man before her for a few moments. Finding no resemblance in her memory, and without much thought, hurried to find her superior. She quickly returned with 3 jade slips, saying, "Please take these, young master. Will you be paying in gold or spirit stones?" Spirit stones were the hard currency of the Xinhuang continent, and their value diminished significantly outside the extreme south. "Gold," Shen Ya replied, having no spirit stones in his possession. In the extreme south, spirit stones were exceedingly rare, typically only available to 9th-tier powers like the Yin-Yang Sect and the Solaro Empire. A total of 3,000 taels of gold. "Are you a member of our Wind-Hidden Merchant Association?" Ning Yuhan inquired, her intuition suggesting that the young man before her was extraordinary, prompting her to test him. Shen Ya shook his head. Members received discounts, but he was not one of them. After paying the gold, Shen Ya turned to leave. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a sword on the counter and couldn't help but glance at it several times. The sword was entirely gray, appearing unremarkable, yet Shen Ya could discern that it possessed a soul. A sword cultivator. He desperately needed a good sword to enhance his chances of succeeding in his upcoming venture against the Liu family. Clearly, this sword should not have been placed for sale on the counter. It was likely overlooked by the shopkeeper or appraiser of the city of extreme fortune due to their limited discernment. Shen Ya quickly approached the sword. Just then, a figure in blue abruptly blocked his path, pointing at the gray sword, inquiring, "What is the price of this sword?" Shen Ya halted, his gaze shifting to the figure in blue. Before him stood a strikingly beautiful young woman, adorned in azure attire that revealed skin enviably fair enough to incite jealousy among countless women. Her voice was melodious, lacking the deep timbre typically associated with men. Shen Ya immediately recognized her as a genuine woman, yet she too had taken an interest in the sword. 200 taels of gold, Ning Yuhan quickly responded, stepping forward. "All right, I shall take this sword," the blue-clad woman declared without hesitation, instructing the middle-aged man accompanying her to pay. Shen Ya's lips twitched. He had just missed acquiring a sword with a soul. There was nothing he could do. He was simply a moment too late. As he turned away regretfully, he suddenly glanced back at the middle-aged man making the payment, then shifted his gaze to the blue-clad woman that a jolt coursed through him. He recognized the middle-aged man. This woman, he realized, was Yi Ningxiang, the daughter of the Grand Marshal of Eastern Extreme City, Yifeng in the Mingli realm. She was known as one of the stunning duo alongside Dantai Mingli in his previous life. As Dantai Mingli rose to prominence, Yi Ningxiang gradually fell behind, unable to compete. Eventually, as he followed Dantai Mingli to battle across the regions, he lost track of her. Their past encounters lingered in his memory. Yi Ningxiang seemed to sense Shen Ya's gaze and turned her head slightly. Suddenly, her expression brightened, and she chuckled. Do you also wish to have this sword? Shen Ya felt a chill run down his spine. Yi Ningxiang possessed an exceptionally keen eye, and the underlying sword intent emanating from him could not have escaped her notice. After all, the gap in their realms was substantial. After pondering for a moment, Shen Ya decided to be forthright, stating, Indeed, miss, would you consider parting with it? Upon hearing his words, the entire Hall of the Wind Hidden Merchant Association fell silent. Yi Ningxiang's smile froze, and a hint of irritation flickered in her demeanor. The middle-aged man beside her looked at Shen Ya with an expression of resignation. Shen Ya was utterly perplexed. What was happening? I won't part with it. Although I don't particularly cherish this sword, I simply refuse to let it go. You may only watch and envy, humph. Yi Ningxiang huffed, clutching the sword as she walked away, exuding the pride of a beautiful peacock. Bewildered, Shen Ya realized he had inadvertently offended Yi Ningxiang. Second senior brother, do you think I simply cannot dress more like a man? Unbeknownst to him, he overheard Yi Ningxiang grumbling outside, and it finally dawned on him. He bitterly smiled in resignation. Yi Ningxiang's whimsical nature had clearly been offended by his calling her miss. After departing from the Wind Hidden Commerce Association, Shen Ya casually found a hotel to stay. He was still puzzled as to why Yi Ningxiang had also come to the extreme south. He had never heard of her having a penchant for travel. Perhaps she had business to attend to. In his previous life, he himself was not in the extreme south at this time. Not wanting to dwell on it, Shen Ya's gaze fell upon the 3 blank jade slips before him. The empty slips could be inscribed with martial arts techniques. Shen Ya's method of making money was to carve profound-level martial skills onto them. The techniques stored in his memory were countless, and any one of them could incite fierce competition among the local powerhouses. Of course, given Shen Ya's current strength, inscribing a technique was no small feat. However, with 3 jade slips, the chances of success were still considerable. Focusing on the first jade slip, he began the inscription. He chose a technique known as Extreme Dragon Fist, a low-grade profound-level martial skill not uncommon in the Ming extreme domain. In his previous life, Shen Ya was renowned for his overpowering fist strength, making this technique a perfect fit for him. However, the first attempt ended in failure, the slip shattering instantly as expected. He reflected on the experience and adjusted his mindset. Half an hour later, Shen Ya took out the second blank jade slip to inscribe, channeling his comprehension of the fist technique into it. After a full 2 hours, a jade slip containing the Extreme Dragon Fist was successfully created. Only 1 blank jade slip remains. I shall proceed with the second martial technique. After pondering, Shen Ya resolved to inscribe the Cloud Water Sword technique. Also a low-grade profound-level skill, this sword technique had not yet appeared in the Ming extreme domain. It originated from the central divine continent of the Divine Wasteland and was more suited for females. As he began the inscription, Yi Ningxiang's visage flashed through Shen Ya's mind. Perhaps he could use this sword technique in exchange for a fine sword from her, having gained experience from the first attempt. And with his sword cultivation bonus, the second jade slip was completed without issue. With 2 jade slips in hand, Shen Ya made his way to the Wind Hidden Commerce Association once more. Under the dusky evening sky, this time he was greeted by Ning Yuhan, the same attendant from the morning. Miss, it is a pleasure to see you again. I wish to meet your manager regarding an item I wish to auction. Chapter 27. The 8th Prince of the Solaro Empire. Upon hearing Shen Ya's words, Ning Yuhan exhibited no great surprise. She subconsciously regarded Shen Ya as someone from beyond the extreme south, not suspecting that he would bring the blank jade slips from earlier for auction. Please wait a moment. Ning Yuhan once again sought out the manager. Soon, a middle-aged man approached Shen Ya, showing him no disregard and even escorting him to a private room, likely due to Ning Yuhan mentioning that Shen Ya might be from outside the extreme south. Young master, what would you like to auction? The middle-aged man introduced himself as Xia Zheng and quickly got to the point. Shen Ya wasted no time and produced the jade slip containing the extreme dragon fist. A gleam of excitement flashed in Xiaozhang's eyes. The extreme south was in dire need of powerful martial skills, which always fetched high prices at auction. He directly took the jade slip and gently scanned it with his consciousness. There was no need for an appraiser. Any martial artist at the Qi Gathering realm could discern its authenticity. Low-grade profound-level martial skill, extreme dragon fist. How much does the young master wish to sell it for? Xiaozhang inquired. Retrieving his consciousness. 200,000 taels of gold. Firm price, Shen Ya stated decisively. Xiaozhang was taken aback, looking at Shen Ya in confusion, not because 200,000 taels was an exorbitant amount, but because it was unusual for someone from beyond the extreme south to require such a sum of gold. Young master, 200,000 taels of gold is not something just anyone in the extreme south can afford. Are you certain you want that amount? Xiaozhang asked, somewhat incredulous. Absolutely. Even if it does not go to auction, I still want 200,000 taels of gold that I believe the Wind Hidden Commerce Association can manage that, Shen Ya replied nonchalantly. Indifferent to whether it was auctioned or not, he simply wanted the money. Xiaozhang, still perplexed, remarked, Young master, while the extreme dragon fist is impressive, that sum is rather excessive. Shen Ya smiled calmly. Perhaps in Dongji City it is excessive. But in extreme South City, I believe there are quite a few who would be willing to part with 200,000 taels for a national martial skill. Moreover, the Wind Hidden Commerce Association can give me gold, which can be exchanged for spiritual stones at auction, so there is no loss. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaozhang ultimately accepted the jade slip, stating, I cannot give you a definitive answer at this time, but I can attempt to contact potential buyers. Please leave your address and sign a contract. Shen Ya understood that the Wind Hidden Commerce Association would not hastily offer 200,000 taels. Even if they could make a profit, they would aim to maximize their gains. He provided the address of his hotel and signed a simple contract. The jade slip would be temporarily stored at the Wind Hidden Commerce Association. Shen Ya was not concerned about the association coveting the jade slip. The extreme dragon fist was not a particularly powerful technique, and the Wind Hidden Commerce Association would not be interested. More importantly, the owner of the jade slip would always set up a blood contract. Xiaozhang could only see the first 3 moves of the extreme dragon fist. The subsequent moves could only be unlocked by Shen Ya. If anyone attempted to forcefully pry into it, the slip would shatter. Shen Ya agreed with Xiaozhang that if no buyers were found, the jade slip would be placed at the auction 2 days later. The price it fetched would be the final amount. After Shen Ya departed, Xiaozhang hurried to another private room within the Wind Hidden Commerce Association. Inside were 4 individuals, an elderly man, a man and woman pair, and a young boy clad in a python robe. The boy's face still bore a youthful innocence, appearing to be merely 16 or 17 years old as soon as he stepped inside. Xiaozhang exclaimed, 8th Prince, congratulations. The python-robed boy was momentarily taken aback, responding, Manager Xia, what good news do you bring? 8th Prince, take a look at this jade slip that was just brought in for sale. It contains the low-grade, profound-level martial skill. Extreme Dragon Fist, Xiaozhang said with a smile. The 8th Prince of the Solaro Empire had come to seek martial skills today. It was a fortunate coincidence, akin to finding a pillow upon awakening from a nap. Luo Yundong's eyes lit up. Quick, give it to me. Xiaozhang handed over the jade slip, and Luo Yundong entered his consciousness. What a powerful fist technique. But why are there only 3 moves? 8th Prince. It is customary for jade slips to have blood contracts, the elderly man explained, while Luo Yundong's brows furrowed. How much does the seller want? 200,000 taels of gold. So much. Luo Yundong's eyes widened. Xiaozhang, aware of the 8th Prince's youth and sheltered life in the palace, explained, while it is not an exorbitant amount, it is not insignificant either. The seller explicitly aims to acquire gold from the extreme south. Of course, the 8th Prince can negotiate the price. The seller appears to be in dire need of gold, Xiaozhang added. The elderly man's expression turned contemplative. Manager Xia, I had the fortune of accompanying the emperor to Dongji City once, and it is said that those from beyond the extreme south do not desire gold. Why would this seller ask for gold right away? That is precisely what confounds me, Xiaozhang replied with a subtle smile. In fact, I suspect that the seller is not from beyond the extreme south. The elderly man grew attentive. Are you suggesting the extreme dragon fist is undoubtedly a valuable acquisition for the 8th Prince in the Solaro Empire? But it holds no value for young Master Xiaofan. Xiaozhang's voice suddenly grew cold. his tone indifferent. To please young Master Xiaofan, a better martial skill or treasure would be required. If the seller is not from beyond the extreme south, one wonders where his jade slip originated. The eighth prince's visit to the Wind Hidden Commerce Association was not solely to seek profound-level martial skills, but also to curry favor with young Master Xiaofan. A member of the Xia family from beyond the extreme south, Xia Zhong, being the manager of the Wind Hidden Commerce Association, was also a member of the Xia family. Upon hearing this, the four individuals in the private room exchanged glances. To determine whether he hails from beyond the extreme south is quite simple: the Cloud Sky ship and the city gate guards. Xia Zheng continued, "All right. Eighth Prince, as the manager of the Wind Hidden Commerce Association, I can only disclose so much." Rising from his seat, Xia Zheng took the jade slip and departed the private room. Inside, the atmosphere became tense. And the elderly man suddenly remarked, "Your Highness, as long as we confirm that the seller is not from beyond the extreme south, his jade slip must be a product of fortunate encounters. Thus, all his fortunes should rightfully belong to us." "Ah, it's you again. You actually followed me for that sword." Shen Ya returned to the hotel from the Wind Hidden Commerce Association, only to find Yi Ningxiang and a middle-aged man beside her, evidently also staying at this hotel. Upon seeing Shen Ya, Yi Ningxiang's expression soured. Shen Ya twitched his lips, feigning a casual demeanor. "With my current strength, do you really think I could follow you? Young master, could you part with it?" However, having lived two lives, Shen Ya was determined to ensure the success of his journey to the Liu family, so he disregarded any sense of shame. The term young master rolled off his tongue effortlessly. "Now you acknowledge me as young master. It's too late. I'm not parting with it." Yi Ningxiang remained obstinate. Shen Ya, feeling helpless against such a proud woman, directly stated, "Young master, I can offer something in exchange." "Exchange? I wouldn't be interested in ordinary treasures." Yi Ningxiang raised an eyebrow. Stating the truth, as the daughter of the Marshal of Dongji City, what treasure did she lack? Chapter 28. This person is extraordinary. Young master, I wonder if you would be interested in the martial skill contained within this jade slip? Shen Ya wasted no time and produced the jade slip of the Cloud Water Sword technique, extending it towards Yi Ningxiang. She cast a cursory glance, as previously mentioned. Yi Ningxiang had a keen eye, and with a mere glance, she discerned the slip's level. Just a low-grade jade slip. What martial skill could possibly be inside? "I wouldn't want this. Let us exchange for something else." "Since that is the case, then let it be." With a sigh, Shen Ya withdrew the jade slip and ascended the stairs to the inn. Murmuring to himself, "What a pity. This is the legendary swordsmanship from Central Shenzhou, most suitable for women to cultivate." Wait a moment. Just as he finished speaking, the proud Yi Ningxiang called out to Shen Ya. With his back turned to her, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Shen Ya's mouth. Yi Ningxiang was indeed, as he remembered, a lifelong lover of swords. She was even more enamored with sword techniques. Yet she refused to learn her father's, Yi Feng's, earth-level spear skills. No matter what in his previous life, he had heard many tales of how Yi Ningxiang had driven her father to the brink, causing him to spit blood on several occasions. "Do you have something to say, miss?" Shen Ya retorted, raising an eyebrow. Yi Ningxiang became irate again. This man had the audacity to change his form of address. For the sake of swordsmanship, she restrained her anger for the moment. "Seeing how much you adore swords, I shall reluctantly take a look at what sword techniques are contained within your jade slip." The middle-aged man beside them sighed helplessly, pondering if this lad was acquainted with his junior sister, given his profound understanding of her character. "Very well, but do take care not to damage it." Before Shen Ya could finish his sentence, Yi Ningxiang eagerly snatched the jade slip, her consciousness delving into its depths, a look of delight blossoming on her face as she discovered the Yunshui sword technique, which was indeed unlike any she had previously collected. "Second senior brother, do you recognize it?" However, she remained skeptical about its origin from Central Shenzhou, for the distance from the extreme south to Central Shenzhou was vast, and this lad would likely never venture far. The middle-aged man also probed the jade slip, shaking his head after a while. "No impression. The sword technique is quite profound, albeit somewhat lacking in strength." "Excellent. I shall take this jade slip, and in exchange, you may have that wretched sword," Yi Ningxiang declared decisively, for she never hesitated when it came to things she cherished. Even if this sword technique could not possibly originate from Central Shenzhou, it was still something she had never encountered before. With that, she tossed the gray sword to Shen Ya without a second thought, showing no attachment to it. as she had plenty of similar swords in her arsenal. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord." Shen Ya accepted the sword, once again altering his form of address. Pouting slightly, he thought this man truly lacked boundaries. Rather than argue, he promptly began to study the Yunshui sword technique with the sword in hand. Shen Ya severed the blood contract with Yi Ningxiang and turned to ascend the stairs. "Wait a moment." At that moment, Yi Ningxiang's voice rang out again. "I have a matter to inquire about." He halted, regarding her with a puzzled expression. "Is it true that Shen Ya of Yuding Kingdom is dead?" Shen Ya nearly widened his eyes in surprise. Yi Ningxiang actually recognized him. This was not right. How could she possibly know him? Could she also be a reincarnate? At this moment, Shen Ya felt a surge of panic, though his expression remained unchanged. "I have heard he has perished. The Emperor of Yuding Kingdom executed him without hesitation, upholding justice over familial ties." Oh, what a shame. Disappointment flickered in Yi Ningxiang's eyes. "I truly wish to see what sort of man would dare reject that wretched Dantai Mingli. I wanted to bring him back to the marshal's residence and throw him at her every time I encountered her, just to vex her. Farewell." At her words, Shen Ya turned to leave, finally understanding why Yi Ningxiang had come to the extreme south. Such a motivation was indeed consistent with her character. If Shen Ya were to reveal his identity and ally with Yi Ningxiang, he could undoubtedly resolve the crisis stemming from Yuding Kingdom. But to reject one woman and ally with another? Was that feasible? A faint, cold smile crept across Shen Ya's lips. This time around, he would not rely on anyone, nor would he become a weapon in anyone's hands. Once back in his chamber, Shen Ya's gaze fell upon the gray sword. He focused his consciousness within the sword. Buzz! The once hideous gray sword suddenly erupted in dazzling brilliance. Simultaneously, an eerie sword intent emerged, seemingly attempting to devour Shen Ya's own sword intent. Oh! Shen Ya could not help but be startled, quickly retracting his consciousness and fixating intently on the gray sword. I was mistaken. Yi Ningxiang was also mistaken. The gray sword contains not only a sword soul, but an exceptionally powerful one at that. The strength of the sword soul had even left him somewhat shaken. Moreover, this sword soul was remarkably strange. It seemed intent on consuming his sword intent, which suggested it was likely a cursed sword, attempting to devour my sword intent. I shall see how you manage to do so. Though powerful, Shen Ya could discern that the sword soul within the gray sword bore some injuries, akin to the cracks left after a battle between formidable warriors. The sword had either been discarded by its master or its master had perished in combat. The gray sword instinctively sought to repair its sword soul and body, prompting it to attempt to consume human sword intent. Why had Yi Ningxiang also misjudged it? The answer was simple. Yi Ningxiang was too strong, causing the sword soul within the gray sword to refrain from making any rash movements. Once more, Shen Ya plunged his consciousness into the gray sword. The sword soul initiated its consuming action again. But at that moment, Shen Ya suddenly unleashed the 10,000 demons' sword intent, overwhelming the sword's intent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The gray sword trembled violently, yet it seemed even more eager to consume Shen Ya's sword intent. With a calm smile, Shen Ya showed no fear, channeling all of his sword markings into the gray sword. These markings were from the 10,000 sword demonic abyss. In this world, what sword soul would dare to defy him? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The gray sword's vibrations intensified, and it was unclear how much time had passed before it finally settled down, obediently lying in Shen Ya's hand. Thus, a sword with a soul fell into Shen Ya's possession. That a sword possessing a soul would at least be of the profound grade. The sword soul would enable its wielder to unleash even greater power, akin to the broken sword within the Flame Sun Sect's sword vault, which also possessed a soul, for otherwise, it would not have been able to resist Shen Ya. Of course, that broken sword was even more formidable. He could only wonder if he possessed the strength to conquer it now. Subsequently, Shen Ya practiced diligently while awaiting the outcome from the Fomian Merchant Association. What an ethereal sword technique. I adore it. Alas, it is somewhat lacking. Meanwhile, within the inn, Yi Ningxiang had already mastered the Yunshui sword technique. The sword in her hand flowed like water, sending forth waves of mist, resembling a fairy amidst the clouds. This was the thought of her second senior brother, though he would never dare voice it. After all, his junior sister was disguised as a man, and he certainly did not wish to provoke any discomfort. Second senior brother, why do I feel that the Yunshui sword technique was intentionally crafted for me by that young man? Yi Ningxiang inquired. Lowering her sword, the second senior brother's expression turned wooden. Junior sister, He created that jade slip specifically to obtain the gray sword. Initially, I was skeptical, but after careful observation, I discovered that the Yunshui sword technique inscribed within the jade slip could not have been crafted more than a day ago. So that gray sword is not simple. Have I been duped? Yi Ningxiang pressed further. The second senior brother nodded. Whether the gray sword is simple or not remains to be seen, but that individual is undoubtedly extraordinary. 8th Prince. The results are in. The Yunkong ship's crew reported that they have never seen this person board, and the city gate guards confirmed that he has only recently entered Jiyun City. Definitely a local from the extreme south. Within the Fengyin Merchant Association, an elder approached Luo Yundong, radiant with excitement. Chapter 29. Bring money to redeem. 2 days later, Shen Ya finally received word from the Fengyin Merchant Association. The jade slip containing the extreme dragon fist had not attracted any buyers willing to part with 2 million. It would have to be auctioned off instead, and the auction had already concluded, with the jade slip regrettably selling for only 800,000 taels of gold. After deducting the association's operational costs, Shen Ya was left with only 680,000 the instant he heard this result. Shen Ya's first reaction was that something was amiss. Even if the extreme dragon fist were subpar, it could not possibly fetch only 800,000 taels of gold in the extreme south. It should have been worth at least 120,000 or more. Even if there were no issues, the 680,000 price was far from the 2 million his father desired. It seems the Fengyin Merchant Association is not as credible in the extreme south as I had thought. Clutching the gray sword, Shen Ya made his way to the Fengyin Merchant Association. Since the auction had concluded, he needed to sever the blood contract for the jade slip in front of the buyer to receive his payment. He was determined to uncover what trickery the Fengyin Merchant Association was up to. My lord, you've arrived? Manager Xia asked me to escort you to the private room. Ning Yuhan greeted Shen Ya, inciting envy among many staff members. Why was she so fortunate upon her recent arrival? Last night's auction had seen this individual sell something for 800,000 taels. This newcomer was set to receive a substantial bonus. Soon, under Ning Yuhan's guidance, Shen Ya arrived at one of the private rooms that a cursory glance revealed Xia Zheng seated at the head, accompanied by 4 others, with a young man in a python robe subtly leading the group. Noticing the python robe, Shen Ya's cold smile deepened. As a prince of Yuding Kingdom, how could he not recognize the royal attire of the strongest empire in the extreme south? This was a prince of the Soloro Empire. The fact that the jade slip had only sold for 800,000 raised even more questions. How could the illustrious Soloro Empire be unable to produce 2 million taels of gold? Since Xia Zheng could locate a prince of the Soloro Empire, how could he not find a buyer? Selling at a higher price would only benefit the Fengyin Merchant Association, as they would receive a larger commission. With the current sale of 800,000 taels, their benefits had been minimized. Yet for Xia Zheng himself, the question remained, how much of a kickback would the Soloro Empire provide him? My lord. Please. Ning Yuhan gestured to Shen Ya, who stepped into the private room. However, just then, he suddenly realized something as he glanced at Ning Yuhan. He could faintly sense the immense true energy within her. A hall servant possessing enormous true energy? Was it a mere illusion? Dismissing the thought, he noticed that all eyes in the private room had turned to him. My lord, please. Xia Zheng rose, gesturing toward a seat. Shen Ya, however, chose not to sit where Xia Zheng indicated but instead took a seat closer to Luo Yundong, saying, Manager Xia, this transaction price is far from my expectations. Xia Zheng sighed lightly. Indeed, however, this was also unforeseen by me. At an auction, anything can transpire. I had set the price for this extreme dragon fist jade slip at 750,000, yet unexpectedly, only the 8th prince placed a bid. I am unwilling to sell at this price, Shen Ya stated plainly. As soon as his words fell, the atmosphere in the private room plummeted to a freezing silence. After a prolonged 10 seconds of quiet, Xia Zheng finally chuckled. Young master, we have entered into a contract. If you choose not to sell, you must compensate the Wind Hidden Merchant Association for all incurred losses, double. We take a commission of 120,000 taels of gold. Thus the amount you need to compensate is 240,000. Xia Zheng remained composed, certain that this sum would be unbearable for the man from the extreme south. Agreed. To everyone's astonishment, Shen Ya readily accepted. A glint of coldness flashed in Xia Zheng's eyes. He had not intended to intervene or to tear the facade in front of Shen Ya. I advise you to reconsider selling. Do not mislead yourself. At the very least, you could acquire some funds. Otherwise, not only would you incur a loss of 240,000 taels of gold, but the jade slip might also mysteriously vanish. Xia Zhang's tone turned frigid, issuing a direct threat. What do you mean, Manager Xia? Haha, let me clarify. Manager Xia finds himself in a rather difficult position, Luo Yundong interjected, a hint of arrogance in his gaze. Young man, do you know who I am? A prince of the Solaro Empire, Shen Ya replied nonchalantly. Indeed. It is evident that you, from the extreme south, can recognize my attire, Luo Yundong said, taking a sip of his drink. To be frank, you must sell this jade slip, whether you desire to or not. Moreover, I am curious about where you acquired it. I am willing to offer 680,000 taels of gold for all your unique encounters. At that moment, Shen Ya fully comprehended the situation. It appeared that the issue revolved around gold, as the person before him had discerned his origins from the extreme south, in the extreme south, aside from a few families possessing profound-level martial arts. Who else could possess such an item? Wasn't it a rare encounter? With this in mind, Shen Ya responded to everyone present with a smile, casting a glance at Xia Zhang, and remarked, I see now. Is this how the Wind Hidden Merchant Association conducts business? Xia Zhang grinned. Young master, I perceive you are quite knowledgeable and must hold a certain status in the extreme south. You should understand that the heavens are high and the emperor is far away, here in the extreme south. I may conduct business as I please. Do not attempt to use the Wind Hidden Merchant Association to threaten me. Can you even leave the extreme south? With that final remark, Xia Zhang's smile deepened. For to lodge a complaint against him at the Merchant Association, one would first have to exit the extreme south. Laughter resonated among all in the private room, akin to watching a lamb awaiting slaughter. Buzz. In the next instant, a sudden sound of a sword ringing echoed within the private room. Upon hearing the sword's cry, the expressions of the attendees shifted, and the elderly man along with the pair of guards shouted, Protect the 8th prince. As they spoke, they lunged towards Shen Ya and Luo Yundong, their hearts secretly finding amusement at the youth's audacity to act in such a situation. Yet, they soon realized that beyond the sound of the sword, an immense pressure arose within the room, as if the air was thick with sword energy, making it difficult for them to breathe. They were compelled to unleash more potent true energy to disperse the encroaching sword aura. What do you intend to do? Suddenly, the sound of Luo Yundong's shriek pierced the air as he was caught in Shen Ya's grasp. Manager Xia, I may indeed be unable to leave the extreme south, but I assure you the prince of the Solaro Empire will not escape this private room. The very sword intent that had subdued everyone was the 10,000 demons' sword force. Once unleashed, even those of much higher realms would find themselves momentarily overwhelmed. Within this room, only Shen Ya, at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, could stand against Luo Yundong. From the outset, he had planned to use Luo Yundong as a hostage. Xia Zhang's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the man before him would be so ruthless and decisive. Young master, let us discuss this calmly. Discuss. Very well. I require 300,000 taels of gold and 2 low-grade spirit stones for the life of the 8th prince. Shen Ya fixed his gaze upon Xia Zhang, raising an eyebrow, assured of his advantage. Release the 8th prince, and this matter shall be forgotten, the elderly man stated, his eyes fixed intently on Shen Ya. You lowly scoundrel, you best release me, or else the Solaro Empire will march its forces to annihilate your family, and all your kin shall be slaughtered, with your women destined to become playthings in my Solaro Empire's brothels. Luo Yundong's voice rose in intimidation, but before he could finish, a searing pain shot through his left hand, causing him to scream in agony. Glancing down in shock, he found his pinky finger severed, blood gushing forth. Shen Ya held his severed digit. Speak, continue your threats. You still have many fingers left to lose. Once your fingers are gone, we can move on to your toes, and when those are gone, we can address your foot. Shen Ya's expression was cold, a smile lurking at the corners of his eyes. Resembling a great demon, he had always loathed threats against his family, and Luo Yundong had struck a nerve. Young man, return the 8th prince's fingers to me, or else, cease. The elderly man had yet to finish his sentence when Shen Ya severed Luo Yundong's 2nd finger. Tossing it to the elder, threaten me again, and the 8th prince will have 8 fingers left. You have 8 more words to utter. The private room fell silent, as everyone stared in disbelief at Shen Ya's ruthless demeanor. After all, this was the 8th prince of the Solaro Empire. Young master, let us speak civilly. We can negotiate this matter. Xia Zhang's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he spoke softly. He had not anticipated that this seemingly harmless youth would be so resolute. Of course, he was not afraid. The life or death of Luo Yundong meant little to him. But this situation needed resolution. I have stated my terms. 300,000 taels of gold and 2 low-grade spirit stones, Shen Ya reiterated. Xia Zheng's gaze hardened as he shook his head. Young master, is that sum not a bit excessive? Is the life of the 8th prince not worth this amount? Shen Ya countered. Truthfully, Luo Yundong's life was not worth that much. But Xia Zheng would not admit this, merely glancing at the elder. The elder's face turned ashen, not daring to speak further. Every word could cost a finger. Save me. Quickly gather the funds to rescue me. Luo Yundong was genuinely frightened, 2 fingers gone. After a moment of silence, the elder replied, Agreed, but we will need time to gather it. 3 days from now Silence. Do you expect me to wait 3 days, only for the Solaro Empire's experts to come and kill me? Shen Ya interrupted the elder, insisting, 300,000 taels of gold, and I give you 3/4 of an hour. Do not tell me you cannot gather this sum in that time. The Wind Hidden Merchant Association should have no trouble producing this amount. Young master, this matter is unrelated to my Wind Hidden Merchant Association. Xia Zheng's complexion shifted. If he were to divert funds from the association, he could face an investigation from above. Shen Ya chuckled. I do not care whether it is related or not. I have no desire to expose you. What I demand is gold and spirit stones. Should you exceed the time limit, I will sever another finger from the 8th prince. The choice is yours. With that, Shen Ya disregarded them, pouring himself a drink. Excellent wine. One hand seized Luo Yundong while the other poured the drink. At this moment, the elder and others considered intervening, yet they found no flaw in Shen Ya's stance. Any movement could lead to the 8th prince's demise. Young man, how about this? We offer you 200,000 taels of gold. And I will personally add another 300,000. You keep the extreme dragonfish jade slip, dissolve the blood contract, and we shall pretend this incident never occurred. Xia Zheng pondered for a moment before proposing a new arrangement. This way, it could be regarded as Luo Yundong having spent 200,000 taels of gold to purchase the extreme dragon fist jade slip. Thus, the matter could be easily resolved, and Xia Zheng would remain uninvolved. I no longer intend to sell the extreme dragon fist jade slip. Shen Ya would never agree to such an easy resolution. The calculations were quite favorable for Xia Zheng, but Shen Ya would not fall for it. I am solely interested in the life of the prince from the Solaro Empire, and I demand a fixed price. Young man, consider leaving a way out. Do not push too far. Xia Zheng's tone brimmed with menace. Luo Yundong screamed once more as his 3rd finger was severed. There are still 7 left. Soon the 8th prince will have no fingers. The elder's expression darkened. This is excessive. Manager Xia's threats are. Fine, consider it a mere breeze. Observing Shen Ya prepare to sever another finger, the elder dared not speak further. Reluctantly, he left the pair of middle-aged guards to monitor Shen Ya while he and Xia Zheng exited the private room to confer. Manager Xia, it seems we must borrow this money from the Wind Hidden Merchant Association. However, rest assured, we will repay it swiftly. I cannot believe that young man could escape with 300,000 taels of gold. Upon leaving the private room, the elder stated plainly. Xia Zheng nodded in agreement. It appears this is our only option. I shall arrange for the funds. For the Wind Hidden Merchant Association, gathering 300,000 taels of gold within 3/4 of an hour was not a daunting task. And they swiftly completed the arrangements as per Shen Ya's demands. The gold was loaded onto 20 carriages, while the 2 low-grade spirit stones were handed directly to Shen Ya within the allotted time. Everything was fulfilled. We have followed your instructions. Now, can you release the 8th prince? Shen Ya held on to Luo Yundong, making his way out of the Wind Hidden Merchant Association's rear entrance, the 300,000 taels of gold requiring no less than 20 carts. Do you think I am foolish enough to release the 8th prince now? Shen Ya countered. Once we leave the extreme city, after I reach a place of absolute safety, I will naturally release him. Shen Ya cast a fleeting glance at a few individuals, stating, should I discover that you are following us, I shall sever a finger for each of you. With that, Shen Ya urged the carriage onward, heading towards the outskirts of Jiyun City. Master Ma, shall we pursue them? Inquired the middle-aged couple. The elder, known as Master Ma, maintained his composure, replying, there is no need to follow. The gold has already been tampered with by us. He cannot escape our grasp. We merely need to wait for him to let his guard down, and we can act to rescue him immediately. As for this young man, I intend to bring him back to Soloro Imperial City for a fitting punishment, the elder concluded emphatically, then turned to Xia Zhang, asking, Xia Steward, have the light mist butterflies been prepared? Of course, Xia Zhang replied, his gaze cold and ruthless, acknowledging that today he had suffered a significant setback. However, it mattered not. The tampering with the gold had been his suggestion, applying a special nectar to it, and releasing the mystical light mist butterflies to easily track the gold's whereabouts. Commanding for the butterflies to be brought forth, Xia Zhang released them into the air. A quarter of an hour later, his expression darkened as he fixated on the light mist butterflies swirling above. Why? Why are the light mist butterflies merely hovering around? The elder questioned, his eyes widening in disbelief. There is only one possibility. That young man has discovered the special nectar and removed it. Xia Zhang gritted his teeth. But that is impossible. The nectar was applied within the layers of gold. And even if he discovered it, he could not possibly remove it all so swiftly. Xia Zhang was at a loss, unable to comprehend the situation. Unable to comprehend? Are you, Xia Steward? Allow me to enlighten you. Suddenly, a figure emerged gracefully from the back door of the Wind-Hidden Merchant Association. It was Ning Yuhan, dressed as a service attendant. I replaced those special nectars, she declared. Chapter 31. Some individuals are not to be provoked. What? You did that? Who are you? The four of them stared intently at the approaching Ning Yuan. At that moment, Xia Zhang could not associate her with an ordinary attendant, considering she was new and had been assigned to serve Shen Ya. He instantly connected the dots, realizing this was a conspiracy. Xia Steward, you are overthinking this. It is merely a coincidence, Ning Yuhan replied with a smile, abruptly tossing a token inscribed with a wind motif and the words Wind Inspector. In an instant, a chill ran through Xia Zhang. You. Xia Steward, I have observed your actions these past few days. I had initially intended to remain as a common attendant a while longer to experience the trials of the lower class. But it seems fate has led me to witness your abuse of power. Ning Yuhan's tone turned icy. Xia Zhang's complexion turned ashen, trembling all over, but quickly composed himself. So you are the esteemed Wind Inspector. My apologies for any offense. However, Wind Inspector, what do you mean by that? I have not abused my power. Hearing his defense, Ning Yuhan laughed coldly. Then what do you call the situation before us? You may not be aware, esteemed Wind Inspector, but the current predicament was entirely instigated by that seller of the Extreme Dragon Fist. He attempted to sell the jade slip of the Extreme Dragon Fist for 200,000 taels of gold. Yet the auction only yielded 80,000. In his frustration, he resorted to taking the 8th prince of Soloro Empire as a hostage, threatening to extort 300,000 in order to ensure the prince's safety. The Soloro Empire borrowed 300,000 taels of gold from our Wind-Hidden Merchant Association. As for the light mist butterflies, naturally, we must take responsibility for such occurrences within our association. Xia Zhang spoke eloquently, his argument appearing flawless. Master Ma and the middle-aged couple exchanged glances, realizing they were in the presence of an inspector dispatched by the Wind-Hidden Merchant Association, and quickly came to Xia Zhang's defense. Indeed, that is how it transpired. We can attest to it. Xia Zhang, do you take me for a fool? Ning Yuhan interjected sharply, unwilling to accept his narrative, as she had already conducted a thorough investigation into the matter. She continued coldly. At the auction, you publicly stated that the jade slip of the Extreme Dragon Fist had been flawed in its engraving, and that the technique contained within was merely of yellow-grade quality, which is why it failed to attract bids, resulting in only 80,000. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhang quickly retorted, esteemed Wind Inspector, you may be unaware, but the jade slip of the Extreme Dragon Fist was indeed flawed. Now, the jade slip had returned to the hands of that individual, and Ning Yuhan had no evidence against him. Huh? What do you think this is? Ning Yuhan suddenly produced a jade slip and placed it before Xia Zhang. His countenance changed dramatically as he trembled and picked up the slip. Upon inspection, it was indeed the jade slip of the Extreme Dragon Fist. How had it ended up in Ning Yuhan's possession when it had clearly been retrieved by that person during the private meeting? Esteemed Wind Inspector, allow me to explain. This jade slip has evidently been altered. It was originally only of yellow-grade quality. See Xia Steward, Ning Yuhan ordered without hesitation, refusing to believe his defense. Immediately, skilled individuals appeared and apprehended Xia Zhang. Esteemed Wind Inspector, please let me explain. This jade slip, Xia Zhang continued to struggle in vain. Xia Steward, do you not see the gravity of your situation? Examine the source of this jade slip carefully. Ning Yuhan interrupted his argument. Look closely at when the jade slip was created. Xia Zhang was momentarily stunned, then began to scrutinize it closely. Impossible. This cannot be. This is the blank jade slip we sold just 2 days ago. After careful examination, he recognized it. Yet Xia Zhang could not bring himself to believe it. Suddenly, his expression shifted. That individual must have encountered a fortuitous event. The extreme dragon fist was engraved on the very day he purchased it. But that is impossible. He is so young. And he hails from the extreme south. How could he achieve such a feat? Ning Yuhan gazed at him with pity, stating, perhaps he has powerful backing, or perhaps he himself is a genius. Either way, you are not worthy of provoking him. Take Xia Steward away. In an instant, only Ning Yuhan and the 4 from Master Ma remained at the back door. As for the Soloro Empire, our Wind Hidden Merchant Association shall not pursue the matter of your collusion with Xia Steward. However, we hope you will promptly return the 300,000 taels of gold and 2 inferior spirit stones. Otherwise, interest will accrue. Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals turned pale that a mere 9th-grade empire could not contend with the colossal Wind Hidden Merchant Association, especially with evidence in hand. Fearful of further words, the trio hastily departed Jiyun City, prioritizing the rescue of the 8th prince. Internally, they incessantly cursed Xia Zhang for his incompetence. Damn it! The blank jade slip was sold by your association, and you dare suggest the other party had a fortuitous event. You have led us into a trap. Miss Ning, shall we intervene? A man resembling a guard approached Ning Yuhan. Although Ning Yuhan was not weak, her youth warranted the presence of a guard accompanying her to the extreme south. No need. He is certainly no ordinary person. And we are merely a merchant association. It would be unwise to interfere. Ning Yuhan shook her head, then suddenly stretched, elegantly outlining a perfect arc. I did not expect to complete my task so soon after arriving in the extreme south. It is a bit dull. The guard, speechless, thought to himself that her luck was simply extraordinary. Luck is also a form of strength. But is this person truly from the extreme south? If so, he is quite impressive to effortlessly engrave the extreme dragon fist. Could it be that the extreme south harbors hidden talents? The image of Shen Ya flashed through Ning Yuhan's mind. Her interest piqued. By the way, it seems we owe him 200,000 taels of gold and have yet to provide an address. Glancing at the jade slip of the extreme dragon fist in her hand, Ning Yuhan pouted. What good fortune! I did not expect that attendant to be the wind inspector of the Wind Hidden Merchant Association. Shen Ya drove the carriage along the mountain path outside Jiyun City. And their meeting with Ning Yuhan occurred after he boarded the carriage at that moment. He had not anticipated the presence of another individual concealed within, nearly leading to a confrontation. After conversing, he discovered that she was indeed the wind inspector of the Wind Hidden Merchant Association over the past few days. She had uncovered Xia Zhang's dealings with the Soloro Empire, noting that Xia Zhang's actions were highly suspect, prompting her to investigate the jade slip of the extreme dragon fist in secret. Additionally, she had identified the issues during the auction and even assisted Shen Ya in replacing the special nectar applied to the gold. Within the carriage, Shen Ya handed her the jade slip of the extreme dragon fist, which served as evidence to apprehend Xia Zhang. Fortunately, she replaced the special nectar, otherwise, it would have been a troublesome affair. Shen Ya mused, having anticipated that Xia Zhang and his associates would tamper with the gold. Had the special nectar not been removed, the cleanup would have been quite complicated. Even the slightest remnant left behind would expose his affiliation with the Jade Ding Kingdom. Even so, the sheer volume of gold presents a large target. And our actions are too slow. It must be dealt with. Observing his surroundings, Shen Ya halted the carriage, locating a secluded valley to casually discard the hostage, Luo Yundong, before resuming his journey until he reached a complex and hidden forest. He guided all the carriages into the woods and then sat cross-legged atop one, grasping spirit stones to cultivate. Chapter 32. The Sword of Death. The reason spirit stones are considered a hard currency in the Divine Wilderness continent is due to their significance. They serve as essential materials for constructing formations. More importantly, they contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which can be directly absorbed and transformed into true qi, although the effect is not as immediate as that of medicinal pills. The spiritual energy is pure and carries no side effects, making it the most suitable for Shen Ya at this moment. Let it not be forgotten that as long as there is sufficient spiritual energy, Shen Ya could directly advance to the 4th level of qi gathering. When the 2 inferior spirit stones were reduced to dust, he successfully ascended. Caw caw. 3 piercing sounds suddenly rang out, yet they did not reveal themselves immediately. Instead, hiding nearby to observe, their aim being to find an opportunity to rescue the 8th prince. Wary of alarming Shen Ya, they feared Shen Ya would continue severing fingers. Come out. I have already detected your presence. Shen Ya retained the consciousness and power of his previous life. How could he possibly remain oblivious to the arrival of the 3? Master Ma and the middle-aged couple exchanged astonished glances before slowly stepping forward. Young man, where is the 8th prince? It would be wise to return him to us. We may consider sparing your life, they said. Scanning Shen Ya, they realized that the 8th prince was not in his possession, which offered them a modicum of relief. Their confidence and arrogance resurfaced. Although Ning Yuhan had claimed he was no ordinary individual. What of it? In the far southern lands, who would dare provoke the Soloro Empire? Even if he was extraordinary, what could it matter? Besides, he was alone. I have honored my promise. I have already released your prince, Shen Ya remarked indifferently. However, I may have inadvertently knocked him unconscious during his release and forgotten where I placed him. He might well be in the belly of a beast by now. Master Ma and his companion's expressions shifted. Their eyes icy as they fixed their gaze on Shen Ya. Forgotten? I will ensure you remember, the elder said coldly. Su-san, Su-si, seize this boy. If he refuses to speak, cut off his fingers. Capturing Shen Ya would be the swiftest way to locate the 8th prince. Yet, Shen Ya would not allow them to take him easily. Choosing to remain here was merely a strategy to confront the current predicament. With a flicker, he vanished into the forest, the complex surroundings rendering their search futile. Master Ma. We cannot find him, they reported after a quarter of an hour, returning empty-handed. The elder's face darkened. Su-san, you will remain here. With this much gold, he cannot possibly abandon it. Su-si, we shall search for the 8th prince. He must be along the route. Move. Unable to locate Shen Ya, the elder decided to seek the 8th prince instead, leaving Su-san to guard the area. The moment Shen Ya had retreated, Su-san had discerned his realm, only the 4th level of Qi gathering. Such strength posed no threat to Su-san, who was at the 8th level. The elder did not believe Shen Ya would forsake the gold out of course. He was also wary that other individuals might be lurking behind Shen Ya. However, it mattered not. They had reinforcements that would soon enter the woods. Even if Shen Ya possessed a peak master of Qi gathering, resistance would be futile in the blink of an eye. Su-san found himself alone by the cart. Moments later, Shen Ya emerged leisurely, smiling as he stood before Su-san. You dare to show yourself again? Su-san was taken aback. Then his expression turned cold. You are the only one left. Why would I not appear? Shen Ya retorted coolly. Su-san's heart raced as he surveyed his surroundings, finding no one but Shen Ya. Boy, if I am not mistaken, you are merely at the 4th level of Qi gathering, correct? And what of it? If so, you may as well prepare to die. Su-san, a royal guard of the Soloro Empire, acted with utmost decisiveness. The young man before him had no allies, but that could change in an instant. With a swift stroke, his blade unleashed a formidable wave of energy. A fine approach, Shen Ya thought, his eyes gleaming. Having defeated Zhang Huang at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, he felt confident he could slay this individual at the 4th level. Both were crossing the 4th realm. Zhang Huang was the foremost expert of the Qihua Empire and had benefited from Dantai Mingli's influence. Before him stood merely an ordinary guard in the same realm. He would undoubtedly be weaker than Zhang Huang. Jade Cauldron 10 Cities Sword. With a flourish, Shen Ya unleashed his broad sword, the overwhelming force dispersing the blade's energy. Jade Cauldron 10 Cities Sword. You hail from the Jade Cauldron Kingdom? Ah, yes. The Jade Cauldron Kingdom is currently at war with the Qihua Kingdom, and due to prior internal strife, their treasury is depleted. You seek this gold to support your kingdom. Su-san was taken aback. Comprehending the entire situation, you are the mysterious expert from the Jade Cauldron Kingdom, the one who killed Zhang Huang. To this day, the existence of Shen Ya remained unknown to outsiders. The tale of Zhang Huang's demise spoke of a mysterious figure from the Jade Cauldron Kingdom. You guessed correctly. Zhang Huang was merely at the 7th level of Qi gathering. While you could slay him, you cannot hope to kill me. Su-san was resolute. He believed Shen Ya was but a solitary figure, that his combat prowess was terrifying. Yet how could he possibly imagine crossing 4 levels to kill him? 3 levels might be plausible, but 4? I am afraid I had only reached the 3rd level of Qi gathering when I killed Zhang Huang. With a calm smile, he charged at Su-san. The Jade Cauldron 10 Cities Sword suppressing him while imbued with the boundless momentum of the 10,000 Demon Sword. This was something Zhang Huang had never experienced. a weighty and infinite sword intent that made Su San's complexion shift dramatically. Killing sword. Death seizing. Su San was paralyzed by terror. He found himself struggling to breathe under the pressure. Nevertheless, he unleashed a surge of his thick, true energy, forcefully dispersing Shen Ya's assault. Yet, a cold voice reached his ears. In an instant, a beam of sword light pierced through his brow. No, it cannot be. Su San gazed at Shen Ya in disbelief. He had perished, and so swiftly. The killing sword of the Shadow Sword organization was indeed tyrannical, regrettably. He could only recall 3 techniques. Gently landing, Shen Ya remarked, I am but a shadow of my former self. The Shadow Sword, a fearsome assassin organization, had allied with Dantai Mingli in my previous life. And I had some dealings with them. Alas, I was not a swordsman back then, thus I only remember 3 moves, but it should suffice for my current use. Any more would exceed my present capabilities. As he spoke, he paid no heed to Su San's lifeless body and swiftly vanished into the forest. The elders sought Luo Yundong, inevitably opting for separate actions to enhance their search efficiency. Soon, Shen Ya encountered Su Si, the middle-aged woman who had been searching alone. Su Si's realm was weaker than Su San's, at the 7th level of Qi gathering. Upon seeing Shen Ya, she was met with her demise, the killing sword. Devouring shadow, the sword moved like a phantom. How could Su Si possibly react? Were Shen Ya a professional assassin, she would not have even managed a single word. Turning, Shen Ya continued on towards Jiyun City. The elder could not be limited to just 3 individuals. He would surely dispatch more to track or assault him, and all of them must die. Only in this way could the Soloro Empire be deprived of their ability to pursue him. Indeed, as he neared Jiyun City, he beheld a group of several dozen individuals, all bearing the insignia of the Soloro Empire. Most of them were merely at the 1st level of Qi gathering. They had received Master Ma's orders to search for Luo Yundong, so they all perished silently. Chapter 33. Deterred. Arrival at Jin Wuxing Province. 8th Prince. After an indeterminate time, the elder finally found Luo Yundong, who had not been carried off by the beasts. Aside from 3 severed fingers, he was unharmed, and the elder hurried to awaken him. Ma Qiu, where is that man? Was he killed? Luo Yundong exclaimed as he regained consciousness. Rest assured, Your Highness, he cannot escape our grasp. Ma Qiu replied ominously, though he left unspoken the fact that if Shen Ya abandoned the gold, he would have truly escaped. Good. I shall have his fingers severed one by one. I will have him executed by slow slicing. Gazing at his severed fingers, Luo Yundong was consumed by rage. Even if they could be reattached, they would be rendered nearly useless. The esteemed 8th Prince of the Soloro Empire had nearly been deprived of his martial future. Ma Qiu promised the 8th Prince vengeance and quickly signaled to all. Finally, he led Luo Yundong towards the location of Shen Ya's gold, where the cart remained, and there sat Shen Ya, leisurely drinking. How utterly relaxed. Your Highness, it seems fortune smiles upon you. The beasts of the wilderness show no interest in you, Shen Ya remarked with a casual smile, Ma Qiu's gaze fixed on Shen Ya. Instinctively sensing a dangerous aura, how could Su San, who had just been left behind, have vanished? The one who had hidden in the forest now sat at the cart, drinking with such ease. What emboldened him to do so? Su San. Suddenly, Ma Qiu noticed a corpse concealed beneath fallen leaves. Who else could it be but Su San? He rushed over, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was dead, pierced through the brow by a single sword stroke. Did you kill him? Ma Qiu questioned, then shook his head in denial. No, it cannot be you. Who did this? Show yourself. He remained unconvinced that Shen Ya possessed the ability to kill across 4 levels of realm. The surroundings were eerily silent. Save for Shen Ya's drinking tea that moment, Ma Qiu faced an even more terrifying realization. Why had Su Si not yet arrived? Where were his reinforcements? Staring intently at Shen Ya, Ma Qiu instinctively swallowed hard. Uncertain how to proceed. Master Ma, Your Highness, they are dead. They are all dead. A figure appeared from the distance, one of the few who had not fallen to Shen Ya. What do you mean? Dead, what are you saying? Ma Qiu pressed. They are all dead. Besides me, everyone else is gone. The man trembled, clearly terrified. Ma Qiu's gaze returned to Shen Ya, his scalp prickling. What of Su Si? He is dead as well. Shen Ya had not anticipated leaving behind a lone survivor. A blunder indeed. But it mattered little. There was no need for excessive dialogue. With a jolt of his spirit, Ma Qiu's true energy surged. He was at the peak of Qi gathering, and his terrifying energy bore down on Shen Ya. causing the horses before the cart to whinny in distress. Have you made up your mind? Do you truly intend to strike? Shen Ya replied coolly, his gaze falling upon Luo Yundong, a smirk of mockery gracing his features. Upon meeting Shen Ya's gaze, Ma Qiu's body suddenly stiffened. Kill him, Ma Qiu! Why are you still hesitating? Kill him! Luo Yundong shouted, evidently unaware of the perilous situation. Yet Ma Qiu dared not move. Who would protect Luo Yundong if he acted? A mere first-level survivor? If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Shen Ya urged the horse-drawn carriage forward towards the official road, but suddenly turned back, a murderous intent and the aura of his sword surging forth simultaneously. Prince Sorrow. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. In the blink of an eye, the carriage, laden with 3 million taels of gold, vanished into the depths of the forest. Why don't you take action? Luo Yundong remained frenzied. Ma Qiu offered no explanation, forcibly bringing Luo Yundong back to Jiyun City. Only after providing some comfort did he dare to venture out to search for the corpses, when all the bodies were finally recovered. An icy dread enveloped him. Each had met their demise by a single sword strike. This was the work of an exceedingly terrifying assassin. Who had they truly offended? Was that young man genuinely born in the far south? On the official road, Shen Ya traveled in his carriage, yet his destination was not the Jade Kingdom. Rather, he meandered aimlessly. The carriage was too large and conspicuous. Heading directly to the Jade Kingdom would easily attract scrutiny. In the current circumstances, it was unwise to create too many enemies for the Jade Kingdom. Had Ma Qiu not been intimidated earlier, given his strength, it would have posed considerable trouble. He was a peak existence within the gathering Qi realm, and not someone Shen Ya could contend with. Regardless, he had already dispatched a letter, and soon his father would send someone to retrieve the gold point 2 days later. Forces from the Jade Kingdom arrived. Shen Ya's gold was discreetly divided and transported to the Jade Kingdom. With these burdens lifted, Shen Ya hastened back to the Jinwu province of the Jade Kingdom. Jinwu province, it turned out, was once Shen Wu's territory, situated in the southwest of the Jade Kingdom. It bordered the Qihua Kingdom, a land fertile and long coveted by the latter. Currently, half of Jinwu province had already fallen under the occupation of the Qihua Kingdom, due to Shen Wu's influence. This region had become the most vulnerable point of the Jade Kingdom. The Qihua Kingdom had not even deployed many troops, and was on the verge of seizing it. While the main forces of the Jade Kingdom were unable to offer appropriate support, from the perspective of the Qihua Kingdom, the Jade Kingdom was already overwhelmed and simply lacked the strength to defend Jinwu province. Jinwu province is doomed. It seems the Jade Kingdom will not last much longer. Within an inn in Jinwu province, the displaced gathered to discuss the state of the nation. Damn it, it's all that second prince's fault. If he hadn't rejected Miss Dantai, we would be the ones boasting now. What's even more infuriating is that the Supreme Emperor of Jinwu has actually been defeated. Shen Wu's defeat isn't so bad. Otherwise, we would have to cede Jinwu province to the Qihua Kingdom. What's wrong with becoming subjects of the Qihua Kingdom? Besides, aren't we essentially subjects of the Qihua Kingdom already? The grievances of the refugees ran deep. Yet many still leaned towards the Jade Kingdom. There remained those with backbone, which offered a small measure of comfort to Shen Ya, who was also present in the end. He bore no ill will towards the refugees for their resentment towards him. Did the common folk not seek stability? Their displacement was indeed his fault. However, Shen Ya remained resolute. Gripping his sword tightly, he waited patiently, for one day, when they spoke of him, pride would surely shine in their eyes. Suddenly, the earth trembled. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Even the heavens wish to punish our Jade Kingdom. No, it's not that. A great army approaches us. What army? Is the Qihua Kingdom's army attacking? No. It is our Jade Kingdoms. Within the inn, there were also martial artists who clearly saw the flags of the Jade Kingdom, their banners fluttering high, causing a stir of excitement among all present. The Jade Kingdom was finally reinforcing its troops in Jinwu province. At that moment, Shen Ya slowly rose and exited the inn. My lord. The mighty army of the Jade Kingdom halted before the inn, and the commanders dismounted to pay their respects to Shen Ya. Chapter 34, like a hot knife through butter, encountering Luo Donghai again let us depart. Shen Ya donned his helmet, clad himself in armor, and mounted his war steed as the Jade forces left the inn. This was the rendezvous point he had arranged with the army. The commanders of the Jade forces before him were all former subordinates of Shen Wu. Intimately familiar with both Jinwu province and the Qihua kingdom, their families were under duress, and they dared not defy Shen Ya or Shen Ya. A cloud of dust rose, settling within the crowded inn. Countless people gaped, with someone exclaiming, "Did I just see correctly? Those individuals are the supreme emperor of Jinwu's generals." No, they were once Shen Wu's commanders. They have returned. What do they intend to do? Are they going to counterattack the Qihua kingdom? No, that is impossible. Without Shen Wu, how can our Jading kingdom withstand the main forces of the Qihua kingdom? Some oppose this notion, yet what of the seemingly endless army? The refugees in the inn did not flee. Instead, they remained, awaiting news from the front lines. The next day, news of the latest battle arrived. Our Jading army is advancing with unstoppable momentum, having pushed the Qihua forces back into their territory. 2 days later, more news came. Urgent news. Our Jading army has breached the Qijing Pass. The Qihua kingdom cannot hold its ground, and the Jading forces are pressing directly into Qihua. 5 days later, the inn no longer bustled with as many people. Many had returned home. Those who remained were merely passing merchants. This is madness. Absolute madness. The Jading army has stormed into Qihua. Unstoppable, having taken 10 cities without resistance. The merchants were utterly shocked at the sheer might of the Jading kingdom's forces and wondered how it had come to be. What of the main forces? How are they faring? The main forces of Jading, due to the situation in Jinwu province, have seen their morale soar and have firmly engaged the Qihua army. The crown prince, Shen Ya, has proclaimed that should the Qihua kingdom dare to send reinforcements back to Jinwu province, the main forces will advance straight into Qihua. The merchants were filled with excitement, completely taken aback by this incredible turnaround in fortune. It has been said that our Jading kingdom is financially depleted. It seems this was merely a ploy by the Qihua kingdom to disrupt our morale. The merchants lamented. As subjects of the Jading kingdom, how could they not feel invigorated at this moment? They ceased their criticisms of the second prince. However, some still worried. Even if they vanquished the Qihua kingdom, what then? Once Zhang Qi returned, the Jading kingdom might suffer even more grievously, perhaps facing annihilation. Elder Bai, we have received urgent news from the emperor of Qihua, beseeching you to dispatch a master to assist us. The mysterious expert from the Jading kingdom is too fearsome, easily slaying our generals. Zhang Yi of the Yanyang sect approached Elder Bai with this request. The Qihua kingdom's recent losses of 10 cities were directly attributable to a mysterious expert, the very one who had slain King Zhanghua. Very well. Elder Bai, eager to curry favor with Zhang Qi and Dantai Mingli, readily agreed to assist the Qihua kingdom. Elder Bai, the sect leader, has issued a decree. An unusual disturbance has occurred within the Sword sect, and all elders at the 5th level of Gathering Qi and above are to report immediately, lest they face grave danger. At that moment, a disciple conveyed the sect leader Gu Shi's command. Instantly, Elder Bai's expression shifted, while Zhang Ye's face contorted with rage. Elder Bai, this. It seems the sect leader does not wish for me to intervene in the matters between Qihua and Jading. However, just because only elders at the 5th level of Gathering Qi are summoned, I can still provide you with 3 elders at the 4th level of Gathering Qi. What can Gu Shi do to me? Elder Bai replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi finally felt a sense of relief. The mysterious expert may be formidable, but what of it? 3 elders at the 4th level of Gathering Qi would be enough to contend with an opponent at the 8th or even 9th level at that time. The mysterious expert from the Jading kingdom would surely meet his end. Within the territory of the Qihua kingdom, Shen Ya clutched a letter in his hand, a strange smile gracing his face. This was an urgent missive from the sect leader of Yanyang, Gu Shi. The contents revealed that Elder Bai had been delayed, yet he had sent 3 elders at the 4th level of Gathering Qi, preparing to join the Qihua army to slay him. All troops, heed my command. Remain in position. No one shall act without my order. Should these 3 elders join the Qihua army, it would create considerable trouble. Coordinating with the army would complicate matters greatly. Thus, Shen Ya needed to eliminate them before they could rendezvous with the Qihua forces. 3 elders at the 4th level of Gathering Qi. Could they truly rival an 8th or 9th level individual? Perhaps this held true for others, but with the memories and insights from his previous life, Shen Ya could easily incapacitate the 3 before they could effectively collaborate in battle. What level of power would they possess then? To be cautious, Shen Ya brought along 2 generals at the 3rd level of Gathering Qi. Your Highness, where are we headed? The 2 generals looked at Shen Ya in confusion over the past few days. They had come to respect his overwhelming strength, We are going to kill. Kill. Yes, we are going to slay 3 at the 4th level of gathering chi, Shen Ya stated flatly. Exchanging glances, the two generals found themselves increasingly unable to fathom the second prince. From where did he acquire the information about the 3 elders at the 4th level of gathering chi, intending to join the Chi Huo army? In this direction, was it towards the Yin-Yang sect? Let us wait here. On the official road of the Chi Huo kingdom, Shen Ya sat with the 2 generals in a small pavilion. This was the inevitable path for the elders of the Yin-Yang sect. 2 hours later, the sound of galloping horses finally approached. The generals, experienced in such matters, recognized the 3 swift steeds drawing near. Soon spotting 3 figures in green attire atop them. All were past middle age, with the foremost being an elderly man. The 3 individuals seated in the pavilion appeared quite out of place to them. Yet they did not pay it much heed. The official road was frequented by many travelers. Just then, the leading elder suddenly pulled his horse to a halt, his gaze abruptly fixed upon Shen Ya, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Moments later, a smirk played upon his lips as he addressed Shen Ya mockingly. "Ah, it is the great talent Shen Ya. What a coincidence. You left the Yin-Yang sect in such haste. We were quite concerned for your well-being." "What? The great talent Shen Ya? Shen Ya?" The 2 newly appointed elders exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with recognition. Indeed, it was that very Shen Ya. They had been present the day he had slain Bai Feihu on the Yin-Yang platform. Who would have anticipated encountering him here? Elder Bai was utterly enraged by the death of Bai Feihu. He had intended to seize an opportunity to eliminate Shen Ya, but unexpectedly, that rascal managed to escape on the very same day. Leaving Elder Bai's fury without an outlet, his heart raced. If only he could present Shen Ya's head to Elder Bai, they would undoubtedly earn his favor. "Elder Luo, it has been quite some time since we last met. Where might you be headed?" Shen Ya's gaze fell upon the elder, who was none other than Luo Donghai, encountered during the entrance examination. Luo Donghai was momentarily taken aback. Under normal circumstances, Shen Ya would have fled at the sight of him. Yet here he was, wearing a smile. "Where I am going is none of your concern, but I do know where you are headed shortly." Regardless of why he remained so composed, this lad was doomed. Soon, he would personally crush his head. Chapter 35. If one does not court death, one will not die. "Oh, I would love to hear more." Shen Ya's eyes sparkled with mischief, his tone flippant, entirely dismissive of Luo Donghai. Enraged by Shen Ya's demeanor, Luo Donghai's gaze swept over the 2 individuals beside him, both at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. What audacity did this boy possess to act so arrogantly? "The place you are destined for, of course, is hell." Luo Donghai grinned maliciously, suddenly leaping from his horse, a fiery aura surging towards Shen Ya. With a single strike of the flame sun palm, he aimed to obliterate Shen Ya in an instant. "Your Highness, be careful." The 2 commanders gasped, instinctively attempting to shield Shen Ya. However, as mere ordinary commanders, they could not hope to contend with the disciples of the Flame Sun sect, even at the same cultivation level. Shen Ya was swifter than they. Without even drawing his sword, he unleashed the Jade Ding Tensity sword. The overwhelming pressure of the sword descended. In terms of cultivation level, how could Luo Donghai possibly compare to Shen Ya? The Flame Sun palm crumbled, and Luo Donghai felt as if an immense mountain had crushed him, sending him uncontrollably flying back, crashing heavily into his warhorse, which let out a mournful cry before collapsing. Crushed beneath him. "Elder Luo, have you not made any progress in your cultivation?" Shen Ya stepped lightly out of the pavilion, a teasing question on his lips. Luo Donghai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared unblinkingly at Shen Ya. Previously, he had failed to discern Shen Ya's true level of cultivation, given that they shared the same realm. How could it be so easy to see through him? Even Ma Chia would not have perceived Shen Ya's cultivation level had he not deliberately revealed it. Now, Luo Donghai felt dizzy. How was this possible? It had been barely a month since that battle atop the Flame Sun platform. How could this lad have ascended from the body refinement realm to the 4th level of Qi gathering? How had he achieved this? Let us all attack together. This lad has already reached the 4th level of Qi gathering. We must join forces. After a moment of fear, Luo Donghai realized there were 3 individuals at the 4th level of Qi gathering on his side. What was there to fear? "You. Boy, I didn't expect you to be such a genius. However, the thrill of slaying a genius must be exquisite, and when I present your head to the sect master, it will be even more delightful." Luo Donghai rose, forming a triangular formation with the 2 newly appointed elders. "The last person to say something similar has already been beheaded by me," Shen Ya replied with a smile, stepping forward as the myriad demons soared intent erupted from him. Not only did Luo Donghai and his companions recoil, but even the two commanders behind him could not help but take a step back. It was too terrifying to TO them. Shen Ya appeared as if he were surrounded by swords. A spectral figure composed of blades. Secure both directions to prevent anyone from escaping. As they were still in shock, Shen Ya commanded. The two commanders dared not delay, promptly complying, retreating from the pavilion to guard the flanks of the official road. Haha. You are quite arrogant. Do you intend to challenge the three of us single-handedly? Luo Donghai laughed heartily. Had Shen Ya included the two commanders at the third level of Qi gathering, it might have been difficult to say whether they could defeat him. However, Shen Ya's audacity was precisely to their advantage. As his words fell, the three of them launched their attacks, three flame sun palms hurtling towards three different directions. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Shen Ya's eyes. Their combined strikes indeed possessed great power. Yet, the flaws and weaknesses in their formation appeared to him as vast as city gates. Like a rock soaring, he swiftly evaded the three palms. The Jade Ding 10 cities soared descending. The three were taken aback, unleashing their fiery fists simultaneously. As Shen Ya advanced, the sword intent underwent a sudden transformation. Shifting from heavy to light, the gray sword trembled, a killing sword, a life-snatching strike. One sword pierced through the midst of the three fiery fists, a fierce killing intent surging towards one of them. However, this strike was momentarily blocked, not swift enough. The individual was startled, leaping aside to evade the sword. Though he emerged unscathed, the trio's united front was instantly shattered. Shen Ya unleashed another sword, a killing strike. Devouring shadows, as swift as lightning, it pierced directly towards the evading individual. However, the searing aura had already arrived. In his singular focus on slaying one, he had entirely left his back exposed to Luo Donghai. It seemed that even if Shen Ya could slay one, he would be gravely injured. Yet, Shen Ya had anticipated this, moving with blinding speed as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Slipping past the individual in front of him, the shadow-devouring strike instantly claimed a life. Yet, that was not enough for the one who died. Luo Donghai and another's flame sun palm simultaneously struck him, tearing his body apart, blood and flesh scattering in a horrifying spectacle. Elder Luo, is it truly permissible to slay one's fellow disciples? Shen Ya emerged from the flurry of blood and flesh, untouched, his tone calm. The sarcasm unmistakable. Luo Donghai's expression froze, his gaze fixated on the splattered blood and flesh. Then turning to Shen Ya, a chill coursed through his body once more, a shiver of dread. The trio had joined forces. Yet in the blink of an eye, one had been slain. Who are you? What exactly are you? Luo Donghai inquired. Elder Bai had mentioned after Shen Ya's departure that this individual might harbor ulterior motives for coming to the Flame Sun sect. Perhaps he had been summoned by the sect master from elsewhere. Did you not hear how they addressed me just now? Shen Ya retorted. Luo Donghai's gaze flicked over the two commanders, and suddenly realization dawned upon him, his eyes widening in shock. Your Highness, they called you Your Highness. You are the second Prince Shen Ya of the Jade Ding Kingdom? You are the mysterious master of the Jade Ding Kingdom. Indeed, I heard you intend to assist the Red Fire Kingdom, which is precisely why I have come to eliminate you, Shen Ya replied. Luo Donghai gazed at him in horror. He had previously suspected that Shen Ya was the second prince of the Jade Ding Kingdom and had even looked into it slightly. However, the style and level of cultivation were completely different. And coupled with Elder Bai's assertion that he could not possibly be from the Jade Ding Kingdom, he had dismissed the idea. Now he realized that the long-absent fool from the Jade Ding Kingdom was not only alive, but had also self-destructed his martial arts to cultivate anew. Emerging even stronger. He is the second prince of the Jade Ding Kingdom. We must announce this to the world. Luo Donghai bellowed. The sect master, now in his twilight years, has even shielded this lad, putting the sect in a position to offend the Dantai family. The remaining two, recognizing their inability to contend with Shen Ya, had no choice but to retreat as soon as the news reached Elder Bai's ears. It could force the sect master to abdicate, a matter of utmost importance. Your awareness is commendable, but do you think you can escape? Shen Ya stood firm, like an insurmountable mountain. Split up and flee. They exchanged glances, simultaneously darting in opposite directions. At that moment, the role of the two commanders became evident. They obstructed Luo Donghai, while Shen Ya swiftly dispatched one of the remaining foes, returning once again to confront Luo Donghai. If one does not court death, one will not die. Leaving Luo Donghai with those words, he struck decisively. ensuring the other would die with unseeing eyes. Your Highness, the two commanders were utterly in awe of Shen Ya, who was so formidable that even the elders of the Flame Sun sect had fallen before him. Search them for any valuables. Shen Ya spoke nonchalantly. The two hastily complied, soon uncovering several vials of elixirs and a spirit stone. A spirit stone? I did not expect Luo Donghai to possess such a valuable item. Shen Ya marveled, glancing at the elixirs, which were merely ordinary healing and energy-restoring potions, tossing them to the commanders while retaining the spirit stone for himself. Chapter 36. Arrival of the Lu family expert. A low-grade spirit stone holds little significance for Shen Ya. It merely elevated his true qi to the pinnacle of the 4th level of qi gathering, still a layer away from breaking into the 5th level. However, this barrier should not take long to breach, thanks to his recent training and slaying. Furthermore, with the spirit of the gray sword sparring with him, his mental realm had already reached the 5th level of qi gathering, having crossed the 5th sword monument. What he still lacked was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Regrettably, low-grade spirit stones and qi condensing pills are rarely found in the extreme south. He felt a tinge of regret. Had he known to demand more spirit stones from Luo Yundong when he had the chance, he might have secured them. However, if he had asked for too much at that time, he feared Xia Zhang might not be able to provide them, or even refuse to lend them to Ma Qiu and others. Perhaps I could. Shen Ya suddenly thought of Ning Yuhan, who had promised him 200,000 taels of gold after he acquired the extreme dragonfish jade slip, although he had felt indebted to her and initially declined. Ning Yuhan insisted on giving it to him, stating that Shen Ya owed her no favors. After all, it was Shen Ya who had helped her rid herself of the toxic presence of Xia Zhang. And the Foaming Merchant Association had also placed him in peril, regardless of any sense of obligation. If he were to seek several spirit stones from Ning Yuhan now, she should not refuse. However, doing so might expose my identity. Shen Ya could not afford to go personally. He would have to send someone. Yet, sending someone careless could be hazardous. He did not doubt Ning Yuhan's character. But the Solaro Empire might trace back to him. Though the Solaro Empire was quite distant from the Red Fire and Jade Ding kingdoms, separated by the extreme Fortune City, if they sent experts to assist the Red Fire Kingdom, it would spell danger for the Jade Ding Kingdom. Dismissing that notion, Shen Ya turned his gaze towards the walls of Jilin City in the Red Fire Kingdom ahead. Bring forth the heads of Luo Donghai and his companions into the city. Then commenced the siege. In the Red Fire Kingdom, at the Chihuan City gates, King Zhonglai sat grimly. Before him lay 3 heads, one of which was incomplete, the severed heads of Luo Donghai and his companions. Under the assumption that the support from the Yin-Yang sect would ensure the complete annihilation of the Yuding army, it now appears that the enigmatic experts of the Yuding kingdom have foreseen our movements, executing 3 of our men and presenting their severed heads before us. Zhonglai Wang paced back and forth, ultimately gritting his teeth in resignation. Knowing he must urgently contact Zhang Yi.1 cannot help but wonder if Elder Bai from the Yin-Yang sect will be able to send more adept warriors to our aid. Report. The Yuding army has already captured Qilin City, a soldier suddenly announced. Zhonglai Wang sprang to his feet. The fall of Qilin City would render Chihuan City the last bastion of defense for the Qihua Kingdom. Should Chihuan City fall, the Yuding forces would march unimpeded into the capital of the Qihua Kingdom. The situation was dire. What shall we do? Can our current forces hold the line? Report. 2 individuals claiming to represent the hidden Lu family seek an audience with Zhonglai Wang. Another soldier interjected. The Lu family. Zhonglai Wang's eyes gleamed with interest as he stood abruptly. He was well aware of the Lu family, a secluded lineage within the Qihua Kingdom that enjoyed cordial relations with the realm. Previously, he had dispatched envoys to request their assistance, only to be met with refusal. As they claimed their family did not involve themselves in worldly affairs, what could this visit imply? Regardless, I must meet them. Soon, 2 middle-aged men clad in ancient-style blue robes, exuding an air of otherworldliness, stood before him. Esteemed members of the Lu family, I am Zhonglai Wang, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. He bowed deeply. The 2 men accepted his greeting with grace and promptly stated, Zhonglai Wang. Our clan leader has consented to assist your Qihua Kingdom. After all, we have grown accustomed to life here and do not wish for this land to fall into the hands of the Yuding Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Zhonglai Wang's face lit up with joy. Of course, once we resolve this crisis, we hope that Prince Zhangqi will speak favorably of us in front of Miss Dantai, expressing our desire to depart from the extreme south and return to the central region of the Mingji domain. The middle-aged man continued. Certainly. That goes without saying, Zhang Lai Wang replied hastily, though inwardly he cursed. The Liu family was offering timely assistance, yet had previously refrained from action, believing the Qihua kingdom owed them a greater debt of gratitude. Excellent. We shall proceed to eliminate this so-called mysterious expert shortly. The two men expressed their satisfaction with Zhang Lai Wang's attitude and made their promise. Zhang Lai Wang, overjoyed, quickly arranged a feast with fine wine, delectable dishes, and beautiful women to entertain his guests. On the walls of Qilin City, Shen Ya gazed into the distance at the formidable Qihuan City, a natural barrier established prior to the founding of the Qihua kingdom. However, the arrival of Qihuan City signified that the Liu family had also arrived. Your Highness, just ahead lies Qihuan City. Once we capture it, the path to the capital of the Qihua kingdom will be wide open, an excited general proclaimed. They had never imagined they would be so close to the capital. If they could follow the second prince into the heart of the Qihua kingdom, their names would be etched into the annals of Yuding history. How could they not be exhilarated? How could they not feel a surge of emotion? They seemed to have forgotten that the strength of the Wuping Fan kingdom was as fragile as paper before true warriors. Send the orders to change course to Fire Cloud Mountain. Target the Liu family there, Shen Ya suddenly commanded. What did you say? The generals looked at Shen Ya in confusion, abandoning the assault on Qihuan City. Did you not hear? Send the orders down. Target Fire Cloud Mountain, the Liu family. Shen Ya replied coolly, casting a glance at them. The generals fell silent, understanding that they could only obey the second prince's command without question, under the cover of night. The grand army of the Yuding kingdom marched resolutely toward Fire Cloud Mountain. Shen Ya remained atop Qilin City. Just moments ago, scouts reported suspicious individuals entering Qihuan City, personally welcomed by Zhang Lai Wang. In an instant, Shen Ya surmised the involvement of the Liu family. Given their amicable ties with the Qihua kingdom, it was unlikely they would refrain from sending aid, especially since the Qihua kingdom had sought assistance from the Yin-Yang sect. Yet, what level of prowess did these two members of the Liu family possess? Would they come to eliminate me? Shen Ya remained calm. If they were at the pinnacle of the gathering Qi realm, it could prove exceedingly troublesome. However, as long as they could delay until the army surrounded the Liu family stronghold, it was hard to believe the Liu family would dare act recklessly before such overwhelming force. They have arrived. Suddenly, two figures appeared outside the city walls, approaching in the blink of an eye. Under the moonlight, their blue robes billowed, and a hint of arrogance adorned their faces. As Shen Ya's gaze met theirs, their eyes locked, yet no ripples disturbed the surface. Remarkable, such a young practitioner at the fourth layer of the gathering Qi realm, one of them remarked, their eyes scanning Shen Ya, failing to recognize him as the mysterious expert. They were momentarily taken aback by his level of cultivation. In an instant, they stood before Shen Ya and demanded, where is the so-called mysterious expert of the Yuding kingdom? Have him step forward. Who are you? Shen Ya inquired warily. Though a sense of dread gripped his heart, despite not reaching the pinnacle of the gathering Qi realm, one was at the 8th layer, while the other was at the 9th layer. Chapter 37. The Sword of Annihilation. Kid. You must be the disciple of that mysterious expert from the Yuding kingdom, correct? Reveal to us your master's whereabouts, or else we shall take your life. One of the Liu family's experts sneered. Looking down at Shen Ya from their elevated position, momentarily taken aback, Shen Ya realized he had been mistaken for the disciple of the mysterious expert. It was understandable. Who would believe that a mere 4th-layer practitioner could have slain Luo Donghai and his companions without witnessing it firsthand? My master has gone to Qihuan City, Shen Ya said, embracing the misunderstanding. What? To Qihuan City? Indeed, the army has already mobilized. The My master mentioned that capturing Qihuan City solely with the Yuding army would be exceedingly difficult. We must secretly eliminate Zhang Lai Wang. Once the commander is dead, Qihuan City will fall into our hands effortlessly. Shen Ya feigned innocence, revealing everything. The two members of the Liu family exchanged glances, yet they were not foolish enough to believe Shen Ya's words based on mere claims. As they entered the city, they discovered that the army had indeed departed, and there was no trace of powerful oars remaining within. Let us return to Qihuan City, one of them declared. Unwilling to see Zhang Lai Wang perish, having already intervened, if Zhang Lai Wang were to fall at the hands of the mysterious expert, it would be a considerable loss of face for them. Before departing, their gazes fell upon Shen Ya. Fourth brother, take this kid with you. He may prove useful, the Liu family's 9th-layer expert instructed. The fourth brother nodded and prepared to capture Shen Ya. Just then, Shen Ya abruptly leaped from the high city wall, leaving his pursuer grasping at empty air. He had not anticipated that this seemingly foolish boy would resist in the blink of an eye. Shen Ya had vanished into the dark alleys of the city. Exchanging glances, one of them said, "Fourth brother, capture this boy. I will proceed ahead." With that, the ninth-layer expert swiftly retreated to Chi Huan City. In his mind, a mere fourth-layer practitioner would be an easy target for his fourth brother, and he had no concerns about ambushes. They had just conducted a thorough search and found no powerful individuals within the city. Thus, the two split up. The Lu family's fourth brother infiltrated the alley that Shen Ya had just entered, expanding his spiritual awareness. To his astonishment, the boy had seemingly vanished without a trace. Logically speaking, with his skills, he should have been able to instantly detect Shen Ya's whereabouts. Moreover, the Lu family was not a group of ordinary warriors. Even the Yin-Yang sect fell short in certain aspects, especially in terms of spiritual awareness. How could he have disappeared? The fourth brother furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Abruptly, his brows shot up, a strong sense of danger enveloping him as he heard the sound of slicing air. Instinctively, he turned and swung his sword. Clang! The sound of steel clashing erupted in the narrow alley, sparks flying. The Lu family's fourth brother retreated hastily, scanning for his assailant, only to find that the one who had attacked him was nowhere to be seen. The assassin had vanished like a ghost. This was a truly terrifying assassin, and the ability to hide left him shaken. I must leave this alley immediately. This battleground is a killer's paradise. The fourth brother made a snap decision. Leaping high onto the rooftops, he expanded his spiritual awareness to its fullest. Even in retreat, he dared not let his guard down, nor would he turn his back to an assassin. Just then, his eyes widened in shock. A young man stood on the very rooftop before him. The same foolish boy from before. Indeed, you are worthy of being a Lu family expert. Had it been an ordinary 8th-layer practitioner, that last strike would have claimed their life, Shen Ya observed. His face partially illuminated by the moonlight, appearing enigmatic and unpredictable. Yet internally, he felt a sense of pressure. That last killing strike was meant to be decisive, yet this individual had managed to counter it. You are not foolish. Who are you? The Lu family's fourth brother was even more astonished. Was this truly the same foolish boy from before? Shen Ya refrained from responding, knowing he must eliminate the present threat before the 9th-layer expert realized what was happening. With the surge of demonic sword intent, he unleashed the ping bird's swift steps and the killing sword that devours shadows. Clang, clang, clang. The Lu family's fourth brother's expression shifted dramatically as he frantically defended himself against the onslaught. The swordplay was fearsome. The power was terrifying. Who are you? How have you cultivated such might at the mere gathering Chi realm? His shock was palpable. In this remote southern land, how could such a genius exist? The Lu family, while a hidden lineage, was not without knowledge. They understood the significance of might better than the Yin-Yang sect. Those capable of comprehending might below the acupoint opening realm were all considered prodigies. Suddenly, he realized something. You are the mysterious expert. You lied to us. There is no master. As Shen Ya's sword grew increasingly frenzied, it oscillated between the realms of life and death, rendering the Jade Ding 10 city's sword ineffective against such a formidable adversary. Suddenly, Lu Jia's fourth brother let out a thunderous roar, his voice piercing the heavens. Shen Ya's gaze turned frigid. At this moment, Lu Jia's third brother had yet to return to the Chi Huan city gate, and he was certain that this bellow would reach him. With the speed befitting a 9th-level Chi gathering expert, he could return in no more than the time it takes to brew 2 cups of tea. Fixating on the gray sword in his grasp, an intense chill surged within Shen Ya's eyes. Kill the sword, extinguish the soul. Abruptly, the myriad demon sword aura erupted from within, as if phantoms were materializing in the night. The gray sword in Shen Ya's hand trembled, whether from fear or exhilaration was uncertain. Then, in an instant, Shen Ya vanished, transforming into a specter, appearing before Lu Jia's fourth brother, just as Lu Jia's fourth brother raised his sword. He froze in disbelief. Staring at the young man before him, he sensed the ebbing of life. The opponent's sword had already pierced his heart, and simultaneously, he noticed the bursting veins in the opponent's hand. Strange streaks of blood stained the sleeves. The adversary, employing a sudden surge in martial prowess, had slain him, and he was now being countered by that very power. My third brother, my Lu family will not let you go. Lu Jia's fourth brother uttered his final words before collapsing, never to comprehend from whence this prodigy had emerged. Shen Ya coughed up a mouthful of blood, offering a bitter smile. I recall this technique, extinguish soul, is far too powerful, certainly not the third style of kill sword. Alas, Now I must find a way to heal. He remembered only 3 styles of kill sword, but the specific order had slipped from his mind. His recollection stemmed merely from an interest in these 3 techniques, evidently. Extinguished Soul was too burdensome for him at present. Conversely, this also illustrated its terrifying nature. Liu Jia's third brother would soon return, and Shen Ya swiftly searched Liu Jia's fourth brother's corpse, discovering a low-grade spirit stone and a vial of medicinal pills. Filling his heart with joy, there was still a chance to slay Liu Jia's third brother. Vanishing into the darkness, Shen Ya clutched the spirit stone to cultivate. He simultaneously poured out the vial of medicinal pills and consumed them, though not particularly potent. They would aid in his recovery. Chapter 38. Uphold the Jade Ding Nation as sovereign, or annihilate the town. Fourth brother. In the blink of an eye, Liu Jia's third brother returned to Qilin City. Spotting the corpse atop the roof that he howled in madness through the night. Unfazed, Shen Ya concealed his aura to the utmost degree. Come out. Reveal yourself. I shall tear your corpse to shreds. Liu Jia's third brother bellowed from the rooftop. His only response being a few barks from dogs. The citizens of Qilin City dared not utter a word. Come out, or I shall slaughter the city. Unable to locate anyone, Liu Jia's third brother threatened. My lord, this is the city of the Qihuan nation. Even if you massacre everyone within, the experts of the Jade Ding Nation will not appear. A trembling official of Qilin City stepped forward. It dawned on the enraged Liu Jia's third brother, yet he still severed the official's head with a single sword strike that he needed to vent his fury. However, his actions incited dissatisfaction among many, and no one would assist him in finding the culprit. He could only extend his spiritual awareness, continuously searching for an aura, and indeed, the 9th level Qi gathering prowess of the Liu family had its unique strengths. As he gradually approached Shen Ya's direction. In truth, Shen Ya also found it difficult to conceal his aura. After all, he was in the midst of cultivation, and his energy was easily betrayed. So it is you hiding here. You are the one who killed my fourth brother. At last, Liu Jia's third brother discovered Shen Ya concealed in a corner, his eyes gleaming with the ferocity of a beast. I never expected we would mistakenly regard you as just another foolish lad. Shen Ya's injuries were glaringly apparent, unmistakably indicating that he had just engaged in battle. Still unperturbed, he operated the sword condensation technique. Liu Jia's third brother gradually regained his composure. He remained puzzled as to how Shen Ya had slain his fourth brother. Even fearing that other experts might be nearby, Shen Ya's calmness only added to his unease. Soon, his expression sharpened. Bluffing. You are merely healing. Since that is the case, prepare to die. Bang! Suddenly, something in Shen Ya's hand erupted, startling Liu Jia's third brother into halting his movements. He beheld shimmering powder dispersing from Shen Ya's hand. It was the aura of the spirit stone. You are not merely healing. You are also breaking through. Liu Jia's third brother finally grasped the situation, no longer hesitating to strike. Kill sword, extinguish soul. Shen Ya fixed his gaze ahead, unable to see Liu Jia's third brother's figure due to his current realm, yet his experience allowed him to discern the trajectory of the attack. Having finally reached the 5th level of Qi gathering, Shen Ya's sword became even more powerful and ferocious. As extinguished soul was unleashed, a wailing filled the air. The gray sword, accompanied by spectral sword shadows, shot toward Liu Jia's third brother. Sensing the danger, Liu Jia's third brother reacted by bracing his sword. Retreating with a gasp, he managed to block Shen Ya's extinguished soul. However, his sword snapped with a crack. Shen Ya rose, his bloodied hands demonstrating his resolve. Yet he remained undaunted, stepping forward, his eyes ablaze with a terrifying aura, as the myriad demon sword aura surged forth. Momentum? This is impossible, Liu Jia's third brother shouted. But it was already too late. Shen Ya unleashed a second extinguished soul thrust. Disarmed, Liu Jia's third brother was struck down in an instant, falling to the ground with eyes wide in disbelief. Wondering why there existed momentum in the extreme southern lands, this young man, even after his breakthrough, could only be at the 5th level of Qi gathering. Huff, huff. Shen Ya gasped for breath, the 2 extinguished soul techniques nearly rendering his hands useless. Pain coursed through his meridians as if they were being torn apart. Had he not cultivated the sword shaping technique during his body refinement stage, he likely would have been unable to stand at all. In truth, the recent encounter had been exceedingly perilous for him. Had Liu Jia's third brother used his 9th level Qi gathering true energy to suppress him at that moment, the outcome might have been different. However, Lu Jia's third brother had been immobilized by Shen Ya's myriad demon sword aura. Of course, it was also due to his 2 lifetimes of experience, possessing a fearlessness that Lu Jia's third brother lacked. Along with decisiveness and bravery, a warrior must be fearless. In his previous life, under the shadow of Dantai Mingli, he had now untangled his mental knots, fearless, even if it tore the heavens apart. So what? Searching through the bodies, Shen Ya discovered another low-grade spirit stone. Dragging his fatigued and severely injured body, Shen Ya severed the heads of the 2 Lu family experts, consumed more medicinal pills for healing, and turned to leave Qilin City, pursuing the direction of the Fire Cloud Mountain Army. Within the gates of Huan City, Zhang Lai Wang remained anxious, having awaited the return of the 2 Lu family experts for an extended period. He dispatched individuals to investigate Qilin City. Just then, a scout reported that the Jade Ding army was advancing toward Fire Cloud Mountain. Zhang Lai Wang was perplexed, soon widening his eyes in astonishment. The Jade Ding nation's target is the Lu family of Fire Cloud Mountain. How dare they? Hidden aristocratic families were indeed terrifying entities, and ordinary, unranked nations would not dare to offend them. Report: 2 Lu family experts have been beheaded, their corpses left on the walls of Qilin City. At that moment, Zhang Lai Wang received further communication from his dispatch personnel. Collapsing into his chair, who exactly were the mysterious experts of the Jade Ding nation? Zhang Lai Wang, shall we deploy troops to rescue the Lu family? An advisor inquired. Zhang Lai Wang's expression reflected uncertainty. Yet he dared not act rashly. He wished to await a response from Zhang Yi of the Yin-Yang Sect. As the first rays of morning sunlight descended, the Lu family's town was surrounded by the army. At this moment, Shen Ya had also caught up with the troops. Who are you? Do you know where this place is? The hidden aristocratic family always maintained their lofty demeanor. Upon seeing the army of the Jade Ding nation, they displayed no fear. The one who emerged to challenge them was not even a significant figure in the Lu family, merely a steward. Shen Ya rode forth on horseback, donning a helmet, and cast a fleeting glance at the steward before speaking. Lu family. I am aware you are a hidden aristocratic family, but in my eyes, so-called hidden aristocratic families are merely refuse unable to survive beyond the extreme south. Now, I present you with 2 choices. First, from this day forth, relocate to my Jade Ding nation, serving my Shen family as your sovereign, performing the rights of lord and vassal. Second, annihilation. His voice thundered, echoing throughout Lu family town. In an instant, silence enveloped the town, soon followed by sounds of derision. A figure slowly emerged from within the town, arriving before Shen Ya in the blink of an eye. The assembled generals grew grave. Was this an intimidating expert? Could the second prince withstand him? Ordinary people instinctively felt a sense of reverence toward powerful beings. At this moment, the generals were still bewildered as to why the second prince would provoke a hidden aristocratic family. Jade Ding nation. A mere mundane country. If you withdraw now, we Lu family can pretend nothing has happened. Shen Ya regarded the individual with indifference, a pinnacle presence of qi gathering, though this person was likely stronger than Ma Qiu. Shen Ya stood backed by the army. What was there to fear? The generals trembled before the strong, but would he? This has already transpired. The Lu family supported the Qihua nation. Do you think I am unaware? Shen Ya scoffed coldly. The Lu family expert's gaze froze. Then he laughed again. So what if it is? What can your Jade Ding nation do? The arrogance of the hidden aristocratic family was unmistakable. Ha! Shen Ya laughed heartily. It seems your Lu family is preparing for annihilation. Chapter 39. Annihilation upon Shen Ya's declaration. The soldiers within the army were filled with fervor. Their momentum had been unyielding throughout the journey, and none amongst them were aware that Shen Ya was the second prince. They only knew that they had a formidable, extraordinary commander. They had witnessed him personally storm the city walls, slaying enemy generals with ease. The city had fallen. What significance did this small town hold? Young man, do not speak too boldly. Be wary of attracting calamity upon yourself. There are individuals in this land whom you cannot afford to provoke. The Lu family expert glared coldly at Shen Ya, his tone laced with condescension. You were the ones who provoked me first, Shen Ya retorted with a smirk. Even if there are those on this land I cannot afford to provoke, you Lu family are certainly not among them. The formidable figure from the Lu family subtly revealed a glimmer of anger upon his face and admonished, Young man, one must not act impulsively in life or in deeds. Beware, for calamity often arises from careless words. Otherwise, your family and friends may suffer dire consequences. He continued with an air of superiority, I advise you once more, withdraw your troops now, and we, the Liu family, shall treat this as if nothing has transpired. With an authoritative gaze fixed upon Shen Ya, an invisible tempest of mental pressure enveloped him, causing the faces of the assembled generals to change subtly, their collective fear intensifying. Even as they stood at the periphery of this storm, they found themselves paralyzed. Young man, will you now withdraw your forces? The Liu family figure observed the expressions of the gathered commanders. A strong man need only exert his presence to intimidate the weak. He looked disdainfully at the assembled Jade Cauldron army, asserting that no matter how numerous their ranks, this was a world where strength reigned supreme. Withdraw from my fire cloud mountain, and in front of it. Kneel in respect. The Liu family will not hold your transgressions against you. Produce the items. Contrary to expectations, the young man did not retreat nor display fear. Instead, he extended his hand. Soldiers approached, presenting 2 round, blood-stained cloth bundles. Shen Ya slowly unwrapped one of the bundles, remaining silent as he cast a cold smirk at the Liu family figure. Fourth brother, the Liu family strongman instantly lost his composure, his eyes widening in shock. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the second bundle, a flicker of dread creeping into his heart. Shen Ya smiled faintly and tossed the bundle toward him, saying, "Open it and see for yourself what lies within. I shall not dirty my hands." Trembling, the Liu family strongman unwrapped it, his body swaying as he gasped, "Third brother." Tears streamed down his face. In the next moment, his eyes widened in fury as he fixed his gaze upon Shen Ya, exclaiming, "You audacious commoner, I will annihilate your entire family. The Liu family shall eradicate your Jade Cauldron kingdom. Only the destruction of your realm can assuage our vengeance. Master, the third master and fourth master." At that moment, the Liu family's warriors surged forth, but upon witnessing the 2 severed heads, they were rendered speechless. The air erupted with the sound of chaos as the Liu family's martial artists retreated behind their leader, seemingly intent on shattering Shen Ya into pieces. "Eradicate the Jade Cauldron kingdom," a voice cried out, igniting a fervor among the town's warriors. "Jade Cauldron kingdom, today you shall learn what it means to provoke those whom you should not." The leader trembled as he handed the severed heads to those behind him, channeling his energy towards Shen Ya as he lunged forward. "Prepare arrows, fire at will." Shen Ya remained unfazed, indifferent to the overwhelming energy directed at him. What did it matter how potent their aura was? In the face of an army, could any be spared from the onslaught? The so-called strong could instill fear in ordinary commanders, paralyzing them with dread, but Shen Ya was not among them. The soldiers knew not what true strength entailed. Their allegiance lay solely with Shen Ya. The leader advanced in a fit of rage, but as he neared Shen Ya, a storm of arrows was unleashed. The arrows sliced through the air like a summer downpour upon Liu family town. Cries of despair echoing as the leader's energy deflected the barrage, yet the arrows continued to rain down upon him, requiring no command. Most were aimed directly at him. Boom! The leader screamed in agony, arrows flying around him, yet he retreated to his original position. Here, Shen Ya raised his hand, commanding the arrows to halt. "Liu family leader, will you submit to my Jade Cauldron kingdom, or shall you face annihilation?" Shen Ya inquired once more. The leader, enraged, laughed maniacally, ready to respond, but was interrupted by a chorus of mournful cries from behind him. "Master, the young lord is dead. He was pierced through the heart by an arrow." Momentarily stunned, he turned abruptly. The Liu family's warriors had lost all their previous bravado. Thoughts of annihilating the Jade Cauldron kingdom were now replaced with a scene of carnage and bloodshed, with only a handful of masters still standing. The rest lay grievously wounded, and his son lay lifeless. "Leader, what is your choice?" Shen Ya's voice pierced through him like an arrow through flesh. "You insignificant commoners, how dare you? How dare you?" The leader roared in madness, "I will rend your body asunder. I will make you beg for life and yearn for death. I will ensure the Jade Cauldron kingdom is utterly. Prepare arrows, fire at will." Shen Ya replied coldly, his voice devoid of compassion as he regarded the deranged leader. "No. We surrender, we surrender." A voice cried out, desperation evident. None wished to meet their demise. If this continued, how many would survive the town's devastation? "Leader, this is your final chance. Answer me." Shen Ya pressed icily. The leader stood dazed, his expression a tempest of emotions. "Leader, we cannot withstand this." The cries of Liu family supporters grew louder. Finally, the leader collapsed in resignation. "We, the Liu family, are willing to submit to the Jade Cauldron kingdom." "Excellent. We welcome the hidden family to our humble jade cauldron. Shen Ya dismounted and approached the leader, helping him to his feet. The leader gritted his teeth, striving to maintain an expressionless facade before Shen Ya. But at that moment, his eyes bulged in disbelief as he beheld the young commander before him. You, master. The Lu family's warriors shouted in horror as a blade pierced from behind the leader. I see hatred in your eyes. If you live, the Jade Cauldron Kingdom will be in peril, and even our army will be endangered. When the support from the Red Fire Kingdom arrives, we will be finished. Shen Ya's tone was chilling. How could he allow one at the peak of energy to survive? This was war, and the forces of the Red Fire Kingdom were no mere decoration. Moreover, no Lu family warriors could be spared. All harbored resentment. Rest assured, my Jade Cauldron Kingdom does not harm the old, the weak, or women and children. All non-combatants of the Lu family shall live safely within my kingdom, leading ordinary lives. The leader fell, his eyes unable to close in death. Army, follow me into the town. Shen Ya cast one last indifferent glance at the fallen leader, sweeping his gaze across the Lu family warriors as he led his forces forward. Demon, you are a demon. The townspeople of Lu family shouted in madness. Shen Ya paid them no heed, for the sake of the Jade Cauldron Kingdom. What mattered if he was deemed a demon? Besides, had it not been for his fortuitous circumstances, the third and fourth brothers of the Lu family could have brought ruin upon his army, sufficient to spell disaster for the entire Jade Cauldron Kingdom. Chapter 40. The Lu family's legacy. The midday sun bathed Fire Cloud Mountain in a radiant glow, yet the blood and corpses rendered Lu family town a place of grim solemnity. The occasional roar of a beast echoed, sounding weak and feeble. The Jade Cauldron army lay dormant, akin to a great dragon coiled in the mountains, breathing steadily. All matters within the town had been resolved. And Shen Ya stood in the courtyard of the Lu family estate, holding a decree inscribed with the aura of a master, adorned with the characters Dantai Sect. Now in his possession, the next step was to depart the southernmost lands and join the Dantai Sect. Second Prince. The forces of the Red Fire Kingdom have not departed from Chihuan City. They are clearly aware of our incursion into Fire Cloud Mountain, yet they dare not act decisively. A general reported urgently, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The commanders no longer harbored doubts regarding Shen Ya's assault on Lu family town. But it turned out that the hidden family of the Lu had dispatched masters to assist the Red Fire Kingdom, had it not been for the foresight of the second prince. The Jade Cauldron army would likely have perished before reaching Chihuan City. The second prince not only possessed formidable strength, but also strategized meticulously, capable of vanquishing even those at the 9th level of energy. Most impressively, he faced the pinnacle of energy without fear. Had it been anyone else, they would have been paralyzed with terror despite having an army at their back. Yes, I understand, Shen Ya nodded, noting that King Zhonglai of the Red Fire Kingdom was quite timid. Had they dispatched troops to support the Lu family upon realizing their advance into Fire Cloud Mountain, matters would not have proceeded so smoothly. Even now, should they send reinforcements, they would likely suffer heavy losses. Your Highness, we have cleared everything from the Lu family. At this moment, another general reported. Shen Ya's eyes sparkled with interest, including the spirit gathering array. Indeed. Your Highness. The general replied, his excitement palpable. The spirit gathering array, a legendary artifact. From this point forth, the Jade Cauldron Kingdom would possess its own spirit gathering array. The second prince had declared that he would relocate the Lu family's array to the Jade Cauldron Kingdom, promising a richer spiritual energy in the realm. Of course, the Lu family's array was modest and would only fit within the royal palace, yet this did not dampen the general's spirits. The Jade Cauldron Kingdom was destined to grow stronger. Your Highness, we found a rather peculiar secret chamber, but our men are unable to approach it. Another general reported. Shen Ya raised an eyebrow in curiosity, asking, what do the surviving Lu family members say? They are mostly in the dark. Only one old man mentioned that it is their Lu family's secret chamber, which was transported here when they moved to the southernmost region. He claims that even the family leader cannot enter now. Shen Ya's eyes glinted with intrigue. Such things were often extraordinary. Take me to see. In a flash, Shen Ya arrived at the entrance of the secret chamber. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, Shen Ya suddenly sensed his gray sword trembling in his hand, as if yearning yet also fearful. However, Shen Ya remained unfazed, directly suppressing the sword's energy with his own. That he fixed his gaze upon the secret chamber. Indeed, it is a Dao trace. Although weak, it is unmistakably a Dao trace. With the insight from his previous life, He could easily discern the nature of the secret chamber. A Dao trace, remnants of a path left by a powerful being. Some Dao traces were formidable, others feeble, yet regardless of their strength, they could not have been left by one of his current prowess. One must at least reach the realm of Dao. Some Dao traces contain nothing, while others held the legacies of great powers. Certainly, regardless of what remains, as long as one can perceive the traces of the Dao and comprehend the essence inscribed within, great rewards will surely follow. The present Dao traces render the Liu family unable to step into the secret chamber even once. However, for Shen Ya, this holds no significance. The traces he left behind in his previous life are immeasurably more formidable than those before him. The Dao traces in his memory are countless. Yet, if they were left by a master swordsman, it would still be worthwhile. One might find valuable treasures within the secret chamber. At this moment, what Shen Ya lacks is an understanding of the sword. Peering through this layer of Dao traces, he is pleasantly surprised to discover that they indeed belong to a powerful swordsman. After a careful contemplation, he shakes his head. He remains too weak. Even if he can comprehend these Dao traces, he cannot wield them. Yet, opening the secret chamber should not pose a challenge. Thus, Shen Ya strides forward. Second Prince. Be cautious. The generals are unable to approach, and may even be repelled. But just as their words leave their lips, their eyes widen in astonishment. How could the second prince be repelled? He strides directly to the door of the secret chamber and, with a decisive click, pushes it open. Exchanging glances, the generals are at a loss for words, unable to articulate the magnitude of his strength. The history of the Liu family. Inside the secret chamber is quite simple, a desk bearing several long-neglected tomes. Inscribed with the intricate scripts of ancient times, these characters are incomprehensible to the average person. But how could Shen Ya not understand them? Flipping through casually, he discovers records of the Liu family's former glory, as well as their decline, while also detailing the secret chamber itself, which can only be accessed by those who can perceive and penetrate the Dao traces, thereby receiving the strongest legacy of the Liu family. Naturally, there is a legacy within the secret chamber as well. Underneath the desk, Shen Ya finds several jade slips, but it is evident that without the bloodline of the Liu family, he cannot unlock them. Do these then become worthless to Shen Ya? With so many members of the Liu family outside, how difficult could it be to unlock the jade slips? After collecting the jade slips, Shen Ya surveys his surroundings, intending to exit the secret chamber, but at that moment, the gray sword in his hand trembles more violently, stirring his heart. A weapon imbued with a powerful soul can absorb Dao traces. This gray sword is no ordinary item. Since you desire it, I shall grant it to you. Shen Ya closes the door to the secret chamber, sits cross-legged, and prepares to help the gray sword absorb the Dao traces. The gray sword calms, awaiting the inscription of the Dao traces within. Soon, the surrounding Dao traces flow toward the gray sword with an invisible force, but just as they are about to make contact, they suddenly veer off, charging directly towards Shen Ya's Dantai. Shen Ya is taken aback. What is happening? Ignoring the roar emanating from the gray sword, he follows the Dao traces into his Dantai and sees them being devoured by the sword demon abyss. That a glimmer of light flashes in his eyes as Shen Ya once more pursues the Dao traces into the sword demon abyss. Inside the abyss, the 10 sword monuments remain, surrounded by an air of inscrutable mystery. Suddenly, from a corner, a faint light emerges, and Shen Ya turns to see it tearing through the darkness. A terrifying sword intent surges forth. Startled, Shen Ya conjures the sword demon's might to counter this onslaught of sword intent. In an instant, the two forces of sword intent solidify before the sword monument. Time seems to stretch, and after an indeterminate duration, the sword intent from the corner recedes, leaving Shen Ya drenched in sweat. That sword intent was fearsome, far surpassing the sword demon's might he had just begun to grasp, and he had only been able to withstand it thanks to the mental fortitude from his previous life. That sword intent clearly sought to eliminate me. Shen Ya fixes his gaze on the mysterious corner. As he approaches, he discovers a fissure. From within the fissure, the tip of a sword is visible, as if merely tearing through the darkness would reveal the complete blade. Chapter 41. Creating a pinnacle of Qi gathering, absorbing Dao traces. Tearing through darkness, revealing the tip of a sword. Indeed, the sword demon abyss is shrouded in mystery. Shen Ya muses. It appears that I need more powerful Dao traces from swordsmen to discern the true form of this sword, whether it be foe or ally. Only then can it be unveiled. Regardless, that recent sword intent has afforded me considerable insight. With that, Shen Ya's gaze shifts back to the 10 sword monuments, and with a single step, he strides past the 6th monument. He has reached the 6th layer of Qi gathering. Casting another glance at the sword tip, he refrains from delving further and exits the sword demon abyss. Currently, they remain within the Fire Cloud Mountain, should the Crimson Fire Army make a desperate bid. His own forces would undoubtedly suffer grave losses. Upon exiting the secret chamber, Shen Ya commands the army to depart from Fire Cloud Mountain and to return to Yuding Kingdom. No further combat. Will we not advance into Chihuan City? The generals are filled with perplexity, yet none dare to inquire. However, the army does not immediately head back to Yuding Kingdom. Instead, they camp within a city gate of the Crimson Fire Kingdom, which has been captured. Overseen by the former capital's garrison commander, Zhu Guang, Shen Ya, however, returns to the capital of Yuding Kingdom without a hint of nostalgia. In truth, without him, the Yuding Kingdom would find it nearly impossible to mount an assault on the Crimson Fire Kingdom. Moreover, given the current strength of the Yuding Kingdom, even if they were to seize the capital of the Crimson Fire Kingdom, they would lack the capability to maintain control. At that point, other nations, eyeing Yuding Kingdom with envy, would undoubtedly not allow it to grow in power. When the flames of war reignite, Yuding will be in peril. There are many eager to lend aid to the Crimson Fire Kingdom. And he is on the verge of departure. 3 days later, Shen Ya returns to the capital of Yuding Kingdom. Within the palace, he does not rush to practice, but instead completes the arrangement of the Spirit Gathering Array materials he brought back from the Liu family. The Spirit Gathering Array is of utmost importance. Simultaneously, Shen Ya hands over the incantations of the Imperial Prison skill to Xinjiang. With the Spirit Gathering Array and a formidable technique, the Shen clan can rapidly ascend. However, he then contemplates a pressing issue. With his departure, the Yuding Kingdom lacks a formidable expert to stabilize the situation. Should the Crimson Fire Kingdom summon experts from the Yin-Yang Sect, or even invite formidable practitioners from the Solaro Empire, the Yuding Kingdom would remain in dire straits. Thus, he seeks out Shen Han. Your Majesty, during my journey to the Liu family, I discovered a method to forcibly elevate one's realm. However, this technique is extremely domineering and may lead to future stagnation. I wonder if Your Majesty would care to give it a try? This technique was certainly not found within the Liu family, but rather resides in his memories. The matter of rebirth is one that cannot be spoken of. To what realm can it elevate me? Shen Han inquires. If all goes well, it could elevate you to the pinnacle of Qi gathering. This technique is a form of demonic cultivation from his previous life, exceedingly tyrannical, forcibly elevating one's status while shortening their lifespan. In the past, that demonic sect nearly compelled all its disciples to cultivate this technique, rendering them invincible in that region. Yet, after Shen Ya's modifications, the demonic technique no longer shortens lifespan, merely making further advancement exceedingly difficult. Only once Shen Han reaches the 6th layer of Qi gathering can he withstand its tyranny. Hurry, give it to me, the pinnacle of Qi gathering, my lifelong dream. Would I have to fear about future stagnation? Shen Han is wholly unconcerned. Given his age, even with the Spirit Gathering Array and the Imperial Prison skill, it would be quite challenging for him to reach the pinnacle of Qi gathering. 2 days pass in the blink of an eye, and Shen Ya successfully cultivates to the pinnacle of Qi gathering, leaving behind some martial skills and techniques before departing from the capital of Yuding Kingdom. The only ones to see him off are his father and Shen Han. Looking at the two before him, Shen Ya solemnly states, there will come a day when Yuding Kingdom will depart from the extreme south and traverse the divine wilderness. As Shen Ya departs, Shen Han inquires, Your Majesty, do you believe that your choice is the right one? Shen Han strokes his long beard and replies with a smile, a child of our own, any choice they make is correct. We shall support him until the end. At the 7th Sword Monument, I am but a hair's breadth away from comprehension. A few days later, in the mountains and forests outside Jian City, Shen Ya murmurs, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the gray sword embedded before him. Gray sword, your resistance has not only failed, but has instead facilitated my progress. Roar. The gray sword trembles, emitting an eerie roar. Since that day in the Liu family's secret chamber when it failed to absorb the Dao traces, its resistance has intensified beyond measure, its resentment feeling more terrifying than 100 scorned women combined. Each time Shen Ya wields it, it desperately resists, attempting to devour his sword intent, as if fueled by a grudge akin to that of a wronged lover. Nevertheless, this has also honed Shen Ya's skills. He consistently utilizes the gray sword to refine his sword intent, and now he stands but a step away from comprehending the seventh sword monument. In the Liu family, Shen Ya also discovered several spirit stones, including 2 mid-grade spirit stones, alleviating his concerns over insufficient spiritual energy. As long as he comprehends, he can reach the 7th layer of Qi gathering at any moment. Gripping the gray sword, he raises it. The wind howls. In the midst of the gray sword's resistance, Shen Ya executes a sequence of sword techniques, specifically one he learned within the Liu family's secret chamber, known as the initial profound sword technique. Though it is classified as mid-grade profound, under Shen Ya's mastery of the sword demon S-body, its power undoubtedly exceeds that of mid-grade profound. In truth, the jade slips within the Liu family's secret chamber contain sword techniques of even higher grades, but as Shen Ya currently resides at the Qi gathering realm, their elevated levels render them unusable. The initial profound sword technique, however, allows him to fully grasp and unleash its utmost power. The sword tip requires the Dao traces of a swordsman to unlock. During his journey to the Liu family, Shen Ya unraveled a fragment of the hidden secrets at the edge of the sword demon abyss. He is aware of several locations where traces of the sword exist, yet with his current strength, he cannot even approach them. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the gray sword once again bellows, attempting to break free from Shen Ya's grasp. Fear not. I too require Dao traces. In the future, I shall seek out more. And at that time, I will naturally provide for you. Gazing at the gray sword, Shen Ya makes a promise. Yet internally, he adds a caveat. It must be the Dao traces of swords that the sword demon abyss does not desire. The gray sword appears remarkable. One can only wonder how potent the sword soul within truly is. Not delving further, Shen Ya sets out, and half a day later, he arrives at Jiyun City. This time, he prepares to depart from the extreme south via a cloud ship. Stop. The Solaro Empire is receiving esteemed guests in Jiyun City. Today, the city is sealed. At the city gates of Jiyun, Shen Ya is halted by the guards. Furrowing his brow, though he feels dissatisfaction, he recognizes that under the current circumstances, he must wait another day. The Soul Empire is a 9th-tier power, yet it is a nation whose overall strength far surpasses that of the Yin-Yang sect. Although the city of Extreme Fortune is directly governed by the Eastern Extreme City, it is significantly influenced by the Soul Empire in the extreme south. Otherwise, Luo Yundong would not have been able to easily uncover that he hails from the extreme south. Moreover, Ma Qiu was able to summon such a large number of first-tier Qi gathering warriors in an instant. Of course, the Soul Empire does not simply seal off the city at will. This must be related to the distinguished guests they are expecting. Shen Ya does not wish to stir up trouble, and his face is undoubtedly on the Soul Empire's wanted list, so he decides to find a place to rest outside the city. Help! Help someone! Just as he turns around, Shen Ya suddenly hears a cry for help from within the city. Chapter 42. In front of Extreme Fortune City, the Sword of Murdered, he instinctively looks back and sees a pair of individuals, a man and a woman, frantically fleeing from the city. The man appears to be in his 40s, while the woman is in the bloom of youth, suggesting they are a father and daughter. Judging by their attire, they seem to belong to a certain social class. However, at this moment, their hair is disheveled, and they appear utterly distressed. Clang! A flash of blade light suddenly appears, blocking the path of the fleeing duo right at the city gate. The pair, terrified, collapses to the ground. Haha! Do continue to flee. As long as you escape the city gates, I shall spare you. Taunts a young man in a python robe, riding a large horse, as he enters the city gate passageway with his guards. Upon seeing him, a glint of realization flashes in Shen Ya's eyes. It is none other than the 8th Prince of the Soul Empire, Luo Yundong. Run, father, let us escape. The young woman pulls at the middle-aged man, maneuvering around the massive blade to dash toward the city gate, just a few steps away. Just as they are about to step out of the gate, the guards of Extreme Fortune City suddenly extend their hands, grinning maliciously, and block their way. Halt! The Soul Empire is welcoming esteemed guests in Extreme Fortune City today. The city is sealed, and no one may enter or exit. What? The faces of the father and daughter turn ashen, akin to dead ash. Alas, how many times has it been today? Someone besides Shen Ya sighs. It's all the fault of the 2nd Prince of the Jade Ding Empire, Shen Ya. His demise would have been the end of it. But the people of the Jade Ding Empire are in dire straits. Shen Ya looks up. Are this father and daughter from the Jade Ding Empire? Indeed, if they weren't from the Jade Ding Empire, how could such a situation occur? Replies a nearby merchant. Why, the Jade Ding Empire and the Soul Empire should have no ties. The merchant responds, there originally was no connection, But now the Jade Ding forces have invaded the Red Fire Kingdom with unstoppable momentum. The Red Fire Kingdom has no choice but to seek assistance from the Soul Empire. With the connection of the Mist Dantai, the Soul Empire will naturally provide support to the Red Fire Kingdom. Shen Ya's eyes flash with cold light. He had not expected the Soul Empire to intervene. He silently rejoices at having elevated his royal uncle to the pinnacle of Qi gathering and then asks, the Soul Empire intervenes to aid the Red Fire Kingdom. But does a grand empire really need to make things difficult for innocent citizens of the Jade Ding Empire? Especially within Extreme Fortune City. Did you not hear? The 8th Prince, Luo Yundong, recently suffered a major setback. Not only did he lose 3 fingers, but he also owes the Wind Shadow Merchant Association 300,000 taels of gold. It is said that the Soul Emperor was extremely furious and severely punished the 8th Prince. The merchant explains. This directly led to the Soul Empire's welcoming of guests having nothing to do with him. In his rage, and given his connections with Zhang Qi of the Red Fire Kingdom, he has decided to target the people of the Jade Ding Empire. Upon hearing this, Shen Ya comprehends the situation fully. A strong killing intent flashing in his eyes. Without waiting for the merchant to finish speaking, he strides purposefully toward the city gate. Help! Someone save us! We, the people of the Jade Ding, are being humiliated outside. Are you not going to intervene? The middle-aged man, witnessing his daughter being dragged away by Luo Yundong, desperately lunges forward while calling out. Intervene, of course, we will intervene. Shen Ya declares, his voice resonating as he approaches the city gate. What are you doing? Today the Soul Empire, wow. A guard from Extreme Fortune City attempts to stop Shen Ya, but before he can finish, Shen Ya kicks him into the city gate passageway, to dare forcefully breach Extreme Fortune City. You are finished. The guards behind him momentarily hesitate before angrily charging at Shen Ya, but they find themselves striking AI in the blink of an eye. The intruder has reached Luo Yundong, delivering a punch that sends both him and his horse flying. At the same time, he pulls the young woman to his side. Just then, the guards surge forward again, their momentum fierce. Shen Ya furrows his brow, glancing at the young woman beside him. Suddenly, the glint of a sword appears. A gray sword arcs out from behind Shen Ya. The 3 guards suddenly feel pain. Looking down to discover they have been bisected, blood drenches the middle-aged man, and the remaining guard, who had been kicked into the gate, gazes at the scene before him, paralyzed in fear. Who dares attack me? Luo Yundong yells, leaping from his horse. However, his eyes widen in shock as he fixates on Shen Ya. It's you. Shen Ya casts a cold glance at him, then pulls the bloodied father and daughter back, saying, you may leave now. Return to the Jade Ding Empire. The 2, still in shock, kneel before Shen Ya after a moment. Thank you, benefactor. May I ask your esteemed name? As they speak, their eyes eagerly search his face, gently scanning them. Shen Ya finally replies, Shen Ya. Shen Ya, benefactor, we shall remember this kindness, and the grace of today shall. Shen Ya? The middle-aged man's voice falters, disbelief etched on his features as he stares at the young man before him. The onlookers, including the merchant who had just explained things to Shen Ya, also freeze in astonishment. Shen Ya? Is this not the name of the 2nd prince of the Jade Ding Empire? It has been frequently mentioned these days. They certainly remember. Could it be a coincidence? Yes, I am Shen Ya. Now go. Shen Ya does not feel the need to clarify whether he is the 2nd prince. Those around him can believe what they wish. He reveals his name merely to let the people of the Jade Ding Empire know that there exists a Shen Ya who will stand for them. Help! Help! The one who cut off my fingers has appeared. Luo Yundong screams from within the city gates. The royal guards of the Soul Empire quickly gather before him. Shen Ya's gaze shifts back to the city gate, then to the merchant beside him. How many Jade Ding people has he killed? The merchant, no longer daring to engage in casual conversation, struggles to respond. This esteemed sir, I have seen at least 9 cases. At least 20 people have died. A nearby individual gathers courage to speak up. I, too, am from the Jade Ding. At least 20 people? Then it seems there aren't enough people in the city to pay this debt. I will require 10-fold retribution. Shen Ya gazes at the city gate, a cold smile gracing his lips. Well then, 1 life for each. I'll take what I can get. As soon as the words leave his lips, Shen Ya turns and strides into the city gate. Kill! His deep voice reverberates, and the sword light descends upon the terrified guard. His gaze then falls on Luo Yundong. Without uttering a word, he observes the blood upon his gray sword, and in a flash, he vanishes, weaving through the guards, delivering a strike to each one as if they were mere vegetables. The screams echo within the city, and in an instant, corpses litter the ground. Before long, only Luo Yundong remains, trembling as yellow liquid drips from beneath him. Please don't kill me. If you do, your family will face calamity. When I last severed your fingers, I saw no calamity befall me. Shen Ya smirked slightly. As I mentioned earlier, those you have wronged must be repaid tenfold. However, it seems your numbers are insufficient. I can only utilize your fingers to make up the difference. 20 lives? You have 17 fingers and toes left. As soon as he finishes speaking, Shen Ya lunges forward. With a swift motion, one of Luo Yundong's fingers sails through the air, spraying a fountain of blood. Shen Ya continues, it seems those 3 fingers have grown back. Very well, that's enough for me to remove. Chapter 43. The distinguished guest of the Soul Empire, help. Someone. Luo Yundong clutches his severed finger. Screaming in madness at this moment, he is devoid of powerful allies. Who could have anticipated that someone would dare to cause a ruckus in Extreme Fortune City? Shen Ya grins savagely, his sword rising and falling. One by one, Luo Yundong's fingers and toes are severed in the blink of an eye. Fingers fly, and blood sprays like a fountain. The onlookers, both inside and outside the city gate, are left in shock. It is brutal, terrifying. This is indeed the prince of the Soul Empire, subjected to such humiliation. The father and daughter do not leave, nor do the people of the Jade Ding outside the city. They clench their fists in excitement. For someone is willing to stand up for them. This person is Shen Ya. He the second prince. Whether true or not, it will be remembered. Yet, a sense of unease lingers in their hearts. Will such actions against Luo Yundong provoke even more ferocious retaliation? Your fingers and toes have all been severed. What shall I cut next? Shen Ya's gaze shifts to Luo Yundong's remaining foot as he approaches. Stop. At that moment, a figure suddenly appears within the city gate. It is Ma Qiu that he surveys the scene within the city. Disbelief etched upon his face. How could someone dare to cause trouble at this time in Extreme Fortune City? His gaze then locks onto Shen Ya, a murderous intent igniting in his eyes. It's you. You dare return to Extreme Fortune City? You actually dared to kill my people of the Soul Empire. Die. Ma Qiu's fury is palpable, especially upon witnessing Luo Yundong's plight. 10 fingers and 10 toes. He whips out a feather duster infused with the peak energy of Qi gathering, directing it towards Shen Ya. You've come at a good time. As the energy-laden feather duster sweeps toward him, Shen Ya stands undaunted. The last time he had frightened Ma Qiu, he was at the 4th tier of Qi gathering. Now, he has reached the 6th tier. With a leap of 4 tiers, Ma Qiu's peak Qi gathering level cannot compare to that of the head of the Lu family. The gray sword releases a beam of sword light, employing the initial mysterious sword technique. The intricate swordsmanship produces shadows of blades, and with the enhancement of the 10,000 demons' sword intent. Countless sword shadows clash with the 3,000 strands of the feather duster. The 2 forces collide in midair. In an instant, Shen Ya's sword energy weaves through the strands, penetrating between them. Initial sun like a torch. With a low hiss, the sword aura is suddenly ignited at the handle of the feather duster. It was as if a colossal blade of crimson fire had manifested, accompanied by a crackling sound. The threads on the duster snapped, and a charred scent permeated the city gate. What? My feather duster, broken, shattered. Ma Qiu's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury. This was the culmination of decades of effort. 3,000 strands of duster silk, painstakingly gathered, only to be incinerated to ashes in the blink of an eye by the sword energy before him. How could his sword energy be so formidable? I will make you pay for this. Blinded by rage, Ma Qiu rushed forward, swinging the handle of the duster at Shen Ya. 10 cities, universe sword. Shen Ya's sword intent abruptly shifted, unleashing the most powerful move from the Jade Cauldron's 10 cities sword. The gray sword released a surge of sword aura, transforming around it into a broad blade, as if an illusory city had formed, descending upon Ma Qiu in an instant. The peak energy within Ma Qiu dissipated. The handle of his duster shattered. With a gasp, he fell like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily beside Luo Yundong, both of them lying side by side. Why you cannot be? Who exactly are you? Ma Qiu exclaimed in horror. At the pinnacle of energy gathering, he was a force to be reckoned with in the extreme south, yet he was defeated by a mere youth? And this youth, suddenly, Ma Qiu's eyes widened in disbelief. You have reached the 6th level of energy gathering. How can your cultivation speed be so rapid? Daring to act without discerning the enemy's level. I must say, you are rather foolish, Shen Ya remarked. as if stating something utterly mundane. Yet to the ears of those within the city gate, it was profoundly shocking. The 6th level of energy gathering. What more could one expect from someone at the peak level? This Shen Ya was incredibly strong, far surpassing the second Prince Shen Ya. Where had he emerged from? The peak of energy gathering. Though those you have slain cannot be revived, it is still quite a decent return, Shen Ya said with an air of calm. Moving forward, sword raised. Clang. Suddenly, a stone, inexplicably flying in from somewhere, struck his gray sword, shattering the stone and causing the sword to tremble violently. Instinctively looking up, he saw a group of people entering the city gate. Among them, more than half were clad in the garb of the Soloro Empire. At the forefront was a young man, currently gesturing with a finger snap, clearly indicating that the stone just thrown was his doing. The young man was not dressed in the attire of the Soloro Empire. His splendid robes, woven from golden silk unique to the regions beyond the extreme south, proclaimed that he was not of the extreme south. Shen Ya's expression grew serious as he scanned the group, calculating in his mind. Young Master Xia, thank you for saving me. I am eternally grateful, Ma Qiu said, having narrowly escaped death. Upon seeing his savior was indeed young Master Xia, he immediately stood and bowed deeply. After a moment, he turned to the individuals beside young Master Xia, a young man and woman. 4th Prince, 7th Princess, this is the person who, during the Wind Hidden Merchant Association, harmed the 8th Prince. Ma Qiu continued. Now he has come to Jiyun City to cause trouble, disregarding our Soloro Empire, killing the city guards and even the royal guards, and has severed all 10 fingers and toes of the 8th Prince. At this moment, Luo Yundong had already fainted from the pain. The 4th Prince and 7th Princess were precisely those sent by the Soloro Empire to welcome esteemed guests. Originally, this task was to be entrusted to Luo Yundong, but alas, he had lost face at the Wind Hidden Merchant Association. So it was him. The 4th Prince and 7th Princess glanced at Shen Ya, assessing him from head to toe. Suddenly, the 4th Prince's gaze fell upon Ma Qiu. You were defeated? Ma Qiu's complexion changed. The 4th Prince was merciless, treating both enemies and subordinates with equal ruthlessness. Why yes. You cannot even defeat a mere boy who appeared from nowhere. Last time, father spared you, but now you have brought disgrace upon the Soloro royal family once more. You cannot be forgiven. Take your own life. The 4th Prince spoke coldly. Take the 8th Prince away to receive treatment. Ma Qiu's face turned as pale as white pain as he grabbed a dagger from a nearby guard, intent on taking his own life. However, young Master Xia flicked his fingers again, the second stone saving Ma Qiu's life once more. With a light laugh, he said, Your life is what I just saved, without my permission. You are not allowed to die. After a pause, young Master Xia turned to the 4th Prince beside him. You have no objections, do you? Young Master Xia, we dare not. The 4th Prince and 7th Princess replied, their expressions shifting slightly. Showing humility, Ma Qiu expressed his gratitude, but a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. He must reclaim his lost honor. Swiftly, he stood up, but just then, his expression abruptly changed. Instinctively lowering his head, he saw a gray sword protruding from his chest. Turning around, he was met with Shen Ya. Young Master Xia, without your permission, he must die. Shen Ya gently withdrew the gray sword. Chapter 44. Identity exposed. The scene fell into a deathly silence once more. The onlookers retreated even further, their gazes fixed upon Shen Ya, filled with shock and confusion. This was a distinguished guest of the Soloro Empire, hailing from beyond the extreme south. How dared Shen Ya kill him? Young Master Xia's expression darkened considerably. Shen Ya's sword felt like a slap to his face, staring intently at Shen Ya. He surveyed the surroundings. Who will kill him? I do not wish to dirty my hands. We will. Behind the Soloro 4th Prince and 7th Princess, a man and a woman, both at the 9th level of energy gathering, shouted. Upon finishing, they stepped into the arena, leaping forth to attack Shen Ya. Observing them, a mid-grade spirit stone slipped into Shen Ya's hand, the surging spiritual energy flowing into his body. Simultaneously, he activated the initial Xian sword technique. Initial star-like flow. The two 9th level energy gatherers combined were certainly stronger than Ma Qiu, but so what? In Shen Ya's eyes, their individual combat strength was still inferior to Ma Qiu's, and as for teamwork, it was still true that he had no fear of cooperation, provided they were not seamlessly synchronized. Whether they teamed up or not made no difference. The initial star-like sword, the sword aura surged like meteors, crashing toward the two, causing them to retreat instantly. In their retreat, they failed to gather new energy. Shen Ya stepped forward. In his previous life, having battled across the realms, he would not miss any opportunity. With a horizontal slash of his sword, 2 heads flew high, instantaneously killing them. Soloro Empire, are you sending me heads? For every life lost by Luo Yundong, you shall repay it tenfold. How many more heads do you have to offer? The 4th prince and 7th princess's faces changed drastically. They stared incredulously at Shen Ya. This time they had come to welcome young Master Xia, bringing their strongest guards, who had just been slain by Shen Ya. Who else could they send to kill him? Do you understand what you are bringing upon your family? The 4th prince, though filled with fear, still maintained an air of superiority, emboldened by young Master Xia's presence. Shen Ya mocked, just talking big. Who can't do that? Suddenly, Shen Ya's gaze fell once more on young Master Xia. Smiling, young Master Xia, you see, the people of the Soloro Empire are utterly useless, not even a single one who can spare you from getting your hands dirty. How about this? Let me take your place to welcome you. What do you say? The expressions of the Soloro prince and princess shifted again. This boy was attempting to usurp the role of a distinguished guest. Young Master Xia, originally looking grim, suddenly relaxed. An eerie smile creeping onto his face. Have you realized your fears? Do you wish to curry favor with me? Haha, too bad I have no interest in you. You are destined for annihilation. After saying this, young Master Xia prepared to relish Shen Ya's expression. However, Shen Ya did not respond as he had anticipated, remaining unperturbed. So, it seems your Xia family is destined to be my enemy. Thus, I can only kill you. As the words left his mouth, Shen Ya crushed the mid-grade spirit stone in his hand. His level of energy gathering surged from the 6th to the 7th. Just before entering Jiyan City, he had been on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level. And during the recent battle with Ma Qiu, he had comprehended the 7th sword monument. Drawing upon the spiritual energy provided by the spirit stone, Shen Ya made a decisive breakthrough. Now, even if Ma Qiu and the others resurrected and joined forces, they would still fall beneath his sword. In a sudden step toward young Master Xia, the shattered spirit stone transformed into sparkling starlight, scattering behind him. A mere person from the extreme south dares to speak of killing me. Seeking death, young Master Xia was enraged. Shen Ya was mocking him, clearly not attempting to curry favor. Suddenly, silver spears danced wildly. He too was at the peak of energy gathering, but the aura he exuded was incomparable to that of Ma Qiu. He practiced profound-level techniques, and the spear techniques in his hand were also of profound-level martial arts, all of which were not of the inferior grade. He might not be significant in the Mingli domain, but within the Xia family, an 8th-tier family, he was considered a prodigy of his generation. However, Shen Ya had already discerned his level. If he were at the level of energy gathering, Shen Ya would certainly not exhibit such behavior, but would retreat directly. Confident at the 7th level of energy gathering, Shen Ya believed he could contend with anyone below the level of energy gathering within the Mingli domain. The more he comprehended the sword monuments, the stronger his combat power became. Perhaps the 10,000 demon sword body was not the kind of technique that could dominate the heavens and earth from the outset, but rather one that grew stronger step by step. As if the more sword marks he comprehended, the more he could crush at the same level. It was akin to a technique that could infinitely grow in quality. Grasping the silver spear, young Master Xia lunged forward, the spear striking like thunder. Yet in Shen Ya's eyes, young Master Xia was even less formidable than Ma Qiu, while his true energy and martial skills were strong. In experience, how could he possibly compare to Ma Qiu, a seasoned warrior? The recent breakthrough had been wasted. With a cold snicker, Shen Ya did not even draw his sword. His fingers, like twin swords, unleashed sword energy, pinching young Master Xia's silver spear as if it were merely chopsticks. Young Master, be careful. A voice called from behind young Master Xia for young Master Xia. His expression shifted from one of triumph to one of sheer terror. In a mere moment, without even drawing his sword, the opponent had ensnared his spear, as if myriad sword energies coiled around the silver weapon, annihilating his true essence. Suddenly, a host of guards erupted from behind him. Their blades aimed directly at Shen Ya. It was apparent to all that young Master Xia was not a match for the individual before him. It was conceivable that he would meet his demise within the next heartbeat. How could the guards of the Xia family possibly remain passive? Mere seconds later, the ground around Shen Ya was littered with corpses and blood. With a single hand, he obliterated all the guards. What do you intend to do? Young Master Xia cried out in fear. His spear still unwithdrawn, he was genuinely terrified of death. But why? How could someone from the far south wield such terrifying power? Shen Ya slowly extended his sword, the blade's energy poised to reach the center of young Master Xia's brow. Just then, a cold and resonant voice emanated from within the city. Prince Shen Ya of the Jade Cauldron. Do you understand what you are doing? On the city wall stood a middle-aged man, dressed in white, exuding grace and poise. City Lord, save me, young Master Xia pleaded. Do not worry. He dares not kill you. The man in white reassured him, then turned his gaze to Shen Ya. Prince Shen Ya, I am Lu Songlei, the city lord of Jiyun City. You should be aware of my influence. Release young Master Xia and depart from Jiyun City. And I will treat this matter as if it never occurred. Within Jiyun City, there was a city lord dispatched from Dongji City. His strength undoubtedly surpassed the gathering Qi realm. Reaching the more formidable penetrating aperture realm, the disparity between these two realms was immense. Even with all his past experiences and keen insight, Shen Ya could not hope to contend with the city lord. However, Shen Ya's focus was not on the city lord, but rather on his words. Had his identity been exposed? How did city lord Lu Songlei come to know that he was indeed the prince of the Jade Cauldron? It was impossible to ascertain such a fact merely from his name. The prince of the Jade Cauldron? Is he truly the second prince? The second prince is not dead. I see now. The mysterious master of the Jade Cauldron Kingdom is none other than the second prince Shen Ya before us. Chapter 45. Those who betray the Jade Cauldron meet 1,000 deaths outside and inside the city gates, including a certain father and daughter. Everyone was aghast as they gazed upon Shen Ya. The formidable mystery of the Jade Cauldron Kingdom had been unraveled. The Millennium Genius, the second prince, was alive, having transformed into a mysterious master who had slain Shen Wu and Zhang Huowang, invading the Qihua Kingdom. But how had he become so powerful? City Lord Lu, as the Lord of Jiyun City, you harbor the Solaro Empire and exploit the citizens of the Jade Cauldron Kingdom. What punishment do you deserve? Shen Ya did not question further, nor did he deny. Instead, he bellowed. Once his identity had been revealed, Shen Ya had no intention of concealing it. The moment he proclaimed his name to those around him, he had resolved not to hide any longer. As long as he could leave Jiyun City and reach the Dantai Sect, everything would be resolved swiftly, requiring little time. Furthermore, by demonstrating formidable combat prowess. Even if he did not join the Dantai Sect, as long as he remained alive, those who sought to harm the Jade Cauldron Kingdom would need to think twice. That a cold smile crept across Lu Songlei's face as he said, "What of harboring? Who can convict me? Who dares to hold me accountable? What are you to me? Can you leave the far south? Even if you do manage to escape, should you go to Dongji City to report me? Who would heed your words? The divine wilderness continent operated under the principle of martial supremacy. Who would care about a mere individual from the far south? Release young Master Xia, and I promise you may leave Jiyun City alive." Lu Songlei stated. Shen Ya couldn't help but think of Yining Xiang, but now she should have already departed, having believed him dead. If she were present, just Lu Songlei's words alone would seal his fate. Leave Jiyun City, only to send experts to hunt me down? Shen Ya chuckled. City Lord Lu, in truth, I never intended to kill young Master Xia from the beginning. Lu Songlei was perplexed. Shen Ya lifted his head. I require a cloud ship. Otherwise, I might indeed inadvertently kill young Master Xia. Lu Songlei paused momentarily, then fixed his gaze on Shen Ya, his eyes deep as an abyss. The aura of the penetrating aperture realm bore down like a tempest upon the city gates, causing the soldiers of the Solaro Empire to prostrate themselves. You dare threaten me? With his hand still gripping young Master Xia's neck, Shen Ya remained motionless. Yes, I am indeed threatening you. To threaten the city lord of Jiyun City from the far south was unprecedented. Will you provide the cloud ship or not? A profound silence enveloped the city both inside and out. The crowd watched Shen Ya in awe. What manner of prodigy had emerged from the Jade Cauldron Kingdom? His audacity was astonishing. Yet, considering that he dared to offend even the esteemed Miss Dantai, it was somewhat understandable. Even if he left the far south now, what would become of the Jade Cauldron Kingdom? His identity was exposed, and the Solaro Empire would not spare the Jade Cauldron nor the Xia family. They would not relent until they found him. Prince, do you truly wish to see the Jade Cauldron Kingdom annihilated before finding satisfaction? At that moment, an elder ascended the city wall and landed beside Lu Songlei, offering counsel. His gaze sharpened. To his surprise, he recognized this elder, a minister from the Jade Cauldron Kingdom. Upon seeing him, Shen Ya immediately understood how his identity had been exposed. Coldly, he remarked, "Deputy Minister D, what brings you to Jiyun City instead of remaining in the Jade Cauldron?" "Prince, I have long suspected that the mysterious master is you that I have endured quietly, pretending to side with the tyrannical Shenjian after numerous ministers suffered his cruel treatment. I managed to survive. Fortunately, Elder Bai from the Yin-Yang sect found me around that time, inquiring about you at that moment. I knew the mysterious master had to be you," Deputy Minister D confessed. Shen Ya's gaze turned icy as he regarded him. "So, you have come to Jiyun City to sell out your country for personal gain. Prince, it is you who betrays the nation," Deputy Minister D rebuked vehemently. "You should have died the moment you rejected Miss Dantai. Alas, the Emperor's folly allowed you to escape that it would have sufficed to curry favor with the Chihua kingdom, yet you dared to invade. It is tantamount to seeking death." "And what have you, the second prince, accomplished? You have slain Elder Bai's grandson from the Yin-Yang sect and killed 3 elders of the sect. Now, you have brought the Solaro Empire upon the Jade Cauldron Kingdom and even young Master Xia. Who, then, is the true traitor?" Shen Ya narrowed his eyes at him, speaking indifferently. "If you do not speak, who would know I am the second prince? Haha, it is merely a matter of time that we of the Jade Cauldron Kingdom can still turn back. If you cause a greater uproar, we may lose our chance to recover." Deputy Minister D chuckled darkly. "Now, if you release young Master Xia, bow to the representatives of the Solaro Empire present, and persuade the Emperor to abdicate in favor of another prince. Perhaps the Jade Cauldron Kingdom might yet be saved." Shen Ya could not suppress a laugh that in just a second. His smile transformed into an icy glare. Suddenly, he hurled young Master Xia away, sending him crashing against the city wall. In the next instant, Shen Ya had already stepped onto the wall, seeking death. Lu Songlei rejoiced at the sight of Shen Ya discarding young Master Xia, raising his hand to strike him down, only to grasp at MTAI or AT the same time. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent and sword energy bore down upon him. "Killing sword, annihilate soul." The voice was low, yet it resonated like thunder in Lu Songlei's ears. Lu Songlei was utterly shocked, drawing his blade to defend himself. A scream erupted as Lu Songlei was sent flying from the city wall. His sword had failed to withstand Shen Ya's strike. The sword energy pierced through his protective true essence. In an instant, it shredded the true essence at the location of his heart, the sword's tip nearly penetrating his heart. He narrowly escaped death, thanks to his true essence of the penetrating aperture realm, which held firm. His face reflected shock and confusion. 7th layer of the gathering chi realm, momentum? Despite having reached the 4th layer of the penetrating aperture realm, he had been grievously wounded by someone at the 7th layer of the gathering chi realm, nearly meeting his end. Who would believe such a tale? More terrifying still was that the Prince of the Jade Cauldron before him had even comprehended momentum. Those who betray their country shall be subjected to 1,000 deaths. Shen Ya ignored Lu Songlei, the blood seeping from his skin due to the annihilate soul technique that he paid no heed, his momentum only intensifying. Step by step, he approached Deputy Minister D, his voice like that of a malevolent spirit from the abyss. With his sword raised, he methodically dealt with Deputy Minister D. This torment lasted a full quarter of an hour, with Deputy Minister D's screams echoing endlessly, as if trapped in the depths of hell. During this time, no one dared to approach Shen Ya. Even Lu Songlei could only watch from a distance, while countless guards and experts gathered, all fixated on Shen Ya, Prince of the Jade Cauldron. "I must concede that you are indeed a rare genius. Yet, surrender at once. You cannot escape Jiyun City." Lu Songlei rose, his injuries seemingly healed. Haha. "City Lord Lu, you cannot act. Who in Jiyun City can impede me?" Shen Ya coldly inquired. Lu Songlei cast a perplexed glance at Shen Ya. Suddenly his expression shifted. Your sword energy has actually infiltrated my body. This is impossible, no matter how strong you are or how formidable your secret technique. You cannot corrupt my true essence of the penetrating aperture realm." Chapter 46. The sword slaughters Jiyun City, is that so? Yet I have already infiltrated it. Shen Ya was aware that even with the annihilate soul technique, he could not eliminate Lu Songlei, and thus had to incorporate a trace of something else within it. The mark of the sword, by embedding the flesh infused with the mark of the sword into Lu Songlei's body. He could torment him from within. Of course, the second law of solidifying the sword's mark would not pose a threat to Lu Songlei, but it would make it temporarily impossible for him to act. Lu Conglei's expression darkened significantly. He sat cross-legged to expel the remaining sword energy from his body. Naturally, he had no knowledge that it was the mark of the sword. He merely presumed it to be some secret technique. He dared not delay, for who knew whether these sword energies might be lethal? Lord Lu, it would be wise for you to ensure the safety of your life through your subordinates. Otherwise, should an opportunity arise, I shall take it. Lu Conglei's complexion shifted once more as Shen Ya issued another threat. He felt cornered, unable to dispatch even a single underling, for Shen Ya's earlier strike had already demonstrated his lethal capability. The Solaro Empire. If you swear an oath now to refrain from stepping foot in my Yuding kingdom for 3 years and inscribe your blood pact upon Jian City, I, Shen Ya, shall spare your lives. Shen Ya's gaze fell upon the retreating fourth prince, and he spoke with a detached calm. The fourth prince's expression was filled with malice. Impossible. Oaths held no weight. The most ludicrous of all in the world were promises. However, inscribing a blood pact upon Jian City would render the Solaro Empire subject to public scorn should they ever seek to mobilize troops or dispatch experts again. The fourth prince lacked the authority to decide otherwise. In that case, death. Shen Ya leaped high from the city wall, akin to a swift hawk diving downwards, targeting the fourth prince. Protect the fourth prince, the guards shouted. Not only those from the Solaro Empire, but also the masters within Jian City. Lu Conglei ultimately retained only a single peak chi gathering subordinate by his side, dispatching all other experts with a vow to eliminate Shen Ya. Kill. The massacre belonging to Shen Ya commenced within Jian City. Yet his sword displayed no hesitation, the gray blade stained crimson with blood, this time offering no resistance. Savoring the taste of blood, he devoured souls and spirits. Protect the fourth prince, protect the seventh princess. Protect young Master Xia. Chaos erupted throughout Jian City, all merchants hastily closing their doors, peering through windows in disbelief as they witnessed Shen Ya's slaughter. Father, shall we not intervene? A young man within a merchant guild inquired. Why should we intervene? We are merchants. The turmoil in Jian City has little to do with us. Besides, there is no need to curry favor with Lu Conglei. He is not worthy. The young man's father replied. There were numerous hidden masters within Jian City, yet the majority merely observed from the sidelines. Most of the populace comprised merchants, many coming from beyond the southern extremes, with no inclination to wade through this murky water. Kill him. He cannot endure much longer. That earlier strike against Lord Lu has surely left him injured. Is nobody curious? This lad hails from the southern realms yet possesses such combat prowess. He must have encountered extraordinary fortune, though most refrained from action. A few were tempted to take advantage of the situation. For Shen Ya, as long as they were not of the Chuan Shui realm, he felt no fear. Thus far, no one from that realm had intervened. His target is the cloud ship. Do not allow him to board it. At this moment, Xia Fan had regained some composure and shouted to the crowd. He inwardly regretted not bringing a protector of the Chuan Shui realm. However, he had never anticipated a threat of this magnitude in the southern regions. Underestimating his own genius, he believed that the Chuan Shui masters from the southern realms would be no match for him. As he slaughtered his way forward, Shen Ya had already lost count of how many lives he had claimed. Suddenly, he halted before the Windshadow Merchant Guild, stepping into the bloodied footprints. Ning Yuhan was already aware of his arrival and stood in the hall, gently sighing. Young Master Shen, I fear I cannot offer you assistance. The Windshadow Merchant Guild forbids interference in conflicts outside our domain. Miss Ning. I understand. Shen Ya nodded, his eyes devoid of reproach, as tranquil as a still pond. Ning Yuhan was taken aback. How could he remain so composed amidst such chaos and carnage? I have come to the Windshadow Merchant Guild to request that you convey a message for me. As the commotion outside escalated, Ning Yuhan's guards had long since stationed themselves outside the guild, preventing anyone from entering. It was clear. The Windshadow Merchant Guild did not permit outsiders. Please, young Master Shen, speak. Ning Yuhan countered, her curiosity about Shen Ya intensifying. How could someone from the southern realms be so formidable? Surely, he had connections beyond the south. It is quite simple. Just help me relay a message to General Yufeng's daughter, Yining Shuang, in East Extreme City. Inform her that a sword buyer from the southern realms possesses a new sword technique originating from central Shenzhou for sale. This time of the Xian grade, medium quality. Ning Yuhan had not anticipated that Shen Ya wished her to convey such news. If the previous 200,000 taels of gold are insufficient, I can offer more, though for now, it must remain a debt. Shen Ya disregarded Ning Yuhan's astonishment, speaking with a calm demeanor. That is sufficient. It is merely a message. Ning Yuhan felt a myriad of confusion but did not press further. Thank you. Shen Ya, owe you a favor. As Shen Ya turned to leave the Wind Shadow Merchant Guild, Ning Yuhan had yet to realize the true value of the favor he had just bestowed. The slaughter continued as he exited the city gates. Boarding the cloud ship was no longer an option. No one would grant him passage. Even if he used Xia Fan as a hostage, he would likely encounter numerous traps, and furthermore, Lu Songlei could recover at any moment. You all hold your ground. I will recover shortly, Lu Songlei bellowed. But who could possibly stop him? The experts from the Solaro Empire were primarily focused on protecting the 4th prince and the 7th princess. If Shen Ya sought to leave, would they obstruct him? Xia Fan's guards were no exception. Consequently, Shen Ya's departure from Jiyun City was virtually unimpeded, and soon he encountered the father and daughter pair along with other merchants, slowly walking past. The citizens of Yuding Kingdom bowed in respect. Your Highness. The 2nd prince. May I borrow a bow and arrow? Shen Ya paid them no heed. Fixing his gaze upon one of the archers, without waiting for a reaction, he snatched the bow and arrows from the archer's possession. Suddenly, Shen Ya drew the bow and released an arrow, a streak of light, akin to a meteor, soared from the city gates. It was merely an arrow, yet it carried a formidable sword intent. 4th prince. 4th prince. Chaos erupted within the city, countless screams piercing the heavens. Shen Ya gently returned the bow to the archer, then turned his gaze toward the Yuding citizens prostrated on the ground. I apologize for the trouble. However, I vow to you that one day you shall take pride in being from Yuding. Return to Yuding Kingdom. Shen Ya spoke softly. The citizens of Yuding were moved to tears. The dignified 2nd prince had actually offered them an apology. Chapter 47. Swordslashes Zhongyi, people of the Solaro Empire, listen well. I shall not depart from the southern realms for now. I await your arrival in Yuding Kingdom, and perhaps I may even venture to the Solaro Empire. I wonder if the Emperor of Solaro possesses the strength to withstand my sword like Lord Lu. Shen Ya cast a dismissive glance at Jiyun City before turning to leave, leaving behind a trail of blood. Within the city, the 4th prince was struck through the skull by an arrow, dead beyond any hope of revival. The guards clamored for vengeance, yet they fell silent under Shen Ya's words. Was Shen Ya truly intending to assassinate the emperor? This day in Jiyun City would be etched into the annals of southern history. That day, the name of 2nd Prince Shen Ya echoed throughout the south. He ruthlessly severed the fingers and toes of Luo Yundong, slaughtered the masters of the Solaro Empire, took young Master Xia from the esteemed 8th-rank family as a hostage, pierced Lu Songlei with his sword, and mercilessly butchered the Vice Minister D, laying waste to Jiyun City as if it were a realm devoid of life. He shot the 4th prince with an arrow and departed gracefully. Each of these actions could have earned someone a name for themselves. Yet all were accomplished by Shen Ya alone. Inside the Wind Shadow Merchant Guild, Xia Fan sought out Ning Yuhan, hoping she would reveal Shen Ya's purpose for entering the guild, but Ning Yuhan merely smiled coldly, directly expelling Xia Fan from the guild. The previous manager, Xia Zhong, was also from the Xia family, and that account had yet to be settled. Why does this Shen Ya know Yining Shuang? After dismissing Xia Fan, Ning Yuhan remained in deep contemplation. She was now well aware of Shen Ya's background. Raised entirely in Yuding Kingdom, he had never ventured outside until refusing to submit to Dantai Mingli, at which point he joined the Yin-Yang Sect. He had only spent 3 months in the Yin-Yang Sect before returning to Yuding Kingdom. Wait a moment, that sword in his hand. Ning Yuhan suddenly recalled that on her first day serving at the Merchant Guild, she had sold not only 3 blank jade slips but also a gray sword, which had been sold to a girl disguised as a boy. At that time, Shen Ya had even sought a sword from that girl, only to be rejected. That girl was Yining Shuang. She ultimately sold the sword to Shen Ya. Thus, Shen Ya had formed a connection with Yining Shuang. Still, would the daughter of a prominent general concern herself with his affairs? A guard beside Ning Yuhan inquired. Ning Yuhan narrowed her eyes with a smile. It is said that Yining Shuang has a profound love for swords, and Shen Ya has managed to comprehend sword intent even at the Qi gathering stage. Nearly stepping into the legendary realm of sword cultivators, it is not impossible for Yining Shuang to feel an affinity for him. Moreover, he also claims to possess a sword technique from Central Shenzhou. Wind Envoy, do you believe that? The guard's eyes widened. I do not know, but who could believe that someone from the southern realms possesses such strength? I certainly do not believe he has achieved this without some fortuitous encounter. Ning Yuhan smiled, already dispatching someone to East Extreme City to deliver the message, in the forest outside Jiyun City. Shen Ya sped forward. Others may have hesitated to pursue him, but Lu Songlei dared to do so. With his current condition, he could not withstand Lu Songlei. Unable to board the cloud ship, he was trapped in the southern realms. In truth, he could not leave the southern realms just yet as long as he remained. The Solaro Empire and other factions would think twice before attempting to act against Yuding Kingdom, especially the Solaro Empire. Shen Ya's final words had been a threat. Should they dare to act recklessly, he would venture to the Solaro Empire to assassinate their emperor. Having Ning Yuhan relay a message to Yi Ning Shuang was a step toward paving his exit from the southern realms. Only when Lu Songlei fell could he leave smoothly. His dealings with Yi Ning Shuang were a transaction, not an allegiance. And I must address the Yin Yang sect and the Xia family as well, Shen Ya murmured. Regardless, before departing, it is imperative to ensure that Yuding is granted a period of tranquility, free from any threats, particularly from the Yin Yang sect. Deputy D has mentioned that the Yin Yang sect sought him out due to their investigation into his identity. Elder Bai ultimately harbors suspicions towards him due to the deaths of Luo Donghai and the other two. His recent conduct in Jiyun City will undoubtedly reach the ears of the Yin Yang sect. However, the real concern lies in the possibility of Elder Bai rebelling against the venerable leader of the Gushi sect and aligning himself with the Qihua kingdom to launch an assault on Yuding. Yin Yang sect. 2 days later, Shen Ya arrived at the Yin Yang sect, and from a distance, he could already see the quaint tea house nestled at the foot of the mountain. Just as he was about to ascend, an ominous chuckle echoed in his ear. A glance revealed it emanated from the tea house. A few figures stood outside, unmistakably dressed in the garb of the Yin Yang sect, with some Qihua kingdom guards among them. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. These guards belonged to Zhang Ye. As he approached, several guards blocked Shen Ya's path. This is a matter of the Yin Yang sect. Outsiders. Begone. The wicked laughter intensified, accompanied by a woman's cries for help. Shen Ya offered a faint smile, continuing forward. Are you deaf, scram, or face death? The guards barked, drawing their blades. However, at that moment, a disciple from the Yin Yang sect behind them suddenly exclaimed, Shen Ya. He is Shen Ya. He has returned. Shen Ya? The guards' expressions froze. They were well aware of this name. Months prior, they had been powerless against him here, and young Master Zhang had also suffered humiliation. Young Master Zhang. Shen, ah. The guards attempted to warn Zhang Yi, but it was too late. An invisible sword light appeared, and several guards were instantly pierced through the throat. Their gaze shifted to the Yin Yang sect disciples. No, please don't kill us. We are merely following orders. The few remaining disciples were utterly oblivious to when Shen Ya had drawn his sword, their legs trembling in fear, casting them a cold glance. Shen Ya kicked open the door of the tea house, scanning the interior to find a young man forcefully restraining a woman at the table, ruthlessly tearing her garments. Shen Ya recognized her as the female disciple who had always defended him on the back mountain. The young man was none other than Zhang Yi. Weren't you told not to come in? You, Shen Ya. Zhang Yi turned back in dissatisfaction, only to freeze in disbelief, staring at him. Senior brother Shen. Save me. The female disciple struggled to her feet, her disheveled appearance rushing towards Shen Ya. Overwhelmed with emotion, Shen Ya remained silent, draping his outer garment over her shoulders before advancing step by step towards Zhang Yi. What do you intend to do? You cannot kill me. Otherwise, the Qihua kingdom and Elder Bai will not spare you. Zhang Yi trembled in fear. Guards. I have slain Bai Feihu, Zhang Huang, and the 3 of Luo Donghai. What do you amount to? Shen Ya's tone was frigid as he dispatched him with a single stroke. He then turned to the female disciple. Junior sister, what has transpired? Why are you here? And why have you lost all your powers? What has happened to the Yin Yang sect? Where is junior sister he? The female disciple, still shaken, glanced at Zhang Ye's corpse, a flicker of satisfaction crossing her eyes as she kicked it a few times before responding. Senior brother Shen, hurry, we must ascend the mountain. The sect leader is in danger. And junior sister, he is in greater peril. No, that won't do, senior brother Shen. You cannot ascend the mountain. Elder Bai will not spare you. The female disciple's expression shifted again, shaking her head. This is bad. Those individuals are heading up the mountain to report. Senior brother Shen. You must flee, or it will be too late. Chapter 48. Bloodstains on the Yin Yang sect. A fierce glint appeared in Shen Ya's eyes. It was evident that something was amiss at the Yin Yang sect. Through the window, he caught sight of those earlier disciples from the Yin Yang sect, frantically rushing up the mountain. Let us go. Without hesitation, Shen Ya grasped the female disciple's hand, leading her up the mountain. In an instant, they caught up with several of them, swiftly executing a move that severed them at the waist. The female disciple watched in awe as Shen Ya carried her forward, akin to riding the clouds. However, she shook her head, insisting, "Senior brother Shen, you cannot go up the mountain. Elder Bai and the others have cornered the sect leader, forcing him into the sword peak. Those loyal to the sect leader have either died or been injured. Were it not for Senior brother Shen, I would have." The female disciple faltered, recalling how close she had come to being humiliated by Zhang Yi. "And junior sister Shen Ya inquired. "I do not know. Perhaps she is with the sect leader. But regardless, she cannot escape Elder Bai's grasp. I overheard that Elder Bai has reached the level of the Chong Shui realm." The female disciple shook her head. Shen Ya raised an eyebrow, but did not waver, his expression unchanging as he led the female disciple up the mountain. "Senior brother, you cannot ascend. Please escape now. With your talent, you will surely avenge the sect leader and junior sister in 10 years. The female disciple clung tightly to Shen Ya. 10 years is far too long. I only seek to seize the day." Shen Ya's voice was icy. The image of Henin flashing through his mind. In his previous life, this scene had not unfolded, yet he did not know how the sect leader and Henin had weathered this crisis. Perhaps his very existence had altered everything. Regardless, today would witness a river of blood flowing through the Yin-Yang sect, ensuring the complete annihilation of Elder Bai's faction, the Chongshui realm. Was it? He was eager to test whether the first level could withstand his sword. The female disciple was swept along by Shen Ya, the trees whizzing past them like mist, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the mountain gate of the Yin-Yang sect. "Who goes there? The Yin-Yang sect is closed to guests today." A disciple stationed at the gate called out to Shen Ya, recognizing him. However, Shen Ya's appearance had changed drastically, making it difficult for them to identify him at first glance. But soon it became irrelevant. In the next moment, they were all dead, continuing onward with the female disciple. They reached the mountainside, where he had encountered Typhone months prior. This time, he came face to face with Typhone once more. "Typhone, those who recognize the situation are wise. You can still pledge allegiance to Elder Bai. Do not be obstinate." Typhone was drenched in blood, surrounded by several disciples, some lying down, others standing, some with severed limbs, and some trembling with swords in hand. "Elder Xing, Elder Bai is betraying our ancestors. I refuse to follow him." If you cannot even comprehend the situation, do not blame me for being merciless." Elder Xing sneered. Having reached the 7th level of Qi gathering, while Typhone was only at the 6th, he unleashed a palm strike. Typhone, with a heavy heart, could only desperately attempt to save a few disciples from the mountain gate, countering with the yin-yang palm. But at that moment, his palm wind faltered and came to a halt. Before him stood a young man with a sword on his back. "Young man, be careful." Assuming this was a disciple coming to take the blow for him, Typhone shouted. However, Elder Xing's palm wind extinguished as if a great flame had been doused with water. The sword-bearing youth merely struck once, and Elder Xing was heavily smashed to the ground. Where did this master come from? As the youth stepped forward, he closed in on Elder Xing in a single stride, with a stomp of his foot. Elder Xing's head shattered like a watermelon, blood and brain matter mingling together. Typhone stared in disbelief at this scene. "Elder Tai, take care of this junior sister. She nearly suffered humiliation at the foot of the mountain." Shen Ya glanced back at the female disciple, casually remarking, Typhing's emotions were beyond description. In that moment Shen Ya turned back. He recognized him. How could this be? Elder Xing had reached the 7th level of Qi gathering, and Shen Ya had dispatched him with a single strike, without even drawing his sword. "Elder Tai, what should we do?" Shen Shidi said he intends to kill Elder Bai. The female disciple could hardly contain her astonishment, barely believing that this was truly Shen Ya before her. "Let us go, we must see." Typhone hesitated for a moment before leading the disciples in pursuit of Shen Ya. However, they soon realized they could not keep pace with Shen Ya's speed. Even more terrifying was that in his wake, there were only corpses and blood. Every disciple and elder aligned with Elder Bai lay dead. Exchanging glances with the other disciples, they arrived at the surrounding square of the Yin-Yang terrace, still littered with bodies. Yet they could not find Shen Ya's whereabouts. The female disciple then said, "The Sword Peak. Senior brother Shen has gone to the Sword Peak." The group quickly hurried towards the Sword Peak. Meanwhile, Shen Ya had already reached the back mountain at the Sword Peak, where the area was densely populated with disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, yet Elder Bai and the other elders were nowhere to be seen. Presumably gathered within the Sword Peak, the stone entrance of the Sword Peak, the sword-patterned tiger lay on the ground, covered in wounds, emitting low growls. Surrounding it were the bodies of several disciples, likely of the sect leader's faction. "Who goes there?" Shen Ya's arrival instantly drew the attention of the disciples, with someone shouting, Shen Ya. Soon after, more disciples recognized him, as he was a servant disciple with whom they had interacted more frequently. Where are the sect leader and junior sister He? Shen Ya inquired coolly. The disciples exchanged glances, and suddenly one shouted, Capture him. Elder Bai has promised great rewards. Upon hearing this, nearly all of them lit up with excitement. If they could capture Shen Ya, Elder Bai would reward them handsomely. Perhaps even take them as closed-door disciples. Shen Ya was formidable, having slain Bai Feihu, but how formidable could he be against so many? Yet, their aspirations were doomed to be dashed. All who approached him fell lifelessly to the ground. Not a single one escaped. The remaining dozen disciples collapsed, all dead in the blink of an eye. Where are the sect leader and junior sister He? Shen Ya pressed again. Spare us, spare us. Where are the sect leader and junior sister He? Do not make me ask again. Beneath the overwhelming intent of the sword, the disciples were utterly shattered. Within the sword domain, Elder Bai, accompanied by the other elders, had plunged into the fray, and they had yet to emerge. The sect leader and sister He must still be alive, pleading for mercy. Spare us. Shen Ya nodded, his gaze piercing into the depths of the sword domain that he strode forward. Each step he took stirring the dust into the form of a sword. One step. One life taken. By the time he stood before the sword-patterned tiger, not a single soul remained alive in the vicinity. He tossed a vial of elixir to the sword-patterned tiger and advanced past it. The tiger's eyes were filled with profound terror, a primal fear innate to beasts. This person was more than capable of ending its life. They're all dead. Tai Feng and the other disciples, having pursued into the sword domain, were met with the sight of blood and corpses. Exchanging a glance, Tai Feng remarked, Shen Ya, who exactly is this monster? Elder Tai, I recall now. Zhang Yi mentioned that Shen Ya is the second prince of the Yuding kingdom. The one who killed Luo Donghai. A female disciple suddenly exclaimed. Indeed, he rejected the eldest daughter of the Dantai family. It turns out he had the qualifications to do so, Tai Feng murmured. Chapter 49. The broken sword returns to submission, gathering chi at the 8th level. Upon entering the sword domain, all swords bowed in submission. Shen Ya's spiritual awareness seemed to connect with the myriad swords within, producing a resonant humming sound. Through the multitude of blades, he appeared to perceive the entirety of the sword domain. The voice of Elder Bai reached his ears. Gu Shi, do you still wish to resist? With your current, grievously injured state, what do you possess to oppose me? Surrounding him, apart from Elder Bai, were a dozen elders from the Yin-Yang sect, and at the center stood the sect leader. Gu Shi, whose aura fluctuated between strength and weakness, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Bai Shun, granting in a path to survival. Beside Gu Shi was He Yin, who was supporting the sect leader. Her complexion pale. Is that even possible? If I spare her, how will you seek vengeance? Elder Bai scoffed. After all these years as comrades, you still do not understand me. I, Bai Shun, relish in eradicating all threats. Bai Shun. Do not push too far. If you do, I will take a few down with me, even in death. Gu Shi retorted angrily. At that moment, they stood before a small hill crowned with a broken sword. Ha ha. I concede that despite your grievous injuries, you could muster a fraction of your strength to fight back. However, do you think I care? A few lives lost is nothing to me. Bai Shun sneered. You've lost your mind. If I die, you become the sect leader, the future of the Yin-Yang sect. Do you not value that? Gu Shi could not fathom Bai Shun's heartlessness. He would sacrifice even those elders who followed him. The future, of course, matters, Bai Shun replied with a smirk. Moreover, I will undoubtedly do better than you. You may not be aware, but the Solaro Empire has uncovered an ancient relic, and not only has it invited young Master Xiaofan of the Xia family, but I have also been invited. At that time, not only will I be able to align myself with the Xia family, but I will also encounter fortuitous events within the relic. Hearing this, Shen Ya felt a stir within that he recalled a relic, though it was supposed to be discovered by the Solaro Empire years later. It seems my rebirth has altered many things. That relic must have been uncovered by the fourth prince of Solaro, allowing him to represent the Solaro Empire in welcoming Xiaofan. Shen Ya speculated, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I had intended to wait 2 years before visiting the relic, but it seems I must set out earlier. I wonder if the Xia family will dispatch stronger experts. Bai Shun, you are insane. The Solaro Empire will devour the Yin-Yang sect, leaving not a bone behind. Gu Shi exclaimed. That will not happen. They cannot swallow us. You may rest assured and die peacefully. Bai Shen grinned. My primary goal this time is to curry favor with the Xia family. Following that, I will have the Dantai family as a sturdy backing. Who could possibly devour me? By the way, your death can also serve as an explanation to the Qihua kingdom. If it were not for you, Yuding Shen Ya would not be so formidable. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. You know. Of course, I know. Furthermore, I must thank him. If he had not slain the flying tiger, you would not have been injured while trying to protect me, and today would not have transpired. Elder Bai laughed again. Suddenly, he ceased his banter, striking towards Gu Shi with a forceful palm. Concurrently, Gu Shi's true energy surged violently as he prepared for a final desperate resistance, determined to ensure Yi Yin's escape. Clang. At that moment, a resounding clash of metal reverberated around them. Blades of light erupted forth, and everyone suddenly beheld the swords within the sword domain soaring like a meteor shower, embedding themselves around Gu Shi and He Yin, isolating them from Elder Bai. What is happening in this sword domain? Bai Shen's eyes clouded with confusion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before he could discern the situation, the broken sword atop the small hill emitted a series of tremors. All the swords resonated in unison, as if attempting to break free. Ji Yushi and He Yin exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed. Suddenly, they spotted a figure slowly approaching, prompting He Yin to cry out, Shen Xiao. Whirling around, Elder Bai and the others also noticed Shen Ya. You little beast, do you dare to come to the Yin Sect? How did you arrive here? Another elder shouted. Shen Ya's gaze was fixed intently on the broken sword atop the hill as he replied coolly, naturally. I came to kill. Kill? Impossible, you. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The intense sound of swords drowned out the elder's voice, and Shen Ya paid him no heed, issuing a sharp command. Do you still wish to resist me? With a mere broken sword, what qualifications do you have to resist? Submit to me, and I shall grant you a chance at rebirth. Clearly, just like before, the broken sword would not allow him to control the sword domain. Bai Shen sensed Shen Ya's aura, his eyes narrowing. Indeed, he is deserving of his reputation as a mysterious expert of the Yuding kingdom. Luo Donghai and the others died in vain. However, you may be unaware that I have already reached the Chong Shui realm. Your arrival only adds another life to my tally. Very well. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out later. Ignoring him, Shen Ya advanced, each step resonating with sword intent. The myriad demonic sword forces condensed and pressured the broken sword. The broken sword, too, erupted with its own sword intent, and in an instant, two forces of sword intent emerged within the sword domain. Clashing incessantly, Bai Shen's eyes turned icy. Shen Ya dared to disregard him. You there, go and slay this person. Bai Shen's malice intensified. The combat prowess displayed by Shen Ya astonished him. His progress was far too rapid. How long had it been since he left the Yin-Yang sect? He had already reached the 7th level of Qi gathering that if this continued, he would undoubtedly find himself without a grave. Before Shen Ya could fully mature, he must be sent to hell. He refrained from acting himself, fearing Shen Ya had some hidden scheme, and instead sent an elder to probe. The elder hesitated at the command. Yet who would dare to defy Bai Shen? Gritting his teeth, he charged forth. A scream erupted as the elder was sent flying. The sword intent enveloping Shen Ya was far beyond what such an insignificant elder could approach. Everyone was astounded, gazing at Shen Ya in disbelief. Clearly, he only exhibited the 7th level of Qi gathering, yet a fellow elder of the same level could not even draw near. Bai Shen continued. He is harnessing the sword intent here to disrupt the clash of sword energies. Kill him. The dozen elders moved simultaneously, channeling their full true energy to sever the clash of sword intent between Shen Ya and the broken sword. They succeeded. The swords that had been obstructing Gu Shi and He Yin suddenly soared into the air, returning to their original positions like shooting stars. Kill. With a command from Bai Shen, the dozen elders charged toward Shen Ya, a torrent of fiery palm winds erupting to in an instant. They closed in on Shen Ya. Be careful. Shen Xiao. He Yin screamed. Yet, at the very moment the elders approached, Shen Ya abruptly lifted his head, his eyes seemingly bursting forth with two streams of sword intent. Break. A deafening explosion ensued, and the obstructive aura of the elders disintegrated in an instant. The broken sword wailed. A vast surge of sword intent swept through the crowd, enveloping the broken sword. The meteors reversed course, streams of sword light whirling back. They dashed past Shen Ya's side, piercing through the bodies of the dozen elders. The myriad swords entered their bodies, obliterating both form and spirit. Shen Ya took another step forward, landing before the broken sword, and delicately pinched it between his fingers. The broken sword rang out again. A potent aura emanating from Shen Ya, sword intent, sword force, and the aura of the 8th level of Qi gathering. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of the Yin-Yang sect cascaded from the heavens, forcefully flooding into Shen Ya's body. Chapter 50. Another Solaro prince arrives. Shen Ya, you have reached the 8th level of Qi gathering. Gu Shi gazed dumbfoundedly at Shen Ya, who held the broken sword, the astonishment in his heart beyond words. What had Shen Ya experienced since leaving the Yin-Yang sect? What of the 8th level of Qi gathering? In the face of the Chongshui realm, you are destined for death. The murderous intent in Bai Shun's eyes reached its peak as he unleashed the Yin-Yang palm. Infused with the true energy of the Chongshui realm, to strike down upon Shen Ya. Bai Shun, your opponent is me. Yu Shi barely managed to stand eye in his perception. The chasm between Qi gathering and Chongshui was nearly insurmountable. Regardless of Shen Ya having reached the 8th level, even at the pinnacle of Qi gathering, he could not compete with Bai Shun. As he gathered his breath, he suddenly spat out blood. Sect leader. Allow me to handle this, Shen Ya replied. The gap between Qi gathering and Chongshui was insurmountable. That was true for ordinary martial artists. Shen Ya had even injured Lu Lei, who was at the 4th level of Chongshui. What more could be said of Bai Shun, who had just stepped into the Chongshui realm? Moreover, now under the influence of the broken sword, he was poised to ascend another level. Killing sword, life-seizing. Shen Ya, with the broken sword pinched between his fingers. Sensed the battle intent of the sword spirit within, and with one strike, he aimed for death. Bai Shun's body froze mid-air, his true energy slowly dissipating, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Just days prior, he had finally entered the Chongshui realm. Why then could he not even slay someone at the 8th level of Qi gathering? What was the nature of Shen Ya's true energy, that it could suppress his own? As Bai Shun prepared to unleash his final strike, his hair and beard billowed in the air, channeling all his vital energy to vanquish Shen Ya. Suddenly, a whirlwind of swords materialized behind Bai Shun, piercing through him with blinding light. In an instant, all the swords returned to their original positions, as if they had never existed. Bai Shun plummeted from the sky, filled with regret for ever doubting that Shen Ya was the second prince of the Jade Cauldron Kingdom. Gu Shi and He gazed at Shen Ya, who stood amidst the severed swords, resembling a deity or a demon. With just 2 moves, he had slain a master at the Chongshui realm. Oh, my Yin-Yang sect, Gu Shi lamented, supported by He as he departed from the battlefield. Shen Ya remained within the confines of the sword domain. Intent on cultivating further, he claimed to have just elevated his realm and needed to solidify it. In Gu Shi's eyes, the Yin-Yang sect was a scene of devastation, littered with corpses that it took Iron Wind 2 full hours to gather the disciples who had managed to escape or hide. Yet only a meager 20 remained. A once proud 9th grade sect had now fallen to such a state. The elders had all perished at the hands of Bai Shun, leaving only Iron Wind behind. Master, as long as we still breathe, the sect endures. Iron Wind trembled, his voice quivering. Were it not for Prince Shen Ya's arrival, we would have surely faced annihilation. Indeed, as long as they lived, particularly with He still present, the sect would one day rise again. Moreover, with Shen Ya, who, though only half a disciple of the Yin-Yang sect, was willing to assist, they could find hope. Master, a prince from the Solaro Empire claims he wishes to see Elder Bai. A disciple rushed in to report. What? A prince from the Solaro Empire? Gu Shi swayed slightly, recalling Bai Shun's mention of a partnership with the Solaro Empire, as they were poised to explore an ancient relic. Inform him that Elder Bai is unwell and will meet him another day. If the Solaro Empire discovered the current plight of the Yin-Yang sect, it would surely spell disaster. No need. This prince has arrived, came a haughty voice from outside the main hall. A young man clad in a dragon robe strode in, accompanied by several guards and a similarly robed middle-aged man. Upon seeing him, Gu Shi's expression shifted slightly. A master at the Chongshui realm from the Solaro Empire. Where is Elder Bai? If he is unwell, I shall bring him some tonics, the young man said. Surveying those present, suddenly, his gaze fell upon He and he could not look away. Ha, how exquisite. I take a fancy to this beauty. Tell Elder Bai I wish to have her delivered to my chambers tonight. Your Highness. Bai Shun is likely dead, the middle-aged man beside him spoke in a deep voice. Zhu Wangshu, what do you mean? Elder Bai is dead, the 5th prince inquired. Indeed, the Yin-Yang sect has just endured a fierce battle. Though most of the bodies and blood have been cleared, the stench of blood lingers. The person before us, if I am not mistaken, is the sect master Gu Shi, Zhu Wangshu explained. This implies that Elder Bai has lost his contest against the sect master. The fifth prince's eyes widened. Then he shrugged. No matter, collaborating with Bai Shun or with the sect master is still collaboration. Sect master, do you know why I have come to the Yin-Yang sect? I do not, Gu Shi replied, feigning ignorance. Quite simply, we have discovered an ancient relic, in light of your sect's recent ascension to the 9th grade. We are offering you the opportunity to explore it with us, the fifth prince stated. The condition is that you must assist the Crimson Fire Kingdom in annihilating the Jade Cauldron Kingdom. Gu Shi raised his head. This condition was likely intended for Elder Bai. Of course. I must add another condition, that this female disciple beside you be sent to my bed, the fifth prince said, licking his lips as he cast a lascivious glance at He-Yin. Clenching his fists, Gu Shi retorted, Your Highness, I must decline your request. The Yin-Yang sect cannot acquiesce to such demands, nor do we require your charity. The fifth prince withdrew his lecherous gaze. Sneering, Are you truly willing to miss this opportunity? You shall regret it. There is no need for concern, Your Highness. We shall not have regrets. Gu Shi shook his head that a dark aura enveloped the fifth prince's face. He was not fond of being rejected and preferred to command authority like his father, unyielding and unquestioned. Very well. If you refuse our charity, that is your misfortune. However, that female disciple must be given to me. Once she is delivered, this prince will consider the Yin-Yang sect akin to family and will overlook your refusal. The fifth prince's tone had lost its initial cordiality. Your Highness, please take your leave. The Yin-Yang sect has nothing to offer you. Gu Shi suppressed his simmering anger, forcing a calm demeanor. With a cold smile, the fifth prince remarked, Sect Master Gu Shi, do not mistake courtesy for weakness. My presence here is a privilege for you. Do you comprehend? Do not assume the Yin-Yang sect's 9th grade status is so formidable. Annihilating the Yin-Yang sect is merely a word away for this prince. Old man, I shall give you one last chance. Will you yield that female disciple, or not? Forgive me, but I cannot comply. Gu Shi resolutely rejected. The fifth prince laughed heartily. Old man, you are more obstinate than that old dog Bai Shun. But it matters not. I relish watching someone struggle, only to ultimately grovel at my feet, begging for mercy. At this, he deliberately glanced at He-Yin. Zhu Wangshu, send someone to count the Yin-Yang sect's disciples. Note that it is a count, understood? Yes. Zhu Wangshu nodded, signaling the surrounding guards, who promptly dispersed. What are you planning? The so-called counting was nothing more than a brutal roundup. Any resistors would be swiftly dealt with. The surviving disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, weary and wounded, stood no chance against the guards. Even Iron Wind was subdued in an instant by one of the gathering Qi realm guards. Do you wish to fight? Gu Shi roared in fury. His vital energy surging. Zhu Wangshu stepped forward. Sect Master Gu Shi, the Yin-Yang sect has ascended to the 9th grade because of you. I have long wished to test my skills against you. But given your current injuries, are you certain you want to engage me? At these words, Gu Shi spat out a mouthful of blood, clenching his fists tightly, rendered speechless by the heavens. Was fate truly determined to obliterate the Yin-Yang sect? Old man, do you find the punishment enjoyable? I shall make you drink to your heart's content, the fifth prince cackled. My terms have now changed. The Yin-Yang sect will submit to the Solaro Empire, or face annihilation. Shen Ya emerged from the sword domain, now bearing an additional broken sword upon his back. Both the broken sword and the gray sword have suffered significant damage. It seems I must find a way to restore them. This may be the strongest weapon I can acquire for the time being. Within the sword domain, he sought not only to solidify his position at the 8th level of the Gathering Qi realm, but also to subdue the two swords, which seemed like sworn enemies, yearning to consume one another the moment they met. Yet Shen Ya would not permit them such liberty, instead suppressing them with his sword intent to maintain a balance. Naturally, the gray sword persistently resisted him, and that balance required constant vigilance. Nevertheless, for Shen Ya, it was also a form of training. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, followed by a shout. There is still a Yin-Yang sect disciple here. Two men dressed as guards appeared before him. Yin-Yang sect disciple, if you do not wish to suffer, then obediently prostrate yourself and wag your tail like a dog before us. They approached Shen Ya with sinister grins, furrowing his brow. Shen Ya wondered what calamity had befallen the Yin-Yang sect. Who are you? He inquired. Who we are is not something for a small fry like you to know. Prostrate yourself, one guard replied with a faint smile, kicking towards Shen Ya's knee. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed, followed by a scream, though it was not Shen Ya's. Answer me. Who are you? Shen Ya demanded coldly, still daring to resist. You seek death. The second guard lunged at him, but Shen Ya did not even spare him a glance. The sword at his back emitted a soft hum, unleashing a blade of energy that pierced through the guard's brow, killing him instantly. Turning to the remaining guard, he stated, just leave a mouth behind. A minute later, the bone crusher lay lifeless, having divulged all necessary information. Another prince from Solaro has come, but there is also a master at the Songshui realm, Shen Ya mused, gazing towards the Yin-Yang sect's main hall before abruptly turning towards the stone door of the sword domain. Zhang Wenhu, your injuries have nearly healed. Come with me. His tone brooked no dissent. With a low growl, Zhang Wenhu glanced at the sword on Shen Ya's back and obediently followed suit. Old man, it is time for you to answer. Will you face annihilation or join the Solaro Empire? In the main hall, over 20 disciples knelt before the fifth prince, some bloodied from being forced to the ground in defiance, while others lay prostrate in pools of blood, their forms pitiful. Do you believe silence will save you from my wrath? The fifth prince sneered. Bring them to me, one by one. Out if the old man refuses to speak, kill them until he does. And Zhu Wangshu, bring that female disciple here as well. Understood, Zhu Wangshu replied, striding forward to AT this moment. He stood closely behind Gu Shi, her face growing increasingly pale as she recoiled tightly. Should you dare to lay a finger on my disciple, I swear, even in death, I shall take the fifth prince down with me. Gu Shi had gone mad, his inner energy surging violently. Zhu Wangshu paused in his tracks. Are you out of your mind, attempting a forceful breakthrough? With a bitter smile, he retorted, if the sect is to be annihilated, what purpose does my old life serve? As his words fell, his entire being surged with energy once more, poised to break through. Sect Master, at your age, why act so recklessly? It seems you have forgotten my presence. A calm voice resonated within the grand hall. Gu Shi's energy faltered, his gaze shifting to the youth standing at the entrance, followed by a rueful chuckle. Shen Xiaoyu, you must leave at once. The people of the Solaro Empire are not to be trifled with given your status. In truth, Gu Shi had not forgotten Shen Ya. However, with Shen Ya backed by the Jade Cauldron Kingdom, could he truly allow Shen Ya to confront the Solaro Empire, risking the annihilation of the Jade Cauldron? He owed Shen Ya a debt he could not repay, and how could he implicate him in this? And now there appears a little dog, seemingly possessing some merit. The fifth prince narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Shen Ya from head to toe, knowing that anyone who reached this point must have dealt significant harm to the guards they dispatched. Shen Ya cast a dispassionate glance at the fifth prince, nonchalantly stating, regrettably, Sect Master, I have already offended the Solaro Empire most grievously, thus whether it is one or two, an offense is an offense. Shen Xiaoyu, you are in the presence of a prince of the Solaro Empire. Gu Shi had assumed Shen Ya had merely crossed paths with certain dignitaries of the Solaro Empire. I am aware he is a prince. Yet whether it is one prince or two, killing remains killing, Shen Ya replied. Little dog, are you attempting to make me laugh to death? You think you can kill a prince of the Solaro Empire? You wouldn't even be able to bite him. The fifth prince utterly disbelieved Shen Ya's words. In the extreme south, who would dare to harm those of the Solaro Empire? Suddenly, footsteps echoed as a man clad in simple attire rushed into the grand hall. Your Highness, the Emperor has commanded you to return to the Empire at once. Shen Ya of the Jade Cauldron Kingdom is likely to have arrived at the Yin-Yang sect. All eyes converged upon the man in plain clothes. The fifth prince and Zhu Wangshu recognized that such attire signified an urgent report from the Solaro Empire. Shen Ya of the Jade Cauldron Kingdom, what nonsense is this? The fifth prince inquired. Taking a deep breath, the messenger continued. He is the scoundrel who severed the eighth prince's fingers. That very man is the second prince Shen Ya of the Jade Cauldron Kingdom, the one who rejected the esteemed Miss Dantai. That perennial fool, just 2 days ago, in the city of extreme fortune, he not only severed the eighth prince's 10 fingers and toes, but also killed the fourth prince, and even wounded the city Lord Lu Songlei. This individual has been deemed a dangerous person by the Emperor. Should you encounter him, it is advisable to avoid him. Chapter 52, Confronting the Energy Breakthrough. What? The fourth brother has been slain? A dangerous person? The fifth prince exclaimed in shock. Indeed, even young Master Xia Fan was nearly killed. He is very likely to have arrived at the Yin-Yang sect. The messenger added. At that moment, Zhu Wangshu's gaze fell upon Shen Ya. A chilling aura radiated from him, enveloping the messenger. What does this person look like? Upon hearing this, the messenger quickly produced a portrait. Lord Zhu, this is the likeness of Shen Ya of the Jade Cauldron. Everyone beheld the portrait. Feeling an unsettling familiarity, their gazes gradually shifting to Shen Ya, their spirits shaken. Following the crowd's gaze, the messenger's eyes landed on Shen Ya. Indeed, this person bears a striking resemblance to Shen Ya of the Jade Cauldron. He faltered. Unable to finish his thought, it was not merely a resemblance of 7 or 8 parts, but a striking likeness in its entirety. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He is Shen Ya of the Jade Cauldron. Shen Ya smiled faintly. I am indeed Shen Ya of the Jade Cauldron. In the grand hall, no one could muster a smile. Even Gu Shi and the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect stared at him in a daze. Realizing that killing one prince was one thing, but killing 2 was indeed a reality. You killed the 4th brother. He is dead. The 5th prince could hardly believe it. Yes. Ha, 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 ha. The 5th prince erupted in laughter. Well done. That vile character deserved to die long ago. However, I must appear to avenge my dear 4th brother, Zhu Washu. Capture him alive. Zhu Washu cast a cold glance at the 5th prince. He stepped forward to stand before Shen Ya, his expression more serious than ever. I never expected such a prodigious talent to emerge from the Jade Cauldron. The tales of you being a millennium genius now seem insufficient. You should be regarded as a 10,000-year genius. Zhu Washu scrutinized Shen Ya. Finding himself unable to discern Shen Ya's realm. In no matter, Zhu Wangshu's aura suddenly intensified, a powerful gale swirling through the grand hall, pressing down upon Shen Ya. Buzz. The dual swords resonated, and Shen Ya's sword intent shattered the oppressive force, revealing his 8th level of energy concentration. 8th level of energy concentration. What a genius! However, I do not believe you can harm Lu Songlei. Zhu Wangshu bellowed, charging towards Shen Ya. Roar! A furious roar echoed as a massive, beastly silhouette burst into the hall, revealing the sword-patterned tiger. Shen Ya remained unmoved as the sword-patterned tiger collided with Zhu Washu. Believe it or not, that is your prerogative, but your opponent is not me, Shen Ya stated coolly. Ignoring the fierce battle between Zhu Wangshu and the sword-patterned tiger, he advanced toward the 5th prince. Zhu Wangshu, what are you doing? Come protect me at once. The 5th prince had not anticipated the presence of a sword-patterned tiger at the energy breakthrough level. Upon seeing Shen Ya approach, the smugness on his face vanished, replaced by panic as he desperately called for help. However, at that moment, Zhu Washu was already sent flying out of the hall by the sword-patterned tiger. Outside, the sounds of battle and roars echoed continuously. Zhu Wangshu, come back quickly and protect me. The 5th prince cried out in desperation. Shen Ya glanced outside and shook his head. 5th prince of Solaro. Do you still not understand? Your Zhu Wangshu is just like you. He would be more than happy to see your 4th brother dead, and he would be just as eager to see you perish. What? Protect me, quickly protect me. The 5th prince shouted to the surrounding guards, but could they truly safeguard him? Among the guards, the strongest was merely the one who had defeated Tai Feng, yet he too would not withstand a single strike from Shen Ya. In the blink of an eye, all the guards fell beneath Shen Ya's blade, leaving only the 5th prince in the grand hall. Just as he raised his sword to strike, He suddenly spoke. Senior Shen, may I take care of this person? Momentarily taken aback, Shen Ya noticed the fury etched across He-Yin's face. After enduring countless hardships and separations that day, she needed an outlet for her emotions. With this thought in mind, Shen Ya handed the 5th prince over to He-Yin. A chilling wail erupted within the grand hall of the Yin-Yang sect as He-Yin, seemingly driven mad, relentlessly hacked at the 5th prince until there was not a single unscathed part left on him, eventually collapsing to the ground in tears. Watching her, Shen Ya let out a gentle sigh. In his previous life, he had not even been afforded the opportunity to weep like this. In this life, he wished for her to experience the joy of youth. 5th prince, oh 5th prince. Zhu Wangshu charged back in, gazing at the 5th prince's corpse, crying out in anguish. No need for pretense. There are no others here, and those who ought to be dead are already gone. Shen Ya scoffed, in an instant. Zhu Wangshu fell silent, his expression shifting faster than flipping a page. He smiled at Shen Ya. Shen Ya of the Jade Cauldron, what do you say to a partnership? Oh, though I possess the power of the energy breakthrough level and am honored as a Washu, I am but a bastard child of the Emperor, denied any royal title. Why should Luo Chenglai become the Emperor while I remain with nothing? Zhu Wangshu began to vent his frustrations. With the same bloodline. Why? Am I to serve his son as a dog or a guard? After venting, Luo Chengzhu continued. Shen Ya of the Jade Cauldron, assist me in ascending to the throne, and I can support the Jade Cauldron Kingdom, helping it extricate itself from this crisis with Miss Dantai. You wish to assassinate the Emperor of Solaro, do you not? I can provide you with the opportunity. The onlookers in the hall stood in shock, unable to believe how the situation had taken another turn. Shen Ya regarded him, his thoughts occupied with his father and elder brother. The bonds of royal kinship were so fragile. Only the Jade Cauldron truly enjoyed familial ties. Not interested, Shen Ya replied. Luo Changzhu was taken aback, believing Shen Ya would surely acquiesce. The Jade Cauldron Kingdom was on the brink of peril. What good would it do for him to be a genius if he could not withstand the Solaro Empire or even the city lord of extreme fortune? To be precise, you lack the qualifications to negotiate with me, Shen Ya retorted, a hint of a smirk on his lips. Luo Changzhu burst into laughter. Lack qualifications? Ha. The tales of the second prince of the Jade Cauldron being arrogant were indeed true. However, think carefully. If you do not cooperate with me, it will not be long before the Jade Cauldron Kingdom faces destruction, and you will die. Partnering with me will mark the moment you can truly hold your head high. At that time, the Jade Cauldron Kingdom will be aligned with my Solaro Empire. I can even promise that for 10 years, you will not need to pay tributes, and your Shen clan can send people to study in my Solaro Empire annually. Such terms, if presented to any other small nation, would undoubtedly be seen as an unparalleled honor. Yet Shen Ya found it laughable. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. The might of the 10,000 demons sword intent manifesting. The gray sword and broken sword simultaneously emerged. Killing sword, devouring shadow. Two beams of sword light shot towards Luo Qingzhu with such speed that even Gu Shi could merely perceive the shadows of the swords. Luo Qingzhu's spirit was shaken, his true energy surging forth as he unleashed the Solaro Empire's most formidable technique, the heavenly Luo blade / as the twin swords clashed. Both the gray sword and the broken sword passed through the Tian Luo blade strike, slightly altering the trajectory of the swords, yet they still forcefully pierced through Luo Chengzhu's shoulders. Luo Changzhu was knocked back to the edge of the great hall by the sword energy. Staring incredulously at Shen Ya, Shen Ya looked down at Luo Changzhu and inquired, "Does my Yuding Kingdom need to learn from your Soluo Empire?" Chapter 53. A fortuitous opportunity within the grand hall of the Sect Master. Silence reigned, with Shen Ya's words echoing in everyone's minds. What you possess in the Sualuo Empire, we possess in the Yuding Kingdom. What you lack, we also have. Shen Ya then stated, "I intend to assassinate the Emperor of Sualuo. Do I require your assistance?" Luo Qingzhu gritted his teeth tightly, his gaze fixed on Shen Ya. Blood continued to seep from his shoulders, his heart overwhelmed with shock. Shen Ya had completely overturned his expectations. He was too powerful, too terrifying. Was this a genius? This was clearly a super powerhouse. Of course, if you were to ally with my Yuding Kingdom, I could offer you the opportunity to ascend the throne and become the emperor of the Sualuo Empire, Shen Ya continued. However, at present, you appear unreliable. Let us see how you perform. Now, can you leave? Luo Qingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief. You won't kill me? He squinted slightly. Why would I kill you? The Sualuo Empire currently needs someone like you. A traitor. Luo Qingzhu understood that Shen Ya wished for him to incite chaos within the Sualuo Empire. After a deep glance at Shen Ya, lost in thought, he eventually covered his wound and departed. In the hall, Gu Shi observed Shen Ya, opening his mouth, but momentarily unsure of what to say, feeling somewhat intimidated if defeating by Shen was achieved through the power of the sword leader. Now he had genuinely defeated a formidable opponent at the Chongshui realm. Such a prodigy, as long as he remained alive, would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Shen Xiaoyu, your great kindness leaves this old man at a loss for how to repay you. Gu Shi finally spoke. Shen Ya's gaze softened as he regarded Gu Xi. In their previous life, he had little interaction with him, but in this life, he recognized Gu Shi's integrity. Even as the Yin-Yang sect faced annihilation, he still did not wish to implicate himself, even fearing his own impulsiveness might offend the Sualuo Empire. Such loyalty could hardly be measured by mere gratitude. There is no need for such formalities. Sect Master. I am also a disciple of the Yin-Yang sect. With a bitter smile, Gu Shi responded, Shen Xiaoyu, how could I dare to claim you as my disciple? Sect Master, if you truly wish to repay me, then please entrust me with Sister He. Shen Ya suddenly laughed. Gu Shi gasped, instinctively glancing at He Yin, whose face instantly flushed crimson. Clutching her garment, as if trying to wring out water, Ji Yushi stammered. That would depend on Ian's own wishes. I. Everyone must be hungry, so I'll go cook first. Ian fled hastily. Shen Ya blinked. Sect Master, what does Sister He mean by this? She should have agreed. Girls tend to be shy, Gushi replied. What is there to be shy about? Shen Ya mused, perplexed by the intricacies of a girl's heart, and stated, in that case, let us wait until I heal the Sect Master's injuries before we set off with Sister He. Oh, you still intend to take Ian away? Gushi exclaimed, for Ian was the hope for the revival of the Yin-Yang sect. Indeed, I wish to present Sister He with an opportunity that will enable her rapid enhancement. At that time, the Yin-Yang sect will have no worries about its resurgence. Shen Ya nodded, his thoughts drifting to the relics within the Soluo Empire. In his previous life, it was precisely this opportunity that propelled Yin to rapid advancement. Albeit years later in this life, he aimed to provide her with that opportunity even sooner. Did I misunderstand something? Gushi thought silently, suddenly calling out, Shen Xiaoyu, did you just say you could help me recover my injuries? Sect Master, bear with it. I not only wish to aid in your recovery, but also to elevate your cultivation. Half an hour later, Shen Ya and Gushi arrived at a secluded chamber. With both palms pressed against Gushi's back, Shen Ya had contemplated assisting Gushi since his departure from Jiyun City, for the Yuding Kingdom to maintain stability during his departure to join the Xiantai sect. Gushi's presence was exceptionally crucial to at present. The peak of the gathering Qi realm was insufficient to stabilize the situation that a practitioner of the Chongshui realm was necessary to command authority. Gushi's injuries were severe, and following his conflict with Elder Bai, the affliction had spread throughout his body. Previously, Shen Ya would have found it impossible to assist him in recovery. However, now, with the sword energy of the 8th level of gathering Qi, it was not an insurmountable task. He understood well how to cultivate the Chongshui realm. Shi's true energy was evidently obstructed due to his grievous injuries. The acupoints of the Chongshui realm had been harmed by the true energy. As long as he could restore the acupoints and help him break through more of them, the injuries would naturally heal, and his cultivation would rise. Shen Xiaoyu, rest assured in your treatment. This old bone of mine can endure the pain. Gushi completely trusted Shen Ya. Releasing all his true energy. In an instant, he sensed Shen Ya's true energy entering his body. No, it was not true energy, it was sword energy. According to legend, the true energy of sword cultivators was indeed sword energy. Could it be that Shen Ya was truly a sword cultivator? Gu Zhongzhu, do not lose focus. We shall begin, Shen Ya commanded. Controlling the sword energy to circulate within Gushi's body, he then located the first acupoint of the Chongshui realm, thrusting the sword energy into it, clearing the obstructions. Hiss! Gushi suddenly realized the severity of the pain. It felt as though needles were piercing his heart. Cold sweat broke out all over him. Endure it. Continue. Shen Ya's sword energy sought out the second acupoint and struck again. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy shattered all 9 acupoints of the first level of the Chongshui realm. Gushi himself was at the second level. Next, it proceeded to the 28 acupoints of the second level. In an instant, the surging true energy circulated, and the excruciating pain dissipated as the true energy returned and flowed unceasingly. Sect Master, your injuries are now healed. Next, I shall assist you in breaking through the third level's 63 acupoints. Synchronize with me. Shen Ya spoke softly, feeling the pressure mount. His sword energy was still somewhat lacking. However, with Gushi's cooperation, it was not overly difficult. Time passed slowly, and it was not until a full day later that Shen Ya and Gushi emerged from the chamber. Shen Xiaoyu, this old man truly does not know how to express my gratitude. I never dreamed I would have the chance to reach the 4th level of the Chongshui realm, Gushi exclaimed, still brimming with excitement. The 4th level of the Chongshui realm was a realm he had never dared to imagine in his lifetime. Shen Ya, however, was completely exhausted. He had not anticipated that he could ultimately assist Gushi in achieving this level. Sect Master, you overstated. Assisting you in breaking through is but a minor feat. It may even hinder your future breakthroughs in cultivation, Shen Ya remarked. Cultivators emphasize a gradual progression. Someone like Shen Ya could indeed cause Gushi to stagnate in the future. However, the impact was not as significant as imagined, for Shen Ya possessed an exceptional understanding of the Chongshui realm, minimizing the effects. It matters not. Like his royal uncle, Gushi was well aware of his own circumstances at his age. Why concern himself with the future? Well, I shall take my leave to rest. Please inform Sister He that we depart early tomorrow. After Shen Ya finished speaking, he returned to the room he had once occupied as a miscellaneous disciple. Feeling considerably lighter in spirit, with Luo Changzhu conveying his might to the Emperor of Suo Luo, coupled with Gu Shi at the 4th level of the Chongshui realm, the Yuding Kingdom was secure. Chapter 54. The Relics in the Divine Wilderness Continent. Rich in history, countless relics lie buried beneath the earth. The footprints of ancient powerhouses crisscross the land, some achieving unparalleled feats, others remaining nameless, regardless of who they are. They cannot escape death, their bones interred in the earth, becoming dust of history. The relics discovered by the Suluo Empire are but a minuscule fragment of this dust. The extreme southern region of the Mingli domain has long been desolate, rarely trodden by human feet. Even if there are relics, they are not left by extraordinary beings. Yet for those in the extreme south, it is a treasure trove, in the northeastern Gobi Desert of the Suluo Empire. A pair of men and women arrived. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. At this moment, he gazed at the barren land and curiously asked, "Brother Shun, is the opportunity you mentioned here?" Having traveled from the Yanyang Sect to this location for several days, a hint of dust clung to their faces. Te now realized her misunderstanding of Shen Ya, feeling a tinge of disappointment, yet also a sense of relief. Indeed, but there is nothing here. He questioned. If relics were easily discovered, they would not have waited until now for exploration. Shen Ya replied, "Follow me." In his previous life, Shen Ya had visited this relic once. However, when he arrived, everything had already been cleared out. He had come hoping for a stroke of luck, but found nothing. Nonetheless, he still knew the entrance to the relic. Soon, Shen Ya led He forward 100 steps. Suddenly, the ground beneath them gave way, as if they had stepped into an abyss. He instinctively gasped. A large hand tightly gripped her, transmitting a sense of security. Looking down, there was no abyss, only the same Gobi Desert as before. "Gobi Mirage," He suddenly exclaimed, and upon observing her surroundings, she saw bones strewn everywhere, both human and beast. Indeed, this is the Gobi Mirage. Anyone who treads here without a resolute warrior's heart or formidable strength shall perish within. Of course, the mirage is a result of the great formation within the relic, Shen Ya explained. He nodded. She had heard of such mirages. They were places of death, absolute peril. The Sui Luo Empire could actually find the entrance to the relic amidst such a mirage. He remarked incredulously. Shen Ya shook his head, saying, "It's merely a matter of assembling numbers. Surrounding us are not only bones, but also corpses that have recently perished. The Solaro Empire has pieced together the pathways within this mirage using a vast population. Let us proceed. The mirage array constructed from mere numbers is inherently weak. If we delay, the treasures within may well be taken." With those words, Shen Ya took hold of He and moved forward. The winds and clouds shifted abruptly, and countless illusions enveloped them, causing He Yin's heart to race with trepidation. Yet, Shen Ya remained unfazed, even as a fire-breathing dragon lunged toward them. In that moment, her heart nearly leapt from her chest, but Shen Ya merely smiled calmly, causing the fire dragon to vanish. Gazing at him, her beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. Shen Ya, however, saw nothing remarkable about the spectacle before him. It was a jest, after all, with the keen vision of a quasi-emperor from his previous life. How could such a minor mirage pose any challenge? Everything felt akin to watching a trivial play. Time passed unmarked until the mirage dissipated, revealing a passage wide enough for two to walk side by side. Outside the passage stood dozens of guards from the Solaro Empire. "Brother Shun, what should we do?" He inquired. Clearly, the Solaro Empire, and even those mentioned by Brother Shun, such as Xia Jia Xia Fan, were likely within the passage. "Naturally, we shall fight our way in." He had expected Shen Ya to disguise himself. She wanted to caution him against such a brazen approach. Was it wise to charge in unceremoniously? Did he not fear strong opponents within? Fret not. Even if formidable foes lie within, as long as we retreat into the mirage, they shall be powerless against us. Shen Ya reassured her, sensing her concern. He fell silent, realizing that Brother Shun regarded the mirage as his own territory. Before she could process this, Shen Ya stepped out of the mirage, his body suddenly transforming into an apparition. Grasping his gray sword, within mere seconds, the entire entrance was devoid of life. None of the Solaro Empire's guards survived, not even a sound escaped them. "Let us enter." The speed at which he dispatched them was akin to quenching thirst. Upon entering the underground passage, Shen Ya's demeanor grew slightly more serious. After traversing several hundred steps, he gently pulled He Yin to the side, hiding behind a prominent boulder, just as He Yin pondered the situation. A conversation reached her ears. "Lord Lu, young Master Xia, we find ourselves stuck here, unable to proceed." An elderly voice spoke, addressing Shen Ya's acquaintances, Lu Song Lei and Xia Fan. Indeed, the Solaro Empire sought to curry favor with the two here at this ruin, like the mirage outside. This too is a formation within the ruins. My knowledge of formations is limited, and I cannot discern much, Lu Song Lei's deep voice echoed. Indeed, it is a formation, the Tian Isual Yenare. Another voice chimed in. Uncle Wu. Can it be unraveled? Xia Fan inquired. It can be unraveled, but we lack the manpower of those in the gathering Qi realm, came the reply from the one referred to as Uncle Wu. If we had 100 individuals at the third stage of gathering Qi, it could be easily resolved. Uncle Wu responded, Did you not summon the people from the Yin-Yang sect? Why have they not arrived yet? Lord Xia, I have just received news from His Majesty. The Yin-Yang sect's people cannot come. Bai Shun is dead, and the Yin-Yang sect has returned under the control of the venerable Gu Shi. Furthermore, nearly all of Bai Shun's men have been slain by the second prince of Yuding. Shen Ya. The elder voice responded initially. Yuding Shen Ya. Upon hearing this name, Xia Fan's voice seemed to squeeze through his teeth. Uncle Wu, when shall we go to Yuding Kingdom to eliminate that Shen Ya? Even if we cannot locate him, destroying the entire Yuding Kingdom would somewhat alleviate my resentment. At those words, He Yin instinctively glanced at Shen Ya. Momentarily taken aback, he showed no change in expression, remaining cold and indifferent. There's no rush. We shall proceed to eliminate them after unraveling this ruin. None of them will escape. Uncle Wu dismissed Shen Ya with disdain. Since the Yin-Yang sect cannot come, then it falls upon you, the Solaro Empire, to provide this 100 individuals at the third stage of gathering Qi. This, the elder's voice faltered. Lord Xia, I have some understanding of the Tian Isolien array. But to unravel it, it seems that 100 at the third stage of gathering Qi may perish. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow. Do not tell me you cannot gather even 100 at the third stage of gathering Qi. The elder's expression grew increasingly grim. We can gather them. But it will take time, as those at the third stage of gathering Qi are crucial forces for the Solaro Empire. Meanwhile, He Yin felt a chill. Their collaboration with the Yin-Yang sect was intended to sacrifice lives to break the formation. Chapter 55. The Crystal Lotus. This is your affair. Since you have invited me to break the formation, you must comply with my terms, Xia Fan stated coldly. This, the elder was the strongest formation master of the Solaro Empire. In truth, he had long known the method to unravel the Tian Isual Yin array. Otherwise, he would not have invited the Yin-Yang sect in advance. However, with the Yin-Yang sect unable to arrive, the Solaro Empire faced the potential loss of 100 individuals at the third stage of gathering Qi. While they could withstand the loss, they feared it might lead to unrest. Lord Xia, why not pause this matter? Let us first enter Yuding Kingdom. Although it is weak, we can gather some at the third stage of gathering Qi, and with these criminals, it would suffice. The Solaro Empire also had some individuals at the third stage of gathering Qi they deemed deserving of death. Xia Fan's eyes brightened. He did not prioritize the ruins. Indeed, Uncle Wu, we shall capture those at the third stage of gathering Qi in Yuding Kingdom. I have heard the Emperor of Yuding is at the fourth stage of gathering Qi. We can have him unravel the formation for us, yielding even better results. Perhaps we can even lure that detestable Shen Ya out. Frowning, Xia Fan understood that his nephew had suffered a great loss in the extreme south. This grudge must be avenged. As the heir of the family, he had been publicly humiliated, which reflected poorly on the Xia family. If word spread, they would be the subject of ridicule. Very well, we need not rush the matter of the ruins. Let us set forth to annihilate Yuding Kingdom. Xia Fan finally acquiesced. The group prepared to turn and leave the cave, yet their footsteps abruptly halted as two figures appeared before them. When had they arrived? Shen Ya. Both Xia Fan and Lu Song Lei exclaimed simultaneously. Why bring me here? I have come of my own accord, Shen Ya replied, his eyes already glinting with murderous intent. Speaking of annihilating the Yuding Kingdom. You are the genius prince of Yuding, Shen Ya. How did you arrive here? The elder was utterly astonished. Outside regards, and with the mirage beyond, how could these two have approached without a sound? Shen Ya replied coldly. If you can come, why can I not? You can. Of course, Xia Fan declared, his voice booming with fervor. You certainly can come. I would welcome you to your demise. Previously, In Jiyan City, he had lacked powerful allies. This time, not only had he summoned Uncle Wu, but Lu Songlei was also at his side. The Tian Isual Yenare, is it truly difficult to break? Shen Ya, undeterred by Lu Songlei and Uncle Wu, focused his gaze on the Tian Isual Yenare. What do you mean? Lu Songlei inquired, his tone far less enthusiastic than Xia Fan's. He felt a strange unease. The last encounter had left him suffering greatly from Shen Ya's sword energy. What I mean is, the Tian Isual Yenare does not require 100 at the third stage of gathering qi to unravel it, Shen Ya stated. Suddenly, he embraced He Yin, and their bodies vanished in an instant, darting toward the Tian Isual Yenare ahead. Stop him! Though unaware of Shen Ya's intentions, instinctively, Lu Songlei and Xia Fan sensed danger. They attempted to intervene, but Shen Ya was too swift, and the surroundings were too open. Even Lu Songlei could not block him. As for Xia Fan, he did not even make a move. He could tell with a glance that Shen Ya's realm was that of a mere gathering qi novice. Why should he take action? In the blink of an eye, Shen Ya had already entered the Tian Isual Yenare. Xia Fan remained composed, saying, "No need to act. He is doomed. The Tian Isual Yenare will turn him into a mere husk." This formation was not particularly powerful, at least from Shen Ya's perspective. It was merely a rudimentary array. However, for forces ranked at the 8th or 9th tier, this formation was exceedingly challenging to dismantle. It could only be forcibly unraveled by sacrificing 100 at the third stage of gathering qi. As long as one had not reached the innate level above the acupoint realm, there was only one fate awaiting them: death. Buzz. Suddenly, a sword's hum resonated within the array, and Shen Ya and He Yin stood at the center. The surging array force crashed toward Shen Ya like a barrage of lethal strikes. Yet in the blink of an eye, the array force dissipated, shattered by Shen Ya's sword. Simultaneously, the hundreds of array nodes within the formation responded with a chorus of sword hums. Waves of sword energy shot forth from Shen Ya's feet, striking the array nodes, the sword light absorbing the array's power, soaring skyward. Doomed, reduced to a husk. How shallow the understanding of the Xia family. Within the array, Shen Ya cast a mocking glance at Xia Fan. No sooner had he finished speaking than 100 streams of sword energy extinguished, and the array gates swung wide open, revealing a massive door behind the formation. Without hesitation, Shen Ya dashed through the door, with He Yin in tow. What? How is this possible? Breaking the formation with sword energy. Xia Fan's previous arrogance shattered into fragments, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had a solid understanding of formations and had never heard of the Tian Isual Yenare being unraveled in such a manner. Cursed be this individual. What kind of opportunity has he encountered? Xia Fan's face twisted in rage as he fixed his gaze on the stone door. Pursue him. We must catch up, he declared. Attempting to spring into action, Lu Songlei restrained him. Young Master Xia, do not. The array has lost its support from Shen Ya's sword energy and will soon close. Though he said this, Xia Fan remained unwilling to yield. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a nearby guard of the Qi-gathering realm, whom he seized and hurled into the great formation. In an instant, the formation merged, and that guard was reduced to a mere husk. Damn it. Damned thing, scoundrel. Xia Fan bellowed in a frenzy, his eyes fixating on the stone gate behind the formation, then shifting to the elder. Go, immediately summon Emperor Solo to send me 100 Qi-gathering realm 3 cultivators. I must breach this formation at once. But the elder hesitated, clearly distressed. What? Is the trifling 9th rank Suoluo Empire not willing to heed my words? The chill in Xia Fan's gaze intensified. The elder understood that their Suoluo Empire could not resist an 8th rank family. He promptly dispatched someone back to the imperial capital to report to Emperor Soluo. But at that moment, Xia Sun interjected. No need. The round trip will take too long. Delays may lead to unforeseen changes. And no one knows what treasures lie within the ruins. We must breach the formation immediately. Breach the formation? How can we do that? The elder inquired. With the people here, along with you, a peak Qi-gathering realm cultivator. Is that not sufficient? Xia Sun grinned malevolently, suddenly tossing the elder and the other prepared Qi-gathering realm cultivators, including the guards, into the formation. Xia family, how can you be so ruthless? The elder shouted frantically from within the formation. Ruthless. In our eyes, a 9th rank and a non-rank are indistinguishable. Killing a chicken, how can we be deemed ruthless? Xia Sun smirked. Ishimi, before you lies your opportunity. The Qingjing Baoyan, a lotus flower nurtured in ancient depths. It has formed over millennia due to the various energies within the ruins. By merging with the Qingjing Baoyan, you shall possess a martial foundation that surpasses the Xian level. Upon entering the ruins, Shen Ya's attention was captivated by a radiant, azure-hued treasure. Moreover, it is a martial foundation that can grow, even granting you the chance to attain the Qingjing Lotus Body. Chapter 56. The Second Path of Insight, Surpassing the Xian-Level Martial Foundation. He Nin, with limited knowledge, was only aware of martial foundations, not constitutions. Surpassing the Xian level was a legendary martial foundation. It was said that within the 7-rank sects of the Mingli domain, many disciples possessed martial foundations that exceeded the Xian level. Could she, too, have the opportunity to stand alongside the disciples of the 7-rank sects? Shen Xixiang. No, this is not right. It is too precious. I cannot accept this opportunity. It should belong to you. He Nin snapped back from her reverie, anxiously waving her hands, the treasure capable of altering one's martial foundation, even without experience. She knew it to be priceless. I am a man. I cannot merge with the Qingjing Baoyan. Shen Ya shook his head. Oh, men cannot merge. What happens if they do? He Nin asked curiously. Shen Ya's expression took on a peculiar twist. If a man merges, he becomes neither male nor female, fitting for the legendary supreme sunflower scripture that requires self-castration. Yishimi, do you wish for me to merge? Looking at Shen Ya, He Nin's cheeks flushed. Self-castration was certainly not an option. She felt delighted. Shen Xixiang was joking again. Even if you cannot merge, it can still be sold or given to someone you cherish in the future, He Nin added. Shen Ya shrugged. Then consider it yours. Merge immediately. Do not waste time. If I am not mistaken, Xia Fan and Lu Tsong Lei will soon break in. They will use that elder from the Suoluo Empire to forcefully breach the formation, Shen Ya asserted domineeringly. Oh, fine. He Nin's heart raced. It was for her. Shen Ya was unaware of her little thoughts. In his previous life, all he had heard about this place's ruins had come from He Nin, and she had only obtained the Qingjing Baoyan while others had divided everything else. He was eager to see what other treasures lay within. Shen Ya began to explore the ruins. This place, in ancient times, was not a particularly large estate. The area where the Qingjing Baoyan resided was a medicinal garden. However, all the herbs had been completely absorbed by the Qingjing Baoyan, transforming into fertilizer. Within the estate, Shen Ya navigated through several storage rooms, and indeed, there were numerous items, yet most were beneath his notice. For instance, a pile of low-grade Xian-level swords appeared decent, but were immovable. Jade slips, Lu Qing Dan, 30 high-grade Xian-level swords, a storage bag. It seems this ruin is better than I anticipated. Ultimately, the only items Shen Ya found appealing were those mentioned above. A few skilled jade slips, but he could not unlock the blood contract. Lu Qing Dan, a pill useful for those with unstable realms, would greatly benefit his royal uncle and the ancient sect leader. The high-grade Xian-level swords in the Jade Ding Kingdom were nearly national treasures. As for the storage bag, this was what Shen Ya had long desired since his rebirth, outside. Even the smallest storage bag could not be obtained for the entirety of the Jade Ding Kingdom, making this his greatest gain. Of course, the space within this storage bag was not extensive, but it was sufficient for Shen Ya's current needs. Unfortunately, the formation here cannot be moved for now. Shen Ya's intention to wait 2 years before excavating the ruins was to relocate the formation entirely to the Jade Ding Imperial Palace. Currently, he lacked the strength for such an endeavor. Buzz. Just as he continued his search, suddenly, 2 swords behind him resonated, almost breaking free from his restraint. Slightly taken aback, Shen Ya followed their intent and looked over. At the innermost part of the ruins, there was an opening surrounded by traces of insight. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. This ruin, too, had traces left by someone. In his previous life, he had not seen them. It was likely that someone had dug out the entire cave or directly destroyed the traces. To evoke resonance from 2 swords, it must be a place of insight for sword practitioners. Boom! Suddenly, a rumble echoed from outside the estate. As the celestial locking formation was shattered, Shen Ya halted, suppressing the urgent swords, and turned back to the medicinal garden in front of the estate. This moment, He Nin had completely absorbed the Qingjing Baoyan, radiating an aura of azure light. As though she transcended the realm of mere mortal women, her seemingly ordinary appearance had become exquisitely charming. Swish, 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 3 figures suddenly dashed in from outside, their gazes instantly captivated by He Nin. What treasure has this woman acquired? Why do I feel her martial foundation exceeds the Xian level? Lu Tsong Lei exclaimed in shock. Damn it. Such treasures have been absorbed by such an ordinary woman. Xia Fan's eyes brimmed with unwillingness. Xia Sun coldly scanned the returning Shen Ya and sneered, "Fanner, do not vex yourself. This woman has obtained treasures, but clearly has not fully digested them. Simply bring her over and extract the essence using secret methods. Moreover, this ruin does not appear to be left by any ancient powerful being. It is rather ordinary. Likely, this treasure is the only thing of value to us, yet Shen Ya's fortuitous encounter far surpasses what this ruin offers." With a mental jolt, Xia Fan chuckled. Indeed, there is also the fortuitous encounter of Shen Ya from the Jade Ding. They could ascertain that Shen Ya's fortuitous encounter was undoubtedly terrifying. How could a mere individual from the extreme south be so formidable? And how could he shatter the celestial locking formation with sword energy? Therefore, you must cast aside your hatred and, at the very least, extract all his fortuitous encounters before eliminating him. Be sure to control your emotions. Xia Sun warned Xia Fan. I understand, fifth uncle. Xia Fan turned his gaze to Shen Ya. Jade Ding, little wretch. Now, if you obediently hand over your fortuitous encounters, perhaps this young master will be in a good mood and grant you a chance to leave with your life intact. Have you finished? Shen Ya had already reached He Nin's side, listening to their back and forth, and coldly retorted. Lu Lei was taken aback. How could Shen Ya still be so arrogant? Was there something hidden within this ruin? Xia Xiong, just in case, let us join forces to suppress him. Xia Sun glanced at Lu Lei in confusion. Lu Changzhu, have you gone daft in the extreme south? Is there any need to join forces? There are no formations surrounding. Even if he possesses earth-level or heaven-level weapons, I could extinguish him with a mere finger. Indeed. They had been caught off guard earlier due to this boy's understanding of the celestial locking formation. Upon entering, they had observed that this ruin was entirely safe, devoid of any threats. No formations? Are you certain? Shen Ya narrowed his eyes at him, remarking, the Xia family's knowledge is rather shallow, if not an exaggeration. Xia Sun's heart tightened slightly as he scrutinized the surroundings once more, confirming there were indeed no formations present. Bluffing is one thing, but you've played this well. However, this ends here. With that, he extended a finger, and a beam of spear light shot forth, aimed directly at Shen Ya. It seemed casual, yet the spear light strangely deflected upon making contact with Shen Ya. Immediately, Xia Fan shouted, Fifth uncle, where are you? Chapter 57. Dantai Mingzhu Lu Lei was taken aback. Xia Fan had clearly been beside them, so why, before he could react, the surrounding scene transformed. And he suddenly found himself atop a great mountain, with no sight of Xia Fan or Shen Ya, his expression shifting dramatically. Gobi Mirage. Indeed, the Gobi Mirage originates from this ruin. Bringing the external mirage inside merely requires a slight alteration of the formation structure. Shen Ya's voice floated lightly into the ears of the three. Their faces darkened as they circulated their true energy, attempting to dispel the Gobi Mirage. Yet no matter their efforts, they could not shatter it. The mirage condensed within the estate, further compounded by Shen Ya's modifications, rendered it even more mysterious than that in the Gobi. In truth, it was merely an illusion formation, and Shen Ya was free to traverse through it. Shen Ya, what do you intend to do? If you dare to kill me, my Xia family will not spare you. Lu Lei and Xia Sun suddenly heard Xia Fan's voice. Xia Fan found himself amidst a vast expanse of grassland, while Shen Ya approached, treading lightly on the grass roots. If you spare my life, will you let me go? Will the Xia family refrain from pursuing the kingdom of Yuding? Shen Ya inquired with an airy tone. Xia Fan's pupils constricted, and he hastily replied, I can promise. I swear to the heavens that as long as you do not kill me, our Xia family will never invade the kingdom of Yuding, nor will we pursue you. Your oath is no different than flatulence. Shen Ya replied with a smile, shaking his head. Stop. Just as Shen Ya was about to strike, Xia Sun suddenly emerged from the mirage, charging towards Shen Ya. After a fleeting glance at him, Shen Ya vanished, melting into the mirage. Uncle Wu, you've arrived just in time. Kill him. I want to annihilate his entire family, wipe out his entire clan, and turn all the women of the kingdom of Yuding into courtesans to serve our Xia family as pleasures. Upon seeing Xia Sun, Xia Fan instantly regained his composure, shedding the earlier demeanor. What promises? Indeed, mere flatulence. Fury surged through Xia Fan as he gazed at the spot below him that had been dampened by his fear. However, in a sudden twist, Xia Sun vanished before his eyes. And even more terrifyingly, Shen Ya reappeared, leading Xia Fan to faint from sheer terror as a sword came hurtling towards him, rendering him unconscious. Shen Ya cast a fleeting glance at Xia Fan. Then, without hesitation, pierced him through with a single strike. His eyes narrowed slightly as Xia Sun reappeared, rushing into the illusion where he and Xia Fan were ensnared. You killed Fan very well. The kingdom of Yuding shall be annihilated. Xia soon roared, his hair standing on end in a fit of rage. His strength was formidable, yet even if he broke free from the array, he would soon fall back into its grasp. Xia Fan had vented his anger out of ignorance. If given another chance, he would certainly perform once more. But alas, there are no pills for regret in this world. Shen Ya remained calm, betraying not a hint of panic. As long as I eliminate you and Lu Songlei, who would know that Xia Fan was slain by my hand? You shall perish within this ruin, and the blame will fall squarely on the shoulders of the Soloro Empire. With that, Shen Ya withdrew from the illusion, returning with his lethal sword at the ready. Death's grasp, Shadow's Bane. Xia Sun had not anticipated Shen Ya's return, and he was caught off guard, though his reflexes were swift enough to evade a fatal blow. Yet Shen Ya had resolved to take his life, and the onslaught of his killing sword was relentless. Xia Sun continuously shifted within the illusion, but in a blink, he was covered in wounds. With the power of the illusion array aiding him, Shen Ya seemed nearly invincible. Impossible. How could I perish at the hands of a mere gathering Qi realm practitioner? I shall defend with my true energy. Let us see how you break through. As his words fell, a sword erupted from his chest. Is your true energy defense without flaw? In my eyes, your true energy resembles a honeycomb riddled with holes, Shen Ya remarked coldly, withdrawing his sword with a gentle motion. Then turning his gaze towards Lu Songlei's position. City Lord Lu, it's your turn now. You fool. The Xia family are all fools. Lu Songlei shouted in anger. Had Xia Sun heeded his advice from the outset, joining forces to suppress Shen Ya, would there have been any room for Shen Ya to act? Xia Sun of the 5th level of Gathering Qi had fallen to Shen Ya's assassination, and Lu Songlei's outcome would not be much better. Shen Ya, we have no enmity between us. I am the City Lord of Jiyun City. I can promise various conveniences to the Kingdom of Yuding. You wish to leave the extreme south? I can facilitate your departure right now, and I can even ensure the safety of the Kingdom of Yuding. Lu Songlei made a series of promises. Promises mean nothing to me. Xia Fan just made me a promise, yet he's already dead. As he spoke, he suddenly launched an attack against Lu Songlei. With one strike not enough to kill, he retreated silently. You brat. I have spoken kindly to you, and yet you do not know your place. I am not like the Xia family. I am the City Lord of Jiyun City. To deal with your Kingdom of Yuding is but a matter of minutes. Lu Songlei gritted his teeth. You will die soon. There will be no chance left. Lu Songlei's expression shifted. Growing cold. If you kill me, East Extreme City will not stand idly by. As a prince, you should know that killing a noble is akin to a commoner slaying an official. Do you understand? No one will know I was ever here. Shen Ya continued his assault, unleashing his killing sword techniques, retreating directly if he failed to kill Lu Songlei. Frustration enveloped Lu Songlei. He felt powerless to unleash his full strength, gradually succumbing to Shen Ya's relentless attacks. A single flaw would spell injury. Suddenly, Shen Ya halted his movements, casting a sidelong glance upwards towards the ruins, sensing someone had entered. They had already reached the Tianyi locking array. The formation of the ruins allowed him to perceive this. Even more alarming was the fact that this individual could effortlessly breach the Tianyi locking array, which, in theory, was beyond the comprehension of any 8th grade power not primarily focused on formations. Who could it be? His gaze swiftly returned to Lu Songlei. He had to eliminate this person quickly. Killing sword. Soul extinguished. Shen Ya launched another strike, this time delivering a blow that was almost unbearable. Of course. As his realm continued to rise, the backlash from soul extinguishment had diminished significantly, and he pierced Lu Songlei with a single stroke. Lu Songlei let out a cry of agony. But at that moment, the surrounding illusion abruptly froze. It was soon shattered. Since Shen Ya controlled the array, its collapse momentarily shook his spirit, granting Lu Songlei a fleeting opportunity for counterattack, akin to their previous encounter in Jiyun City. Lu Songlei managed to block Shen Ya's soul-extinguishing sword right before his heart. Mark, enter. Shen Ya's eyes gleamed as he once again infused his blood into the mark that accompanied the sword. Simultaneously, he swiftly retreated to He Yin's side, casting his gaze towards the entrance point. 3 figures had taken their place at the door, their eyes sweeping over the gravely injured Lu Songlei before settling on Shen Ya. Among them, the soul woman spoke. I wondered why there was no mirage in the Gobi outside. It turns out someone has withdrawn. Upon hearing this voice, Shen Ya's spirit jolted, and his gaze fell upon her face. Dantai Mingju. The name of this woman sprang to Shen Ya's mind. She was from the Dantai family, the daughter of Dantai Mingli's uncle. In his previous life, when he had first followed Dantai Mingli, he had interacted with Dantai Mingzu on numerous occasions. However, Her arrogance had led to her being slain by Dantai Mingli in a fit of rage. And he had been the executor. Why had she appeared in the Soloro Empire? At this time in his past life, she had not yet arrived in the extreme south. Where is the Qingjing Baolian that Uncle Long spoke of? Dantai Mingju's gaze suddenly fell fiercely upon He Yin. You actually absorbed the Qingjing Baolian. Damn it, I arrived too late. Humph, a mere lowly girl dares to absorb my Qingjing Baolian. You too. Go and bring her here. I want to extract the energy from the Qingjing Baolian within her. Dantai Mingju shouted furiously, pointing at the two young men behind her. Understood. The two young men complied and without hesitation, dashed towards He Yin. Shen Ya sprang into action, positioning himself in front of He Yin. The gray sword and broken sword were drawn simultaneously, their gleaming blades flashing as they repelled both young men. Who dares to block this lady's opportunity? Dantai Mingju shot a glance at Shen Ya, issuing her command. The two young men exchanged glances before charging at Shen Ya. Their martial skills were exquisite, reaching at least the pinnacle of the Xian level, and they both possessed peak gathering Qi realm strength. The two men did not waste words on Shen Ya. In their eyes, someone like him, a mere commoner at the 8th level of gathering Qi, was inconsequential. Had it not been for Dantai Mingju's order, they would have deemed it an insult to even join forces against him. Clang. The clash of metal echoed as the two men were sent reeling back, incredulously staring at Shen Ya. Miss Mingju, this person is extraordinary. He is likely not from this backwater region, one of the men remarked. Oh, if he is not from the extreme south, he is indeed worthy of conversing with me. Dantai Mingju raised an eyebrow. Regarding Shen Ya, tell me, where are you from? My lady, I am Lu Songlei, the city lord of Jiyun City. This man is a native of the extreme south, possessing great fortunes that have granted him his current strength. Lu Songlei, dragging his injured body, interjected. Though he did not know who these individuals were, it mattered not. He simply wished to eliminate Shen Ya. Oh, you truly hail from the extreme south. Dantai Mingju's voice turned cold. What of it? What if I don't? Shen Ya replied indifferently. If memory served him correctly, Dantai Mingju, though still youthful, had already reached the realm of acupuncture, and with the two peak gathering Qi practitioners surrounding her, she would be challenging to deal with. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. If you are indeed from the extreme south, then kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times. And offer your so-called fortunes with both hands. I shall consider this as if nothing has happened. Dantai Mingju laughed. Otherwise, you shall die here. To eradicate the roots, one must eliminate the witnesses. That makes sense. Then kill. Shen Ya nodded, his killing intent coalescing as he launched a deadly strike towards Dantai Mingju. Miss Mingju, be careful. The two young men rushed in to block Shen Ya's sword. In an instant, the three were entangled in a fierce clash, the sounds of clashing swords resonating through the air. Impressive. He is indeed formidable. Do you believe this person truly comes from the extreme south? Dantai Mingju asked Lu Songlei, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she observed Shen Ya. Absolutely, Lu Songlei affirmed decisively. Very well, I have changed my mind. If you kneel down, kowtow 10 times, and surrender all your fortunes, I will grant you the opportunity to become my attendant, Dantai Mingju declared. Lu Songlei's face paled drastically. Should Shen Ya agree, he would surely be doomed. Two young men exchanged another glance, their murderous intent intensifying, their lethal strikes unrelenting. They would not permit someone like Dantai Mingju to have such attendants. They themselves were, after all, her subordinates, and they were determined to eliminate their rival immediately. Ha. Shen Ya leapt back swiftly, returning to He Yin's side, where he noticed Dantai Mingju approaching her, coming to a halt. She glared at Shen Ya, who obstructed her path, and inquired, What are you laughing at? My 7th-tier family's attendant is your greatest fortune. You should kneel and express your gratitude. I laugh because even Dantai Mingli is not worthy of my kneeling. What are you? Shen Ya retorted. Dantai Mingju was taken aback for a moment. You dare refuse to kneel before Mingli's sister. How do you still possess your life? Beside them, Lu Songlei's eyes flickered with sharpness. 7th-tier family, Mingli's sister, this young lady, he is the one who refused to become Dantai's attendant. Shen Ya from Yuding country. Upon hearing this, Dantai Mingju's eyes lit up. Ha. So you are the ungrateful prince from the mundane realm. Interesting, truly fascinating. You are still alive. I had intended to seek you out to see what kind of person would dare reject Mingli's sister. I didn't expect to have the fortune of encountering you here ahead of time. Come, let me see what qualifications you possess to refuse Mingli's sister. Shen Ya stood there, calmly asking, Did Dantai Mingli send you to kill me? No, of course not. Mingli's sister wouldn't mention this matter after being humiliated so greatly. I came here because Uncle Long said there was a Qingjing Baolian here. You see, it was merely a coincidence. Of course. Mingli's sister is so powerful, yet I have never been truly impressed. I thought that if I could make you my attendant, it would surely infuriate Mingli's sister. Don't you find that amusing? Another woman. Much like Yining Xiang, intent on slapping Dantai Mingli's face. Just imagine, if I were to use you as a dog in front of Mingli's sister, making you bark a few times and tying you up at the gate. Letting you out whenever Mingli's sister comes by. How amusing that would be. Dantai Mingzhu grew increasingly excited as she spoke, even licking her lips. You think you can? Shen Ya replied indifferently. Uncle Long was indeed the steward who followed Dantai Mingli, and Shen Ya was well aware of this. It appeared that his rejection had led Dantai Mingli to wander through the entire Jinan region. Discovering this relic, however, the Qingjing Baolian was likely found by Uncle Long, and since Dantai Mingli had no need for it, she passed the information to Dantai Mingzhu. What? You, a mere 8th level gathering chi practitioner, dare to resist? Dantai Mingzhu smiled. I won't be as lenient as Mingli's sister. This young lady, he is not an ordinary 8th level gathering chi practitioner. Just now, he utilized the illusion array here to kill a 5th level Chong Shui realm master from the Xia family. Lu Songlei cautioned, hoping to prevent Dantai Mingzhu from underestimating him. Need your warning. Dantai Mingzhu coldly replied. The illusion here has already been broken by me. It is of no use to me. Moreover, no matter how many fortunes he has, killing him is as easy as killing a chicken. As soon as Dantai Mingzhu's words fell, her true energy surged, her dress billowing, and a sharp spike appeared in her hand. With a gentle flick, she shot it towards Shen Ya. Chapter 59. Absorbing the Dao Trace, half a sword body. A 2nd level Chong Shui realm practitioner, possessing Dantai family's earth-tier low-grade martial arts, would be afraid of a mere gathering chi practitioner? However, she quickly realized her mistake as the spike was easily blocked by Shen Ya. The true energy of a Chong Shui realm practitioner posed no threat to Shen Ya. In fact, this contemptible man from Jinan even counterattacked, prompting his 2 attendants to cry out, Miss Mingzhu, be careful. No need for you. I will personally take him down. Dantai Mingzhu snorted coldly, producing a 2nd spike in her hand. Shen Ya's eyes gleamed. It was indeed Dantai family's profound-grade upper-tier martial skill, Tian Sua Shuangxi. He was well acquainted with the martial skills of the Dantai family, likely more so than many within the family today. A 2nd level Chong Shui realm practitioner, earth-tier low-grade martial arts, profound-grade upper-tier martial skill, truly formidable. However, Shen Ya effortlessly blocked Dantai Mingzhu's attacks, seeing through all her moves. From the very beginning, every strike of Shen Ya's sword was aimed at her vitals, forcing Dantai Mingzhu to cry out repeatedly. Impossible. You, a mere Jinan wretch. How can you break my twin spikes? What kind of fortune have you obtained? Regardless, the more fortunes you possess, the better. You two attacked together, aware that if this continued, she would surely face defeat. Dantai Mingzhu would never concede that Shen Ya was a genius. She merely believed that he had truly acquired extraordinary fortunes. Heh, weren't you planning to take me as your attendant all by yourself? Shen Ya mocked. Dantai Mingzhu's complexion turned pale, but she quickly smiled again. So that's how Mingli's sister let you go after being provoked. I won't be as foolish as her. I have more attendants. Why not make use of them? After saying that, the 3 of them joined forces to suppress Shen Ya. Yet it was merely suppression. Had Dantai Mingzhu not possessed 2nd level Chong Shui realm power, their combined efforts would have been utterly ineffective. Even now, their impact was minimal. Amidst the fierce battle, Shen Ya suddenly noticed Lu Songlei, who was desperately lunging toward him despite his severe injuries. Lu Songlei, seeking death. Anger flashed through Shen Ya as he sent his broken sword flying. Though severely injured, Lu Songlei still retained some strength and hurriedly retreated. At the same time, Shen Ya broke away from the fight, landing before He-in and coldly confronting the force surrounding them. Giggling, so the fool who refused to be Mingli's sister's attendant is also a sentimental fool. This makes things easier. Dantai Mingzhu seemed to have discovered a new continent, gleefully declaring, You too, attack that woman. Whoever captures her tonight will have her as their woman. She appears to be a virgin, so you are in luck. The 2 attendants' eyes brightened. He-in was already exceptionally beautiful, and after absorbing the Qingjing Baolian, her aura had improved even further. Shen Ya's eyes flared with anger, but more so they were icy cold as he glanced at them, pulling He-in away swiftly. If you wish to leave, can you? Dantai Mingzhu, seeing Shen Ya attempt to flee, quickly pursued. However, Shen Ya's destination was not the front door. It was the cave behind them that contained the Dao Trace, and he arrived in the blink of an eye. Amidst the resonance of two swords, Shen Ya and he retreated into the cave. The surrounding Dao traces could not hinder him, but they blocked the four outside. This is a Dao trace. There is actually a Dao trace within this relic. Dantai Mingju, having some knowledge, recognized it at a glance and sneered. Since you can enter this Dao trace, it must not be anything particularly remarkable. Let us break it. Minutes later, Dantai Mingju's expression turned extremely grim as she found she could not step into the Dao trace at all with their strength. They were utterly unable to break it. Coldly glancing at Lu Zonglei, she demanded, "What is the meaning of this Dao trace?" "I do not know." "What good are you then?" "You too kill him." Lu Zonglei was startled. Quickly prostrating himself, "Miss, I am useful, very useful. This person may obtain something within the cave. Spare my life, and I can help you." Frowning, Dantai Mingju coldly snorted, "That may be true. Then you find a way to break the Dao trace." "Yes, I will think of a way immediately." Yet despite saying this, Lu Zonglei had no real solution. The Dao trace required insight and understanding. Inside the cave, aside from the debris, there were only sword techniques carved into the stone walls. No other valuable treasures were found. However, when Shen Ya's gaze fell upon these sword techniques, he was struck with astonishment. They were actually the killing sword of the Shadow Sword organization. Is this relic left by an assassin? Shen Ya pondered. Then thought. It seems the owner of this estate was once a powerful assassin for the Shadow Sword organization, for some unknown reason escaping to Jinan and leaving behind the Dao traces and the killing sword techniques. With these sword techniques, it will become much easier to deal with the people outside. With that thought, Shen Ya began to study the killing sword. With his comprehension and vision, mastering the killing sword was a matter of mere moments. There were a total of 9 techniques carved here, and the 7th technique was the Annihilation Soul, meaning he could only currently use the first 6 techniques. Annihilation Soul was still too powerful for him and could easily backfire. Not enough, just to be safe. I must make another breakthrough. Sitting cross-legged, he held a mid-grade spirit stone, circulating the sword condensation method, causing the sword energy within him to stir. Time passed, and the sword energy reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of gathering chi. However, since he had not yet comprehended the 9th sword steel, Shen Ya could not break through. Yet he was well prepared, suppressing the 2 swords and opening the 10,000 sword demon cave to absorb the Dao trace. In an instant, the Dao trace transformed into flowing water, rushing into the 10,000 sword demon cave. Simultaneously, the 2 swords roared angrily, expressing their fury at Shen Ya's actions. It seems this Dao trace is what the 10,000 sword demon cave requires. Shen Ya turned a deaf ear. Immersing his consciousness into the 10,000 sword demon cave, immediately, his gaze fell upon the corner where the sword tip resided, and his spirit jolted. There, half of the sword body had already appeared. The violent sword intent surged towards him, crashing in. Not daring to be negligent, Shen Ya activated the 10,000 demon sword intent to defend, yet he was sent flying in an instant. The previous sword tip could be blocked. But now, the sword hidden in darkness had revealed half of its body, and the terrifying sword intent nearly tore his consciousness apart. Yet Shen Ya did not retreat. Instead, he stood firm, coldly staring at the half-exposed sword body. A mere sword. You say? Now, within me lies the power of 10,000 swords from the abyss of demons. What can your solitary blade achieve? As the words fell, Shen Ya unleashed the myriad sword forces once more. The aura of a quasi-emperor from his past life surged forth, a formidable mental consciousness countering the opponent's sword intent that in this moment. Shen Ya seemed no longer a mere practitioner of chi gathering, but a terrifying quasi-emperor, a complete suppression of spirit and consciousness, even constraining the very essence of the sword itself. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword intent was subdued by Shen Ya, the half-sword body vibrating incessantly, yet unable to escape the darkness. Echoing with a roar of reluctance. Chapter 60. Pursuit. The imperial capital of Soloro. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Lu Zonglei's eyes brightened. Miss, the trace has vanished. Vanished? Excellent. You too. Go inside and investigate the situation, commanded Dantai Mingju, as 2 attendants swiftly approached the cave. Just as they were about to step inside, a wave of sword intent erupted from within, as if unleashed in fury. In an instant, both attendants came to a halt. Moments later, they collapsed, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. Lifeless, Lu Zonglei and Dantai Mingju were also overwhelmed by this terrifying aura, both retreating in unison, falling to the ground, spitting blood. What was that? Dantai Mingju gasped, her face pale with horror. Miss, we must flee. There may still be a peerless beast hidden within the cave, Lu Zonglei exclaimed in sheer terror. Without waiting for Dantai Mingzhu's response, he turned and fled toward the entrance. Dantai Mingzhu clenched her teeth in frustration, yet she was not foolish. She too turned and fled. Escape? Do you think you can? Shen Ya's voice resonated from within the cave, accompanied by a fierce sword light aimed at Dantai Mingzhu. With a cry, she coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground in utter disarray. In the blink of an eye, Shen Ya stood before her. His aura still resonated with the might of a quasi-emperor, pressing down on Dantai Mingzhu, nearly suffocating her. What do you want? You cannot kill me, or else the entire extreme south will face annihilation. Shen Ya offered no reply. Instead, he placed a foot upon her chest, pressing down heavily. Dantai Mingzhu's chest shattered, but in that moment, Shen Ya paused, saying, "A substitute bone. Nevertheless, you cannot escape." Dantai Mingzhu possessed a substitute treasure, and in that instant, her true self had already darted out the entrance. Yuding Shen Ya, you are doomed. I shall annihilate your family. Outside the cave, Dantai Mingzhu declared coldly. The substitute bone was a precious item of low-grade earth rank, reserved for those of the Dantai family held in high regard. It was unforgivable for her to waste it on this insignificant place of the extreme south. Besides annihilation, what else can you say? Shen Ya's eyes burned with killing intent, his sword chi erupting, swiftly ascending to the 9th level of chi gathering. Like a rock, he surged forth, pursuing the escapees. His speed was akin to lightning, as if he were treading upon swords. Though he had yet to reach the realm of sword mastery, having comprehended the 9th sword steel, he could utilize sword chi to accelerate in the midst of the chase. Shen Ya emerged from the cave. He was on the verge of catching up to Dantai Mingzhu when an overwhelming force pressed down upon him. The surrounding spiritual energy appeared to be stirred. The atmosphere fierce, and a desperate voice called out, "Mingzhu, are you all right?" An elder approached rapidly from afar, closing the distance to Shen Ya in mere strides. Primordial realm. Shen Ya's pupils constricted, and he halted abruptly. "Uncle Yuan, you arrived just in time. Kill him." "No, I want him alive. I wish to torment him to death slowly," Dantai Mingzhu commanded. Pointing at Shen Ya, it was evident that the elder was Uncle Long, a steward and protector of Dantai Mingzhu. For reasons unknown, he had not accompanied her into the ruins. In any case, he was a primordial realm expert, a force Shen Ya could not hope to contend with. "Very well, I'll bring this person to you." Uncle Yuan's voice was sharp, as his primordial chi transformed into a massive hand, aiming to seize Shen Ya's entire being. Buzz! Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within Shen Ya, a terrifying sword light bursting forth from his dantian, carrying the aura of a peerless beast, shattering Uncle Yuan's colossal hand and crashing heavily against him. With a scream, Uncle Yuan was sent flying, crashing into the desert, blood oozing from his extremities and staining the earth. "This is impossible. Are you even human?" Uncle Yuan's voice turned hoarse. Disbelief etched upon his face as he gazed at Shen Ya. Shen Ya remained expressionless, silently thinking, "At last, I have unleashed the sword intent of that half-sword body." This sword light was not Shen Ya's power, but rather that of the half-sword body. After being suppressed by Shen Ya's quasi-emperor level mental consciousness, the sword body had become agitated, feeling frustrated that it could not be subdued by such a weak individual. Upon sensing the primordial expert, Shen Ya provoked the frenzied sword intent, launching a surprise attack on Uncle Yuan. Killing sword, blood surge. Shen Ya's tone was cold as he dashed forward, determined not to grant the primordial expert a moment to recover. Uncle Yuan let out a wild cry, rising from the ground. Yet, severely injured, he was pierced through the shoulder by Shen Ya's sword. Not daring to linger, he scooped up Dantai Mingzhu and fled in a chosen direction. "Eating scum. As long as you cannot kill me, I, Dantai Mingzhu, swear I will flay you alive." Her voice echoed distantly as Shen Ya clenched his fist, glancing at the ruins, ultimately deciding to pursue. He had previously instructed Yin that if he could not return swiftly, she should leave the ruins and find a place to hide. And thus, this pursuit lasted for a day and a night. Shen Ya would grant no opportunity for a primordial expert to catch their breath, nor time to recover from their injuries. Should a chance arise, he would deliver another killing blow. The imperial capital of Solaro. After a day and a night, he had yet to slay the two. What astonished Shen Ya even more was that they had managed to escape to the imperial capital of Solaro. Who dares to wield weapons in the imperial capital? As the three approached the city walls of the imperial capital, they were immediately spotted by the guards, who shouted in inquiry. "The Dantai family, I am Dantai Mingzhu. Those who obstruct me shall die." Dantai Mingzhu declared coldly. A guard stepped forward, his gaze filled with uncertainty as he looked at Dantai Mingzhu and Uncle Yuan. "Are you both from the Dantai family?" "Indeed." That man is Shen Ya of Yuding Kingdom. He has severely injured us using formations. Now do you understand what must be done? Dantai Mingzhu tossed a token to the guard and pointed to Shen Ya, who was pursuing them. Upon seeing the token and sensing its aura, the guard's expression shifted. The token of a 7th grade family bore a unique aura, which a 9th grade guard of the Solaro Empire would certainly recognize. Please. We shall take care of this Shen Ya from Yuding Kingdom. The guard spoke swiftly, commanding his soldiers to urgently report to the emperor. Meanwhile, he felt a thrill of excitement. Who said only the Chihua Kingdom could curry favor with the Dantai family? The Solaro Empire would soon owe a debt of gratitude to the offspring of a 7th grade family. With that thought, he glanced back at Shen Ya, realizing this young man could bring them immense opportunity. The 2nd prince of Yuding Kingdom. Such audacity. You dare to harm those of the Dantai family and even set foot in the imperial capital of Solaro. If I do not eradicate you today, where does the dignity of the Solaro Empire lie? The guard's words grew more fervent. Yet as he spoke, his gaze suddenly froze. Instinctively, he looked down at his chest. There, a sword had already embedded itself. He was dead. Dantai Mingzhu, even if you flee to the Solaro Imperial Palace, I will not hesitate to kill you. Shen Ya appeared before the guard, gently withdrawing the gray sword. Entering the city, the chase continued. Chapter 61. Sword enters Solaro. No one can stand. Shen Ya had initially wished to keep the events within the ruins concealed. Yet, with no path of retreat, he had no choice but to eliminate Uncle Yuan, this primordial expert, to prevent further troubles. The military general is dead. The military general is dead. The guards at the city cried out. Shen Ya paid them no heed. Relentlessly pursuing Dantai Mingzhu and her companion. In the blink of an eye, chaos erupted throughout the imperial capital of Solaro, as countless powerful presences surged upward. Solaro Empire, I am Dantai Mingzhu of the Dantai family. Kill this man, and you shall earn the friendship of my family. Dantai Mingzhu shouted in alarm. The powerful figures of the Solaro Empire exchanged glances. Just then, a sound echoed from within the Solaro Imperial Palace. We welcome the lady of the Dantai family. The Solaro Empire will do everything in its power to eliminate this scoundrel. Summon my decree, protect the lady of the Dantai family and eradicate the invader. The Emperor of Solaro issued his command. And the powerful figures of Solaro felt no reservations, their figures rushing toward Shen Ya. Killing intent erupted in Shen Ya's eyes, sword chi soaring to the heavens. The myriad demon sword forces threatened to envelop the entire imperial capital of Solaro. And a single word escaped his lips: kill. Killing sword, soul chase. A figure at the 9th level of chi gathering was pierced through by his blade. Solaro Empire, should you dare to act, the events that transpired in Jiyun City shall undoubtedly repeat in your imperial capital. And it will be magnified tenfold, 100-fold. Shen Ya's voice resonated as if echoing from the depths of the abyss. He claimed another life. The happenings in Jiyun City were known only to the nobles of the imperial palace. Upon hearing his words, fear and trepidation gripped their hearts, yet they could not believe that a mere boy, who had yet to reach the realm of channeling, could stir up such chaos in the imperial capital. Furthermore, what did it matter if many were to die as long as they could protect Dantai Mingzhu? Kill. First eliminate Shen Ya of Yuding Kingdom, then send troops to annihilate Yuding. The voice of Emperor Luo Chenglai was stern. Haunted by Shen Ya's previous words of assassination that lingered in his mind like a thorn to this moment. If he did not kill this genius, he would find no peace in sleep or food. Kill, kill, kill. Waves of figures surged toward Shen Ya. In the imperial capital, they could not use arrows, they could only surround him. Shen Ya's greatest fear is certainly not being besieged. He remains resolutely focused on his targets. Dantai Mingzhu and her companion, his speed unwavering as he strikes with lethal intent, killing sword, devouring shadows, blood-splattering blade, soul-chasing sword, spirit-vanquishing blade, heart-piercing sword, 6 forms of the killing sword. With each swing, a life is claimed, and none can stand in his way. Junior sister, is it truly worthwhile to venture to the far south once again for a mere mid-tier mystic sword technique? In the territory of the Sualuo Empire, 2 figures are seated atop the back of a flying beast, the middle-aged man casting a weary glance at his female companion, who is disguised as a male. The mystic sword technique itself is of little concern. But that brat deceived me. He is indeed Yuding Shen Ya. I must avenge this grievance. Second senior brother, you know well my temper does not easily forgive. The duo is none other than Yuning Xiong and her second senior brother. Upon receiving a letter from the wind-hidden Chamber of Commerce, she hastily set off to return to the far south. Her second senior brother observes her, recognizing her as a mischievous little witch. Playful and far from vengeful. Junior sister, it seems you are keen to capture Shen Ya to humiliate Dantai Mingli, are you not? Second senior brother, you are far too perceptive, Yuning Xiang retorts with a glare, stretching her body and shifting her posture. What I find most repugnant is Dantai Mingli's self-proclaimed superiority as the world's best, when in truth, she is nothing more than a shameless harlot. Always pretending to be a saint. How preposterous. Her second senior brother understands that this matter is futile. Junior sister simply does not view Dantai Mingli favorably. Even so, why leave the city of Jiyun? Why journey to the Sua Luo Empire? Hiki, that Shen Ya is clearly impervious to reason, as stubborn as a stone in a cesspit, stinky and unyielding. To conquer him will not be easy, so I must demonstrate some sincerity. I will send a warning to the Sua Luo Empire. I am here to shield you, Dinggua. Heaving a sigh, her second senior brother is at a loss for words. He truly believes that for one from the far south, such grand gestures are unnecessary. Refusing to join Marshal Ye's camp in Dongji City is his loss. Oh, look, the capital of Sua Luo seems to be quite the spectacle. Soon, they arrive at the capital of Sua Luo. From the back of the flying beast, they witness a scene of chaos within the imperial city, the air thick with the sounds of battle. At that moment, all eyes are fixed on Shen Ya. And no one notices the arrival of the two. Of course, it would be an effortless task for them to remain unnoticed. Is it that Shen Ya again? What is he pursuing? Dantai Mingzhu. Another talented female from the Dantai family. The second senior brother, possessing greater strength, easily discerns the happenings within the city. Yet, upon finishing his words, he finds himself unsettled. Has Shen Ya truly taken on the Dantai family? Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. Come, let us observe. Yuding Shen Ya, I have heard you intend to assassinate me. Here I stand within the imperial palace. Let us see what audacity you possess to make such grand claims. Inside the Sua Luo palace, Shen Ya has already breached the palace gates. Meanwhile, Dantai Mingzhu and Uncle Yuan have also fled inside. The entire palace is besieged by powerful warriors and soldiers, all wide-eyed with fear at the sight of Shen Ya. An aberration hailing from Yudinggua. Among them stands Luo Qingzhu, squinting at Shen Ya, as if trying to convey with his gaze that they should collaborate. Shen Ya catches his eye and subtly nods in acknowledgement. Without concern for whether Luo Qingzhu understands or what his intentions may be, Shen Ya draws his sword and charges into the palace. Blood flows like a river in his wake. Bodies flying as he moves with the precision of a specter, his quasi-emperor consciousness effortlessly identifying weaknesses and defenses. This time, his aim is not solely to kill, but to carve the most unobstructed path. Swiftly entering the palace. Two cultivators at the early stage of the Chingsu realm attempt to confront him. Yet against Shen Ya's current prowess, they are merely courting death. Quickly, stop him. Stop him. The emperor, stationed within the palace's watchtower, is accompanied by Dantai Mingzhu and Uncle Yuan. He has dispatched someone to retrieve the finest healing elixirs from the palace treasury, desperate to ensure their swift recovery. Yet, Shen Ya's momentum is relentless, leaving them no respite. What is happening? Luo Qingzhu, what are you doing? Suddenly, Luo Qinglai squints his eyes, sensing something amiss, and cannot help but exclaim, Your Majesty, there are traitors. The fourth prince has just commanded General Wu Wu to allow Yuding Shen Ya entry. Luo Qingzhu responds hastily. Having just slain the fourth prince and a general. What? Luo Qinglai's spirit jolts, and he witnesses the ensuing chaos within and around the palace. In this upheaval, Shen Ya faces no opposition as he ascends the watchtower. An elderly man at the third stage of the Juqi realm emerges beside Luo Qinglai, coldly fixating on Shen Ya. What a genius. But this is where your journey ends. Why you Dinggua should not harbor your kind. Is that so? You think you can stop me, old man? Shen Ya retorts coldly, unleashing the myriad demon sword intent, suppressing his opponent. Chapter 62. Yining Xiang's terms. The presence of the half-sword body allows Shen Ya to contend, elevating the myriad demon sword intent to another level. On the watchtower, Shen Ya appears as a demon god wielding countless swords. Behind him, shadowy figures, sword phantoms. The powerful figures surrounding the Soluo Emperor are gripped by terror, each one fiercely protecting him, unwilling to budge an inch. Yet Shen Ya's gaze is not on Luo Qinglai, but rather on Dantai Mingzhu and Uncle Yuan. Killing sword, annihilate the soul. At this moment, Shen Ya disregards the repercussions, launching a soul-piercing strike towards Uncle Yuan. Despite his efforts to defend, he is still pierced through the shoulder. Though his life remains intact, he is rendered nearly incapable of resistance. Spitting blood profusely, Shen Ya's gaze shifts back to Dantai Mingzhu, raising his sword. Protect Miss Dantai, quickly. Luo Qinglai trembles in fear. Should Dantai Mingzhu perish here, the Dantai family would surely retaliate against the Sua Luo Empire. Are you certain? Shen Ya's gaze sweeps towards him. causing Luo Chenglai to stiffen instantly. Your men, they can protect either you or Dantai Mingzhu, but not both. Are you sure you wish to die? With a cold expression, Shen Ya regards the Sua Luo Emperor as nothing more than a pawn. Instilling terror in all present, Luo Chenglai stands frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. The Sua Luo Empire? Do you not come to protect me? Do you wish for your nation to perish? Dantai Mingzhu's eyes widen in desperation, with Uncle Yuan incapacitated. She can only rely on the Sua Luo Empire's aid, yet Luo Chenglai fears for his own life. Would he forsake his own existence to save Dantai Mingzhu? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Shen Ya has already stepped forth, poised to claim Dantai Mingzhu's life. A voice interjects. Sword buyer, you cannot kill this woman just yet. He halts, turning his gaze towards the source of the voice. His pupils constrict. Yining Xiang. Almost all eyes fall upon the flying beast, and aside from Shen Ya, no one knows who this pair of individuals is. The flying beast, you hail from beyond the far south. Quickly, assist me in slaying him. I, Dantai Mingzhu, can offer you opportunities for ascendance, a chance to align with the Dantai family. Dantai Mingzhu perceives a glimmer of hope, recognizing that the flying beast is not native to the far south. However, the flying beast is not particularly powerful and is rarely seen within families of the 7th rank or higher. Smack. A sharp sound resonates as Yining Xiang delivers a resounding slap to Dantai Mingzhu's face. Having appeared on the watchtower without anyone noticing. Align with your Dantai family? I have no interest in that. She retracts her icy demeanor. While Yining Xiang's gaze returns to Shen Ya, a playful smile gracing her lips. Sword buyer. You must realize that if you kill this woman, the consequences will be dire. Her standing within the Dantai family is quite significant. Shen Ya remains unaware of Yining Xiang's sentiments towards him. Yet it is evident she harbors no fondness for the Dantai family. To kill or not to kill, the outcome remains the same. Thus, I choose to kill. Indeed, that is the case, but only before my arrival. Now that I am here, you have the option to refrain from killing. Yining Xiang smiles sweetly, her intentions unmistakable. She is willing to assist Shen Ya. If Shen Ya were to slay Dantai Mingzhu, the Dantai family would not let it go unpunished. However, Yining Xiang could offer protection to Shen Ya, and you Dinghua. What do you seek? Shen Ya inquires, for there is no such thing as a free lunch. It depends on what you possess. A mid-tier mystic sword technique is insufficient. Yining Xiang enjoys conversing with intelligent individuals. It is reasonable. Why would Yining Xiang assist Shen Ya for merely a mid-tier mystic sword technique? If you are impoverished, you shall repay with your body. The moment the words leave her lips, her second senior brother breaks into a cold sweat. Junior sister, mind your words. Do not speak so recklessly. She shoots him a fierce glare. I am your junior brother, a male. What words are off limits? With that, she turns her attention back to Shen Ya. So, what do you say? I find you quite intriguing. What of the sword technique I just employed? Shen Ya asks. Why Yining Xiang, with her whimsical nature, takes such inquiries lightly. Without any ulterior motives, her eyes brighten as she inquires, the complete version? Junior sister. No, junior brother, what he employed just now is no ordinary sword technique. It likely involves matters best left untouched. You cannot. Her second senior brother attempts to warn her, but is met with another fierce glare from Yining Xiang. 9 strikes, it is still not the complete version. Shen Ya shakes his head. Add to that the mid-tier mystic sword technique you previously promised. Yining Xiang counters. Agreed. Shen Ya responds without hesitation. The mid-tier mystic sword technique was always meant to be given away. He had intended to use Yining Xiang to eliminate Lu Songlei, anticipating that she would not be satisfied, and preparing to offer even greater sacrifices. This killing sword technique would undoubtedly appeal to Yining Xiang. Deal. Allow me to assist you in addressing this matter now. Yining Xiang nodded with delight, then turned her gaze towards the crowd on the observation platform. Who exactly are you? You protect him, and my Dantai family will never let you go, Dantai Mingzhu exclaimed. Covering her flushed face, her voice frantic. Meanwhile, Uncle Yuan rose again, addressing the more composed second senior brother. My friend, you may not fear my Dantai clan. But is it truly wise to make enemies with us over a lowly commoner from the far south? Is it worth it? As long as you do not interfere with this matter. Consider it a favor owed to you by Miss Mingzhu. Your junior sister has a penchant for sword techniques. My Dantai family can assist in gathering such knowledge. We possess numerous sword techniques within our armory. Uncle Yuan hastily promised. For anyone knew how to choose between a lowly commoner and a 7th grade family. I relish making enemies with the Dantai clan. Will you dare to bite me? Yining Xiang retorted coldly. I, Yining Xiang, do not require favors from your Dantai family. Yining Xiang. Uncle Yuan chewed on the name, and suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. How can you be Yi Ningxiang? Yi Ningxiang chuckled lightly, looking at Shen Ya. Sword buyer. You cannot kill this lowly woman, but I can. As soon as the words fell, Yi Ningxiang unsheathed her sword. Dantai Mingzhu die. Miss. Uncle Yuan gasped, then turned to Yi Ningxiang. Miss Yi, my Dantai family will not let this slide. Miss Mingli will surely avenge Miss Mingzhu. With that, Uncle Yuan took his own life. With Dantai Mingzhu dead, he had no reason to live, and the Dantai family would not spare him either. Only the people of the Soloro Empire remained at the scene. As Luo Chenglai stared blankly at the unfolding scene, his heart sinking. Are you the emperor of this empire? Yi Ningxiang turned her head, smiling at Luo Chenglai. Luo Chenglai stammered. Yes, yes. Clean your ears and listen carefully. This person. I protect. Yuding Nation. I protect. Yi Ningxiang declared, and having said that, she stepped directly onto the demon beast flying ping, turning to Shen Ya. I will be waiting for you in Jiyun City. Chapter 63, leaving the far south in the blink of an eye. The Soloro Palace fell silent once more. Shen Ya, indifferent to the surroundings, searched the bodies of Uncle Yuan and Dantai Mingzhu, collecting all their possessions before preparing to depart. Prince Shen Ya, may I ask who those two were? Luo Chenglai could not help but call out to Shen Ya. Such ruthless individuals, how could he not recognize them? The daughter of the Grand Marshal from Dongji City, Shen Ya replied nonchalantly. Luo Chenglai felt as though struck by lightning. It seemed he had missed something crucial, by the way. This person, I protect. Suddenly, Shen Ya halted again, pointing at Luo Chenglai. Leaving the Soloro imperial capital, Shen Ya returned to the ruins, where he found He Yin hiding nearby. The two companions made their way back to the Sunfire Sect. Shen Ya received a blank jade slip from the Sunfire Sect and began etching. The mid-level Xian-class sword technique was relatively easy for him, succeeding in one attempt. However, the 9 strikes killing sword was exceedingly difficult. Particularly the last 2 strikes, consuming an entire day and several blank jade slips before he finally succeeded. The 9 strikes killing sword was nearly equivalent to a low-grade Earth-class sword technique. Such a technique, if auctioned, would be beyond the financial reach of anyone in the far south, and even in Dongji City, countless individuals would fight tooth and nail for it. Of course, Shen Ya had a wealth of martial arts techniques at his disposal. If he wished, he could easily amass a fortune. He could certainly make Yi Ningxiang smile with delight, but he knew too well the dangers of possessing something precious. Currently, his strength was still too weak, and showing too much would only attract formidable foes. Even towards Yi Ningxiang, he must remain hidden. Once prepared, Shen Ya set off from the Sunfire Sect, accompanied by He Yin, with her Earth-class martial roots. She should not be confined to this small far south. Even though Guqi was reluctant, he would not stifle her future, and she had never imagined she would have the chance to leave the far south. Her heart brimmed with boundless anticipation. Brother Shen, what lies beyond the far south? A place far crueler than the far south, where only the strong can survive, Shen Ya replied expressionlessly. Outside, while there were indeed beautiful landscapes, only the powerful could appreciate them. He Yin remained innocent, and Shen Ya felt it necessary to remind her. As they departed, Shen Ya did not return to Yuding, for the events in Jiyun City had rendered the timing somewhat rushed. He merely wrote a letter, alongside the gains from the ruins, entrusting it to Sect Master Guqi to deliver back to Yuding. With Yi Ningxiang's words, Yuding was now incredibly secure, yet Shen Ya would not fully rely on Yi Ningxiang. Their relationship was merely transactional. She might protect him for a time, but not for eternity. Given the opportunity, the Xia and Dantai families would not spare Yuding Nation. Only by swiftly joining the Xiantai sect and demonstrating greater potential could he ensure the true prosperity of Yuding Nation. 2 days later, Shen Ya once again entered Jiyun City. This time, no one dared to obstruct him. Those who gazed upon him offered respectful nods, as the events within the Soloro Empire had spread throughout the entire far south. The daughter of the Grand Marshal from Dongji City was protecting Shen Ya and Yuding Nation. Everyone was aware that a dramatic reversal. The Prince of Shen Ya, previously thought doomed, had unexpectedly allied with the more powerful Yi Ningxiang. How fortunate he was. Arriving at the Lord's mansion of Jiyun City, Shen Ya and He Yin were welcomed inside. Days later, upon meeting Yi Ningxiang again, she still donned her disguise as a boy. Lord Lu Songlei fled, upon learning of my arrival. He took a cloud ship and escaped the far south. Upon their first meeting, Yi Ningxiang spoke directly. She could tell that he had previously asked the Wind Hidden Merchant Guild to write to her in order to deal with Lu Songlei. Nodding, Shen Ya dismissed the man. Lu Songlei was merely a minor character. Shen Ya then handed the etched jade slip to Yi Ningxiang, completing their transaction. I heard you also intend to leave the far south. If you're interested, you could join my Grand Marshal's mansion in Dongji City. Of course, I know you would not wish to be my subordinate, but the soldiers in the Grand Marshal's mansion are not mere subordinates. There are opportunities for promotion, accepting the jade slip. Yiningxiang continued, I will consider it. The Grand Marshal's mansion in Dongji City. Even if one joined a sect, they could still join the Grand Marshal's mansion at any time. Dongji City was an official institution, overseeing all sects within the region. Any disciple from any sect bore the responsibility to serve Dongji City to 80 times. Dongji City would even levy disciples from various sections. This person is truly intriguing. Yi Ningxiang mused as she watched Shen Ya and He Yin depart. Her beautiful eyes sparkling. The second senior brother interjected, It is indeed hard to imagine he is from the far south. However, junior sister, it is clear he harbors a tremendous secret. Should we not eliminate him and seize that secret? She shot him a fierce glare, responding, Is that my style? In the world of martial arts, it is important to forge friendships, invest in relationships. Is killing for treasure something an innocent girl like me should do? The second senior brother twitched at the corner of his mouth. Junior brother, you are now a boy. Oh right, an innocent young man. Junior brother, weren't you previously one to seek vengeance? It seems you have not yet repaid it, have you? The second senior brother continued. He instinctively felt that Shen Ya was a nuisance, and that junior sister should not lower herself to such actions. I do not wish to converse with you. Yiningxiang shot him a resentful glare, unwilling to engage with this unromantic middle-aged man. The cloud ship is enormous, He Yin exclaimed, awestruck at the sight of the cloud ship for the first time. She appeared like a joyful sprite, the hardships from the Sunfire sect having left little trace upon her heart over time. Staring blankly, Shen Ya did not recall her having such a smile in his previous life. In his past life, what she endured in the Sunfire sect was 100-fold more painful than what she faced now, although Shen Ya still had no inkling of her past. That was a matter of a previous life, unrelated to this one. Brother Shen, why are you looking at me like that? He Yin's face flushed slightly as she fidgeted with her clothing. It was indeed inappropriate to gaze at a girl in such a manner. But at that moment, He Yin was beautiful enough to captivate any man's heart. Perhaps she lacked the stunning allure of Dantai Mingli, yet Shen Ya deeply recognized that the beauty of the soul is far more significant than mere appearances. Retracting his gaze, Shen Ya beamed a radiant smile. This is merely the smallest cloud ship. In the future, you shall witness even larger ones. Under the sunlight, the youthful figure left He Yin entranced. Perhaps we need not wait for the future. We will see larger ones soon, Shen Ya chuckled. Departing from Jiyan City, the destination of the cloud ship was merely to Yanfucheng, the closest city to the far south, and from there, they would transfer to a larger cloud ship en route to the Shen Ya sect outside Dongji City. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. As the cloud ship set sail, Shen Ya and He Yin stood on the deck, stepping out of the far south. Chapter 64. Freedom, Sword Intent and Small Accomplishment at Yanfucheng. In the grand hall of the Xia family, Lu Congli knelt before a middle-aged man. He was Xia Ming, the head of the Xia family, and also the father of Xia Fan, flanked by several elders and experts from the Xia family. The atmosphere within the hall was heavy with tension, as Lu Congli trembled in fear. After a long silence, Xia Ming finally spoke. With the daughter of Marshal Yu protecting him, I cannot directly eliminate that second prince of Yuding Nation. Nor can I annihilate Yuding Nation itself. However, we can seek other means. He scanned the assembled crowd. Do you have any suggestions for avenging Fanner? The room fell silent. To seek revenge now would be to slap the face of Marshal Ye's daughter. Even 10 Xia families would not be enough to withstand her wrath. Suddenly, a guard from the Xia family reported. Report to the head of the family. The person you have been keeping an eye on has arrived at Yuanfu City. However, he has not left the harbor and has purchased a ticket for a ship bound for the outer city of Dongji. Xia Ming's fists clenched tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds. The enemy who had murdered his son was within the city he controlled, yet he was unable to exact his vengeance. How could he possibly accept such a fate? Is there truly no way for any of you to act? Xia Ming exclaimed in fury. At that moment, a man resembling him stepped forward, stating, Elder brother, I have 2 possible plans. Speak. First, I have heard that Xiao Jun, a disciple of the Xiaoma sect, has come to Yuanfu City for leisure. This man is notorious for his lecherous tendencies, particularly towards women with unique martial roots. If Lord Lu's words ring true, the woman by Yuding Shen Ya's side has absorbed the Qingjing Baoyan, thereby achieving a special martial route. If we were to reveal this to Xiao Jun, I believe he would take great interest. Upon hearing this, Xia Ming's eyes brightened momentarily before he furrowed his brow. As for the Xiaoma sect, it would be best for us to minimize our contact with them. The Mingji domain is composed of righteous sects, which frequently suppress demonic sections. Furthermore, Contact with such sects is strictly prohibited for those of the righteous path, if discovered. It could lead to the confiscation of property or, in extreme cases, annihilation of one's clan. Then what is the second option? Assassins, the man continued. Xiaoming frowned again. It was too blatant. If the target were killed shortly after arriving in Yuanfu City, would not the daughter of General Yu suspect them? Elder brother, a new assassin organization called Shadow Sword has recently established itself in the Mingli domain, and very few are aware of it, the man stated in a low voice. Naturally, this organization is shrouded in mystery, which would make it difficult for General Yu's daughter to investigate. However, she would still harbor suspicions towards US. No matter, we can orchestrate their actions aboard the Yunкong ship. On the Yunкong ship, we can silently eliminate this individual and casually dispose of the body. By the time it is discovered, it would be impossible to ascertain when or how it occurred. More importantly, the Yunкong ship is owned by General Yi, making it untouchable. If someone were to die aboard the Yunкong ship, they would undoubtedly seek to cover it up for the sake of their reputation. Moreover, I do not believe that General Ye's daughter truly values Shen Ya. She is merely utilizing him to strike against the Dantai family. Given enough time, she may even forget about him altogether. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming clapped his hands in agreement. It shall be done. Suddenly, Lu Tsunglei also stood up, a sinister expression on his face. Head of the Xia family. While it is unwise for you to engage with the Xiaoma sect, I, as a soon-to-be wanted lord, shall certainly do so. That I will ensure that Shen Ya has no place to rest in death. After 3 days of sailing, Shen Ya and He finally arrived at Yuanfu City. However, as Yuanfu City was the domain of the Xia family, Shen Ya wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Given the urgency of their schedule, he decided to wait at the harbor. A few hours later, a Yunкong ship bound for the outer city of Dongji was set to depart. This journey would take even longer. Naturally, the Yunкong ship heading to Dongji was grander and more luxurious. On the deck, He was filled with awe as she marveled at the magnificence of the Sinan Tianshui mountain range. And now she could also witness the breathtaking scenery of the Mingli domain. She felt exhilarated and joyful. Shen Ya accompanied her on the deck, yet his heart remained unperturbed. He had seen countless landscapes in his previous life, and this seemed merely a small valley in comparison. However, as he carefully observed the land below, he was suddenly taken aback. The valley remained a valley, yet it possessed a beauty he had never encountered in his past life. In his previous life, as a mere attendant, a pitiful guard, he had never truly taken the time to appreciate the scenery. At this moment, what Shen Ya beheld was freedom, an infinite yearning, and a faint smile began to tug at the corners of his mouth. His eyes shone even brighter. The sword energy within him became increasingly pure, and the sword intent seemed to crystallize within the small sword in his dantian. The state of freedom melded with his myriad demonic sword intent, and the mark of the sword within him blossomed. At that moment, Shen Ya sensed that the myriad swords of the demonic abyss in his dantian were experiencing subtle changes. As his consciousness entered, he beheld the distant, ethereal silhouette of a sword mountain, and the 10 sword steels suddenly radiated a peculiar light. Slightly taken aback, he began to walk from the first sword steel, observing it closely. Indeed, there was a different realm of understanding. Shen Ya became immersed in this experience, passing through each sword steel until he finally came to a stop at the last one. Instinctively, he began to circulate the sword condensation technique. A feeling unlike any he had previously experienced arose within him. It was a more pure and refined sword energy, and the small sword within his body seemed to emanate a certain charm, continuously nourishing Shen Ya's entire being. So this is what sword condensation truly is. His spirit jolted. The art of sword shaping allowed him to mold his body into that of a sword. But what was sword condensation? Shen Ya had previously been unable to grasp its essence, only managing to condense the small sword in his dantian. Now he understood that sword condensation involved solidifying the sword intent and sword momentum within a body shaped like a sword. And what generated these forces? Naturally, it was sword energy. At this moment, every fiber of his being was composed of sword energy. If he had once been a mundane sword brimming with sharpness, now he was a sword imbued with its own sword energy. The myriad demonic sword intent has reached minor success. What delighted Shen Ya even more was that this epiphany had genuinely brought the myriad demonic sword intent, which was on the verge of breaking through, to the point of minor success. On the deck, He Yin's gaze no longer lingered on the land, but rather remained fixated on Shen Ya. Her expression dazed. Shen Shixiong, are you in a state of enlightenment? Although she had little experience, she could discern Shen Ya's condition. It was said that the state of enlightenment was a rare occurrence, and He Yin genuinely admired Shen Ya. His future would undoubtedly transcend the confines of the small Sinan. even surpassing what the Mingli domain could contain. Miss, our young master invites you to join him for a drink. Just as Ian became somewhat entranced, a man's voice unexpectedly broke through. Furrowing her brow, she turned to see a man clad in black standing before her, emanating an aura that made her exceedingly uncomfortable. She noticed he was pointing towards a tavern on the deck, where a young man was raising a cup to her, a wicked smile on his face. I have no interest, Ian replied curtly. The black-clad man's expression darkened slightly. Miss, our young master's invitation is an honor. It would be unwise to refuse. Ian's frown deepened as she shook her head. I shall remain here. I will not go anywhere. Chapter 65. I have slain. I have killed. The black-clad man cast a glance at Shen Ya, his voice cold. Is it because of this man? If he were to speak, would you then go and drink with my young master? Rest assured, regardless of whether he is your husband or something else, he will certainly agree. As he spoke, the black-clad man circled around Ian and approached Shen Ya. What do you intend to do? Ian's heart raced, placing herself protectively in front of Shen Ya. Do not worry, I merely wish to awaken him. The black-clad man smiled. You should feel fortunate to be aboard the Yun ship. Otherwise, awakening him would not be so simple. As he spoke, the black-clad man brushed past Ian and reached for Shen Ya. Shen Xixiang, be careful. Ian had just reached the gathering Qi realm. How could she possibly withstand the black-clad man's advance? Buzz. At that moment, a thread of sword energy erupted from Shen Ya, as if a sword sang upon the deck. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his gaze radiating with a fierce sword energy that bore down upon the black-clad man. The black-clad man hurriedly retreated, his face displaying a hint of shock as he regarded Shen Ya. Sensing a formidable aura, glancing around, Shen Ya inquired, who let this dog in? Without waiting for Ian to respond, the black-clad man regained his composure, smirking. Is she your woman? Fixing his gaze on the black-clad man, Shen Ya furrowed his brow. Aboard the Yun ship, everyone preferred to avoid conflict. No, she calls you Xixiang. Is she your junior sister? The black-clad man pressed. Shen Ya cast him a glance. Indeed. Very well. I hereby announce that your junior sister has caught the eye of my young master, and you may leave. The black-clad man grinned mockingly after the Yun ship docks. You may come find us. Whether you receive your young master's reward will depend on your junior sister's performance in bed. You should be grateful to have such a fine junior sister. With that, the black-clad man cast a taunting smile, attempting to forcibly take Ian away. Clang! The sound of a sword echoed as a blade of light flashed. A scream erupted as the black-clad man's arm was severed. Blood sprang forth like a fountain, splattering across the deck. Junior sister, let us depart. Shen Ya did not even glance at the black-clad man, turning to leave. Halt! A voice called from behind. It was one of the henchmen from the tavern. Is there something you need? Shen Ya asked. In an instant, several black-clad figures surrounded him. One of them declared, Kid, I do not care who you are or what forces you have behind you. Killing is forbidden aboard the Yun ship. However, at this point, he threw a knife at Shen Ya's feet. If you sever your own arms and present your junior sister to my young master, we shall let this matter go. At this moment, many onlookers on the deck began to take notice of the unfolding situation, gathering around. Witnessing the black-clad man rolling on the ground, his severed arm screaming in agony, they were all astonished. It was well known that killing aboard the Yun ship was strictly prohibited, and even fighting was forbidden. How audacious was this youth to act so boldly? Glancing down at the knife at his feet, Shen Ya could not help but chuckle. Do not provoke me. Good-natured people are often taken advantage of, just as gentle horses are often ridden. Shen Ya did not wish to stir up trouble on the ship, but that did not mean he would shy away when trouble found him. You ignorant cur. If it were not for your junior sister's sake, even if you severed your own arms, it would not assuage our fury. Open your eyes and see the situation clearly. Do not misjudge yourself, the black-clad leader shouted. Meanwhile, several others had blocked Shen Ya's path. Just then, the ship's guards hurried over. A small squad of 10 men, and at the forefront stood a man in his 30s, adorned with a scruffy beard that a mere glance was enough for him to comprehend the situation. His gaze fixing upon Shen Ya. Did you sever this man's arm aboard the cloud ship? Shen Ya furrowed his brow. The cloud ship had its regulations, though customs varied across regions. He had long forgotten the rules of the Mingli domain. Indeed, he replied candidly, what's done is done. Excellent. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to challenge the cloud ship's rules. You are the first I have encountered in over a year. According to our customs, engaging in combat aboard the cloud ship incurs a double penalty. Both arms must be severed to resolve this matter, the bearded man declared coldly. Ian interjected urgently. Leader, he forcibly dragged me over. It was not my choice. I care not for your excuses. The assailant must accept the punishment. The bearded man interrupted. He grew more frantic. Must I simply allow myself to be taken away? We act according to the rules. If you do not cease your chatter, I shall silence you myself, the bearded man threatened, his gaze shifting back to Shen Ya. Will you sever your own arms, or shall we do it for you? My lord. We are willing to assist. The leader of the black-clad men chuckled darkly, retracting his blade and eyeing Shen Ya as one might regard an insignificant insect. A flicker of pride crossed the bearded man's eyes. Very well. Upon hearing this, the leader of the black-clad men approached Shen Ya, grinning. If you do it yourself, it might look more presentable. I, however, prefer a clean severance. If you choose to harm yourself, you can blame no one but yourself. The onlookers shook their heads and sighed, commenting on the impulsiveness of the youth. If he were to do it himself, he might retain a semblance of his limbs. Now he risks becoming a mere pillar. One observer shrugged, lamenting the lack of guidance from the elders back home. Yet it appears the black-clad men intend to seize his woman first, a younger bystander murmured. Remember, when venturing out, some things are worth sacrificing. What is one woman? Even family may need to be sacrificed if it ensures survival. Another voice articulated the harsh realities of life. Indeed, otherwise, this young man's fate is sealed. Now, it seems, he will lose both arms and his woman as well. Such is the consequence of rashness, the onlookers remarked, just as the leader of the black-clad men stood before Shen Ya. Blade raised. Suddenly, a flash of sword light cut through the air faster than the blade. To the astonishment of all, a gleaming sword emerged from Shen Ya's hand, expanding as it pierced through the leader of the black-clad men. In the next instant, the leader's eyes bulged in disbelief as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The crowd was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Shen Ya had committed murder aboard the cloud ship. The bearded man, momentarily taken aback, fixed his gaze on Shen Ya, bellowing, "You insolent wretch! How dare you resist and kill aboard the cloud ship? Seize him and sever his limbs, hanging him from the mast to die in the sun." However, before he could finish his command, Shen Ya's sword sliced through the air once more, expanding to sever the bearded man's arm, which flew bloodily into the air. The entire assembly was frozen in shock. Had this young man truly lost his mind, severing even the hand of the cloud ship's captain? On the cloud ship, one must not engage in violence. I severed that man's arm, and murder is forbidden, yet I have killed. The authority of the cloud ship is formidable, yet I refuse to be cowed. Shen Ya's voice, though calm, resonated with chilling resolve. Young man, even if you are the son of the city lord of Dongji City. Aboard the cloud ship, we hold the reins. A sudden ancient voice rang out as a balding elder emerged from the crowd. And then, Shen Ya retorted, emboldened. All eyes widened in disbelief. Could he truly be the son of the city lord of Dongji City? The balding elder frowned, for such brazen behavior aboard the cloud ship was a rarity. Yet who had the cloud ship ever feared? Seize this boy, slay him, and cast him overboard, the elder commanded, confident in his authority. Cloud ship's organization has not instilled fear in the Mingli domain in ages. They are unaware of our might, he thought. The Yunstian society was indeed the force behind the cloud ship, controlling half of the cloud ships across the entire eastern wilderness, let alone the trifles of the Mingli domain. Heh, as the guards approached Shen Ya. He chuckled, prompting the elder to frown once more. Yet he smirked. I have encountered many who seek to stall with laughter. Simply execute him, without hesitation. In his view, this youth must be waiting for something. Perhaps a rival within the Yunstian society to back him. No matter, we will proceed with the execution. Once we reach Dongji City, report directly to the city lord, stating that the Yunstian society is sheltering individuals from the Xiaoma sect. Even colluding with them, Shen Ya said coolly, casting a glance at He. Upon hearing this, the guards halted, their expressions shifting. The Xiaoma sect held considerable notoriety in the Mingli domain. Meanwhile, the black-clad figure's faces turned ashen. The charmingly sinister man gradually retracted his eerie smile, his eyes gleaming with menace directed at Shen Ya. Furthermore, they conspired with the hidden saint of the Xiaoma sect, Xiao Jun. Shen Ya declared forcefully, the charges are established. The Yunstian society shall shed skin in the Mingli domain. And all of you shall perish. The charmingly sinister man nearly leapt to his feet, his gaze fixated on Shen Ya. You, how do you know? Suddenly, he fell silent. The implication of his words was a self-incrimination. He was indeed Xiao Jun of the Xiaoma sect. Yet, it was too late to retract. All eyes turned to Xiao Jun, who began to retreat slowly, the name of the Xiaoma sect evoking an instinctual fear. How did I know you are disciples of the Xiaoma sect? Heh, Is it not evident that the techniques of the Xiaoma sect are easily recognizable? Shen Ya remarked. Why is it that the prominent figures aboard the cloud ship failed to discern this? You insolent brat. What nonsense are you spouting? There is no trace of the Xiaoma sect's techniques upon them. The balding elder's face betrayed a hint of panic. He had not identified them as members of the Xiaoma sect. Yet the matter was practically settled. If the competitors of the Yunxian society learned of this, his fate would be dire. Still protecting them. Shen Ya locked eyes with the balding elder. The cloud ship's rule forbids murder. Yet those of the demonic path are not included in this decree. At least, that is how it stands in the Mingli domain. Of course, the Yunxian society is powerful enough to flout the rules of the Mingli domain. Is it not? On the cloud ship, you hold the authority, do you not? Shen Ya mocked. Young man, your words are overly harsh. Another aged voice emerged as an old woman, supported by a young girl clad in yellow, slowly stepped forth from the crowd. Upon seeing them, the balding elder's expression soured. How could these two be aboard the cloud ship? Is that so? Shen Ya, oblivious to the identities of the old woman and the girl, shrugged nonchalantly. I merely wish to ascertain whether I can slay members of the Xiaoma sect aboard the cloud ship. The old woman scrutinized him, and moments later replied, You can. No sooner had the words left her lips than Shen Ya sprang into action. The gray sword struck out, unleashing a flurry of sword lights that slaughtered all the black-clad men surrounding him. Finally, his gaze fell upon Xiao Jun and in his previous life. Xiao Jun had been Dantai Mingli, one of the principal adversaries in the Mingli domain. How could he fail to recognize him? Moreover, it was only known that Xiao Jun was one of the most outstanding disciples of the Xiaoma sect. Though his status as the hidden saint remained concealed, he was indeed more powerful and valued than the true saint of the Xiaoma sect. Xiao Jun glanced at the corpses, then fixed a glare upon Shen Ya. An eerie smile creeping across his face. I shall remember you. With that, his figure abruptly vanished, fleeing the cloud ship. Shen Ya did not pursue. Given his current strength, he was far from Xiao Jun's match. His gaze swept over the old woman and the balding elder. As the strong of the cloud ship, are you not inclined to pursue him? Their expressions shifted once more. The two elders clenched their teeth and simultaneously shouted, Pursue. Should they refrain, they would risk solidifying the charges of collusion with the Xiaoma sect. The Yunxian society might not fear the Mingli domain, but they themselves would that if investigated, the Yunxian society would undoubtedly cast them aside to bear the consequences. On the deck, the onlookers regarded Shen Ya with newfound respect, speculating about his true identity. The girl in yellow, supporting the old woman, regarded him with curiosity, her eyes filled with intrigue. After what seemed an eternity, the two elders returned to the cloud ship, clearly empty-handed. Yet their gazes once again fell upon Shen Ya, their eyes icy. They had lost face today, suffering a significant humiliation, especially as this youth had brazenly slain another before them. Though he had acted justly, it felt as though they had been dealt a resounding slap across the face. Junior sister, let's return to our quarters, Shen Ya said, ready to depart, having resolved the trouble. Stop, the old woman commanded suddenly. Is there something else? Shen Ya inquired. While you may certainly slay those of the Xiaoma sect, you must clean the deck before leaving, the old woman stated coldly. The dignity of the cloud ship could not be compromised, and this young man was far too arrogant. The air thickened with tension. Should Shen Ya comply with the cleaning, they would indeed garner favorable feedback, demonstrating the might of the Yunxian society to the onlookers. Conversely, if he refused, his reputation would plummet in their eyes. Naturally, Shen Ya cared little for the opinions of others. Would he clean the deck? Absolutely not. Such a thing was out of the question, especially since the old woman was deliberately seeking to provoke him, crafting an excuse to regain her lost dignity. Senior brother Shen, you should rest. I will handle the cleaning, he gently proposed, stepping forward to take responsibility for the trouble she had caused. However, Shen Ya seized her hand, stating, The fault does not lie with us. Why must we clean up? Junior sister, remember that in life, there are matters that one can compromise on and others that one cannot. In this situation, compromise is unnecessary. If we do not clean up, what can they do? Upon finishing her words, Shen Ya grasped He Yin's hand and turned to descend the deck. Halt! The old woman barked again. Young man, you should be aware that in this world, the strong hold dominion. If you refuse to clean up, you will be confined for 7 days, deprived of water and provisions. It seems you are prepared to collude with the Xiaoma sect until the end. Shen Ya's voice dripped with chilling intent. His gaze suddenly fixated on the bald elder. That person, if I am not mistaken, is under the command of this old hag, correct? Shen Ya was referring to the bearded guard leader. Chapter 67. The Patterns. The pattern master. It was evident that the bearded man had previously conspired with Xiao Jun. Otherwise, according to the rules of the Yun Kong ship, it would have been impossible for the cloaked figure to personally sever his arms. Upon hearing this, the old woman's expression shifted dramatically. Conversely, the bald elder's eyes brightened. He had been worried that the matter of allowing the Xiao Mo sect aboard would fall back on him. But with Shen Ya's words, he could retaliate against the old woman. If Shen Ya was willing to testify for him, it would certainly discomfort her. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, as long as he could strike at the old woman. What did it matter if the previous events were overlooked? Haha. Shen Ya had long perceived the discord between the two. Laughing heartily as he aimed down the deck. The old woman dared not speak further. Her profound gaze seemed as if it could pierce through Shen Ya, but today's events could not be overlooked. Upon returning to his quarters, Shen Ya's countenance darkened. Xiao Jun's interest in He Yin was likely not a mere coincidence. It seemed to stem from either the Xia family or Lu Lei, who had fled from the extreme south. The journey ahead would likely not be tranquil. It appears I must prepare some decisive measures. A glint of determination flashed in Shen Ya's eyes. The incidents involving the Xiao Mo sect and the Yun Kong ship served as a wake-up call. The Xia family, and even the Dantai family, although currently reluctant to act against him, could still exploit others to do their bidding, had the old woman and the bald elder not been in opposition. The matter of cleaning the deck would have been quite troublesome, but he was still too weak, lacking support, and must devise some means to instill fear in others. Memories of techniques from his past life surfaced in Shen Ya's mind, after a brief organization and preparation. He exited his room. Is it you? Soon, Shen Ya arrived at the small market aboard the Yun Kong ship. Here, one could procure food, magical artifacts, elixirs, and weapons. Upon entering a grocery store, he was greeted by the yellow-clad woman who had previously assisted the old woman. She looked at Shen Ya in surprise. Frowning slightly, Shen Ya spoke. I wish to purchase these items. Saying this, he handed over a prepared list detailing his desired items. The yellow-clad girl accepted it, glancing over the paper with a hint of astonishment. Deliberately observing Shen Ya a few times. Grandmother said not to sell any goods to you from the ship's shops. I apologize. Her voice was soft and delicate, feeling a slight pang in his heart. Though not unexpected, he replied. Is that so? Is there such a regulation? Not exactly, but the merchants aboard the ship simply do not wish to sell to you. You cannot do anything about it. Can you? The yellow-clad girl blinked. Though her words seemed dismissive, they were not off-putting, especially since she showed no intention of returning the list to Shen Ya. Indeed, there seems to be little recourse. However, it appears that the Yun Kong ship is not solely under your grandmother's authority. Unbeknownst to him, the yellow-clad girl was harboring her own intentions, since she was willing to engage in conversation. He decided to test the waters. Indeed, grandmother is here for a covert inspection. It is Captain Chiu who has the final say. The girl seemed to realize Shen Ya was trying to exploit their connection and stated plainly, in truth, I also believe grandmother's actions were not appropriate. You have done nothing wrong, but my position is too low to call the shots. Shen Ya understood that the old woman played a role similar to that of Ning Yuhan from the Wind Hidden Merchant Association. However, I have a solution to alleviate the trouble. I wonder if the young master would be interested in hearing it. Do tell. It is thus. I see that your shopping list contains materials for engraving patterns. I presume you are also a pattern master? The girl blinked and explained. On our Yun Kong ship, there are some patterns left behind by others. If you can decipher them, you will receive a reward, with the least being equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones, which can be exchanged for any items of equal value aboard the ship. Shen Ya recalled that there indeed existed a pattern room on the Yun Kong ship. Within, there would be patterns left by various pattern masters. These patterns held no particular significance but could be deciphered by the ship's guests. Once unraveled, rewards would be granted. The purpose of the Yun Xian Association in doing so is simple, to collect more patterns. Patterns represented wealth and power in simple terms. Deciphering these patterns not only allowed the decoders to gain the power contained within the pattern diagrams, but the Yun Xian Association would also benefit. As some patterns were quite potent, and all of these would be preserved by the Yun Xian Association. Are you interested, young master? The girl inquired again. Without hesitation, Shen Ya responded, lead the way. Deciphering patterns was the most crucial rule of the Yun Xian Association, no matter how domineering that old woman was. She could not alter it. The girl smiled gently and led Shen Ya to the pattern room. Young master, There are a total of 6 pattern diagrams here, with the values listed below, as long as you can decipher one. You must leave behind a pattern diagram of equal value. The girl explained. Shen Ya was no stranger to this rule and approached the first pattern diagram. Patterns were quite similar to Tao traces. Tao traces were left by great beings who had reached the realm of Tao. Tao traces were formless, while patterns were tangible. Patterns could depict formations, leave behind martial arts puzzles, and even enhance the potency of magical artifacts. Those skilled in engraving patterns were generally referred to as pattern masters. As long as one possessed true energy, one could learn to engrave patterns, but whether one could master it was another matter entirely. In his past life, Shen Ya was not a pattern master. However, once one reached the realm of Tao, they would inevitably learn some essential engraving techniques. Although not proficient, he had endeavored to learn some primary engraving methods to leave behind his own Tao trace, which sufficed for tackling these low-level pattern diagrams. The first pattern diagram was created using the most popular engraving methods. Concealed within was a simple maze formation, valued at 100 mid-grade spirit stones. After a brief glance, Shen Ya began to decipher it. He drew the maze diagram below and noted the key points. Lin Kuing watched in astonishment as Shen Ya swiftly unraveled the first pattern diagram. It took her a full quarter of an hour to succeed when she first boarded the ship. He must have a specialization in formation patterns, Lin Kuing thought to herself, growing curious about what pattern diagram he would leave behind next. Suddenly, the door to the pattern room swung open, and several figures entered, accompanied by a woman's voice. This is the pattern room aboard the Yunкong ship. Your next assessment will be, oh? The speaker was a middle-aged beauty, who instinctively exclaimed upon seeing Shen Ya and Lin Kuing. Behind her were 3 others, 2 men and a woman, all of a similar age to Shen Ya. So, someone has arrived before us. Let's step outside. The middle-aged beauty paused before addressing the 3 young individuals. The answers to the pattern diagrams were not made public, and since they were not members of the Yunxian Association, they naturally could not be present to observe the solutions. Lin Kuing glanced at them and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Teacher Chu." Chapter 68, The Engraving Prodigy, Who Are You? The middle-aged beauty's expression turned to one of surprise. Smiling gently, Lin Kuing replied, "I am Lin Kuing. Teacher Chu, do you not remember me?" After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged beauty's eyes brightened. You are Kuing, the engraving prodigy Lin Kuing. Teacher Chu, you flatter me. I am no prodigy, and I still have much to improve. Lin Kuing quickly waved her hands. Nevertheless, there was a hint of pride in her tone. 5 years ago, she had joined the engraving tower in Dongji City, breaking records before departing, earning the title of engraving prodigy in the Mingli domain. Some even claimed she might become the strongest pattern master in the history of the Mingli domain. At that time, her supervising teacher was none other than the current Teacher Chu. If you are not a prodigy, then we must all be worthless. Teacher Chu chuckled wryly. Over the years, Lin Kuing's reputation had only grown. Though she was no longer in Dongji City, her name had spread throughout the engraving community. She then turned to the 3 behind her. Let me introduce you. This is Lin Kuing, the one who left many records in the engraving tower of Dongji City. I believe you are all familiar with this name. The trio had long been captivated by Lin Kuing. In fact, their reaction to hearing her name was swifter than that of Teacher Chu. They could hardly believe it. The 2 young men, in particular, gazed at her with fervor. The legendary engraving prodigy, not only remarkably gifted in engraving but also possessing such a pure and charming appearance, reportedly had an astonishing background. If one could forge a connection with her, would they be able to walk with confidence in the engraving tower in the future? This one is. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Teacher Chu's gaze fell upon Shen Ya, inquiring, "A guest on the ship, here to decipher patterns?" Lin Kuing did not elaborate further, as not everyone had been on deck earlier. "I see. Then we should step outside and wait." Teacher Chu nodded, glancing at Shen Ya's work without much concern. She was unaware that Shen Ya had only been in the pattern room for a mere quarter of an hour. No need. The patterns here are surely no secret to Teacher Chu. Lin Kuing quickly interjected. Indeed, as the mentor of the engraving tower, the carvings here are remarkably straightforward. That's fine. Mentor Chu does not dwell on it. Allowing students to observe how others decipher engravings is itself a form of enrichment. That's sufficient. Please proceed with the evaluation. Over here, Shen Ya has already inscribed the answer to the first engraving diagram, casting a casual glance at Mentor Chu and the others, seemingly indifferent. Congratulations, you have passed. Please leave your engraving Lin King effortlessly discerns Shen Ya's answer. Swiftly collecting the drawn diagram and erasing the engraving, Shen Ya furrows his brow, pondering what kind of engraving he should leave behind. While he has numerous options in mind, some are too powerful and others too astonishing. He fears that their revelation might cause an uproar, necessitating careful selection. After some contemplation, he ultimately settles on the most simplistic engraving. There is no need for materials. The engravings here merely possess form without substance. Taking the pen and knife prepared by Lin King, he begins to carve with remarkable speed. In just a few strokes, he completes an engraving diagram, astonishing both Lin King and Minter Chu with his swiftness. Such fluidity and technique is far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary engraver. Is it really this simple? Can this truly be equivalent to the previous engraving diagram? What a joke. At the very moment Shen Ya finishes, a male student can no longer contain himself. The engraving before them consists of just a few strokes. Resembling a leafless sapling, it hardly resembles an engraving at all. Given Lin King's attitude towards Shen Ya, the two male students feel a twinge of discomfort. Moreover, as Shen Ya is of similar age to them, a sense of rivalry naturally arises within their hearts. Ignoring the male student's outburst, Lin King and Minter Chu step forward, their expressions transforming from initial skepticism to sheer astonishment as they unravel Shen Ya's engraving in an instant. While the technique is straightforward, it is imbued with profound significance. Did I pass? Shen Ya inquires. Lin King takes a deep breath and nods. Congratulations, you have passed. However, the value of this engraving far exceeds that of the previous one. Are you certain you wish to leave it here? Furrowing his brow, he contemplates whether it truly holds that much value. Indifferently, he shrugs. Leave it. I cannot think of any other engraving of equal worth. With that, Shen Ya moves on to the second engraving. Since deciphering engravings can yield materials, he continues, for he finds himself in dire need of resources. Upon departing from the extreme south, he possessed a mere handful of spirit stones, and the ruins of the Solar Empire had yielded little in terms of wealth. Although the Yang Yin sect had provided some assistance, they were also financially strapped. After observing for a few seconds, Shen Ya begins to solve the next engraving. In the blink of an eye, he completes the answer. Minter Chu instinctively opens her mouth to ask, who is this young man? Has he previously studied the engravings above? Lin King, momentarily dazed, replies, this ship passenger is someone I just met today. It is simply too fast. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. The three students quickly inquire about the situation from Minter Chu, and upon hearing her response, they cannot help but exclaim, it must be a coincidence that he happened to have learned this. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete it so quickly. The other two nod in agreement. Subsequently, Shen Ya prepares to leave yet another engraving, still maintaining the simplicity of just a few strokes. Before Lin King and Minter Chu can decipher it, he strides towards the third, again taking mere seconds to leave a new engraving diagram. In no time, he has arrived at the fifth. All right, that will suffice for now. I will compile a list for you. Upon reaching this point, Shen Ya suddenly shakes his head, unwilling to continue solving. The rules of the Yunstin Society's engraving chamber state that one may only exchange for materials of equivalent value, not directly for spirit stones. Leaving behind 4 engraving diagrams would yield materials worth 800 spirit stones, which is more than sufficient. Young sir, please hold on a moment. I still need to evaluate the 4th engraving diagram you left behind. Lin King exclaims, still engrossed in the 3rd engraving. No worries. I will step outside to compile my list while you take your time with the evaluation, Shen Ya replies. Stepping outside. Meanwhile, Lin King cannot help but feel disheartened. What does take your time with the evaluation mean? If it were spoken by a seasoned engraver, she would gladly accept it, but this young man appears to be even younger than herself. What an arrogant display. He must have just fortuitously learned this, she muses, contemplating the possibility that he might have previously boarded this very ship and returned to seek answers from his elders before coming back. The 2 male students grow increasingly uncomfortable as they observe Shen Ya. No. You are mistaken. This is his true prowess, as evidenced by the engravings he has left behind. His mastery of engraving is not inferior to mine, Minter Chu asserts, taking a deep breath, approaching the 4th engraving left by Shen Ya. Her astonishment is not merely internal, but is vividly expressed on her face. King, is he truly just an ordinary ship passenger? Chapter 69, 10-Sword Thunder Array. Perhaps he is not an ordinary ship passenger. Lin King recounts Shen Ya's activities on the deck, then asks, Minter Chu, are you considering recruiting him? Such a talent in engraving. To not recruit him would be a disservice to the opportunity presented to me. Minter Chu's eyes gleam with excitement as she swiftly exits the engraving chamber. Just in time to see Shen Ya outside, she approaches him eagerly. Shen Ya, who is currently organizing his purchasing list, looks up and asks, "Is there something you need?" "Young sir, may I be so bold as to inquire where you learned your engravings?" Minter Chu asks. Shen Ya furrows his brow. He had just restrained himself to avoid drawing too much attention. Engravers in the Shenhui continent are highly sought after, and those without connections are even more prized. Yet they often fall prey to major powers, sometimes being controlled. "I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that information," Shen Ya replies. Minter Chu is not surprised, even finding it reasonable. "Young sir, may I ask if you hail from East Extreme City and if you would be interested in joining the engraving tower?" "Oh, I apologize for not introducing myself. I am Chu Lan, a minter at the East Extreme City Engraving Tower." The Engraving Tower, a formidable organization composed of engravers. To become a member would be no less prestigious than joining the Shen Ya sect. However, Shen Ya has no interest in engravings. Being well-versed in the Dao patterns, he does not wish to waste his time on this matter. "I am indeed from East Extreme City, but I have no interest in engravings," Shen Ya declines. Opening his mouth, Minter Chu is baffled. Such talent, and yet he is disinterested in engravings. "It is a privilege for the Engraving Tower to consider you. How dare you refuse? Who do you think you are?" A male student suddenly interjects. Finding Shen Ya utterly irksome, Shen Ya casts a disinterested glance at the male student, merely an insignificant ant, not worth his attention. "Be respectful." Minter Chu admonishes the male student, then turns back to Shen Ya and asks, "Young sir, is there perhaps a hidden reason for your reluctance? Perhaps there exists some past grievance between this genius and the Engraving Tower, or perhaps his elders disallow him from joining, whatever the case." She is determined to uncover the truth, refusing to believe that he is genuinely disinterested in engravings. "There is none. I simply find engravings to be merely a means of combat," Shen Ya replies. Minter Chu maintains a courteous demeanor, believing there is no need to push him away. Gazing intently at Shen Ya, she seems to search his expression for an answer. Yet Shen Ya's calm demeanor suggests that he truly regards engravings as just an ordinary combat tool. With such talent, how could he be uninterested in engraving? "Young sir, your engravings have been fully evaluated. You have passed all assessments." At that moment, Lin Qing emerges. Her voice is slightly hurried, her gaze fixed on Shen Ya. "Very well. This is the list I compiled. Please process the exchanges for me." "Thank you." Shen Ya hands Lin Qing the prepared list once more. Upon receiving the list, Lin Qing inquires, "Young sir, do you not wish to decipher the last two engravings for additional rewards?" Lin Qing is utterly captivated by Shen Ya's engravings and longs to observe more. The past quarter of an hour has surpassed her entire year of achievements. "No need. The items I have are sufficient." Shen Ya shakes his head, then nods farewell to the two women. Knowing Lin Qing will arrange for the items to be delivered to his room. "Wait a moment." Minter Chu calls out, producing a token. "Young man, this is my special recruitment token from the Engraving Tower. Should you ever find yourself interested in engravings, feel free to come to East Extreme City and seek me out. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me," Minter Chu adds swiftly. Shen Ya glances at Minter Chu and accepts the token. "Thank you. My name is Shen Ya. If I have the time, I will visit the Engraving Tower." What an attitude! After Shen Ya departs, the male student exclaims, "Minter, how could you bestow your once-in-3 years special recruitment token upon him? He could very well be a fraud." "Indeed, Minter, I also suspect he is a fraud. Otherwise, how could he possibly be disinterested in engravings?" Minter Chu casts a cold glance at them. Her eyes icy. "Can't I discern whether he is a fraud or not? If you lack the capability, you should refrain from speaking out of turn. Some individuals in the Shenhui continent are beyond your understanding." "But Minter..." "Enough. Be silent. Now, enter the engraving chamber. If you can decipher his engravings, then you may speak with me again." Minter Chu huffs, commanding the three students to enter the engraving chamber. She then turns to Lin Qing. "King, thanks to you, I believe I have stumbled upon a treasure." "Minter, does that mean he is unwilling to join the Engraving Tower?" Lin Qing asks with a bitter smile. "He claims to have no interest in engravings," Minter Chu replies. Lin Qing's expression stiffens slightly. Could it be that he is merely feigning disinterest? The Engraving Tower might very well hold Dao patterns, Shen Ya muses, playing with the special recruitment token in his hand before tossing it into his storage pouch. Upon the Tower of Patterns, a far more terrifying force looms, the Tower of Pathways. Within certain towers of patterns, traces left by once mighty warriors may be found. This is what Shen Ya values most. However, he currently cannot venture to the Tower of Patterns. Returning to his chamber, he resumes his cultivation. That sensation again. Suddenly, he opens his eyes. Ever since boarding the cloud ship, he has sensed someone watching him from the shadows. Imbued with a faint murderous intent, the aura of this observer is exceedingly elusive, making it difficult for even him to detect. This is precisely why he intends to forge a killing move. An hour later, Lin Qing knocks on his door, bringing in all the items she has exchanged. Young Master Shen, here are the last 2 pattern drawings. I wonder if you would be interested in trading them for spirit stones directly. Shen Ya lifts his gaze, feeling a flicker of interest, but after a few seconds, he declines. I do not lack spirit stones at the moment. Biting her lip gently, Lin Qing inquires, is there anything else you might be interested in? Not at this time. Young Master Shen, may I consult you regarding a difficult question concerning the patterns? You may, but not in the next few days. I have matters to attend to. Then I shall return to seek your guidance in a few days. Watching Lin Qing depart with a hint of disappointment, Shen Ya lets out a wry smile that it seems he has inadvertently revealed quite a bit. There's little he can do, for he truly cannot conceive of a simpler pattern. His gaze then falls upon the materials. From his storage bag, Shen Ya retrieves 10 swords. These are the 10 superior grade swords he obtained from the ruins of the Solaro Empire, having initially acquired 30, but ultimately deciding to keep only 10 at his side. At this moment, he aims to forge a killing move, the 10 swords thunder array, inscribing patterns upon the 10 swords to form a sword array. Initially, he could only inscribe the simplest designs. However, with the materials procured through the exchange of 800 mid-grade spirit stones, he can unleash the full potential of the 10 swords thunder array. Somewhere within the cloud ship, a man with a bushy beard emits a cry of agony. Before him stands the bald old man, Captain Xiao. Speak. Have you colluded with the Cult of Dawn? No, I truly did not know they were from the Cult of Dawn. They gave me 10 superior grade spirit stones. The bearded man cries out in despair. Captain Xiao muses inwardly. Where did this kid emerge from? Able to see through their hidden identities. Captain, a messenger sparrow. A guard appears, presenting a golden sparrow. Captain Xiao retrieves a note from the sparrow. Upon reading it, his eyes widen slightly. The trivial figure Shen Ya from the extreme south. Find a way to deal with him aboard the ship. We want him alive. Strip him of all his true energy. Sever his tendons and make him wish for death. Dantai. The sparrow bears a second note, detailing Shen Ya's background and his enmity with the Dantai family. A mere individual from the extreme south dares to be so audacious. Captain Xiao's eyes widen in disbelief. He had assumed Shen Ya to be some noble, only to discover he is but a prince from a small, unremarkable nation in the far reaches of the extreme south. Yet, he possesses considerable audacity to offend even the Dantai family. He must have encountered some fortuitous event. Captain Xiao's gaze flickers. He had contemplated whether to collaborate with him to deal with that old witch, but now, he sees no need. Yifeng from East Extreme City indeed poses a minor inconvenience for the Dantai family, but it is of no great concern to the Yunxian society. Captain Xiao ponders silently, unable to devise a plan against Shen Ya for the time being. However, with 6 days remaining until they disembark, he can take his time to strategize. That old witch is aboard, and he must have a legitimate reason. However, that old witch is also quite displeased with this lad. Perhaps I can have a word with her. Time swiftly passes, and 4 days have gone by. Only 2 days remain until they reach the outer city of East Extreme City. During these 4 days, Shen Ya has not left his quarters, with Hiying bringing him meals. The 10 Swords Thunder Array is complete. The true art of inscribing patterns is not merely about superficial appearances as in the inscribing chamber. The 10 Swords Thunder Array is exponentially more powerful than the 4 previous pattern drawings he inscribed. Of course, inscribing such a formidable pattern with his 9th level of gathering energy is immensely taxing. Stowing away the 10 Swords Thunder Array, Shen Ya murmurs, soon, I shall join the Shentai Sect. I wonder if it will go smoothly. I have comprehended the 10th level of gathering energy thoroughly. All that remains is the essence of heaven and earth. Due to his immense expenditure, he has depleted all his spirit stones. Now, he has successfully grasped the 10th sword steel. With sufficient essence of heaven and earth, he could reach the pinnacle of gathering energy in one fell swoop. It seems I must return to the inscribing chamber once more, Shen Ya thinks to himself. However, after 4 days of inscribing the 10 Swords Thunder Array, he has conceived an even simpler pattern design in his mind. Leaving his room, Shen Ya makes his way to the small market on the cloud ship. Suddenly, A chill runs down Shen Ya's spine as a strong murderous intent emanates from behind him. The concealed intent, which has lingered for 5 days, flares at this moment, and he feels an unsettling familiarity. The murderous aura takes form, manifesting as a deadly sword shadow, indeed, a killing sword, seeking his life. Were he an ordinary 9th-level gatherer, he would likely have perished in that instant. It is worth noting that Shen Ya's steps are slightly unsteady. Fatigue evident from 4 days of inscribing, providing the assassin with the perfect opportunity to strike. Yet, Shen Ya is all too familiar with the art of killing. Moreover, his previous life's spiritual awareness still lingers. The gray sword at his back suddenly flashes, transforming into a beam of sword light to counter the lethal strike that a thunderous explosion resonates through the corridor. What? This is impossible. A voice of astonishment emanates from behind. At that moment, another figure approaches from the front, appearing to be an ordinary passenger. But in the next instant, he declares, "Killing sword, devouring shadow." Another beam of sword light shoots forth from the newcomer, aiming to claim Shen Ya's life at an astonishing speed. Killing sword, devouring shadow. Before the sword light can reach him, Shen Ya utters a low exclamation. The sword is unleashed. A similar devouring shadow shoots towards the assailant's sword light, and another explosion rings out. The sword lights extinguish simultaneously, plunging the corridor into silence. Killing sword. You can wield the killing sword? Who are you? The two assassins exclaim in unison. Shen Ya furrows his brow, remaining silent. The gray sword and the broken sword spring forth, controlling both blades. Ahead, the killing sword pursues the soul, while behind, the killing sword spills blood. The two assassins are both at the first level of the gathering aperture realm. In that brief moment, he could only counter with the same killing sword. Otherwise, even if he were not killed, he would sustain injuries. The terror of assassins and their unpredictable nature cannot be countered merely by being of equal rank. Since the killing sword has been unleashed, Shen Ya must eliminate them. At present, the assassin organization known as the Shadow Sword has yet to be incorporated by Dantai Mingli. Shen Ya is acutely aware of their considerable influence. If he were to leak the knowledge of the killing sword to the higher-ups of the Shadow Sword, the pursuit would be relentless. The soul pursuit and blood spill manifest simultaneously. The two assassins have yet to react before being pierced through the heart, collapsing to the ground in an instant. Next, he must swiftly dispose of the bodies, but, boom, before Shen Ya can retract his sword, a powerful aura suddenly descends, as if a torrential tide has appeared in the corridor. What audacity! You dare to kill aboard the cloud ship. Several figures stride swiftly around the corner of the corridor, led by Captain Chiu and the ship's guards. Captain Chiu glares coldly at Shen Ya. Do not tell us these two were also from the cold of dawn. Shen Ya's pupils constrict slightly as he senses the sin of conspiracy. To deal with him, the opposing side has enlisted assassins from the Shadow Sword. No, it cannot be. The Shadow Sword assassins have only just boarded the ship. At that time, the bald old man was still unaware that he would clash with him. This indicates that someone has been secretly observing him, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, and that person could very well be Captain Chiu himself. Shen Ya responds coolly, they are not from the cold of dawn. They are assassins from the organization. Oh. Since they are not from the demonic path, then to kill aboard the cloud ship is to accept the punishment of the cloud ship. Captain Chiu replies with a sinister smile, oblivious to the origins of the two assassins. He has had no dealings with the Xia family. These past few days, Shen Ya has not left his quarters, making things quite difficult for him, just as he prepared to observe Shen Ya personally. He encounters the assassination attempt. What luck! These are assassins. Does your cloud ship condone their existence? Shen Ya retorts, not having strayed far from his room when Ian, who resides next door, rushes over upon hearing the commotion, angrily questioning. We do not care whether they are assassins. As long as they have purchased a ticket, as long as they are not from the demonic path, they are legitimate clients of the cloud ship. Killing must incur punishment, Captain Chiu states. If you had just been killed by the assassins, we would naturally pursue these two assassins. Who can say whether you intentionally dispatched these assassins to frame Senior Brother Shen? Ian exclaims urgently. Captain Chiu turns his gaze towards Ian, sees this person for slandering the captain of the cloud ship. Chapter 71, The Thunderfalls. The sword sounds. Several guards approach Ian, leering with lewd smiles. Clang. The sword light surges forth as Shen Ya's sword blocks in front of Ian, halting the guards. Do you dare to resist? However, resistance is futile. All who violate the regulations of the Yunxian society shall face punishment. Captain Chiu bellows. So you are the captain? I do not wish to cause trouble, but do not force my hand. Shen Ya's gaze is fierce, sweeping over everyone in the corridor. Do not forget, aboard this ship, You do not hold the final say. Kid, it seems you are aware that I am here to inspect the cloud ship. Just then, an elderly female voice resonates through the corridor. The old crone emerged from the passageway, this time alone, without Lin King accompanying her. However, she declared, Captain Chiu has performed admirably. He adhered strictly to the regulations of the Yunsin Society. On the Yunkong ship, a murderer must face punishment, with no exceptions. Shen Ya fixed his gaze upon her. A heavy sensation settling in his heart. It appeared that these two old rogues had conspired together, leaving him unable to exploit their relationship this time. Thunder Envoy, Captain Chiu interjected. Though you speak thus, this young lad has indeed exposed the treachery of the Shao Mazong that I wish to grant him a chance at life. What say you? He inquired of the old crone. Oh, how do you propose to handle him? I believe it's sufficient to strip him of his true energy and sever the tendons in his hands and feet. Captain Chiu replied with a sinister smile. That way, he will still have a voice. Perhaps he could even assist us in striking a blow against the Shao Mazong. What do you think? Very well, he may possess valuable insights into the Shao Mazong. Captain Chiu, you demonstrate great mercy. The old crone nodded in agreement. Captain Chiu chuckled. It is only fitting. We all serve the Yunsin Society, and we share a deep disdain for those of the demonic path. With that, his gaze returned to Shen Ya. Boy, you should count yourself fortunate. You still have the opportunity to live and contribute to the peace of the Mingli domain. Shen Ya smirked slightly. Have you all finished speaking? Captain Chiu glanced at Shen Ya, perplexed by his calm demeanor. Yet, on the Yunkong ship, a mere gathering Qi realm cultivator posed no threat. If he could subdue the old crone, he would reign supreme aboard the vessel. Seize this boy. In the passage, there were not only him and the old crone, both at the 9th level of the channeling aperture realm, but also dozens of guards, sufficient to apprehend Shen Ya. As the guards charged forward, Shen Ya found himself with no alternatives. With a flick of his wrist, 10 beams of violet sword light materialized around him. Just then, a clear voice rang out. Wait. A yellow-clad figure dashed into the midst of the crowd. It was Lin King. Grandmother. Is there some misunderstanding in this matter? The old crone furrowed her brow and replied, King, why have you come out? Leave at once to avoid injury. Grandmother, there must be some misunderstanding. May I have a moment to speak? Lin King pressed on. The old crone's frown deepened, yet she offered a brief explanation. There is no misunderstanding. He killed 2 men aboard the Yunkong ship, and we are granting him a chance at life. The Yunsin Society has already shown great mercy. Lin King paused, glancing at the corpses of the 2 assassins on the ground. Taking a deep breath, she implored, Grandmother, might you grant me this favor and let the matter rest? King, what folly is this? Why do you wish to protect this boy? He is a rune engraver, and I have taken a liking to him. Lin King hesitated for a few moments, biting her lip. The old crone's gaze could not help but linger on Shen Ya. A rune engraver. This boy is, indeed, a rune engraver. Captain Chiu's eyes gleamed with interest. How could a mere denizen of the extreme south possess such skills? He must have encountered extraordinary fortune. However, who is this Lin King? Is she not the old witch's maid? Suddenly, the old crone's smile turned sinister. Then he deserves to die even more. A boy with no background should not have garnered your affections. He is unworthy of your regard. Do you understand? Grandmother, seize Miss King and take her away, but be gentle. The old crone commanded sharply. Instantly, guards surged towards Lin King. Grandmother, do not force my hand. At that moment, Lin King's gaze transformed, becoming profound, as patterns began to appear around her. King, do you truly intend to assist him? Know that if you do, he shall only meet a swifter demise. Your status should not allow for any fondness towards such a lowly insect. Those above will ensure his end is even more torturous. And you cannot protect him. The old crone fixed her stare on Lin King, threateningly. I appreciate Miss Lin's goodwill, but I can handle this matter myself. Shen Ya interjected softly, surprised by Lin King's actions. Yet, he could understand. Rune engravers were often quite stubborn. He would remember this kindness. Step back. If you truly wish to help me, then provide me with some spirit stones. Of course, I shall reward you in kind. After all, are you not quite interested in my rune patterns? Watch closely. As his words fell, 10 beams of violet sword light erupted forth, pushing Lin King aside. At the same time, Shen Ya's fingers danced, and 10 sword lights suddenly manifested intricate patterns. 100-fold more complex than those within the engraving chamber, yet in Shen Ya's hands, they flowed seamlessly together, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Lin King was entranced, her gaze fixed on the patterns as if she were attempting to engrave them into her mind. The rune sword array. Is this your reliance? Captain Chiu barked. Even if the sword array is formidable, without the strength to wield it, it is worthless. Charge. Boom. The sword lights thundered, violet energy intertwined with the patterns, unleashing bolts of lightning that shattered the guards who drew near into fragments. Simultaneously, the sword light surged. A bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, colliding with the sword light, and in an instant, a massive hole was blasted through the Yun Kong ship, grasping Hinin gently. Shen Ya soared up to the deck, propelled by the 10 beams of sword light. Pursue him. He must not escape. Captain Xiao roared, as the deck splintered and guards fell. Such events would incite the wrath of the Yunsten society. If Shen Ya were to flee, all their fury would be unleashed upon him. What a powerful pattern, what a terrifying rune sword array. Almost everyone pursued after him, leaving only Lin Qing behind in the shattered passage, still entranced by Shen Ya's patterns. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality. What should I do? Right, Master Chu. With that thought, she hurried towards Master Chu Lan's chamber. On the deck, surrounding Shen Ya and Hinin was the 10-sword thunder array. Captain Xiao and the old crone struck simultaneously, pressing Shen Ya firmly onto the deck, while the guards guarded all directions, prepared for Shen Ya's breakout. Boy, surrender your treasure, and perhaps we may allow you to retain your true energy. Captain Xiao, wielding the strength of the 9th level of the channeling aperture realm, pressed down upon Shen Ya's 10-sword thunder array. The old crone produced a cane, gathering true energy upon it to strike the array. Chapter 72. Solidifying the sword at the 10th level, 10,000 swords unleashed. Shen Ya narrowed his eyes. It seemed the captain had learned of his fortune. Who had informed him? Someone from the Xia family or the Dantai family? No matter, whoever it was, they were now his sworn enemies. Kill! He shouted, unleashing a thunderous roar. The sound of swords rang out as the 10-sword thunder array bore down upon the old crone, shredding her true energy into fragments. The old crone scoffed, reinforcing her energy, overwhelming the array. Captain Xiao, wielding the oar like a giant fan, struck downwards, causing the sword array to tremble. Yet Shen Ya regained control. And with another thunderous roar, he repelled both attacks outside the array. One man with 10 swords stood firm against 2 9th-level channeling aperture realm cultivators. Halt! Suddenly, a voice called out. A middle-aged woman appeared on the deck, accompanied by Lin Qing. All eyes turned to her. The old crone snapped. This is a matter of the Yunxian society. Outsiders should not interfere. Esteemed ones, I am Chu Lan from the Rune Tower in Dongji City. And he is my student. I believe I have the right to intervene here, Chu Lan declared haughtily. The Rune Tower was low-key, yet its influence was vast. Even the Yunxian society had to yield. Hearing this, the actions of the 2 elders momentarily faltered, realizing she was from the Rune Tower. So, it is Master Qiu. As far as I know, this boy hails from a remote southern region and has never set foot in Dongji City. How could he possibly be your student? Captain Qiu was compelled to explain. Is it not possible that I accepted him aboard the ship? Chu Lan replied matter-of-factly. The expressions of the 2 elders turned sour. However, the old crone coldly remarked, I am afraid we only act according to the rules of the Yun Kong ship. Even if he were the son of the city lord of Dongji City, he must abide by our regulations aboard the Yun Kong ship. Are you saying that you refuse to show me face and are determined to kill my student? Chu Lan's aura surged, patterns shimmering around her. Suddenly, a male student stepped forward, breaking the deadlock. Master Chu, let us not meddle in this matter. He has not agreed to become your student. We should leave. No sooner had he spoken than a pattern appeared before him. Wow, the boy spat blood and staggered back. You insolent fool. This is not a place for your interference. As of today, you are no longer my student. Chu Lan seethed with anger. At such a moment, her student had undermined her authority. So he is not your student. Master Chu, you are indeed overstepping. The old crone laughed mockingly. The Rune Tower was powerful, but would it support her in a matter of overreach? Chu Lan's heart burned with resentment as her gaze turned to Shen Ya. Young man, if you join my Rune Tower now, look at them. Who would dare to harm you? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 2 elders turned icy once more. Shen Ya regarded Chu Lan deeply for a moment before responding. I appreciate your kindness, Master Chu, yet I do not wish to join the Rune Tower at this time. Becoming a rune engraver is not my goal. They cannot harm me. The crowd of onlookers continued to swell. Many had anticipated a twist in the tale, that Chu Lan would suppress the incident, and this impulsive young man would have a brighter future. Yet, to their astonishment, this individual was so foolish as to spurn such an opportunity. Countless others would vie desperately for a chance to join the Rune Tower. I said it before. Those who do not understand how to adapt are doomed to die early or late. Those who had predicted Shen Ya's demise days prior laughed heartily, asserting that those who failed to practice restraint were on a path to ruin. Young man, you. Chu Lan was at a loss for words on how to persuade him. Indeed, one must exhibit a modicum of restraint. And yet he proclaimed, young man, only by preserving your life can you find meaning. Regardless of your interest in the patterns, death renders all dreams unattainable. I understand your reasoning, yet they cannot truly harm me, Shen Ya replied. Nodding, his unwavering confidence baffling to others, as he turned his gaze towards Lin Qing. Miss Lin, might I inquire if the patterns I just witnessed could be exchanged for a few of the spirit stones you possess? Lin Qing sighed in resignation, finding his obstinacy rather exasperating. Of course, they can. With that, 3 superior-grade spirit stones materialized in her hand and were swiftly tossed towards the center of the formation. Shen Ya caught them and, gripping one tightly, fervently activated the sword condensation technique to absorb its energy. Huh, you are simply courting your own demise. The 2 elders anticipated a change in the situation, yet this young man remained fiercely resolute. They were indifferent to Lin Qing's spirit stones. Even if he were to receive superior-grade stones, what difference would it make? Could he instantly ascend to the realm of chi condensation, even if he reached that level? Relying solely on the formation would not bridge the gap between them. Kill. The 2 elders struck simultaneously, unleashing the 10 directions thunder array, yet Shen Ya remained unfazed, continuing to absorb the superior-grade spirit stones in his grasp. Time passed, and eventually, signs of tremors began to manifest in the 10 swords thunder array. The formation was on the verge of collapse. Master Chu, is there nothing we can do? Chu Lan lamented, alas, this person is far too stubborn. Even if I intervened now, he would not appreciate it, and if the pattern tower pursued the matter, I would be unable to shield myself. However, King, I know you are an important figure in the Cloud Immortal Society. Perhaps you could save him. I shall give it a try. Yet, as she stepped forward, a guard obstructed her path. Miss Lin, please do not make things difficult for us. Indeed, night is falling. Chu Lan suddenly glanced at the sky. Earlier, the day had been bright, but now ominous clouds had begun to gather. Could it be that his pattern formation has summoned this? Lin Qing expressed her astonishment. It is possible. To what terrifying extent has this young man's understanding of the patterns reached? Buzz. Another resonant sound echoed, and Shen Ya's aura surged dramatically, reaching the 10th level of chi condensation. For him, this was equivalent to the 10th level of sword condensation. In that fleeting moment, Shen Ya perceived a complete sword. His soul felt as though it might transcend his corporeal form. His body transforming into a blade suffused with countless sword energies, each imbued with a trace of divine resonance. It was the comprehension he had attained freedom. Congratulations on reaching the 10th level of chi condensation. But what use is it? Captain Chiu laughed heartily. The 10 swords thunder array was indeed formidable, managing to hold them at bay for so long with only the 9th level of chi condensation. But this was the end. Boy, the more formidable you appear, the more I desire to make your existence a living hell. Captain Chiu barked, striking down with his oar. Yet, he was repelled, and the nearly shattered 10 directions thunder array suddenly coalesced. He then witnessed countless sword energies emanating from Shen Ya, transferring to 10 swords. Shen Ya abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing the small-scale 10,000 demon sword intent, which instantly enveloped the entire deck. The sound of swords echoed. Thunder roared. The 10 swords surged forth, seemingly gathering myriad sword energies, accompanied by a torrent of heavenly thunder, slicing towards Captain Chiu. Captain Chiu let out a heart-wrenching scream. His ear shattered. His arm severed, his body swept away by the sword energies, leaving behind only a skeletal frame that collapsed to the ground, all flesh and blood disintegrating into dust, scattered across the heavens and earth. Chapter 73. Eastern Extreme Southern Port. The 10 swords returned, surrounding Shen Ya once more. Next, it is your turn. Shen Ya's gaze fixated on the elderly woman. She trembled with fear. No, this cannot be. You are merely at the chi condensation stage. With Captain Chiu transformed into a skeleton, a palpable dread filled the air. Some matters are beyond your comprehension. Shen Ya's voice was icy as he advanced, the 10 swords thunder array moving in tandem, closing in on the elderly woman. No, you cannot kill me. The consequences are too great. Clutching her cane, the elderly woman retreated, her face etched with deepening wrinkles, her terror evident. Shen Ya remained unmoved. If I do not kill you, will the Cloud Immortal Society let me go? The elderly woman's pupils constricted sharply. And suddenly, her gaze fell upon Lin Qing, and she lunged towards her desperately. King, save me. You are my only hope. Lin Qing's expression wavered. The elderly woman continued, King, this matter is not our fault. You are now a member of the Cloud Immortal Society. You cannot stand idly by while I perish. In truth, this person was the one who killed those aboard the ship first. You are hopelessly deluded. Shen Ya's cold smile deepened, showing no sign of relenting due to Lin Qing's presence. If this matter is pursued, he will undoubtedly face death. The elderly woman pressed on. Even if we were at fault, this boy has killed the captain and now seeks to eliminate me. A messenger.no1 will be able to protect him. Not even you. If I survive, I can guarantee this matter will be swept under the rug. Lin Qing felt herself swayed. Though she held a high status, her unique position could not influence the decisions of the Cloud Immortal Society. Young Master Shen, what do you think about this situation? Truthfully, Lin Qing herself could scarcely believe the prodigy before her was capable of such power, having directly slain Captain Xiao. Shen Ya halted, regarding her with a detached expression. She is a messenger, is she not? Let her draft an investigation report stating that Captain Xiao colluded with the evil demon Sect and was eliminated by me, while she, due to her inadequate oversight, is to self-mutilate her arms as penance to the Cloud Immortal Society. What? Self-mutilate her arms? You are going too far, the elderly woman cried out. It is either a mutual destruction or you self-mutilate. Choose. Shen Ya did not flinch. You. The elderly woman's face contorted, knowing that mutual destruction meant her death. Self-mutilation would equate to forfeiting half of her martial prowess, yet she was merely an old woman nearing retirement age. I shall take care of it. Suddenly, Chu Lan, who had been by Lin Qing's side, interjected, swiftly incapacitating the elderly woman's arms, causing her to wince in pain, cold sweat pouring from her brow. As for the investigation report, I shall trouble Miss Lin to draft it. Shen Ya cast a deep glance at Chu Lan and then said, very well. Lin Qing nodded. Retrieving pen and paper, composing the report as Shen Ya instructed, and having the elderly woman affix her messenger seal. Thus, this turmoil came to a close. Bang, 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 at that moment. The tin swords surrounding Shen Ya suddenly showed signs of cracking. They shattered, scattering across the ground. The elderly woman's eyes widened in disbelief. You scoundrel, you deceived me? Clearly, the Ten Swords Thunder Array had reached the brink of collapse, lacking the strength to slay her. Shen Ya had been bluffing. And what of it? Now that your arms are crippled, I possess every capability to kill you. Shen Ya smiled serenely. After slaying Captain Xiao, the 10 superior-grade swords could no longer withstand the power of the pattern formation a second time. Shen Ya had only managed to forcibly bind the swords together using all his sword energy. Had it not been for that, he would have simply incapacitated the elderly woman and coerced her into writing the report. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spewed forth. And the elderly woman fainted from rage. Shen Ya paid her no heed and approached Chu Lan. Thank you, Senior Chu. Should any needs arise in the future, I shall not hesitate to assist. Chu Lan, having recognized Shen Ya's predicament, had acted decisively to incapacitate the elderly woman. His pattern formation had long since been unstable. I have a request now. I desire a talented disciple. What do you think? Chu Lan smiled. Well, aside from that matter. Shen Ya's lips twitched. Chu Lan's eagerness to nurture talent was indeed quite intense. Alas, I must admit, you have truly approached the patterns as a means of combat. Showing little interest in their deeper aspects, Chu Lan sighed. Shen Ya's earlier performance had substantiated her previous assertions. He did not seek to join the pattern tower for greater benefits, and he was not putting on an act. Such a person was beyond her persuasion, leaving her with only a sigh. Thank you for your understanding, Senior Chu. Shen Ya clasped his fists. I kindly ask that you take back this special invitation token. Keeping it on me would be a waste. Shaking her head, Chu Lan replied, keep it. The special invitation token serves more than just one purpose. Even if I am not within the pattern tower, as long as you possess this token, you may enter the pattern tower in Eastern Extreme City at any time. It may prove useful in the future. The implication was that holding the token would offer him a refuge in Eastern Extreme City. Shen Ya grasped the meaning behind her words and again clasped his fists. Then I shall graciously accept. With this matter settled, Shen Ya returned to his quarters with Chu Lan cast a cold glance at the previously reckless youth, disregarding him entirely as she led the remaining two off the deck. Lin Qing remained on the deck, tending to the remaining affairs. Impulsiveness must be warranted. This individual is extraordinary. The onlookers dispersed slowly. Many left such remarks in their hearts regarding Shen Ya. Yet those who had previously declared his inevitable demise continued to sneer. No matter how extraordinary he is, he will die sooner or later. No one paid heed to their thoughts, although the Cloud Void ship had sustained a considerable breach. It did not hinder their voyage, as the main formation remained intact. The next 2 days passed in tranquility, yet Lin Qing frequently visited Shen Ya's quarters. brimming with curiosity and questions regarding his Ten Swords Thunder Array pattern. Shen Ya, though exasperated, patiently elucidated the intricacies to Lin King. Often, he found himself unable to resist divulging insights from his previous life as a quasi-emperor, only deepening Lin King's curiosity, and her inquiries multiplied. Akin to a child brimming with wonder, Shen Ya seemed to have opened a new world for her. It was not entirely his fault. His understanding of the patterns was merely broad, lacking in the finer details where Lin King excelled. 2 days later, the Yun Kong ship docked at the port. The harbor was emblazoned with the grand characters Dongji Nakong. The eastern extreme city of Mingli domain sprawled over vast lands, extending beyond 100,000 miles, teeming with numerous sects and powerful families. To reside in eastern extreme city, one must attain a rank of 7, with greater strength allowing for deeper integration. However, the highest rank of sects within eastern extreme city is merely 6, most of which are located in the inner city. Those in the outer city are all 7 ranks, while the outermost layer consists of 8 ranks, which falls outside the jurisdiction of the main city. There are 4 ports in the outer city, situated in the east, west, south, and north. Here, at the very edge of the outer city, Shen Ya intended to travel to the Xianai sect, which is located near the main city. Among the 7 ranked sects in eastern extreme city, the Xiantai sect ranks within the top 10. Young Master Shen, are you heading to the Xiantai sect? Let us travel together. Upon disembarking from the Yun Kong ship, Lin King, excited upon hearing Shen Ya's destination, extended her invitation, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Over the past 2 days, she had gained significantly under Shen Ya's guidance and looked forward to continuing her inquiries during the carriage ride. Chapter 74. The 6-rank family. The Yin family. The journey from Dongji Nakong to the inner city by carriage would take half a day. Lin King intended to utilize this time for learning. Saying farewell to Chu Lan, who was on a different path, Shen Ya, He Nin, Lin King, and the elderly woman secured a carriage after negotiating the fare and prepared to depart, though the elderly woman's expression remained exceedingly grim. The thought of traveling alongside Shen Ya filled her with a nauseating sensation akin to swallowing a fly. King, you finally arrived. Just as they were about to board the carriage, a voice suddenly called out to them. Instinctively turning, they saw a man standing before an exceedingly luxurious beast-drawn carriage. The beast, known as the 8-legged dragon horse, was a spirit beast of the gathering Qi realm, swift and steady on its feet. It was the dream beast of many young masters and ladies. Although it was merely at the gathering Qi level, its scarcity signified wealth and status for its owner. Upon seeing this individual, Lin King's expression subtly shifted, her brow furrowing involuntarily. At that moment, the man approached, speaking softly. King, I knew you would be coming today, so I specially came to pick you up. Hurry, get in the carriage. Dressed in white, exuding elegance, he bore a pristine jade pendant at his waist, a symbol of considerable value that unmistakably radiated his nobility. Lin King replied coolly, I apologize, but I have made arrangements to travel with my friends. Friends? The white-clad man frowned slightly, his gaze shifting to Shen Ya and then back again, smiling. No worries, the carriage is spacious, your friends can join as well. He had noticed Shen Ya at first glance, not due to any remarkable aura, but simply because he was the man accompanying Lin King. However, judging by his attire, it was evident that Shen Ya's status was considerably low, and thus he paid him no mind. No, we have already called for a carriage. Lin King firmly refused. A flicker of displeasure crossed the man's face, yet he maintained his smile. It's fine. We haven't set off yet. Just give him a little extra. With that, the white-clad man tossed a spirit stone to the coachman and added, Get in. I have prepared your favorite snacks. Lin King, feeling irked, retorted, Can't you see? I do not wish to board your carriage. With that, she strode directly to the coachman and boarded, saying, Young Master Shen, let us depart. Shen Ya, with an impassive expression, followed He Nin onto the coachman's carriage, choosing not to engage with the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, the elderly woman hesitated, her gaze flickering, indicating that she would prefer to ride in the carriage of the white-clad man. Lin King cast her a fleeting glance but did not insist. The report had already been submitted, and the elderly woman could no longer leverage the Yun Kong ship against Shen Ya. Thus, the 3 set off. At the southern port, the white-clad man's expression suddenly turned icy. Who is that man? The elderly woman chuckled ominously, just a little pest. Hailing from a remote place in the extreme south, that he knows a bit about patterns, which is why he gets along well with King, preparing to join the Xiantai sect. Is that all? The white-clad man inquired, his gaze sweeping over the elderly woman's arms. King herself said she has a good impression of him. the elderly woman casually replied, raising an eyebrow. The white-clad man's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he spoke coldly. A good impression. What kind of good impression? Specifically. Never mind, there is no need to know the specifics. Any man who garners king's favor must die. The white-clad man interrupted, declaring, such a small ant is unworthy of her affection. Yin Gongzi. Do not act rashly. Although this person hails from a remote region, he possesses considerable talent and patterns and has some connections with the Patterns Tower. The elderly woman seemingly cautioned with good intentions. Patterns Tower. Humph. And so what? There are many ways to dispose of a small character. With that, the white-clad man instructed the elderly woman to board his carriage while commanding one of his subordinates, go to the Shen Ya sect and inform the sect leader Mo, who is currently recruiting disciples, that this person, INXIN, does not wish to see him become a disciple of the Shen Ya sect. The subordinate accepted the order and hurried away. Yin Gongzi, the Shen Ya sect is a 7-ranked sect. You can influence them? It seems your ranking on the Mingli true martial steel has risen, the elderly woman remarked with a smile as the carriage began to move. INXIN replied nonchalantly, I have entered the top 800. The elderly woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Congratulations. Yin Gongzi, given your age, the top 100 is almost within your grasp. Although 800 seems numerous, the rankings on the Mingli true martial steel encompass the entire Mingli domain, not just Eastern Extreme City. The Mingli true martial steel records the names of 1,000 prodigious talents within the Mingli domain. Anyone whose name appears on the steel, as long as they remain alive, is destined to become a formidable figure within the Mingli domain. Those who enter the top 100 will wield significant influence and command respect. At merely 18 years of age, INXIN is among those recorded on the steel, which is limited to individuals under 23. With 5 years remaining, entering the top 100 is not a mere fantasy. Oh, it is nothing. The Mingli domain is rife with prodigies. I must work even harder. INXIN feigned modesty, yet the pride on his face was unmistakable. His demeanor towards the elderly woman softened considerably as he inquired, Old Lady Lei, what happened to your arms? The elderly woman's eyes flashed with fierce resentment as she sighed softly, recounting the events aboard the Yunkong ship, subtly emphasizing Lin Qing's continued assistance to Shen Ya. Even exaggerating some details. For instance, Lin Qing frequently entered Shen Ya's room, leaving much to speculation, although it was likely only discussions on patterns. INXIN's anger intensified with each revelation, his murderous intent growing stronger. Rest assured, I will restore your arms. As for that little dog from the extreme south, I will soon throw him at your feet for you to deal with. Young Master Shun, I have no connection with that man from earlier. He is merely the son of the Yin family, a 6-rank family in Eastern Extreme City, with whom my family has some dealings, Lin Qing explained to Shen Ya in the carriage. However, she stopped short, questioning why she felt the need to explain herself, especially with the look in Shen Ya's eyes, as if to say, why are you explaining this to me? It made her feel embarrassed, wishing to find a crevice to hide in. Shen Ya indeed did not understand Lin Qing's desire to clarify, though he had some impression of the Yin family and held no fondness for them. Nevertheless, in this life, as long as they did not provoke him, he would not concern himself with them. Subsequently, Lin Qing resumed discussing patterns. Shen Ya patiently elucidated for her, and after half a day, they finally arrived at the Shentai sect. Young Master Shun, for the next 3 months, I will be residing at the Eastern Extreme City branch of the Yunxian Society. If you have time, do remember to visit me. Lin Qing waved goodbye to Shen Ya from the carriage, a hint of reluctance in her demeanor. Following the carriage, Shen Ya cast his gaze towards the immense Eastern Extreme City. In this life, it all began here. No one could thwart his ascent to the throne. Come back to your senses, senior brother. She has already walked far away, He remarked somewhat sourly, feeling a twinge of inferiority in the face of Lin Qing's brilliance. The outside world truly was formidable. Prior to this, she had even been unaware of what patterns were, silently vowing to establish her footing in Eastern Extreme City. She must, without fail, catch up to Shen Ya's strides. Chapter 75. Entering the sect, Shentai Sect. The Shentai Sect, as one of the top 10 7-ranked sects, occupied the resource-rich Shentai Mountain in the outer city of Eastern Extreme City. From a distance, the peak stood tall, shrouded in mist, resembling a scene from the realm of the immortals. In front of the mountain gate, various beast-drawn carriages were parked, with countless individuals clad in luxurious attire. While attendants scurried about, serving their masters, compared to the Yin sect, it was akin to a humble chicken encountering a true phoenix. The grand stone gate bore the inscription Shen Ya Sect, inscribed with a profound brushstroke that conveyed an ethereal charm, drawing one into a desire to ascend the mountain and reach its summit. Before the stone gate stood a cohort of Shentai sect disciples, standing straight behind a stone platform, on which were neatly arranged 10 fist-sized martial root stones. Senior Brother Shun, this is what a 7-ranked sect looks like. It is truly impressive, He Inin exclaimed, thoroughly captivated by the scene before her, her feelings incomparable to those she had experienced at the Yin sect. Just a couple of country bumpkins who have never seen the world, came a derisive voice from behind, shattering the ambience. Turning around, they beheld a woman clad in a golden, opulent gown, flanked by a group of young men and women. Miss Gu, you shouldn't say that. There may be hidden talents among them. The martial root test will reveal the truth, a man interjected with a smile, approaching Shen Ya and He Inin. Are you two here to participate in the Xian'ai sect test? May I inquire which peak you intend to register for? He Inin appeared somewhat bewildered. Instinctively glancing towards Shen Ya in his previous life, Shen Ya had never paid any heed to the Xian'ai sect, so he was utterly oblivious to the existence of any peaks that in truth. None of the peaks held any significance for him. His sole purpose in coming to the Xian'ai sect was merely to obtain a semblance of a prestigious background. Huh, Brother Zhang? And you still claim they are not country bumpkins? They don't even know how many peaks the Xian'ai sect has or which one they intend to join. These two are nothing more than luck-driven. Out-of-towners, Miss Gu scoffed derisively. The man beside her looked somewhat uncomfortable and shook his head before retreating. Come, over there is the young master of the Yang family. Let us hurry along, Miss Gu suddenly exclaimed, spotting another 8-legged dragon carriage approaching, cheerfully beckoning everyone over. Humph, what is so impressive about that? A load of rubbish from this town. They look down on others with their dog eyes, after the martial root test. We shall see who truly is the country bumpkin. Another voice chimed in, belonging to a man in plain clothes who stood nearby. He regarded the two with disdain and continued, might I inquire where you hail from? While Shen Ya was indifferent about which peak he would join, it was of considerable importance to He Yin. With a faint smile, he replied, from the southeastern region, the most remote part of the extreme south. May I ask, good sir, what? The extreme south? That obscure little place that doesn't even have a 9th-grade sect? There are 2 9th-grade forces, Shen Ya responded. My apologies, but I have matters to attend to. Please excuse me, said the man in plain clothes, turning away while muttering, what a stroke of bad luck to encounter such a remote individual. He Yin stood there, stunned. Shen Ya chuckled lightly and shrugged nonchalantly. Junior sister He, this is the world beyond the extreme south. Without power, one will always be looked down upon. It is a far harsher realm. Come, let us proceed. At this moment, a middle-aged figure descended from the peak of Xian'ai sect, announcing that today's martial root test was about to commence. Xian grade intermediate martial root, qualified. Huang grade upper martial root, eliminated. Xian grade lower martial root, eliminated. The 10 martial root stones were tested with remarkable speed. The middle-aged figure oversaw everything, his gaze sweeping to ensure there were no errors. Shen Ya stepped directly in front of him. The man casually scanned Shen Ya and his companion before speaking first. Testers, line up. Any questions may be asked after the test. Those not being tested are not qualified to raise any inquiries. Off you go. Senior, this is the entry token from the Xian'ai sect, Shen Ya stated. Retrieving the token from his storage pouch, the middle-aged figure's eyes glimmered with interest. The individual before him possessed a storage pouch, prompting a notable shift in his demeanor. A faint smile graced his lips as he accepted the token. Examining it closely, indeed, this is an entry token issued by my Xian'ai sect. After a pause, he inquired, young lad, where do you come from? The extreme south, Shen Ya replied candidly, as the matter could not be concealed. The extreme south. The middle-aged man's smile abruptly vanished, and he remarked, it seems you are a descendant of a family that cannot survive in the Ming extreme domain. Well, since the token is genuine, you are now a disciple of the Xian'ai sect. Possession of the token exempted him from any tests. Such tokens were typically granted to those who had rendered service to the Xian'ai sect or had a connection with it, and could be passed down to descendants or given to relatives and friends. Thank you, Shen Ya said, cupping his fists, his gaze falling upon those who had passed the test, preparing to approach them. Naturally, the token was singular. He Yin would still need to undergo the test. However, for her, passing would likely be effortless. Even a terrestrial-grade martial root could directly enter the inner sect. Wait a moment. Let me see your storage pouch. The middle-aged man suddenly called out to him. Shen Ya was taken aback for a moment, furrowing his brow. Was it merely a casual inspection? Senior, I fear that may not be appropriate, Shen Ya replied. His expression darkened as the middle-aged man coldly scoffed. What is inappropriate about it? If you do not allow me to inspect it, how can I ascertain whether there is anything threatening to the sect within your storage pouch? How can I know where you acquired this token? Casting a frosty glance at the middle-aged man, Shen Ya replied, Rest assured, Senior, once I am admitted, I will present my storage pouch for inspection by the sect. Impudent. Do you know who you're speaking to? The middle-aged man barked, a formidable pressure bearing down on Shen Ya. Yet, Shen Ya remained steadfast, unaffected by the pressure, standing there calmly. Brother Ju, what is happening? His forceful aura quickly drew the attention of another middle-aged scholar, who gracefully approached and inquired. Brother Ju swept his gaze over the middle-aged scholar and coldly retorted, It's nothing. This lad possesses our Dantai sect's token, but I suspect he is a spy sent by a rival sect. And I was about to assess his true energy. He refrained from mentioning the storage pouch. Why should he share that? Oh, another bearer of a token. It seems there are quite a few token holders this year. The middle-aged scholar frowned, then shook his head. Several decades ago, the Dantai sect had faced a crisis and had no choice but to widely distribute tokens, inviting support from various parties. Now, the proliferation of tokens left the sect feeling uneasy. Forget it. His aura does not seem to resemble that of the demonic sect. We shall conduct a test after he is admitted, the scholar said casually before turning to leave. Shen Ya merely cast a glance at Brother Ju before making his way towards the group of successful test takers. Once today's tests concluded, all those admitted would be escorted up the mountain. Oh, isn't that the previous country bumpkin? He has managed to pass the test. Miss Gu, who had previously mocked him, remarked with dissatisfaction upon seeing Shen Ya, feeling as though she had been slapped in the face. Brother Ju gazed coldly at Shen Ya's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, once he was admitted. Seizing his storage pouch would be no challenge at all. Chapter 76. The master of Hong Wan Peak directly accepts disciple. Shen Ya noticed Brother Ju's gaze and silently scoffed. He had little regard for someone responsible for the outer sect tests, as long as the man refrained from any underhanded tactics. He could treat the encounter as if nothing had transpired. However, should he attempt to seize his storage pouch, he would be left incapacitated. I just saw that this country bumpkin approached Brother Ju with a token. Someone chuckled to Miss Gu. A token? So he is yet another piece of trash with a token. He likely doesn't even possess an upper-grade Huang martial route. At most, he can serve as a menial laborer. He is somewhat decent looking. So I suppose I'll have him serve as my martial attendant, Miss Gu remarked, casting a dismissive glance at Shen Ya. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Yin, and that other country bumpkin shall be my maid. Shen Ya shook his head. There were plenty of such people, and he had no desire to engage with them. Country bumpkin, I am offering you an opportunity to serve as my martial attendant. What? No gratitude. Miss Gu, observing Shen Ya's indifferent demeanor, could not suppress her ire. Everyone was watching. What was with his attitude? Others around wore expressions of anticipation for the spectacle. No one found this peculiar. Entering with a token indicated a lack of confidence in one's martial route. Clearly, his martial route could not be Xian grade intermediate. Such individuals would undoubtedly achieve nothing in the Dantai sect, and were destined to be bullied. Shen Ya remained silent. Was he expected to respond to someone merely spouting nonsense? Come here. Have this man kneel. Miss Gu commanded. No sooner had she spoken than one of her subordinates charged forward, but at that moment, Shen Ya suddenly stepped in front of her and delivered a sharp slap. Smack. Miss Gu was sent flying. 5 finger-shaped red imprints appearing on her face, which swelled up immediately. You talk too much. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Why you dare strike me? After a prolonged moment of shock, Miss Gu finally shouted, Someone. Kill him. As her words fell, several guards drew their blades, surrounding Shen Ya. If you wish to die, take one step closer, Shen Ya warned coldly. What is going on here? What are you all doing? Ji immediately noticed the commotion and hurried over, casting a sweeping glance before settling his gaze on Shen Ya. You, the Dantai sect has granted you an opportunity to enter, and you dare to cause trouble? Uncle Ju, he attacked me without cause. Miss Gu cried out. Ji stepped closer to Shen Ya, his voice icy. What a brazen young man. Do you not understand that you are now a disciple of the Dantai sect, according to our rules? Unprovoked harm against fellow disciples is punishable by death. Unprovoked, Shen Ya chuckled coldly. Given that you are new to the sect and have yet to study the rules, this matter can be dealt with leniently. You shall kneel before junior sister Gu and offer 10 loud bows to seek her forgiveness. Then receive 100 strokes as punishment. and this matter will be considered resolved," Zhu Yi stated coldly. Shen Ya could not help but laugh. It was the same everywhere. Clearly, he needed to display a bit of strength to broaden these dog-eyed perspectives. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out at the mountain gate, followed by a clamor. What happened? The martial root stone shattered. At that moment, He stood bewildered before the stone platform where the martial root stones were placed, staring at the shards scattered before her. The earlier middle-aged scholar reappeared, inquiring about the situation, and upon seeing the fragments, his eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Quickly, bring over the Tianxing martial root stone." In the blink of an eye, someone fetched a shining martial root stone. The Tianxing martial root stone, of superior quality, could yield more precise measurements, particularly for special martial roots. "Please retake the test," the scholar instructed He. Taking a deep breath, He prepared for the test once more. The Tianxing martial root stone instantly radiated a dazzling light, with countless stars shimmering upon it. Suddenly, it erupted, with all the star points transforming into small azure lotuses, beautiful and mysterious. Terrestrial-grade intermediate, special martial root. The middle-aged scholar could hardly believe his eyes. In the realm of the Dantai sect, it has been several years since a disciple of the mid-grade earth rank has emerged. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is the fact that she possesses a unique martial root, one among many that have the potential to grow. Shen Ya's spirit stirred. Martial roots are elusive, imperceptible to the naked eye, regardless of one's prowess. He had presumed that He would only be of the lower grade. Yet she turned out to be of the mid-grade. Quickly, report to the sect leader. This is no trivial matter. One could assert that it is the greatest boon for the Dantai sect in the past 5 years. Nay, if her unique martial root proves to be formidable, it could be deemed the most significant gain in a century. There is no need to inform the sect. This disciple shall be mine. A cool and composed voice resonated through the gathering. As a woman clad in a flowing red gown descended gracefully, she appeared to be in her 30s, yet her overwhelming aura suggested she was far older than that. "Senior Sister Chen, this," Wen Shi was momentarily taken aback. "Is there an issue? Or do you deem me unworthy to be her master?" The woman in red inquired with an air of indifference. "And no, I wouldn't dare." Wen Shi dared not say more, preferring to offend the sect leader than to cross her. With a dismissive huff, the red-clad woman strode toward He, a smile gracing her lips. "I am Chen Luan, the master of Hongwan Peak of the Dantai sect. Would you be willing to acknowledge me as your teacher?" Gasp. Nearly everyone inhaled sharply. To directly apprentice under the peak master of Hongwan Peak is a rare honor. The Dantai sect comprises 8 major peaks, and typically, disciples must undergo assessments before being accepted into a peak. Even so, to be taken in directly by a peak master is nearly impossible. Without extraordinary talent, a mid-grade earth rank, coupled with a unique martial root, is indeed sufficient. He felt a whirlwind of confusion, her gaze instinctively drifting toward Shen Ya. Upon seeing him nod subtly, she softly replied, "I am willing." "Excellent. Then let us ascend the mountain together. I shall now introduce you to the matters of the Dantai sect." Chen Luan smiled with satisfaction, leading He toward the mountain gate, leaving countless onlookers in awe. It is said that Master Chen Luan rarely smiles and has a peculiar temperament, yet here she is, personally introducing a disciple to the Dantai sect. Truly remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. She is soaring to new heights. What was that senior sister's name again? Some began to refer to He as senior sister. Gue concealed her flushed face, a fierce jealousy igniting within her. Why? Oh why? Was it not herself? Her gaze suddenly fell upon Shen Ya. "Kneel down, and bow 100 times. Bring forth a whip. I shall personally administer 100 lashes." Behind the mountain gate, He paused momentarily. "Master, please wait a moment," she called out. Without waiting for Chen Luan's consent, she swiftly moved to the midst of Shen Ya and the others, seizing the whip handed to her by Miss Gu's guard amidst the bewildered stares of the crowd. Crack! The whip struck fiercely against Miss Gu's back. He's voice was icy. "You just spoke of whom you wished to see kneel. You just threatened to whip whom?" Chapter 77. New regulations of Dantai sect. The sound echoed throughout every corner of the mountain gate, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Particularly beside Miss Gu, those disciples who had passed their assessments exchanged bewildered glances, with one whispering, "This talented young woman came together with that man." Instantly, many stepped back, distancing themselves from Miss Gu. "Why you dare strike me? Do you not realize? Who did you just wish to see kneel? Who did you threaten to whip?" He interrupted, delivering another lash that left Miss Gu's face marred and bloodied. "Stop. What do you think you were doing?" "Uncle Jui." having regained his senses, immediately called out to Yin. Yet, his voice trailed off. After all, this was a disciple of the master of Hongwan Peak, and to her, he was merely a trifling matter. Yin, what are you doing? Shen Luan approached slowly, her face marred with discontent. How could a newly accepted disciple display such arrogance? Master, here is the situation. Yin took a deep breath and quickly recounted the events that had transpired, having kept a vigilant eye on Shen Ya even while queuing for her assessment. Oh, is that so? You forcibly recruited a martial attendant, Jude. Will you not take responsibility? Shen Wan's tone turned cold, her previous displeasure vanishing like smoke. Valuing friendship and standing up for a comrade was not without merit. Senior Sister Chen. I only saw him harm another. Jude's body trembled slightly. You only saw him harm another, yet you wished to punish him without understanding the full context. You are doing quite well as a steward. Aren't you? Chen Luan's voice was as frigid as ancient ice, issuing a command. Go to the Xuanqing platform and receive your punishment. Senior Sister Chen, I beg for your forgiveness. Jude hastily knelt, but dared not speak further. Chen Luan ignored him, her gaze settling on Shen Ya. You possess a decree of admission to join the Xianai sect? Indeed, Shen Ya nodded in affirmation. What is your martial route? Chen Luan inquired further. Lower grade Xian rank, Shen Ya replied. He indeed possessed a lower grade Xian root. Otherwise, he would not have needed the decree for entry. Naturally, his hidden martial root far exceeded this level, yet even the Tianqing martial root stone could not reveal it. Only the most powerful Tianyang martial root stone of the Divine Wasteland could do so. Chen Luan's gaze gradually turned icy. It is not particularly impressive. However, do you understand the distinction between you and Yin? A glint of determination sparkled in Shen Ya's eyes as he replied, I am fully aware. It is good that you possess self-awareness. Chen Luan spoke with a dismissive tone. I shall not hinder your friendship with Yin. However, you are forbidden from obstructing her in any matters henceforth, and you must not set foot on Hongwan Peak. As for anything beyond friendship, it would be wise to cease, or else, Master, Yin, there is no need to say anything further. I am pleased that you were able to come down. Shen Ya interrupted Yin. For her, becoming a disciple of Hongwan Peak was a significant achievement. Moreover, they truly had no relationship beyond friendship. Even if they did, what could Shen Luan do to prevent him from stepping onto Hongwan Peak? When the time came for him to tread that path, who could possibly stop him? Not Shen Luan, nor the entire Xiantai sect, as long as Yin remained true to herself and not lost in her status. Shen Ya would be content. The once gentle and timid version of her had shown a glimpse of the decisive and ruthless Yin of her past life through those 2 lashes against Miss Gu. And it filled him with joy. As long as you understand, you must also remember that not everything in this world can be achieved through effort alone. With your martial route, no matter how hard you strive, you will never catch up to Yin's tail. Be prudent. Chen Luan offered one last warning before summoning Yin to leave. It seems the rules concerning the decree need to be revised. There are far too many idlers in the Xianai sect. As she departed, Chen Luan appeared to be speaking to herself. What you say holds great merit. I have just reported to the sect leader that the rules regarding the decree require amendments. Just then, a group of over a dozen individuals descended from the sect, led by a middle-aged man with a black beard, whose fierce appearance prompted all the disciples of the Xianai sect to hastily bow. We greet Master Mo, the outer sect leader. Mo Hong, the outer sect leader, was responsible for all external matters of the Xiantai sect, overseeing all affairs concerning disciples yet to be assigned to any peak. The rules can be changed, but those who hold the decree must be the descendants of those who have aided us. We must not forget our roots, lest we leave others feeling disheartened. Chen Luan raised an eyebrow, speaking with a hint of indifference. Naturally, I have already drafted the new regulations, and the sect leader has consented. Mo Hong nodded. We must not forget our roots. The new regulations are as follows. By order of the sect leader, from this year forth, any individual entering the sect with a decree must undergo reassessment. Those who fail shall become disciples assigned to external duties, enjoying the same treatment as outer sect disciples. Those who succeed shall be treated as any other new disciple and may participate in the peak selection trials. Upon reaching this point, Mo Hong turned to Chen Luan. Senior Sister Chen, what do you think of this arrangement? Since the sect leader has agreed, I have no objections, Chen Luan replied indifferently. Leading Yin up the mountain, Yin turned back every 10 steps, her eyes filled with concern for Shen Ya, until they vanished from sight midway up the mountain. Yin, do you understand the true difference between a genuine martial artist and an ordinary martial practitioner? Chen Luan suddenly halted, her tone gentle yet firm. Disciple does not understand. A true martial artist stands proud above all, striving for higher realms, while ordinary martial practitioners can only gaze up at us, remaining beneath the mountain gate until they can see no more. They are no different from common folk, toiling for survival, gradually aging into dust. Shen Ya elucidated. A lower-grade Xian root is inherently bound to the mundane realm and will ultimately fade within it. Even with minor achievements, they can only proceed with their heads bowed, forever unaware of the vastness of heaven and earth. Now, do you comprehend? He Yin paused, then asserted. Shen Shixiang will not fade away. Memories of Shen Ya's deeds flashed through her mind. He, with his spirited demeanor, his lofty pride, his boundless capabilities, vanquishing all injustices in the world. How could he possibly fade? The opportunities she had now were bestowed by him. Shen Yuan's expression grew colder, her voice lacking warmth. What if he were to fade? Master, as long as I do not fade, Shen Shixiang shall not fade either, He Yin declared resolutely. Shen Yuan's demeanor became increasingly chilling. After a prolonged silence, she finally sighed softly. Youth is indeed a blessing. However, the cruelty of reality will teach you that your current words are steeped in naivety. By the time you occupy my position, you will have grown old. Should you cling to such obsessions, it will only bring you endless pain. With that, Shen Yuan lightly gestured, and He Yin vanished alongside her into the mountainside. Chapter 78. Are you a human or a sword? The martial route assessment at the foot of the mountain has resumed. Zhu Yi departs, surrendering to the Su In Xing platform. Before leaving, he fixates on Shen Ya with a gaze as venomous as a serpent, leaving only the middle-aged scholar to oversee the proceedings. Shen Ya stands alone, while Miss Gu occasionally casts him hateful glances, though she dares not act further. The marks of the whip are starkly visible on her face. After a lengthy wait, today's testing concludes, and the remaining candidates will continue tomorrow. All who pass the assessment will gain entry into the Su Nti Sect, awaiting the commencement of the peak selection trial. Shen Ya, along with several bearers of the decree, will also be admitted to the Su Nti Sect, yet they are relegated to the dilapidated quarters at the foot of the mountain, where they must endure a re-evaluation following the entrance examination. It's his fault. If it weren't for him offending Miss Gu and Master Zhu, we wouldn't need to undergo a reassessment. Those who fail will become external disciples, and that would force us to remain distant from the Su Nti Sect. Who knows to what wretched place we might be assigned? Within the crumbling courtyard, disciples who arrived bearing the decree after the Su Nti Sect's opening are present, numbering in the dozens. The widespread issuance of decrees by the Su Nti Sect in earlier years has led to the current predicament. Indeed, though external disciples are still considered part of the Su Nti Sect, how can the spiritual essence and martial guidance of the outside world compare to that within the sect? From the looks of the external sect leader, most of us are destined to become external disciples. It's all his fault. Why provoke Miss Gu? It seems Miss Gu intended to take him as a martial attendant, but after his refusal, it escalated to this. Some mutter in Shen Ya's defense. What's wrong with being Miss Gu's martial attendant? She is the young lady of the esteemed Gu family, a family of the 8th rank, replete with resources that we can only dream of. How dare he refuse, being merely a small figure from the far south? Listening to their murmurs, Shen Ya remains unfazed. There are far too many in this world who wish to be subservient. Is it because of him that they are reduced to external disciples? What does it matter? Shen Ya pays them no mind, casually selecting a room and striding over. Step aside. This room is already full. A tall man blocks Shen Ya's path, his voice cold and commanding. Glancing into the room, there are 10 sleeping spaces, 6 of which are occupied, alongside the tall man, leaving 3 vacancies, with a derisive snort. Shen Ya advances. Are you deaf? I told you, the room is full. The tall man bellows, thrusting a hand toward Shen Ya. Crack a sharp sound echoes as the tall man's arm, as thick as a thigh, is twisted at a right angle. Clang. The sound of metal resounds from within the room, and the 6 occupants rush out. How dare you harm someone? Seeking death, the 6 surround Shen Ya simultaneously, their blades glinting ominously. Without uttering a word, Shen Ya continues toward the room. Suddenly, a blade flashes toward him. Video not provoke me. Leave. Shen Ya's voice is low, reverberating like thunder in the ears of the 7. Each one of them falters, their grip on their weapons loosening as the blades clatter to the ground. By the time they regain their composure, Shen Ya has already entered the room, taking a seat at the window-side bunk. Exchanging glances, the armed men charge in an instant. Screams echo from within, as figures are hurled out of the room, crashing heavily onto the ground. Come in again, and I will kill you. Shen Ya's voice is as chilling as ice, freezing the seven in their tracks as they help each other to their feet, hesitating to advance. Forget it. This person has offended Miss Gu. He is bound to meet a gruesome end sooner or later. One among them coldly remarks, given his current display of strength, he will suffer terribly once the assessment begins. I heard that to save time, our evaluation will be swift, likely culminating in a free-for-all. Let us go. The seven grit their teeth, abandoning their belongings to seek another room. Shen Ya welcomes the solitude, sitting cross-legged on his bunk to cultivate. The 10th level of sword condensation corresponds to the 10th level of qi gathering. Once sufficient accumulation is achieved, he can reach the acupoint opening stage. Now, in the Su Nti sect, with the abundant spiritual essence surrounding him, Shen Ya requires no spirit stones for his cultivation. During his time aboard the Yun Kong vessel, he grasped a thread of the essence of freedom, allowing him to condense the sword formed by the 9th level of sword condensation. What he now lacks is merely the accumulation of spiritual essence. As torrents of spiritual essence flow into his body, he feels as though he has solidified into a sword, with sword qi freely traversing within and without, each strand of sword qi seemingly breathing in unison, eagerly absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. After a long while, Shen Ya finally opens his eyes. Momentarily startled, he finds himself staring into a pair of wide-open eyes. Instinctively, Shen Ya unleashes 2 strands of sword qi. The owner of those eyes quickly retreats, their body swaying slightly to evade the invisible sword qi. Goodness, you scared me. Are you a human or a sword? The owner of the eyes, a handsome man clad in black, appears somewhat lecherous despite his striking features. Shen Ya regards him warily. It is remarkable that he could approach so stealthily. Although he was in the midst of cultivating, a strand of his consciousness remained alert. Yet his spiritual awareness, influenced by his current strength, is far from the state of his previous life. Nonetheless, it is not something an ordinary person could approach. Of course I'm human. Who are you? Shen Ya inquires. Taking a long breath and wiping the sweat from his forehead, the black-clad man replies, I just entered and thought I had stumbled upon an extraordinary sword. Pray tell, how did you manage to transform yourself into a sword? I haven't introduced myself. My name is Wei Sha, and I also come bearing the decree. Shen Ya's eyes gleam with interest as he appraises the M&As, another bearer of the decree. It is evident that Wei Sha possesses considerable martial roots, despite Shen Ya being unable to discern them. It's rather inappropriate to casually inquire about someone else's cultivation, don't you think? Shen Ya remarks casually, sensing no hostility from Wei Sha. True, I was indeed presumptuous. Wei Sha concedes, then his gaze shifts abruptly. I must say, judging by your apparent cultivation level, at least the 9th level of qi gathering. Given your age, your martial roots should be quite impressive. How did you end up with a decree from Su Nti sect, concealing his true strength? Shen Ya smiles. I'm at the 3rd level of acupoint opening and hold a decree from Su Nti sect. Is that not even more peculiar? In an instant, Wei Sha's body stiffens. He, too, is evidently hiding his true level. With an awkward smile, he says, it seems we are kindred spirits. My apologies, I shall refrain from prying further. Likewise, Shen Ya chuckles, indifferent to Wei Sha's motives for coming to the Su Nti sect. As long as he can successfully enter the sect, the room falls into silence. Wei Sha finds a bunk to lie down on, but suddenly he sits up again. By the way, brother, have you heard about the strange light phenomena appearing within the Su Nti sect lately? It is said that a rare treasure is about to emerge. Chapter 79. Assessment. You all come together. Rare treasure? I haven't heard of it. Shen Ya shakes his head. He has only just arrived in Dongji City today. So how could he have knowledge of such matters? Oh. Wei Sha responds casually, opting not to pursue the topic further. Shen Ya shares no interest in the emergence of rare treasures either, even if they do exist. They would hardly fall into his hands. Moreover, his memories hold knowledge of several locations within the Mingli domain that harbor great opportunities. Once his strength is sufficient, he shall pursue them. A night passes in silence. Today marks another day for the Su Nti sect as it opens its doors to recruit disciples, meaning their assessments have yet to commence. Shen Ya's task is to focus on his cultivation. Our young master wishes to know how that individual is being dealt with. A guard, disguised as a retainer, approaches Mo Hong at the Su Nti sect, looking at the envoy sent by Yen Xin. Mo Hong replies, please convey my apologies to young master Yen. This person bears the decree from Su Nti sect, and for the time being, I cannot expel him. However, rest assured, our rules concerning decree bearers have been revised. and soon he will become an external disciple. At that point, young Master Yin may handle him as he wishes. Should an external disciple perish, the Dantai sect will not pursue the matter. The guard nods and adds, our young master has expressed a desire to see his corpse as soon as possible. In 3 days, the Dantai sect's recruitment will conclude. Young master, you need only wait 3 more days. Mo Hong states flatly. Upon hearing this, the guard departs, and Miss Gu Yi bursts in. Uncle Mo, I want that lowly scoundrel from the extreme south dead. I must make him pay. Her arrogance within the Dantai sect is not without reason. Mo Hong is close friends with her father, and with his protection, her actions at the mountain gate can be justified. And that wretched woman, I will make her my servant. I will enough. Mo Hong interrupts Gu Yi, speaking coolly. Do not entertain thoughts regarding Chun Wan's disciples, nor dwell on it any longer. Forget about it, understand? As for that boy from the extreme south, I will handle him. Gu Yi is taken aback. Uncle Mo, is it truly impossible to deal with that wretched woman? Impossible. Not only has she not been taken as Chun Wan's disciple, but with her mid-level Earth-rank talent, she is untouchable within the Dantai sect. Oh, you know why you couldn't find me yesterday? It's because of her. Even the sect leader was stirred. The peak masters have been in heated debates over Chun Wan's insistence on taking disciples, and in the end, a single statement from Chun Wan silenced them. She merely stated, whoever can defeat me may take my disciple. Now do you understand? No peak master dares to act, and the sect leader has suppressed the matter. Mo Hong glares at Gui coldly. Do not provoke the Hong Wan peak, and especially do not provoke that female disciple. Angering Chun Wan will leave even me unable to protect you. Gu Yi's expression shifted dramatically as she snarled. That despicable little wretch from the extreme south, in relation to that lowly woman. You need not worry about this matter. From the moment that female disciple ascended the mountain with Chun Wan, that despicable little wretch has been out of her league. Chun Wan will not regard that little wretch, nor will she permit her disciple to pay him any heed. Mo Hong's countenance softened slightly. Moreover, the desire to see that little wretch dead extends far beyond just you. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Shentai sect announced the closure of its mountain gates, signaling the end of this year's disciple recruitment. Simultaneously, they declared that disciples holding the summons should gather at the outer sect plaza for immediate assessment. Brother, if we face each other later, I won't show any mercy. I must remain in Shentai sect. Departing from the dilapidated courtyard, dozens of disciples with summons, led by their senior brothers, made their way to the outer sect plaza. Along the way, Wei Sha quietly spoke to Shen Ya. Likewise, Shen Ya replied. After 3 days of interaction, he discerned that Wei Sha had ulterior motives for coming to Shentai sect, linked to some exotic treasure. Of course, the two had not formed a deep bond, nor had they engaged in extensive discussions. Shen Ya spent most of his time in cultivation, while Wei Sha remained enigmatic, often disappearing and returning at odd hours, resulting in their exchanges being quite sparse. Wei Sha chuckled, not perceiving Shen Ya as a threat. The third level of the pulsing whole realm was formidable, but still easily surpassed. Soon, they arrived at the outer sect plaza, where 1,000 disciples had already gathered. These disciples donned the garb of Shentai sect, yet their realms varied significantly, clearly indicating that they were all recent initiates. All disciples with summons, ascend the martial stage for assessment, Mo Hong commanded. His gaze sweeping the area. The martial stage stood at the center of the plaza, already occupied by several middle-aged men, including Zhu Yi and a scholarly figure, alongside 3 martial root stones. Everyone took to the stage for their evaluations. The first step involved checking the martial root levels and assessing their physical condition and personal belongings to prevent infiltration by the demonic sect. What a waste of time. What is there to check about these summoned disciples? They should be dispatched directly. Several disciples grumbled in dissatisfaction. Others countered. One cannot overlook the fundamentals. It is necessary to maintain appearances. By the way, which one of you is a friend of Chen Wanfeng? Inquired a man at the front of the line. He was an impressive-looking individual dressed in blue, exuding an aura of grace. Those standing at the front were no ordinary disciples. They all possessed martial roots at the earth level. The matter regarding Yin was known throughout the sect, and many were aware that she had a friend who, riding on her coattails, had become rather arrogant. Just look at Gu Yi's gaze. The person she has been fixated on is none other than him, replied the man beside the blue-clad figure. Instantly, many eyes were drawn to Shen Ya, their discussions rife with disdain. Yellow level mid-grade, disqualified from the assessment. You will directly become an outer disciple. The testing commenced, and only those at the yellow level upper grade could barely continue. The rest could be deemed as having been directly discarded by the Shantai sect. Lower grade of the yellow level passed. However, you must surrender your storage bag for inspection. By coincidence, Zhu Yi conducted Shen Ya's test again. The martial root stone could not be faked or manipulated, so his gaze fell upon Shen Ya's storage bag. Shen Ya cast him a cold glance before walking directly to the scholarly figure and presenting his storage bag. You. Zhu Yi's face contorted with rage, but recalling the punishment from the Xuanqing stage over the past 3 days, he restrained himself. Fixating on Shen Ya, he silently vowed, "You may be arrogant now, but soon enough, you will meet your demise." The scholarly figure was far more amiable. He inspected Shen Ya's storage bag, permitting him to pass without issue. The remaining 32 will engage in free-for-all combat. The time limit is 15 minutes. Those who can knock down 2 opponents while remaining standing will pass the assessment, the middle-aged scholar announced to the crowd. Subsequently, only 32 candidates remained on the martial stage, and as the bell tolled, the assessment began. However, no one made the first move. Instead, they began whispering among themselves, their glances frequently darting towards Shen Ya. Suddenly, Shen Ya spoke. "There is no need to convey the intentions of certain individuals. Come at me all at once." It was evident that someone had relayed information to these summoned disciples, urging them to ensure their failure on the martial stage. Yet, did Shen Ya care? Aside from Wei Sha, all within his sight were below the pulsing whole realm, with some even at the body refinement realm. No matter how many joined forces, it mattered not to him. Even with Wei Sha included, Shen Ya held no fear. Even if they could not defeat him within 15 minutes, given his realm, they would not be able to vanquish him. Truly arrogant, such individuals meet a swift end, the blue-clad man remarked with a faint smile. Beside him, a burly man chuckled. Perhaps he possesses such strength. We shall see. Brother Han, there is nothing to anticipate. To me, this is no different than children fighting. It is merely a waste of time, the blue-clad man scoffed. Looking down from a lofty perch, eliminate him. Before he could finish, the assembled summoned disciples were incensed by Shen Ya's arrogance. Led by the 7 he had previously defeated, they charged at Shen Ya. 30 individuals attacking in unison, creating a grand spectacle. However, to Shen Ya, they were merely a disorganized rabble. With a flick of his sword, beams of sword light erupted from his form. Startled, Wei Sha, who had been watching the spectacle, quickly shouted, "Brother, leave a couple for me." The sword lights paused momentarily as Shen Ya responded, "Very well." 2 of the sword beams were retracted. In the next moment, only 4 remained standing on the martial stage. Shen Ya, Wei Sha, and 2 bewildered summoned disciples. "Thank you." Wei Sha clasped his fists in gratitude and approached the 2, gently patting them, causing them to fly off the martial stage. The summoned disciples' assessment was concluded. Without any suspense, almost everyone gaped in astonishment. The sword energy just unleashed was overwhelmingly powerful. Mo Hong instinctively rose to his feet, his gaze flickering. Even he had not anticipated that Shen Ya would dispatch everyone in an instant. He had directed Zhu Yi to incite the summoned disciples to unite against Shen Ya, only to find that this young man possessed such formidable strength. His promise to Yin Xian had already failed before it even began. Brother Huang, this is not akin to children fighting. It resembles children attacking an adult only to be swiftly obliterated, the burly man remarked, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes as he regarded Shen Ya, clearly intrigued by this formidable opponent. Humph, but what of it? A lower-grade yellow root is ultimately trash, the blue-clad man, Huang Yun, retorted coldly, though his expression was not without discomfort, as if he had been slapped in the face by Shen Ya. The assessment for summoned disciples is over. The selected candidates, Shen Ya and Wei Sha, may participate in the peak selection trial, the middle-aged scholar finally announced, having remained stunned for a moment before reacting. Soon, someone handed the 2 a set of Xian'ai sect robes. Once donned, Shen Ya and Wei Sha, holding their summons, officially became akin to the other newly initiated disciples. Even if they failed the peak selection, they could remain within the sect. Everyone, follow me. At this juncture, Mo Hong could only contemplate alternative strategies. Soon, a throng of over 1,000 people followed him to a large lake. Above the lake, numerous chains descended, directly connected to the 8 peaks hidden within the mist. The mist shrouded the lake, obscuring the view of which chains led to which peak. The peak selection trial consists of 3 stages. The first is the Xian'ai Lake chains. These chains connect the 8 major peaks. And your choices are critical. Once you step onto a chain, you will be destined to become a disciple of a particular peak. Of course, falling into the lake signifies failure in the selection, necessitating a return next year. In other words, all outer sect disciples, apart from you, will participate in this peak selection trial. Aside from the prohibition against killing, all other means may be employed on the chains. Remember, the number of successful candidates is capped at 1,000. Combined with all outer sect disciples, only 1,000 may pass the first stage. Do not assume that passing guarantees anything, even if you join a peak. Whether you can study under a peak's expert, or even the peak master, will depend on your performance. Do you understand? Listening to Mo Hong's words, all present exchanged glances, including the former outer sect disciples. The difficulty was immense. Only 100 chains existed, yet 1,000 individuals could pass the first stage. There were still 2 stages remaining, and it was uncertain how many would remain, not to mention that performance was crucial for the opportunity to study under the peak master. Of course, the older generation of outer sect disciples will only set off after all of you have stepped onto the chains for a stick of incense, as long as you are swift enough. They will not be able to catch up to you. The middle-aged scholar interjected. A chill crept into the hearts of the crowd, reminiscent of being pursued by vicious dogs. Enough. Let the trial begin. Mo Hong, in a foul mood, was disinterested in jesting with the disciples. In an instant, the disciples at the front surged onto the chains, hastening their advance. All the chains were quickly occupied. However, an unexpected incident unfolded in the first moments as nearly a dozen attacks erupted simultaneously. Those at the back targeted the first to ascend. With 10 or so attacks, a full 10 individuals fell into the Shen Ya lake, instantly losing their qualifications. Others scoffed, evading the attacks and continuing forward. Brother Shen, which peak are you considering selecting? Wei Sha inquired, as he and Shen Ya had yet to commence. To me, any peak is inconsequential, and I cannot discern which chains lead to which peaks. Shen Ya shook his head, noting that the spiritual energy of the 8 peaks was quite similar, and the treatment would not vary significantly. Moreover, as long as he performed well thereafter, the sect's rewards would be abundant. No, there is a distinction regarding which peak they lead to, Wei Sha remarked, his voice gradually lowering. Over these 3 days, do you know why I have been leaving early and returning late? It was to investigate these 100 chains. I have already discerned which chains lead to which peaks. Huh? Shen Ya gazed at him in bewilderment. It appeared that he was not particularly inclined to join any sect. Do you recall our previous conversation regarding the extraordinary treasures? Wei Sha continued, glancing furtively around before leaning closer to Shen Ya's ear and whispering. The treasure lies upon Chuyin Peak. As long as we step onto the chains leading to Chuyin Peak, our third trial will inevitably lead us past that radiant spot. Do you comprehend? A glimmer of insight flashed in Shen Ya's eyes as he scrutinized Wei Sha from head to toe. This man was certainly not here to join the Shen Ya sect. His sole objective was the extraordinary treasure. What is your purpose? Speak, Shen Ya inquired. Nothing much. It is simply better to work as a pair than alone. Surely, Brother Shen, you cannot feign disinterest in such treasures? Wei Sha chuckled. Shen Ya regarded him with a smile that barely concealed his skepticism. I wish to know more information. Certainly. Once we reach the third trial, I will divulge everything I know, Wei Sha replied, not interested. Upon hearing this, Shen Ya replied coolly with 3 words, with only about 100 people remaining by the lakeside. He chose not to pursue the conversation further and swiftly moved towards the chains, his singular aim being to secure the Shen Ya sect as his backing. A decade of stability in the Yuding Kingdom was his only concern. Everything else was irrelevant. What significance did extraordinary treasures hold? Could they enhance the 10,000 demon sword? Could they rival the formidable martial techniques from his memories? Would they pique the interest of the 10,000 swords demon cave? Chapter 81. Peak pressure. If Wei Sha had mentioned that the treasure bore traces left by a mighty sword master, perhaps he might have shown some interest. Clearly, that was not the case. The Shen Ya sect had no recollection of any sword cultivators appearing. Shen Ya casually selected a chain and ascended, setting off. Watching Shen Ya step onto the chain, Wei Sha couldn't help but smirk. Yet, when he observed the specific chain Shen Ya had chosen, he burst into laughter. Fortune smiles upon him. This sword wielder has indeed stepped onto the chain leading to Chuyin Peak. Once he proceeds, his interest will be irrelevant. With that, Wei Sha selected another chain leading to Chuyin Peak and moved forward. Chuyin Peak. Mo Hong gazed at Shen Ya's retreating figure, a glint of inscrutable meaning flickering in his eyes. He then leaned towards Ji. Whispering a few words. Ji nodded. Sect Master Mo, I fear this lad may not survive the chains and could plunge directly into the lake. That would be no matter. If it comes to that, we shall eliminate him in the lake. Every year, a few disciples unfortunately drown there. You understood? his eyes glinting with unending coldness. Huang Yun ascended, sharing the same chain with that rascal from the extreme south. It appears to be deliberate. Prepare your men immediately. Should he fall into the lake, execute him without hesitation, Imo Hong instructed. Huang Yun, the previously encountered young man in green robes, possessed a low-grade Earth-level martial root and was highly regarded. In Imo Hong's view, the arrangements at Chuin Peak might not even be needed. Shen Ya would soon find himself in the lake. How dare he, holding the decree, walk ahead of me? Huang Yun, humiliated by Shen Ya in front of Han and the others, had deliberately waited for Shen Ya to step onto the chain before following. An arrow flashed forth, hurtling towards Shen Ya. Shen Ya easily sensed the sudden arrow. His body shifted slightly, and the arrow whizzed past him. Turning back, Shen Ya's gaze landed on Huang Yun as he asked nonchalantly, "Do we harbor enmity?" "None whatsoever. A disciple wielding a decree is hardly worthy of my enmity. However, I dislike it when someone presents their backside to me," Huang Yun replied icily, drawing 3 arrows from behind and drawing them taut before releasing. The 3 arrows, infused with the energy of the Qi-gathering realm, sought to ensnare Shen Ya. On the chain. Regardless of how swift Shen Ya was, evasion would be impossible. I too disapprove of someone pointing weapons at me. As for this inexplicably troublesome individual, regardless of whether he had ulterior motives, Shen Ya decided to thrust his sword directly into the lake. Unable to avoid the 3 arrows, he saw no need to evade. The gray sword emitted a resonant hum from behind, and the sword energy pierced through the arrows. The tenfold sword intent severing their encirclement, in an instant. The trajectories of the 3 arrows altered, forming 3 60-degree angles, scattering apart. It was unclear which unfortunate soul on the surrounding chains was struck by one of the arrows, letting out a wail as they fell into the lake. How was this possible? Huang Yun was taken aback. He had been certain of his success with the 3 arrows, yet they were effortlessly dismantled by the opponent. The most baffling part was that the displayed power came solely from the Qi-gathering realm. Shen Ya regarded him with indifference, drawing his sword, employing the initial Xian sword technique from the Liu family's secret chamber. Now that he had departed from the extreme south, the killing sword belonging to the Shadow Sword organization was unsuitable for open display. Initial Xian, initial star's flow, the meteoric sword light, combined with the sword energy that perpetually emanated from him, transformed the chain into a celestial stream of blades. Huang Yun found himself with no means of escape, left with no choice but to draw his waist dagger and desperately defend against the meteor-like strikes. 10 cities. Universe sword. Just as he managed to fend off the meteors, a heavy aura descended upon him, and before his eyes, it was as if 10 cities were pressing down upon him. Huang Yun could only let out a piercing scream before tumbling off the chain. With a splash, he disappeared into the water. Shen Ya did not cast a glance back, turning instead to delve deeper into the chains, viewing the encounter as a mere interlude. Yet, those on the shore exchanged incredulous glances. Huang Yun, with a low-grade Earth-level martial root, had been eliminated less than 100 meters from the start of the first trial. Surely, this was a jest. It seemed far too swift for such a fate. The masters of the 8 peaks, including the Sect master, held Huang Yun in high regard. Sect master Imo, this matter. Although the middle-aged scholar was impartial, he too felt that such a talent wasted a year in the outer sect was far from ideal. Imo Hong's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes upon Shen Ya's silhouette. This lad had brought him more surprises than he anticipated. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. Anyone who falls into the lake may continue participating in the peak selection trial as long as they can return to the chains within the stipulated time. The sound echoed far and wide, reaching the ears of everyone who had fallen onto the chains. Shen Ya's eyes gleamed with insight as he turned to look at Imo Hong. Since their first encounter, he had felt deliberately targeted by this man. Shen Ya could not fathom where he had offended Imo Hong, that Jiu likely held little significance in his eyes. Perhaps it was Gui. To be safe, preparations must be made, Shen Ya thought to himself. Meanwhile, Huang Yun, who had fallen into the lake, upon hearing the newly introduced rule, felt hope surge within him as he leaped up from the water, reascending to the chains. The shame of falling into the lake. I shall make him pay it back doubly. At the center of the lake, I shall ensure he falls again. Soaked like a drenched chicken, Huang Yun muttered bitterly. This rule was advantageous for those who fell at the shore but would be of no use near the center of the lake, where the distance from the chains would expand significantly. On the shore, the lake and the chains were merely a few meters apart, but at the center, it would stretch to dozens of meters. Near the end point, it would exceed 100 meters. Without any point of leverage, it would be impossible to reascend to the chains. After a moment's thought, Huang Yun leaped onto another chain adjacent to Shen Ya's. Confident in his archery skills, as the gap between the chains widened towards the center of the lake, he could attack Shen Ya while contemplating just how far his sword could reach. In an instant, over 1,000 newly initiated disciples had vanished into the mist. The sounds of anguished cries and splashes resonated, forming a somber melody. After a stick of incense had burned, thousands more, consisting of outer sect disciples, gathered on the shore, ascending the chains in pursuit. With only 1,000 allowed in the first trial, they needed to move swiftly. Meanwhile, the chain Shen Ya occupied appeared somewhat crowded. Shen Ya advanced rapidly, leaping over those in his path without any intention of deliberately discarding anyone. It was not an act of mercy, but rather a desire to conserve his energy. Of course, should anyone harbor resentment after being overtaken and choose to retaliate, Shen Ya would not mind expending a modicum of effort. Sect Master Mo, that lad from the extreme south, is far too swift. The outer sect disciples cannot keep up, Zhu Yi reported to Mo Hong after half an hour. No matter. He will soon enter the peak pressure zone. With his cultivation level, he will undoubtedly struggle against the weight of the peak's pressure, and his speed will naturally diminish, Mo Hong replied dismissively. Though he felt a twinge of irritation, the young Master Yan's target seemed formidable. Indeed, it was strange for a mere low-grade Xian-level martial root cultivator to warrant such explicit instructions from Yan Xin. Half an hour later, the chains had spread far apart, with only a few visible in the distance. That moment, Shen Ya noticed that the speed of those on the surrounding chains had begun to wane. As a colossal pressure descended from the 8 great peaks, peak pressure, Shen Ya gazed intently at the looming mountains, speaking in a low tone. Chapter 82. Sword light on the chains. The so-called peak pressure refers to the array pressure established between the mountain ranges. Many sects employ this during disciple assessments. This pressure is controllable. The force on the chains is calibrated to allow gifted disciples to pass through easily, while posing a challenge for ordinary disciples. However, this peak pressure was of no consequence to Shen Ya. Not only did he possess the power from his previous life, but even without that spiritual awareness, his mastery of the 10,000 demons' sword intent rendered such peak pressure ineffective. His speed not only remained unchanged, but even increased slightly. Buzz. Just then, Shen Ya sensed a sudden surge of killing intent. An arrow sliced through the mist, hurtling straight towards him. With a glint of icy resolve, he effortlessly evaded the arrow, but 3 more arrows soon followed. The peak pressure has arrived. I look forward to seeing how you will pass. Trash wielding a decree. Prepare to plunge into the lake. Huang Yun's voice echoed from the mist. Submit and descend into the lake. Relentless specter, Shen Ya retorted coldly. In an instant, he grasped Huang Yun's plan to exploit long-range attacks to force him into the lake. The opponent could attack without limit, while he could only passively endure these arrows. If he could not evade, he would inevitably fall into the lake. A cold smile crept across his lips. If it were someone else, they might feel quite passive. However, with a distance of no more than 100 meters, attacking the opponent is hardly a challenge. Kid, it seems you've offended quite a few people, haven't you? Suddenly, a mocking voice emerged from behind, and a dozen figures lined up, all disciples of the older generation from the outer sect. A faint smile graced their faces, clearly indicating that they did not regard Shen Ya as a threat. Nevertheless, their words made it evident that someone wished to see him fall into the lake. And these outer sect disciples were dispatched by that very person. Shen Ya halted, coldly gazing at them. Originally, I intended to pass the first trial quietly, but since someone desires my fall into the lake, I shall demonstrate through my actions that I too can be anything but ordinary. Anything but ordinary? How can a mere trash with a decree insignia be anything but ordinary? The outer sect disciples laughed heartily. Shen Ya smirked coldly, glanced back at them, then turned to continue forward. Want to leave? Under the pressure of the peak, how far do you think you can go? In the eyes of the outer sect disciples, Shen Ya was merely afraid and attempting to flee. A disciple with a decree insignia could not possibly compare to them, who had withstood the peak's pressure in the past. It would be an effortless chase. However, they soon realized their error. The disciple with the decree insignia was accelerating, swiftly leaving them behind. How is this possible? Chase after him, quickly. The dozen or so disciples hurriedly sprinted, but the formidable pressure of the peak only widened the distance between them and Shen Ya. Impossible. This kid is actually unafraid of the peak's pressure? Mo Hong observed this scene from afar, confusion evident in his eyes. That he barked at Zhu Yi. Notify Huang Yun to shoot arrows and stop this kid. Then inform all the archers among the outer sect disciples to volley at him. Soon, arrows flew through the air, relentlessly aimed at Shen Ya. Mo Sect Master, what is happening? Why are so many people targeting that disciple with the decree insignia? A middle-aged scholar approached. Having also been monitoring the situation, I do not know. Perhaps he has offended too many people. Let us observe. After all, no rules have been violated. Sect master replied casually, casting a fleeting glance at the scholar. The middle-aged scholar frowned, yet he could change nothing. Master, how can they treat him like this? On Hongwan Peak, Chunluan stood side by side with He Yin. Through Chunluan's power, He Yin spotted Shen Ya. Chunluan glanced at her without speaking. Master, it is evident this is intentional targeting. Someone wishes to see senior brother Shen fall into the lake. Will you not intervene? He Yin implored. Having begged Chunluan for the opportunity to witness the selection trial, eager to know Shen Ya's situation, which now seemed dire. Yin, whether it is intentional or not, it does not violate the rules. I cannot, nor will I intervene, Chunluan stated. But master, enough that I promise you, should anyone violate the rules, I shall assist him, but for now, no such transgression has occurred. Chunluan asserted decisively. Remember, this is also part of the selection trial. If he cannot pass, it reveals his inadequacy. It reveals that he will soon be extinguished. He Yin was filled with anxiety, yet powerless to act. Suddenly, she noticed Shen Ya halt, ceasing his advance as arrows whizzed by. All evaded by him. His gaze suddenly fixed on the mists, upon another chain. The gray sword and the broken sword resonated simultaneously. Sword energy coalesced, two beams of sword light emanating from the blades. As one approached Shen Ya, it was as though thousands of sword energies were gathering around him, resembling countless insects crawling onto the dual swords, transforming into sword light. Virum. With two soft sounds wherever the sword light passed. The mist dissipated into vapor, creating two voids. Two cries of agony rang out from the adjacent chain, followed by the sound of splashing water. What? A voice cried out in surprise, followed by a chorus of exclamations. Shen Ya remained undeterred, wielding both swords as beams of sword light sliced through the clouds, severing the archers 100 meters away. Only you left. Those above have granted you another chance to select a peak. Yet you do not cherish it and dare to provoke me. Shen Ya's gaze fell upon Huang Yun. The myriad mists failing to obscure his sight, the sword light surged forth. Save me. I do not wish to fall into the lake. Huang Yun shouted, releasing 7 arrows in haste. Yet, Shen Ya had already discerned the trajectory of his shots. The sword light swept through, shattering all 7 arrows. Huang Yun was pierced through the shoulder, under the pressure of the peak. He became unsteady and fell directly into the water. Kill. Behind Shen Ya, a dozen outer sect disciples had arrived. The sword light astonished them, yet this was merely the beginning, for Shen Ya stood firm with his swords drawn, granting them the opportunity to catch up. Suddenly turning, Shen Ya charged forward without a word. The chain could accommodate only one person at a time, and despite their numbers, they could not exert their strength. Shen Ya advanced step by step, an unstoppable force, and in the blink of an eye, all the disciples fell, most of whom had reached the first stage of the channeling realm, with one even at the 3rd stage. Yet Shen Ya, high above them, was invincible. Standing upon the chain, Shen Ya remained silent, turning upward. Just then, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Another peculiar pressure from the peak shot towards him. If it were anyone else, they would surely have missed this pressure. Yet, Shen Ya easily caught it, a strange smile spreading across his face as he allowed this pressure to strike him, seemingly losing his footing and plunging into the lake. With a splash, he fell into the water. Chapter 83. A sword, a life, blood blossoms unfolding. Master, I told you, senior brother Shun would never be extinguished. Ah? On Hongwan Peak, He Yin once again witnessed Shen Ya's unparalleled sword light. Captivated by it, however, his sudden fall sent her into a panic. Master, how could this happen? How could senior brother Shen suddenly fall? He Yin hurriedly inquired. Chunluan did not respond immediately. Her gaze shifted to a certain point among the 8 peaks before she softly remarked, someone has added a force to the peak pressure's formation, causing his fall. What, master, does this not violate the rules? He Yin asked. Chunluan nodded. Having promised He Yin that she would intervene should anyone breach the rules, she had no choice but to follow through. Follow me. As she prepared to confront the matter, her gaze pierced through the mist, landing on the lake below, where it abruptly halted. Master, what is it? Do not rush. It appears your friend has intentionally fallen into the lake. Let us observe first, Chunluan replied. Meanwhile, a cold smile flickered across Mo Hong's face. Shen Ya's sword light had surprised him, and his strength made him feel threatened. Yet, he had just received news that Yan Xin had come to Xian'ai Sect for certain matters. This sudden pressure from the peak was related to that. Regardless, Mo Hong knew that Yin Xian had witnessed his machinations. The assassins in the lake were prepared, ready to eliminate this kid at any moment. He had dispatched not only the younger generation, but also the older ones. Surely, he believed this kid could not escape. On Chuyuan Peak, Yin Xian stood alongside an elderly man in a Taoist robe. Peak Master Feng. Take me to see that radiant light, Yin Xian said, casting a fleeting glance over the lake before disregarding the events therein. Confident that Mo Hong would manage the aftermath, the man who had piqued Lin Qing's interest was doomed without a doubt. Young Master Yin. Please. The elderly Taoist, Feng Huajing, was the peak master of Chuyuan Peak. Recently, the radiant light had been swirling atop Chuyuan Peak, occasionally surfacing, rumored to be an extraordinary treasure, following preliminary investigations by the Shentai Sect. This possibility was confirmed, yet they could not decipher the nature of this radiant light. The news had gradually spread beyond the sect. Consequently, Shentai Sect decided to invite the Yin family, known for their expertise in ancient relics. And Yin Xian came with an elder from the Yin family, coinciding with the first trial of the peak selection. Yin Xian expressed his desire to eliminate one of the decree disciples. And although Feng Huazheng was puzzled, he believed that silently disposing of a mere decree disciple was a simple task, treating it as a favor. Observing, he noticed that this decree disciple had even ascended to the chains of Chuyuan Peak, casually adding a layer of peak pressure, intending to push him into the lake. Thus, the group proceeded towards the radiant light, no longer focusing on the happenings in the lake. Haha, kid, you still came down. In the lake. The outer sect disciples that Shen Ya had sent plummeting had yet to swim to the shore. Seeing Shen Ya, they could not help but laugh heartily. What a relief! A mere decree disciple had turned their year's worth of effort into nothing. Brothers, do not concern yourselves with him. Let us leave. Huang Yun, who was also feeling humiliated while swimming towards the shore, declared. Those who fell into the lake received no assistance. They could only swim to the nearest bank. Huang Yun's words sparked a glimmer in the eyes of the others, who stared at Shen Ya with a peculiar intensity that it was evident that someone sought to eliminate this kid. Remaining on site would be unwise. Are you truly not staying? Just as they prepared to depart, Shen Ya spoke in a calm tone. Watching the lake water turn crimson should provide a rather splendid experience. The crowd turned back, puzzled by Shen Ya's unexpectedly nonchalant demeanor. Just like this, suddenly, a flash of sword light erupted from Shen Ya. Like a swimming fish, it darted towards a particular direction. Glub, glub. Under the water, 10 meters away from Shen Ya, a series of bubbles surged forth, followed by blood rising from the depths, as Shen Ya's eerie laughter echoed. How about that? The blood blossoms in the water are quite beautiful. For reasons unknown, a chill crept into the hearts of the onlookers. Had Shen Ya truly killed someone? Killed whom? Boom. Suddenly, several overwhelming auras of killing intent surged forth, and figures burst from the water, lunging at Shen Ya. Among them, a middle-aged man seethed with rage. Kid, you dared to kill my son. I will make you pay with your blood. How absurd. You wish to kill me yet deny me the chance to retaliate. As several murderous intentions converged upon him, he remained unperturbed. Suddenly, the sword of slaughter surged forth, drenched in blood. Beneath the lake, shrouded in mist, and with the external sect master Mo Hong likely concealing the surroundings to prevent the revelation of their murderous intentions. There was no concern of exposure regarding the sword of slaughter. Among these individuals, the strongest was merely at the 4th level of the Zhongxue realm, while the weakest lingered at the 1st. If he could eliminate the middle-aged man at the 4th level, the rest would be as easy to handle as slicing through vegetables. The myriad swords of demonic might had reached minor completion, condensing to 10 levels, embodying a hint of the essence of freedom. At this moment, Shen Ya, though only having increased 1 level since his earlier foray into the Soloro Imperial City, possessed combat prowess that transcended mere numerical assessment. After the surge of the slaughtering sword, another strike pursued the soul. Ultimately, with the sword of slaughter piercing the essence, he executed the middle-aged man beneath his blade, then turned his gaze toward the remaining few. Kill. Shen Ya uttered a low command. The myriad demonic swords exerting their oppressive force, striking down one adversary with each swing. Blossoms of blood erupted in the lake. It is now your turn. What kind of blood flowers do you wish to bloom? After dispatching the assassins, Shen Ya's gaze fell upon Huang Yun and the others, revealing a smile reminiscent of a demon. What do you intend to do? You dare kill. If you slay us, you too will meet your demise. In mere moments, he resolved the remaining assassins, and any remnants of mockery vanished. replaced by an overwhelming dread. Is that so? During the selection trial, the lake should be devoid of life. No non-selected disciples are permitted here. Why did these individuals perish in this place? It must be after battling you. Shen Ya replied indifferently. His body had already stepped forward, gliding across the water. I know not from whence these intruding assassins came. But after engaging with us in the lake, they all perished, leaving only me alive. Upon hearing this, a wail of despair erupted, transforming into a crimson bloom upon the water. Help! Help me! Huang Yun and the others stared in terror, their eyes wide. With these assassins gone, Shen Ya could now justify their slaughter. Shen Ya would spare none. The cries of the crowd filled the air. They had not even contemplated uniting, as fear had seeped into their very souls. The myriad demonic swords crushed their spirits, leaving them utterly devoid of the will to resist. A disciple has committed murder, the crowd exclaimed, frantically sprinting toward the shore, employing their lightness skills to the utmost. Futile, as Shen Ya's sword trailed behind like the grim reaper's scythe, each strike claiming a life, blood blooming forth. Ultimately, only Huang Yun remained. Spare me. I shall never dare again. I do not wish to die. I can offer you spirit stones, anything you desire. I beg you. Huang Yun trembled as he gazed at Shen Ya blocking his path. All I require is your life. Shen Ya would not grant the dog another chance to bite. The sword passed. The life was forfeit. Chapter 84. The second trial, the Red Lawn Formation. Master, what has transpired? Mo Hong had deliberately thickened the mist at the scene of slaughter, even with Chun Luan present. Yin could not see beneath the lake. She asked anxiously, why did Senior Brother Shen deliberately fall into the lake? Chun Luan retracted her gaze, looking at Yin. I take back my previous words. Your senior brother indeed possesses some extraordinary qualities. Yet his heart for slaughter is excessively strong. It is best that you refrain from further contact with him, and due to his murderous disposition, he can only remain within the external sect. Does Master mean that Senior Brother Shen is unharmed? Yin exclaimed with excitement. Let us go. His selection trial has already concluded. Chen Luan did not answer directly. Just as she prepared to turn, her steps suddenly halted, and she whirled back. Suddenly, a golden light flashed from a section of the chains where Shen Ya had been. It was as if the chains had been adorned with a faint layer of golden attire. Patterned inscription, Chen Luan exclaimed softly. And immediately, Yin saw a figure soaring up from the lake and landing steadily upon the chains. It was none other than Shen Ya, who had fallen into the lake. Shen, Senior Brother Shen. Master. Senior Brother Shen has resurfaced. Did you see? His selection trial has not yet concluded. Yin was filled with exhilaration. A hint of disbelief crossed her face. This young man had inscribed patterns upon the chains without a sound. Preparing himself to ascend the chains the moment he plunged into the lake, utilizing the power of the inscriptions to rise again. He is a pattern engraver. Chen Wan inquired. Indeed, the mentor of the patterned inscription tower sought to recruit him. But Senior Brother Shen declined. Yin replied. Chen Wan fell silent, her mood not particularly pleasant. This young man was actively negating her earlier judgment. Even at the Qi-gathering realm, he had comprehended the essence and was, moreover, a pattern engraver. I have underestimated him. However, he should not have turned down the patterned inscription tower. That is the path he ought to pursue. Chen Luan's tone turned somewhat cold, with a martial root of inferior quality. He seeks to pursue martial arts, straying from the path at hand. However, passing the selection trial should not pose a problem. Chen Luan added. Yin was overjoyed. Her master had finally ceased to dismiss Senior Brother Shen. Whom has he offended? Chen Luan inquired again. Senior Brother Shen has offended numerous individuals. But aside from Gu Yi from the Shantai sect, he has not antagonized anyone else. Chen Luan shook her head and chuckled. Those who can alter peak pressures, Gu Yi lacks such influence. Even Mo Hong cannot manage that. Let us continue observing. Should matters escalate, I shall naturally compel the sect master to make some decisions. Thank you, master. Yin bowed in gratitude. With her master's assurance, she felt at ease. It is impossible. How can this be? He has returned to the chains. Mo Hong and Zhu Yi widened their eyes, staring at Shen Ya, suddenly uttering. Zhu Yi, go check what transpired in the lake immediately. Swiftly, Zhu Yi dashed into the lake, returning a quarter of an hour later with a report. His complexion had turned pale as a ghost. They are all dead. Even Huang Yun is perished. Mo Hong's spirit jolted, fixated on Shen Yu atop the chains. Damn it, that cursed dog. Sect Master Mo, I will capture this boy, frame him, and execute him publicly. Stop, are you a fool? Mo Hong barked. If we capture this boy and accuse him of slaying Huang Yun, How will we explain the assassins? Were they sent by me? If that wretched Shen Ya becomes serious, I would be skinned alive even if I survive. Upon hearing this, Ji halted. This matter must be suppressed. Huang Yun's death must be labeled an accident. Mo Hong gritted his teeth fiercely, an aura of murder radiating from him. It seems that to kill this boy, we must wait for the third trial. You go and inform young Master Yin Xin. Ji departed. Meanwhile, Mo Hong had to take action to spin this incident into an accident. With Huang Yun, favored by the Peak Masters, dead, he needed a compelling reason to report. Mo Hong seethed with rage. This boy was so arrogant, yet he had to clean up his mess. Cursed be it. You ascended again, and passed the first trial? Half an hour later, upon a precipice crowded with over 100 people, Wei Sha looked at Shen Ya in disbelief. Previously, he had clearly seen Shen Ya plunge into the lake. What had transpired? Fortune smiled upon me. I found a water plant and climbed back onto the chains. Shen Ya responded casually. Wei Sha's expression darkened. He thought, I believe you not. 1,000 people had gathered. The first trial was complete. After a brief wait upon the cliff, a voice soon announced the conclusion of the first trial. The second trial will commence shortly. And this second trial will differ based on the peaks you ascend. As the words faded, a resonating sound echoed, and a barrier suddenly enveloped the cliff. Dozens of fiery red birds swooped down from the sky. Red Lawn. Are we to ascend Red Lawn Peak? Upon seeing these birds, someone called out softly, and many male disciples' eyes sparkled with excitement. It is said that most disciples on Red Lawn Peak are female. We are fortunate. Haha. Fools, you rejoice too soon. Why are there many female disciples on Red Lawn Peak? Because Peak Master Chun does not favor men. Unless possessing special talents, they will quickly be eliminated. Do you understand? Indeed. I have heard that ascending Red Lawn Peak is the most unfortunate for male disciples. Some outer sect disciples who had been around for over a year were naturally more informed about the sect's affairs than the newcomers. At this moment, Red Lawn drew near. Upon Red Lawn, female disciples sat in numbers, all devoid of males. The leading female disciple, clad in red, swept her gaze over the gathered crowd with a smile. Do not worry. You are not ascending Red Lawn Peak, but rather Chuyin Peak. To prevent cheating and ensure peak masters do not manipulate numbers. Each peak will exchange assessments. Chuyin Peak. The crowd exchanged glances, while Shen Ya looked toward Wei Sha, realizing the investigation had indeed been accurate. Sister, since it is not Red Lawn Peak, could the difficulty be lowered to allow us to pass easily? A male disciple stepped forward, inquiring with a smile. Certainly. Our difficulty is usually not high. It is just that every year, we end up having other peak masters come to Peak Master Chun to demand explanations, yet they invariably depart in disgrace. The leading woman chuckled lightly. Suddenly, her expression turned cold. Commence. Your second trial is titled Red Lawn Flying Formation. The faces of the crowd darkened. Indeed, the women of Red Lawn Peak were all eccentric. Every year, we allow 30 disciples to pass. Once the quota is reached, the rest must obediently retreat. The leading woman gazed appreciatively at the novice disciples. Smiling, who shall come forward first? The crowd exchanged glances. With only 30 spots available, those who ascended first would certainly secure their places. Instantly, dozens stepped forward, eager to seize the opportunity. Enough, seeing your eagerness, we shall choose. The leading woman exerted her energy, pushing the crowd back, her gaze landing upon a robust man, none other than Han, who had previously been with Huang Yun. He had no connection with Huang Yun. They merely shared the distinction of being assessed as possessing inferior-grade martial roots. Viewing each other as rivals. Chapter 85. You cannot stop us. Very well. The robust man chuckled heartily upon hearing this, charging forward in just a few strides. Form the formation. The leading woman commanded sharply. And the group of Hongwan responded with a soft coo, arranging themselves into a formation. Yet, none of them touched the ground. Instead, streams of true energy descended from the sky. The Hongwan flying array, projected by our true energy, allows for an easy passage through the barriers. Simply traverse within the formation, and you may depart. The true energy that landed on the ground transformed into individual Hongwan formed entirely of energy. The robust man plunged into the array as the Hongwan swooped in to obstruct him. This man, indeed, was worthy of his inferior-grade martial roots, effortlessly navigating through the assaults of the Hongwan, advancing step by step. Soon after, he successfully passed through the formation. The first to pass. Next, you. The leading woman pointed to the second individual. This was a disciple from the outer sect, who entered the array and also succeeded in passing. One by one, the woman pointed, and each individual followed suit. Astonishingly, no one failed. These little girls from Hongwan Peak are simply saving time. She has nearly discerned the strength of all of us. As long as one is selected by her, they can pass. That it appears we can no longer conceal our abilities, Wei Sha whispered to Shen Ya. Indeed, anyone she pointed out was among the elite of the hundreds present. If what she said was true, once 30 individuals were chosen, no further selections would be made, and those left might not even have a chance to attempt the barriers. Both Wei Sha and Shen Ya concealed their strengths, thus evading her selection. The 28th person next. In the blink of an eye, only 2 spots remained, and the expressions of the remaining individuals were exceedingly grim, hoping desperately to be chosen. The woman pointed, preparing to select one of them. But just then, Wei Sha suddenly released his aura, reaching the peak of the true energy realm. The woman remarked, "Oh, you were concealing your strength, then it shall be you. Brother, after me, there is only 1 spot left. You must secure it," Wei Sha said beside Shen Ya. He then dashed into the flying array, passing through with ease. The last spot, the woman murmured, and Shen Ya also unleashed his power, reaching the 10th layer of the true energy realm. Among the remaining individuals, he was the strongest, as all those in the peak of the true energy realm had already succeeded. Indeed, the woman's gaze fell upon him, but with a light laugh, she turned away. Pointing to another disciple at the 10th layer of true energy, frowning, he found it puzzling that she did not select him. "All right, the last spot has been selected. You may all return. We shall continue next year. So do strive harder," the woman in red said, her expression betraying amusement, clearly preparing to disperse the formation. "Wait, senior sister, we are not satisfied." They did not even need to attempt it. How could the remaining individuals accept this? Not satisfied. Indeed, you have come a long way. Not attempting would surely affect your martial mindset. Then, let us all charge together. However, as I stated, there shall be 30 individuals, the woman in red declared, seemingly unwilling to waste time allowing them to attempt the barrier one by one. "Charge. With so many of us, we cannot believe that no one can pass." The crowd exchanged glances and shouted in unison. Over 80 individuals surged into the Hongwan flying array at the cliff's edge. Only Shen Ya remained standing. "Why do you not go? Have you given up?" The woman in red, indifferent to controlling the Hongwan flying array, inquired of Shen Ya. He raised an eyebrow. "The 30th spot should have been chosen for me." "Indeed. It ought to have been you, but you entered the sect with a token of request, and your martial roots are merely of inferior grade, even if you are temporarily stronger than others. What difference does it make? Such inferior martial roots naturally warrant leaving the opportunity for others," the woman in red replied, exuding an air of self-righteousness. "How has your experience at Hongwan Peak been?" "Junior sister," Shen Ya shifted the topic. Instantly, a sinister expression crossed the woman's face as she coldly replied, "Naturally, it has been splendid. In just a few days since entering, I have been by my master's side. How could it be anything but good? Even now, she is with my master, watching you." Shen Ya looked up, a faint smile gracing his lips. "With that in mind, I am relieved. Rest assured, you can indeed feel at ease to remain in the outer sect for another year. She hopes you can pass the selection trial, but I shall not grant her wish. Soon, I shall witness her sorrow," the woman in red cackled, though her eyes were filled with darkness. "Since your master is watching, you need not fear." "Why should I fear? My master treats junior sister with great favor, opposing any association with a commoner like you. I am currently alleviating my master's worries. Besides, what is wrong with not selecting someone of inferior grade? And if it is wrong, so what?" Shen Ya regarded her with indifference, choosing not to engage further, once all 80-plus disciples had been expelled from the Hongwan flying array. Shen Ya slowly stepped forward into the formation. "You remain undeterred?" the woman in red asked coldly, casting a glance at her. Shen Ya replied with chilling resolve, "You cannot stop me. This year's assessment at Hongwan Peak is destined to be exceptional." "Ha! Such arrogance!" The woman in red burst into laughter, commanding, "Sisters, treat him well. After all, he is junior sister, he's beloved." As her words fell, the Hongwan flying array erupted with brilliant light, far more intense than when facing the 80-plus disciples. Shen Ya entered sword in hand, unflinching, as the Hongwan emitted plaintive cries, their lethal claws lunging forward. Everything before him was composed of true energy. Yet, every formation possesses weaknesses, and Shen Ya had long since identified these. With a swing of his sword, the aura danced around him before erupting forth like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. The Hongwon cried out in despair as the formation momentarily threatened to collapse. "What are you all doing? Quickly, reinforce the formation," the woman in red shouted at her fellow disciples. Yet, would Shen Ya grant them such an opportunity? Like a swift bird, he dashed towards a pivotal point in the array, slicing through with a single stroke. "Ah!" A shriek resonated from the sky. By dismantling the pivotal point, he inadvertently ensnared one of the Hongwon disciples, causing her to suffer the backlash of the formation's power. Seizing upon their moment of weakness, he aimed to take their lives. Shen Ya quickly located several more pivotal points, unleashing his sword light amidst the screams. After all, this formation was merely an illusion. Even at its strongest, it could not withstand the assaults of someone at the 5th or 6th layer of the true energy realm. Perhaps Shen Ya could not contend with them in a direct fight, but his vision and precision with the sword were unparalleled. Using a formation to combat him was laughable. In the blink of an eye, the array shattered, and Shen Ya found himself outside, approaching Wei Sha and the robust man. This year, 31 individuals have successfully passed through the barriers set by the Hongwon Peak disciples. Silence enveloped the area, and even the robust man stared at Shen Ya in shock. They each pondered whether they could have succeeded against the full pressure of the Hongwon flying array if they had been in his position. The answer was a resounding no. No one felt confident. Even Wei Sha squinted, revealing hints of curiosity and confusion. The female disciples of Hongwon Peak stood rigid, while the woman in red slowly turned around. Her smile vanished, and the air of superiority she once held faded, replaced by a gaze filled with madness and murderous intent. 31. You speak too soon. I said 30, and it shall be 30. The woman in red's voice emerged as if forced through gritted teeth. Suddenly, her figure flickered, landing on the ground, and she stepped towards Shen Ya. Chapter 86. Golden Chain Hands. Wei Sha, this esteemed senior sister. If you were to unleash your full power, who could possibly pass the assessment? Wei Sha suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Shen Ya and fixing his gaze on the woman in red. "Let us speak amicably. You wretched creature, begone," the woman in red retorted sharply. Her eyes narrowed, yet Wei Sha remained unmoved by her fury. He slightly altered his tone. "Esteemed senior sister, as a formally recognized disciple of Hongwon Peak, does this not undermine your status? You speak too much." The woman in red coldly replied, dismissing Wei Sha's words. "I declare that this year, only 29 individuals shall pass." Shrugging, Wei Sha looked at Shen Ya. "Brother, are you interested in teaming up to battle this Hongwon disciple?" "Not interested." Huh. Wei Sha had envisioned a partnership with Shen Ya, a bond of camaraderie, but was met with outright refusal. With a shameless person, even an alliance would not alter her dark heart. Defeating her would only lead to her Hongwon disciples joining forces. It would be a waste of time. Shen Ya's tone was devoid of warmth. "True enough, you can never change the baseline of a shameless wretch." Wei Sha nodded. "However, given our strengths, we surely cannot overcome her, especially on her home turf. What shall we do? Since they lack scruples, we shall employ equally unscrupulous methods." Shen Yu could not help but chuckle. "Let us now enter the 3rd stage of the assessment and see who can locate us." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Yu flickered and disappeared from the cliff, darting into the dense forest toward the direction of Chuanshan. "That's reasonable, but wait for me." Wei Sha's eyes lit up as he gave the woman in red the finger. "Come on. Let us play a game of hawk and chicken. Aha." With that, he too dashed into the forest. "You think you can escape?" The woman in red bellowed, her fury compounded by the humiliation of being toyed with by disciples who had yet to enter the sect. She plunged into the forest in pursuit. On the cliff, the remaining disciples, both the robust man and the Hongwon female disciples, exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Brother, are you there?" In the forest, Shen Ya concealed his aura. Positioning himself like a sword among the boulders, he heard Wei Sha's voice nearby, but remained still, a sword hidden within the crevice of the rocks, making it unlikely for anyone to discover him easily. Would this matter end here? Shen Ya's lips curled into a faint smile. The red-clad woman had targeted He Nin, and thus she must be given an unforgettable lesson. If direct confrontation was unfeasible, then assassination it must be. The red-clad woman, merely at the 8th level of the acupoint opening realm, would not pose much difficulty in this endeavor. "Brother Shun, please do not frighten me, nor leave me here all alone to face that red-clad wretch." Wei Sha's voice echoed as he searched frantically, circling around the massive stone. Unable to contain his murmurs, he added, "This person is too mysterious. Even I, the illustrious Golden Binding Hand Wei Sha, cannot locate them. Golden Binding Hand Wei Sha. A glimmer of recognition flickered in Shen Ya's eyes. It seemed he had heard this name before. In his previous life, Wei Sha was not a figure of obscurity in the Ming domain. Betrayed by a friend? Remember, do not stick your neck out recklessly in the future. The red-clad woman suddenly approached. She found Wei Sha, startling him into a hasty retreat. Yet, she had already locked onto him. And the disparity of their 5 levels was significant. The disciples of the Xiantai sect were not to be compared with the ordinary captains of the Yunxian society. Nevertheless, Wei Sha possessed formidable stealth and evasion skills. And as they chased and fled, they wove through the dense forest. Shen Ya emerged slowly from the crevice of the stone that he had changed his mind. Instead of assassination, he would inscribe a pattern upon the massive stone. The design was exceedingly simple, yet sufficient to bind the red-clad woman for a fleeting moment. Of course, due to the nature of the engraving, his presence could not be entirely concealed. Wei Sha's frantic cries grew ever closer as he circled back through the thicket. Under the onslaught of the red-clad woman, Wei Sha dodged and weaved. His garments tattered, yet he suffered no fatal injuries. Brother, you've finally shown yourself. Let us join forces. Wei Sha rushed towards the massive stone, only to suddenly halt, incredulously staring at the markings beneath his feet. After a brief pause, he dashed to stand behind Shen Ya. Join forces with a waste who has even reached the acupoint opening realm? What difference would it make? The red-clad woman scoffed, pursuing them fiercely, her red cherry spear unleashing a stunning strike, akin to a startled bird taking flight, aimed directly at Shen Ya. She cared little for Wei Sha. Her desire for retribution was solely aimed at Shen Ya. Bind! Just as she drew near, Shen Ya uttered a low command. The pattern he had inscribed surged forth from between the stones, and vines coiled around the massive rock, ensnaring the red-clad woman. Seizing the moment before she could react, a flash of sword light descended. One strike severed the meridians of her right hand, the second, her left, the third, her right foot. The fourth blade halted at her throat. With her right foot rendered useless, the red-clad woman knelt. Disbelief etched upon her face as she glared at Shen Ya, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. You dare set a trap? Damn you. If you have the guts, kill me. Let us see if you possess the audacity to do so. You can forsake the rules of the Xiantai sect and strike with all your might. Why can't I lay a trap? Shen Ya retorted coldly. As for killing you, had Ishimi not been at the Hongwan Peak, you would certainly be dead by now. Upon your return, be sure to thank my sister He. Of course, should you ever dare to act against her again, you shall perish, Shen Ya concluded, turning away as he grasped a vine and began to move toward the cliff's edge. The end of the vine naturally leading to the red-clad woman, like dragging a dead dog. Shen Ya pulled the red-clad woman through the thicket. Brother Shen, is this not a tad too cruel? We men should embody chivalry and compassion, Wei Sha remarked as he approached, licking his lips as he surveyed the trembling woman, who appeared utterly terrified. Casting a sidelong glance at Wei Sha, Shen Ya replied, Very well, I shall leave her to you. Once you are done, you may dispose of her. Wei Sha looked taken aback before hastily clarifying, Brother, that's not what I meant. I have no interest in female dogs. But you seem rather brooding, yet undeniably alluring. Shen Ya, brother, I hadn't anticipated you were a master engraver. May I inquire where you studied? Wei Sha swiftly changed the subject. Golden Binding Hand Wei Sha? That name sounds somewhat familiar, Shen Ya mused aloud. Wei Sha's expression shifted, and he twitched his lips. Brother Shen, perhaps we should discuss something else. The V emerged at the cliff's edge. The onlookers heard rustling sounds and observed Shen Ya and Wei Sha stepping out side by side, their eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that they had triumphed? Junior brothers, what of senior sister? The female disciples of the Hongwan Peak rushed forward, but before they could finish their query, they beheld the vine in Shen Ya's hand connecting to a person, their eyes widening in disbelief. Senior sister Mai had genuinely been defeated. Senior sister Mai, are you all right? The female disciples surged forward to rescue the red-clad woman. Every gaze was nearly bulging out of their sockets. It was a horrific sight, her limbs rendered useless, her skin marred with countless bloodstains, and her face lined with crimson marks. Her hair was disheveled, resembling that of a ghost. Kill him now, the red-clad woman screamed like a mad dog. The disciples of the Hongwan Peak converged upon Shen Ya and Wei Sha, their pride utterly shattered. Crack. Suddenly, a rhythmic sharp sound rang out, causing all the female disciples of the Hongwan Peak to cover their faces, bewildered as they looked around. In the air, another figure clad in fiery red descended, a woman once more. Do you still not feel ashamed? The fiery red woman's tone was icy and domineering. Senior sister, the female disciples of the Hongwan Peak murmured in unison, bowing their heads in submission. Senior sister. This person, the red-clad woman, looked up, eager to complain. Crack, another sharp sound echoed as the fiery red senior sister struck the red-clad woman across the face, her voice cold and unyielding. You've truly embarrassed us. Since the founding of the Shen Ya sect, you've set a record by being captured by the selected disciples of the peak. Very well, splendid. The senior sister's voice was harsh and domineering as she turned to face Shen Ya. Junior sister Enin is now a direct disciple of the Hongwan Peak. You need not worry. She will be safe. However, today's disgrace will be remembered by the Hongwan Peak. With that, she extracted a token from the red-clad woman and declared, the second assessment of the Chuyuan Peak has concluded, with 31 individuals passing. After announcing, she led all the disciples of the Hongwan Peak away. Casting one last deep glance at Shen Ya, before departing, she swept her gaze over the disciples who had failed the second assessment, casting them all off the cliff into the lake below. Their screams echoing in the air. At the cliff's edge, silence enveloped the scene. After a moment, a robust man approached Shen Ya. Brother, allow me to introduce myself. I am Han Song. Shen Ya, was Shen Ya's simple reply. Nodding slightly, strong individuals often drew attention, and many sought to forge connections. Such was the nature of the divine wilderness continent. They would wait here for the third assessment to commence shortly, unbelievably. 31 individuals from the Hongwan Peak have passed this year. What wind has blown this way? At the Sect Master Peak, Mo Hong was concocting a narrative regarding the death of Huang Yun when the report from Chuyuan Peak arrived. All present, including the Sect Master of the Xiantai sect, Zhong Yu, exchanged curious glances. Before long, someone from Chuyuan Peak reported the events that had transpired. A disciple of the Lingxin sect possesses such strength? The crowd was intrigued. However, laughter soon erupted. Ha! Senior sister Chen Wan has truly suffered a great loss, allowing a disciple of the Lingxin sect with merely a low-grade martial route to humiliate her so thoroughly. Quite an amusing situation, but it seems the Lingxin disciple has grown a bit too arrogant. A reprimand may be in order. The elders discussed among themselves. Mo Hong's mood darkened like a looming storm. From where had this Lingxin disciple emerged? Sect Master. A report from Chuyuan Peak indicates that young Master Yin Xian has unraveled part of the secret of Guangyun. Yet to delve deeper, 2 sacrificial offerings are required. Suddenly, a disciple brought forth news. Sacrificial offerings? What sort of offerings? Zhong Yu inquired. 2 living individuals, preferably under the age of 20, with strength around the acupoint opening realm. However, it would be best if the offerings possessed extraordinary combat prowess and endurance. Indicating a degree of innate talent, the disciple explained. The assembly exchanged glances. Such offerings would be difficult to procure. After all, how could the Xiantai sect bear to waste its talents as sacrificial offerings? The secrets of Guangyun remained uncertain. Sect Master, I have 2 excellent candidates. Mo Hong suddenly stepped forward, a bright smile replacing the previous gloom on his face. Addressing the attentive elders, he continued, are there not 2 suitable sacrificial offerings among the disciples of Chuyuan Peak? Are you suggesting the Lingxin disciples? Mo Hong chuckled. They arrived with the Lingxin token yet managed to stand out, proving they possess exceptional qualities. Their performance in the second assessment was particularly telling. Their martial roots are lacking. And even if they differ from the ordinary now, their future development will undoubtedly be constrained. Both are at the acupoint opening realm. The elders exchanged glances, several nodding in agreement. Zhong Yu's expression turned grim. They are indeed suitable candidates. Let it be them. However, this matter must remain unknown to senior sister Chen Wan. After all, that Qingjing Balian body is of great importance that I do not wish for her to cause a stir. Additionally, it must not be known to outsiders. We, the Shen Ya sect, must not forget our roots. Mo Hong's smile grew even more radiant. Junior brother understands what to do. They will inadvertently become sacrificial offerings in the third assessment due to a misunderstanding involving Guangyun. Third assessment, ascend the peak. All selected disciples will be dispersed into the dense forest of Chuyuan Peak. Within the forest, there are demonic beasts, puppets inscribed with patterns, and disciples of Chuyuan Peak. You must employ every means necessary to ascend Chuyuan Peak. Those who succeed will become official disciples of Chuyuan Peak. Failure means waiting another year. From the edge of the cliff, dozens of disciples from Chuyuan Peak approached, the leading disciple, appearing to be in his 30s. Announced this, and subsequently all individuals were escorted away by another disciple. Blindfolded, he mounted the flying beast and was cast into the depths of a dense forest. Upon the avian creature, Shen Ya sensed a faint presence. An overwhelming and oppressive aura lurking nearby. His vision obscured. He could not see. Am I being targeted again? Although unable to see, Shen Ya silently extended his mental awareness. Should an attack occur, he would respond even more swiftly than if his eyes were open. However, nothing transpired, and he landed steadily. The disciple from Chuanfeng assisted him in removing the blindfold. Junior brother, do your best. We anticipate your ascent to the peak. After this brief encouragement, the disciple turned to leave, but suddenly whirled around and lunged at Shen Ya. Your first trial is to escort the disciple who brought you here. Clang. The gray sword in Shen Ya's hand floated forth that he had already discerned the disciple's inclination towards aggression. Oh, quick reflexes, but your vital energy is too weak. The disciple explosively unleashed the 7th level of the Qi channeling realm, forcefully propelling Shen Ya away. Flee, quickly flee. He laughed heartily, not immediately attacking. Furrowing his brow, Shen Ya considered it unfortunate to encounter a 7th level opponent in his first trial. Or perhaps it was part of some evaluative standard. Facing such a powerful foe, he could not contend, so he swiftly turned to escape. A mere disciple of Ling Xin, I wonder what my master is thinking. Insisting that I handle this myself. Observing Shen Ya's retreating figure, the disciple scoffed. Isn't it just about throwing him to the place of Guangyun? Why not simply toss him over? Such a hassle. Chapter 88. The Ancient Battle Stone. Wait. He is forcing me toward a specific location. Shen Ya's mind jolted. The massive and oppressive aura drew nearer. Despite not revealing any intent through words, Shen Ya, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, could easily perceive that this individual harbored ulterior motives. What is his purpose in leading me to the Guangyun, as mentioned by Wei Sha? Frowning, he concluded that it could not bode well. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he employed a familiar tactic, seeking refuge behind a rock, suppressing his presence as if he had transformed into an ancient sword and inscribed a pattern. Releasing a wisp of aura, he still had some of the inscription materials acquired from the cloud vessel. Found you. The Chuanfeng disciple chuckled eerily, entirely inscrutable in his intentions. That it was as though he were strictly adhering to the assessment rules. Testing Shen Ya, he ascended the rock, and in an instant, the inscribed pattern erupted. Binding vines ensnared Shen Ya's sword, which surged toward him. Brother, may I inquire where you intend to lead me? In the depths of the forest. Shen Ya pressed forward alone, his objective being the location of Guangyun. Behind him, the Qi-channeling disciple was ensnared by the vines, limbs contorted grotesquely, a pair of foul socks stuffed into his mouth. Producing muffled sounds in his previous life, Shen Ya possessed numerous interrogation techniques to extract information, and with minimal effort, he could compel this individual to speak. However, the disciple knew little, only that the Chuanfeng master, Feng Huajing, had instructed him to guide both himself and Wei Sha to the location of Guangyun, which, at present, could only imply ill intentions because of that Yin Xin. Shen Ya comprehended why he had been targeted at every turn within the Xian'ai sect. It was undoubtedly that Yin Xin. Surely, the old crone surnamed Lei had concocted something before him. Of course, Shen Ya remained unaware that Yin Xin's influence extended into the Xian'ai sect, nor did he know that Lin Qing's rejection of his invitation had led to this animosity directed at him. If I cannot remain in the Xian'ai sect, let them regret their decisions. Shen Ya's gaze brimmed with murderous intent as he swiftly approached the location of Guangyun. At this moment, no Guangyun shimmered forth, only dozens of figures flitted about the vicinity. And Shen Ya paused, awaiting a certain individual. After a quarter of an hour, the rustling sounds echoed. The awaited figure emerged, none other than Wei Sha. Brother Shun, I didn't expect you to arrive faster than I. I knew you would come. Wei Sha's eyes brightened upon seeing Shen Ya. Though he displayed no surprise, Shen Ya wasted no time and directly inquired, what secrets lie hidden within Guangyun? Since he was being targeted at every turn. Even if he did not approach Guangyun, the Xian'ai sect would find ways to draw him in. Rather than being reactive, he preferred to take the initiative. However, to do so, he needed to glean more information about Guangyun, thus requiring Wei Sha's insight. From what I understand, along with the records passed down in my family's ancient texts, the Guangyun here should be a concealed ancient battle stone, exuding an aura of immense value. This ancient battle stone can be forged into weapons, crafted into treasures, and sold for astronomical prices. A glint of understanding shone in Shen Ya's eyes. He was well aware of the ancient battle stone. He regarded Wei Sha with a half-smile. The ancient battle stone seems to possess significance that transcends mere mineral resources. does it not? Wei Sha shivered under Shen Ya's gaze, stammering, so Brother Shen is knowledgeable about the ancient battle stone. I was just about to tell you that in ancient times, before the development of jade slips, powerful beings often inscribed their martial arts and techniques onto battle stones, even engraving their Tao rhythms. Should there be another opportunity, I will cease cooperation. Shen Ya replied coldly. Wei Sha's intentions to exploit him were glaringly evident. Of course, I will divulge all that I know. Wei Sha twitched his lips. The individual before him was no fool. The battle stone is formidable. Yet its vicinity often gives rise to terrifying phenomena due to its power, such as natural formations or the emergence of demonic spirits, posing significant danger. As for this battle stone in Chuanfeng, I cannot ascertain much, but its generated natural power should be defensive. Otherwise, Guangyan would not have appeared for so long without the Shen Ya sect discovering a means of access, requiring assistance from the Yin family to explore. Shen Ya nodded, acknowledging that he was not particularly well-versed in the treasures and opportunities that might arise. However, regarding the potential accompanying powers of the battle stone, he was well aware. If that is the case, can we gain entry with our strength? Those who inscribed the battle stones in ancient times were all formidable beings. Wei Sha replied, even the mightiest will eventually succumb to dust. As long as we dismantle the formation they left behind, we can enter. You can dismantle formations. Shen Ya's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I may not be adept at dismantling formations, but when it comes to excavating relics and unraveling ancient enigmas, the Yin family would not even be worthy of carrying my shoes. What I lack is simply overwhelming power, Wei Sha declared proudly. Shen Ya gazed at him, remembering that Wei Sha was a figure who once shone brightly in the Mingli domain, even ranking among the top 10 at the Mingli Zhenwu Monument, having once clashed with Dantai Mingli. Yet, in his previous life, he appeared like a comet, dazzlingly bright, only to vanish suddenly. No one knew where he perished, but rumors suggested that he had acquired a violently brutal inherited technique, leading to his rise and demise, presumably connected to the battle stone before them. His background was somewhat mysterious, but he was at odds with the Yin family. Almost all the younger generation of the Yin family had perished at his hands, including Yin Xian. Brother Shen, why do you gaze at me so? Whenever Shen Ya fixed his gaze on him, Wei Sha felt as though he were being scrutinized by a powerful being, reduced to a mere insect. Collecting his thoughts and recalling the story of Wei Sha from his previous life, Shen Ya had already made a decision. Hey, since you are so confident, do you know what Yin Xian and the Chuanfeng master intend for us? Sacrifices. Wei Sha spoke coldly. Within the battle stone, remnants of powerful beings' blood often linger. Only by using fresh blood to cleanse this trace can one succeed, and young individuals with strong willpower are the best candidates. Shen Ya questioned, the disciples of Lingshan, possessing their current strength, are they automatically deemed to have exceptionally strong willpower? Indeed, but sacrifices are merely a trivial path in my eyes, easily subject to backlash, potentially even shattering the battle stone. Obtain the battle stone. My method is far more effective, more secure. Wei Sha spoke softly. We shall wait, and when the Guangyan manifests again, we will charge forth and seize the battle stone. Agreed. Brother Shen, you trust me so much? Wei Sha inquired. Shen Ya cast him a dispassionate glance, naturally refraining from disclosing his memories of the previous life, merely stating, until we secure the battle stone, I find you entirely trustworthy, and I have no other options. The Shentai sect is unwilling to retain me. Chapter 89. Radiance illuminates the sky. A rare treasure emerges. The two fell silent, simultaneously gathering their focus, awaiting the reappearance of Guangyan. However, this time, the Guangyan took longer to manifest, and the individuals surrounding it grew impatient. Suddenly, several figures darted out, returning with two incapacitated individuals in tow, one rendered limbless and the other with shattered joints. These were precisely the two disciples who had previously intended to lead Shen Ya and Wei Sha to Guangyan. Shen Ya dispatched one, and Wei Sha similarly incapacitated the other, both being prodigies of the 7th level of the Qi-channeling realm. What are you doing? From a distance, a voice bellowed. The previous speaker uttered something unintelligible, then commanded, immediately pursue. They must still be within Chuanfeng. Capture them both. They must not succeed in ascending the peak. Should they succeed in reaching the peak, he would lose any justification for turning the two into sacrifices. It was crucial to maintain face for the Shentai sect, and most importantly, it would be difficult to explain to Chen Luan. Act cautiously. Do not allow anyone to notice. The voice commanded again. Master Feng, They are merely two disciples of Lingxin. Is all this trouble truly necessary? Just at that moment, Yin Xian's voice echoed, revealing that the one who issued the order was none other than Feng Huajin. Young Master Yin. You may be unaware, but you ought to have heard of Qin Wanfeng, the master of the Phoenix Peak. Feng Huajin elucidated. No sooner had he finished speaking than a radiant arc of colorful light burst forth from the heavens. The light intensified, and within its ethereal glow, it seemed as if celestial maidens danced gracefully, accompanied by magnificent pavilions and towers, a vision of unparalleled beauty, both dreamlike and illusory. Yet, upon a second glance, all that remained was pure radiance. Brother Shen. It is at this moment, Wei Sha exclaimed, swiftly projecting himself forward, followed closely by Shen Ya without hesitation. Quickly bring forth the two offerings. Otherwise, we shall have to wait until the next peak of radiance. Beside Yin Xian stood an elderly man, who spoke loudly. Feng Peak Master, this opportunity is fleeting. Should we miss it now, we may have to await several days for the next peak of light, and such excellent offerings may not be easily obtained then. Yin Xian continued, in truth, procuring offerings is not difficult. With a few days to spare, one could gather them abundantly outside. However, Feng Huajin understood that Yin Xian sought to eliminate that disciple of Lingxin who wielded a sword. Previously, under the pressure of the peak, he had astonishingly managed to ascend the chain once more, which had taken Feng Huajin by surprise. Naturally, the dignified master of Chuyuan Peak would not concern himself with a mere disciple of Lingxin. I shall seek them myself, Feng Huajin resolved, taking matters into his own hands. No need to trouble yourself. We have already arrived. Wei Sha's voice suddenly resounded, drawing countless gazes. Shen Ya scanned the vicinity of the radiant aura. This was a clear patch of mountainous terrain, devoid of trees, with only lowly grass at its roots, rendering it impossible to discern the origin of the radiance. Yet, Shen Ya could sense that the deep, oppressive aura emanated from the center of the mountain. You dare to seek your own demise? Yin Xian and the others gazed incredulously at the two, their eyes filled with confusion. At that moment, the two had already descended into the source of the oppressive aura. No one obstructed their path, as it seemed to the onlookers that two mere disciples of Lingxin could not possibly create any upheaval. Wei Sha paid them no heed. Upon landing, he produced a compass, channeling his chi forcefully into the ground, pressing it deep into the earth while simultaneously lifting his head. Offerings. The Yin family boasts extensive knowledge of ancient relics and can excavate them. In my eyes, they are no different from refuse. Buzz, as his words fell, the radiant aura erupted beneath their feet. A terrifying presence suddenly unleashed. Roar. The earth trembled, as if an ancient ferocious beast was roaring. Suddenly, the lights surged into the clouds. Pavilions and towers appeared in full view, as dancing maidens sang, and the mighty roared, an unending cacophony. This is no ordinary individual. His compass is an ancient treasure, and he possesses the legacy of the ancient source sect. The elder beside Yin Xian exclaimed, quickly stop him, or the extraordinary treasures beneath may fall into this youth's hands. You don't even know what lies beneath. The Yin family dares to claim they are well versed in ancient relics. Wei Sha chuckled derisively, his disdain for the Yin family palpable. Another massive tremor shook the air. Above, the radiant glow intensified, nearly enveloping the entirety of Shantai sect, whether among the disciples participating in the peak selection trial or others. All ceased their actions, instinctively gazing skyward. On the peak of the sect, Zhong Yu rose, his expression brimming with delight. It seems Yin Xian has successfully utilized the offerings. Let us depart, he declared, leading the elders as they transformed into streaks of light. Darting towards Chuyuan Peak. On Hongwan Peak, Chen Luan stood side by side with He Yinin, accompanied by a woman clad in a fiery red dress, none other than the senior sister. They gazed up at the radiant glow in the sky. It appears that the extraordinary treasure is about to manifest. We must head to Chuyuan Peak. He Yinin's face shone with excitement. Senior brother Shun is participating in the final trial at Chuyuan Peak. Perhaps I may see him. Ever since entering the third trial, Chen Luan had refrained from allowing her to focus on Shen Ya, as it was a transgression. There was competition among the 8 peaks, and such observation was deemed inappropriate. Yet, she would still keep a slight watch. For she had promised He Yinin that should Shen Ya encounter any injustice, she would intervene. However, after Shen Ya approached the radiant aura, he became obscured from her view. The location of the light. An array set by the Yin family was present. Unbeknownst to both, it was Wei Sha and Shen Ya who had triggered the dazzling display. Simultaneously, throughout the entirety of Dongji City, the radiance from Xiantai Sect was visible. In the Yi family of Dongji City, Yi Feng was reprimanding Yi Ningxiang, lamenting how his daughter had become increasingly unruly. Even adopting the sword techniques of assassins that it was enough to make his heart nearly burst with frustration. What merit was there in learning the sword? The Yi family's treasured technique, their ancestral skill, was the spear. Suddenly, his gaze turned skyward. The light from Xiantai Sect has finally erupted. Indeed, an extraordinary treasure is emerging. Second, you must go and prevent these sects from clashing over the treasure. Yes, master. The middle-aged man, the second disciple, replied, turning to leave. Second brother, wait, father. Yi Ningxiang's eyes lit up as she called out sweetly. Yi Feng's expression darkened. Do not address me in such a manner. I have no daughter who uses a sword. Unless you can perform the 10th form of the wind absolute spear before me right now. Otherwise, I shall demonstrate it this very moment. Yi Ningxiang exclaimed, seizing a spear from the nearby weapons rack. The spear's shadow flickering. The wind absolute spear was executed to the 10th form in an instant. Done. Second brother, let us depart. Farewell, father. Yi Ningxiang dragged the second disciple away. By the way, father, I also, you ungrateful daughter. Return here. That killing sword must not be misused. Next time, I shall not allow you to wield a sword again, or I shall break your legs. Yi Feng had initially felt joy, but was taken aback to discover that his daughter had silently mastered the entire 10th form of the wind absolute spear. To his dismay, it had merely been a ruse to placate him. How dare she admit to liking swords in his presence? Moreover, the illustrious daughter of General Yi had traveled to a mere insignificant realm in the far south to protect a lowly mortal kingdom. What manner of conduct was this? My lord, do calm your anger. She is still young. A little mischief is harmless. A middle-aged lady approached, gently massaging Yi Feng's shoulders. Madam, if this continues, the wind absolute spear of the Yi family shall be lost to time. Yi Feng sighed. We have but one daughter. I do not wish for the legacy of the Yi family to vanish. Furthermore, do you know what your beloved daughter has done? She killed a prominent young lady of the Dantai family merely for a sword technique. The Dantai family's wretch deserved to die. Good riddance. The lady suddenly retorted fiercely. Enough. Yi Feng chose silence. In matters concerning the Dantai family, his wife was far more ruthless than their daughter. At Xiantai Sect, beams of light streaked in, as various greetings poured into the sect from the powers of Dongji City. The radiant glow blanketed the sky, visible throughout nearly all of Dongji City. The expressions of Zhongyu and the experts of Xiantai Sect were far from pleasant, yet fortunately, with the stewardship of Dongji City, major issues were unlikely to arise. This opportunity could yield significant rewards for them. Did we not contribute 2 offerings? Why do I sense the natural array around us has intensified? Upon arriving at Chuyuan Peak, Zhongyu inquired of Feng Huazheng and Yan Xin. The faces of the crowd were grim, which caused Zhongyu's heart to sink slightly. Feng Huazheng, not daring to delay, recounted the events. What? The opposing party possesses the legacy of the ancient Source Sect. Zhongyu's eyes glinted with sharpness. The ancient Source Sect had been an immensely powerful and mysterious sect a century ago in the Mingli domain, renowned for their formidable capabilities in exploring relics and treasures. However, that sect had been annihilated due to a fortuitous encounter they could not digest. Xiantai Sect had also participated in that battle. In the end, the ancient Source Sect destroyed all their legacies, and their methods of exploration vanished from the world. Master, this natural array. At that moment, Chun Wan arrived, accompanied by her senior sister and He Ning. Zhongyu's expression shifted slightly, and he coldly snorted. Junior sister Chun, be sure to interrogate your forcibly recruited disciple. That Lingxin disciple who accompanied her came seeking opportunities for our Xiantai Sect, a direct counterattack. The matter of the offerings must not be disclosed to Chen Wan. Listening to the accounts, Chen Wan's expression changed as she turned to He Ning, asking, do you know anything about this? He Ning, equally perplexed, had yet to encounter the anticipated meeting with Shen Ya, and now faced such a grave situation. Senior brother Shen entered that sea of radiance. He will be all right, will he not? Master, I am unaware, but I am certain that senior brother Shen's only intention is to become a disciple of Xiantai Sect. He harbors no other motives, He Ning asserted, biting her lip resolutely. The atmosphere at Chuyuan Peak turned icy. Yet, it quickly became lively as experts from various sects and families arrived, and Zhongyu feigned a welcoming smile. Lady Yi Ningxiang, daughter of General Yi, and General Li Do have arrived. The voice echoed from afar, and the atmosphere abruptly froze. One by one, they went forth to greet them. Li Dou was indeed Yuningshang's second brother, no longer young yet renowned, as the outside became increasingly animated. Shen Ya and Wei Sha had already plunged into a secret realm. After triggering the radiant display, the two vanished from Chiyuan Peak under the compass's guidance, finding themselves before a dilapidated palace. Shrouded in eerie and mysterious darkness, the haunting chant echoed, now distant, now near. Wei Sha took out the compass once more, calculating for a moment. It seems this battle stone has merely activated the natural array above. No other ominous entities are present. We shall enter, and the battle stone lies within. Gazing at the crumbling palace, Shen Ya's expression grew grave, his optimism waning. He cast a glance at Wei Sha before subtly curling his lips, following closely behind. The two stepped into the decaying palace, one after the other. Threads of longing, wisps of sorrow, love and separation, the bitterness remains, grievances arise at all times. The distant yet near chant suddenly grew clearer. A gentle female voice that conveyed endless lament for parting. Shen Ya's gaze sharpened, and before him, Wei Sha had vanished. The palace lay in tatters, and from the darkness came a sudden peal of a child's laughter. A rattan ball rolled from afar, landing at Shen Ya's feet. "Big brother, could you please kick the ball back?" The crisp voice rang in his ears. Shen Ya turned to the source of the sound, where a little girl with pigtails stood in the corner, giggling at him. With a stoic expression, Shen Ya gently kicked the ball back. The little girl caught it. Hee. Thank you. Big brother, let's play ball. She hurried over, passing the ball to Shen Ya. Kick it back to me. Remember, 7 times. Shen Ya kicked it back again. The two were about 5 meters apart. Tap, tap, tap. Once, then again, they exchanged kicks 7 times. Thank you, big brother. With each exchange, the little girl's figure transformed, becoming increasingly faint. By the 7th kick, she completely vanished, her sweet voice lingering in the air. Another rattan ball fell at Shen Ya's feet. Big brother, could you please kick the ball back? In the corner. The little girl reappeared, the same environment, the same dialogue. Kick it back to me. Remember, 7 times. 7 times, 7 times again. The mournful chant suddenly shifted, the tone becoming slow yet powerful. Strength grew increasingly potent. The stone wall before him gradually developed a smooth sheen. Transforming into a massive mirror, Shen Ya stood before the mirror. He, the little girl, and the rattan ball, back and forth, the tapping of the ball grew somewhat grating. 7 times, 7 times again. Look here, mirror image, look here. Person in the mirror. The chant beckoned to Shen Ya, and he slowly approached the mirror. Behind him, the little girl's voice continued. Big brother, come play ball. It's so much fun. Big brother, come on, Shen Ya. As if entranced, walked to the mirror, the little girl behind him gradually fading away. The reflection of Shen Ya in the mirror also slowly disappeared. A mirror with no shadow. 7 times, 7 times again. At last, you come to replace me. The chant morphed into a haunting sound, hoarse and terrifying. A hand emerged from the mirror, beckoning Shen Ya. Come, replace me, be my substitute. Shen Ya, in a daze, drew closer as the hand extended. Suddenly, a disheveled woman appeared in front of the mirror, her hollow gaze concealed within her unkempt hair. Roar! Her head lunged from the mirror, attempting to bite Shen Ya. However, as she neared, she halted abruptly. A flash of sword light cut through, cleaving the disheveled woman in two, a scream ringing in Shen Ya's ears. A mere little spirit dares to show off in front of me. The mirror shattered, the woman vanished, and the surroundings returned to their former tranquility. Big brother, come play ball. Suddenly, the little girl's voice echoed from behind. Chapter 91. The demon worm. The environment instantly reverted to how it was when Shen Ya first entered. The little girl, clutching the rattan ball, looked at Shen Ya timidly. Big brother, come play ball. All right. Shen Ya walked over slowly. The little girl leaped up joyfully, kicking the ball to Shen Ya. Suddenly, the ball grew enormous, igniting with black flames, and a gray sword emitted a flash of light, cleaving the ball in two. Big brother, come, play, ball. A deep voice exploded in his ears. Dozens of identical little girls suddenly appeared around, their low chant resurfacing. 1, 2, 3, 4, pluck the eyes, eat the heart, swallow the soul, what remains? As the chant continued, all the rattan balls flew toward him, the black flames intensifying. Yet this time, Shen Ya remained unmoved, allowing the rattan balls to draw near. Suddenly, an aura erupted from Shen Ya. Countless sword energy scattering and shredding all the rattan balls into fragments. A terrifying presence surged forth from him. The surrounding little girls emitted ghostly shrieks, vanishing without a trace. The environment remained unchanged. The low chant ceased, transforming into terrified voices. Who are you? What are you? Why does a being like you appear in this place? Oh, what kind of being am I? Shen Ya inquired. You are an emperor. The voice trembled, both eerie and mournful, drifting in an ethereal manner, making it impossible to discern its origin. Yet Shen Ya surveyed his surroundings, gradually walking in one direction. No, don't come closer, don't come closer. The voice grew fearful, taking on the guise of the little girl. Unmoved, Shen Ya soon found himself in that corner. A green worm squirmed desperately, seeking a place to hide. It was about the size of a finger, slightly plump, moving at a pace slower than a tortoise. Shen Ya casually grasped it. The worm wriggled fiercely, its voice clear. Let me go. Please let me go, or else what? Trapped in Shen Ya's hand, it had no room for resistance. You are the demon worm. Suddenly, Shen Ya exclaimed in shock. Observing it closely, he scanned it thoroughly with his spiritual consciousness. Indeed, it was the demon worm, said to have been born in ancient, terrifying places, formed from the gathering of countless grievances or spirit energies, just as Wei Sha had said, ancient battle stones. Over time, would generate natural formations, spirits, and demonic beings. Shen Ya had thought the surroundings were merely ordinary spirits. How could such a dilapidated palace give rise to such a terrifying entity, even in his previous life? Shen Ya had never encountered a demon worm. He had only read about it in ancient texts. In the same previous life, Dantai Mingli had once entered a fearsome place, seeking the demon worm, but to no avail. That time, she returned heavily injured. It was said that consuming a demon worm could provide insights into the heavens and earth, allowing those at the quasi-emperor level to progress further, drawing closer to the title of emperor. Moreover, it possessed a natural restraining power over various relics. For instance, if terrifying spirits or demons emerged within a relic, as long as a demon worm was present, those spirits would dissipate. In the perilous path of an emperor, the demon worm could play a significant role. No, I am not a demon worm. I am just a pitiful little spirit worm, merely at the gathering chi stage. The worm stiffened. Shen Ya found it hard to believe that a spirit worm at the gathering chi stage could speak. I heard that consuming a demon worm allows one to comprehend the heavens and earth. Murmuring to himself, the demon worm was terrifyingly powerful, yet this little worm appeared weak. Hearing this, the worm struggled vigorously. I am truly not a demon worm. I am just an ordinary spirit worm. I also enjoy eating spirit worms. Shen Ya slowly brought the worm to his mouth. You look quite delicious. The demon worm cried out. I am not an ordinary spirit worm. I am a poison worm. If you eat me, you will die from the poison. Is that so? I still want to give it a try. Shen Ya revealed a strange smile. The demon worm wilted instantly. Facing a quasi-emperor, could it still resist in its current state? Weakly, it said, I am a demon worm, but I am very weak now. Even if you eat me, it won't be of any use. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Shen Ya's eyes. Indeed, it was the demon worm. Oh, then what purpose do you serve? Shen Ya moved it away from his mouth, placing it in his palm as he inquired. I can tell you the secrets of this dilapidated palace, and I can help you obtain all the legacies within the palace. The demon worm pondered for a moment before speaking softly. Do you think I would be interested in the things of this palace? Shen Ya scoffed. The worm paused, realizing it was indeed true. The opponent was a quasi-emperor. This dilapidated palace held nothing of interest to him. Gritting its teeth, the demon worm continued. I was once a quasi-emperor, but due to injuries, I fell here. That I can help you achieve the title of emperor. Of course, first, I need to regain my strength, and secondly, you cannot eat me. In fact, consuming us demon worms yields the least favorable results. Oh, don't disbelieve it. Have you heard of Emperor Mingli? There is a demon worm by his side, and he achieved the immortal emperor title thanks to the demon worm. If he had chosen to swallow it back then, he would now be dead in the abyss of 10,000 swords. The demon worm cited this example, fearing Shen Ya would not believe him. Shen Ya had indeed heard of Emperor Mingli, but he knew another version. He became an emperor by consuming a demon worm. No, absolutely not. That is all fabricated nonsense. Hearing Shen Ya speak, the worm shook its head rapidly. I'm a demon worm. I understand better than any human. Staring at it, Shen Ya asked again, how can I trust you to help me achieve the title of emperor after regaining your strength? The demon worm fell silent, unable to convince Shen Ya. In this world, promises were the most deceitful things. When genuine, most turn to dust and bones. How about this? I know of the beast sect's enslavement contract. No, that won't do. We demon worms are not spirit beasts. We are spirit entities. Those enslavement contracts have no effect on us. The demon worm interrupted Shen Ya. Even if they did, I would rather die. Then forget it. I happen to be a bit hungry. Shen Ya smiled again. The Yaoming insect struggled once more, straining to bellow. How can a dignified quasi-emperor be so easily hungry? Of course. It understood that Shen Ya was threatening it. Very well, we Yaoming insects possess a sacrificial method. If I were to offer the essence of all the demon spirits here to you, we could establish a soul connection and forge an equal contract that cannot be betrayed. The Yaoming insect gritted its teeth and declared. Chapter 92. Battle with Wei Sha. An equal contract? Fine, then proceed with the sacrifice. The method described by the Yaoming insect was unfamiliar to Shen Ya, with no mention of it in ancient texts. However, he could discern that the creature was not lying. It was rumored that Yaoming insects were born from countless grievances and harbored a natural disdain for the human race. For them, entering into a contract with the human race was utterly unacceptable. Yet, in this instance, acceptance was unavoidable, for otherwise, it would be devoured by its own. Shen Ya was indifferent to the distinction between a slavery contract and an equal contract. His only concern was ensuring the Yaoming insect would not betray him. The sacrificial ritual was straightforward. The Yaoming insect recited an incantation that Shen Ya could not comprehend, and then the essence of the surrounding demon spirits converged, forming a magical array that pulsated between Shen Ya and the Yaoming insect. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the sacrifice was complete. Shen Ya sensed a subtle essence intertwining with his soul, linking him to the Yaoming insect. An equal contract was established between them. You deceived me. You are not a quasi-emperor, merely a gathering energy realm cultivator. At that moment, the Yaoming insect screeched in fury. Shen Ya had never regarded the demon spirits within the dilapidated palace as a threat, no matter how powerful they were. They posed no danger to him, as his formidable mental awareness would not be easily swayed. Thus, even knowing that Wei Sha was suspicious, he boldly stepped into the palace. The Yaoming insect, being a demon spirit, was too weakened to assess Shen Ya's realm and had been consistently misled by his mental presence. Indeed, I am but a humble gathering energy realm cultivator, Shen Ya chuckled. I shall fight you to the end. The Yaoming insect nearly fainted from rage, roaring as it desperately wriggled. A mere inch. An equal contract, no betrayal permitted. Shen Ya cast a fleeting glance at the Yaoming insect, offering a reminder. The entire insect's body instantly wilted, curling up with wide eyes. Do not think this is the end. Do not believe that I have not kept a backup plan. The essence of the demon spirits here is rather ordinary. The sacrificial contract can last no more than 2 years. After 2 years, I shall be able to destroy you. Is that so? Shen Ya was somewhat taken aback. The contract was not eternal. He shrugged. I look forward to it. By the way, in your current state, can you survive if you leave this place? The Yaoming insect paused, rolling frantically on the ground. It's over. It's over. If I leave here, I will die. Even if I stay, once the essence of the demon spirits completely dissipates, I will die. Due to the sacrifice, nearly 99% of the surrounding demon spirit essence had vanished. What remained would soon dissipate, leaving the weakened Yaoming insect to await its demise. That it had initially assumed Shen Ya was a quasi-emperor, possessing countless means to ensure its survival. You, a mere gathering energy realm insect, cannot possibly protect me. Shen Ya frowned, indeed finding himself in a bit of a predicament. I have a solution. The person who came with you possesses an item that instills fear in demon spirits and invites their curiosity. I can hide within it. The Yaoming insect's gaze was fixed deep within the palace. Shen Ya's mind stirred, recalling the compass in Wei Sha's possession. Let us go. What are these characters? At the innermost part of the palace, Wei Sha stood before a stone the size of a human head. Beneath the stone lay a stele covered in dense inscriptions. He was furrowing his brow, flipping through an ancient tome, constantly cross-referencing. A hint of anxiety etched upon his face. Brother Wei, the characters you mentioned, I happen to recognize. To refine divine skills, wield the knife and self-castrate. A voice came from behind him, causing Wei Sha's body to stiffen abruptly. He turned mechanically, revealing a smile more terrifying than that of a demon spirit. Brother Shen, you are unharmed. How wonderful. Brother Wei, thanks to you, I nearly became a meal for the demon spirits. Shen Ya's face bore a sinister grin. Why was Wei Sha so insistent on having him accompany him to decipher the Guangyun? Was it really just that 2 heads are better than 1? Only a child would believe such nonsense. It was evident he sought to exploit him. Without Shen Ya, even with the compass, Wei Sha would have fallen prey to the onslaught of the demon spirits. Others in his place would have already perished. Brother Shen, let me explain. Wei Sha's lips twitched, forcing a smile. While I did take advantage of you, you must admit, you recognized this early on and willingly allowed yourself to be used. We are all in pursuit of opportunity. Indeed, Shen Ya had long seen through it. His decision to descend with Wei Sha stemmed from pressure exerted by the Shen Ya sect. Therefore, I do not intend to kill you, but I require something from you, Shen Ya stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Wei Sha ceased his forced smiles. What does Brother Shen desire? Your compass. A cold glint flashed in Wei Sha's eyes. Brother Shen is jesting. I cannot part with my compass. However, I can share this battle stone with you. Any techniques and divine rhythms I can decipher will be yours to share. I only want your compass. I have no interest in this battle stone. Shen Ya shook his head. With a slight change in expression, Wei Sha sneered. Brother Shen, I know you possess strength far beyond your realm, but do you think I fear you? As we are both in search of opportunity, it would be best not to engage in a life and death struggle here. Indeed, we are both seeking opportunity, and my opportunity lies within your compass. Shen Ya declared forcefully. As for the battle stone, I require no assistance in deciphering it. I can read all the characters on the steel. It seems Brother Shen is determined to fight for his life. Wei Sha was unlikely to relinquish the compass. It was his family heirloom. More valuable than the battle stone. If you refuse to give me the compass, then we shall fight. As the words exited his mouth, the gray sword and the broken sword flashed into existence simultaneously. Wei Sha's expression darkened as he stowed away the ancient tome. Brother Shen, since you are so stubborn, let me see how a gathering energy realm cultivator at the 10th level can surpass me. Golden binding heaven grasp. The golden light flashed as a golden hand reached toward Shen Ya. With a glint of brilliance in his eyes, Wei Sha's martial skill clearly reached the high grade of Xian, his techniques unfathomable, though both were at the 3rd level of the Chongshua realm. Wei Sha could annihilate the city lord Lu Songlei of Jiyun City, leaving many disciples of the Shen Ya sect utterly humiliated. However, none of this could intimidate Shen Ya, with the initial Shen sword technique. The initial sun was like a torch. The clash of sword and hand erupted into a violent sound. Neither Shen Ya nor Wei Sha retreated. Impressive, truly impressive. I can't help but wonder what your intentions are for coming to the Shen Ya sect. At least I have a purpose. The Shen Ya sect is unworthy of a talent like you. Wei Sha stared intently at Shen Ya, astonished. Initially, he suspected Shen Ya was also after the ancient battle stone. But upon further consideration, he dismissed that notion. Had it not been for the relentless pressure from the Shen Ya sect, Shen Ya would never have ventured even a step into Guangyin. Chapter 93. Desire to refine divine skills. I am merely a low-grade Shen cultivator. Unwanted by anyone. Shen Ya smiled lightly, his movements unceasing, executing another strike. Initial moon phantom. Golden binding finger. Wei Sha thrust a finger, piercing through Shen Ya's sword shadow, but just as it reached Shen Ya, it vanished without a trace. The two were once again at a stalemate. No, several strands of hair floated from Wei Sha's ear, landing upon the battle stone behind him. Wei Sha stared blankly at Shen Ya, cold sweat trickling down. How powerful, despite the 3-level difference, one in gathering energy and the other in Chongque. How could the gathering energy cultivator outshine him? Brother Shen, you are truly formidable. You leave me no choice but to employ my killing move. After a moment of silence, Wei Sha let out a low chuckle, a golden light slowly enveloping him, a tremendous force erupting from his being as he shouted. Brother Shen, we could actually continue to collaborate. Momentum. Shen Ya's expression shifted in surprise. Only a genius could comprehend momentum while still in the gathering energy realm. Although many could grasp it in the Chongque realm, only a select few could do so at the 3rd level, and Wei Sha's momentum was likely tied to his physique. Some could perceive momentum without it being linked to their physique, resulting in a relatively weaker manifestation. Conversely, those with particularly strong physiques could merge their momentum with their essence, unleashing an astounding 200% of their power. Brother Shen is aware of momentum. Truly remarkable. Wei Sha was once again taken aback. Usually, martial artists were unaware of such a concept. In the Shen Ya sect, only the most elite disciples would be taught the understanding of momentum. For others, even if mentioned, they would neither understand nor be able to grasp it. Yield. For my momentum is not merely ordinary. My physique and martial root are akin to that of the woman accompanying you, a unique existence. You stand no chance. Wei Sha stated calmly. Submit, and we can still work together. During his assessment, Wei Sha had also utilized special methods to conceal the level of his martial root. Help me decipher the inscriptions on the steel, and I will assist you in escaping the Xiantai sect. Given Wei Sha's audacity to come to the Xiantai sect for the ancient battle stone, he had surely prepared an escape route. Regrettably, momentum, I possess it as well. With that, Shen Ya unleashed the myriad demonic sword momentum, which had already reached a minor achievement, far surpassing Wei Sha's initial comprehension and directly suppressing him. In an instant, the golden light surrounding Wei Sha began to show signs of fading. The pallor of his face suddenly darkened, his eyes widening like those of a startled beast. Shen Ya advanced step by step, as if a shadow of dread loomed behind him, surrounded by a multitude of swords that seemed poised to erupt at any moment. I concede. Wei Sha quaked in fear, exclaiming, "However, might we come to an understanding? Please do not take my compass. Do not resort to trickery. You must be aware that my ability to conceal my aura surpasses yours." Shen Ya smirked ominously. Wei Sha's expression shifted once more. He had just begun to contemplate an escape when Shen Ya's words extinguished that thought. After all, in the dense forest, he had been utterly unable to locate Shen Ya. Approaching him directly, Shen Ya deftly retrieved the compass from his bosom. The shadow of the demonic worm flickered momentarily before vanishing into the compass. "Brother Shen, since you've taken my compass, let us discuss this calmly. I assure you, I can help you leave the Xiantai sect." Wei Sha murmured, fearing direct annihilation. Despite his attachment to the compass, his life took precedence. To his astonishment, Shen Ya merely walked past him, standing before the battle stone and the steel. The characters inscribed upon the steel are difficult and obscure, their essence suggesting that the techniques contained within the battle stone may only be cultivated by women, should a man wish to practice. He must castrate himself. Shen Ya cast a glance at Wei Sha, revealing the contents of the steel, momentarily taken aback. Was this brother Shen truly a good man? Shen Ya disregarded his opinions and gently pressed his hand against the battle stone. Closing his eyes to attune to its essence, the ancient battle stone required no blood to unlock. One could comprehend its wisdom directly. The techniques within were exceedingly soft and feminine, of no use to Shen Ya, who detected a trace of Tao rhythm inscribed by an ancient power, which was equally futile in his previous life. He had surpassed the stone's master by countless degrees. Removing the stone from the steel, he retrieved a jade vial to extract a drop of blood, that of the ancient being, for the only value the battle stone held for him was this singular drop of blood. Finally, Shen Ya casually tossed the battle stone to Wei Sha. "Consider carefully before you cultivate. It is for your own sake." He began to understand why Wei Sha had vanished so suddenly in his past life. He must have practiced the techniques contained within yet lacked the courage to self-castrate, foolishly hoping to escape the repercussions, ultimately leading to his demise in some dark corner. "Are you truly giving this to me?" Wei Sha stared at Shen Ya, dumbfounded. Even if he wished to leave the Xiantai sect, would he dare resist with a sword at his throat? "I already mentioned, I harbor no interest in this radiant essence." Boom. No sooner had he spoken than the secret realm trembled violently, prompting both Shen Ya and Wei Sha to instinctively look around. A drop of blood has been extracted from the battle stone, and it has shifted from its original position. The natural defensive array outside has automatically dissipated, allowing the Xiantai sect easy access to the secret realm. "We must flee." Wei Sha hastily stowed the battle stone away. Addressing Shen Ya, before Shen Ya could react, Wei Sha's form began to fade. "Haha, brother Shen, I shall take my leave first. My compass will soon fall into the hands of the Xiantai sect and the Yin family, and I will naturally devise a way to retrieve it for you. Death will soon find you." Wei Sha's voice echoed from an unknown direction. "I concede, you are indeed a good person, but those who operate without a moral compass seldom live long." Another explosive sound erupted, as streaks of light descended from above. "Ladies and gentlemen, the ancient battle stone has been taken by Wei Sha. However, I have inscribed a trace upon it if you wish to obtain the battle stone. Offer spirit stones in exchange." Suddenly, Shen Ya spoke, his voice carrying far and wide. "Damn!" From some unseen place, Wei Sha erupted in anger. "You have no sense of boundaries in your dealings." Hundreds of figures surged towards the source of the voice. Shen Ya stood before the steel, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. "A joke indeed. To maintain boundaries when confronted by those wishing for his demise." The battle stone bore no utility for him. He cast it aside without a care. Yet Wei Sha was of significant use to him, not only in the current predicament. Wei Sha and the Yin family were enemies. Preserving his life would surely discomfort the Yin family. The disciple of Lingxin, Shen Ya, has committed a grave offense by infiltrating the Xiantai sect to covet extraordinary treasures. He must be executed. Most of the experts pursued Wei Sha, while Mo Hong as the outer sect's leader. was significantly weaker than the peak masters. He did not pursue, but instead set his sights on Shen Ya, preparing to strike him down. Smack! A hand forcefully sent Imo Hong flying. His body crashed down, shattering the walls of the dilapidated palace into dust. Chapter 94. I am unhappy. Who dares strike me? The outer sect's leader of the Shantai sect? Imo Hong leaped up, glaring at his surroundings. Then his expression froze. For standing before him was none other than Chen Wan. It is I. Do you have a problem with that? Chen Wan, clad in crimson, appeared as if she were a blazing inferno. Sister Chen. Imo Hong stammered, pointing at Shen Ya. Sister, this child. Smack. Another slap landed. I know not what he has done, but I am fully aware of what you have done to him. Imo Hong raised his head. Chen Wan had been observing this disciple of Lingxin, that female disciple of the Qingjing Balian body. At this realization, a chill coursed through him. Chen Wan regarded that female disciple with greater importance than he had anticipated. Casting a cold glance at Imo Hong, Chen Wan approached Shen Ya. What is your purpose in coming to the Xian'ai sect? Naturally, I seek to join the Xian'ai sect and become one of its disciples, Shen Ya replied expressionlessly. Very well. I believe you. From this day forth, you are a disciple of my Hongwan Peak. Chen Luan declared emphatically. Shen Ya's eyes gleamed with realization, deeply bowing. Disciple Shen Ya pays respects to the Peak Master. He could no longer remain at Chuyuan Peak. Joining Hongwan Peak was the best option. As long as he successfully entered the Xian'ai sect, it mattered not which peak he belonged to. Hongwan Peak was not without male disciples. Even if there were none, it was of no concern to Shen Ya. Sister Chen. We tolerated your forceful acceptance of a talent, but we cannot allow you to take in a disciple of Lingxin who harbors ulterior motives against the Xian'ai sect. Such a matter is intolerable. Feng Huazheng had returned at some point. Speaking coldly, during the first assessment, you exerted excessive peak pressure on one of our disciples. Is this what a peak master should do? Chen Luan shot him a sideways glance, her tone icy. Feng Huazheng's expression shifted. Sister Chun, I know not what you speak of. Sister Chun, what transpires here? Just then, more and more individuals arrived at the dilapidated palace. The one questioning was none other than the sect leader of Xiantai. Zhong Yu, Wei Sha had his own means of evading the pursuit of experts, and by now, most had lost track of him. Yet many recalled Shen Ya's earlier proclamation about the inscriptions on the ancient battle stone. Sect leader. This disciple of Lingxin clearly harbors nefarious intentions, yet Sister Chen insists on taking him as her pupil. As soon as Feng Huazheng spotted Zhong Yu, he immediately reported. Sister, what is the meaning of this? Zhong Yu inquired, directing his gaze at Chen Wan. Chen Wan spoke with a nonchalant tone, pridefully asserting, it is precisely as Feng Shidi has said, I have accepted this disciple of Lingxin. He is now one of my Hongwan Peak's own. As for any supposed ulterior motives, I have seen none. Sister, do you comprehend the significance of extraordinary treasures? Furthermore, this disciple of Lingxin clearly presents a problem. He has come bearing a Lingxin order to covet our Xiantai sect's extraordinary treasures. Zhong Yu stated coldly. It could be confirmed that Wei Sha sought to usurp the extraordinary treasures, but whether Shen Yu did or not remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Zhong Yu would not permit Shen Yu to remain, given that he had once been a sacrificial offering. Are the extraordinary treasures in his possession? Chen Luan scoffed. I see no evidence of him attempting to seize any treasures. I only witnessed an assassin attempting to kill him upon the Xian'ai lake, and someone exerting peak pressure to push him into the lake. Sect leader, I am unaware of when Sister Chen witnessed this, but according to my investigations, this child fell into the lake and subsequently slaughtered Huang Yun, along with numerous outer sect disciples, employing brutal and merciless tactics. Imo Hong interjected, his face still bearing the imprint of Chen Luan's slap. Sect leader, I did not investigate thoroughly before. I have just received the report that Huang Yun was slain by him. Chen Luan's gaze narrowed slightly, fixating on Imo Hong, who dared to bring this matter to light. Sect leader, the alleged exertion of peak pressure is a complete fabrication. I, Feng Huazheng, hold the esteemed title of Peak Master. Why would I trouble a mere disciple of Lingxin? Especially one so talented? Feng Huazheng stepped forward. Chen Luan frowned again, as Feng Huazheng seemed confident that the sect leader would support him. Sister Chen, let us clarify this matter before proceeding. Regardless, he cannot join your Hongwan Peak, even if he is innocent. It is unacceptable. He has already ascended Chuyuan Peak, and the Xiantai sect can make an exception for you this once, but it cannot happen a second time. Zhong Yu's gaze swept across the crowd. Speaking softly at this moment, nearly all peak masters had returned to the dilapidated palace.
Among them were also powerful figures from various sections. Shen Ya's gaze swept across the assembly and suddenly landed on one of the women. Yi Ningxiang had also arrived. At that moment, Yi Ningxiang's eyes brightened. She squinted and smiled, nodding at Shen Ya. The second senior brother, Li Dou, also spotted Shen Ya, muttering, "It's that little brat again." Sect leader, I would not dare tread upon Chuan Peak. Shen Ya exchanged a brief greeting with her before turning to say, "As for Feng Peak Master's sacrificial offering, I do not dare to claim it." Sacrificial offering? Almost everyone raised their heads, fixating on Shen Ya. The Xiantai sect's experts, save for Qin Luan, were aware of the sacrificial offering matter, but how had this Lingxin disciple come to know? Indeed, he had mingled among the radiant essence earlier, and he must have overheard. Sacrificial offering? Qin Luan raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance at Feng Huazheng, and addressed Shen Ya, saying, "What offerings are required?" In response to Qin Fengzhu, "The opening of the light rhythm requires offerings. The matter of the offerings, as articulated by Wei Sha, was recounted, and being a person of exceptional intellect, Qin Luan instantly grasped the entirety of the situation. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Zhong Yu. Without the approval of the sect leader, Feng Huazheng dared not act on his own accord. Even the sect leader found himself uncomfortable under Chen Luan's penetrating stare. "Junior Sister Chen, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. The most pressing concern now is to recover the ancient battle stone," Zhong Yu murmured, before turning to Shen Ya. "Did you truly inscribe patterns upon that ancient battle stone?" "Indeed." Shen Ya had etched those patterns specifically for this moment. He had no intention of remaining in Xiantai sect, but the matter of the patterns might allow him to join another 7th-tier sect. However, he had not anticipated Qin Luan's sudden appearance and her willingness to accept him. His sole aim was to seek a powerful ally for Yuding country. The particular 7th-tier sect he joined was of little consequence. "Very well. I hereby command you to utilize your patterns to retrieve the ancient battle stone, that if you succeed, all past grievances shall be forgiven," Zhong Yu stated nonchalantly, recognizing that since Chen Luan was already aware of the offerings, he would provide her a way out. This arrangement would benefit all parties involved. "Forgiven past grievances. If I may inquire, sect leader, what exactly shall you forgive? The offerings, perhaps?" Shen Ya retorted coolly, fully aware of Zhong Yu's desire for a reprieve. Nonetheless, he was displeased. For the sake of Yuding, for his father and elder brother, he could make concessions and endure certain matters. Yet, there were lines he could not cross. A glint of malice flashed in Zhong Yu's eyes, had it not been for Qin Luan's presence. Shen Ya would have been struck down on the spot. "This matter shall be investigated. Should it be proven that you are innocent, the sect will restore your reputation. I apologize, but I lack the time to wait. The patterns may be erased at any moment. I demand my innocence now." Shen Ya replied coolly, pointing at Mo Hong. "He sent assassins to kill me. How shall this matter be addressed, sect leader?" Chapter 95. Exorbitant demands. This matter will be dealt with later. "And furthermore, you possess no evidence. Sect leader, I witnessed everything." Chen Luan interjected decisively, stepping forward. Zhong Yu's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Chen Luan. "Junior Sister Chen, the ancient battle stone is of utmost importance." How shameless of Xiantai sect. Reflecting on the past, how many evaded you through hardships, preserving your 1,000-year legacy, only for you to forget your roots and ruthlessly seek to slay the disciples of Lingxin. I have witnessed the capacity of Xiantai sect to turn against its own. It is indeed among the foremost in Dongji City. Is it not? As more and more individuals gathered, someone finally spoke up, although none understood the full extent of the unfolding drama. Yet, they could leverage the incident surrounding Lingxin to attack Xiantai sect. And no one wished to see Xiantai sect possess the ancient battle stone. "Little brother, did you not just say you wished for assistance in locating the ancient battle stone, in exchange for spirit stones?" Another questioned. "Indeed. 10 superior spirit stones," Shen Ya replied with a faint smile. Zhong Yu's expression grew increasingly grim. He then heard Shen Ya say, "Of course. If any 7th-tier sect is willing to grant me the position of chief disciple and provide me with 10 years' worth of cultivation resources, I would be inclined to share the clues regarding the patterns." As his words hung in the air, the entire assembly fell silent. Some were astonished, others shocked, and a few scoffed. Where did this audacious youth come from? Demanding the position of chief disciple and 10 years of resources, as if it were a jest? "If you find the price excessive, we may negotiate further," Shen Ya added, applying pressure on Zhong Yu. Should Mo Hong remain unpunished, the ancient battle stone would inevitably fall into the hands of other sections. "Interesting. My Yin family is a 6th-tier clan. If you grant me exclusive access to the clues regarding the ancient battle stone, I could bestow upon you the position of my personal martial attendant and provide you with resources for a century. How does that sound? Suddenly, Yin Xian stepped forth, breaking the silence. The expressions of those present shifted slightly. If the Yin family intervened, it would be challenging for the 7th-tier sects to benefit. Zhong Yu's expression relaxed as he smiled ominously. Yin Xian was invited by Shantai Sect, and even if they acquired the ancient battle stone, they would share it with him, thus alleviating his dilemma. While the position of Yin Xian's martial attendant from a 6th-tier family may sound less appealing, it offered the opportunity to cultivate in the inner city along with a century's worth of resources, presenting limitless potential. A martial attendant? I have no desire to be a dog. The position of chief disciple is far more comfortable, Shen Ya remarked lightly, as concern rippled through the crowd. Regrettably, one must be a dog, whether one likes it or not. Yin Xian sneered, regarding Shen Ya with disdain. I say you shall be my martial attendant. Who among those present would still dare to accept you as a disciple? While this statement may have been excessive, it held truth that no one wished to offend the Yin family on behalf of a Lingxin disciple of Shantai Sect. The fate of the ancient battle stone remained uncertain, shrouded in mystery regarding its powerful inheritance. At this moment, Yin Xian stood tall and proud amidst the crowd. My father is in need of a sword-wielding disciple. I wonder if this brother would be willing to join us. A delicate voice shattered the silence. Yin Xian's fury erupted as he turned his attention to the speaker, only to find himself momentarily stunned. The crowd, too, was taken aback. The speaker was none other than Yi Ningxiang. Join the marshal's mansion and become my father's disciple, and we shall provide the best resources. What do you say? Yi Ningxiang inquired, narrowing her eyes. Lido's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Little junior sister, you are treading dangerous waters. Should she dare bring this southern brat back to the marshal's mansion, she would undoubtedly be turned to dust by her master. Many present grasped the implications as well, their lips twitching. What business did the marshal's mansion have in this matter? Were they not tasked with maintaining order? Furthermore, General Yi wielded a spear and held disdain for sword users, did he not? Shen Ya regarded her with a smile, a silent acknowledgement of her effort to extricate him from his predicament. Shaking his head, I apologize, but I only wish to join a sect. I have no interest in families or the marshal's mansion. Thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Yi. What a pity, Yi Ningxiang sighed dramatically. Then suddenly declared, since he claims to have no interest in the marshal's mansion or the family, which clan would still dare to accept him? It would be tantamount to opposing the marshal's mansion and slapping its face in an instant. Yin Xian's expression shifted multiple times as he glared at Yi Ningxiang. His face seemed to be struck repeatedly by her words, yet he dared not retaliate, only stifling his fury. 10 superior spirit stones for the tracking clues to your patterns, Yi Ningxiang declared, ignoring Yin Xian, as she tossed out 10 superior spirit stones. Very well. Shen Ya accepted the spirit stones, producing a sheet of paper that detailed the tracking clues for the patterns, which he then handed to Yi Ningxiang. I bid you farewell. Yi Ningxiang chuckled lightly, turning to leave the dilapidated palace with Li Dou, exiting the secret realm unimpeded. Even Zhong Yu dared not intervene. Little brother, for 10 superior spirit stones, grant me the clues. Another sect stepped forward, the Taiyan sect. Ranked second among the 7th-tier sects in Dongji City, felt little fear of the 6th-tier Yin family, and as they initiated the proposal, more sects began to follow suit, tossing out spirit stones in exchange for clues. Halt. You, as a disciple of Shantai Sect, dare to trade the sect's resources for profit and betray your own sect. Zhong Yu could tolerate Yi Ningxiang, but could not abide by the actions of other sections. He barked at Shen Ya. Seize this boy. Wait. Shen Luan interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Shen Ya. Sect leader, do you not comprehend? Some matters must not be allowed to dishearten the disciples. I witnessed with my own eyes the external sect leader ruthlessly slay Lingxin disciples, and the esteemed peak master of Chuyin imposed undue pressure. If handled appropriately, this Lingxin disciple would naturally return to the fold. Sect leader, if we delay, the ancient battle stone may fall into the hands of other sects, Chen Luan pressed, compelling Zhong Yu. His expression shifted continuously as he ground his teeth, finally conceding. External sect leader Mo Hong has treated his disciples unfairly. The evidence is irrefutable that I hereby strip him of his position and confine him to the Xian execution platform for judgment. Feng Huajing. For utilizing entry disciples as offerings and imposing undue pressure, you too are to be confined to the Xian execution platform. At this moment, Zhong Yu made the greatest concession If the ancient battlestone were to be taken by others today, it would become a significant embarrassment for Shentai Sect, though several sects were already in pursuit. Even if they obtained the ancient battlestone, as long as someone from Shentai Sect was present, they would be compelled to relinquish it. Otherwise, General Yi would not sit idly by. Conversely, if the ancient battlestone were taken before they arrived, reclaiming it would be impossible. Whose hands would it ultimately fall into? How to retrieve it? Not enough. Shen Ya fixed his gaze on Zhongyu, asserting, without substantial punishment, it is insufficient. You seek death. Feng Huazheng roared as he lunged forward. However, Qinluan unleashed a formidable aura, resolutely shielding Shen Ya. Feng Huazheng could only retreat, his gaze fixed on Qinluan. Zhongyu inhaled deeply, suddenly calming down, reaching a decision. Since he is a disciple of Hongwan Peak, let junior sister Chen handle this matter directly. I will not intervene. Very well. Imo Hong, for sending assassins to slay disciples, you shall be executed on the spot. Qinluan commanded in a low tone, swiftly moving to Imo Hong's side and delivering a fatal blow. Chapter 96. Qinluan's orders amidst Imo Hong's anguish screams. Qinluan commanded again, Feng Huazheng, your position as peak master of Chuan is hereby revoked, and you are to be punished on the Xian execution platform, facing the wall for 10 years. This matter, following Qinluan's intervention, came to a temporary resolution. The spectators felt a chill in their hearts as they witnessed Qinluan's ruthless methods. The external sect leader was slain without hesitation, and a fellow peak master was stripped of his title with the same ease. At this juncture, the outcome was the best that could be achieved. Concerning matters of peak master caliber, Shen Ya could not demand that Qinluan execute Feng Huazheng. The clues regarding the patterns would be handed over to Xiantai Sect. Soon, led by Zhongyu, the experts of Xiantai Sect would follow the clues to pursue the ancient battle stone. Within the dilapidated palace, only Qinluan and Shen Ya remained. Thank you for your assistance. Master Phone. Shen Ya expressed his gratitude once more. There is no need for thanks. I am merely acting in accordance with the rules of the Xiantai Sect, and my assistance to you is solely due to Yin. Qinluan's tone was rather indifferent. Of course, it is also influenced by the unexpected strength you possess, which has led me to retract my earlier statement at the mountain gate. Indeed, you possess a glimmer of potential in pursuing Yin, and I shall grant you this opportunity. However, do not overstep your bounds and disturb Yin's cultivation. Shen Ya understood that Qinluan's intervention was a result of her observation of his capabilities. After all, comprehending the concept of momentum at the Qi gathering stage is no ordinary feat. In the future, there would be many more things to astonish Qinluan. Let us ascend, she said, and together they departed the secret realm. Upon reaching the initial summit, they reunited with the anxious He Yin and subsequently returned to the Red Luan Peak. Upon hearing about Shen Ya's circumstances, He Yin was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of gratitude towards Qinluan at Red Luan Peak. Qinluan took her leave with He Yin, while the senior sister led Shen Ya to the quarters of the ordinary male disciples. This will be your residence and place of cultivation from now on. Shortly, I will have someone bring you the necessary items. After casually imparting a few instructions, the senior sister turned to leave, her demeanor exceedingly cold. Shen Ya's attitude towards the Xiantai sect mirrored that he had at the Yin-Yang sect. He required little in terms of resources and certainly did not need guidance from the sect's masters. He sought only to cultivate in peace, awaiting the moment of his ascendance. Sitting alone in his room, the sound of rustling wind whispered from outside. The atmosphere atop the Red Luan Peak was tranquil. Shen Ya took out his compass and inquired, Demon Worm, are you well? I am perfectly fine. I intend to cultivate, so do not disturb me unless it is of utmost necessity, came the harsh response from the demon worm within the compass. Her tone decidedly unfriendly, indicating that her pent-up emotions had yet to be released. What do you require to regain your strength? Shen Ya asked. After a moment of silence, the compass emitted a cold chuckle. You wish to assist me in regaining my strength. Are you not afraid that in 2 years, I might consume you? I have expressed my eagerness, Shen Ya replied with a light chuckle. In 2 years, I will ensure that you willingly follow me. The extent to which the demon worm could regain her strength in 2 years was uncertain to Shen Ya. But with the possession of the 10,000 sword demon cave, what had he to fear? How could he possibly be intimidated? Born of resentment, the demon worm would ultimately be subdued by the sword in his hand. By that time, even a contract would be unnecessary. I have encountered numerous self-important humans, and you are among the most distinguished of them, the demon worm scoffed. A mere Qi gathering stage cultivator already scheming to achieve greatness. How laughable. Since you genuinely wish to assist me in my recovery, I shall inform you that the most effective aid would be the aura of demon spirits. Besides that, there are certain items buried underground imbued with yin energy. Understood, Shen Ya nodded. Was it strange to strategize for greatness on the path to becoming an emperor? Certainly not. Yet Shen Ya would not elaborate. After the disciple of the Dantai sect left with the sect's items, Shen Ya sat cross-legged on his bed, commencing his cultivation. He aimed to swiftly reach the acupoint opening stage. He needed to stand out within the Dantai sect at a rapid pace and then challenge the Mingli steel. Only when his name was inscribed would he be truly secure. And at that time, the Jade Ding Kingdom would also become stable, with no one daring to act against him. The spiritual energy within a 7th-grade sect was immense. Even the several high-grade spirit stones he had acquired were unnecessary, as they were more than sufficient to support his current cultivation. The method of sword condensation flowed within him. The sword energy within his body flickered and surged. The sword energy within him grew increasingly potent. The small sword in his dantian seemingly merging with his body, freely manifesting divine resonance around him as Shen Ya steadily approached the pinnacle of sword condensation. The next step involved reaching the first acupoint of the acupoint opening stage. Before he knew it, several days had passed. Shen Ya had not left his room, and he was but a step away from the acupoint opening stage. Yet this final step caused him to furrow his brow, as it seemed more complicated than he had anticipated. He required something additional to break through. Suddenly, an aura enveloped him. Raising an eyebrow, he stood and walked out of his door to find Chen Luan clad in red standing in the center of his courtyard. You have been quite well behaved these past few days. I am pleased, Chen Luan remarked lightly. She tossed him a token, stating, "This is the sect token for disciples of the Dantai sect. With this token, you may go to the Dantai stone hall beneath the sect master peak to collect your monthly supplies, as well as undertake tasks within the sect. Moreover, successful peak candidates may proceed to the Gongwu hall to select a technique or martial art. Should you encounter any cultivation-related inquiries, you may consult the Elder Hall at Redlawn Peak." Shen Ya nodded. His gaze scanning the token. It was engraved with a vividly depicted phoenix, representing the disciples of Red Lawn Peak. The token was made of bronze and emanated a subtle power. He casually stored it in his spatial pouch and regarded Chen Luan once more. He was convinced that her visit was not merely to present him with the token. The token alone did not warrant her personally visiting him. The markings on the ancient battle stone have been erased. That individual named Wei Sha possesses exceedingly strange methods, and various sects have pursued him for days, yet he always manages to evade capture. Do you have any further clues? As expected, Chen Luan inquired. None. I am not familiar with this person. If it were not for his need for a living being as food for the demon spirit, or if someone had not sought to make me a sacrifice, I would not have allied with him. Shen Ya shook his head, not surprised by Wei Sha's ability to escape pursuit. Food for the demon spirit. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Chen Luan's eyes. Shen Ya provided a brief explanation but refrained from detailing how he had evaded the demon spirit. Chen Luan could not help but scrutinize him further. The ability to extricate oneself from the control of a demon spirit rendered him increasingly enigmatic in her eyes. Yet, she had already thoroughly understood Shen Ya's background. He was merely a prince from a small, insignificant country in the extreme southern region. Well, since there are no leads, it would be prudent for you to remain at Red Lawn Peak for the time being. The elders are reluctant to act against you due to my presence, but ordinary disciples may not be so cautious. Chen Luan cautioned, of course, if you choose to leave, do not tarnish the reputation of Red Lawn Peak. With that, Chen Luan simply vanished from the courtyard. Shen Ya smiled faintly. It was evident that without any leads on the ancient battle stone, he had lost the qualification to negotiate or confront the various peaks of the sect. He was now just an utterly ordinary disciple. Leaving Red Lawn Peak would invite various forms of targeting. Nonetheless, Shen Ya truly intended to visit the Dantai Stone Hall. He needed to find a sword technique more suited to him. Furthermore, he required an opportunity to break through. Sword techniques were merely a part of it. What he needed more was combat. As for tarnishing the reputation of Red Lawn Peak, that was out of the question. Chapter 97. Sect Master Peak. Shikuang. The Dantai Stone Hall is situated beneath the Sect Master Peak. The Stone Hall is vast, containing the Sect's Affairs Hall, Martial Arts Hall, Alchemy Hall, Task Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, and more. The following day, Shen Ya took his sect token and descended from Red Lawn Peak. That moment, disciples of the Dantai sect were bustling in and out of the Stone Hall. Among them were many newly inducted disciples from this year's 96th cohort. Their eyes filled with pride and curiosity. Shen Ya blended into the crowd without drawing attention. Soon, he arrived at the Affairs Hall of the sect, where ordinary disciples receive their monthly stipends. Red Lawn Peak. Shen Ya, the young disciple at the reception window, glanced at him with curiosity upon hearing his name. Noting the scarcity of male disciples from Red Luan Peak, the name Shen Ya was unfamiliar, clearly indicating he was a new disciple. After jotting it down in her mind, Yin quickly prepared this month's stipend for Shen Ya, which consisted of 1 Qi gathering pill, 3 spirit gathering pills, and 10 low-grade spirit stones. Storing the items in his spatial pouch, Shen Ya turned to leave. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall. The guardian of the hall was not an ordinary disciple, but a short, plump elder, his gaze sweeping across Shen Ya. The elder's presence exuded an aura of spiritual energy, clearly indicating he was at least at the innate stage. This was normal, as the martial arts hall was one of the most crucial places within any sect. New disciples may only select techniques or martial arts from the first tier of the hall. After acquiring the Jade Slip, return here to unlock it. The borrowing period is half a month, the short, plump elder explained after inspecting Shen Ya's token. Shen Ya stepped into the first tier of the martial arts hall. The interior spans several hundred meters, divided into sections for techniques and martial arts. Each shelf displayed numerous jade slips, with some shelves empty, indicating they had been borrowed. Each jade slip had a corresponding label detailing its origin, rank, and other information. Most of the slips in the first tier were of mid-grade Xian rank or lower. Even the higher-grade Xian slips were often incomplete or of little value. As for those above the earth rank, none were available. Shen Ya's focus was on the incomplete martial arts. The flowing wind sword technique, upper mid-grade Xian rank, only the first 5 moves. The heavenly sun sword technique, upper mid-grade Xian rank, the first 2 moves were not recorded. The 5 sword techniques, upper mid-grade Xian rank, complete but inscribed by non-sword practitioners, losing their original essence. Standing before the various sword techniques, Shen Ya's gaze swept over them. None had been borrowed, and there were dozens in total, which was not insignificant. As he perused them one by one, he suddenly found his focus drawn to one in particular. Abandoning the demon sword, complete version, rank indeterminate, contains only 1 move, the power equivalent to upper mid-grade Xian rank. It is said that the Mad Sword Master of the Demon Path, Feng Jian Mo, acquired 3 moves and became invincible in the Mingli domain. Though its power is formidable, it comprises only 1 move. So select with caution. Reading the description on the label, Shen Ya's gaze shifted to the jade slip below. This one would do. After taking the jade slip, Shen Ya returned to the entrance. Abandoning the demon sword. The short, plump elder frowned upon examining the jade slip Shen Ya presented. He immediately chuckled coldly, saying, "Every year, the newly recruited disciples exhibit the same character. They only seek to choose the most powerful techniques without regard for the consequences. The sect should indeed implement a temperament assessment to eliminate those of poor character." As he spoke, he assisted Shen Ya in unlocking the seal, requiring a drop of Shen Ya's blood. For the subsequent half-month, the jade slip would be accessible solely to Shen Ya for observation and practice, while others would be barred from it, with the seal automatically reinstating after that period. "What about the techniques?" the elder inquired again. "None. I only require this sword skill," Shen Ya replied, shaking his head. With the 10,000 demons sword body, he had no need for any other techniques. He shot a cold glance at the elder. The short, stout elder's opinion of Shen Ya continued to decline, and with a huff, he allowed Shen Ya to depart, concluding that entering the Dantai sect was merely an endeavor to cultivate stronger techniques. Shen Ya had been relegated to a list of those without prospects in his eyes. The number of useless disciples in the Dantai sect is indeed increasing. Shen Ya paid no heed to the opinions of others, focusing intently as he immersed his consciousness into the jade slip of the abandoned demon sword, where he witnessed a figure executing an overwhelmingly powerful sword strike, which then began to repeat. This was the entirety of the content within the jade slip. Nevertheless, Shen Ya remained fixated. He could observe the true Qi circulation, the trajectories of the sword technique, and the application of its energy. Of course, if one's talent was insufficient, they would glean nothing from such observation. Some might acquire powerful jade slips or inheritances, but fail to comprehend them throughout their lives, while others could achieve sudden enlightenment merely by witnessing battles among masters. This disparity underscored the importance of innate talent, closely linked to one's martial foundation. It was evident how crucial the martial foundation was. Shen Ya's inferior grade martial foundation was merely superficial. He naturally belonged to the latter category. Through the processes of sword shaping and condensing, the imprint of the sword flowed ceaselessly within him. The sword had long since been engraved into his very bones, after only a few observations. Shen Ya withdrew his consciousness, having comprehended approximately 80% of the technique. Moreover, the abandoned demon sword was no simple maneuver. It contained 18 variations, with a single strike nearly equivalent to 18. The reason Shen Ya chose it was that in his previous life, he had known someone who fully comprehended the abandoned demon sword. That individual was a formidable general under his command. Of course, Shen Ya had never wielded a sword in his past life, so he possessed only a vague impression. Nonetheless, he was confident that, with the aid of the 10,000 sword demonic abyss, he could at least deduce 3 moves. Make way, Brother Shirkwang is coming. Someone suddenly called out as Shen Ya was walking and deducing that as he regained his focus, he saw a man surrounded by a throng of 10 or so individuals approaching. The man was not particularly tall, yet an overwhelming aura emanated from him, compelling others to gaze upon him. The surrounding disciples hastily parted ways, and even a kind-hearted disciple pulled him aside. Upon looking closely, Shen Ya recognized that kind-hearted disciple as the one who had attended to him at the affairs hall. He must have finished his shift. Soon, Shirkwang made his way over, heading directly towards the martial hall. Xiaoyan exhaled deeply. Do you know, junior brother, that you almost collided with Brother Shir just now? What if I did? Shen Ya asked. Junior brother, that line of thinking is quite perilous. You must understand that Brother Shirkwang is among the top 5 in our Dantai sect. A direct disciple of the sect leader. Under normal circumstances, one might be scolded for bumping into him, but not now. Oh. Shen Ya raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the significance of being among the top 5 in the Dantai sect. Brother Shirkwang just failed to challenge the Mingli Zhenwu tablet. If you were to collide with him now, you might not die, but you would certainly break a few bones, Xiaoyan explained. As a new disciple, you must learn who can be offended and who cannot within the Dantai sect. Brother, you speak wisely. Might I ask for a further explanation? Shen Ya nodded and inquired. By the way, are there any disciples from our Dantai sect who have accessed the Mingli Zhenwu tablet? Chapter 98. 9 strikes to defeat the 4th level of the Chong Shui realm. There is one. Xiaoyan lowered his voice, saying, however, that individual is on the verge of being eliminated. She is nearly 23 years old and is considered the foremost among our younger generation, senior sister Shang Shui Yan. A woman. Indeed, but she is not from your Hongwan peak. She belongs to the sect leader peak. It is said that when she entered the sect, Uncle Qin Wan clashed with the sect leader over her, ultimately concluding with senior sister Shang choosing the sect leader peak. Xiaoyan nodded and continued to explain. If it weren't for senior sister Shang, the sect leader might not have easily let go of Ishimi. He was referring to He Yin. Following that, he elaborated on the top 5 individuals, yet none were from Hongwan Peak. Your Hongwan Peak has been weakening in recent years. That senior sister once held the title of the foremost within the sect, but she is now too old to be considered part of the younger generation. Xiaoyan noticed Shen Ya's surprise and added. His eyes glinting with light, he committed these names to memory, aiming to swiftly ascend to the position of the first in the Dantai sect. Giving Xiaoyan a slight nod, Shen Ya turned to leave. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. You stop. Shen Ya instinctively turned back, only to see a gust of wind approaching, the stout figure of the elder who oversaw the martial hall landing right in front of him. Return the abandoned demon sword you took earlier. Huh? Why? Shen Ya's eyes sparkled as he glanced at Shirkwang and the others outside the martial hall. Because Shirkwang wants the abandoned demon sword now, the stout elder replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Shen Ya chuckled. So just because he wants the abandoned demon sword, I must return it now. Yes, of course, I will offer you some compensation, a gathering spirit pill. The stout elder produced a jade vial, pouring out a gathering spirit pill and tossing it to Shen Ya. Shen Ya did not catch it, allowing the pill to fly past him. I do not require the gathering spirit pill, nor do I need compensation. The abandoned demon sword will naturally be returned in half a month. As soon as he spoke, nearly everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Xiaoyan tugged at his sleeve. Junior brother, quickly return it. Do not speak foolishly. What was going on? Had he not just warned him about the terror of Brother Shirkwang? The stout elder's expression darkened as he scrutinized Shen Ya from head to toe. Considering you are a new disciple and unaware of the circumstances, I will pretend not to have heard your words. Immediately return the abandoned demon sword. And if I refuse to return it, refusal is not an option. You have no choice. The stout elder's voice grew increasingly imperious. Have I violated any sect rules? No. Then, am I not a true disciple of the Dantai sect? That is not the case either. Then why must I return it? Shen Ya retorted coldly. It seems you do not understand the Dantai sect well enough. Allow me, as your elder, to educate you properly. You are merely a waste, while Shi Kuang is among the top 5 of the sect, with the potential to challenge the Mingli Zhenwu tablet. Is that reason sufficient? The stout elder's voice grew colder, exuding an undeniable dominance. Among the newly recruited disciples, there are always a few with a touch of arrogance, but they will ultimately learn what it means to respect the strong. Let's see what he has to say after he accesses the Mingli Zhenwu tablet. After a few years of entry, he couldn't even conquer the true martial tablet. That reason is truly insufficient, Shen Ya scoffed. His voice resonating audibly. Sha Yan's complexion turned pale, instinctively glancing at Shi Kuang. Indeed, Shi Kuang had also heard Shen Ya's words that a wave of hostility surged within him, accompanied by intense fury. Go, break every bone in his body. Seize his abandoned demon sword Jade Slip, a senior brother. It is time to make the junior disciples understand what it means to recognize their place. Having just failed to challenge the Mingli Zhenwu tablet, Shen Ya's words were like salt in his wounds. Among the throng surrounding him, a male disciple stepped forward, approaching with a cold smirk. Newly recruited disciples present, take heed. Keep your eyes open, lest this person becomes your fate, he declared before launching a punch. A powerful force barreled towards Shen Ya's face. Although he was merely at the 3rd level of the Chongshui realm, his strength was several times greater than that of the outer sect disciples at the same level. Even Sha Yan retreated far away. Crack. The crisp sound echoed in the passage before the martial hall, causing Sha Yan to avert his gaze. This red-haired junior brother was doomed. Wow, the excited voices prompted Sha Yan to open his eyes. And he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. How was this possible? He saw the punch of the sect leader peak disciple caught by Shen Ya. The disciple let out a piercing scream. Yet the sound was overshadowed by the continuous crackling noise. Let go, let go. With his voice, Shen Ya released his grip, coldly asking, You wanted to break every bone in my body? Before the disciple could react, Shen Ya suddenly shifted and launched a counterattack. His fist struck relentlessly, crackling continuously. In the blink of an eye, the sect leader peak disciple had been reduced to a pile of mush, not a single bone remaining intact. And all of this transpired in the mere blink of an eye. In his previous life, Shen Ya was renowned for his overwhelming punching power. Although he now primarily wielded a sword, he certainly had not forgotten how to utilize the art of boxing. The scene fell into an eerie silence as onlookers gasped in shock, sensing that a grave incident was unfolding, one that might even cost a life. He had not only slapped Shi Kuang's face, but had also dealt a heavy blow to the sect leader peak's reputation. Shi Kuang remained stunned for quite some time before suddenly snapping back to reality. You have some guts. Ensure that all his meridians are destroyed, then toss him to the back mountain to feed the demon beasts. Without waiting for his command. 2 disciples from the sect leader peak had already charged forward, both at the 4th level of the Chongshui realm. The previous disciple had merely been caught off guard. The 2 of them launched their attacks. Unleashing the most potent of true energy, nearby, a short and stout elder had retreated to the side, a faint chill etched across his face. Shen Ya's recent actions had indeed struck a blow to his pride, as an elder. Would he intervene to halt such behavior? Certainly not. Shi Kuang's elimination of an ordinary disciple was inconsequential. At the 4th level of the Zhongshui realm, he had already taken down 2 opponents with a single strike. Shen Ya cast a casual glance. He was eager to test whether he could defeat a 4th-level Zhongshui practitioner with just a few moves. Indeed, it was not a question of whether he could win, but merely how many moves it would take. As for teaming up, such a notion was futile before him. The gray sword and the broken sword resonated simultaneously behind him, all of his sword energy converging upon them. With 1 sword in each hand, he struck simultaneously at the 2 adversaries. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. As he made his move, Shen Ya continually chanted, his voice echoing in the ears of those around him. Could this newly advanced disciple be attempting to defeat 2 senior brothers from the Zhongshui Peak within just a few strikes? If I'm not mistaken, his realm is merely at the pinnacle of the Gathering Qi stage. No mistake, he is indeed at the pinnacle of Gathering Qi. Has he lost his mind? Which peak does such a formidable disciple belong to? As the crowd murmured, the battle abruptly concluded. With the 9th strike, the 2 4th-level Zhongshui practitioners were defeated. Previously, your brother sure stated he would cripple all my meridians. Before Shen Ya stood 2 disciples from the Zhongshui Peak, their throats held at sword point. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the onlookers nearly bulged out. Could it be that he intended to sever the meridians of both, knowing full well this would obliterate their paths as martial artists? Enough. You have already won. The short and stout elder could no longer bear to watch, a burst of innate energy pressing toward Shen Ya. Yet, Shen Ya remained immovable. Not even the most formidable of innate energies could suppress him. The two swords thrust straight forward, piercing the shoulders of both adversaries. Two streams of sword energy erupted from the gray sword and the broken sword, enveloping the sword marks, invading the meridians of both. And then, with Shen Ya's understanding of the meridians and Zhongxue, the sword marks continuously roamed and collided within. Crackle, the sound echoed within their bodies like popping beans, as each acupuncture point shattered, and in the blink of an eye, the two collapsed to the ground. They had been utterly crippled. Seeking death, the short and stout elder reacted, striking out with a palm towards Shen Ya. Brother Zhong, you have gone too far. A chilling voice interjected, deflecting the stout elder's strike. As a middle-aged woman gracefully approached, the crowd's gaze sharpened. She was an elder from the Hongwan Peak, temporarily stationed at the Shantai Stone Hall, sharing duties with the stout elder at the Gongwu Hall. Do you, at your advanced age, intend to meddle in the disputes of the young? Furthermore, must a newly advanced disciple be oppressed by a dignified elder such as yourself? The stout elder's face turned a deep shade of purple. Junior Sister Qing. This individual strikes ruthlessly, having crippled. Was it not you who first declared your intent to incapacitate him? Are the disciples of Hongwan Peak to be discarded, while those of Zhongzhou Peak must only inflict harm? The middle-aged woman raised an eyebrow, her tone icy, and in the presence of all, none dared to respond. Two fourth-level Zhongxue practitioners, defeated in 9 moves by a pinnacle gathering chi practitioner, and yet you still have the gall to show your face. The middle-aged woman surveyed the assembly, her voice booming. Among the few disciples of Hongwan Peak present, their chests puffed out, despite the rumors that this young man had severely beaten Sister Mai. When out in the world, he represented the face of Hongwan Peak. Haha. What Elder Qin says is reasonable. Let the disputes among disciples be resolved without your interference, Brother Zhong. Suddenly, a loud laugh resonated from the front of the Gongwu Hall. It was Shi Kuang. Stepping forth with his entourage in tow, the expressions of the crowd shifted. Was Shi Kuang truly going to intervene personally? Having already entered the realm of innate energy, who could withstand his might? The middle-aged woman furrowed her brow. If Shi Kuang were to lower himself to intervene, it would indeed be difficult for her to manage. Rest assured, Elder Qin, I, Shi Kuang, still value my reputation. Shi Kuang smiled lightly. I was impulsive just now. I should not have allowed a long-standing junior brother to take action. However, regardless, if my people are crippled, I shall seek recompense, and I shall do so openly. Pausing, he turned to a nearby individual. Wang Dong, as a fellow newly advanced disciple, it should be fair for you to take action. Yes. Instantly, all gazes fell upon the disciple surnamed Wang. Confusion flickered in their eyes. How could a newly advanced disciple defeat one from Hongwan Peak when even the fourth-level Zhongxue practitioners had been rendered helpless? Yet, the middle-aged woman's expression changed, her eyes locking onto Wang Dong as she rushed towards Shen Ya. This Wang Dong is among the newly recruited disciples of Shantai Sect. Aside from Yin, he possesses a mid-grade martial root. Unlike Yin, he has already attained the 4th level of Zhongxue, demonstrating astonishing combat prowess even before joining. In the same realm, he is unrivaled, having even defeated older disciples at the 5th level of Zhongxue. Does he possess the confidence? Shen Ya looked at Wang Dong in astonishment that he was tall and slender, yet his appearance was remarkably unattractive. This visage was distinctive enough to awaken memories from Shen Ya's past life. Among the top 5 of the sect, he had no recollection, yet this individual stood out. Is it possible to refuse the challenge without confidence? The Peak Master has stated, do not allow me to lose face for Hongwan Peak. If I had not just brought honor to Hongwan Peak, I suspect Elder Qin would not have intervened, would she? Shen Ya continued. The middle-aged woman's expression shifted subtly. Indeed, her intervention was prompted by Chun Luan's instructions. Once Shen Ya finished speaking, he had already stepped forward, narrowing his eyes at Shi Kuang. What sort of punishment do you intend to mete out this time? Will you break all my bones or cripple my meridians? Or perhaps, will you slay me outright? At this remark, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Should Shi Kuang dare to propose any of those, then if Wang Dong were to lose, the outcome would be precisely as he had described. The sparring among disciples should end at an appropriate juncture. To everyone's surprise, Shi Kuang refrained from issuing a lethal command. In an instant, they understood. Wang Dong was of great importance. Shi Kuang had relented. He was afraid. Is that so? Yet I wish to cripple this individual. Why should you dictate the rules? Suddenly, Shen Ya radiated a powerful sword energy. The Wanmog sword intent surging forth like a tiger breaking free from its cage. Did you not desire the abandoned demon sword? I have just grasped a fragment of its essence. First move. Abandoned demon collapse. Shen Ya roared, launching his attack. The sword in his hand mirrored the figure within the jade slip. All energy, all true energy, coalesced into a singular point, converging upon the sword, as myriad sword energies took on a layer of demonic intent. The intent of the sword and the demonic intent surged forth toward Wang Dong, like a torrential flood, overwhelming in its might. Wang Dong had long since stepped forward, his previously sinister grin froze in place. His hands frantically forming seals, conjuring a ghostly green seal to clash against the torrent of the demonic sword. Crack, the seal shattered, and the sword flow persisted. The abandoned demon sword, wielded by Shen Ya, had surpassed the realm of superior-grade Xian-level techniques. Wang Dong, though a fourth-level Songshui practitioner, was indeed unrivaled within the Xian sect, yet in Shen Ya's eyes, he was even inferior to Wei Sha. Another roar escaped Wang Dong as patterns emerged all over his body. A manifestation of his unique physique that a surge of power erupted from him. Yet it was futile. The abandoned demon sword continued its descent. Stop! Shi Kuang was taken aback. Wang Dong was to be defeated in an instant. Not daring to delay, as Wang Dong was on the brink of being cleaved by the sword light, he intervened that a surge of innate true energy shattered the abandoned demon sword, rescuing Wang Dong just in time. Looking up, he fixed his gaze on Shen Ya, realization dawning upon him. Today, he had fallen, utterly defeated. Even Wang Dong was no match for him. How could a mere gathering Qi practitioner possess such capabilities? Who was he, among the newly advanced disciples? How could such an existence arise? Elder, must I return the abandoned demon sword jade slip? Shen Ya sheathed his sword, not sparing a glance at Shi Kuang or Wang Dong. Handing the jade slip to the stout elder with a teasing smile before turning to leave the crowd. However, at that moment, Shi Kuang struck out suddenly, a swift hand strike, harnessing innate energy, transformed into a blade of light aimed at Shen Ya. At this moment, the middle-aged woman remained astonished by Shen Ya's formidable strength, caught off guard by Shi Kuang's blade of light. Bang! A surge of water light erupted. The blade of light shattered just as it neared Shen Ya. A graceful figure stepped forth, junior brother Shi, as one of the top 5 disciples within the sect. Do you not possess any shame? Our Zhongzhu Peak still values its reputation. Shan Shuiyin, senior sister Shan. The crowd's attention was captivated by her presence. And someone called out, Shan Shuiyin, a disciple of Zhongzhu Peak, the foremost young disciple of Xian Sect, ranked 998th on the Mingji Zhenwu stele. She was the pride of Xian Sect, renowned throughout the Mingji domain. This ranking evoked envy among countless sects and admiration from innumerable disciples. She was destined to become a pillar of Xian Sect, yet regrettably, her age was nearing the end of her prime, leaving no opportunity for further advancement. Senior sister Shan, this individual, a defeat is a defeat. One person has had all their bones shattered, 2 have had their true energy severed, and another was defeated in one move. Is this not sufficient? Moreover, the opponent is merely at the gathering Qi stage. If you do not wish to lose face, I still do. Shang Shuiyin interrupted Shi Kuang from continuing. This matter ends here. If you wish to reclaim your honor, then strive to cultivate diligently, lest this junior brother surpass you. Afterward, she turned to Shen Ya. Junior brother Shen, would you care to accompany your senior sister for a stroll? Shen Ya was momentarily taken aback. Unsure of Shang Shuiyin's intentions, after a moment of silence, he replied, all right. With a light laugh, Shang Shuiyin and Shen Ya departed the Xiantai Stone Hall, heading toward the mountain gate. Before the Gongwu Hall, the crowd exchanged glances. Is senior sister Shang out of seclusion? Moreover, she has invited the male disciples of Hongwuan Peak to explore the sect together. What is going on? Why do I feel as though I am dreaming? Is there a close relationship between senior sister Shang and him? So, what exactly is the background of this disciple from Hongwuan Peak? I say, brother Sha, you were just with him, don't you know? Sha Yin was already dumbfounded. He knew that the male disciples of Hongwuan Peak possessed extraordinary abilities. But he never anticipated such prowess. Defeating a 4th level of the Chongshua realm while still in the Gathering Qi realm, he must be the strongest among the newly admitted disciples. Right? Yet, why had he never heard of him before? His name is Shen Ya, a disciple of Lingxin, with a martial root of merely low-grade Xian level. A voice chimed in from somewhere. Soon, everyone recalled that it belonged to that Lingxin disciple. It was rumored that both the master of Chuyuan Peak and the former outer sect leader, Mo Hong, had suffered misfortunes because of him. The specifics were unclear, as this was a scandal for the Shantai sect. Of course, core disciples like Shi Kuang and Shui Yin were well aware of what had transpired a few days prior. Shen Ya. Huh? I will peel off his skin and drink his blood. The grotesque Wang Dong chuckled in a low voice beside Shi Kuang, his eyes glinting like a venomous snake. Senior Sister Shang, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. On the mountain path, Shang Shui Yin walked alongside Shen Ya, the picturesque scenery of Shantai sect resembling a beautiful rainbow. With a beauty by his side, one could easily mistake them for a perfect couple, yet Shen Ya harbored no such thoughts. He was rather curious as to why this first talent of Shantai sect would assist him. Logically, Shi Kuang should be her true junior brother. Junior brother Shen is truly lacking in romantic sensibility. Do you not find this moment, you and I together in such a beautiful setting, rather romantic? Shang Shui Yin smiled gently, her enchanting eyes sparkling upon Shen Ya. Her alluring figure exuded a potent charm, and with every smile and frown, one might easily be captivated. Any ordinary man under such circumstances would likely succumb to temptation and wish to weave a beautiful narrative with her. However, Shen Ya was no ordinary man. He possessed the soul of an 800-year-old elder. Is it beautiful? Just ordinary, I suppose. Shen Ya frowned, disliking interactions with such women. It felt somewhat exhausting, somewhat insincere. The scenery of Shantai sect held no distinction to him, who had once walked the path of the divine. It was no different from the small flowers and grasses by the roadside. Shang Shui Yin blinked, gazing earnestly at Shen Ya. The youth before her displayed not a flicker of emotion. As if utterly unmoved, her mood soured slightly. Even if the scenery were not beautiful, surely the beauty beside him was? Shang Shui Yin's expression remained unchanged. Junior brother, your mindset is not quite right. In cultivation, one must focus on tranquility, and you seem rather anxious. As a martial artist, one must occasionally relax and enjoy the beautiful things in life. At this, Shang Shui Yin puffed her chest and squinted her eyes in a smile. Shen Ya inquired with puzzlement. Are you trying to enlighten me, senior sister? Although Shang Shui Yin wore a smile, internally, she was beginning to feel agitated. This young man was truly dull. Indeed, as the youngest prodigy of Shantai sect, I must offer guidance to a talent like you, she replied. Oh, if I am not mistaken, senior sister has been stagnant at the second level of the innate realm for an entire year, unable to break through despite numerous seclusions. Upon hearing this, Shen Ya spoke in a cold tone. Shang Shui Yin's expression shifted abruptly. How do you know this? Even Master Chun is unaware of my situation. Shen Ya offered no response. Continuing forward, senior sister often suffers from headaches, particularly during those few days of the month, which can lead to unbearable pain and even signs of weakened vital energy. Shang Shui Yin stared at Shen Ya as if she had seen a ghost. You. How do you know this? Do you wish to be cured? Shen Ya asked again. You. Are you an alchemist? Of course, I wish to be cured. Shang Shui Yin replied hastily. Her condition was known to no one. Not even Shen Luan, nor her master, Zhongyu. She had sought numerous alchemists, yet a year had passed without remedy. If you wish to be cured, please speak plainly, Shen Ya stated blankly. Shang Shui Yin opened her mouth, realizing that the teasing she had just engaged in was dismissed by this junior brother as mere nonsense, and she felt as if she had slapped her own face. Fine, it was indeed nonsense. But how could this young lad be so akin to an old man? Before him stood a beauty, a stunning beauty, and she sighed helplessly. The reason I assist you is due to a request from another. Lin Qing from the Yunxian Society is acquainted with me, Shang Shui Yin stated directly. She approached me a few days ago, hoping I would look after you within Shantai sect, but given your circumstances, I find myself quite troubled. A gleam flashed in Shen Ya's eyes. So it was Lin Qing. This outing with you is because the second young master of Dongji City has prepared a small banquet in the inner city, inviting the prodigies of Dongji City, and Qing hopes you can attend. Shang Shui Yin explained the purpose. Now it made sense. Shen Ya was well aware of such banquets. They were typically the second young master's attempts to garner favor, a tactic often employed in the so-called upper echelons of society. Nevertheless, Shen Ya did not wish to squander time on such matters. Please extend my gratitude to Miss Qing. I have no time. Shang Shui Yin stared at Shen Ya in shock. Such a banquet, Even Shi Kuang had never received an invitation to. Countless individuals would vie for the opportunity to participate, to befriend prodigies and widen their future paths, yet this person outright refused. Exhibiting a degree of reclusiveness? No, there was disdain in his eyes. Chapter 101. The Inner City Banquet. Miss King may be quite saddened. She has not forgotten you. Shang Shui Yin spoke in a tone of longing, as if she were a woman lamenting the absence of the one she yearned for. Senior Sister Shang, please speak plainly. Shen Ya twitched his lips. Shang Shui Yin truly wished to slap him, exclaiming, King has not forgotten your mark. Once I reach the Chongshua realm, I will invite Miss King to Dantai Sect. Now that sounded reasonable. This woman was too good at acting, making Shen Ya feel uncomfortable. Shang Shui Yin's temper flared. She could not comprehend this man's world. He expected to wait until he reached the Chongshua realm. Who did he think he was? Lin Qing's status was no ordinary matter. Many sought to curry favor with her. Yet he abruptly turned to leave, casually remarking, the issue with senior sister lies in the beauty-retaining technique. Relinquish your cultivation of it, and you shall find the solution, breaking through in a matter of days. Shang Shui Yin stood frozen. Her secret, the beauty-retaining technique. She harbored a psychological concern, fearing that she would become unattractive with age. During an expedition, she had acquired a technique for retaining her beauty, which proved remarkably effective, making her even more stunning. No one knew of this, apart from her. She opened her mouth, wanting to stop Shen Ya and inquire how he knew this. But ultimately, she watched him disappear, her eyes filled with intrigue. This strange boy is shrouded in mystery. Not only is he a rune master, but also an alchemist. It seems Dantai Sect will become increasingly fascinating. Shameless brat, return and attend that little banquet with her. As Shen Ya walked along the mountain path, the Yao Ming bug suddenly spoke. I sense a trace of Yin energy on her. However, the Yin energy is not from her, but rather from someone she has come into contact with, perhaps from a certain individual at the banquet. Shen Ya paused momentarily, stating plainly, I have no time. What? Are you afraid? Afraid that I might recover too quickly and consume you in 2 years? The Yao Ming bug retorted angrily. Shen Ya shook his head with a smile. The tactic of provocation does not work on me. If there were a clear target, I would assist you, but with just a hint of Yin energy from her, I'm afraid the clues are too vague, even if I were to find it. It would waste too much of my time. I will grant you benefits, regardless of whether you obtain the Yin energy item on this trip. I will allow you to experience the profound understanding of heaven and earth. Of course, my current strength is quite weak, but for someone at your level in the Gathering Qi realm, it can yield significant rewards. The Yao Ming bug gritted its teeth that a spark of realization passed through Shen Ya's eyes. Perhaps he could gain insights into heaven and earth in advance. Fine. It's a deal. Shen Ya decisively agreed. Returning to the spot where he had just bid farewell to Shang Shui Yin, he found her still standing there, seemingly lost in thought, believing that the beautiful scenery before her might inspire some revelation. Senior Sister Shang, I have decided. I will accompany you to that little banquet. Shang Shui Yin gazed at Shen Ya in disbelief. Had this young man truly changed his mind? As night fell, a dragon horse with 8 legs pulled a cart, slowly entering the city. Upon entering, one could immediately sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth intensifying, rivaling that of the Dantai Sect. Those residing within the city, even if they did not belong to any faction, could enjoy a cultivation environment comparable to that of Dantai Sect disciples, let alone the sects within the city itself. With the enhancement of the Gathering Spirit Array, the spiritual energy was even more potent. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was intricately linked to the spiritual veins of the land. Every sacred ground of a sect must choose a location along these spiritual veins when establishing itself. The inner city of Dongji was vast, and most inhabitants boasted some background. Even the lowest were the families of ordinary soldiers from Dongji City that as for others. Even Shang Shuiyan, it would have to pay a hefty sum of spiritual stones to enter the city. For those without any background, long-term residents would require notable contributions to Dongji City. Otherwise, they would have to rely on spiritual stones. Qingling Pavilion was the venue for this small banquet. As Shang Shui Yin halted the 8-legged dragon horse, a young servant approached to attend to them. The servants here all possessed the 10th level of the body refinement realm. Sister Shang, you have arrived. May I ask about that? In front of the Qingling Pavilion, a young girl clad in yellow stood expectantly, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Upon seeing Shang Shuiyan, she promptly approached and whispered her inquiry. Before Shang Shuiyan could respond, she noticed Shen Ya disembarking from the carriage. Young Master Shen, you are here. Lin Qing's face blossomed with a charming smile. reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, as she stepped forward like a girl catching sight of her beloved. Sister King, this is, at that moment. Two other women emerged from within the pavilion, inquiring with smiles. Young Master Shen, a disciple of the Dantai sect, and a junior of Sister Shang. Lin King casually introduced, while the two women cast a fleeting glance at Shang Xueyan. Barely nodding in acknowledgement, their demeanor indifferent, before asking, "Is this young Master Shen a relative of Sister King?" "A chance encounter, and we get along quite well." Lin King, slightly annoyed, was eager to present the intricate quandaries she had compiled over the past few days for Shen Ya's insight. Ignoring the two women, she took Shen Ya's hand and led him into the Qingling Pavilion. "Sister Shang, your junior seems quite extraordinary." The two women, perceiving Lin King's disregard for them, swiftly redirected their attention to Shang Xueyan. "He is capable enough, able to slay opponents across several realms." Shang Xueyan held no fondness for them. These two women were daughters of prominent families in the city, having entered a sixth-rank sect with mediocre abilities. Merely relying on a semblance of beauty and connections to gain entry, they looked down upon those from the outer city and were only interested in Shen Ya due to Lin King's unusual status. Seeking to curry favor, capable of slaying across several realms. The two women's gazes fell upon Shen Ya, astonished. "Oh, is this not the disciple of the Dantai sect who received a commendation that day? What brings him here?" Just then, someone rode in on an 8-legged dragon horse, none other than the first genius of the 7th-ranked Taiyun sect, Mingli. With a higher ranking, Mingli's placement on the Jinwu monument hovered around the 900 mark. The two women approached him, only to learn that the object of Lin King's attention was merely a newly appointed disciple of the Dantai sect, whose martial route was, astonishingly, only of the lower tier of the Xian grade. Instantly disinterested, they derided Shang Xueyan, a disciple of the lower tier of the Xian grade, capable of slaying across several realms. Surely, he must be targeting those of the lower tier of the Huang grade. Huh. Besides, who else could he possibly slay? The Dantai sect is truly declining. Yet this person must possess a talent for flattery, for Sister King to treat him so favorably. Sister King is still young and naive. It is necessary to offer her a word of caution. With that, the two women stepped into the Qingling Pavilion alongside Mingli. Shang Xueyan's lips curled slightly. Such contemptuous women were of no concern to her. In the matter of forging friendships, these two were far beneath her. Yet, she soon realized that between Lin King and Shen Ya, she had no opportunity to interject, as their discussion revolved entirely around intricate patterns. As time passed, the number of attendees at the Qingling Pavilion swelled. Many noticing Lin King engaged in deep conversation with a young man, unable to resist intruding. Upon learning that Shen Ya was merely a disciple of the Dantai sect, they approached unceremoniously. Lin King, overwhelmed, found her thoughts on patterns frequently interrupted. "Could you please refrain from bothering me?" At last, Lin King could no longer contain herself and erupted. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Lin King was angry. They dared not confront her, but fixed their gazes intently on Shen Ya. This face, they would remember. What merit did he possess to elicit such a smile from Lin King? Bound by her presence, they refrained from acting, but their gazes grew increasingly icy. Young Master Yin has arrived. After a quarter of an hour, someone suddenly called out. The crowd instinctively turned their attention toward Shen Ya and Lin King. A spectacle was about to unfold. Yin Xian's infatuation with Lin King was well known. How would he react upon seeing his beloved engaged in jovial conversation with another man? Those eager to stir trouble soon approached Yin Xian, whispering a few words in his ear. As soon as they finished speaking, the aura around Yin Xian seemed to freeze, his gaze turning coldly toward Shen Ya. He advanced step by step. Shen Ya's mental fortitude was formidable, and he had sensed Yin Xian's arrival immediately, frowning slightly. He was unafraid of trouble, but did not wish to attract unnecessary complications. "Yao Ming Chuan, have you not yet found the source of the Yin energy?" Shen Ya inquired silently. "No, but many present have been touched by that trace of Yin energy. It must reside on someone yet to arrive. Perhaps we should wait a while longer." The voice of Yao Ming Chuan echoed in Shen Ya's ear. "King, why are you alone in this corner? Today's banquet features our Dongji City's specialty delicacies. Allow me to show you around." Yin Xian approached Lin King, instantly shedding his cold demeanor. Ignoring Shen Ya, Lin King grew even more irate. Had she known, she would not have invited Shen Ya here.
It would have been far better to attend the Yunxian banquet, and no, even the Yunxian banquet held no fondness for Shen Ya. But any other venue would suffice. Looking up, she found Yin Xine, that bothersome fly, and inhaled deeply. I have no time. Please keep your distance. She was quite rude to Yin Xine since their last encounter at the Dongji Southport. Lin Qing had resolved to rid herself of him. The moment her words fell, Yin Xine's expression darkened considerably. In an instant, his gaze landed on Shen Ya. Oh, is this not the disciple of the Dantai sect? I wonder how many superior spirit stones you earned that day. Shen Ya looked up at Yin Xine, having already inscribed a death mark upon him. Once he possessed sufficient strength, he would take his life. There was no need for pretense with such a person. Shen Ya turned to Lin Qing, gesturing toward a courtyard outside, saying, Miss Lin, shall we converse over there? It is quieter. All right. Lin Qing readily agreed that in just the past 15 minutes. Several of her difficult problems had been resolved by young Master Shen. Thus, they rose, disregarding Yin Xine as they made their way to the courtyard. They appeared to openly indulge in flirtation right in front of Yin Xine, openly engaging in sweet conversation. Halt. Yin Xine clenched his fists tightly, calling out in a low voice, yet the two continued to ignore him. Enraged, Yin Xine barked, Yin Bing, Miss King seems a bit hungry. Please escort her to the table for a bite to eat. This time, Yin Xine had not brought any guards, but had a few peers from the Yin family accompanying him. The girl named Yin Bing understood and swiftly approached, grasping Lin Qing's arm. King, I've discovered something delicious. Come with me to taste it. It will surely leave you craving more. Yin Bing. What are you doing? Lin Qing, though a martial artist, was limited in strength and was gently pulled away by Yin Bing. Subsequently, Yin Xine stepped directly in front of Shen Ya, placing himself between them. You, the little brat from the extreme south, I know you possess some understanding of patterns that I can spare your life, and I could allow Miss King to consult you on certain pattern-related matters. But it must be done through my people. In other words, if Miss King encounters any pattern-related difficulties in the future, I will send someone to the Dantai sect. After you resolve them, you will hand them over to my person. From this day forth, you are not permitted to see Miss King again. Yin Xine's words reflected immense restraint. Had it not been for Lin Qing's presence, his threats would have been far more severe. Upon hearing this, Shen Ya couldn't help but chuckle. Do not think that just because you have entered the Hongluan Peak, you possess a background. This is Dongji City. Even if Chun Luan extends his hand, it will only end in a severed limb and a crippled fate. Understand? Yin Xine loathed the sight of Shen Ya's smile, just as he had laughed within the ancient Battlestone's secret realm. Of course. I know that your little extreme south is quite impoverished. I can offer you some spirit stones. Yin Xine promised benefits, believing that those from the remote extreme south were perpetually destitute. Yin Xine, shut your mouth. Why must I seek your permission to befriend someone? Why must my difficulties be conveyed to young Master Shen through you? What do you think you are? Lin Qing erupted once more, her anger unprecedented. She understood that she could not harbor feelings for Shen Ya, nor could there be any romantic inclinations. Otherwise, Shen Ya would meet a tragic end. Yet, she genuinely regarded Shen Ya solely as a mentor. Must even a mentor, a purely platonic friend, be controlled by another? Miss King, young Master Yan's words hold merit. You ought not to engage too closely with him. If you dislike young Master Yan's proposition of sending someone to the Xianai sect, our Yunxian Association can also take on that responsibility. Just then, another figure emerged, a beautiful woman from the Yunxian Association. Lin Qing's eyes instantly reddened. However, the woman remained unmoved, continuing to sneer. This is for your own good. Some individuals, though human, are no different from beasts and are utterly unworthy of conversing with you, let alone entering the Qingling Pavilion. After finishing her words, the woman approached Shen Ya. Regarding the matter aboard the Yunkong ship, I shall overlook it in light of Qing's reputation. Here are 10 superior spirit stones and 10 qi condensing pills, sufficient for your cultivation for some time. Now, leave the Qingling Pavilion at once. The woman referred to Shen Ya's slaying of the Yunkong captain and incapacitating the old woman lay. The atmosphere grew suddenly silent, all eyes fixed on Shen Ya, the disciple of the Dantai sect. What would he do? And what about Shang Shuiyin? Would she also depart in disgrace? Suddenly, a clear, ringing voice echoed from outside the Qingling Pavilion. Haha. Today's little gathering is so lively. There must be some intriguing happenings. I am quite fortunate that you all are showing such enthusiasm.
The crowd turned to see the second son of the city lord. Fan Jing had arrived. One by one, they had all encountered the second young master Fan Jing, the true protagonist of the day. Shen Ya's gaze followed suit. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of awareness. It was none other than the demonic worm that spoke. Shameless brat. The entity of Yin energy resides upon the neck of that second young master, in that jade pendant. In an instant, Shen Ya comprehended why so many present bore traces of Yin energy. It was evident that they had come into contact with this second young master. Oh, but Sister Kuying, why are you in tears? Fan Jing's gaze fell upon Lin Kuying's face, momentarily taken aback as he inquired. Observing the surrounding atmosphere, which was somewhat oppressive, he sensed that the situation was far from amusing. His expression darkened slightly. Who dared to disrespect him by causing a scene at his small gathering? Second young master. The matter is as follows. Shang Shuiyan, who also bore traces of Yin energy, had clearly recently interacted with Fan Jing and shared some rapport. She swiftly explained the situation at hand, asserting, though Shui Yin does not consider herself a prodigy, and her name is soon to vanish from the Mingji Zhenwu stele. I believe I am qualified to bring a junior disciple to your banquet. Would you not agree? Fan Jing furrowed his brow. This situation posed a slight inconvenience. He held Shang Shuiyan in quite high regard. Second young master. Kuying is a distinguished guest of our Yunxian society, and one of us.it is not that we deny this individual's participation in your gathering, but rather we hope he will take the initiative to leave, so as not to disrupt the mood of others. A woman from the Yunxian society spoke softly. The truth was, it was those present who had influenced Shen Ya and Lin Kuying. Yet she reversed the narrative. Brother Fan, some individuals indeed do not merit participation in your gathering. Sister Shang has the rightful claim to bring her junior disciple, yet a mere disciple of the Lingxin sect at the lowly level of Xian is an affront to you. Yin Xian scoffed, his tone growing more domineering. He further threatened, Sister Shang, your master has a good relationship with our Yin family. At last, Fan Jing stepped forward, gazing indifferently at Shen Ya. Someone, kindly escort this young brother out of the Qingling Pavilion and present him with 10 high-grade spirit stones, granting him the privilege to remain in the inner city for 3 days. As a gesture of consolation, as soon as the words left his mouth, both Shang Shuiyan and Lin Kuying's expressions shifted dramatically. Ultimately, Fan Jing chose to side with the Yin family and the Yunxian society. Heh, shameless brat. Do you need me to assist you? Such humiliation, you surely cannot endure, can you? At that moment, the demonic worm within the compass emitted a voice full of schadenfreude. By the way, if you wish to comprehend the heavens and earth, plead with me, seek my assistance. Once I consume the Yin energy entity and regain a portion of my strength, I can help you experience a more profound understanding of the universe. Shen Ya realized that the resentment of this demonic worm was so great that it thrived on witnessing his embarrassment. However, did he truly require its help? With a calm smile, Shen Ya chose silence and turned to exit the Qingling Pavilion. Behind him, a cacophony of derisive laughter ensued. The Dantai Sect and Shang Shuiyan had been publicly shamed this time. Lin Kuying wished to rush forward, but was restrained by Yin Bing and the women of the Yunxian society. To the onlookers, Shen Ya resembled a dog being chased away, retreating in disgrace. Every full moon night, my meridians come to a halt. Even tearing sensations arise. My complexion grows increasingly pallid. Those who draw near, especially women, become weak, with some even fainting into unconsciousness due to excessive Yin energy, ultimately perishing. As Shen Ya was on the verge of departure, a deep voice resonated throughout every corner of the Qingling Pavilion. Everyone was taken aback. What nonsense was this young man uttering? No one noticed the sudden change in Fan Jing's expression as he barked, Stop, what did you just say? Repeat that. Shen Ya did not look back. I was merely speaking to myself. There is no need for you to concern yourself. Second young master. With that, Shen Ya offered a cold smile and continued his stride towards the exit. Fan Jing called out once more. Yet Shen Ya showed no intention of halting, rushing up to obstruct him. Second young master. What? Am I not allowed to leave? Shen Ya paused, inquiring indifferently. Fan Jing's expression shifted dramatically. He forced a semblance of a smile and softly said, Can you resolve it? Resolve what? I am unaware of what the second young master speaks of. Fan Jing's countenance grew increasingly grim. This was a clear affront to his dignity. Yet his voice became even gentler. Brother, since you can discern the strange ailment afflicting me, you must also be able to cure it, correct? Upon uttering these words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Shang Shui Yan's eyes brightened. Brother Shen had indeed perceived the ailment plaguing Fan Jing. Yes, what Shen Ya had just articulated was precisely what Fan Jing was currently enduring. The women with whom he had engaged had nearly all fallen ill, and countless alchemists struggled to identify the underlying issue. Yet now, Shen Ya had unveiled it with a single remark. This matter was highly clandestine. A disciple of the Xiantai sect who had never set foot in Dongji City could not possibly know this. It could only be something he had deduced. A smirk curled at the corners of Shen Ya's mouth. Indeed, I can cure it, but why should I? Shang Shui Yan twitched her lips. Brother Shen had gone a bit too far. He ought not to speak to Fan Jing in such a way. Given his position, he should have been more tactful, yet considering his temperament, she began to feel a headache, as expected. A glint of coldness flickered in Fan Jing's eyes as he gritted his teeth. So, young brother Shen is indeed a concealed gem. That I retract my earlier words. You are now qualified to attend my gathering. Yan Xin and the women of the Yun Xian Society's expressions transformed abruptly. If I am now deemed qualified, I shall not be courteous. Sister Kuning, let us converse in the courtyard. I have devised a solution to your earlier query. Shen Ya turned and smiled at Lin Kuing. All right, Lin Kuing. Though perplexed, broke into a smile. Being addressed as Sister Kuing felt rather different, quite pleasant. Wait a moment, second young master. It is not that our Yun Xian Society refuses to give you face. But Kuing cannot engage with him further. A woman from the Yun Xian Society stepped forward, blocking Lin Kuing. Brother Fan, perhaps your ailment can only be resolved by him, but there are numerous ways to have him treat you. Given your status, requesting an ordinary disciple from the Xiantai sect would not be met with resistance. Yan Xin retorted coldly. Fan Jing had indeed acted hastily, caught off guard by Shen Ya's words. Once he regained his composure and looked at Shen Ya again, his eyes were filled with coldness. Brother Shen, you may remain, but after the gathering concludes, you must accompany me to the city lord's mansion. And furthermore, you cannot interact with Sister Kuing again. Shen Ya turned back. Are you serious? For reasons unknown, a chill ran down Fan Jing's spine, yet he reminded himself that as the son of the city lord, there was nothing to fear. That he stated plainly. As Yin brother has said, requesting an ordinary disciple from the Xiantai sect is quite simple. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Most individuals gradually transitioned from surprise to derision, viewing Shen Ya as an arrogant fool from the southernmost region. Even if he possessed leverage against Fan Jing, so what? In a world where strength reigned supreme, power could compel any weaker individual to submit. Suddenly, Shen Ya exclaimed, then prepare to meet your end. Chapter 104. Selling sword techniques at the marshal's mansion. As soon as the words left his lips, intricate patterns suddenly flashed beneath Shen Ya's feet. In an instant, his body vanished from sight, along with Shang Shui Yin and Lin Kuing. The crowd stood in stunned silence. They gazed incredulously at the pattern beneath their feet. When had it been inscribed? Pursue him. He cannot have gone far. He must still be within the city. The words, prepare to meet your end, echoed in Fan Jing's ears, filling him with an overwhelming sense of urgency. Who could have anticipated that in the midst of so many geniuses within the Qingling Pavilion, a mere Peakchi gathering realm cultivator could silently inscribe a pattern to escape? Nevertheless, Fan Jing had no regrets. A mere disciple of the Xiantai sect was nothing to fear. As long as he remained in Dongji City, who could escape from his grasp? All present were geniuses, many of whom had their names inscribed upon the Mingji Zhenwu steel. And they watched in disbelief as Shen Ya departed without a sound, even taking Lin Kuing with him, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated. They all sprang into action, pursuing the trio of Shen Ya. What is happening? Why are the geniuses moving? Both inside and outside the Qingling Pavilion, everyone was left dumbfounded. All the geniuses were simultaneously mobilizing. This was an unprecedented sight. It seems they are pursuing someone. Who possesses such power to warrant the collective pursuit of all these geniuses? I have no idea. I didn't see anyone leave the Qingling Pavilion. No one knew what had transpired. All were simply left in a state of astonishment. Meanwhile, in the back courtyard of the Qingling Pavilion, within Shang Shui Yan's eight-legged dragon carriage, Shen Ya appeared alongside the two women. The patterns within the carriage shimmered. Shang Shui Yan stared blankly at Shen Ya. Brother Shen, when did you set this up? Before we entered the Qingling Pavilion. As for the patterns inside, they were arranged the moment we stepped in, Shen Ya replied. The purpose of visiting the Qingling Pavilion was to acquire the Yin energy entity. With Lin Kuing, the troublemaking little sprite, alongside him. How could Shen Ya not prepare something? Of course, he had employed a touch of Taoist power while arranging it, allowing for such a silent escape. Young Master Shen, what is this pattern? How can it facilitate instantaneous movement? What she had just experienced was akin to a legendary spatial formation. Lin Kuing was utterly astonished. It is not instantaneous movement, rather. It is the power of the pattern that pulls us. If there had been an innate 6th-level existence present just now, they would have seen our figures being drawn into the carriage, Shen Ya explained. Can you teach me? Lin Kuing asked excitedly. Certainly. But your current strength is insufficient to set it up, Shen Ya replied. That is fine. I can learn first. I say, ladies, could you perhaps postpone your study of the patterns? What shall we do now? Brother Shen, we have likely offended nearly every genius within and outside Dongji City. Shang Shuiyin lamented, her expression despondent. If given another chance, she would never have brought Shen Yu to the Qingling Pavilion. Can one truly escape for a moment, only to remain in hiding forever? Let us go to the Marshal's mansion. How could Shen Yu be unprepared? He instructed Shang Shuiyin to drive towards the Marshal's mansion. A quarter of an hour later, someone finally discerned the issue regarding the markings on Qingling Pavilion and arrived at the back courtyard. However, where was Shang Shuiyin's carriage? Fan Jing was exceedingly agitated. Send the order down to ensure all city gates are vigilant in inspecting the 8-legged dragon carriage and Shang Shuiyin. The Yunxian Association also mobilized. Lin Qing's abduction was no trivial matter. Halt. No further. The 8-legged dragon carriage swiftly reached the Marshal's mansion, a colossal estate that seemed to stretch endlessly, heavily guarded. The soldiers bore an aura of lethal intent, concealed yet palpable. Shenshidi, what brings us to the Marshal's mansion? Shang Shuiyin softly inquired. Gazing at the menacing soldiers outside in Dongji City, the Marshal's residence was even more inaccessible than the city lord's mansion, with the authority and prowess of Marshal Yifeng permeating the entire Dongji region. It was said that Yifeng was the foremost expert in all of Dongji City. However, this claim had never been substantiated. Shen Ya did not respond to Shang Shuiyin, disembarking from the carriage. Esteemed soldiers, please inform Miss Yi Ningxiang that I have come to sell sword techniques. The soldiers were momentarily taken aback. Was this person out of his mind, coming to the Marshal's mansion to peddle sword techniques? Everyone knew that Marshal Yi despised swords the most. Get lost, or face dire consequences. The soldiers hesitated only briefly before shouting loudly. Shen Ya stood his ground, neither subservient nor arrogant. Esteemed soldiers, I have a prior agreement with Miss Yi Ningxiang to conduct a transaction regarding sword techniques right here in the Marshal's mansion. Are you truly intent on expelling me? The soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with incredulity. Perhaps the young lady could indeed do such a thing. Being the personal guards of Marshal Yi, they were intimately familiar with her character, particularly her obsession with swords. Yet, this was too outrageous. Did the young lady not fear her father's wrath? Better safe than sorry. Offending the young lady was far more terrifying than incurring the Marshal's displeasure. One soldier remarked, "Wait a moment. How terribly dull." Ever since Yi Ningxiang had fruitlessly pursued the ancient battle stone, she had been confined by Yi Feng. He had issued a strict command. She was not to leave until she had perfected the 12th form of the Wind Absolute Spear. While she could endlessly practice sword techniques, spear techniques bored her to death. Fourth brother, can't you devise a plan? I want to go out and play. In front of her stood not her second brotherly doe, but her fourth brother, as the former had indulged her too much. No way. Master said you must reach the 12th form. Yi Ningxiang felt an urge to smash something. Her fourth brother was such a fool. Only ever listening to their father. Miss, there's a young man outside claiming he wishes to sell you sword techniques and wants to conduct the transaction within the mansion. The soldier from outside approached Yi Ningxiang. Upon hearing this, Yi Ningxiang was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? It seems the young lady was unaware. I shall drive this person away and give him 10 lashes as a warning. A glint of cold light flashed in the soldier's eyes as he prepared to turn away. Wait. What kind of young man? Yi Ningxiang inquired. The soldier briefly described Shen Ya's appearance. Why Yi Ningxiang's eyes lit up. Quick, invite him in. Indeed, I had an agreement with him a few days ago. I almost forgot out of boredom. Yes, but miss, the Marshal might. The soldier suspected that no such agreement existed, yet he dared not expose it, cautiously asking, as for my father, you may handle him as you see fit. After all, this person is indeed the one I invited. If you dare not let him in. Heh. Yi Ningxiang's laughter sent a shiver down the soldier's spine, prompting him to hastily depart. This fellow has quite the audacity. Does he not realize my father despises swords? Once he is inside, how will I prevent my old man from killing him? I must think of a way, or perhaps I could say we have already consummated our agreement. Her fourth brother broke into a cold sweat, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Soon, Shen Ya, Shang Shuiyan, and Lin Qing were led into Yi Ningxiang's courtyard by the soldiers. Concurrently, other soldiers hurried to report to Marshal Yi. Only this way could safety be ensured on both sides. Of course, the young lady was rather ruthless. This seller of sword techniques would likely meet a grim fate. Chapter 105. Spear versus Sword. Sword triumphs sword buyer. I was just about to seek you out. I didn't expect you to arrive. What splendid sword techniques do you wish to sell me this time? Upon seeing Shen Ya, Yi Ningxiang beamed and approached him. At this moment, she was dressed in feminine attire, exuding exquisite beauty, though not tall. The jade-green dress enveloped her like serene lotus leaves, yet her mischievous eyes evoked a sense of familiarity, devoid of any pretense typical of a young lady of status. I wonder, Miss Yi, if you have heard of the abandoned demon sword? Shang Shuiyan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the very sword technique Shen Ya had recently acquired from the Gongwu Hall? Shen Shidi and Yi Ningxiang were indeed acquainted. The abandoned demon sword, said to be wielded by the mad sword demon, who fought the world with 3 swords. Yi Ningxiang exclaimed excitedly, her eyes wide. With her obsession for swords, how could she not know of this once-renowned technique that had caused a stir in the Mingli domain? Yi Ningxiang then asked, do you possess 3 moves of the abandoned demon sword? I have only 1 move. Shen Ya had yet to fully recall the subsequent techniques of the abandoned demon sword. Hence he could only present that 1 move. Yi Ningxiang's excitement was abruptly doused, diminishing significantly. However, this single move will not be inferior to the 9 moves of the killing sword I previously provided you, Shen Ya asserted emphatically. Nonsense. Suddenly, a furious voice erupted from outside the courtyard. A middle-aged man with long hair and a small mustache landed with an overwhelming aura that pressed down upon them. Yet, Shen Ya swiftly moved, pulling the comparatively weaker Lin Qing to safety. Shang Shuiyan, however, was cornered by the oppressive aura. Even as a genius of the Mingji true martial monument, she could not withstand Yi Feng's might. Her eyes immediately turned to Shen Ya with a look of grievance. Shen Ya remained unfazed, coolly inquiring, does Marshal Yi not believe me? Yi Feng glared coldly at Shen Ya. After receiving the soldier's report, he had rushed over, infuriated that this insignificant figure from the extreme south dared to sell sword techniques at his marshal's mansion. Did he take him for a fool? Upon entering the courtyard, he intended to teach this young man a severe lesson. However, Shen Ya's ability to withstand his aura made him reevaluate. The forces of aura and pressure were not inherently tied to strength, they were merely forms of intimidation. Those capable of withstanding such forces possessed formidable mental fortitude. In that instant, Yi Feng regarded Shen Ya with a hint of newfound respect. However, his earlier sales tactics were utterly abominable. Yi Feng was aware that the first move of the abandoned demon sword was not difficult to find. Yet compared to the previous 9 moves of the killing sword, it paled in comparison. Before him stood a charlatan. Whether I believe you or not is irrelevant. Do you know that the moment you stepped into the marshal's mansion, your life is now mine? I have given Ningxiang a strict order. If she dares to wield a sword again, I will break her legs. Yi Feng bellowed. Were it not for the need to teach his daughter a lesson, he would have turned Shen Ya into mincemeat on the spot. Father, silence, and do not use any consummation of agreement nonsense to deceive me. If this young man dares to touch you, I will wipe out his entire family. Yi Feng reprimanded Yi Ningxiang. Fourth brother, when did you learn to transmit thoughts over long distances? Yi Ningxiang exclaimed, staring at her oblivious fourth brother. The fourth brother maintained a blank expression, focusing on his own thoughts. Marshal Yi, do you look down on sword users? Shen Ya asked, perplexed by their discussion. Indeed, sword users are too soft, too weak. They resemble nothing but women. Yi Feng may have deep down acknowledged the strength of swords, but in this moment, he would only belittle them. Marshal Yi, why not do this? You select one of your gun users of the same peak qi gathering realm, and let us compare skills. This way, you and Miss Yi can also see whether the abandoned demon sword's single move surpasses the 9 moves of the killing sword. Shen Ya smirked, the gray sword shimmering lightly as it fell into his grasp, an overwhelming sword intent erupting within the courtyard. He had not even employed the 10,000 demon sword intent, yet the sword resonated with a fervent clang. Would Yi Feng agree? Certainly, he would. He needed to teach his daughter not to wield swords. If he refused, Yi Ningxiang would undoubtedly pester him, accusing him of fearing sword users. That Yi Feng regarded Shen Ya with interest. You possess courage. Good. I accept your challenge. Let old Geo come forth. Father, you are being unreasonable. Ninth brother has comprehended the spear intent. Yi Ningxiang interjected, but was coldly interrupted by Yi Feng. Is there a problem with both being in the peak Qi gathering realm? Well, no, that's true, Yi Ningxiang muttered, her heart secretly amused. Shen Ya had also comprehended sword intent. It seemed her second brother had not revealed this to their father. She eagerly anticipated the astonished expression on her father's face. Soon, ninth brother arrived. He was the youngest disciple of Yi Feng, only a year older than Yi Ningxiang, but he appeared cultured and refined. Yet once he grasped the spear, his entire demeanor shifted, exuding a formidable spear intent. Shen Ya sensed the intensity of the spear intent, which had reached a small level of mastery. Although both had attained small mastery, the other lacked any special physique. Yi Ningxiang widened her eyes in surprise. Could ninth brother, with his small mastery of spear intent, actually contend against this Shen Ya? Zheng, I look forward to your guidance. Ninth brother was polite, yet his spear surged forth like a dragon, striking with ferocity. In the peak Qi gathering realm, his mastery was remarkably stable. He was nearly invincible in Qi gathering. Shen Ya's eyes gleamed, and suddenly, the 10,000 demon sword intent erupted. The clash of small mastery sword intent against small mastery spear intent saw the sword energy within him fully coalescing upon the blade. With a single move of the abandoned demon sword, it was earth-shattering. Unlike before at the Gongwu Hall, Shen Ya's abandoned demon sword now encompassed 18 variations. On the 8-legged dragon chariot, he fully comprehended the art of the abandoning demon sword. The essence of freedom, harmonized with 18 transformations, rendered Shen Ya's sword akin to a rolling demonic melody. The 18 transformations resonated like the sound of 18 ruptured voids, converging into one as the sword descended upon Zheng. In that moment, Shen Ya seemed enveloped in a torrent of demonic smoke. If he were a woman at that instant, then verily, there would be no true man left in the world. Clang! The clash of gun and sword resounded. Zheng retreated repeatedly, ultimately finding himself cornered against the wall, his weapon now bent in his grasp. As for Shen Ya, he maintained his poised stance, exuding an air of tranquility and composure, devoid of any pressure. Martial Yi, is my abandoning demon sword technique not more formidable than the 9 kill sword techniques? I am not merely peddling falsehoods. With a single strike, Shen Ya emerged victorious. Of course, Zheng had not yet lost his combat capability. But should the battle continue, he would inevitably meet with bitter defeat. Yi Feng offered no reply, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Ya. In that instant of the abandoning demon sword's eruption, he felt a chill run through him, but it was too late. The 18 transformations of the abandoning demon sword were vividly apparent to him. Indeed, they surpassed the 9 kills sword techniques in strength. And this youth had nearly mastered them to perfection. In the gathering Qi realm, his sword intent was already significantly developed. This young man was undeniably a genius, yet it posed a potential threat to his daughter's education. You must have practiced this abandoning demon sword for quite some time, haven't you? It is indeed powerful, but the gun techniques employed by old Jiu are on an entirely different level. It is only natural for him to lose, and it does not serve as proof of anything. Yi Feng declared with a hint of embarrassment. Chapter 106, Shen Ya's instruction. Father, you are being unreasonable. I must have this abandoning demon sword technique. I absolutely must. Yi Ningxiang exclaimed, utterly fascinated by its power. What am I being unreasonable about? I never promised him anything. And he certainly cannot represent that the sword is superior to the gun. Yi Feng's face flushed slightly. He was indeed arguing against reason. After all, old Jiu had lost. And it does not mean that I will consent to you learning the sword. Yi Feng had indeed never stated such, which left Yi Ningxiang seething with indignation, nearly rushing to leave her mark on her father's face. At most, I won't break his legs. However, he must vacate the marshal's residence, and if he dares to sell sword techniques to you again, I will strike him down without mercy. Yi Feng concluded. He did not intend to mistreat Shen Ya, for he greatly valued talent. Otherwise, he would not have taken on 9 disciples. Shen Ya had already piqued his interest. Alas, if only this lad did not wield a sword, he would undoubtedly take him as a disciple. Unperturbed, Shen Ya replied, Martial Yi, if Miss Yi were to learn the sword while concurrently mastering your gun techniques to great heights, or perhaps even develop an interest in firearms, would you permit her to continue her sword training? To persuade Yifeng, he had to ignite Yu Ningxiang's curiosity in firearms. Why Yifeng's gaze fell upon Shen Ya. An idea stirring within him. Could this lad truly inspire his daughter to take an interest in guns? Learning anything is permissible, but my daughter Yifeng must prioritize the gun. Very well. Grant me half an hour, Shen Ya responded, then turned to Yi Ningxiang. Miss Yi, shall we step into the room? Everyone paused, bewildered. What was Shen Ya intending? To enter the room was to cultivate Yi Ningxiang's interest in guns. Yet half an hour seemed implausible. After half an hour, if I cannot make Miss Yi significantly progress in her understanding of firearms, I shall depart the Marshal's residence, Shen Ya pledged, or be at the mercy of Marshal Yi. Upon finishing, he looked at Yi Ningxiang, and the two proceeded into the room. The onlookers exchanged glances. Yifeng, deep down, harbored doubts, yet he thought it might be worthwhile to let Shen Ya try it. A sudden gust arose. A graceful figure descended. It was Madame Yi. Old Feng, where is our daughter? What have you done to her? She had rushed over upon hearing Yifeng's furious approach. Their daughter had grown. She could no longer be punished as a child. And if punishment were to occur, it would be her responsibility. It's nothing. Our daughter is in the room. Yifeng attempted to explain, but Madame Yi's expression changed dramatically. Guns, this has become a done deal. That scoundrel wouldn't dare resort to that sort of brutal method. Would he? In an instant, the expressions of those present shifted. Madame Yi's imagination was indeed somewhat overactive. Nevertheless, caution is the mother of safety. The couple hurried to the room, pressing their ears against the door. Zhang Zhang, Shang Shuiyan, and Lin Qing exchanged glances before moving closer, leaving only the fourth senior brother to gaze at the lecherous five-man group before him. Eyes observing the nose observing the heart. Speaking of which, you came prepared. The expression on my father's face when you defeated the ninth senior brother was quite amusing. However, I am curious, how do you intend to make me interested in guns? Thankfully, the conversation they overheard was quite normal. I cannot guarantee that you will be interested in guns, but I can ensure that your gun techniques will improve by leaps and bounds, Shen Ya declared. Oh, Yi Ningxiang remained skeptical. Shen Ya was merely a young man from the far south. What could his numerous adventures amount to? If he were an octogenarian gunslinger, she might have believed him. Little did she know, the one before her was not merely an octogenarian, but a soul of 800 years, with knowledge of firearms. Though he seldom employed them, he could certainly instruct Yi Ningxiang, and even Yifeng. Thus, Shen Ya procured paper and began to sketch, recalling the fundamentals of gun techniques he had understood. Yes, just the fundamentals. Regardless of any martial art, the foundation is of utmost importance. With a solid foundation, one can learn anything swiftly. Yi Ningxiang's foundation in long-range firearms was quite poor, or so it seemed to Shen Ya. As he sketched sheet after sheet, passing them to Yi Ningxiang, she initially bore an indifferent demeanor, utterly devoted to the sword. However, gradually, she found herself unable to resist being captivated. Despite her weak foundation, she was the daughter of the marshal, and her familiarity with firearms surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Each foundational principle presented on the paper illuminated her understanding. Suddenly, her interest surged. By the time half an hour had elapsed, she felt a lingering desire for more. Her mind replaying the wind absolute gun techniques. The previously tedious gun techniques had transformed into something fascinating. Half an hour is up. Come out. Yifeng called softly. The lecherous five-man group resumed their positions in the courtyard. Feigning decorum, they had heard nothing, as the two had made no sound. Only the rustling of paper and pen, oblivious to what that young man had illustrated for his daughter. As the door swung open, the two emerged slowly, with Yi Ningxiang donning a serious expression. Father, did you not say that I must master the 12 styles of the wind absolute gun before I could leave? Now, watch closely. She snatched the bent gun from the ninth senior brother's hands. With a surge of energy, she straightened it abruptly. The gun rose, and the 12 styles of the wind absolute gun flowed from her with remarkable fluidity, far more refined than her attempts just days prior. To Yifeng's astonishment, her foundation now surpassed that of any of his disciples. Fixing his gaze upon Shen Ya, he pondered what exactly had transpired. Father, may I learn the sword now? After completing her demonstration, Yi Ningxiang inquired once more why Yifeng's expression fluctuated. Ultimately, he replied, Of course not. While you have made progress, I mean to say, there must be substantial improvement in my eyes. Your advancement is still inadequate. Mother, father is being unreasonable. Yi Ningxiang rushed into Madame Yi's embrace. Pouting, I no longer wish to learn. My newfound interest has been extinguished by father. I refuse to learn anything now. Woe is me. Old Feng, you scoundrel, how can you go back on your word to our daughter? Madam, you shot a glare at Yi Feng. Do not worry, I shall ensure you learn the sword. Cold sweat poured down Yi Feng's brow, should the mother and daughter unite against him. He would have no choice but to capitulate. Finally, he relented. Fine, fine, you may learn the sword, but do not bite off more than you can chew. For now, you shall only study the abandoning demon sword. But you must dedicate 3 hours daily to practicing the gun. Now that is more agreeable. Yi Ningxiang smiled through her tears. Approaching Shen Ya, she extended her hand. The jade slip of the abandoning demon sword. Please. After a brief pause, she added, by the way, what reward do you desire? Reward? Before Shen Yu could respond, someone interrupted. Report to the marshal, the second son of the city lord, Fan Jing, along with a group of talents. Seeks an audience. Yi Feng was taken aback. Did they mention their purpose? Second son Fan Jing said that disciples of the Dantai sect kidnapped Miss Lin King from the Yunxian Association during his small banquet and have since entered our marshal's residence, the soldier reported. All eyes turned to Shen Ya. Chapter 107. 3 months without treatment. Death is inevitable. They are lying. I was not kidnapped. They are deliberately making things difficult for young Master Shen. Lin King's face flushed crimson. In an instant, Yi Feng understood the situation. It was a matter of youthful rivalry and jealousy that it turns out that this young man had offended Fan Jing and others, prompting him to risk entering the marshal's residence in search of his daughter for a bargain. With this realization, Yi Feng addressed his daughter. You shall handle this matter yourself. With that, he departed with his wife. The affairs of young people were not his concern. Within the courtyard, only Yi Ningxiang and Shen Ya remained. As the 4th and 9th senior brothers discreetly withdrew, Zheng Zheng cast a lingering glance at Shen Ya as he left, a glimmer of defiance in his eyes. Yi Ningxiang regarded Shen Ya with a smile. You've only just arrived in Dongji City a few days ago. And you've already made enemies, Oh, you need me to protect you. Indeed, but this is merely the price for the abandoning demon sword. Shen Ya shrugged. If another man had been spoken to in such a manner, he would surely feel humiliated. However, Shen Ya bore no such burden, as it was a fair exchange. Very well. I will pay this price that I have long been displeased with Fan Jing and those so-called talents. They possess little skill and merely rely on their connections to bully others, Yi Ningxiang declared boldly. She promptly sent someone to summon Fan Jing and his companions. A multitude of individuals, numbering in the hundreds, gathered at the martial arts arena of the marshal's residence. For the courtyard of Yi Ningxiang was far too limited to accommodate such a throng. Indeed, they are all at the marshal's estate. The talented youths exchanged glances, yet none dared to voice their thoughts, for the marshal's residence was unlike any other place. Fan Jing stepped forward with a smile. Sister Ningxiang. It has been quite some time. How have you been? At that moment, Yi Ningxiang was practicing with her spear. Suddenly, a thrust of the weapon came perilously close to Fan Jing's face, the potent energy emanating from it nearly causing his expression to shift in alarm. The force of the spear was formidable, captivating the attention of all present. Was it not said that Yi Ningxiang had little fondness for spears? She gently retracted the weapon and surveyed the crowd with satisfaction, for due to Shen Ya, her spear technique had undergone a remarkable transformation. Humility was not her style, much like a grand display in the dead of night. With a calm demeanor, she stated, "Speak your mind, and do so promptly." Fan Jing's countenance darkened instantly. Yet before Yi Ningxiang, his status as the second son of the city lord felt insufficient. Sister Ningxiang, a rogue has kidnapped Miss Lin King of the Yunxian Society and taken her into the marshal's residence. I wish to apprehend him. Oh, King, have you been abducted? Fan Jing attempted to feign concern, but she would not allow him such satisfaction, directly tearing the facade away. No, I willingly accompanied young Master Shen to the marshal's residence to visit you, Lin King replied. The expressions of the onlookers shifted subtly, their eyes narrowing in disbelief. Yi Ningxiang continued. There is no rogue, nor any abduction. You may all leave. A sense of foreboding enveloped Fan Jing. As Yin Xin had surmised. Yi Ningxiang indeed had some ties with the disciple of the Dantai sect, and she was determined to protect him. It was a troublesome predicament. The individuals Yi Ningxiang chose to shield were beyond his reach. Drawing a deep breath, he implored, Sister Ningxiang, you are still young. You might be susceptible to the rogue's deceit. What does that concern you? What qualifications do you possess to lecture me? Yi Ningxiang retorted sharply. Leaving no room for leniency to at that moment, a woman from the Yunxian society approached once more. Miss Yi, Lin Qing is one of ours. Please return her to us, and ensure that the rogue is brought to justice. Are you insinuating that I am harboring a rogue? Yi Ningxiang arched an eyebrow, her aura intensifying. I would not dare to imply such, though he may not be a rogue of the Marshal's residence. He is indeed on our wanted list, the Yunxian woman replied coolly. Of course. We are willing to give the Marshal's residence face. We will only take him once he departs. Perhaps Fan Jing felt powerless against the Marshal's residence, but the Yunxian society was not to be trifled with. They were a formidable force throughout the eastern wilderness. Their influence daunting. Yi Ningxiang fixed her gaze on the Yunxian woman, then suddenly turned to Lin Qing with a smile. King, I have heard that your standing in the Yunxian society is quite impressive. I would like to befriend you. Sure. Once we are friends, I believe I can impart much to you, such as how to leverage your power and background to eliminate a few undesirables. Yi Ningxiang chuckled lightly. Instantly, the Yunxian woman's expression changed. Her previous assertiveness stemmed from the assumption that Lin Qing was naive and unsuspecting. Should Yi Ningxiang, this little sorceress, provide her with counsel, she would undoubtedly encounter significant trouble. The atmosphere fell silent. After a moment, Yin Xian stepped forward. Sister Shang, the Shentai sect maintains a good relationship with our Yin family. I trust you would not wish for certain events to transpire, so I implore you to make a choice. Indeed. Sister Shang, certain matters also involve the Shentai sect. Please consider carefully. Fan Jing understood that reasoning with Yi Ningxiang was futile, thus he shifted his approach to Sister Shang Shuiyan, continuing. Currently, the demonic forces are rampant in the Mingli domain, and the northern regions are under threat of invasion. Marshal Yi is often called to arms, so you must deliberate wisely. Yi Feng's dominance was well known. However, as Yi Feng frequently ventured beyond Dongji City, orchestrating Shen Ya's downfall would not be a daunting task. Should Shang Shuiyan wish to curry favor with Yi Feng, it was possible, yet in terms of benefits, she could not compete with him. The second son of Fan, unless Yi Feng personally intervened. Otherwise, they had little to fear from Yi Ningxiang. It was apparent that Yi Feng's absence indicated he intended for Yi Ningxiang to handle matters independently. With no intent to safeguard Shen Ya, Shang Shuiyan appeared filled with hesitation. This was indeed a complicated situation. Fan Jing, do you wish for death? Suddenly, Shen Ya stepped forward, his voice heavy with authority. Fan Jing's expression shifted. Do you truly seek death? Fan Jing, Shen Ya pressed, causing Fan Jing to instinctively retreat. 1 month without treatment, and your meridians will stagnate. 2 months without treatment, and your cultivation will regress to the channeling realm. 3 months without treatment, and you will surely perish. You desire death. Shen Ya spoke deliberately, inching closer. He then abruptly turned back to Yi Ningxiang. Miss Yi, I will reside in the Marshal's residence for 3 months. Is that agreeable? Of course, Yi Ningxiang replied without hesitation. Fan Jing's countenance morphed into a shade of ashen gray, a blend of fear, anger, and resentment. He could walk away, and later summon his father to plead at the Marshal's residence. However, the moment he uttered the word plead, it would be tantamount to a slap in the face. A source of ridicule from his elder brother, severely impacting his future prospects. Breathing heavily, Fan Jing murmured, there is indeed a misunderstanding. Brother Shun and Miss Qing are friends, and there is no fault in sharing conversation. I wonder if Brother Shen would be willing to accompany me to my city lord's estate for a consultation. His words elicited a visible reaction from the crowd, particularly from Yin Xian. Certainly. I can accompany Miss Yi, and I shall also provide compensation. Fan Jing lowered his voice, his fear palpable. Agreed. As for compensation, I desire the jade pendant around your neck. Shen Ya stated directly. Instantly, Fan Jing raised his head. That jade pendant was of immense significance to him. He had acquired it from an ancient relic site, where an elder companion had claimed it could enhance his cultivation speed by 30%. Indeed, after donning it, his energy had surged remarkably, and he had kept it close ever since. Chapter 108. The Jade Pendant in Hand. Comprehending the world, his expression flickered with uncertainty. Yet ultimately, Fan Jing relented. Very well, I can part with the pendant, but if my ailment is not cured, I shall personally seek restitution from the Shentai sect. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness then. Negotiations were futile at this juncture. The situation had escalated beyond the point of bargaining. Thus, Shen Ya accepted the pendant and, accompanied by Yi Ningxiang, proceeded to the city lord's estate to treat Fan Jing, prescribing several herbs before making a smooth exit, with no one daring to obstruct their passage. In 3 days, there should be signs of recovery. In truth, Fan Jing's ailment was a consequence of that very jade pendant. While it indeed facilitated the enhancement of his energy, it was also saturated with negative energy, making it impossible for him to remain unaffected while wearing it. Once the pendant was removed, and before the negative energy permeated his essence, Fan Jing would naturally begin to recover. The prescribed herbs were merely a formality concocted by Shen Ya. Young Master Shun, thank you, but I fear I cannot seek your counsel again. At the entrance of the city lord's estate, Lin Qing's eyes brimmed with tears that today's events had made her realize that drawing closer to Shen Ya could only lead to more trouble for him. Causing her heart to ache, Shen Ya regarded Lin Qing. She was a woman bound by fate. Though born into privilege, she possessed no freedom. His heart softened, and he remarked, "Should you encounter difficulties, feel free to ask Miss Yi to relay them to the Dantai Sect. I shall do my utmost to provide answers." Instantly, Lin Qing's eyes lit up. "Of course, your cultivation is currently too weak. The pattern diagram cannot be separated from your energy, so you must strengthen your training. Young Master Shen, while the pattern diagram is influenced by energy, many masters assert that energy does not greatly affect it. I merely need to proceed methodically, focusing on the pattern diagram." Lin Qing inquired further. "That may be true for others, but if one wishes to learn my patterns, they must heed my guidance." Shen Ya shook his head, refraining from elaborating. In truth, he viewed the pattern diagram from the perspective of a quasi-emperor. Without formidable power, one would never grasp the essence of the path. Young Master Shen, enough. This conversation ends here. Qing, you should return to the Yunxian Society. Nearby, the Yunxian woman interrupted coldly, as further inquiries from Lin Qing could stretch on indefinitely. She cast a frosty gaze at Shen Ya before forcibly pulling Lin Qing away. Only with formidable strength can one seize control of their own destiny. Shen Ya spoke again, as Lin Qing reminded him of his past life, where, under the influence of Dantai Mingli, he had been devoid of freedom. It was only after his rebirth that he truly understood the value of freedom. Return to your senses. Yi Ningxiang waved her hand before Shen Ya's eyes, extending her palm. "The abandoned magic sword. It is time for you to return it to me, is it not?" Snapped back to reality from his reverie, Shen Ya shook his head. "The abandoned magic sword's jade slip in my possession belongs to the Xian'ai sect. I will promptly inscribe it for you upon my return. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a far more detailed cultivation jade slip." "Very well. Be swift, I can hardly wait." Yi Ningxiang's eyes sparkled. Shen Ya's jade slip was indeed impressive. She pouted, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, could you also inscribe your previous insights on spear techniques into a jade slip for me?" "Of course, I shall compensate you." Shen Ya chuckled. "That one will be complimentary." The 8-legged dragon horse raced ahead, carrying Shen Ya and Shang Xueyin seated opposite each other. Truth be told, Shen Ya still felt indebted to Yi Ningxiang. For her, it might merely be a trifling act, perhaps genuinely for the sake of sword techniques. But to Shen Ya, the jade pendant was invaluable. The fundamentals of spear techniques were not particularly esoteric. "Sister Shang, is there something wrong with your eyes?" Lost in thought, Shen Ya suddenly glanced at Shang Xueyin, who was staring at him with wide-open eyes, unblinking. They had already exited the city and were nearing the Dantai Sect. "Shen Shidi, do you find me beautiful?" Shang Xueyin broke her gaze, smiling coyly as she asked. "Moderate. Shen Shidi, I was previously quite curious about how someone as taciturn as you could attract the affections of women. Now I understand. It is your air of mystery that captivates them. Pray tell, from whence do you hail?" asked Shang Xueyin. "From the extreme south," replied Shen Ya, with a slight twitch of his lips. Shang Xueyin felt that conversing with this fellow was enough to drive one to madness. Did he not realize that she was complimenting him? Why not utter a few words of substance so she could gauge his true capabilities? Even a hint of modesty would suffice. To stifle the conversation completely is the hallmark of such a person. "Shen Shidi, although you currently have Yi Ningxiang as your support, today you have affronted many talented individuals, particularly Fan Jing, Yin Xin, and the Yunxian Association. I fear they will not let this matter rest easily. When soldiers come, let them battle. When water comes, let it flood," Shen Ya said, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Some things, even if one knows they may lead to trouble, must still be pursued." "Well then," Shang Shuiyan could no longer continue the conversation and returned to Xiantai Sect in silence. Upon parting ways at the foot of the mountain, Shen Ya made his way back to his residence on Hongwan Peak. As soon as he entered the room, the demon worm eagerly exclaimed, "Hurry, give me the item of Yin energy," pressing the jade pendant against the compass. A torrent of Yin energy was immediately drawn into the compass. "Ah, how delightful. Oh, this is the sensation," Shen Ya remarked, speechless. The demon worm's voice was rather loud, and Shen Ya wished to remind it that it was now the dead of night. Might it refrain from producing such suggestive sounds? Those unaware might think he was hiding a beautiful woman. Never mind. Shen Ya had never felt the need to explain himself in his lifetime. After an indeterminate amount of time, the jade pendant shattered, and the demon worm unleashed an aura that astonished Shen Ya. "Youngster, I keep my promises. Now, I shall grant you insight into the heavens and the earth." With a resounding boom, it echoed in Shen Ya's ears. A great door seemed to open before him, parting the mists, revealing the essence of the universe. At the city lord's manor, the women of the Yunstan Association, Yin Xin, and Fan Jing sat at a stone table, sipping wine. However, their expressions were as dark as thunderclouds. "Miss Luo, Yin, rest assured, this matter is not finished. Once I recover from my illness, I will send someone to present the head of that boy from the extreme south to you." Fan Jing's voice dripped with malice. Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation as he had today. Without killing Shen Ya, the hatred in his heart could not be quelled. The reason he had relinquished the jade pendant was to reclaim it later. "Young Master Fan, are you not afraid that Yi Ningxiang will trouble you?" Miss Luo inquired. Fan Jing chuckled lightly. "Miss Luo, you jest. Can I not kill a man without her finding evidence, if it were not for the strange illness afflicting me? Yi Ningxiang would be unable to protect him today." Saying this, Fan Jing gulped down the bitter medicinal concoction before him. "By the way, what exactly is Lin Qing's identity?" Fan Jing glanced at the two. "Not to be disclosed." The Yunxian Association woman shook her head, rising to leave with Yin Xin. "Damnable wretches." Fan Jing glared at the two, roaring as he overturned the stone table, sending wine and food crashing to the ground. Chapter 109. The third method, tempering the sword, Miss Luo. "What of Sister King?" In front of the city lord's manor, Yin Xin spoke softly to the woman from the Yunxian Association. "I cannot assist you. The opportunity to meet Lin Qing is already a tremendous chance for you. With your current strength, you are unworthy of her. Whether you can achieve it depends on your future performance. Do not even think about it unless you break into the top 50 of the Mingji Jinwu Monument," Miss Luo said with a detached tone, offering Yin Xin no kindness. Before parting ways, clenching his fists tightly, Yin Xin snorted coldly. After a while, he stood before the Mingji Jinwu Monument, which towered in the center of East Extreme City. It was a stone monument that nearly reached the clouds. Suppressing the fortunes of East Extreme City, with the spiritual veins of heaven and earth entwined upon it, and his name glaringly positioned at 794 each. Beyond that, the names cascaded upward, disappearing after the 600th position. His strength was insufficient to discern the names above him. "I want to challenge the Jinwu Monument." Yin Xin approached the base of the Jinwu Monument, where a massive gate stood. 2 guards clad in heavy Mingguang armor, exuding an aura of terror, stood before it. "You may proceed, but please submit 20 high-grade spirit stones," the guards stated coldly. Anyone could challenge the Mingji Jinwu Monument, provided they met the age requirements and possessed spirit stones. After submitting the stones, Yin Xin stepped inside. Half an hour later, he emerged with a countenance of extreme displeasure. His gaze fell upon the Jinwu Monument, revealing a strong undercurrent of unwillingness, for his name had dropped 5 places. "Damn it. That lowly scoundrel from the extreme south has disturbed my state of mind. I must kill him." Buzz! Suddenly, the Mingji Jinwu Monument trembled, causing the entirety of East Extreme City to shudder. The spiritual veins of heaven and earth quivered, as if the entire world was shaking. Powerful energies surged skyward, drawing scores of experts from the city lord's manor, the Pattern Tower, the marshal's mansion, and more, gathering in an instant. Their gazes were all fixed upon the Jinwu Monument. From afar, one could see the clouds. "The Dantai family has produced an unparalleled prodigy." Someone spoke slowly, their eyes betraying astonishment. "If I recall correctly, this young lady from the Dantai family is challenging the Mingji Jinwu Monument for the first time. Is she not?" Another queried. "To enter the top 5 on her first attempt, she is indeed a prodigy, an absolute prodigy." The formidable individuals discussed amongst themselves, and Yin Xian saw his rank drop another position. Now at 800, as others ascended, his rank would naturally decline. Cursing aloud, he sought out the elders of the Yin family to inquire about the identity of this prodigy. Dantai Mingli. Yin Xian was not unfamiliar with this name, as she was renowned as the most beautiful woman of the Mingji domain. However, he was unaware of her formidable strength. The Dantai family was not a family of East Extreme City, while the Yin family ranked 6th. The Dantai family was only 7th. Thus, he had paid little attention. Yet at this moment, he committed her name to memory, as did everyone else. Humph, I wish to challenge the Jinwu Monument. A petite figure appeared before the grand gate of the Jinwu Monument, and it was none other than Yi Ningxiang. It is Miss Yi from the Marshal's mansion. Is she also beginning her challenge? The crowd's gaze fell upon her, momentarily frozen. Indeed, it is Miss Yi. It is said she is at odds with the Dantai family, having had some unpleasant encounters with Dantai Mingli, the specifics of which are unknown. However, it is rumored she has a passion for swords rather than spears, driving Marshal Yi to the brink of madness daily. I wonder what her strength is like. I have never seen her make a move, so I cannot say. The crowd shook their heads, and another remarked, though she is still young, it is likely she will not rank within the top 1,000. With that, they lingered, awaiting the outcome of Yi Ningxiang's challenge. Buzz, half an hour later, when she emerged from the Mingji Jinwu Monument, the monument trembled once more. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the monument, gazing up into the clouds above. 39th. Almost everyone was in disbelief. Yi Ningxiang was merely 17 years old. What a shocking revelation. If she did not take action, she would be overshadowed. But upon taking action, she achieved such remarkable results, transforming the way everyone looked at her. A tiger begets no dog daughter. Countless individuals exclaimed around them. The members of the Marshal's mansion stood tall, for with the young lady's age, she was destined to reach the pinnacle. Humph, only 39th. Yi Ningxiang stepped out, her face clouded with frustration. That Dantai wench actually made it into the top 5. No, I must surpass her and show her who truly is the most beautiful genius of the Mingji domain. The crowd watched as Yi Ningxiang departed, internally comparing Dantai Mingli with her, and indeed, they were a pair of stunning beauties. At this moment, Yin Xian's face was nearly shrouded in storm clouds, for his name had fallen to 801 SD place. Without killing Shen Ya, his thoughts could not find peace. As for the names Dantai Mingli and Yi Ningxiang, they swiftly spread throughout the entire Mingji domain. The stunning duo had just emerged. At this moment, Shen Ya remained oblivious. Before him lay an environment reminiscent of the primordial chaos. A blur yet vividly present, where he could sense the boundless Tao manifesting, descending upon the world. Yet he could not grasp what the Tao truly was, possessing the consciousness of his previous life. He found himself only able to perceive a vague sensation. Of course, this was also related to the current state of the demon worm, which was too weak to allow the manifestation of the Tao of heaven and earth. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. It was as if the heavens had been pierced by this clap of thunder, burying countless paths and leaving only the lightning as a sword. Shen Ya's spirit jolted, and an indescribable feeling welled up within him. Enough, shameless brat. This is where I draw the line. If we continue further, I will have to expend my own strength. The voice of the demon worm echoed in his ears. The world vanished, leaving Shen Ya standing dazedly in his room. His mind repeatedly recalled that flash of lightning, and suddenly, a spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes that he settled into a cross-legged position and immediately began to cultivate. His consciousness plunged into the abyss of 10,000 swords, where the 10-sword monument still stood before him. With a sudden unleashing of swords, a sword light as fierce as thunder flashed, shattering the 10-sword monuments in an instant, illuminating the terrifying sword mountain, which still served as a ladder of swords. The difference was that on the sword mountain, sword lights crisscrossed. Without hesitation, Shen Ya made his way up the sword mountain. At the same time, his body was enveloped in surging sword energy, breaking through the gathering energy and piercing into the first acupoint. The acupoint realm, achieved. This shameless brat actually has made genuine progress. He should have been lost by now. From within the compass, a small worm poked its head out, staring blankly at Shen Ya. Is he a person or a sword? Could it be that he is a sword that has transformed into a human? Also a demon spirit? Sword Mountain. As Shen Ya stepped onto the threshold, a myriad of sword lights surged forth. Unlike the previous encounters with the shaping sword and the condensing sword, this time, the The sword lights bore not only seals but also embodied sword intent, sword momentum, and sword techniques. Moreover, if I cannot withstand them, I shall suffer irreversible damage, Shen Ya murmured to himself. This trial was no longer devoid of peril. With resolute eyes, he became one with the sword. Weaving through the onslaught, among the countless blades, he honed his skills, leaving behind a trace of imprint within himself each time he vanquished a sword. However, this time, he did not reach the pinnacle of Sword Mountain. Halting even before the mountainside, he found himself unable to contend against the swords that lay further beyond. The sword cavity has formed, accompanied by the initial thunder of heaven and earth. You have passed the third trial, granting you the third method of the 10,000 demons' sword body, sword tempering. Chapter 110. The second main cavity, abandoning demons. Boom. As the resounding voice echoed, another roll of thunder sounded. Shen Ya's body was forcibly propelled down the mountain, the sword light coalescing before him, revealing the cultivation method for the third technique. As his gaze swept across, Shen Ya's heart trembled. The method of sword tempering bore similarities to conventional techniques of the cavity realm, but diverged significantly. Within the sword were cavities. Yet only 10 main cavities existed, while the rest were secondary. Now, Shen Ya had successfully opened the first main cavity. Surrounding him were the twinkling secondary cavities, each containing a unique imprint of the sword. Resembling a brilliantly shining star surrounded by countless minuscule celestial bodies, mysterious and unfathomable. Within the main cavity was the initial thunder of heaven and earth that he had comprehended in the celestial scene with the demon worm. Shen Ya stepped into sword tempering with the initial thunder of heaven and earth, becoming the core force of the first main cavity. With each subsequent elevation, he would open a new main cavity, each harboring a unique power, as elucidated by the method of sword tempering. Of course, the initial thunder of heaven and earth was a stroke of luck, and it would likely be challenging to attain a power of equal caliber in the future. Upon opening his eyes, 2 bolts of lightning shone forth from Shen Ya's gaze. Then he swiftly practiced the initial mysterious sword technique within his chamber. Besides the 10,000 demons' sword intent, at this moment, Shen Ya possessed another force akin to the sword. Thunder. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Shen Ya finally paused, a subtle smile curling at the corner of his lips. The demon worm had bestowed upon him immense fortune. I say, shameless brat, what did you comprehend within the world I manifested? The demon worm could no longer contain itself after Shen Ya's halt, its voice brimming with reluctance and confusion. If I am not mistaken, the world you manifested was intended to ensnare me. Hey, if such opportunities arise in the future, do not hold back. Let me be lost within it. Shen Ya laughed heartily, his spirits elevated. You, what exactly are you? The demon worm inquired. I am but a mere human. An ordinary person, Shen Ya replied. I believe you not. Previously, I could not see through you, mistaking you for a quasi-emperor-level powerhouse capable of discerning the affliction of that so-called second young master. Now, you can even comprehend my world and transform into a sword. If you are ordinary, then there are no ordinary beings left in this world. Shen Ya chuckled. Perhaps, so you may follow me with peace of mind. When I ascend to the throne of emperor, you shall reap boundless benefits. Such audacity. In 2 years, I shall devour you. Though the demon worm sensed Shen Ya's extraordinary nature, it could not submit to this unripe youth. Shrugging indifferently, Shen Ya paid it no further heed. Stepping out of the room to practice swordsmanship in the courtyard, the first strike of the abandoning demon's sword, with its 18 variations, was executed flawlessly by him. Then, he paused again, retrieving a jade slip. Entering a meditative state, he meticulously inscribed the techniques, including each of the 18 variations, swiftly completing the task. This jade slip was undoubtedly superior to the one he had received at the martial arts hall. Tossing it into his storage pouch, Shen Ya stood still, recalling the second strike of the abandoning demon's sword. Locking onto the memories of his past life, 2 full hours later, Shen Ya unleashed his sword once more. The second strike, abandoning demon frenzy. This also encompassed 18 variations. This technique was even stronger, and now that Shen Ya had reached the cavity realm, he could execute it in its entirety. 3 days later, he had mastered it completely and took out the jade slip once more to continue his inscriptions. At this moment, he thought little of it, merely aiming to deepen his impression. As for the surprise Ningxiang would experience upon receiving it, that was beyond his consideration. That he successfully inscribed it once more. Standing upright, he recalled the third strike, abandoning demon life. 5 days later, Shen Ya inscribed it into the jade slip. With his current realm, these were the only 3 strikes he could utilize. He paused, re-entering the realm of the 10,000 Swords Demon Cave, where the imposing sword mountain still stood resolute. Shen Ya ascended the mountain, and when he departed and opened his eyes, his realm had reached the 2nd level of the cavity realm. With surging sword energy rapidly circulating within him, akin to a sword that had been tempered, its sharpness undeniable. First main cavity, the initial thunder of heaven and earth. Second main cavity, the abandoning demon sword. In essence, the second main cavity was considerably weaker than the first. However, this did not affect Shen Ya. Upon reaching the 2nd level, the power of the first main cavity would also increase. The sword body was one entity. No main cavity bore any distinctions in weight. 8 days had passed since the small banquet within the city that on that day, Shang Xueyin unexpectedly paid a visit. Upon seeing Shen Ya, her eyes lit up as she inquired, "Shen Shidi, have you reached the cavity realm?" "Yes, I gained some insights and broke through." Shen Ya nodded, offering no further explanation. "Shang Shiji, I happen to wish to purchase some items at the Shantai Stone Hall. Would you care to join me?" "I was just about to mention that. Miss Yi Ningxiang is currently waiting for you at the Shantai Stone Hall," Shang Xueyin replied with a smile. Shen Ya was momentarily taken aback. Then comprehended. After 8 days, it was likely that Yi Ningxiang was eager for his arrival. However, at the 8 peaks, external visitors were generally not welcomed, especially at the Hongwan Peak, where even Yi Ningxiang was no exception. His blank jade slip was but a single piece, left over from his time at the Yin-Yang Sect, and he was preparing to purchase it at the Shantai Stone Hall to inscribe the foundation of his spear technique. Shameless couple. A dignified disciple of Hongwan Peak, yet mingling with the lowly from the Sect Master's Peak. As the two departed Hongwan Peak side by side, numerous disciples observed them, that Sister Mai, having fully recovered after more than half a month's rest, darkened her expression upon seeing Shen Ya, unable to resist uttering a sarcastic remark. However, she had learned her lesson and dared not act recklessly. "Shen Shidi, some say we make quite the pair, don't they? An old cow grazing on tender grass seems quite fitting." Shang Xueyin cast a nonchalant glance at the surname Mai, chuckling lightly, utterly unfazed. She had broken through, abandoning the practice of the beauty-retaining art. She had reached the 3rd level of the innate realm, and due to a year's accumulation, she even had the potential to ascend to the 4th level. Now, she could even push for a place among the top 800 before the true martial monument in her final moments. Her heart brimmed not only with gratitude towards Shen Ya, but also with curiosity. However, Shen Ya had no such thoughts. He directly stated, "Shang Shiji, do you also hear the barking of dogs?" "What the heck?" Shang Xueyin was on the verge of losing her mind at Shen Ya. Could he not tease her a little? Or turn red after being teased by her? Shameless couple, you won't be able to enjoy your pride for long, humph. Sister Mai's eyes glinted with malice, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her lips. At the base of the Sect Master's Peak, Yi Ningxiang stood alone by the Xian'ai Lake, admiring the scenery before the stone hall. Disciples of the Shantai sect came and went, pointing fingers, and many had recognized her but dared not approach. Just then, a figure approached from afar. It was Shi Kuang. "Miss Yi, I am Shi Kuang that I have heard of your visit to my Shantai sect, and regret not having welcomed you earlier." Yi Ningxiang cast him a fleeting glance, dismissing him as she was in no mood. The blow dealt by Dantai Mingli had left her quite upset. Shi Kuang felt dejected but continued to flatter why Yi Ningxiang was not merely Yi Feng's daughter. She was also the 39th ranked individual on the true martial monument. "Begone! Do not disturb me with your noise." Yi Ningxiang snapped impatiently, causing Shi Kuang to retreat a step. Unable to continue his flattery at that moment, someone called out, "Shang Shiji has arrived, and she is with that Shen Ya from Hongwan Peak." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to look, their gazes inadvertently drifting back to Shi Kuang. They shook their heads. With Shang Shiji present, any conflict would certainly be averted, and no good drama would unfold. "Sword buyer, you have come. I have been thinking of you day and night." Suddenly, Yi Ningxiang donned a bright smile, gracefully approaching Shen Ya, her voice sweet as honey, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. "You promised to give me something. Remember?" Yi Ningxiang grinned, extending her hand. This method of debt collection was refreshingly creative, enough to infuriate the surrounding sycophants. "I still need a blank jade slip, and I will have it for you soon," Shen Ya replied, shaking his head. "Oh, do hurry." Yi Ningxiang's expression shifted, her teeth gritted as she added, "That damned Dantai Mingli has already surged to the 5th rank on the Mingji True Martial Monument. I do not wish to fall too far behind. I must catch up and slap that wretched face." As her words fell, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in Shen Ya's eyes. A surge of sword momentum, accompanied by the sound of thunder, almost bursting forth from his being, only to be reined in an instant. She has begun her assault on the Mingli true martial monument. Yi Ningxiang was momentarily taken aback. Feeling the power of Shen Ya in that fleeting moment, though he was merely in the cavity realm, he exuded a terrifying ferocity akin to that of a fierce beast, with a flick of her beautiful eyes. Yi Ningxiang inquired, "Indeed, do you wish to defeat her?" "I wish to kill her," Shen Ya declared with unwavering resolve. He recalled that in his previous life, Dantai Mingli had also attempted to ascend the Mingli true martial monument at this very time. The first time she ranked 5th, and the second time, she claimed the first position, leaving no one able to surpass her. The entire Mingli domain had watched her rise, reaching the heavens and the earth. The Dantai clan had thrived because of her, their fortune soaring. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yi Ningxiang's eyes. This diminutive individual from the farthest south possessed such remarkable spirit, and he continually proved his worth. Yet, the likelihood of his success was nearly non-existent. "Let us proceed to purchase the blank jade slip," Yi Ningxiang declared, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. The trio then made their way toward the trading hall of the Shentai Stone Palace. Crack, crack, crack. Observing their retreating figures, Shi Kuang ground his teeth, producing an odd sound, while his fists crackled ominously. However, he dared not reveal his murderous intent. Otherwise, Yi Ningxiang might turn on him and end his life in an instant. What merit could a mere disciple of Lingxin possess to elicit a smile from Yi Ningxiang? Shi Xixiang, splendid news, truly momentous news. Just then, a disciple from the Master Peak approached Shi Kuang and whispered hurriedly in his ear. Shi Kuang's eyes brightened, nearly bursting into laughter, but he restrained himself, knowing that soon a grand spectacle would unfold. A few moments later, before the Shentai Stone Palace, a figure clad in a Taoist robe approached slowly. It was Feng Huajing, who had been stripped of his position as Peak Master and was supposed to be meditating in seclusion. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, unknown to all, who seemed to wield only mediocre strength, indicating he was likely not a significant figure. "Seize the thief, Shen Ya." Feng Huajing's voice was as chilling as ancient ice, prompting several disciples from the law enforcement hall to rush into the trading hall without hesitation. Inside, Shen Ya had already procured a blank jade slip and was preparing to move on to another location to purchase weapons. He had exhausted the 10 swords from the Thunder Array in his last encounter, and now he needed another trump card. The dangers within Dongji City were manifold, making this imperative. "Who is Shen Ya?" A thunderous shout rang out as several disciples from the law enforcement hall charged in. Shen Ya turned slightly, and all eyes immediately converged upon him. The disciples of the law enforcement hall demanded, "Are you Shen Ya?" "Indeed." "Excellent. Apprehend him," they shouted, lunging toward Shen Ya. "Wait, what are you doing?" Shang Shuiyan interposed herself before Shen Ya. "Mu Shixiang, what crime has Shen Shidi committed?" The intervention of the law enforcement hall was no trivial matter, yet she could not fathom what offense Shen Ya had committed. All transgressions had been absolved upon entry, and under Chun Luan's tyranny, matters had concluded. "Ah, it is you, Shang Shimi, that we do not know what crime he has committed. We only know he must be taken to the Xuanqing platform for execution." Even the members of the law enforcement hall had to afford Shang Shuiyan sufficient respect. Mu Shixiang replied. Her expression shifted. Shang Shuiyan pressed. "Execution, such a severe penalty. You cannot possibly be unaware." "Shang Shuzi, you are here too. Since you wish to know, I shall explain." Feng Huajing approached slowly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on Shang Shuiyan. This individual has not committed any transgressions after entering. But crucially, before his entry, his Lingxin was obtained through theft. Nearly all present displayed expressions of confusion. Meanwhile, a flash of brilliance ignited in Shen Ya's eyes. This matter had actually traversed from the farthest south to the Shentai Sect. Lingxin is bestowed upon those who have rendered service to our Shentai Sect. Their descendants may join without examination. Yet, the thief Shen Ya slaughtered the entire family of those who had benefited us, seizing their Lingxin. Such conduct deserves death. Feng Huajing's declaration was righteous and irrefutable. Around him, nearly everyone was stunned, and Shang Shuiyan instinctively glanced at Shen Ya. If this were true, not even she, let alone Chen Wan, could save Shen Ya. This was the very foundation of the Shentai Sect, and branding him as one who forgets his benefactor could justify 1,000 deaths. Uncle Feng, do you have any evidence? Shang Shuyan's chest heaved. Logically, given Shen Ya's origins from the remote far south, such news should not have reached Dongji City. Of course, our Xiantai sect would not wrong an innocent person. Master Xia, you may elaborate. The middle-aged man who had stood behind Feng Huazheng stepped forward. He was Xia Ming, the head of the Xia family from Yuanfu City, whose son Xia Fan had been killed by Shen Ya. His gaze fixed upon Shen Ya. The enmity of a father for his slain son was palpable. Master Feng, indeed, this individual is the second Prince Shen Ya of the Jade Ding Kingdom in the far south. I have investigated thoroughly. The Lingxin of our Xiantai sect was seized from the hidden Lu family of the far south. Xia Ming spoke in a low tone. The two previous attempts at betrayal aboard the cloud ship had failed. But this time, Shen Ya was undoubtedly doomed. Thief Shen Ya, do you have anything to say? Shen Ya slightly lifted his head, his gaze unwavering. I have nothing to say. Haha. Feng Huazheng laughed heartily. In that case, apprehend Shen Ya and take him to the Xuanqing platform for public execution. All disciples may attend to witness. The severity of this matter has tarnished the reputation of our Xiantai sect. Only with his blood and head can we restore faith in our integrity and demonstrate to the world that we, the Xiantai sect, have never forgotten our benefactors. Shang Shuyan's complexion darkened significantly. This matter was insurmountable. Stop. A cold, piercing voice resounded, and Shun Luan had arrived at the scene unbeknownst to anyone. He is currently a disciple of my Hongluan Peak. Even if punishment is warranted, it should be administered by my Hongluan Peak. Chen Shimi, you may find this matter beyond your control. This is a significant affair for our sect. A new voice emerged. Zhongyu, the sect leader, had arrived at this moment. Nearly all the elite of the Xiantai sect were present, none having forgotten the humiliation Shen Ya had inflicted upon them in the secret realm. Zhongyu continued, if this matter is not handled properly, who will dare to assist our Xiantai sect in the future? Our benefactor was robbed, and his entire clan slaughtered. We are duty-bound to enact justice upon this child. This reasoning was irrefutable. What may have been a minor issue could not be trivialized, especially in light of Shen Ya's earlier actions within the secret realm. Had Shen Ya possessed a mid-tier martial root, the Xiantai sect would have quelled this matter without hesitation, and even Xia Ming might have been silenced. However, Shen Ya, lacking a formidable martial root, had not willingly become a scapegoat. Chen Luan's expression soured. She truly could not protect Shen Ya any longer. Chen Shimi, this is a rule established by our sect's founder, a fundamental principle that cannot be violated. Even if he possessed a mid-tier martial root, he must face justice. Zhongyu emphasized, preventing Chen Luan from using He Yin as leverage. Seize this child. Zhongyu commanded again. Wait, another interruption came, this time from Yi Ningxiang. As for the Lu family, I was the one who annihilated them, and the Lingxin was given to him by me. As her words fell, the hall fell silent. Yi Ningxiang's presence commanded respect. Even if her statement were false, none dared to refute it. At the very least, an investigation was warranted. I killed your Xiantai sect's benefactor. Come, and eradicate me. Yi Ningxiang strode forward, positioning herself before Shen Ya. You are. Zhongyu, still unaware of Yi Ningxiang's identity, instinctively inquired. Yi Ningxiang. She uttered the three characters slowly. And in that instant, nearly every face in the crowd changed dramatically. Recent events concerning her and Dantai Mingli had stirred considerable commotion, and the fame of the stunning duo was on the rise. Almost everyone had heard of her name. Zhongyu shot an angry glance at Feng Huazheng. Why choose to apprehend Shen Ya while Yi Ningxiang was present? Feng Huazheng was equally taken aback. He had no idea Yi Ningxiang was at the Xiantai sect. Miss Yi, you jest. How could the illustrious daughter of a martial venture to the far south to massacre the insignificant Lu family? Zhongyu could only force a strained smile. The Lu family attempted to assault me, so I eradicated their entire clan. Is there a problem with that? Yi Ningxiang declared haughtily. Zhongyu's lips twitched. How could they counter such a rationale? Internally, he was at a loss. How could the esteemed daughter of the Yi family not fear such events tarnishing her reputation? Instinctively, they all looked at Xia Ming. Miss Yi, to my knowledge, the events transpired differently. You did not annihilate the Lu family, and this matter can be verified. Yi Ningxiang raised an eyebrow, gazing at him with a smile. Xia Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Offending Yi Ningxiang was no trivial matter, yet the vengeance for his son could not go unavenged. Miss Yi, I appreciate your righteousness. However, I am the one who destroyed the Lu family. And the Lingxin was seized by my own hand. At that moment, Shen Ya's voice unexpectedly cut in. Shang Xueyan, Chen Luan, and Yi Ningxiang all looked at him in disbelief. Had this fool lost his mind? What I, Shen Ya, have done requires no denial. Shen Ya's eyes sparkled with intense determination. Perhaps after placing the blame on Yi Ningxiang, he could emerge unscathed. But did he need to deny it? Did he need to owe Yi Ningxiang a tremendous favor? He had his own principles. If he had done it, then he had done it. If he had killed, then he had killed. Should he hide behind a woman like a coward? Apologies. But that was impossible. When he obtained the Lingxin, he had contemplated today's scenario, though he had not expected it to come so swiftly. Regardless, there was nothing to fear. The path of the strong demanded accountability, with a heart directed toward the bright moon. Confronting gods and demons alike, Shen Ya was consumed by madness. Well, I truly do not know whether to call you foolish or commend your sense of responsibility. Regardless, I respect you as a man. Please proceed to the Xuanqing platform to meet your fate. Feng Huazheng laughed heartily. Finding Shen Ya utterly absurd, the crowd erupted in laughter, yet Shen Luan stared at him in stunned silence. Then, a faint smile graced her lips. While everyone mocked Shen Ya, they were oblivious to the absurdity of their own actions. Without such resolve, without such determination, how could one hope to become strong? The hearts of all present were shrouded in dust. How could they hope to advance further? None were aware that at this moment, Shen Luan was profoundly influenced by Shen Ya. Her vital energy flowed, and her realm began to break through. Brother Mu from the law enforcement hall gestured, and the disciples surged forward, preparing to apprehend Shen Ya. However, Shen Ya calmly stated, I still owe Miss Yi a jade slip. Upon hearing this, Yi Ningxiang immediately replied, Indeed, he still owes me a jade slip. Once he has completed the engraving for me, we shall discuss further. The crowd exchanged glances. Such a favor could not be denied. There are too many people. I seek solitude, Shen Ya interjected. Yi Ningxiang straightened her chest and coldly regarded the assembly. All of you, leave this place at once. Ultimately, Zhong Yu and the others had no choice but to exit the trading hall. Only 3 individuals remained inside. As even those disciples responsible for transactions were expelled by Yi Ningxiang. I must ask, are you truly foolish? After everyone had departed, Yi Ningxiang could no longer restrain herself from questioning. If I were not a fool, I would now be a retainer of Dantai Mingli, Shen Ya replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, leaving Yi Ningxiang momentarily stunned, her eyes shimmering with a complex emotion. Shen Ya paid no heed to her current thoughts. Instead, he produced a jade slip and handed it to Yi Ningxiang. Within this, you will find 3 techniques of the abandoning demon sword. For the other 2 techniques, I ask that you continue to protect the Jade Cauldron Nation. Both Yi Ningxiang and Shang Xueyan were momentarily taken aback. From where did the other 2 techniques originate? Without further inquiry, they observed Shen Ya retrieve the jade slip he had just purchased, submerging it within, engraving the foundational techniques of spear mastery with astonishing speed, completing the task within a mere quarter of an hour before handing it back to Yi Ningxiang. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? I have pledged to safeguard the Jade Cauldron Nation, and I shall fulfill that promise. Yet there is no need for you to venture forth into danger. With a smile, Shen Ya suddenly exuded an overwhelming sword intent. Who said I intend to seek death? Sister Shang. Fetch me 100 top-grade mysterious swords. Shen Ya instructed in a low voice. Shang Xueyan promptly complied, soon returning with 100 swords from the weapon vault of the trading hall. And then they both witnessed Shen Ya take the materials for engraving patterns from the trading hall and swiftly begin his work. They exchanged glances, perplexed by Shen Ya's intentions. However, they remained patient, for Shang Xueyan held firm confidence in his engraving skills. Perhaps he truly could turn the tide. Chapter 113. The Array of 100 Swords and Heavenly Thunder. Slay. Brother Zong, with Miss Yi involved in this matter, if she insists on protecting Shen Ya, it may prove troublesome. Zhong Yu commanded his disciples to surround the trading hall. No fly would be permitted to escape. Yet Feng Huazheng remained somewhat apprehensive. As long as Shen Ya lived, he was like a thorn in the throat. Rest assured, Brother Feng, if my disciple were to rely on Yi Ningxiang, he would not dare to claim responsibility for the massacre of the Lu family. Chen Luan coldly retorted before Zhong Yu could speak. The others nodded in agreement. This extreme southern lad was indeed a fool. Sister, it is not that I refuse to grant you face, but this matter pertains to I am fully aware. Yet if the opportunity presents itself, I shall rescue him, Chen Luan stated bluntly, but you may rest assured, if I do save him, I shall not do so in front of the world." The crowd twitched their lips. Shen Yu's temperament left them speechless. Yet they understood that Shen Ya could not be allowed to escape from the Shantai sect, or else when Shen Yuan acted again, it would not be public knowledge. To make such a fuss over a mere disciple of the sect is truly embarrassing. Shen Yuan cursed again, her words rendering the crowd's expressions somber. Unmoved, they had already experienced one humiliation during the ancient Battlestone incident. They were not afraid of a repeat. Thus, they waited, enduring a full day and night. Engraving a jade slip is neither a lengthy nor brief task, yet it can consume considerable time. With Yi Ningxiang present, they were prepared to wait indefinitely. The crowd was skeptical whether Shen Ya could stretch their patience thin. He has emerged. That Shen Ya has come out. At dawn, the trading hall's door creaked open. The crowd widened their eyes, watching as Shen Ya slowly stepped outside. Behind him, Yi Ningxiang and Shang Shuiyin flanked him on either side, both women unable to conceal their bewilderment. They still could not fathom how Shen Ya intended to turn the situation around. "Ladies, I shall handle the matters here alone. Please step aside," Shen Ya declared. The two women exchanged glances and reluctantly withdrew. "Since you have completed the engraving of the jade slip for Miss Yi, you shall accompany us to the Shinkong platform," Zhong Yu stated. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding thunderclap echoed across the bright sky that it struck directly at a certain point in the Shantai sect. In an instant, the faces of the crowd shifted dramatically. The place where the thunder struck was precisely the core of the protective mountain array. "Sect Master, something is amiss within the protective mountain array. Hundreds of top-grade spirit stones have shattered, and the array is quaking." A voice emerged from an unknown source. Boom, boom, boom. Dark clouds suddenly gathered, shrouding the sun, casting the surroundings into shadow, and the sound of thunder rolled ominously. "Look! It is Shen Ya," a voice called out, though it was unclear from whom. The crowd's gazes froze, witnessing Shen Ya surrounded by a myriad of sword lights, a total of 100 radiating brilliance. Bolts of thunder crashed down upon the 100 sword lights encircling Shen Ya, creating a scene of unparalleled grandeur. The array of 100 swords and heavenly thunder, Feng Huajing, perish. With a thunderous shout from Shen Ya, the 100 sword lights, infused with boundless thunder, surged forth like divine dragons, barreling toward the bewildered Feng Huajing. "You scoundrel, seeking death." Feng Huajing laughed in rage, thinking that a mere disciple would dare to kill him. Yet, his laughter was short-lived. As his true energy made contact with the divine dragon-like thunder, it was instantaneously evaporated, and the thunderous swords pierced through his dantian, leaving a charred hole in his abdomen. He stared in disbelief at Shen Ya, plummeting to the ground with his life force extinguished. The 100 swords returned, encircling Shen Ya. The entire assembly fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Almost everyone gazed at Shen Ya in disbelief. A voice erupted in fury. "You actually killed Feng Peak Master. You actually. The words were left unfinished. Prior to this moment, no one believed Shen Ya could turn the tide. When he attacked Feng Huajing, none felt the need to intervene. Now, Shen Ya had truly broken through the heavens. "To suppress me with your peak, seeking to end my life, you shall die." Shen Ya's voice was low and resolute. "Originally, as a disciple of the Shantai sect, I could have let this grudge go, but he sought his own demise." His gaze swept across the crowd, suddenly landing on the middle-aged man Zhu Yi, who had previously made things difficult for him upon entering the sect. Shen Ya scoffed. "Are you here to watch a spectacle? When I entered the sect, you attempted thrice to kill me and covet my storage bag. Perish." Zhu Yi felt as though his legs had turned to jelly under Shen Ya's piercing gaze. "Sect Master, save me." Zhu Yi instinctively cried out. Zhong Yu's voice rang out in a low growl. "To commit murder in public, it seems you have no need to go to the Shinkong platform anymore. You shall be extinguished here and now." As his words fell, thunder erupted once more. The entire Shantai sect trembled anew. The protective mountain array emitted a cacophony of explosive sounds, and the bell tolled unexpectedly, signaling a time of great peril for the Shantai sect. Zhong Yu was startled, and in that fleeting moment, Zhu Yi had already met his end, Zhong Yu unable to intervene in time. Who shall be next? Shen Ya's gaze swept through the crowd, landing on Miss Gu Yi, who trembled all over. However, Shen Ya paid no heed to such a trivial character. His gaze returned to Zhong Yu. "I wonder if the sect master can answer me regarding the matter of the sacrificial offerings. Who issued the command?" Instinctively, Zhong Yu felt the hairs on his body stand on end. as though a hungry wolf were fixated upon him. I, Shen Ya, repay kindness with kindness and seek vengeance for grievances. Surely, without the sect master's order, no one would dare to act arbitrarily and make me a sacrificial offering, would they? Shen Ya's cold laughter echoed. And if I did, a mere disciple of the sect is worth less than a dog in comparison to the ancient battle stone. Zhong Yu suddenly bellowed. How could a dignified sect master be threatened by a mere disciple? So it is. Then die. The 100 swords converged, their radiant thunder flashing brilliantly, more terrifying than before as they shot toward Zhong Yu like divine dragons. Gather, defend. Having learned from past experiences, Zhong Yu dared not be negligent. He commanded all the powerful individuals to unite and resist Shen Ya's strike. Yet the dragon-like sword lights suddenly erupted with a cacophony of bang, bang, bang sounds. In the eyes of those surrounding, they transformed into a torrential downpour of thunder, possessing no offensive power whatsoever. The entire Dantai sect was engulfed in an unending roar of thunder. As though it were shrouded in a tempest, he fell for it. His sword array exhausted all its power when he killed Brother Feng. He seeks to flee. After a few breaths, Zhong Yu shouted, his gaze searching, yet Shen Ya's presence had vanished. Quick, release your spiritual consciousness and search for Shen Ya. Zhong Yu commanded, and all the powerful individuals extended their spiritual awareness. Yet where could they find him? Shen Ya had disappeared without a trace. Time passed, and the thunder over the Dantai sect faded without a trace. In front of the Dantai stone hall, the expressions of everyone turned a shade of deep crimson. The Dantai sect had lost all face today. In front of all the powerful individuals, Feng Huazheng had been slain, and this child had escaped. Sect Master, it was the Divine Thunder Concealment. He utilized the secret technique of Divine Thunder Concealment. With his strength, he cannot have gone far. Just then, a Dantai sect expert called out. Moreover, the Divine Thunder Concealment leaves traces behind. Zhong Yu commanded, pursue him. We must capture this child. No sooner had he spoken than a figure darted forth faster than them. It was none other than Chen Wan. Zhong Yu's expression shifted again. We must capture this child before Sister Chen does. Chapter 114. The Seven-Tiered Moonlight Gate. All Dantai sect experts, including Zhong Yu, set out in pursuit of Shen Ya. Regardless of whether they could capture Shen Ya, this incident would become a source of mockery for countless people. The entire Dantai sect was shrouded in thunder, the Dantai heavenly bell tolling. And this matter would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire eastern extreme city. Capturing Shen Ya would at least salvage some face. In front of the Shenai Stone Hall, only those unqualified to pursue remained. Along with Yi Ningxiang and Shang Shuiyan, the two women exchanged glances, their eyes unable to conceal their shock. At this moment, everyone surely believed that the 100 swords Shen Ya wielded were treasures he had obtained beforehand. Yet only they knew that these were crafted by Shen Ya over the course of more than a day using engraving patterns. How could they not be astonished? How could they not be amazed? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, as Yi Ningxiang inquired, Shang Shiji, is it true that Shen Ya's martial root is merely of the low-grade Xian tier? Absolutely, the testing of martial roots is generally infallible, though exceptions may exist. However, Shen Shiji cannot possibly be one of those exceptions, otherwise he would have no need to covet the token from the Liu family, replied Shang Shuyan. Not a flicker of regret flashed in Yi Ningxiang's eyes as her gaze fell upon the two jade slips in her hand. The three techniques of the abandoned demon sword, which she had already experienced in the trading hall, would undoubtedly astound the world if unleashed, and moreover, it was Shen Ya who had personally inscribed them. Shang Shuyan had also mentioned that the Dantai sect possessed only one technique of the abandoned demon sword. Listen well, everyone. I shall protect Shen Ya's Yuding kingdom. Any who dares to encroach upon it shall face annihilation. Suddenly, Yi Ningxiang stood, her gaze sweeping across the assembly, her clear voice resonating throughout the Dantai sect. Abruptly, her eyes settled upon Xia Meng, and she smiled enigmatically. Xia family of Yuanfu City, have you not heard the words I proclaimed in the extreme south? Regardless of your methods, you have already defied me. Thus, Miss Yi, please spare me. Xia Meng knelt, trembling uncontrollably. Heaven knows that Yi Ningxiang just happened to be present at the Dantai sect. He had thought she would have long forgotten this matter, especially with the Dantai sect as a shield, allowing it to remain under wraps. Little did he expect her to establish a connection with a mere boy from the extreme south. I shall not take your life. Since Shen Yu has granted you a chance to live, he must intend to deal with you himself. Yi Ningxiang chuckled. Earlier, during the 100 Swords incident,
Shen Ya had the opportunity to slay Xiaoming. Yet he refrained. Let us depart. Yi Ningxiang gestured to Shang Shuiyan and left the Xiantai sect. In the surrounding mountains and forests, a look of contentment graced Shen Ya's face. The divine thunder concealment indeed made it difficult for him to escape far. He had heard Yi Ningxiang's words clearly. For the time being, the Yuding kingdom was safe, and trading 2 techniques of the abandoned demon sword for Yi Ningxiang's regard was well worth it. Where should I go next? Amidst the thickets, Shen Ya felt somewhat lost. He must first evade the Xiantai sect's pursuit. Choosing a random direction, he walked briskly. After an undetermined period, the sound of something slicing through the air reached Shen Ya's ears. His eyes gleamed with sharpness as he prepared to retrieve the concealment inscription he had readied earlier. However, he suddenly halted, for it was Chun Luan who approached. Sect leader Chun, your reputation precedes you, Shen Ya remarked softly. The divine thunder concealment was not a particularly potent secret technique. It merely allowed one to evade after drawing lightning. Many could perform it, and many could track it, yet within the 7th grade Xiantai sect, few could pursue him so swiftly. Chun Luan regarded him with an expression of complex scrutiny. Do you understand the gravity of your actions? I do, but I had no choice. Shen Ya responded. Sighing, Chun Luan continued. I have heard about your circumstances from Yin. You rejected Dantai Mingli, plunging your hometown into dire straits, and now you have also spurned Yi Ningxiang's assistance. Is this truly worth it? Yi Ningxiang will protect my hometown, will she not? Shen Ya replied with a smile. Chun Luan nodded. Then her gaze turned icy. While that may be true, Yi Ningxiang can provide temporary protection but cannot ensure it for eternity. You came to the Xiantai sect to rely on your own strength to defend your homeland. Yet now, where do you go from here? In Dongji City, no sect will be willing to take you in. Given your martial route, when do you believe you will grow capable enough to safeguard your homeland? I, Chun Luan, do not persuade others lightly. But hear me now. Join the marshal's mansion, and all your troubles will be resolved. At this point, Chun Luan fixed her gaze deeply upon Shen Ya, awaiting his response. As expected, Shen Ya shook his head. The marshal's mansion is indeed an admirable choice, but I despise being constrained and do not wish to live in anyone's shadow with my modest low-grade Xian martial route. I should be able to protect my homeland before Yi Ningxiang completely forgets me. A glint of divine light flickered in Chun Luan's eyes, and she could not help but laugh. Shen Ya's words represented freedom, determination, and a profound self-confidence. Very well, for your words, I shall do my utmost to help you safeguard your homeland. Shen Ya raised his head and clasped his fists. Thank you, Sect leader Chun. I know not what fortuitous encounters you possess, but I hope you can fulfill your promise to rise before both I and Yi Ningxiang forget you entirely. Chun Luan nodded, and suddenly, she produced a handkerchief, her expression betraying hesitation. Ultimately, she tossed it to Shen Ya. Take this handkerchief and seek out someone named Tong Yuan at the 7th grade Yuehua sect. He will certainly accept you. Shen Ya looked up, realizing that this handkerchief must hold some significance for Chun Luan. Why would she bestow it upon him? Thank you, sect leader. Should you require anything in the future, I shall certainly be of service. Shen Ya felt immense gratitude. Perhaps it was because she valued He Yin, but he would remember this favor. Do return to Hongluan Peak when you have the chance. They pursue you. But I do not. At this point, Chun Luan's eyes sparkled, and she chuckled softly. Sect leader Shi Xiao, I have said before that if given the chance, I will certainly save him, so there is no need for you to hide. Come out. As her voice fell, the sound of things slicing through the air surrounded them. Sect leader, I take my leave. Shen Ya had already noticed the onlookers around him, clasped his fists, and turned to depart. Behind him, Zhong Yu's voice rang out. Junior sister Chun, do you think you alone can withstand us? Haha, how would I know if I do not try? Chun Luan laughed heartily, a great force erupting within the mountains and forests. Zhong Yu shouted, Junior sister Chun, you have actually touched upon a trace of the Tao's essence. How is that possible? Sect leader Shi Xiao, you have been so enmeshed in power for these years. How could you possibly comprehend what the Tao is? Chun Luan sneered. Standing alone against the myriad of Xiantai sect's masters, in the blink of an eye, a day passed, and Shen Ya remained amidst the mountains and forests. He paused, glancing at the handkerchief in his hand. Furrowing his brow, the 7th grade Yuehua sect? I do not recall this sect from my past life. Uncertain of the Yuehua sect's whereabouts, he knew he had to leave the forest and inquire. But before that,
I have one more matter to attend to. A fierce killing intent flashed in Shen Ya's eyes as he suddenly turned and sped back towards the Dantai sect. He was returning to exact vengeance. Chapter 115. Slaying the Sword. Slaughtering demons across 1,000 miles. The target of Shen Ya's wrath was none other than Xiaoming. Just as Yi Ningxiang had stated, although the 100 Swords and Heavenly Thunder formation had nearly reached the brink of collapse after slaying Feng Huajing, simultaneously eliminating Xiaoming while vanquishing Zhu Yi would have been effortless. Yet Shen Ya had refrained from doing so. It was precisely due to his lingering doubts. Xiaoming was merely from an 8th-grade family in Yuanfu City. How could he have known of Shen Ya's entry into the Dantai sect in such a short span of time? Who had informed him? After all, the journey from Yuanfu City to Dongji Outer City required a 7-day voyage. In such a short time, the Xia family had thoroughly investigated the Lu family situation and discovered the matter concerning the Dantai sect's token. This felt exceedingly suspicious, unsettling Shen Ya. Any existence that posed a threat to the Yuding kingdom must be eradicated at its roots. That night, at the Dantai sect, the atmosphere remained tense. The protective mountain formation was far from being repaired, with countless vulnerabilities that Shen Ya could scarcely count. No one would suspect that he would dare to return. At the guest hall of the outer sect, Xiaoming had yet to depart when a young man stood before him. It was Shi Kuang. Brother Shi, what is the situation? Did that boy from the extreme south get apprehended? Shi Kuang's expression was dark as he shook his head. That wretched woman Chen Luan intervened and managed to fend off all the sect leader's experts, allowing that boy to escape. That I have come to inquire about any possible destinations for him. Xiaoming's face turned grim as he sighed. I do not know, but he may return to the extreme south, perhaps. Master Xia, do you wish to see me dead? Shi Kuang suddenly bellowed, fixing a cold glare upon Xiaoming. Xiaoming's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly replied, No, I would not dare. Shi Kuang would certainly have wished to head to the extreme south. But with Yi Ningxiang's recent proclamation, he would be courting death by doing so. Forget it. Since you do not know, there is nothing more to discuss. As he watched Shi Kuang depart, Xiaoming's eyes darkened profoundly. He had never anticipated that under such circumstances, that damned boy from the extreme south could still escape. However, soon a smirk crept across his lips. Even if he escapes for now, what difference does it make? He will not survive for long. Is that so? I am quite curious to know why Master Xia would make such a statement. Suddenly, Xiaoming felt a chill run down his spine, a piercing sensation gripping his neck. He would never forget that voice. Shen Ya had returned to the Dantai sect. Instinctively, Xiaoming sought to scream, while his internal true energy surged chaotically as the head of an 8th-grade family. He was expected to have at least one innate power among his ranks, and he himself was at the innate realm. As long as there is even a hint of movement in your true energy, I will take your life without hesitation. Do not doubt it. I was able to kill Feng Huajing. Shen Ya's voice was as cold as ice, rendering Xiaoming motionless. Yet within, he could hardly contain his shock. How could a mere qi condensation realm individual approach him without making a sound? Answer me, why will I not survive for long? Who is investigating me from the shadows? Shen Ya's tone was as chilling as the depths of hell. Xiaoming let out a low, mocking laugh. Extreme South boy, I advise you to heed my words. Better not to know too much. Run as far as you can right now. Otherwise, you will face a miserable fate. MMPH. As he spoke, Xiaoming let out a pained scream, his mouth silenced by Shen Ya's hand. Meanwhile, the concealment inscription flickered to obscure any trace of presence. Answer me, or it will cost you another arm. Just moments ago, Shen Ya severed one of Xiaoming's limbs. Beads of cold sweat streamed down Xiaoming's face, yet he bravely replied, whether I speak or remain silent, my fate is unchanged. Why should I reveal anything? Even if he divulged the truth, Shen Ya would never spare him. Indeed, then let me ensure your suffering is worse than death. Shen Ya's cruel smile widened as he suddenly thrust his sword into Xiaoming's acupoint. Instantly, a torrent of sword energy surged within him. Logically, Shen Ya's true energy, being at the acupoint realm, should not pose a threat to Xiaoming. However, Shen Ya's sword aura was far beyond that of an ordinary person, containing the essence of the sword, tormenting Xiaoming's body. I will speak. Just let me die, please. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xiaoming could no longer endure and divulged everything. As Shen Ya listened to Xiaoming's account, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes, barely concealed that it turned out to be the Xiao Mo sect. Xia Ming and Lu Lei had conspired with the hidden saint of the sect, Xiao Jun, to ambush him aboard the Yun Kong ship. However, their plot was exposed, causing Xiao Jun to leap overboard. Subsequently, Xiao Jun, enraged, sought out Lu Lei, which led to Xia Ming's arrival and the events of today. Xiao Jun was not particularly invested in eliminating Shen Ya, yet he was determined to possess Heyin that as previously mentioned. Xiao Jun had a penchant for collecting women with unique martial roots, and he could not bear the thought of Heyin escaping. The dark heart would not easily relent. Even though Heyin was now the prized possession of Chen Luan, he would not give up. Moreover, Xiao Jun was preparing to exploit the chaos within the Dantai sect to abduct Heyin. According to Xia Ming, that plan should already be in motion. They must have already acted. You should rush to save her, but you will die for your efforts, haha. Of course, you could inform that wretched Chen Luan, but will you make it in time? Furthermore, should you dare to notify anyone, the experts of the Dantai sect will detect your presence, and you will still meet your demise. Soon, you will join me in hell. Xia Ming laughed maniacally, his insanity peaking as he faced death. Shen Ya remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on Xia Ming until his laughter froze. What do you intend to do? The Xiao Mo sect plants demonic seeds to control those they wish to dominate. Staring intently at Xia Ming, Shen Ya spoke slowly. Through these seeds, one can even trace the movements of the control. I suspect the head of the Xia family also harbors such a seed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xia Ming's expression changed dramatically. The demonic seed can be tracked, and naturally, it can be traced back. As Shen Ya spoke, his sword once again pierced Xia Ming's body, swiftly locating the demonic seed that was a minuscule seed, almost invisible to the naked eye, exuding waves of demonic energy. Shen Ya closed his eyes tightly, and after a brief moment, he opened them again, declaring, Xiao Mo sect, you shall perish. Haha, I truly wonder what kind of person you are. What extraordinary experiences you have had. This demonic seed eluded even me, yet you managed to trace it back. However, from your tone, it seems your woman has already been captured. Excellent. Excellent. Xia Ming was profoundly shaken, finding the person before him inscrutable. Regardless, he only desired Shen Ya to accompany him in death. Killing sword, 1,000-mile slaughter. Shen Ya glanced at him, and in an instant, unleashed a sword strike that embodied the ninth stance of the killing sword. 1,000-mile slaughter. Even from 1,000 miles away, it could still claim a life. An eerie, agonized scream echoed in Xia Ming's ears, seemingly from nowhere. Simultaneously, blood began to pour from all 7 of his orifices. When the master of the demonic seed dies, so too shall the one who bore it. Shen Ya's voice was chillingly cold. Chapter 116. A 1,000-mile stab at Xiao Jun. Xia Ming, unable to close his eyes in death, was filled with resentment and boundless shock. How could this young man from the extreme south have accomplished such feats? Shen Ya did not spare him a glance as he vanished from the loft. The location of the demonic seed lay beyond the Dantai sect, and Heyin was likely already bound. Shen Ya remained uncertain if there were other experts besides the master of the demonic seed he had just slain. Regardless, he had to act swiftly. He could not allow Heyin to fall into Xiao Jun's hands. What on earth is happening? In the dense forest surrounding the Dantai sect, Sister Mai witnessed a flash of sword light, and the Xiao Mo sect disciple accompanying her fell dead. A chill ran down her spine, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. The operation to abduct Heyin was shrouded in secrecy, with almost no one aware of it. With her as an insider, the plan became devilishly covert. But where had that sword strike come from? Who goes there? Step forward. The Xiao Mo sect had dispatched 4 disciples for this mission, and the one who had just died was their leader. Anyone capable of planting a demonic seed within the sect could not be an ordinary disciple. Recently, the Xiao Mo sect had been highly active, with substantial infiltration into Dongji City. Xiao Jun, eager to possess Heyin, could have swiftly discovered the Dantai sect's secrets. Moreover, he had learned of Sister Mai's jealousy toward Heyin. Their operation had proceeded smoothly. The incident triggered by Xia Ming had driven Chen Luan and most of the experts from Hongwan Peak away, allowing them to act without hindrance. However, the recent sword strike and the death of their leader filled them with confusion and dread. After waiting a long while, no one appeared. You all hurry and take that wretched woman away. The more Sister Mai pondered, the more fearful she became. She needed to return immediately, or she would arouse suspicion. She had already helped several people evade the Dantai sect's patrol, and now, Even without her assistance, they could still depart successfully. The 3 Xiao Mo Sect disciples nodded, carrying the unconscious He Yin away. While Sister Mai returned to Hong Wan Peak, a faint cold smile gracing her lips. That wretched He Yin was finally out of the picture. From now on, no one would compete with her for favor. And the 2 detestable youths from the extreme south were finished. With this thought, her smile grew even brighter. Just then, her expression abruptly froze as a tall figure materialized before her, a man wielding a gray sword, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace. Shen Ya, you carry the scent of the Xiao Mo Sect. Did you sell He Yin to them, Sister He? Shen Ya asked coldly, after a moment of shock. Sister Mai burst into laughter. Ha! Ha ha! You are the disciple of Lingxing. You have not yet left the Dantai sect, and you dare return. Are you here to present me with a monumental achievement? Indeed. While this Lingxing disciple was peculiar, he was by no means her match. Last time, she had underestimated him, and he could not possibly unleash the terrifying sword array that had slain Feng Huazheng. A trump card remains a trump card precisely because it is rare. Your master may have let you go, but as a disciple of the Dantai sect, how can I refrain from striking when I see you? I wonder if my master will feel disheartened by my actions. No matter, that wretched woman named He is finished. Even if he feels heartbroken, he will still favor me. Sister Mai giggled innocently. Suddenly, her true energy surged. The curved blade in her hand glinted with a crescent-like red light. She was at the 8th level of the acupoint realm, poised to slay Shen Ya, who was at the 2nd level of the acupoint realm. In an instant, a cold smile crept across her lips, and an overwhelming demonic aura materialized before her .1 sword strike, or perhaps 18, bore down upon her. The blade's light shattered, and the sword's glow fragmented. The 2 powers were evenly matched. However, that demonic aura was even more terrifying, wild and frenzied, embodying the madness of the demon-slaying sword. The 6th level disparity was not a significant obstacle for Shen Ya. In particular, Sister Mai had not only underestimated him, but also practiced an unstable technique, rendering her even weaker than the newly initiated Wang Dong. The madness of the demon-slaying sword surged forth, overwhelming the minor completion of the 10,000 demon sword. And no matter how Sister Mai resisted, she found it impossible to counter in the blink of an eye. Shen Ya's sword had reached her throat. Speak. How many are there, and in which direction are they headed? Why it can't be. Sister Mai was losing her mind at a 6th level difference, and she had been defeated so easily. Why? Forget it. There's no need to say more. A demonic seed has already been planted within you. Shen Ya spoke coldly. The sword light pierced her body, seeking the demonic seed and its direction. However, he furrowed his brow slightly, for the master of this demonic seed was none other than Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun was formidable. The purity of the true energy within the seed indicated his strength. A glimmer of insight flashed in Shen Ya's eyes, realizing that this woman had an affair with Xiao Jun. To slay Xiao Jun with 1,000-mile slaughter was nearly impossible. Nevertheless, that did not preclude him from teaching him a lesson. Shen Ya swiftly retrieved a sword, inscribing a pattern upon it, yet he did not strike immediately. Instead, he took Sister Mai along and dashed towards Xiao Jun's location. During the journey, Shen Ya employed the same tactics against Sister Mai as he had with Xia Ming, compelling her to divulge information. Upon learning that only 3 Xiao Mo Sect disciples had abducted He Yin, Shen Ya accelerated further. After a quarter of an hour, he caught up, and naturally, he spotted the bound He Yin. Without hesitation, he unleashed his killing sword. The 3 disciples were all at the 5th level of the acupoint realm, yet none could withstand Shen Ya's strike. .3 swords, 3 demons slain in Sister Mai's eyes. Shen Ya appeared as a god of slaughter, terrifying beyond measure. He did not immediately awaken the unconscious He Yin. Instead, he coldly surveyed Sister Mai, once more locating the presence of the demonic seed. Chuckling softly, it seems Xiao Jun has realized that his men have been killed and is preparing to flee. Flee? Sister Mai's eyes widened in shock. Why would he flee? He must think that the experts of the Dantai sect had rescued He Yin, prompting his escape. But that was not the case. The figure before her was merely a cornered dog. How could she notify Xiao Jun? Killing sword, 1,000 miles slaughter. At this moment, Shen Ya was already in motion. A beam of sword light shooting forth. Simultaneously, far away in a small town outside the dense forest, Xiao Jun was fleeing in a frenzy, believing that Chen Wan was rescuing He Yin. To remain would be tantamount to seeking death. The Xiao Mo sect was powerful, far surpassing the Dantai sect, Yet even the most unscrupulous sect must adhere to the righteous path, supported by the Mingli domain. A truly incompetent wretch, only causing more trouble than he solves. As he fled, he muttered curses at that moment. An overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him that a beam of sword light appeared from the air, directly aimed at him. Xiao Jun, a prodigy of innate talent, found himself wielding a sword imbued with a strangely eerie aura. Despite its apparent lack of power, in a moment of frantic defense, he managed to disarm his opponent. Yet, in that very instant, intricate patterns flared from the sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that struck him from all directions, akin to a violent shower of pear blossoms, leaving him with countless wounds. Chapter 117. The Fall of the Moonlight Sect. Meanwhile, Shen Ya displayed a cool demeanor and remarked nonchalantly, "As expected, the attack was thwarted. However, as long as the demonic seed remains, I can still strike." With that, he produced 10 swords, their blades slicing through the air with lethal precision. Xiao Jun's spirit faltered as he fought to evade the onslaught, reminiscent of the legendary art of sword control, capable of killing from afar. Time slipped away before he finally halted, his complexion ashen. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in his ear. "If you dare to move against Hishimi again, I will slaughter your entire family and annihilate the Xiao Mo sect." A chill coursed through Xiao Jun as he fled in panic, utterly unaware that this was a consequence of his demonic seed, which allowed for a reverse tracking that was undocumented in the Xiao Mo sect. In the dense forest, Shen Ya cast a glance at Sister Mai before swiftly ending her life with a single stroke of his sword. He then turned to He, who had regained consciousness and was staring at him in bewilderment. "Shen Shixiang, you haven't left?" "I have not departed. The Xiao Mo sect has set its sights on you, and this woman is in collusion with them." Shen Ya recounted the recent events and declared, "I shall escort you back to Hongwan Peak." He gasped, her gaze fixed on Sister Mai's lifeless body. A wave of terror washed over her. Had Shen Shixiang not arrived in time, her fate would have been sealed. Tears streamed down her face as she stammered, "Shen Shixiang, I can return on my own. You should. Your poison remains unpurged, and this forest is perilous." Shen Ya shook his head, insisting, "Furthermore, due to my involvement, no one can ascertain whether the other peaks of the Dantai sect will act against you upon discovering your whereabouts. It is best that I accompany you back." "But it is far too dangerous," He protested, fully aware of the gravity of the day's events and consumed by anxiety. "Rest assured, Shimi. As for the Dantai sect, I can enter and exit at will. Who could possibly hinder me?" Shen Ya's sudden laughter echoed through the air as he forcibly hoisted He onto his back, dashing toward the Dantai sect. Returning to Hongwan Peak with utmost swiftness, words of gratitude could hardly encapsulate Yin's emotions. Upon reaching Hongwan Peak, their exchanges were minimal, a mere farewell. Watching Shen Ya's retreating figure, she murmured, "Shixiang, your rescue shall forever be etched in my memory. One day, I will ensure that the entire Dantai sect regrets their actions against you, and I shall send all who wronged you to the depths of hell." In that moment, her voice emerged with unwavering resolve. What brings you here?" Chun Luan appeared, her brow furrowed in confusion. After listening to He recount the events, a surge of fury erupted within her. "Xiao Mo sect, I shall annihilate your entire lineage." Her voice reverberated throughout the Dantai sect as Chun Luan took He and charged forth, seeking vengeance upon the demonic stronghold in the eastern extreme city. That night, the name of Chun Luan resonated throughout the city amidst a bloodbath. Meanwhile, the Dantai sect was engulfed in a tempest of outrage. Shen Ya had returned, slaying Xiao Ming and executing Sister Mai of Hongwan Peak. Traversing their domain with impunity, the faces of the Dantai sect's members bore the marks of humiliation that a proclamation echoed across the eastern extreme city. Shen Ya is now the enemy of the Dantai sect. Any sect that dares to harbor him shall be considered our adversary. Those who can provide information regarding Shen Ya's whereabouts shall be handsomely rewarded. Zhong Yu issued the decree, shaking the very foundations of eastern extreme city. Prompting a chorus of derision. The Iron Cloud sect. The sect leader Tai Shengling received the news with amusement. "How intriguing. I never anticipated the Dantai sect would stumble so greatly, thrown into disarray by a mere southern extremes youth. Haha. Leader, this Shen Ya appears quite extraordinary. Should we not take him as a disciple to strike a blow against the Dantai sect?" proposed an elder,
recalling their long-standing rivalry with the Shantai sect. During the previous ancient Warstone incident, apart from Ningxiang, they had been the first to purchase clues from Shen Ya using superior spirit stones. Well, Tai Shangling contemplated the idea. However, the sect's top prodigy, Mingli, interjected, "Master, that southern extreme's youth has offended the Yin family and even crossed paths with the second son of the city lord, Fanjing. The Yunxian sect will surely be displeased." Though Fanjing had made efforts to suppress the rumors of the previous banquet, the presence of numerous prodigies had ensured that the upper echelons of various factions were well aware. Indeed, there is no need to risk it for a youth with a dim future. Tai Shangling nodded in agreement. However, this individual has a connection with General Ye's daughter. If we could secure him, General, you would surely be pleased. Another elder chimed in. Unthinkable. If he possesses a mid-level earthly root, we could consider it, but with only a low-grade earthly root, even if Ningxiang favors him now, their paths will diverge in the future. The disparity is too vast. Such a gamble is unwarranted. Mingyi shook his head, dismissing the elder's suggestion. What he said makes sense. We need not concern ourselves with him. Let us revel in the Xianai sect's plight and seize any opportunity to strike. Tai Shangling chuckled, stroking his beard in delight. Simultaneously, many factions in Eastern Extreme City shared a similar sentiment. The odds of winning with a low-grade earthly root were far too slim. There was no need to offend the second son of the city lord. Naturally, should this youth arrive at their doorsteps, they would not divulge his whereabouts to the Shantai sect, relishing the thought of the Shantai sect bearing this disgrace. Perhaps they might even consider tipping off Fanjing. However, Shen Ya ultimately found no refuge in any sect. Seemingly vanishing from the face of the earth at dawn, in a small tavern outside Eastern Extreme City, Shen Ya engaged in conversation with a drunken man. If you seek the Moonlight sect, it lies right across the street. The drunkard gestured toward the estate opposite the tavern. Shen Ya was momentarily taken aback. In his previous life, he had never heard of the Moonlight sect, unaware of its whereabouts, and now he had stumbled upon it fortuitously across from the tavern. However, the estate appeared desolate, its gates tightly shut, and its walls overrun with ivy and weeds. Just then, several young men and women clad in black opened the estate's gates and stepped inside. Shen Ya turned to the drunkard and inquired, "If I am not mistaken, those individuals should be disciples of the Black Dragon Mountain, ranked first among the 7th-tier sects, correct?" Surely this drunkard could not be inebriated enough to confuse Black Dragon Mountain with the Moonlight sect. Indeed, they are disciples of Black Dragon Mountain, for the Moonlight sect now falls under their jurisdiction. How so? 60 years ago, a conflict erupted between Black Dragon Mountain and the Moonlight Sect. It is said that a master from the Moonlight Sect killed an important figure from Black Dragon Mountain, escalating the confrontation. That time, the Moonlight Sect was also ranked among the top 10 7th-tier sects, yet it proved no match for Black Dragon Mountain and was nearly annihilated, ultimately forced to concede and sign a pact. The Moonlight Sect was required to eliminate the murderer and vacate the outer city, with their sect being managed by Black Dragon Mountain. And that led to this situation? Shen Ya nodded, realizing there was more to the story. How could a 7th-tier sect, despite its former prestige, be allowed to languish? Why had Black Dragon Mountain not capitalized on this? Chapter 118. Public Recruitment. To understand this, one must consider the Mingji army, the drunkard explained. Evidently well informed about local affairs. It turned out that the Moonlight Sect had maintained a good rapport with the Mingji army, which intervened to mediate the conflict. The two parties agreed that for 60 years, Black Dragon Mountain could not alter the Moonlight Sect's estate or destroy a single blade of grass within its boundaries. They could only utilize the place for cultivation or residence. Every 10 years, both sides would send young disciples to contend for the ownership of the sect. As long as the Moonlight Sect wins once, they can reclaim their domain. The drunkard continued. To date, the Moonlight Sect has suffered consecutive defeats, and once the 60-year period concludes, should they lose again, they will have to dismantle all the restrictions within this estate and surrender the entire sect to Black Dragon Mountain. If memory serves, the last decisive battle should be just a few months away. Shen Ya furrowed his brow. The Moonlight Sect's plight seemed dire and unpromising. Young brother, why do you ask these questions? You wouldn't be considering joining the Moonlight Sect, would you? The drunkard queried. Indeed, I wish to know where the Moonlight Sect has relocated. Even in his inebriation, the drunkard regarded Shen Ya with a peculiar gaze. 1,000 miles north of the outer city lies Tianhan Mountain. But I advise you, young brother, to seek a more formidable 8th-tier sect. It would be far more dependable.
Is the current Moonlight Sect truly so dismal, worse than an 8th-tier sect? Not entirely. The emaciated camel still surpasses the horse. If you manage to become an inner disciple, the resources of the Moonlight Sect are indeed superior to those of an 8th-tier sect, and the masters within would impart their teachings with vigor. However, gaining inner disciple status is quite difficult. The main issue is that inner disciples must also face the life and death battle against Black Dragon Mountain in a few months, where the outcome will likely be one of swift annihilation. As for outer disciples, it is best not to speak of them. If you're interested, you may go and take a look. With that, the drunkard ceased to elaborate and resumed his drinking, to be cultivated with great effort. Shen Ya mulled over those words before departing. Having reached the acupoint opening stage, the spiritual energy in this ordinary place was woefully inadequate for his cultivation. He required resources that in Eastern Extreme City. Aside from the marshal's residence, he could obtain no resources whatsoever. If the Moonlight Sect could devote itself wholeheartedly to nurturing its disciples, it would not be inconceivable for them to assist in reclaiming their sect within a few months. Moreover, he indeed requires a tranquil environment for his cultivation, as the adage goes. Ningxiang may safeguard the Yuding kingdom for a fleeting moment, but she cannot secure it for eternity. As dusk approached, Shen Ya arrived at the Tianhan Mountain. Before him lay a small mountain range, dwarfed by the Shintai sect by at least tenfold. However, the spiritual energy within this mountain was considerably thinner. It could only be deemed the very periphery of the spiritual veins of the East Extreme City. Scarcely worthy of mention, merely catch a whiff of its essence was already quite commendable. This is, upon stepping into Tianhan Mountain, Shen Ya was momentarily taken aback that in one corner, he beheld a stone tablet upon which 3 grand characters were inscribed in a flourish: Moonlight Sect. Behind the tablet was an expansive plaza, forcibly carved out of the earth. Outside the plaza, vehicles were densely packed, while inside, it was teeming with people. The sight was nearly overwhelming, with ranks of individuals orderly lined up, undergoing assessments. The Moonlight Sect is actively recruiting disciples. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment as a yellow grade intermediate disciple. Welcome to the Moonlight Sect family. Strive diligently in your cultivation. Next, the recruitment of disciples itself was unremarkable. However, the standards seemed rather low. Accepting yellow-grade intermediate disciples was quite astonishing, considering that this was the recruitment criterion for a 9th-grade sect. Even the Yin-Yang sect required yellow-grade intermediate disciples to partake in a second round of testing, whereas the Moonlight Sect granted immediate passage. Young brother, are you also here to join the Moonlight Sect? Just then, a lecherous middle-aged man approached. Care to share your martial roots? Heh, even if it's merely yellow-grade low. I can assist you. For the price of 2 low-grade spirit stones, you can become a disciple of the Moonlight Sect. Shen Ya felt an urge to turn and leave. How dire must the situation be at the Moonlight Sect? No wonder that drunkard was reluctant to speak of the outer disciples. It was beyond description. No need. My martial roots exceed yellow-grade low, Shen Ya replied. Congratulations on successfully becoming a disciple of the Moonlight Sect. However, my services extend beyond this. I can also facilitate your transition to a more favorable position after joining. Do you have a particular team in mind that you wish to join? The lecherous man remained undeterred, clearly indicating that yellow-grade low disciples were not in short supply. Team, you mean joining a particular peak? Shen Ya inquired. Much like the Shintai sect, many sects were divided into various peaks or pavilions, each led by a formidable figure, with only the names differing. Young brother, are you referring to joining a specific pavilion? The lecherous man retorted. Upon seeing Shen Ya nod, he continued. Joining a specific pavilion is feasible, but the number of spirit stones required will increase. Additionally, you must possess at least yellow-grade intermediate martial roots. Shen Ya twitched his lips. It appeared that even joining a specific pavilion could be resolved with spirit stones. Was the Moonlight Sect truly in such decay? Of course, the connections I have only extend to 11 of the pavilions. The Moonlight Sect comprises a total of 18, and I am unable to manage the 7 more powerful ones, such as the Sect Master's Pavilion. The lecherous man whispered. Furrowing his brow, Shen Ya pressed on. What exactly is this team you speak of? At this, the lecherous man cast Shen Ya a peculiar glance. Who was this impoverished fool from some remote place? Unaware of such matters, yet daring to step into the Moonlight Sect? Instantly, he lost interest. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Shen Ya producing a low-grade spirit stone, and his eyes lit up.
You may not realize, young brother, but the Moonlight Sect has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Mingli army. Recently, with the establishment of connections to the northern barbaric regions, the Moonlight Sect has publicly opened recruitment to strengthen its bond with the Mingli army and to hone its disciples. Even accepting those with yellow-grade low martial roots to join. Those who pass will receive a gathering chi pill and, should they achieve military merit on the battlefield, even receive guidance from the pavilion master. The benefits are plentiful. Hence young people from all corners flock to enroll, seeking to transform their fortunes. Shen Ya was well aware of the northern barbaric regions, a place bordering the Mingli domain, rife with conflict. In his previous life, he had ventured deep into the barbaric lands. Yi Feng was the highest commander of the Mingli army in the East Extreme City region. The Moonlight Sect appeared to maintain a notably favorable relationship with the military. Casually tossing the low-grade spirit stone to the man, he inquired, "Do you happen to know which pavilion Tong Yuan belongs to?" "Tong Yuan? I have not heard of him." The lecherous man pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He then resumed his sales pitch, clarifying the rules further. The so-called team was formed by core disciples from the 18 pavilions, and upon completion of recruitment, they would lead the charge into the northern barbaric regions for combat trainings, meaning there would be a total of 18 teams. The Guanghan team, led by Hua Susu, the man continued. Within each team, there will also be military leaders, all of whom are prodigies from the Mingli army. I recommend you join the Yuexing team. Their core disciples are not only geniuses from the Sect Master's Pavilion, but also exceptional talents assigned by the military, making it a prime opportunity for your advancement. The lecherous man concluded. "I'll consider it," Shen Ya replied casually, dismissing the lecherous man's sales pitch, the choice of which team to join held little significance for him at this moment. His pressing concern was whether or not to join a team. With his apparent martial roots, he would surely be unable to enter any pavilion unless he expended spirit stones. However, Shen Ya was unwilling to be taken advantage of. The ideal outcome would be to locate Tong Yuan. Yet, he had inquired with several salesmen, none of whom recognized the name, and even approached disciples of the Moonlight Sect, but they were equally unaware. Could it be that the Tong Yuan mentioned by Chief Chun is no longer within the Moonlight Sect? Or perhaps is currently in seclusion? Anyone whom Chun Luan valued would undoubtedly be an extraordinary individual within the Moonlight Sect. However, even the disciples of the Moonlight Sect did not recognize him, suggesting he might be one of the reclusive elders. The northern barbaric regions, you say? Shen Ya pondered, a gleam of insight flashing in his eyes. He recalled a place of opportunity in the northern barbaric regions, not far from the Mingli domain, and believed that with his current strength, he might be able to seize it. I shall join a team first. Having made his decision, Shen Ya proceeded to queue up. By joining a team and demonstrating exceptional performance, he could naturally ascend to become an inner disciple of the Moonlight Sect. At that point, inquiring about Tong Yuan's whereabouts would be a mere formality, allowing him to leave East Extreme City and avoid the turmoil surrounding the Shantai sect. The last participant, please step forward for assessment. As night fell, the day's assessments had concluded, and Shen Ya was the final individual. He underwent another test of his martial roots, revealing yellow-grade intermediate roots, which caught the attention of several inner disciples. That a disciple of the Moonlight Sect approached him. "Haha, this yellow-grade intermediate disciple is joining our Yueyin team." The newcomer was a burly man. The name Yueyin team seemed somewhat at odds with his physique. "Nonsense. Why should you take him? We, the Yuexing team, are in need of a yellow-grade intermediate disciple." Another young man approached, followed by 3 others, and soon a verbal spat ensued. Shen Ya was rendered speechless. When did yellow-grade intermediate disciples become so sought after in a 7th-grade sect? "The yellow-grade intermediate is mine. My Guanghan sword formation requires a swordsman." At that moment, a woman dressed in simple white robes, her hair tied in a ponytail, approached. Her gaze swept over the sword on Shen Ya's back, and she proclaimed haughtily, "Sister Hua, I had my eye on him first." The burly man retorted, "How about we have a match? If I win, he becomes yours." The woman replied assertively, "Fine, if you win, he is yours. I won't contest." He dared not compete with the woman, and neither did anyone else. Shen Ya thus smoothly joined the Guanghan team. "Come, I will take you to our Guanghan encampment. From this moment forth, you must adapt to my Guanghan sword formation." The woman beckoned to Shen Ya, leading him into the Moonlight Sect. Tianhan Mountain was frigid, with rugged paths that appeared desolate. Due to its vastness, Shen Ya could not see any buildings. After walking for half an hour, they arrived at the foot of a low mountain.
where lights flickered and tents were scattered throughout the area. With smoke from campfires gently rising, that it felt less like a sect and more akin to an adventurer's camp. Do you see that? That is our Guanghan team's encampment, as a yellow-grade intermediate disciple. From today onwards, one of the sleeping quarters in that tent will belong to you in 3 days. We shall set off for the northern barbaric regions. By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Hua Susu, a disciple of the Guanghan Pavilion and your team leader. Hua Susu paused before continuing. What is your name and what is your realm? Shen Ya, second level of the Chongshua realm. Your realm is quite commendable, in my team. You are considered above average and can indeed become one of the 12 focal points of my Guanghan sword formation. Hua Susu's eyes brightened slightly as they reached the encampment, as she surveyed the area. The camp appeared to house around 1,000 individuals. However, to Shen Ya, they resembled a rabble. Even without the experience of his previous life, he, as a second prince, had once commanded troops. These individuals would be nothing more than a disorganized mass once the battle commenced. He wondered what the Moonlight Sect aimed to achieve with such arrangements, merely to curry favor with the Mingli army. This is my Guanghan sword formation, consisting of 240 individuals. Once the 240 swords are drawn, even 10 innate experts would be unable to withstand it. Hua Susu led Shen Ya to a flat area at the mountain's corner, where over 200 people were currently practicing the sword formation. Take a look. With that, Hua Susu stepped directly into the formation, initiating the practice under her guidance. Shen Ya watched for a moment before stifling a yawn. Could this truly be called a sword formation? The vulnerabilities within are indeed numerous and not to be taken lightly. However, Shen Ya will not expose them, nor will he offer guidance. Being new to this environment, there is no need for ostentation. Zheng Chuan, step forward. After the rehearsal concluded, Hua Susu commanded one of the individuals. Soon, a young man emerged, and Hua Susu turned her gaze towards Shen Ya. You have observed once already. Now, take Zheng Chuan's position and perform the rehearsal with me, that I wish to ascertain whether you are worthy of being the core of the formation. Shen Ya nodded and stepped into the position previously held by Zheng Chuan, whose eyes flashed with malice, filled with hostility towards Shen Ya. Suddenly, he signaled some members of the team with a glance. Shen Ya noticed this and merely smirked coldly, unfazed as he directly entered the sword formation. The second rehearsal commenced, and Hua Susu offered Shen Ya no guidance. She was keen to observe just how much he had comprehended from a single viewing, to gauge his potential with a low-grade martial route. As the rehearsal began, Hua Susu furrowed her brow to the point of the formation dominated by Shen Ya. There were significant disruptions. However, this was to be expected. Grasping the essence of the sword formation from a mere observation and integrating seamlessly was a task akin to reaching for the heavens. Just as she prepared to offer a hint, her expression shifted slightly as she turned her attention back to Shen Ya's position. To her astonishment, Shen Ya had already synchronized with the rhythm. She exclaimed, "Excellent, very excellent, continue." Hua Susu was elated. It seemed she had found a promising disciple. Meanwhile, Zheng Chuan glared at those surrounding Shen Ya, desperately signaling them, his expression darkening, for they were cooperating with this newcomer far too well. "We have no idea," the individuals around Shen Ya protested. Their faces flushed as they instinctively drew their swords, merging with the formation. With a faint, cold laugh, Shen Ya led the surrounding individuals with his sword. Did they think to trip him up? Frankly, those individuals were not worthy. No matter how inferior a sword formation might be, it functioned as a cohesive entity. The sword energy flowed continuously within the formation, with Shen Ya as the core. To guide the ordinary disciples around him was a simple endeavor. As long as he struck, those nearby instinctively followed suit according to the formation. This inability to control oneself was precisely what made the sword formation so terrifying. Of course, Hua Susu did not realize this, merely believing that Shen Ya had a good understanding and integration. Excellent, very excellent. Shen Ya, from this moment forth, you shall be one of the 12 cores. With the conclusion of the second rehearsal, Hua Susu stood before the team, perspiration on her brow, and commanded, Zheng Chuan, you shall join the formation and act as Shen Ya's support. Not slack off. Sister Hua, you want me to support this newcomer? Zheng Chuan exclaimed, eyes wide with anger. What? You refuse? Then be gone to the auxiliary team. Hua Susu raised an eyebrow and replied coldly. On what grounds? Zheng Chuan shouted again. Simply because he has outperformed you. Simply because he can integrate into the team after just one observation. Hua Susu stated bluntly. Stop with the nonsense. If you are unwilling, you may leave my team at once. Furthermore, if you dare question my decisions in the future, I will not explain myself. I will simply have you dismissed. Do you understand? With that, Huasusu tossed her ponytail and departed. The entire team murmured, casting glances at Zhong Chuan as if enjoying a spectacle. Zhong Chuan clenched his fists tightly, slowly approaching Shen Ya. Kid, you have two choices. Leave the team or submit to me and acknowledge to Sister Hua that you cannot maintain control over the team. Shen Ya had anticipated such trouble upon entering the sword formation. It was only natural. In this world where the strong dominated, no one would yield without a display of prowess. Paying it no mind, Shen Ya turned and walked away. Once the sword formation commenced, none within the team could resist him. There was nothing to be gained from conversing with Zhong Chuan. Stop right there, you worthless scum. Zhong Chuan shouted. How could he endure being ignored and looked down upon? He bellowed. You all, surround him. Instantly, those who had been following Shen Ya in the sword formation converged around him. Buzz! Suddenly, the swords in their hands trembled violently, slipping from their grips and hurtling towards Zhong Chuan, shredding his garments into tatters. Do not provoke me. I have no inclination to waste time on flies like you. And you all, since I can control you within the sword formation, I can likewise command you outside of it. With that, Shen Ya resumed his steps. To establish oneself within a group without causing trouble, it was indeed necessary to demonstrate a certain level of strength. Consequently, the crowd parted obediently, allowing Shen Ya to return to the camp. What on earth were you all doing? Were you not supposed to ambush him? Zhong Chuan yelled in fury after Shen Ya disappeared, appearing exceedingly disheveled in his tattered clothing. We have no idea. We simply lost control of our bodies. And our swords just slipped from our hands. Brother Zhong, it is not that we disrespect you. The crowd chimed in, confusion evident on their faces. Simultaneously, those who had initially intended to watch the show exchanged glances. It seems a formidable character has arrived. Indeed remarkable. This individual is likely close to the legendary sword cultivators, capable of controlling everyone's swords from a distance. It appears we have gained another powerful competitor. The crowd conversed, no longer daring to underestimate Shen Ya, some even feeling inclined to befriend him. Zhong Chuan's expression darkened as he felt helpless. He could neither fight back nor contend with Huasusu's support. He could only comply and become Shen Ya's assistant, silently vowing that during the next rehearsal, he would not fall under Shen Ya's control. What force shall dominate the third corps? Upon returning to the tent, Shen Ya found there were 4 sleeping arrangements, which was considered a decent treatment. Inside the tent were 3 other young individuals who were also cores of the formation, yet Shen Ya paid them no mind. Sitting cross-legged to cultivate, his primary focus was to break through to the third corps, but he had yet to decide on the dominating force. After Dantai Mingli's breakthrough at the Mingji Zhenwu steel, he felt a sense of urgency. He needed to reach the realm of the Zhenwu steel as swiftly as possible, at least achieving the 7th or 8th level of the core breakthrough to have a chance. Likewise, to establish himself in Dongji City, he must also reach the 7th or 8th level of the core breakthrough. Killing sword? No, the killing sword I possess is still too weak, lacking sufficient intent for assassination. The 9 styles of killing sword are inferior to the abandoning demon technique. Shen Ya did not wish to make the killing sword his primary focus, at least not at this moment. However, he was still some distance from the third corps. Perhaps he could gain something during this expedition to the barbarian domain. Especially at that fateful location. A night passed in silence. The following day, Huasusu awakened everyone early, and the rehearsal of the sword formation continued. Why can't I control myself? Damn it. Zhong Chuan, who had been preparing to sabotage, had successfully completed his supportive role to perfection, even receiving praise from Huasusu. I don't want such praise. Zhong Chuan screamed internally, but he could change nothing. Of course, Huasusu's satisfaction with Shen Ya grew. In just one night, he had subdued Zhong Chuan, which was quite impressive. With 1,000 already gathered, once the time arrives, we shall set off. Today, the Yuehua sect continued its public recruitment. But the numbers for the Guanghan team were full, and no new disciples would be accepted. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and the time to depart had arrived on the 18th floor of the Yuehua sect. 18,000-member teams set forth towards the northern barbarian domain, each team equipped with 10 inner disciples. Aside from Huasusu, there were 5 inner disciples in the Guanghan team within the Guanghan sword formation. The remaining 4 were not sword users, thus tasked with leading others. Additionally, each team would have a genius from the military. Yet, the Guanghan team lacked such an individual. It seemed this military talent had not arrived at the Yuehua sect. Shen Ya remained indifferent to this. Sigh, I hope we can gain something this time. At Tian'an Mountain, the sect master and the lord of the sect watched the teams depart, their faces etched with worry. Senior brother, even if we gain something, it is unlikely we can compete with Hiling Mountain in a few months, said Guang Siyue, the middle-aged female leader of the Guanghan Tower. Her expression equally troubled It this moment. A somber atmosphere enveloped the entire sect master's hall. It had been over 9 years since their last defeat, and the Yuehua sect had exhausted all its resources to cultivate inner disciples, nearly depleting all their assets. Yet, how could truly talented individuals be willing to join a sect teetering on the edge of spiritual veins? Without talent, no amount of resources could cultivate genuine powerhouses. We need not be overly pessimistic. We have Li Yueqing, Hua Susu, and Jiang Linshan. Their strengths are commendable, and what they lack is merely life and death tempering. This expedition to the barbarian domain may very well unlock their potential, said a tall leader. Everyone understood this logic. But the challenge was immense. The strongest individuals in the Yuehua sect were merely of low-grade martial roots. What about Brother Tong's side? Suddenly, Lu Zhongqing inquired. A leader replied. There is still no response. The main sect has not communicated at all. Sigh. The crowd sighed once more, and Lu Zhongqing's face darkened. Is it truly the case that the Yuehua sect is destined to perish under my watch? 60 years. When shall we return to a true sect? The group fell silent. Watching the grand procession depart, another leader remarked, perhaps there are hidden powerful potentials within the team. This sentiment could only be regarded as a hopeful wish. Over the past decade, they have frequently recruited disciples, hoping to find a needle in the vast ocean, to gamble on the fortunes of their sect. After all, some individuals possess hidden potential, yet to date, there have been no gains whatsoever. Ahead lies Dongxing Pass. We have arrived. After 10 arduous days of travel, 18,000 people finally reached the border with the northern barbaric territories. The Dongxing Pass stood towering, akin to a colossal mountain, its grand aura enveloping the surroundings like a natural pressure, suffused with an air of slaughter that made it difficult for the crowd to breathe. Those disciples who had infiltrated using spirit stones were drenched in cold sweat. Upon reaching the city gates, they felt utterly drained. Nevertheless, this was not a true oppressive force. The procession managed to enter the gates smoothly. Soon after, a commander arrived to greet them, a middle-aged officer who stood atop the towering city wall and bellowed, "Welcome, disciples of the Yuehua sect. I shan't waste words. Do you know the task at hand?" The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain how to respond. After a moment, someone shouted, "Slay the barbarians, contribute to the peace of the Mingli domain." Instantly, all eyes turned toward the speaker, who wore a triumphant smile. Many gritted their teeth, lamenting their own lack of foresight. This individual would undoubtedly be rewarded. You. Step forward. Indeed, the middle-aged commander pointed at the speaker. The disciple stepped forward, his face aglow with pride, as the commander beamed at him. Well said. From today onward, the responsibility of cleaning this area before the city gates falls to you. What? Upon hearing this, the disciple was taken aback. Cleaning before the city gates? You dare to dream of slaying barbarians, you worthless lot. What makes you think you deserve such a privilege? The commander roared, and fury flashed across the faces of the crowd. Suddenly, his tone softened. Of course, the inner disciples of the Yuehua sect are qualified to slay barbarians. Step forward. Thus, 10 inner disciples from each team stepped out. As for the rest of you rabble, observe what true soldiers are like. As his words fell, a formidable troop charged out from within the city gates, confronting the throng with an overwhelming presence that nearly sent them recoiling. Simultaneously, the military talents from the 18 teams slowly approached the troops before them. To be precise, there were 17 military talents, for the Guanghan team had none. At this moment, a young man clad in a battle helmet stepped forth from the Guanghan team and addressed the crowd coolly. I am Pang Sui, your guide from the Guanghan team. Do you know why I did not go to the Yuehua sect? The crowd shook their heads, curious about this military prodigy's intentions. Because you are not yet qualified for my presence. Nor are they, he declared, gesturing toward Hua Susu and others. The crowd's expressions shifted again, and Pang Sui continued. Naturally, the Yuehua sect has a strong alliance with a certain powerful figure in the military, which compels me to step forward. After all, I must show respect to that influential individual.
Now, let me announce your tasks for the first month. My soldiers train hard every day, so our clothing. Our quarters, our night pots, and latrines, among other things, require someone to clean them. That is your task. What? Almost everyone erupted in protest. Not only the Guanghan team, but others received the same menial tasks. Were they to become servants? Wait a moment. At that instant, a Yuehua sect inner disciple called out to the smiling middle-aged commander, General Pang. What is going on? This is not what we discussed previously. Oh, is there a discrepancy? I told your sect leader that ordinary disciples would start as servants for a month. The middle-aged commander raised an eyebrow. Smiling. While being a servant is true, you mentioned our disciples would begin with tasks like smelting iron, transporting weapons, and military supplies. The speaker was none other than Li Yueqing, the top genius of the Yuehua sect. Her face flushed with anger. Did anyone say that? It was merely your sect leader's imagination, wasn't it? I spoke of servitude, starting with these menial tasks to serve the weary soldiers, which is quite commendable. They will teach you how to survive on the battlefield. General Pang shot a sidelong glance at Li Yueqing and the others. Serve well? And perhaps they might impart some private knowledge to you. That would be quite beneficial. By the way, while inner disciples of the Yuehua sect are qualified to slay barbarians, your lack of experience means you must stay close to our commanders on the battlefield, fetching tea and pouring water, among other tasks. What? Even the inner disciples must perform these servile duties. Fear not. If you perform well after a month, you will surely be granted a place on the battlefield, General Pang replied. Li Yueqing and Hua Susu glared at General Pang, coldly declaring, we refuse to comply. Refusal? Then keep it to yourselves. Once you enter Dongsheng Pass, you must heed my commands. General Pang's voice lowered threateningly. Of course. You are free to return to the Yuehua sect, but in a few months, do not expect to reclaim your former sect, nor will you find refuge in the icy mountains. The crowd's fists clenched tightly. This opportunity was hard-won by sect leader Lu. Do not squander it. Li Yueqing was about to voice her thoughts when her junior brother restrained her. At this juncture, all they could do was endure. Heh, do you all understand now? Even your inner sect brothers must serve as menials. Do you still refuse? Pang Sui smiled at those before him, then glanced at the soldiers behind him. Select your preferred individuals. For the next month, we shall not engage in those menial tasks. Ha ha. Chapter 122. You have a mosquito on your face. Ha ha ha. All the soldiers erupted in laughter. Some pointed at the Yuehua sect disciples, jesting. I like that pretty boy. He*s the one. A man beside Shen Ya's face distorted in horror, instinctively trembling. He had heard that while there were many women in the military, discipline was strict, and many men wouldn't spare even a sow, let alone a handsome man. Soon, the soldiers quieted down, turning their attention to Pang Sui, who was the general's nephew and would naturally choose first. The soldiers humbly offered their turns. Well, fine, I shall choose first. Thus, Pang Sui approached, his gaze sweeping over the Guanghan team, ultimately landing on Shen Ya, not for any reason other than the fact that the others had their heads bowed. While he stood tall, I didn't expect amidst this rabble, there would be one with a bit of pride. You shall do. Pang Sui pointed at Shen Ya, then sneered. My shoes are a bit dirty. Get down and clean them now. Instantly, all eyes turned to Shen Ya. Not far away, Zhong Chuan wore a sinister, smug grin. Though his own fate wouldn't be much better, he relished the spectacle of Shen Ya being humiliated in public by cleaning shoes. General Pang, you have gone too far. Hua Susu recalled Shen Ya and shouted in anger. The servile tasks are precisely these. If you refuse, then get out of Dongsheng Pass, General Pang retorted. What? Are you unwilling? Listen, from the moment you step into Dongsheng Pass, you are a soldier. Military orders are absolute. Understand? Now, clean my shoes. That is a military order. Do you comprehend? Pang Sui stepped closer to Shen Ya, a fierce expression on his face. Almost everyone's fists tightened. Hua Susu even shut her eyes, not wanting to witness further. Good people are often bullied, while good horses are often ridden. With insufficient sect power, they could only endure the humiliation before them. This was the truth of the divine wilderness continent. Pang Sui aimed to suppress Shen Ya before everyone, to intimidate and ensure compliance from all, extinguishing the arrogance of everyone present, including the inner disciples. The Yuehua sect had fought hard for this opportunity. If they retreated now, how could they explain to the sect leader and various heads? If they squandered this chance, how would they contend with the Black Cloud Mountain? Smack! A sharp sound jolted the humiliated crowd back to reality. Li Yueqing and Hua Susu stared incredulously at Shen Ya. Everyone's mouths gaped wide.
astonished at what had just transpired. The youth had just slapped Pang Sui across the face. They couldn't believe their eyes. Even the lofty Pang Sui was momentarily dazed, but almost instantly drew his sword. "You have a mosquito on your face," Shen Ya said, opening his hand to reveal a black, dead mosquito resting in his palm. Pang Sui halted his sword mid-swing, his lips twitching in anger as he growled, "If there are mosquitoes in the future, just remind me. Now, get down and clean my shoes, and do it with your tongue." The crowd was speechless. Was this person out of his mind? Previously, Pang Sui had merely ordered it clean, and now he demanded it be done with the tongue. Smack. Suddenly, another sharp sound rang out, having just struck his left cheek. Now it was the right. "You still have a mosquito on your face." Shen Ya opened his palm again, revealing a second mosquito, but this time, Pang Sui's entire demeanor seemed to ignite with rage as he shouted, "Didn't I tell you? Just remind me when there are mosquitoes? The mosquitoes at the border are toxic, if not dealt with promptly. One could become poisoned." Shen Ya's expression was impassive. Then he extended his hand, this time saying, "There's another mosquito." Instinctively, Pang Sui swatted at his face. Smack. Opening his hand, he found nothing there, and Pang Sui bellowed, "Do you dare to deceive me? Your hand speed is insufficient. The mosquito has already flown away. Allow me to assist you." Shen Ya admonished softly, "Right cheek." Smack. Shen Ya's hand struck against Pang Sui's right cheek. Pang Sui instinctively attempted to evade, but it was utterly futile. Shen Ya's speed was simply too swift. Left cheek. Smack. Right cheek. Smack. Still the right cheek. Shen Ya's hand continued to rain down rapidly upon Pang Sui's face, the sound echoing like a drumbeat. Despite his repeated warnings, Pang Sui could not escape, and in the blink of an eye, he had received dozens of slaps, leaving his face swollen and his demeanor utterly dazed. A peculiar silence enveloped the scene as onlookers gaped in disbelief at the very real act of humiliation before them, the sharp sounds ringing painfully in their ears. Clang. Suddenly, the blade in Pang Sui's hand emitted a metallic clang as he swung it fiercely towards Shen Ya. Smack. Another sharp sound erupted. This time, the noise was thunderous, and before Pang Sui's blade could descend, he was forcefully knocked aside, crashing heavily into the ranks of soldiers behind him. Then, Shen Ya stepped forward slowly, declaring, "You, a so-called military genius who cannot even swat a mosquito. Believe you deserve my servitude." At that moment, Shen Ya had shed his earlier dullness, revealing a sharpness akin to a drawn sword. Even the most obtuse observer could see that he was not merely swatting away insects. He was delivering a resounding slap to the face of authority. In front of the soldiers at Dongxing Pass, he mercilessly struck Li Yueqing, Hua Susu, and Jiang Linshan, their expressions frozen in shock, as if this audacious individual had crossed an unthinkable line. "Kill him. Why are you still standing there? Kill him now." Pang Sui, having regained his senses, bellowed at those behind him. Clang. The sound of blades being drawn echoed, a palpable aura of violence emanating from the soldiers as they advanced step by step towards Shen Ya. "Wait a moment," Li Yueqing interjected once more. "General Pang, are you truly willing to watch your disciples from Yuehua Sect be slaughtered?" At this point, General Pang's expression darkened considerably. Pang Sui was his nephew, not a true genius, but with his support, he had been elevated to such a status, becoming a leader within the Guanghan Brigade. Though his nephew was reluctant to travel to Yuehua Sect, he had consented. "Those who attack the military deserve death. They have brought this upon themselves," General Pang replied. If his nephew was humiliated, he too would share in that disgrace. The army under his command would suffer embarrassment, and the entire Dongxing Pass would not fare well either. Death would serve as the ultimate deterrent. Yuehua Sect was merely a sect struggling for survival, hardly worth consideration. Of course, he could not afford to kill any inner disciples, but eliminating one worthless individual would not draw the ire of Yuehua Sect's higher-ups. At this moment, several soldiers had approached Shen Ya, their blades gleaming ominously. Li Yueqing exchanged glances with her companions. Suddenly, Hua Susu charged forward, brandishing her sword and effortlessly disarming the soldiers of their weapons. "Hua Shimi," someone exclaimed, but Hua Susu paid no heed, coldly stating, "We from Yuehua Sect are here to vanquish the barbarians, not to serve as menials. Those who insult our sect deserve to be punished, and punishment is well warranted." With that, she lunged forward and delivered a fierce kick to Pang Sui's chest. With a loud thud, he crashed to the ground once more, utterly humiliated. Clang. The sound of blades being drawn echoed again, as nearly all the soldiers simultaneously unsheathed their weapons, unleashing a terrifying aura that pressed down upon everyone. Almost all the outer disciples of Yuehua Sect instinctively recoiled, while Li Yueqing and her companions exchanged determined glances, gritting their teeth and charging forward to stand in front of Shen Ya and Hua Susu, bracing against the impending violence. What does your Yuehua Sect intend to do? Are you rebelling? General Pang shouted in fury, his wild energy crashing against the gathered crowd. With a gasp, at least 150 out of 180 inner disciples staggered backward, some faltering on their feet, while the remaining few could barely speak, their faces contorted in discomfort. Only Li Yueqing and a few others managed to maintain a semblance of calm. Refusing to be menials equates to rebellion. General Pang, you have quite the knack for tossing around accusations, Shen Ya replied, his expression tranquil as he remained unaffected by the oppressive aura. General Pang faltered, then unleashed an even more formidable wave of energy to suppress Shen Ya. Yet, Shen Ya merely smiled faintly. Those who attack the military must be executed, yet we from Yuehua Sect are also part of the military now. Even if temporarily, your status cannot alter that. The coldness in General Pang's eyes intensified. If this young man was not silenced, the situation would spiral out of control. Even so, you have violated military orders and defied authority. Death is your only sentence. General Pang discerned that this troublemaker was at the heart of the chaos. Killing him would ensure that the other disciples of Yuehua Sect would have no choice but to behave. The inner disciples could not be harmed, but this one could. As his words fell, General Pang's hand transformed into a wave of energy, descending upon Shen Ya. With a cold laugh, Shen Ya moved like a swift bird, evading the attack and transforming his figure into a streak of light. Darting towards a towering structure in Dongxing City, an imposing 9-story tower, entirely black, standing in stark contrast to the city walls. What do you intend to do? General Pang was taken aback, then shouted. The crowd followed Shen Ya's movement, their gaze drawn to the dark tower. The Mingli weapon refinement tower. He intends to enter the tower. Li Yueqing exclaimed instinctively. Disbelief etched on her face as she looked at Shen Ya. The weapon refinement tower is also a place where you can enter. General Pang shouted furiously, his energy coalescing into a grasping hand aimed at Shen Ya. Once more, Shen Ya evaded the attack, landing before the entrance of the weapon refinement tower, much like the Mingli True Martial Monument. 2 guards clad in black armor stood before the entrance. Shen Ya inquired, "May I ask if I have the qualifications to enter the weapon refinement tower?" The guards, maintaining blank expressions, replied, "You do." As soon as the words left their mouths, General Pang's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to the entrance of the tower, saying, "Gentlemen, this child is hardly. Any soldier of the Mingli domain qualifies to enter the weapon refinement tower, even if temporarily," one of the guards interjected coldly. Then turned to Shen Ya. "Push open the tower doors, and you may enter. Inside, life and death are at your own risk." There were no fees required for entry. Shen Ya nodded, drew his sword in a swift motion, and cleaved through the heavy tower doors, vanishing within moments. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. "Li Shiji, what is the Mingli weapon refinement tower?" Hua Susu asked. Li Yueqing's gaze remained fixed on the pitch-black entrance of the tower. "It is akin to the Mingli True Martial Monument. But only those within the military can enter. Almost every significant city or military stronghold has a Mingli weapon refinement tower. Unlike the True Martial Monument, the weapon refinement tower does not require any spiritual stones. As long as one can push open the doors, they may enter. However, the trials within are perilous, with reports suggesting that 9 out of 10 challengers perish inside." So brutal? The group exchanged looks, shaken by the revelation. Yet those who survive will reap immense rewards. Most importantly, they may earn a weapon refinement tower medal and could even be directly appointed as officers that as long as one survives, they will undoubtedly be recognized, Li Yueqing elaborated. Hua Susu stared wide-eyed at the tower. Could it be that he had planned this all along? That is a possibility, Li Yueqing nodded. Hua Shimi, where did you acquire this individual? He was simply enrolled through the standard process, and I snatched him up, Hua Susu replied, blinking. The group fell silent. His entrance was rather unremarkable. Simultaneously, General Pang, with a dark expression, departed from the vicinity of the weapon refinement tower, coldly remarking, "Very well, the weapon refinement tower. Courage is commendable, but do not mistake him.
Even if you inner disciples entered, it would only lead to a dead end. Though this child was destined to perish, General Pang still felt a sense of humiliation at not being able to intimidate him personally. Let us begin the selection anew. General Pang, disinterested in awaiting the outcome for a dead man, resumed the process of selecting menial laborers. Pang Sui stood once more, this time choosing Zhong Chuan, demanding he publicly lick his shoes to vent his frustration. Thanks to Shen Ya's involvement, a greater humiliation awaited the onlookers. Why are you doing this? If you wish to die, why drag me down with you? Zhong Chuan seethed inwardly. The disciples of Yuehua sect harbored resentment towards Shen Ya, and the thrill of his earlier retaliation had long since faded. The inner disciples clenched their fists, humiliated to the core. Buzz. Suddenly, the weapon refinement tower trembled again, the second level illuminating. Second level. This is impossible. General Pang's eyes widened in shock. Anyone who could reach the second level of the weapon refinement tower was no longer an ordinary soldier and would receive rewards. Furthermore, once someone entered the second level, they could choose whether to continue challenging without the fear of death. More importantly, as long as they emerged from the second level, neither his nephew Pang Sui nor he could treat Shen Ya as a mere menial laborer any longer. The humiliation would be unbearable. He hasn't emerged. He has chosen to continue the challenge. General Pang's expression shifted momentarily before he began to laugh. Excellent. If he chose to continue, he was still destined to die. He ordered those below to proceed. At that very moment, within the second level of the weapon refinement tower, Shen Ya's eyes glimmered with determination. Every city within the Mingli domain possessed a weapon refinement tower. How could Shen Ya be unaware? He had noticed it upon entering Dongxing Pass, and was well aware of the rules governing the tower. The moment he struck Pang Sui, he had already devised a plan involving the weapon refinement tower. The second level, if memory serves, will feature barbarian commanders that I must lead the human race into battle. His clarity stemmed from having entered the Mingli weapon refinement tower in a previous life. The first level is a test of combat strength. Essentially a fundamental grasp of slaughter that it is exceedingly challenging for ordinary soldiers and even for those prodigies who have yet to experience the battlefield. However, he is far from being merely ordinary. The weapon refining tower bears similarities to the true martial steel, yet it possesses distinct differences. The weapon refining tower primarily focuses on the battlefield. The level of one's realm is not the sole criterion for assessment. What is truly tested is one's intuition and command on the battlefield, among other qualities. Chapter 124, Ascending to the Summit, Star Level Medals. The first level, Slaughter, the ability to break free from a terrifying siege. The second level requires leading the human race in a battle. Of course, everything within the weapon refining tower is illusory. Whether it be barbarians or humans, they are formidable illusions crafted by powerful individuals who are also engravers. Yet, they are nearly indistinguishable from reality. At this moment, the barbarian general has already appeared, and behind Shen Ya, human soldiers are also emerging that a slight arc forms at the corner of his mouth. Kill. Whether it be slaughter or commanding troops, it poses no challenge for Shen Ya. The weapon refining tower embodies valor, wisdom, and experience. Shen Ya possesses all of these. In the Mingli domain, or even throughout the entire eastern wilderness. Who could possibly rival his combat experience? Kill, kill, kill. After half an hour, Shen Ya successfully passes the first level and steps into the third. The difficulty escalates in the third level. The core test involves duels between commanders. The enemies within the weapon refining tower will automatically assess the challenger's realm and present suitable opponents, ensuring they do not exceed what the challenger can bear to end the duel of commanders. Shen Ya seizes an opportunity and easily slays the enemy with the demon collapse technique. The fourth level presents a siege by barbarians. How to break the deadlock. The fifth level plunges one into a desperate situation. How to survive. The sixth level requires one to conquer a city with only 1/10 of the troops. Failure means death. The seventh level. Shen Ya continuously challenges, ascending level after level, with the weapon refining tower illuminating each stage in succession. Outside, General Pang stands in shock. Just moments ago, he believed Shen Ya would surely perish on the second level, yet now, he has ascended to the seventh level. Is this a defiance of fate? The soldiers who had been oppressing the disciples of the Moonlight Sect have halted, daring not to proceed further. The legend of the weapon refining tower is a tale that every soldier must grasp. The significance of the seventh level is clear to them. As for Li Yueqing,
She can hardly comprehend the meaning of the 7th level. Being outside the military, she can only remark, "Though I don't understand what is happening." It sounds quite impressive. Have I acquired a treasure? The two black-armored guards stationed at the tower's entrance instinctively lift their heads, their eyes glimmering with a hint of excitement. He will continue to challenge. He is destined to perish on the 7th level. Even if he surpasses it, he will surely die in the hellish 8th level. It must be. It must be. General Pang silently cries out in his heart. Yet, Shen Ya smoothly passes the 7th level. And the 8th level ignites. Little brother, you have entered the 8th level. This challenge will be an existence that surpasses you by a significant realm. Specifically, it will involve an opponent at the innate realm. If you lack confidence, please descend the tower, one of the black-armored guards announces to the tower's summit. General Pang wishes he could silence this guard. No need. I am confident. Shen Ya's voice emanates from the 8th level. Grave and unwavering. As if the preceding 7 levels had scarcely drained his strength, a flash of brilliance glimmers in his eyes, and the two guards cease their chatter. The 8th level demands a duel that surpasses one realm. I will have assistance, but it will not be excessive. In the illusion of the 8th level, Shen Ya's gaze flickers as he accepts the challenge. This moment, he certainly will not retreat. Not only does he aspire to reach the summit, but the core power of his third main acupoint has subtly begun to pulsate within his heart, gaining direction. It is the intent of slaughter. This is not merely the assassination of a sword, but the bloodshed of the battlefield. More savage and domineering. The terrain of the 8th level is more complex. He must not only breach his opponent's walls, but also confront an adversary at a higher realm, specifically an opponent at the 2nd level of the innate realm, presenting an unfathomable challenge. However, within the Mingli domain, there are still many who have managed to break through, as the enemies are merely ordinary warriors. Not prodigies. Truly powerful geniuses possess the means to transcend a realm and slay their foes. Of course, under Shen Ya's current circumstances, it remains exceedingly difficult. The 10,000 demon sword body is not an initially formidable technique, but one that grows stronger over time. Thus, he must utilize every advantage within the 8th level, relying solely on judgment and everything he can depend upon. The morale of soldiers, assassination, terrain, and environment. Uncertain how much time has passed, Shen Ya finally gains the upper hand on the battlefield. Preparing to confront that existence which surpasses him by a realm, a powerful barbarian, drawing upon experiences from his previous life, coupled with the initial thunder of heaven and earth in the 3 moves of demon collapse. Naturally, he also leverages all the advantages gained on the battlefield, such as greater troops and the formation of battle arrays. With countless conditions converging, Shen Ya ultimately slays his opponent under incredibly arduous circumstances. The 8th level, passed. How is that possible? This cannot be a jest. Outside, General Pang fixates intently on the Mingli weapon refining tower, nearly collapsing in disbelief. Where on earth did the Moonlight Sect find this young man? All the soldiers gasp for breath. Within the Moonlight Sect, exhilarated voices erupt. Perhaps once Shen Ya emerges, they will be free from menial labor. The two black-armored guards' eyes gleam with excitement. It has been many years since a person has ascended to the pinnacle of the weapon refining tower in Dongxing City. And today, it has finally occurred, and this individual is merely a temporary soldier. Yet, what will happen once he enters the 9th level? The 9th level of the weapon refining tower is no longer a life-and-death struggle. Instead, it will be an aerial duel. Other fortresses will witness the confrontation of military geniuses who have passed through the Mingli weapon refining tower. Simultaneously, Shen Ya will receive the medal that belongs to him from the weapon refining tower. Curiosity stirs within him as he contemplates who among the fortress's geniuses will engage him in this duel. With this thought, the two black-armored guards enter the weapon refining tower to present Shen Ya with his medal. Soon, the black-armored guards arrive at the 9th level, and presenting the medal, they say, "Having entered the 9th level, you are awarded the star-level medal granted by the Divine Sun Empire. It belongs to you." Upon receiving the medal, Shen Ya glances at it nonchalantly. At the top, there is a sun rising, symbolizing the Divine Sun Empire. The Mingli domain falls under the jurisdiction of the Divine Sun Empire. However, due to its vast territory, each region largely governs itself, comprising various small nations. Generally, people are aware of the Mingli domain, but remain oblivious to the existence of the formidable empire above it. The Divine Sun Empire disregards various sections. Yet, under certain circumstances, the Mingli Legion must accept the dispatch of the empire, being directly subordinate to it. Had Shen Ya not passed the 8th level, The metal he could have obtained would only have been from the Mingli domain. However, upon stepping into the 9th level, the metal ascends a tier. It does not confer any special powers, but signifies an extraordinary meaning. Beneath the sun, the character G is engraved, representing the Mingli domain. At the very bottom, there is a star, denoting the star-level metal. Next, you may choose to engage in an aerial duel or concede. Rewards will be based on your performance, that if you concede, you will still receive a minimum reward, a low-grade Earth-level technique or martial art. Chapter 125, Duel. A familiar battlefield. Without needing the black armored guards to elucidate further, Shen Ya comprehends the rules thoroughly. He has previously experienced the aerial duel within the weapon refining tower in his past life, and has even triumphed in many matches. Hesitatingly, he contemplates whether to engage in the duel. After all, he does not wish to join the military and be bound by too many restrictions. Moreover, the rewards do not entice him. He has no need for a low-grade Earth-level technique or martial art. Even if he wins a match, it would only yield mid-grade Earth-level rewards at best. Nevertheless, thoughts of his third main acupoint arise, along with the technique he had encountered in the weapon refining tower, or rather, a diagram that greatly aids the third main acupoint. I choose to duel. With this conclusion, Shen Ya no longer hesitates. Very well, please enter the door ahead. Your opponent will appear. If you lose, the reward remains a low-grade Earth-level technique or martial art. If you win, you shall receive a mid-grade Earth-level reward. The two black-armored guards state solemnly. Nodding, Shen Ya's gaze settles on the door before him as he walks forward slowly, at the same time, in the heart of the Mingli domain. Within a dim corner of the Mingli city general's camp, a young man suddenly rises, gazing at the black-armored guard before him, whispering, "Has a newcomer finally entered the 9th level of the weapon refining tower? Haha, splendid. I can hardly contain my excitement. Who is the opponent? From which place or what legion?" The young man inquires curiously as he walks alongside the black-armored guard. Dongji City, the black-armored guard, affiliated with the Mingli city general's camp and the weapon refining tower, replies indifferently. Dongji City, it is indeed intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. It seems my victory is practically assured this time, haha. A spark of madness flickers in the young man's eyes. The aura of slaughter swirls around him like a terrifying storm. Shi Wei, convey the general's orders. If defeated, you will spend 3 months in the black ice pool. Just as the young man arrives at the weapon refining tower, several individuals dressed similarly approach him, one of whom speaks loudly. The mention of the black ice pool causes Shi Wei's pupils to constrict and tremble slightly, only to be followed by a hearty laugh. Relax, relax. Do you know where my opponent hails from? He is neither from the general's camp nor from any military genius, but from Dongji City. Haha, I have already secured my victory. With that, Shi Wei strides into the weapon refining tower. From Dongji City. My goodness. That fellow Shi Wei is truly fortunate that I recall when I encountered the super freaks from the Xianing Legion and languished in the Black Ice Pond for a full 3 months. It was indeed a torment worse than death. The group exchanged glances, unable to suppress their complaints. Your opponent is about to appear, hailing from the general's camp of Mingli City. Be cautious, lest you suffer a humiliating defeat. At that moment, Shen Ya stood within the doorway, awaiting the arrival of his adversary. Before him lay an expanse of inky darkness. Suddenly, a black-armored sentinel emerged, offering a warning before swiftly retreating. Clearly, the sentinel lacked confidence in him and merely wished to avoid embarrassment. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Shen Ya's mouth as he pondered. What manner of opponent would emerge from the general's camp of Mingli? Would it be those few prodigies he had encountered in his previous life? Or some obscure figure? Shen Ya found himself feeling a sense of anticipation. Abruptly, a flicker of light illuminated the space before him. A battlefield materialized in an instant. Upon glimpsing the battlefield, Shen Ya's eyes sparkled with memories. This was a realm he had once traversed in his past life, the Black Forest Demonic Lands. A notorious gathering place for the forces of darkness within the Mingli domain. Its terrain was treacherous, ranking among the most feared locations in the region. That a figure gradually emerged, revealing none other than Shi Wei. With a calm smile, he remarked, I am Shi Wei from the general's camp of Mingli, a young lad from Dongji City. What is your name? How commendable are your military achievements? Casting a glance at his opponent, Shen Ya's mind flashed with 3 words. Not familiar. I am Shen Ya from Dongji, a temporary soldier. Ah. The expression on Shi Wei's face stiffened involuntarily. A temporary soldier. Indeed, I am here to train alongside my sect and challenge the military training tower. Shen Ya nodded in affirmation. Instantly, Shi Wei fell silent. Very well, then you must be the foremost genius of your sect. Quite impressive. However, commanding troops in battle is no trifling matter. Shi Wei replied nonchalantly, already feeling 100% assured of his victory. Of course. So may we begin. Shen Ya was disinclined to engage in further idle chatter, eager to conclude the battle and claim his desired reward. Quite arrogant. Indeed, we can certainly start. Which side do you choose? Shi Wei had discerned that before him stood a proud disciple of a sect, who fancied himself remarkable for aspiring to the 9th level. He resolved to teach his opponent a harsh lesson at that moment. The military training tower presented its options and rules. One could choose the defending forces of the demonic army or the attacking forces of the Mingli army. Naturally, there were distinctions between the two. The demonic soldiers were a disorganized bunch, yet they would provide various terrain hints, while the Mingli army would offer scant guidance. Shaking his head, Shen Ya replied, "It matters not. You may choose first." It truly did not matter, for he was well acquainted with the Black Forest demonic lands, having spent a year within its confines. With a twitch of his lips, Shi Wei's opinion of Shen Ya grew increasingly unfavorable. Geniuses in the military and disciples within sects often held disdain for one another. He bluntly stated, "Then I shall choose the Mingli army. Let us commence." As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure gradually vanished. In an instant, Shen Ya found himself entering the battlefield, assuming the role of a demonic leader charged with defense, while the Mingli army would make the initial attack. Of course, should the opportunity arise, Shen Ya could also take the offensive. Alas, that disciple from the Weihua sect is far too arrogant. He ought to have chosen the Mingli army, one of the black-armored sentinels observed. Not necessarily. The defensive side possesses greater advantages. It depends on how he adapts and responds, and whether he can leverage the hints at his disposal for a counterattack. However, he does seem rather presumptuous, verging on underestimating his opponent. A 9 out of 10 chance he will lose, remarked another sentinel. The two black-armored sentinels of Dongsheng Pass observed the combat. They were the only witnesses to the duel, and for the center of Mingli City, the battles within the military training tower did not garner much attention. As numerous matches occurred each year, most within the general's camp, featuring the same few formidable legions and their accompanying geniuses. Losing may be for the best. This young man is far too aggressive and lacks finesse. His confrontation with that surnamed Pang is telling. A temporary soldier, so unrestrained, is ill-advised. Yet in that situation, he had no choice. If I were reduced to a menial role, tasked with publicly polishing shoes, I would rather die. Nodding in agreement, they continued to silently observe the battlefield. What is he planning? Is he truly going to attack right away? A quarter of an hour later, one of the sentinels widened his eyes in disbelief as he beheld the demonic side. It seems he truly intends to launch an attack. Or perhaps this is merely a ruse. Within the illusion of the duel, Shen Ya surveyed his surroundings, assimilating the hints provided. He had swiftly deduced the precise corner of the Black Forest demonic lands in which he stood. Possessing intimate knowledge of the terrain, he promptly commanded the demonic soldiers under his authority to commence their strategy, opting for an offensive approach as a form of defense. This was not the feint the black-armored sentinels had speculated. Nor was it a trap. He was genuinely advancing. His mind had already simulated the probable actions Shi Wei might take, and by factoring in the number of demonic soldiers and the terrain, he calculated the enemy's troop strength. In almost an instant, he comprehended how to secure victory in this confrontation. 2/4 of an hour later, Shen Ya's demonic soldiers annihilated Shi Wei's first wave of scouts. Unfamiliar with the terrain, Shi Wei was compelled to probe first. Thus Shen Ya decisively eliminated them, subsequently dispatching the second wave, utterly eradicating all of Shi Wei's scouts. Following this, he disseminated false intelligence, luring Shi Wei into a battlefield of his design, a canyon where the terrain greatly favored the demonic soldiers. Utilizing the landscape and various natural elements, such as rocks, he systematically obliterated Shi Wei's main forces. Concurrently, he sent forth another contingent of demonic soldiers to penetrate the reinforcements Shi Wei had left behind. Ultimately, the two groups of demonic soldiers encircled and annihilated their adversary. From the onset to conclusion of the battle, it took less than an hour. Shi Wei had been defeated. You, what the hell are you? Did you grow up in the Black Forest demonic lands? On the battlefield, only Shi Wei remained, having lost, yet he could not accept it. Staring at Shen Ya, surrounded by the demonic army,
he muttered in disbelief. This was not how he envisioned things. He had meticulously prepared every conceivable strategy, anticipating a swift victory. Half a day was sufficient. Do not underestimate half a day in the realm of battle. Half a day can equate to an instant annihilation, yet the opponent had accomplished this in less than an hour, transcending mere execution to become a blink and miss it execution. Apologies, I am a native of the Dongji City area and have never ventured beyond. Shen Ya shook his head. In this life, he truly had not left the confines of Dongji City. No one could find fault with that. I can't believe this. Which sect do you belong to? A genius from a 5th-tier sect or the top disciple from a 6th-tier sect? Shi Wei roared, humiliated by the severity of his defeat. I am from the 7th-tier Yuehua sect, a common disciple who has yet to complete half a month of training, Shen Ya replied, shaking his head once more. With a single command, the demonic soldiers engulfed Shi Wei, bringing the duel to a close. I can't believe a word of this. From the general's camp of Mingli City, Shi Wei was unceremoniously expelled from the 9th level's gates. His mouth uttering incessant protest. In an instant, the black-armored sentinels of the general's camp appeared, staring at Shi Wei intently. You lost. His expression conveyed the answer. However, to have been defeated in less than an hour was somewhat absurd. There was no need to resort to such means to reach the Blackwater Pond. Could you inquire about the fellow from Dongji City, the one named Shen? Where exactly did he come from? Shi Wei had forgotten Shen Ya's name. He had never intended to remember it during their initial introductions. The two sentinels exchanged glances and said, We will investigate. They too were slightly astonished, having witnessed such a rapid defeat. They were equally curious about what sort of prodigy had emerged from Dongji City. Soon, they received a response. Your opponent is an ordinary disciple from the 7th-tier Yuehua sect, who has been a temporary soldier for less than half a month. Upon hearing this news, Shi Wei felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Leaving the military training tower in a state of despair, he faced a 3-month punishment in the Blackwater Pond. Along with boundless ridicule. It was evident that in the days to come, he would become the laughingstock of the entire general's camp. Unbeknownst to Shi Wei, many would soon find themselves in a similar predicament of ridicule at Dongshang Pass, within the 9th level of the military training tower. The two black-armored sentinels stood dazed, gazing at Shen Ya as if he were a fool. They alone had witnessed the entirety of the duel, and their prior assumptions felt like mere jest. Gentlemen, I wish to select my reward. Shen Ya repeated this phrase thrice until they finally reacted. Very well, please follow us. Remaining on the 9th level, Shen Ya entered another chamber, still within the illusion. This room contains all the rewards from the military training tower. I have activated the mid-tier Earth-level permissions for you. You may select one, which will be inscribed onto a jade slip within the illusion for you to take. Please choose wisely, the black-armored sentinel stated. Subsequently, the two exited the room. I desire the blood slaughter diagram. Gazing upon the starry expanse of the illusion, Shen Ya did not search methodically, but directly articulated his wish upon the utterance of his request. The stars coalesced, and a blank jade slip drifted forth from an unknown source, inscribing his desired item in the unique manner of the illusion, materializing instantaneously before Shen Ya. He grasped the jade slip. His consciousness sweeping over it was precisely what he sought, and without lingering, he turned to depart. Young brother, from this day forth, you shall be the bearer of the star medal. We hope you will formally join the Mingji army. The black-armored sentinel regarded Shen Ya with solemnity. Shen Ya shook his head and replied, If I choose not to join, will my medal be revoked? Not for the time being, the black-armored guard responded, but you may only retain it for 2 years. Should you still decline to join the Legion after that period, we will come to retrieve your medal personally. The other guard interjected. Moreover, if you persist in your refusal to join, you will find yourself unable to attain any status or resources within the military. Of course, as long as you remain in the military, you are not someone who can be easily humiliated. Here in Dongshang City, you are nominally just one rank below the city guard commander. Even the commander of Dongshang Pass can only assign you to tasks, not make any decisions regarding your fate. Upon hearing this, Shen Ya smiled. Thank you for your guidance, brothers. Their meaning was clear. Individuals like General Pang could no longer threaten him. By the way, do not go too far. It will not benefit you or the Yuehua sect. For reasons unknown. The two guards felt a chill at Shen Ya's smile and offered one last caution. After expressing his thanks, Shen Ya turned and departed from the military refinement tower. He's out. He's out. Beneath the city wall of Dongshang Pass,
The disciples of Yuehua Sect gasped in awe, offering Shen Ya their respectful attention. With a swift motion, Shen Ya descended lightly, then stepped into the ranks. All disciples of the Yuehua Sect parted to make way for him. And soon he stood before the soldiers under General Pang. Suddenly stepping forward, he scanned the soldiers with his gaze. "Where is the one with a mosquito on his face?" No one responded. Shen Ya took another step forward. And at that moment, nearly 20,000 soldiers instinctively recoiled. With each step he took, the soldiers continued to withdraw. One man, commanding the presence of the entire assembly. At that moment, Shen Ya resembled a general leading 1,000,000 troops. And none dared to confront him. "Where is the one with a mosquito on his face?" Shen Ya repeated his inquiry. "Senior brother Shen, he is over there." Finally, a voice broke the silence. It belonged to one of the disciples of Yuehua Sect, who pointed towards General Pang's position, where Pang Sui stood behind him. "Little brother, you have already taught him a lesson. Some matters are best left in the past." Pang Sui glared at Shen Ya with malice. General Pang shielded him and fixed his gaze on Shen Ya. Suddenly, Shen Ya stepped within half a meter of General Pang, retrieving a medal and waving it before them in an instant. As General Pang's expression changed dramatically, Shen Ya forcefully hurled the medal at him. It struck him squarely in the face. General Pang attempted to evade, but the distance was too short, leaving him no room to escape. With a resounding slap, the medal ricocheted back into Shen Ya's hand. Boom! A surge of innate true energy erupted from General Pang. Bearing down on Shen Ya with ferocity, he stepped forward, raising his hand, yet it halted before Shen Ya. His face darkening as if blood were about to burst from it. His teeth clenched, producing a grinding sound. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of Yuehua Sect were filled with exhilaration, especially Li Yueqing and others, who had, since joining the Yuehua Sect, dared not tread lightly in public, even hesitating to reveal their sect's name within Dongji City for fear of ridicule. If they encountered members of Hiling Mountain, they would suffer humiliation and beatings, with no one to offer assistance. At this moment, it felt as though years of suppressed resentment were finally released. Shen Ya regarded General Pang and suddenly asked, "Does my Yuehua Sect still need to start from being menial laborers?" A glint of sharpness flashed in General Pang's eyes. After the medal struck, it was yet another blow, both verbal and physical. He suppressed his fury, muttering, "Little brother, you have obtained a star-level medal, so you certainly need not start as a menial laborer. However, all disciples of Yuehua Sect must still begin from that position." The excitement that was about to erupt became stifled, except for this young brother. "Everything remains as it is," General Pang commanded. He then turned to Shen Ya, coldly stating, "Your individual excellence does not represent the entirety of Yuehua Sect. In both the sect and the military, there will always be talents and mediocrity. You cannot deny this." Indeed, the star-level medal merely symbolized Shen Ya's own merit. Shen Ya narrowed his eyes. "It cannot be denied that Yuehua Sect has its share of mediocrity, but your military has its fair share as well. We cannot serve mediocrity." Haha. General Pang laughed heartily, mistakenly believing Shen Ya's words to be a concession. "There may be a few in our military who are mediocre, but all of you are merely rubbish, so little brother, do not take it too personally. I beg your pardon, but we have only one piece of rubbish." Shen Ya shook his head. Suddenly, a sword descended, standing closer to the military. Zhong Chuan was taken aback, his eyes wide, before he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Blood flowed from his body. "Now, our Yuehua Sect has no rubbish left," Shen Ya remarked without turning back. "Thus, the one or two pieces of rubbish in your military should also be disposed of, so that we may converse properly." General Pang regarded Shen Ya, astonished and bewildered by the sudden killing. "However, I believe it will be difficult for me to negotiate with the general, so I shall take it upon myself to rid your military of its rubbish." Without waiting for General Pang to react, the eighth move of the killing sword, Mingli. Pang Sui, standing behind General Pang, let out a horrific scream before collapsing. The so-called Mingli is an assassination that occurs in broad daylight, almost imperceptible in its execution, just moments ago. No one present could discern Shen Ya's movements, and then Pang Sui was dead. Swayer. General Pang suddenly reacted, rushing to Pang Sui's side and cradling him. But Pang Sui's life was already extinguished. The assassination techniques of the Shadow Sword organization have left no one alive to tell the tale. "General Pang, now that neither of us has any rubbish, should we not discuss matters?" Shen Ya gently wiped his sword. "I will kill you." At this moment, General Pang was filled with rage and hatred, abruptly moving, his blade flashing as it slashed toward Shen Ya. With this metal in hand, draw your blade, and your entire family shall perish, Shen Ya coldly declared, brandishing the metal. Suddenly, General Pang's sword came to a halt before Shen Ya, his complexion turning a deep crimson as though filled with blood. If he struck now, he might find satisfaction, but his entire family would face annihilation. What has transpired? A cold voice descended from above. The glimmer of General Pang's blade and his imposing aura had finally attracted the attention of higher authorities within Dongsheng Pass. As several figures descended, everyone turned to see a man clad in green, a long spear slung across his back. Upon seeing this individual, Shen Ya could not help but momentarily freeze. Likewise, the man gaped upon meeting Shen Ya's gaze. "General Li, you have returned?" General Pang stammered in disbelief. Suddenly sheathing his sword, he slid forward before kneeling. "General Li, please advocate for your subordinate. What exactly happened?" General Li surveyed the scene, his gaze landing on the corpses of Zhong Chuan and Pang Sui, and he quietly inquired, "General Li, this individual, relying on his star-level metal, indiscriminately killed my nephew Pang Sui. This person, what did you say? A star-level metal?" General Li's eyes widened in shock. General Pang nodded. "Indeed, this person emerged from the 9th level of the military refinement tower and then slew Pang Sui." Claiming that the disciples of Yuehua Sect do not wish to serve as menial laborers, the latter part of his statement barely registered with General Li, who fixed his intense gaze upon Shen Ya. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "You ascended to the 9th level of the military refinement tower?" "Indeed," Shen Ya affirmed, narrowing his eyes at the M.A.N.D.A.T. That moment. Disbelief and shock flickered in General Li's eyes. It took 10 full seconds for him to regain his composure. "So, you killed Pang Sui because the Yuehua Sect does not wish to serve as menial laborers?" "General Li, I believe this matter should not be directed solely at me. It should be addressed with everyone present," Shen Ya replied. General Li instructed those behind him to inquire. Soon, individuals were dispatched to question, including the disciples of Yuehua Sect, and the results quickly emerged. General Li scrutinized Shen Ya. "Even if you possess a star-level metal, even if they have humiliated you, your actions remain improper. A lesson has been imparted. Why resort to murder? General Li, it is clear that our Yuehua Sect has been targeted. There must be someone instigating this from the shadows. The Pang family, in collusion with certain sects, deserve their fate, do they not?" Shen Ya spoke with a cold smile. Liu Qin and the others exchanged glances, chilling thoughts surfacing regarding 3 words: Highlang Mountain. For 60 years, the humiliation and oppression faced by Yuehua Sect inside and outside Dongji City could not have occurred without the backing of Highlang Mountain. To become a disciple of Yuehua Sect meant enduring ridicule and scorn, which talented individual would willingly join. "General Li, I admit my fault in this matter, but my nephew's offense does not warrant a death sentence," Pang Man directly acknowledged. "I was simply unaware of the discussions between the Moonlight Gate and our military." "Silence. I am not a fool. Take him away," General Li barked. He then turned to Shen Ya. "You still know how to cause a ruckus." As soon as the words left his mouth, nearly everyone froze. Even Pang Man ceased his struggles and howls. What did that mean? "General Li, it has been a long time since we last met. I did not see you at the Marshal's residence last time." With that single statement, everyone understood. It turned out this young man was acquainted with General Li, and furthermore, he had even visited the Marshal's residence. Who exactly was he? Simultaneously, the gazes of the crowd toward Pang Man turned peculiar. He dared to suppress someone without knowing their connections? "Do not try to curry favor with me. You know I have no fondness for you," General Li said, who was none other than Yuningshang's second senior brother. Li Do. He was the highest commanding officer of Dongsheng Pass. As the battle had momentarily ceased, he returned to Dongji City and took on the role of Yuningshang's bodyguard. However, he had recently received secret reports indicating that the barbarians had begun to stir again. "Curry favor? Do we have any relationship to speak of?" Shen Ya countered. Li Do's expression stiffened. Shen Ya was merely stating a fact, but it indeed hinted at the possibility of leveraging the Marshal's residence as a backer. "Do I need to curry favor?" Before Li Do could respond, Shen Ya remarked lightly. Though his tone was soft, it brimmed with determination and arrogance. Holding the medal in his hand, he had that qualification. Li Do twitched his lips, fixing his gaze on Shen Ya. "Is that so? However, you claim that the disciples of the Moonlight Gate are nothing but trash. That is an exaggeration. To me, all of you from the Moonlight Gate are merely trash." Instantly, the disciples of the Moonlight Gate flushed with indignation. With Pang Man gone, Li Do arrived. It seemed they could not escape the fate of being treated as menial laborers. What generally means is that we, the Moonlight Gate, are akin to battlefield refuse compared to your soldiers. Correct? Shen Ya discerned the underlying meaning in Li Dou's words. Indeed, all of you are refuse, Li Dou sneered. Sister Hua, form the formation. After casting a deep glance at Li Dou, Shen Ya suddenly shouted at Hua Susu. At the same time, he returned to the formation of the Guanghan squad. General Li, how about a challenge? I will pit a formation of 240 swordsmen against your military formation. A glint of interest sparked in Li Dou's eyes. Interesting. Summon 240 men. No need, with the current troops before us. We will use these 240 men to battle your 20,000 soldiers. If you can break my sword formation within half an hour, I shall personally polish your shoes, Shen Ya declared with authority. Well, the soldiers erupted in uproar. You possess a star-level medal, and we tolerate your arrogance. Yet, to challenge us with 240 against 20,000 is sheer audacity. They stared fixedly at Shen Ya. Li Dou was clueless as to where Shen Ya's confidence stemmed from. But he had long wished to teach this young man a lesson, bellowing. Very well, since you wish to serve as a menial, I shall fulfill that wish. With that, his gaze fell upon the 20,000 soldiers, and Li Dou roared. If you cannot break the formation within half an hour, all of you will roll over to the Moonlight Gate disciples and serve as their menial laborers for a month. Clang. The sound of metal clashed as the soldiers suddenly drew their swords, pointing them at the disciples of the Moonlight Gate. A terrifying aura descended, rendering most unable to breathe. Each soldier's eyes gleamed with coldness. Although they could not comprehend Shen Ya's source of confidence, they had collectively decided to teach a memorable lesson to the Moonlight Gate and this star-level medal bearer. Meanwhile, the 18,000 disciples of the Moonlight Gate were utterly bewildered. What kind of joke was this? Were we to serve as menials, a legitimate reason? Brother, we do not know how to wield a sword. A tall man approached Shen Ya's side. It was the captain of the Moon Rhythm Squad. The 180 inner disciples all nodded. Most of them did not practice swordsmanship, and they believed that only the inner disciples could possibly have a slim chance of winning. No need. Our Guanghan squad sword formation is sufficient, Shen Ya replied, shaking his head as he looked at Hua Susu. Sister Hua, arrange the formation. Oh. Sister Hua dazedly responded. The previous 240 men stepped forward, and the Guanghan sword formation materialized before all. However, their hands shook as they held their swords. They wanted to say, Brothers, what merits do we have to fight against 20,000 soldiers? We are self-aware, aren't we? The arrow is on the string, and it must be released. As their gaze swept over, Li Dou and the military experts were momentarily stunned. This trash sword formation dares to challenge 20,000 men? What a joke, one general exclaimed. Li Dou remained silent. Fixated on Shen Ya, he had interacted with this young man several times and had heard of his deeds at the marshal's residence and in the Dantai sect. This young man was indeed extraordinary. As soon as he stepped into the sword formation, Li Dou's gaze suddenly froze. The sword formation, which had initially been riddled with flaws, transformed completely the moment he entered. Whether in momentum or otherwise, there was a qualitative leap. Junior brother Shen, what shall we do? Why not you take the position of the formation eye? As the saying goes, a bystander sees clearly. Hua Susu, immersed in the formation, lacked confidence and looked at Shen Ya with longing. No need. We shall continue to command as we should. We only need to hold for half an hour, Shen Ya replied, shaking his head, his face calm and composed. All right, since you just beheaded Pang Sui, I shall take the blame for this. Hua Susu silently thought, gritting her teeth as she commanded the sword formation to charge into the ranks of the 20,000 soldiers. Charge! Simultaneously, the 20,000 soldiers surged forth, led by a certain general, like a colossal wave crashing down. Within the sword formation, all faces turned pale. They could only instinctively strike their swords under Hua Susu's command. And sword energy intertwined. In the next moment, their eyes bulged as they witnessed the sword formation actually sending the approaching army flying back. The soldiers at the front collided with those behind them. And in the blink of an eye, a large number fell. Chapter 129, Victory. Li Dou's recruitment. The venue fell silent. Regardless of who it was, everyone stared in shock at the scene before them. How did they accomplish this? Two black-armored guards, having appeared on the city wall at some point, exchanged glances. This person is indeed a prodigy, It seems that female disciple serves as the formation eye, but in reality, he is the one controlling everything. These 240 people, these 240 swords, are all under his command. Indeed, he controls the swords, not the men. Though 20,000 is a large number, it is impossible to suppress all at once. At most, only 1,000 can engage. And the opponent's sword formation has nearly no flaws. How could these ordinary soldiers possibly suppress it? What is even more terrifying is that warfare relies on morale and spirit, and he completely disregards this, allowing every individual within the sword formation to wholly ignore the pressure from the enemy. This person is defying the heavens. Their words echoed in Li Dou's mind, as he held the same judgment. No wonder even the master has developed a fondness for him. This person indeed possesses the qualifications to refuse Dantai Mingli. Li Dou mused silently. Yet outwardly he shouted, "What are you all dawdling about? Charge! Kill!" The soldiers gritted their teeth, regrouping as their momentum was reignited. Draw swords. Huasusu looked at the sword in her hand, then glanced at Shen Ya. Feeling an inexplicable sensation, it seemed she had become stronger. Not only her, but over 200 others around her felt the same way. Their hands ceased trembling the moment they drew their swords. Confidence surged within them, and with a low shout from Huasusu, everyone simultaneously drew their swords. The momentum of the 20,000 soldiers weakened further. This is absurd. Upon encountering the sword formation, they were forced back. With many suffering grievous injuries from the sword's edge, over the next half hour, a strange scene unfolded beneath the walls of Dongxing Pass. The sword formation composed of 240 individuals moved back and forth among the 20,000 soldiers, sword lights flashing, resembling a spherical entity. This sphere was also elastic, continuously repelling those around it, pushing them away, again and again. The onlookers, some gaping, others rubbing their eyes, expressed a mix of excitement and tears. The faces of Li Dou's men turned grim. Even if they could secure victory within half an hour, their faces would be utterly shamed, and the reputation of Dongxing Pass would be tarnished. One could foresee the storm of fury that would erupt from General Li shortly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had expired. The sword formation of 240 remained steadfast. They had merely broken a sweat. Their vital energy nearly depleted. Time's up. From today onward, for 1 month, you will serve as menial laborers for the disciples of the Moonlight Gate. Li Dou stood on the high platform, devoid of any stormy fury. Simultaneously, the disciples of the Moonlight Gate will also serve as menial laborers as previously agreed, but for tasks such as transportation within the military, the 240 sword formation members are exempt from menial duties, while inner disciples are also exempt. Wow! The 18,000 disciples of the Moonlight Gate erupted in excitement. Yueqing revealed a joyful smile, gently wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. They had done it. They had truly achieved it. The Guanghan sword formation and inner disciples will join the battlefield starting tomorrow. Li Dou suppressed the crowd, further stating, "Star-level medal bearer Shen Ya, come with me." As the dust settled, arrangements would be made for them to undertake various tasks. Dongxing Pass undoubtedly had more personnel beyond these 20,000 soldiers, with many more executing tasks beyond the pass. These 20,000 were under General Pang's direct command. I hope Li Dou can persuade him to join the Mingji army. Observing Shen Ya and Li Dou walking side by side, the two black-armored guards muttered, "Shen Ya, since you have joined the Moonlight Gate, you should be aware that it will face a crisis in a few months, and your performance today will undoubtedly qualify you as an inner disciple of the Moonlight Gate." Li Dou spoke in a calm tone, not angered by the defeat of the 20,000 soldiers. "As long as the Moonlight Sect does not betray me, in a few months, I shall assist them in reclaiming our sect," Shen Ya asserted with a nod. Gazing intently at him, Li Dou let out a cold laugh. "Heavenly Dragon Mountain, do you comprehend the terror that this sect embodies? In certain aspects, they rival the 6th grade powers, and in this generation, they possess a Mingji Jinwu monument, featuring the top 500. The conflict between the Moonlight Sect and Heavenly Dragon Mountain is a battle of life and death. The Moonlight Sect stands no chance," Shen Ya observed, addressing Li Dou. "General Li, speak plainly. Should you join the army, not even Zhuantazong, nor Fan Air, could challenge you. In the future, you might even become the next Marshal Yi," Li Dou stated earnestly. Previously, Li Dou harbored no fondness for Shen Ya, yet could not deny his extraordinary nature. He had once remarked to Yi Ningxiang during their first encounter. Today, clutching the star-level medal. While Li Dou appeared stoic on the surface, his heart brimmed with astonishment. Only 2 of Marshal Ye's 9 disciples had ever received such a medal, and he was not among them. I have also heard that you have ignited your junior sister's interest in firearms, even providing her with guidance. Your talent in marksmanship is undoubtedly comparable to that of your swordsmanship. By taking Marshal Yi as your mentor and becoming my junior brother, we could unite as one family. Li Dou continued. His words, heartfelt and sincere, bore no pretense. This man hailed from the far south, without any influential background. Offending the Dantai family, yet possessing such formidable leadership potential, made him a fitting candidate for the army. Shen Ya regarded him and clasped his fists, saying, I am grateful for General Li's kindness, but the military is not suited for me. At this, Li Dou turned around, surprised that such a genuine invitation was met with refusal. Marshal Yi is exceptional. Yet my talent in swordsmanship surpasses my marksmanship by 10-fold, 100-fold. Shen Ya replied resolutely, then smiled. As for Heavenly Dragon Mountain, I still have a few months, do I not? Staring intently at Shen Ya, Li Dou warned, do not regret this. I shall never regret it, Shen Ya declared. In the future, should Marshal Yu require my assistance, I shall not hesitate. The immense support from Yi Ningxiang was etched in Shen Ya's memory. Although Li Dou bore no affection for him, he could see the sincerity in his eyes. The invitation to become his junior brother warmed Shen Ya's heart, had he not been reborn with a steadfast resolve. He might have succumbed to the allure. I take my leave. With that, Shen Ya departed with poise. Li Dou watched Shen Ya's retreating figure, sensing that the young man had yet to utter a crucial statement. The next Marshal Yi. Shen Ya gazed skyward, his ambitions reaching far beyond mere titles. With the star-level medal, Shen Ya's treatment equaled that of a general, swiftly granted residence in a courtyard, attended by the remaining soldiers selected by the Moonlight Sect. All under Li Dou's command, none daring to oppose. Alone, he sat cross-legged in the courtyard. Shen Ya retrieved the blood slaughter diagram Jade slip, immersing his consciousness within. This diagram, said to have been etched by a powerful general from centuries past in the Mingli realm, depicted the life and death, slaughter and bloodshed, sweat and toil of the battlefield, devoid of any techniques or incantations. Only the palpable aura of bloodshed remained. This was precisely the essence Shen Ya sought, to observe and comprehend endlessly. After 2 hours, Shen Ya withdrew from the blood slaughter diagram, his spirit entering the 10,000-sword demonic cave, once again treading upon the sword mountain, uncertain how much time had passed. A crucial acupoint within Shen Ya's body was unsealed. Surrounding him, it felt as though starlight sparkled, as successive acupoints emerged, intertwining with the marks upon the sword mountain. Chapter 130, Bloodthirsty Slaughter. Beyond the city gates buzz. Suddenly, Shen Ya opened his eyes. In that instant, he resembled a demonic sword that had claimed countless lives. The entire courtyard seemed to be suffused with a sanguine aura, the sound of swords wailing, causing the soldiers and attendants encircling the courtyard to collapse in terror. Fearfully gazing towards the courtyard, they wondered if demons had emerged. In a fleeting moment, all the ominous energies were drawn back by Shen Ya. A faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. The third main acupoint, Bloodthirsty Slaughter, was complete. How dare you be negligent towards junior brother Shen? At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from outside, laced with arrogance. No, we are, the soldiers stammered, still recovering from their recent fright. Simultaneously, a figure in plain garments dashed forth, spotting Shen Ya and exclaiming, Junior brother Shen, these individuals are sleeping outside your courtyard. I believe they should be properly punished. Shen Ya glanced at the soldiers outside and replied, it is unnecessary to dwell on them. Sister Hua. He understood well why the soldiers lay prostrate. However, the soldiers were internally lamenting. Do explain, we were felled by your demonic aura. Ignoring their plight, Li Yueqing, Hua Susu, Jiang Linshan, and other inner disciples of the Moonlight Sect had all entered Shen Ya's courtyard. Their gazes filled with fervor, and they all bowed in unison. Li Yueqing, taking the lead, declared, Junior brother Shen, we are at a loss for words. In any case, please accept this gesture of respect. Taken aback, Shen Ya gently replied, I am also a disciple of the Moonlight Sect. When our sect is insulted, I too am insulted. The group lifted their heads. Li Yueqing then inquired, Junior brother Shen, do you genuinely wish to join the Moonlight Sect? Shen Ya hesitated, quickly comprehending the thoughts of Li Yueqing and the others. They believed him to be an extraordinary genius. Could the fallen Moonlight Sect truly accommodate him? Doubts plagued their hearts, besides expressing gratitude. The group wished to ascertain whether Shen Ya's bond with the Moonlight Sect could endure. As a martial root of the low-grade Xian level, which 7th-grade sect would desire me, aside from the Moonlight Sect? A low-grade Xian level. The group instinctively raised their heads, incredulity etched upon their faces, glancing at Hua Susu that a singular thought emerged in their minds. How could this be? A genius capable of ascending to the 9th level of the Mingli War Refinement Tower. One who could incite a transformative shift in the Guanghan Sword Array. How could he possess merely a low-grade Xian-level martial root? Yet Hua Susu, and even the tall man from the Yueyun team, Hong Kong, nodded in agreement. They had witnessed Shen Ya's assessment firsthand. Doubts lingered in their minds. Could he be concealing his martial root level? Yet this question felt inappropriate to voice aloud. Yueching smiled. Junior brother, Shen need not worry. The Moonlight Sect does not revere martial roots. We firmly believe that even with a subpar martial root, there exists infinite potential to achieve greatness. Her words, half true and half false, held some merit. The Moonlight Sect had indeed seen individuals with inferior martial roots rise to prominence. Of course, that individual had reached a high-grade Xian level, yet their accomplishments surpassed many with Earth-grade roots. Simultaneously, the Moonlight Sect sought those with hidden martial roots, hoping to uncover any overlooked talents. Indeed, junior brother Shun. Rest assured, the Moonlight Sect shall not neglect anyone. The group nodded in unison, encouraging each other to seize the greatest growth during this trial, regardless of whether Shen Ya was a low-grade Xian level. This revelation drew them closer together. Prior to their arrival, they had worried that the extraordinary Shen Ya might look down upon them. Observing them, Shen Ya wore a smile. At this moment, he found himself growing fond of the Moonlight Sect. The following morning, Shen Ya awoke to the sound of a horn. With 240 disciples of the Guanghan Sword Array and 180 inner disciples gathering, they were to directly engage in battle. Shen Ya, since you are unwilling to join the army, even with your star-level medal, you are merely a temporary soldier. We shall not afford you any special treatment. However, should you perform exceptionally on the battlefield, the matter will be reconsidered. Standing before them was a direct general under Li Do, who specifically pointed out Shen Ya. Any breach of military discipline shall be met with equal punishment. The battlefield shows no mercy. The individual cast a penetrating glance at Shen Ya. As Li Do had warned that this person was quite unruly and needed to be kept in check, shrugging indifferently, Shen Ya's focus lay upon that fortuitous location. However, time remained. Perfecting the third main acupoint and striving for the fourth was of utmost importance. Thus, hundreds of Moonlight disciples set forth with the troop. They arrived at a camp several dozen miles outside the city gates. This moment, the Mingji realm was not merely concerned with defending the Dongxing Pass. There were also camps outside, taking the offensive against the barbarians, as the Mingji realm had always been the aggressor. Before us lies the Twin Pines Mountain of the northern barbarian region, which we have long sought to capture but have failed. If we could seize it, the northern barbarian region would enjoy a century of peace. Of course, this remains a hopeful aspiration. Recently, the barbarians unexpectedly surged from Twin Pines Mountain, their intentions unclear. You need not worry. Simply be aware of this and follow orders. The leader, Zhu Zheng, briefed the group on the battlefield situation. Soon, they arrived at the military encampment, where Zhu Zheng, as the commander of this stronghold, arranged tasks for everyone. However, given their lack of battlefield experience, most would start as ordinary soldiers, while a select few would serve as deputy 100-men leaders, learning under the guidance of their 100-men leaders. After a month, we shall make further arrangements based on the situation. Once Zhu Zheng completed the arrangements, he departed. Many felt discontented in their hearts, yet understood that the best way to gain status, irrespective of location, was to grow stronger and perform well. Shen Ya, too, became a deputy 100-men leader, under the command of a seasoned veteran named Hu Chang'e, who had just reached the acupoint breakthrough at 30-something. That he was a decent person. It seemed that Li Do had intentionally chosen a lenient 100-men leader to avoid inadvertently crossing paths with Shen Ya. After exchanging a few words, Shen Ya was assigned various tasks, along with daily training to this. Shen Ya remained unconcerned, as long as no one provoked him. Time swiftly passed, and over the course of merely 20 days, Shen Ya dedicated himself to relentless cultivation. Even during the military's routine training, he merely went through the motions, immersing himself in his own mental practices or directly entering the realm of the 10,000 Swords Demon Cave. With unwavering focus on his cultivation, Shen Ya reached the pinnacle of the third level of acupoint unblocking. However, he now faced the pressing challenge of locating the core power of the fourth main acupoint. On one particular day, while Shen Ya was engrossed in his training within the military tent, a sudden, mournful sound of horns pierced the air. The urgency of the horns indicated that a conflict had arisen, prompting him to instinctively exit the tent. Something grave has occurred. Hu Changhe approached, his gaze fixed intently towards the main command tent. Soon after, a soldier reported that the army was assembling. Chapter 131. The First Glimmer of Brilliance. Light Feather Dove. Given their status within the military, they were still unaware of the situation at hand, and thus joined the assembly with the others. Under Zhu Zheng's command, an army of 60,000 was gathered. His expression was stern as he scrutinized all the soldiers, proclaiming loudly, "The latest intelligence indicates that the barbarian army has appeared within the Mingji domain. They have somehow circumvented the Dongxing Pass and infiltrated the Mingji domain. Currently, troops have been dispatched from the Dongxing Pass to eliminate the invading barbarians. Our task is to identify the passage the barbarians used to enter and to scout their movements." With that, Zhu Zheng waved his hand, signaling the army to mobilize. For the next several days, Zhu Zheng's forces continuously navigated between the Dongxing Pass and the Liangtong Mountains, encountering increasing numbers of barbarian troops. Their army moved chaotically, akin to headless flies, unable to find their bearings, let alone discovering the secret passage the barbarians had used to infiltrate. They were on the verge of losing themselves on the battlefield. Damn it! That night, the army encamped near a mountain pathway. Zhu Zheng wore an exceptionally grim expression, having lost contact with the Dongxing Pass. More alarmingly, none of the scouts sent out had returned. "General Zhu, this situation is untenable. The barbarians do not have us as their target, but once they turn their attention to us, we will surely be annihilated. We must devise a way to return to the Dongxing Pass," one of the deputy generals suggested. "Indeed. General Zhu," another chimed in. "It's evident that the situation at the Dongxing Pass is dire. The barbarian commander is formidable, and they are capitalizing on our troops' movements to seize the Dongxing Pass, while simultaneously driving us farther away." Though they understood the predicament, the route back to the Dongxing Pass was nearly blocked. Surrounding them were countless barbarians, waiting to ensnare them. Who would have thought the barbarians had such powerful beings among them? The deputy generals were at a complete loss. Zhu Zheng paced back and forth. Suddenly, he halted, summoned a few inner disciples from the Weihua sect, especially that Shen Ya. Before long, Shen Ya, Li Yueqing, and others stood before Zhu Zheng. After recounting the situation, Zhu Zheng inquired, "What are your thoughts?" They exchanged glances, unsure of what insights they could offer, being mere fledglings on the battlefield. The deputy generals sighed in exasperation. General Zhu is grasping at straws. What could these disciples of the Weihua sect possibly contribute? "General Zhu, may I have a map?" At that moment, Shen Ya's voice cut through. Zhu Zheng was taken aback and promptly ordered that a map be brought forth. Once the map lay before him, Shen Ya scrutinized it carefully. He had only been to this area once in his previous life, specifically for a fateful opportunity, so he was not intimately familiar with it. Yet, he was certain of the identity of the barbarian commander this time. It was a fearsome entity that had once caused trouble for Dantai Mingli, a remarkably powerful barbarian general whose tactics and strategies Shen Ya had meticulously observed over the past several days. The barbarians aimed to seize the Dongxing Pass. I am unsure of the passage they used to enter, but they are undoubtedly focusing their efforts around the Dongxing Pass. Their primary objective is to cause the Mingji army stationed outside to become completely disoriented. And the best method to achieve this is to make us believe that barbarian forces are everywhere, in overwhelming numbers. This reasoning resonated with the group. However, do the barbarians truly have such vast numbers? Shen Ya countered, surveying the assembly. It is impossible. Once they infiltrate, they will require troops to assault the Dongxing Pass and to prevent reinforcements from other cities. Thus, what we are witnessing is merely an illusion. The omnipresence of barbarians is simply a tactic to confuse us. The assembly exchanged looks of uncertainty. Shen Ya continued to analyze the map, marking several significant locations. Of course, some of you may think I am merely rambling, but one point is clear. The nearest Tonya mountain will surely harbor a barbarian commander. They will need to direct the barbarian troops and create the illusion of overwhelming numbers, which is best achieved from the mountain summit. Moreover, I have frequently noticed light feathered doves soaring above, concealed among the vultures. Zhu Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Light feather doves? They should be quite difficult to tame. Indeed, they are. However, among the barbarians, there exists an individual with an extraordinary talent for taming beasts. Shen Ya recalled the barbarian commander from his previous life, who, after decades of conflict in the Mingli domain, was known as Tian Showing Duo. She possessed an almost divine ability to tame beasts. How do you intend to prove this? The deputy generals remained skeptical of Shen Ya's reliability. After all, achieving the 9th level of the Battle Refinement Tower did not equate to real battlefield experience. By shooting down a light feather dove and launching a surprise attack on Shen Ya Mountain, everything will become evident. As soon as the words left his mouth, the tent fell into a profound silence, all eyes turning towards Zhu Zhang. After a lengthy contemplation, he finally raised his head and declared, "We shall proceed according to Shen Ya's plan. Shen Ya, should this battle unfold as you predict, you shall be promoted to Deputy General. Conversely, if we suffer a catastrophic defeat with heavy casualties, we shall both face dire consequences." Zhu Zhang's voice was resolute. Silencing all dissenting opinions, he understood that to foster trust in Shen Ya, he must also bear the weight of accountability. Otherwise, a mere disciple from the Weihua sect would struggle to command respect and unify the army. Shen Ya met Zhu Zhang's gaze intently and replied, "Agreed." Thus, the plan was set. In the following moments, Shen Ya awaited the appearance of the light feather dove with keen anticipation. An hour and a half later, a flock of vultures swept across the sky above the army. Vultures, devoid of intelligence, were rarely tamed. They feasted on carrion, and thus the battlefield was rife with these scavengers, often ignored. The barbarians had cunningly concealed the light feather doves among the vultures, rendering the Mingli army nearly invisible, with even concealment becoming a luxury. With a whoosh, an arrow soared, striking true amidst the vulture flock, followed by a cry distinct from that of the vultures. The light feather dove, pierced by the arrow, plummeted to the ground, and a deputy general dashed forward to retrieve the lifeless bird. His face bore astonishment. Indeed, it was a light feather dove, but more astonishing was Shen Ya's ability to accurately shoot this creature, which bore a striking resemblance to the vultures, amidst a swarm of thousands. "General Zhu, we must act swiftly, according to the plan. The enemy will soon realize that a light feather dove has perished." After lowering his bow, Shen Ya urged hastily. For him, detecting the presence of a light feather dove was a simple task. Even concealed, it remained a beast, distinct from ordinary wildlife. "All right, let us set forth to Shen Ya Mountain," Zhu Zhang commanded, and the army mobilized in full force. 3 hours later, upon reaching Shen Ya Mountain, they were met with the sight of countless slain barbarian corpses. The mountain, devoid of vegetation, revealed thousands of bodies strewn across its rocky terrain, with only a few scattered corpses of Dongxing Pass soldiers, whose losses were negligible by comparison. "Speak, what are your plans? Where is the secret passage used to enter?" A barbarian commander knelt before Zhu Zhang. Chapter 132. The barbarian Ing duo. The barbarians bore little difference from the human inhabitants of the Mingli domain, save for their slightly darker skin and taller stature. However, their customs, habits, and cultivation methods exhibited some variations. "Haha. We have secured Dongxing Pass." In response to Zhu Zhang's interrogation, the barbarian chief could hardly yield, bursting into loud, derisive laughter. "There are many ways to compel you to speak." Upon hearing this, the barbarian commander scoffed. For they were renowned for their resilience. The deputy generals were on the verge of rushing forward. But at that moment, Shen Ya swiftly ended the commander's life with a single stroke of his sword. "Brother Shen, no need for interrogation. This individual likely lacks knowledge of such confidential matters. Our immediate focus must be on hastening our movements to rendezvous with the other troops instead of squandering time here. Moreover, the enemy will soon react. We shall face special treatment." Shen Ya elaborated further for the group, indicating that Ing duo would not allow her plans to falter, having been discovered by Zhu Zhang. The barbarians would undoubtedly concentrate their efforts to eliminate their squad. "General Zhu, where is the nearest army to us?" Shen Ya inquired once more. "Right here." Zhu Zhang produced a map and pointed to a specific location. It was originally the encampment of another army of the same size, but after the passage of several days, they were surely no longer in their original position. "Proceed through the Light Tongue Valley and converge with the most distant army." Shen Ya meticulously examined the map and devised a plan. He knew that Ing duo would also anticipate his thoughts. They must act in the opposite manner. Now that the light feather dove situation had been resolved, it would be challenging for Ing duo to locate Zhu Zhang's army
without relying on speculation and deduction. Deputy Shen, I remain a mere deputy 100-man, and I do not seek the position of deputy general. Should we succeed, I desire your position. Shen Ya shook his head in refusal, then spoke earnestly. Almost everyone gazed wide-eyed at Shen Ya as the young man boldly made his demands. Haha, no problem. Zhu Zhang laughed heartily, unexpectedly agreeing. As long as victory was within reach, he cared little for status, commanding his troops to embark along the route indicated by Shen Ya. The twin Paulownia mountains rose like two colossal Paulownia trees standing side by side, their steepness instilling a sense of dread. Legend has it that there were originally two divine Paulownia trees here, existing since the dawn of the desolate world, which later withered and transformed into these massive mountains. The barbarians, the twin Paulownia mountains were sacred, guardians of their peace. The summit, resembling great leaves, stood a woman with sun-kissed skin, surveying the battlefield below. Surrounding her were countless birds and beasts, as if she were the spirit of the mountains. Among the creatures, a barbarian leader knelt, reporting, Lord Ing, Tongya Mountain has been occupied. Our plans have been disrupted. Who commands the Dongsheng army? Ing Duo's tone was indifferent, revealing no trace of joy or sorrow. She gently extended her hand, where dozens of golden grains of wheat lay, and the light-feathered doves swooped down to compete for the food. When the doves were shot down, she sensed it, yet remained remarkably calm. Zhu Zhang, the barbarian leader responded. Zhu Zhang. Ing Duo lightly murmured the name before shaking her head. Not him. He lacks the ability. Though Ing Duo might not be the most intelligent among the barbarians, she was undoubtedly the most meticulous. For this ambush, she had meticulously prepared, storing the profiles of every general from Dongsheng Pass in her memory. Her assertion that Zhu Zhang lacked the capability was not made lightly. Zhu Zhang's army must possess a formidable strategist, whose identity we are unaware of. If it were me, I would immediately seek to rendezvous with other armies, but certainly not the nearest. I would rather choose the farthest. Ing Duo's voice was heavy yet melodious, devoid of any softness. Intercept Zhu Zhang on the Matong Mountain path, she suddenly declared. The Matong Mountain path lay a great distance from Zhu Zhang's current position, and the kneeling barbarian displayed an expression of disbelief. However, facing Ing Duo, he dared not object, merely stating, should we send light-feathered doves again? No need. Since the enemy has already detected us, sending more would be tantamount to courting death. Ing Duo replied. Days later, Zhu Zhang's forces appeared on the ridge not far from the Matong Mountain path. As Shen Ya had anticipated, after detouring through Qingtong Valley, they encountered not a single barbarian soldier. General Zhu halt. Just then, Shen Ya rode up beside him, looking puzzled as the Matong Mountain lay ahead, and crossing it would soon lead them to another army. We shall turn back, avoiding the Matong Mountain path, Shen Ya insisted. What? No particular reason, other than I sense danger ahead. Shen Ya shook his head, his eyes glinting with a keen light. In truth, he had no desire to rendezvous with the army farthest from Dongsheng Pass. After all, what he could conceive, Ing Duo could also foresee. Yet, he could not voice his thoughts initially, for it would complicate matters and render his assertions less credible. Now, explaining would be equally tedious, and he chose silence. Surely, he could not say that he had battled Ing Duo in a past life and understood her military style, could he? Brother Shen, are you really deciding to turn back based solely on your intuition? Doesn't that seem rather childish? This is the instinct of a star-level medal holder. I believe General Zhu understands that some possess an innate sense for the battlefield, Shen Ya replied, raising an eyebrow with unabashed frankness. Frowning, Zhu Zhang realized there was some merit to this. Just as there are geniuses in martial arts, there are also exceptional talents in military strategy. These prodigies possess the ability to foresee dangers, even predicting enemy movements. Engaging in battle with such individuals is a harrowing nightmare, as they induce existential doubt in their foes. Yet, a star-level medal alone does not equate to such extraordinary prowess. General Zhu, I assure you, within 10 days, we will rendezvous with the First Army, and during this time, we shall encounter no barbarian forces, Shen Ya added. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Zhang decided to heed Shen Ya's counsel and ordered a retreat. General Zhu. The deputy generals felt Shen Ya's assertions were overly absolute and lacked reasonable justification. Send someone ahead to the Matong Mountain path to investigate. If there is no danger, let him stay there for 3 days, Zhu Zhang commanded. Soon, a soldier was dispatched secretly, unbeknownst to Shen Ya. Did Shen Ya truly remain unaware? A faint,
cold smile tugged at his lips as he did not intervene. Zhu Zheng's sent man would certainly not discern any issues. Whether to send someone or not was inconsequential. Thus, the army turned back, and this time the route was even more bewildering. Yet, as Shen Ya had stated, they encountered not a single barbarian, despite their 60,000 troops. The barbarians could not locate them. Turn back, divert to Yutong Abyss. 8 days later, Shen Ya urged Zhu Zheng once more. This time, the frustration of the deputy generals erupted. Shen Ya, I do not know where your intuition originates. But if you wish to preserve your life, you may exit the army at any moment. Indeed, we are not fools, the other deputy generals chimed in, marking the third inexplicable retreat in 8 days. For a full 8 days, they had wandered aimlessly across this battlefield like fools. Adding the prior days, they had been adrift for over 10 days, resembling solitary ascetics. Lacking enemies and comrades, they were oblivious to the situation at Dongxing Pass. Loneliness was a terrifying specter for them. Each night, they were plagued by the sensation that they would soon be slaughtered by 1,000,000 barbarians. Shen Ya might possess some abilities, but fundamentally, he was evading battle, stalling for time to preserve his own life. Only 2 days remain. Why the urgency? Shen Ya could empathize with their emotions and did not retort, speaking softly. No, we cannot wait. I will enter the Matong mountain path now. Indeed. Before them lay the Matong mountain path once more, which vexed them the most. Having turned back once before, now they were to do so again. Were they mere monkeys? General Zhu, we should not heed the words of a mere child. Now, we shall proceed into the Matong mountain path. The soldier we dispatched earlier has returned from the path after 3 days without incident. General Zhu, give the order. The deputy generals collectively bowed, imploring Zhu Zheng to command. Zhu Zheng hesitated. He shared the same sentiments as the others, his heart filled with uncertainty and wavering. More importantly, Shen Ya had not established authority within the army, so how could the soldiers be compelled to obey? Initially, the soldiers were unaware that it was Shen Ya's suggestion. Now, word had spread, and everyone knew they had been foolishly following Shen Ya's orders. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Zheng declared, Brother Shen, this time, I cannot follow your lead. Shen Ya responded, General Zhu, are you certain? Brother Shen, if you wish for us to obey you, provide sufficient reasoning. Otherwise, it will be challenging to persuade the troops. Zhu Zheng stated, another 2 days of retreat would severely impact the morale of the entire army. Shen Ya observed him quietly, suddenly stating, Reason? Very well. I shall provide you with a reason that I request this deputy general to lead 10,000 soldiers into the Matong mountain path. However, 10,000 troops will not draw out a single barbarian. Meanwhile, there are tens of thousands of antelopes ahead. We shall drive the antelopes, disguising ourselves as 60,000 troops as we enter the Matong mountain path. With that, Shen Ya challenged, Deputy General, do you dare? What is there to fear? The Deputy General, spurred by Shen Ya's provocation, stepped forward. Excellent, but I have conditions. If I am correct this time, every word I utter henceforth shall be a death order, and I shall immediately assume this general's position, Shen Ya commanded. To win against Ing Duo, Shen Ya needed greater authority. Very well, if you are correct, your orders shall be followed without question, Zhu Zheng replied, and in the presence of 60,000 troops, he established a military decree. Should Shen Ya lose, he would be forbidden from speaking thereafter. People are remarkably forgetful. Without Shen Ya, how could they have reached this point? Who wishes to join me in entering the Matong mountain path? With the military decree established, the deputy general bellowed to the 60,000 troops. Soon, many soldiers stepped forward, expressing their considerable discontent with Shen Ya, exceeding 1,000 that of course, those beyond the requisite number returned to their ranks. Only 10,000 would partake in this endeavor. The remaining 50,000 would drive the antelopes. Half an hour later, led by the deputy general, they charged into the Matong mountain path. Shen Shidi, what do you think will become of this deputy general and the 10,000 troops behind him? The remaining 5,000 waited outside the Matong mountain path, as Li Yueqing and others approached to inquire. Currently, there are at least 100,000 barbarian soldiers within the Matong mountain path. What do you think their fate will be? Shen Ya replied coolly, causing Zhu Zheng and the surrounding deputy generals to feel a chill in their hearts. What appeared as a test was, in fact, a death sentence? No, that could not be. There were surely no barbarians within the Matong mountain path. They had navigated such convoluted routes that they had confused themselves. How could the barbarians possibly know their movements? Zhu Zheng and the deputy generals were convinced that throughout their journey, there had been no surveillance, no traces left behind. Suddenly, a violent tremor echoed from the Matong Mountain, prompting a soldier to listen closely, his face turning pale. General Zhu, the tremors are emanating from within the Matong Mountain path. Surpassing 100,000, it is definitely more than 10,000. General Zhu, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is shifting. The force causing this change must be the gathering of at least 100,000 warriors' true energy, another soldier reported. The army possessed such reconnaissance experts. Everyone was rendered speechless, their gazes fixed intently on Matong Mountain. Turn back. Yutong Abyss is off limits. We shall now proceed to Guxia Mountain, Shen Ya declared coldly. The crowd, in a state of shock, turned their heads to him, fear gripping their hearts. Subsequently, an eruption of boundless fury ignited within them. You are fully aware that there are 100,000 barbarians within Matong Mountain. Yet you still intend to send 10,000 brothers to their doom. That vice-general opposed you merely once, and you would condemn him to death. General Zhu, does our wager still hold? Shen Ya stood resolute. For his gaze and fury could not slay. This was the battlefield. There was no room for compassion. If the vice-general continued to voice dissent, it would spell the end for them all. With eyes closed, how could Zhu Zheng be unaware of this truth? Yet to prove your capability by sacrificing an entire contingent of 10,000 was exceedingly cruel. They were all his soldiers. Brother Shun, you could have chosen a better course of action, Shen Ya retorted with a cold laugh. Indeed, there exists a superior method, but it carries a 50% chance of annihilating the entire army, leading to the fall of Dongxing Pass and the slaughter of other troops. If General Zhu were to choose, what would he decide? With eyes closed once more, Zhu Zheng already possessed the answer. Shen Ya was correct. Their error lay solely in their distrust of him. Yet alas, there was no remedy for regret in this world. The wager unquestionably stands. All soldiers, heed my command from this day forth. Brother Shen Ya shall be the commander of our Zhu Zheng army. Zhu Zheng inhaled deeply, his voice booming. The assembly exchanged glances, none daring to dissent that in their hearts. Shen Ya had already been branded a demon. Shen Ya ordered a change of direction towards Guxia Mountain. 2 days later, a force of 50,000 encountered the first contingent of the Dongxing army, an almost deranged battalion. Upon encountering Zhu Zheng, the opposing commander wept bitterly, as if reuniting with a long-lost kin. What? General Zhu? You mean your vice-general, this disciple of Yuehua, is now the commander? After various explanations, the opposing commander gazed at Zhu Zheng in disbelief, simultaneously casting suspicious glances at Shen Ya. Naturally, he had no authority to interfere with Zhu Zheng's decision, but to follow the commands of this young man was out of the question. Thus, a day later, another 10,000 perished within Matong Mountain, including that commander. Inevitably, Shen Ya assumed command of his troops. The name of the demon grew ever louder. Chapter 134, Surprise Attack on the Twin Mountains. Following this, Shen Ya persistently maneuvered, seeking to consolidate more forces. After 10 days, he had amassed a staggering 400,000 troops, though dissent still lingered. Those who opposed him were nearly all eradicated. Only one survived. A vice-general originally under Li Do, who was conducting inspections within a certain army. By right, given his rank, he should have been the commander of this assembled force, but now Shen Ya sought to usurp his position. Inciting his wrath, he led 100,000 troops directly toward what he perceived to be the correct path. That 100,000 met with utter annihilation, leaving only his unmatched prowess to ensure his survival. If I were in your shoes, I would have no shame in living. 400,000 troops have now dwindled to 300,000, but should Dongxing Pass fall, you cannot escape culpability. Shen Ya confronted him coldly. You, Vice-General Li Yuankai glared fiercely at Shen Ya. Once again, 100,000 troops had been sacrificed by Shen Ya's hand, all in the pursuit of ultimate power. Yet he could not refute Shen Ya's judgments, which were astoundingly precise. Still, he harbored resentment. Had all 400,000 charged forth, victory might have been theirs. Regardless, the entire army was now cowed by Shen Ya. No one dared oppose him. Survival was paramount. Let us go. The barbarians, unable to breach us, will undoubtedly devise alternative strategies. They will spare no effort to seize Dongxing Pass before we can provide assistance. Shen Ya disregarded Li Yuankai and addressed Zhu Zheng and the others. We must calculate their siege timing, evade the barbarians' interception, and then launch a surprise attack on the Twin Mountains. What? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zheng and the others nearly shouted in unison, "A surprise attack on the Twin Mountains. Brother Shun, that is impossible. The Twin Mountains are easily defensible yet difficult to assault. Even if the barbarians leave behind only 50,000 troops, we could not capture it, and even if we did, we could not hold it." Zhu Zheng rapidly shook his head, the peril of the Twin Mountains weighing heavily on him. Shen Ya replied, "We do not intend to storm the Twin Mountains. Rather, we will send all our experts above the 8th level of the Chongshui realm to infiltrate the Twin Mountains. Burn, kill, loot, and plunder. No, that is unfeasible. The Twin Mountains are protected by powerful formations. We cannot breach them." "I can't." Shen Ya lifted his gaze, displaying a hint of a strange smile. "Of course, we do not need all 300,000 troops to join. Selecting experts above the 8th level of the Chongshui realm will suffice. The others will follow the routes I have outlined, and, upon witnessing the Twin Mountains ablaze, will provide support to Dongxing Pass. This mission, I shall take it." A general stepped forward, expressing his faith in Shen Ya. Having once served under Li Dou, the plan was set. The 300,000 troops would split into two paths. 1,000 experts would infiltrate the Twin Mountains, while the remainder would follow Shen Ya's predetermined route. Awaiting the signal, time swiftly passed, and another 10 days slipped by. Shen Ya's forces had long concealed themselves in a small gorge beneath the Twin Mountains, awaiting Shen Ya's command. With no intelligence, they relied solely on his judgment. Now, all believed in Shen Ya's intuition. This demon was truly defying the heavens. "The time is ripe. Let us depart." On that night, Shen Ya abruptly opened his eyes. With a wave, 1,000 men surged towards the Twin Mountains, over 100 of whom hailed from Yuehua Sect. The shock Shen Ya had instilled in them over these days was beyond description. Yet could he truly dismantle the formation of the Twin Mountains? 2 hours later, they arrived before the formation, just a step away from triggering it, which would instantly alert the Twin Mountains. All eyes turned to Shen Ya. Gazing at the Twin Mountains, Shen Ya recalled his previous life. During that time, he had entered the Twin Mountains to seize an opportunity for Dantai Mingli, facing in duo with dozens of Dantai Mingli's attendants by his side. Only he had survived, of course, several years after that fateful moment. Today, he sought to ascend the Twin Mountains for himself. That opportunity was no longer Dantai Mingli's, but belonged to him. For him, dismantling the formation was a trivial task, merely requiring the arrangement of a few prepared sigils. In an instant, the formation of the Twin Mountains was undone. Naturally, the window was a mere 5 seconds. Within those 5 seconds, all 1,000 men had to enter. Fortunately, they were soldiers, well-trained. In a blink, the 1,000 had entered the formation, which then reassembled. It was as if they were in a dream. They had truly infiltrated a place nearly unreachable in the Mingji domain. Even General Yifeng had never set foot in the Twin Mountains. Yet now, they could enter at will. "Let us burn, kill, and loot. We have only 3 hours." At this moment, the barbarian forces had already begun their siege on Dongxing Pass. The Twin Mountains housed at most a few thousand troops, and few formidable experts remained. 1,000 infiltrators would simply cause chaos. Who goes there? It is the Mingji army. Quickly, report to the defending general. In an instant, the Twin Mountains descended into chaos. Screams, shrieks, and the clash of metal rang out incessantly. Unlike Dongxing Pass, which boasted formidable walls, the Twin Mountains relied on their formations and treacherous terrain. Even a 1,000,000-man army could hardly conquer it. But these 1,000 did not come to assault. They were here to sow discord. Setting fires, killing, seizing everything, they spared no effort. As members of the Mingji army, they felt no guilt. Yet some disciples of Yuehua Sect struggled with the brutality. "Sisterly, do you know what those barbarians sneaking through the secret passages behind Dongxing Pass are doing?" Shen Ya gazed at the Yuehua Sect disciples, softly inquiring. Before they could respond, Shen Ya chuckled coldly. "They too are burning, killing, and looting. They seize civilians, while we seize soldiers. Can you not act?" As those words fell, the crowd stirred with renewed vigor. "Quick, there are Mingji soldiers this way. Kill them." More barbarians appeared, gathering hundreds, while the Yuehua Sect contingent numbered only 100. "Kill." Shen Ya charged ahead, plunging into the throng. Drawing his demon sword, he ignited the third main aperture, the demonic energy surging forth, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Li Yuetking and Hua Susu exchanged glances and joined the fray. Soon, they were astonished. Despite Shen Ya being merely at the 3rd level of the Chongshui realm, he killed faster than anyone else. No barbarian soldier could withstand his blade. In one-on-one combat, He is not our match. But now, the lives we take are but a fraction of his. Jiang Linshan thought inwardly. Utterly astounded, he had never witnessed such speed in killing, though he had reached the innate realm. Shen Ya was indeed no match for him. But in terms of slaughter, 10 of them could not compare to Shen Ya. Chapter 135. The demonic creature, the steel-refined demon serpent kill. Under Shen Ya's provocation, the disciples of Yuehua Sect ignited with fervor, fighting fiercely. Do not linger in battle. Do not forget our objective, Shen Ya reminded them. And then he ceased. For him, it had lost its significance. His mission was to ascend to the summit of the Twin Mountains. General Ing, within an hour, we shall undoubtedly breach Dongxing Pass. Before Dongxing Pass, the barbarians had gathered, laying siege, while Ing Duo observed the conflict before him, his expression impassive but his brow furrowed tightly. Has that contingent still not been located? I am incompetent. I was unable to find them. The barbarian general replied, however. They are unable to provide support. My subordinates have laid an intricate trap, waiting for them. Ing Duo nodded, having never encountered such a tenacious adversary. Almost every move she made was anticipated by him, as if he were a worm nestled within her own belly. Undoubtedly, this individual was formidable. He would sacrifice even an army of 100,000 just to test her resolve. Little did she know. Shen Ya was not merely testing her, but was driven by a desire for power that a sense of unease inexplicably gnawed at Ing Duo's heart. This is bad, General Ing. Just then, a soldier rushed in with alarming news. General Ing. The Mingli army has launched a surprise attack on Liangtong Mountain. They have silently infiltrated our formation. Their numbers and methods remain unknown, and their prowess is indeterminate. What did you say? Even the unshakable Ing Duo trembled at the revelation. At that moment, a light feathered dove landed on her shoulder, bearing a letter. Upon seeing the missive, a flicker of calm washed over her expression. That it was estimated that the enemy numbered at most 1,000. And their actions lacked direction, merely indulging in arson and plunder. Therefore, they were certainly not attempting to capture Liangtong Mountain, but rather to sow chaos and draw her back, if she returned. The Eastern Prosperity Pass would remain unconquered. Closing her eyes, Ing Duo coldly declared, "Do not pay them any heed. Continue the siege." Liangtong Mountain held nothing of significance to them, even if they truly captured it with an army of 300,000. It could not be held. If they wished to create a ruckus, let them do so. Yet, at that moment, Ing Duo felt an overwhelming curiosity about the identity of the enemy commander. Roar. Half an hour later, a massive creature descended from the sky, gravely wounded, crying out beside Ing Duo. This time, her fury surged. She possessed the ability to tame beasts and understood some of their language. The creature had just conveyed that her demon beasts residing on Liangtong Mountain were being slaughtered. She could tolerate the chaos on Liangtong Mountain, but the death of her demon beasts was intolerable. No, I must endure. Ing Duo clenched her teeth. This was the enemy's trick. She could not fall for it, or she would lose this opportunity forever. She had meticulously planned for 1.5 years for this battle. She could not allow her efforts to go to waste over the death of her beasts. It seems I have underestimated Ing Duo's resilience on Liangtong Mountain. Shen Ya gazed at the countless carcasses of demon beasts, murmuring to himself. 2 hours had passed, yet there were still no signs of Ing Duo returning. Her determination to seize the Eastern Prosperity Pass was unwavering. If Ing Duo did not return, the army of 300,000 could not mobilize. Otherwise, they would face annihilation, and he could not signal for assistance. Shameless wretch, hurry, ascend. I sense a powerful demonic aura. Suddenly, a furious voice echoed in Shen Ya's ear. It was the demon worm. There is a demonic presence atop Liangtong Mountain. Shen Ya was momentarily taken aback. Yes. Indeed, it is above. Although the aura is faint, it has been sealed by special means. I can unseal it. I can break the seal, the demon worm exclaimed excitedly. After a brief hesitation, Shen Ya swiftly moved in the direction indicated by the demon worm. Soon, he arrived before a towering stone pillar resembling the treetops. Upon gazing at the pillar, Shen Ya felt a jolt of energy course through him. With his current strength, he could not see through it. Yet his spiritual awareness informed him that a terrifying entity lay concealed within. Before he could investigate further, the demon worm had already leapt from the compass and adhered itself to the stone pillar. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the pillar emitted a sound akin to a heartbeat, and an immense force surged forth from within. Roar. Another earth-shattering roar followed, quickly morphing into a terrified scream. the seal on the pillar was silently unraveled by the demon worm. The pillar shattered, a colossal demonic aura swept forth, only to be ruthlessly absorbed by the demon worm that a serpent, as formidable as steel, materialized, its wails piercing and sorrowful. However, this serpent possessed no corporeal form. It was a demonic entity. A terrifying creation born of unknown origins. The absorption by the demon worm drove it into a frenzy. Yet, it soon realized it could not escape its confines and could only retaliate. Instantly, it stiffened. Resembling a straightened sword, lunging towards the demon worm, emitting a mournful sound that resonated with a strange metallic clang. Witnessing this scene, Shen Ya was momentarily stunned. Then, euphoria washed over him. He had been stuck at the third primary acupoint for a full 2 months, unable to find a suitable core power, and the serpent before him, like a sword, instantaneously sparked enlightenment within him. Sitting down, he focused on breaking through the fourth primary acupoint. Straight as a sword, the serpent moved like a whip. Each strike resembled a powerful swordsman wielding a lengthy sword, relentlessly attacking the demon worm. This sword, embodying both rigidity and grace, seemed to resonate with the sword imprint throughout Shen Ya's being, ascending the mountain of swords. His form became akin to a serpent sword, breaking through the fourth primary acupoint. Sword energy surged. The fourth primary acupoint, the sword's body became like a serpent, achieved. When Shen Ya opened his eyes again, the monstrous steel serpent had vanished, and the surroundings had turned eerily tranquil, with only the remnants of the shattered pillar scattered about. The demon worm, even in the face of a formidable entity, could still absorb and devour. Its entire body had become plump, clearly indicating that this harvest was far greater than the jade pendant of Fan Jing. Shameless wretch, I have absorbed the steel-forged demonic serpent. You shall not be left empty-handed. But wait a moment. I need to digest, the demon worm declared, burping heavily before retreating into Shen Ya's compass. The benefits, undoubtedly, would involve insights into the heavens and earth. This time, the demon worm would grow even more powerful. And Shen Ya was filled with anticipation. However, at that moment, his expression shifted slightly. The surviving demon beasts around him suddenly fell silent. This might have seemed inconsequential to others, but for Shen Ya, it was a signal. Ingduo was about to return. Previously, when she had slain numerous demon beasts, she had not turned back. Why was she returning now? Suddenly, Shen Ya's gaze fell upon the shattered stone pillar. By a twist of fate, I have succeeded. Shen Ya was unaware of Ingduo's sentiments regarding the stone pillar, but surely it was connected. Without further thought, he ignited the signal flame and withdrew, calling out loudly, "Everyone, assemble. We are leaving Liangtong Mountain." Chapter 136. Drag it out, sever it in the skies above the battlefield. Ingduo stood upon the back of a Tian Yujio, her expression fraught with anxiety. This time, even though she recognized the ruse, she had to return. The magic serpent stone pillar on Liangtong Mountain was under threat. The steel-forged demonic serpent was the totem revered by her tribe. From the moment she first set foot on Liangtong Mountain, she knew that a demonic serpent lay hidden within the pillar and had taken it as her faith. Now, under threat, she had no choice but to return. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed from Liangtong Mountain. Gritting her silver teeth, she murmured, "How did this person know I would return and release the signal?" A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, but in an instant, she accelerated forward, steadfast in her belief that the trap she had laid for the Eastern Prosperity Pass was complete. Even in her absence, the 300,000 Mingli troops would not escape her intricate web. Upon returning to Liangtong Mountain, Ingduo was left dumbfounded. The pillar lay in ruins, and the presence of the steel-forged demonic serpent had vanished without a trace. "Ah!" Ingduo let out a frenzied roar, suddenly leaping onto the Tian Yujio to charge back toward the Eastern Prosperity Pass. She would ensure that rivers of blood flowed in the Eastern Prosperity Pass. She would grind to dust those responsible for the destruction of the pillar. Meanwhile, Shen Ya gazed distantly at Liangtong Mountain, faintly hearing a mad roar. "There is no turning back to the Eastern Prosperity Pass. We will enter through the secret passage," Shen Ya commanded, holding a map that marked the location of the barbarians' hidden route. This map was a serendipitous discovery made by Li Yueqing and the disciples of the Moonhua Sect on Liangtong Mountain. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Ingduo would be returning to Liangtong Mountain alone. While the situation had changed, it would not result in a significant shift. Most importantly, they could not return through the Eastern Prosperity Pass.
Fortunately, that secret passage could be utilized. Brother Shen Ya, will the 300,000 troops be able to support us? Zhu Zheng asked with concern. Yes, as long as they follow my instructions, they will not fall victim to the traps set by the barbarian army. The barbarian troops, having lost their commander, are merely an ordinary army, incapable of adapting on the fly. Breaking their formation will not be difficult. Shen Ya replied. 10 days prior, he not only provided the stealth routes for the 300,000 troops, but also analyzed various scenarios. It all depended on whether that commander could execute his orders flawlessly. Moreover, they needed to resolve the situation within the time frame before Ingduo returned. As long as they execute fully, the Eastern Prosperity Pass will not easily fall. Shen Ya's words reassured the others, and their confidence in him had accumulated over the days. The secret passage was a narrow gully when Shen Ya and his companions arrived. They found it guarded by barbarians both inside and out. However, their numbers were few, and for the 800 skilled fighters, it was an easy task to slaughter them all, with 200 already fallen at Liangtong Mountain. Only 800 remained. The gully was so narrow that it could only accommodate one person at a time, stretching for dozens of miles. It was unclear how the barbarians had discovered this route. But one thing was certain, it needed to be sealed off completely. We have returned. Let us go back to the Eastern Prosperity Pass. After a full day of walking, they finally emerged from the gully. Greeted by the land of the Mingli domain, without pausing for rest, they hurried towards the Eastern Prosperity Pass, passing through desolate villages and towns, with blood and corpses strewn about. The barbarians had invaded. Burning, killing, and pillaging. At this moment, the disciples of the Moon Hua Sect truly experienced the brutality of war, witnessing refugees displaced everywhere. Along the way, they encountered several waves of barbarians, exterminating them entirely. However, at that moment, they received an unbearable piece of news. The Eastern Prosperity Pass had fallen. Brother Shen Ya, why has this happened? Why has Dongxing Pass fallen? Zhu Zheng and the others stood frozen, staring blankly at Shen Ya. Furrowing his brow, Shen Ya could only think that the 300,000 troops had not acted as he had envisioned. However, the specifics still required further investigation. Half a day later, more detailed news reached them. Dongxing Pass has not fallen, but the barbarians have breached the gates. With unwavering resolve, they have stormed into Dongxing Pass, igniting fierce battles within, employing every conceivable method to penetrate the defenses and invade the Mingli domain. According to reports, at least 200,000 barbarians have set foot on the land of the Mingli domain. Zhu Zheng hurriedly approached, bearing a series of revelations. Have the barbarians lost their minds? What purpose does such an incursion serve? Are they not merely walking into our trap? One general exclaimed, incredulous. The situation was akin to the barbarians consigning themselves to the Mingli domain, with Dongxing Pass still intact. Their entry would render them unable to return to the barbarian territories. Shen Ya remarked, the Mingli domain is vast and the terrain intricate. If these 200,000 barbarian troops disperse, what will be the outcome? A chill ran through the air. This meant that at least in the northern stretches of Dongji City, the barbarian presence would be pervasive. In that case, we will inevitably need to divide our forces to pursue these barbarians, making Dongxing Pass still perilous. Zhu Zheng grasped the implications of the barbarian strategy. If no troops were dispatched, this place would transform into a no-man's land, with ordinary civilians facing extermination at the hands of the barbarians. Let us return to Dongxing Pass first. Shortly thereafter, the group returned to Dongxing Pass. At this moment, the pass was strewn with corpses, a scene of utter carnage. Nevertheless, the defenders on the walls remained the soldiers of the Mingli army. Upon hearing their report, the soldiers hastily welcomed them inside. Yet, as they stepped into the inner gate, they were taken aback. Countless arrows were aimed at them, and a figure slowly emerged, unmistakably Li Yuankai, the deputy general who had lost 100,000 troops. He had accompanied the 300,000 soldiers, but despite his formidable prowess, he had been gravely injured and had not participated in the surprise assault on Liaotong Mountain. Shen Ya, you, a holder of the Star Medal, have colluded with the barbarians to create a secret passage. Drag him away and behead him. Li Yuankai glared coldly at Shen Ya, a mocking smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he bellowed. The eyes of the crowd widened in shock. Deputy General Li, what do you mean? Zhu Zheng shouted. Li Yuankai cast a nonchalant glance at them and replied, General Zhu, you have all been deceived by this scoundrel. He has colluded with the barbarians, and the evidence is irrefutable. Not only has he opened a secret passage, but he has also orchestrated the massacre of 14,000 soldiers from Dongxing Pass.
Such a crime cannot be absolved even with his execution. Moreover, as a disciple of the Moonlight Sect, the sect also bears suspicion of collusion with the barbarians. Arrest them all and await judgment. Instantly, all the soldiers took a step forward, advancing menacingly. General Zhu, General Yu. You are witnesses to this that I hope you will stand forth and denounce his crimes. Of course, the credit for the surprise attack on Liantong Mountain belongs to you. Li Yuankai's face bore a sinister smile. His implication was clear. He intended for Zhu Zheng and the others to conspire in Shen Ya's execution while appropriating all the accolades for themselves. Everyone, let us not forget the vengeance for those 14,000 brothers. Brothers, seize this traitor and avenge our fallen, a centurion shouted, pointing at Shen Ya. Yes, avenge our brothers. The soldiers surged forward in unison. Chapter 137, The Halberd of Ing Duo Stop. Zhu Zheng shouted, fixing his gaze on Li Yuankai. Li Daren. The defense of Dongxing Pass is due to Brother Shen Ya's merit. The surprise attack on Liantong Mountain is also his achievement, and even the discovery of the secret passage is credited to the disciples of the Moonlight Sect. We have done nothing. All the merit belongs to Shen Ya. As he spoke, Zhu Zheng's tone intensified, his inner energy surging forth. General Zhu, it seems you have fallen under his influence. The defense of Dongxing Pass is clearly due to Li Daren's efforts, who outsmarted the barbarians' web of traps and launched a flanking maneuver against their main forces, thus averting the crisis at Dongxing Pass. The centurion's expression turned cold. Yet, the strategy he spoke of had been devised by Shen Ya for the commander of the 300,000 troops. Li Yuankai had acted entirely according to Shen Ya's plan, but after its execution, he claimed all the credit for himself. Even the surprise attack on Liantong Mountain was orchestrated by Li Daren. No one in the army is unaware of this. Zhu Zheng and the others stared in disbelief. How could one be so shameless? Li Daren, are you not afraid of divine retribution? Are you not concerned that General Li Do will investigate and that the 300,000 troops will come forth to identify you? And what of General Shui? Zhu Zheng questioned, his voice tinged with madness. General Shui was the one who had remained to lead the 300,000 troops, sharing the same sentiments towards Shen Ya as Zhu Zheng. General Shui has perished on the battlefield. Li Yuankai looked up, letting out a lament. As for the 300,000 troops, they have already engaged in battle and are now the main force in pursuing the barbarian army. Perhaps they may never return. With those words, Zhu Zheng and the others shuddered. For the sake of power and glory, Li Yuankai had sacrificed General Shui and was now prepared to betray the 300,000 troops as well. General Zhu, you have been manipulated by this scoundrel Shan, losing your sense of self that we cannot allow you to remain. Seize General Zhu and leave his corpse intact for a grand burial. Li Yuankai declared suddenly. He then turned to the others. Anyone else under his influence shall be treated likewise. The soldiers advanced once more. Where is General Li Do? We demand to see General Li Do. Zhu Zheng shouted in protest. Li Yuankai chuckled lightly. What a coincidence. General Li Do is currently pursuing the barbarian forces that have entered the pass and is not within the city walls. No wonder Li Yuankai was so audacious. As long as the 300,000 troops and their 800 men were annihilated, all the credit would belong to him. Answer me, have you all been controlled? At this moment, Li Yuankai bellowed again, glaring at everyone behind Shen Ya. The crowd exchanged glances, and then some stepped forward one by one. They bowed to Shen Ya. Forgive us. We have families. We do not wish to die. In the blink of an eye, over 500 had come forward. Only a little over 200 remained, most of whom were disciples of the Moonlight Sect. Ha ha, splendid. Kill these traitorous wretches controlled by the barbarians. Li Yuankai laughed maniacally. But at that moment, a piercing cry echoed from the heavens, as a celestial feather pigeon swooped down from the clouds, followed by the descent of a massive halberd, cleaving Li Yuankai in two. In his last moments, Li Yuankai still wore a maniacal grin. His body fell lifeless to the ground as the celestial feather pigeon descended. The crowd beheld a stunning woman with sun-kissed skin standing atop its back. Her expression was chillingly cold, and she wielded a Feng Tianhua halberd, surveying the entire scene. Her gaze sent shivers through countless soldiers, as if she were their nemesis. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon Shen Ya. There is no need for gratitude. I Duo refuse to let my rival fall victim to such shameless individuals. Your 300,000 Mingli army is entirely in my custody and has been brought back to Dongxing City. I can return them all to you, but I have conditions. Duo fixed her gaze on Shen Ya. Her tone calm, yet her eyes barely concealing shock. When the 300,000 troops had pursued her, she sensed something amiss. It was not merely the tactics of that formidable strategist. Someone intended to lead the 300,000 troops to their doom. Without hesitation, she had captured them all. From these captives, she learned that this terrifying strategist was merely an ordinary disciple of the Moonlight Sect. Possessing a star medal, although she had known he was young, seeing Shen Ya now left her astounded. He was even younger than she had anticipated. Shen Ya sheathed his gray sword, realizing that had Ing Duo not appeared, he would have slain Li Yuankai with a single thrust, and then utilized the Guanghan sword array to escape. Now, that was no longer necessary. Ing Duo was almost identical to her former self. While she inspired fear in the art of war, she was also a commander worthy of admiration. Her straightforwardness and sense of justice allowed her to return the 300,000 troops, which did not surprise Shen Ya in the least. With this in mind, Shen Ya replied, "State your terms. Return the steel-refined demon serpent from within the stone pillar to me." Ing Duo commanded coldly. As expected, Shen Ya had anticipated this. "The steel-refined demon serpent is dead and cannot be returned. Please offer another condition." "That is impossible. The steel-refined demon serpent cannot be dead. It is a divine being." Divine being. Shen Ya understood. The barbarians regarded many powerful demon spirits and magical creatures as divine beings, believing that divine beings were immortal. That is not a divine being. It is merely a demon spirit. When they lose their demonic essence, they perish. Shen Ya stated, "Of course, some may still survive even after losing their demonic essence, but that steel-refined demon serpent had not reached that level." Ing Duo scrutinized Shen Ya closely, attempting to discern the truth from him. Yet, Shen Ya's eyes were calm, betraying not a hint of emotion, his heart heavy with anger. "Is it truly dead?" "It is truly dead." Clang. Suddenly, the Fang Tianhua halberd in Ing Duo's hand rang out. "Receive my strike. If you survive, I will return your 300,000 troops." With that, Ing Duo leaped down from the celestial feather pigeon. Brother Shen Ya, Ing Duo had already reached the innate stage and was far from an ordinary practitioner at that level. Should she challenge the Mingji Jinwu steel, she would surely place among the top 100. This strike seemed to possess the might to swallow the heavens. No, not merely seemed. It was indeed her overwhelming force. "Protect Shen Ya," Zhu Jing shouted. "No need. If I do not receive this strike, the 300,000 troops outside will all be slain." Shen Ya stepped forward, unleashing the tremors of sword energy from the 4th level of the chi-penetrating realm. The formidable force of the 10,000 demons' sword collided with the overwhelming might of the devouring heaven, propelling him into the air. Surrounding him, thunder rumbled and lightning flickered, an aura of demonic intent surging like a tidal wave. A murderous intent permeating the atmosphere. Indeed, this was the full power of the 3 principal acupoints. The 3rd move of the abandoned demon sword, abandoned demon life, manifested in 18 variations, each embodying 3 distinct forces. Finally, the power of the 4th principal acupoint erupted at the very moment of parrying Ing Duo's spear. The sword was as unyielding as steel, the body as agile as a serpent, a perfect harmony of rigidity and flexibility. One sword, abandoned demon life, met her overwhelming energy, yet the disparity in realms was too vast. The speed of that spear remained unabated. However, Shen Ya continuously neutralized the force with his supple strength. As if the sword in his hand were bonded to the spear, coiling around it, perpetually dissipating the impact. Chapter 138, Slaying Pang Man. The city gate, all present held their breath, their eyes bloodshot. In their gaze, Shen Ya had been struck by the heavy spear and was destined to follow in Li Yuankai's footsteps. No one harbored any illusions. The difference in realms was insurmountable, and the opponent was an extraordinarily terrifying genius. At last, the spear's glow faded, and Shen Ya landed. But at that moment, including Ing Duo, all widened their eyes in disbelief as Shen Ya, upon landing, stood firm. Aside from his tattered clothing, which bore over a dozen rents, he was utterly unscathed. The crowd waited, perhaps thinking the spear was too sharp, preventing Shen Ya's body from being split at that instant. Yet now, Shen Ya spoke. "I have withstood this spear. Does the matter of the 300,000 troops still hold weight?" Ing Duo fixed her gaze on Shen Ya, nearly unable to believe it. He had not perished. The mere 4th level of the chi-penetrating realm had managed to catch her spear, while she was at the 4th level of the innate realm. This man surpassed her not only in military prowess but also in martial talent. If he were of equal realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. This man must be eliminated. "I will kill you. There should be no place for someone like you in the Mingji domain." However, In duo, keep my word. The 300,000 troops are to be returned intact. After speaking, Ingduo remounted her Chanyu. Suddenly, she turned back. Your sword just now bore the aura of a demonic serpent. The balance of rigidity and flexibility. The steel-forged demonic serpent has inspired me greatly, Shen Ya admitted without hesitation. I see. Ingduo closed her eyes, urging her Tianyujiu to soar away from Dongsheng Pass, N01 pursued or attacked. For the lives of the 300,000 troops were at stake. The atmosphere within Dongsheng Pass was eerily silent. The over 500 deserters turned pale as sheets, filled with regret, wondering why they had stepped forward moments ago. Just who was this Shen Ya? How could he withstand a full-force strike from someone of a significantly higher realm? As for Zhu Zheng and Li Yueqing, they too silently observed Shen Ya. Li Yueqing wept again. The Moonlight Sect had truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. Most importantly, they were alive, having never felt so close to death, especially in such an unjust manner. Chattering, a discordant voice shattered the stillness. Shen Ya colluded with the barbarians, slaying General Li Yuankai. All present witnessed this. Come forth and execute this man. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man appearing before Li Yuankai's corpse. It was none other than General Pang. Previously imprisoned by Li Dou, though confined, he escaped during the chaos of the battle at Dongsheng Pass and chanced upon the recent events. Most gratifying for him was the presence of his former soldiers surrounding him. Moreover, the 500 deserters had no choice but to act if they wished to escape death. That Moonlight Sect brat was doomed. Kill sword, bright shadow. With a clang, a sword suddenly sprang from Shen Ya. The gray sword light reaching Pang Man in an instant, piercing through his heart. It was swift and elusive. Pang Man incredulously looked down to see a gaping hole in his chest. You foolish clown. You could have lived, but now that you have shown yourself, do not blame your misfortune, Shen Ya remarked, slowly sheathing the gray sword, casting a glance around at the soldiers, each filled with inexplicable dread. He had executed a kill on a seemingly powerful figure like General Pang, who was also at the 4th level of the innate realm, even after being imprisoned for over 2 months. Weakened though he may be, he should not have been so easily slain. Shen Ya disregarded everyone else, slowly striding towards the battlefield, while Zhu Zheng and Li Yueqing instinctively followed, leaving the 500 deserters and numerous bewildered soldiers behind. On the city wall, Shen Ya gazed at the battlefield. Ingduo had indeed kept her promise, returning the 300,000 troops, yet the barbarian forces loomed ominously against Dongsheng Pass. It seemed the siege was about to commence anew. As the city gates opened to welcome the 300,000 troops, each soldier, upon seeing Shen Ya, was so overwhelmed with emotion that they could scarcely speak. They had been interrogated and naturally understood that their survival was entirely due to Shen Ya. Soon, the barbarians would launch a renewed assault, and there was discord within the ranks of Dongsheng Pass. Shen Ya observed the fervent 300,000 troops and raised his voice. 300,000 troops. Heed my command. Clear the city gates. Capture all direct descendants of Li Yuankai and Pang Man. Anyone who dares to resist shall be executed without mercy. Yes, the 300,000 troops roared in unison, storming into the city. Brother Shen Ya, do not. Just then, prominent figures from within the city emerged, attempting to halt Shen Ya. Observing them, a cold smirk crept across Shen Ya's face. Why had they chosen this moment to appear? Where had they been when Li Yuankai turned against him? Do you wish to see the city fall? Shen Ya inquired. A commander replied, Brother Shen Ya, there are matters we have not clarified. No one will overlook your merits. Nor can anyone take what is rightfully yours. But this Dongsheng Pass is not for you to command. Shen Ya regarded them coolly. Is that so? But I can command these 300,000 troops. Kill. You, Brother Shen Ya. If you continue to act recklessly, do not blame us for being impolite. With a smirk, Shen Ya retorted, if I recall correctly, within the city, the owners of star-level medals rank just below General Li Dou. I wish to see who dares to be impolite to me. As his words fell, the several commanders were left speechless. Either be silent, or await the barbarian assault on the city. I want to see if you possess the courage to stop me. Shen Ya stood defiantly, and the commanders remained motionless. If they gave the order, an internal conflict would erupt within the city. Meanwhile, the 300,000 troops were only listening to Shen Ya. General Li Dou will never allow you to act recklessly. Your future is ruined. Ultimately, they merely issued stern warnings. With a calm smile, Shen Ya paid them no heed. He would deal with matters as they should be dealt with. The 300,000 troops surged forth against those who had besieged them. All resistors would be executed. Brother Shen Ya, we were wrong. We were truly wrong. We have families. The over 500 traders were also captured, trembling as they knelt on the ground. Who among us does not have family? Shen Ya spoke gently to them, then suddenly turned cold. Execute. At this moment, Zhu Jing opened his mouth but could not find the words. All 500 traders lost their heads. Shen Ya never showed mercy to traders. The Dongxing Pass was now thoroughly cleansed. Heads rolling across the ground. The entire city enveloped in silence, a chilling atmosphere of death, all gazing at Shen Ya with fear. Though some were fervent admirers that in summary, Dongxing Pass was now tightly united. Hearts and minds aligned. Impressive, truly impressive. A person like this should not be outside the army. It is a travesty. Beneath the armory tower, two black-armored guards lamented. They had witnessed everything that transpired. All that had occurred on the battlefield was gleaned from conversations among the soldiers. What else could they do but marvel? Of course, they were dispatched by the armory tower of Mingli City and were prohibited from interfering in any matters beyond the armory tower. Chapter 139. The Beauty Scheme. Boom. Boom, boom. The war drums sounded, and the barbarian forces launched another assault on the city. Yet this time, they retreated after merely half a day, unable to breach the defenses. General Ing, why did you let those 300,000 Mingji troops go? Observing Ing Duo's order to withdraw, the barbarian commanders questioned in confusion. Without those 300,000 troops, victory would have been assured. Does Ing Duo need to explain my actions to you? Ing Duo wrestled with her thoughts. She had not anticipated that Shen Ya could truly withstand her spear. Had she slain him, the 300,000 troops would never have been returned, and with the chaos within Dongxing Pass, she would have had at least an 80% chance of capturing it. Yet, she was a woman of her word, and there was no room for regret. Shen Ya. Ing Duo softly uttered his name, recalling the past month of covert battles, where he seemed to have calculated every move. More terrifyingly, he had not tested her with an army of 14,000 merely for greater power, but to ensure the loyalty of all the soldiers to him that in essence, all of her schemes, including the traps set at Madong Mountain, had been seen through by him. Such a person was too formidable. If he were to join my barbarian domain, how could we not seize the abundant spirit vein lands of the Mingji domain? Ing Duo suddenly found herself reluctant to kill Shen Ya. Instead, she wished to persuade him to join the barbarian domain, yet this was far more difficult than killing him. While the northern barbarian domain boasted vast lands, it was severely lacking in spiritual veins. The desert terrain nearly enveloped the entire barbarian domain, leading to a scarcity of spiritual energy, which was the root of the conflict between the barbarian and Mingji domains. Withdraw, maintain pressure on Dongxing Pass, and simultaneously dispatch light-winged birds to instruct 20,000 soldiers to disperse into the northern regions of Dongji City, seeking ways to conceal their identities and evade pursuit. Ing Duo commanded. This time, there was no chance of breaching Dongxing Pass. Instead, she intended for the 20,000 troops to create chaos in the northern regions of Dongji City. The secret passage had been discovered, and the chances of these 20,000 troops returning were nearly non-existent. Concealed within the eastern extreme city region, there may indeed be significant utility in the future. Of course, there lingers a glimmer of opportunity. As the Eastern Prosperity Pass will inevitably seek methods to eliminate the 200,000 strong. At that juncture, perhaps there will be vulnerabilities to exploit. As night fell, Li Do returned to the Eastern Prosperity Pass. The formidable barbarian expert he had grievously injured had nonetheless managed to escape. Upon entering the city gates, Li Do was taken aback. The atmosphere was palpably ominous, the entire fortress shrouded in a chilling aura. It was as if all soldiers had been thoroughly unified, their hearts and minds aligned. Something he had previously struggled to achieve. He was all too aware of the limitations of his subordinates. They were certainly incapable of orchestrating such cohesion. Hastily, he returned to the main war hall and summoned his deputy generals. The moment they gathered, they all knelt in unison, raising their voices in lamentation as they began to report grievances to Li Do. After listening to their chaotic and disjointed accounts, Li Do was left in a state of disbelief. The current situation at the Eastern Prosperity City was, astonishingly, orchestrated by Shen Ya. How could this be? He had only recently arrived at the Eastern Prosperity Pass. How could the soldiers have yielded to him? Yet, he discerned immediately that the deputies had not conveyed the entire truth. Their bias was glaringly evident. He called upon Zhu Zheng and others for further questioning, and his dismay only deepened. The movements of the 300,000 troops were not directed by Li Yuan, but rather meticulously planned by Shen Ya. who had methodically gathered the army on the battlefield. However, he had sacrificed a staggering 14,000 men in the process. Upon returning to the city, his methods had been ruthlessly severe, resulting in countless deaths. This lad is indeed like a demon. Yet his actions are precisely calculated. Li Dou pieced together the entire situation. Further analysis of Shen Ya's every move filled him with increasing trepidation. Was this individual capable of prophecy? No wonder even the opposing commander could not resist stepping into the Eastern Prosperity Pass to confront him. In duo, another formidable barbarian leader has emerged, though she is also a pitiable woman, Li Dou remarked. Zhu Zheng and the others readily concurred, feeling utterly outmaneuvered by Shen Ya. Moreover, Li Dou recognized that the entire Eastern Prosperity Pass, even the northern region of the Eastern Extreme City, owed a debt of gratitude to Shen Ya. Were it not for him, the land would now be in ruins, and his own reputation would be tarnished. Even his master, Yi Feng, would face blame. This young man was indeed too formidable, too fearsome. Yu Lot allowed Li Yuan to slander Shen Ya, nearly leading to Shen Ya's demise, and now, instead of reflecting on your actions, you dare to come before me to lodge complaints. Guards, take them away and administer 100 military lashes. Li Dou fumed, glaring at the deputy generals with fury. Such a genius had nearly been lost under his watch. If his junior sister were to find out, he could scarcely bear to contemplate the consequences. The deputy generals were left in stunned silence. Was not Li Dou supposed to be displeased with that young man? Although they were acquainted, their relationship seemed devoid of any deep ties. More critically, this would tarnish his reputation, allowing for the slaughter of countless soldiers while he was absent from the Eastern Prosperity Pass. Such disregard for his authority was simply unacceptable. Why was General Li so just? No one knew that Li Dou harbored a formidable junior sister in his heart. Besides, even without Yi Ningxiang, he would not treat Shen Ya poorly, for such a great talent. How could he suppress him? General Li, we must find a way to keep brother Shen Ya in the army, Zhu Zheng implored. Observing the deputy generals being taken away, the other commanders who had followed Shen Ya also knelt in unison. Alas, his ambitions lie elsewhere. Li Dou sighed, before adding, I shall make another attempt. Shortly thereafter, Li Dou stood before Shen Ya. The preservation of the Eastern Prosperity Pass is almost entirely your doing. What reward do you desire? Shen Ya replied, whatever reward is appropriate will suffice. As for promotion, I shall forego it. Soon, I will return to the Moonlight Sect. Li Dou smirked, realizing that Shen Ya had not even allowed him to finish his proposition before outright rejecting it. Shen Ya, with your capabilities, you may one day surpass Marshal Yi. If you are willing to join the army, I could assist you in courting my junior sister. Li Dou revealed his ace, though internally he thought, this matter must not be known to my junior sister. Nevertheless, he genuinely harbored such intentions to be worthy of his junior sister. One must possess formidable military prowess and strength. Currently, Shen Ya embodied both qualities. More importantly, his junior sister would not be averse to him. Furthermore, Shen Ya had the advantage of potentially piquing her interest in weaponry, which would make gaining his master's approval considerably easier. They were simply a perfect match. Shen Ya was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a hint of incredulity. General Li, to persuade me to stay, you would even offer up Miss Yi. I am deeply touched by your intentions, but I harbor no romantic feelings for Miss Yi. Li Dou felt a surge of displeasure. Was Shen Ya implying that his junior sister lacked charm? Shen Ya, do not overstep. How could you dismiss my junior sister? Who do you think you are? Having no romantic feelings and finding her unattractive are not the same, Shen Ya countered. Li Dou was rendered speechless. Shen Ya's expression conveyed a complete lack of interest in that regard, as though he did not even view his junior sister as a woman. How utterly frustrating. My junior sister has aided you so much, and you respond like a block of wood. Chapter 140, The Land of Opportunity. Dantai's noble spirit. This conversation had reached an impasse. Discussing matters with a blockhead was futile. The beauty of my junior sister's charms had utterly failed. In that case, the reward you deserve will be delivered to you. However, your temporary position as a general ends here, if I am not mistaken. The Eastern Extreme City will soon dispatch disciples from various sects to join the campaign against the barbarian soldiers at that time. You shall represent the Moonlight Sect and join the extermination team, Li Dou stated wearily. Shen Ya nodded. Having anticipated such a development, the Eastern Prosperity Pass could no longer afford to send any soldiers to eliminate the 200,000 invading barbarians. What then? Naturally, it would be up to the sect disciples to join in. allowing them to hone their skills while also earning military merit. Coupled with rewards, many would be eager to participate. In the days that followed, the 20,000 barbarian troops dispersed into the northern region of the eastern extreme city. Some chose to conceal their identities, while others transformed into bandits. The difficulty of pursuit became exceedingly immense. Achieving a complete eradication was nearly impossible, yet at the very least, they needed to eliminate 99%. Otherwise, the entire northern region would descend into prolonged turmoil. More alarmingly, the barbarians might have other sinister plots in motion. Subsequently, as Li Do had surmised, the eastern extreme city issued orders for disciples from various sects to join the campaign against the barbarian forces. Slaying a barbarian would yield 1 low-grade spirit stone. Killing a barbarian centurion would grant 1 middle-grade spirit stone. A 1,000-man captain would reward 10 middle-grade spirit stones, and a 10,000-man commander would bestow high-grade spirit stones, elixirs, and even martial techniques as rewards. Most enticing of all was the announcement that the disciple from any sect who achieved the highest kill count would earn a chance to enter the eastern extreme city. Sacred Forest Palace. The Sacred Forest Palace was said to house the insights of countless powerful ancestors and even offer guidance from the strong. With such generous rewards, valorous men would emerge. Disciples from numerous sects began to flock to the extermination teams. Over the next 10 days, even a 7th-tier sect from outside the eastern extreme city joined the fray. This campaign against the barbarians transformed into a grand competition among the sect disciples. Nevertheless, the Moonlight Sect held the greatest advantage. Firstly, the Moonlight Sect had begun preparations 10 days prior. Secondly, they had a substantial number of participants. Although nearly 10,000 external disciples had perished in the previous battle at the Eastern Prosperity Pass, there remained around 8,000 or 9,000 disciples. Under such circumstances, if they did not hold an advantage, they might as well give up. Of course, the external disciples were rather weak and their impact limited. What a pity that junior brother Shen Ya lacks interest in exterminating the barbarians. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly secure even greater rewards. If this continues, we might be surpassed. Hua Susu lamented as she observed the increasing number of 7th-tier sects vying for participation. Junior brother Shen's uniqueness is precisely what grants him such terrifying capabilities, Jiang Linshan sighed. Moreover, exterminating barbarian soldiers holds no value for him. He has no need to hone himself in such a manner. The others wholeheartedly agreed. Among the 200,000 barbarians, the truly powerful were few and far between. For them, it could serve as a means to sharpen their killing skills, but did Shen Ya require such experiences? Sisterly, who exactly is junior brother Shen? One disciple inquired. Despite being merely at the low-grade Xian level, his ascension to the Moonlight Sect seemed peculiar. How could someone at such a level possess such extraordinary abilities? We still do not know. The sect leader has already begun investigations, came the reply. After the situation at the Eastern Prosperity Pass stabilized, Li Yueqing prioritized relaying Shen Ya's actions in the military back to the sect, and results would likely surface soon, within the confines of the Eastern Prosperity Pass. In Shen Ya's courtyard, he had been in seclusion for 10 days. During this time, he was undisturbed. The demonic worm has yet to fully digest. It seems I cannot afford to wait any longer. For the past 10 days, Shen Ya had been preparing for the land of opportunity. First, he utilized the considerable rewards bestowed by Li Do to procure 100 superior-grade Xian swords. Then, he employed the pattern diagram to forge the 100-sword thunder array. He also inscribed several pattern diagrams that would prove invaluable in the land of opportunity. Finally, he entered seclusion to cultivate, elevating his realm to the pinnacle of the 4th level of the acupoint opening stage. Initially, Shen Ya had intended to wait for the demonic worm to awaken once more to comprehend the heavens and identify the core power of the 5th main acupoint. However, he no longer wished to delay. Rising, he departed, and 2 days later, Shen Ya arrived at the secret passage opened by the barbarians. At this point, the passage was guarded by the Mingli army. They had not completely sealed it off, as the eastern extreme city still harbored hopes for its future utility. Thus, Shen Ya, disguised as a member of the Mingli army, infiltrated the passage. Before long, he emerged outside the fortress, his movements remaining undetected. He spent merely 2 hours traversing to the location marked on the map as Fishpine territory. The terrain is intricate, and even amidst the chaos of battle, no one dares to tread upon it. Human presence is nearly non-existent. That a few years after her previous life, Ingduo discovered an opportunity in this locale. Consequently, Dantai Mingli dispatched several of her attendants to Lutong Mountain to draw Ingdua's attention. In the end, only Shen Ya survived, while Dantai Mingli effortlessly secured the opportunity for herself. Upon entering the Yutong domain, Shen Ya swiftly arrived at the site of the opportunity. A colossal mountain wall loomed before him. The wall was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been severed by a blade, standing out starkly in the Yutong domain. However, most would not feel any particular sensation upon encountering the wall. Only with careful observation could one discern that the wall resembled a massive stone, seemingly cast down by an unknown powerful entity the Yutong domain. This wall was an alien artifact. The opportunity lay within its confines. Shen Ya nimbly ascended the wall and affixed the prepared inscription map. The map activated the formation on the wall. With a crack, a cave was revealed, and without hesitation, he stepped inside, only to be momentarily stunned. Who goes there? Inside the cave. Several voices boomed, and streams of true energy surged towards Shen Ya. Not daring to be complacent, he took a step back. Scanning the interior of the cave, he observed a cluster of individuals, numbering over a dozen. With the most striking being a young man and a sinister elder. The elder was enveloped in demonic energy, unmistakably not an ordinary warrior, but a practitioner of the demonic path that as for the young man. He was exceedingly handsome, with a fair complexion and an air of arrogance that made him impossible to overlook. He donned lavish garments of gold and silver, standing there with an undeniable presence. Naturally, these individuals posed no threat to Shen Ya. Rather, he was more concerned that he recognized the young man, Dantai. This individual was the second most talented genius of the Dantai family, after Dantai Mingli. Exuding an aura of pride befitting his name, he was also the brother of Dantai Mingzhu, who had been slain by Ningxiang. In his previous life, Shen Ya had contended with Dantai Mingli over family power, but ultimately could not match her, and thus became her right-hand man until they ascended the path of emperors, at which point he was still alive. Why was he here? Chapter 141. Cooperation. Do you possess the qualifications? Oh. It dawned on Shen Ya that in his previous life, Dantai Mingli had learned of this opportunity from Dantai Aogu. That he recalled that Dantai Aogu had spent several years unable to obtain this opportunity and subsequently reported it to his family. Dantai Mingli had taken on the task and effortlessly claimed it. When had Dantai Aogu discovered the wall, and under what circumstances had he learned of the opportunity within? Shen Ya was unaware. However, he now understood the coincidence. At this very moment, and in conjunction with the demonic practitioners. Young brother, who are you, and how do you know of this wall? How are you able to unravel the restrictions upon it? At that moment, the elder gestured for the others to step back. The group quickly encircled Shen Ya, sealing off the cave's exit to deny him any chance of escape. Furrowing his brow, Shen Ya remarked, I merely passed through and thought to take a look. In the current situation, it was clear that there would be no resolution. Shen Ya remained vigilant, his true energy swirling within him, deliberately revealing the strength of the fourth level of the Zhongxue realm. Since you all arrived here first, I shall take my leave. With that, Shen Ya turned to depart. You think you can leave after coming here? The elder, upon seeing Shen Ya's cultivation level, immediately relaxed his guard. Suddenly, his hand morphed into a black claw, infused with tremendous demonic energy, reaching out towards Shen Ya. The elder was at the peak of the innate realm. This claw was guaranteed to succeed. 100-sword heavenly thunder formation. Yet, at the instant the demonic energy appeared, Shen Ya shouted, 100 top-grade swords, hidden within his storage pouch, soared forth, unleashing the 100-sword heavenly thunder. In a flash of lightning, the swords collided heavily with the elder's black claw. The 100 swords surged forth, entwined in lightning, akin to a purple divine dragon, exhibiting unparalleled dominance and might. Ah! The elder let out a pained cry. Instantly pierced by the 100 swords, meeting his demise without understanding how he had died, the swords returned, and Shen Ya turned his gaze towards the surrounding individuals, ultimately resting it upon Dantai Aogu. That moment. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Even the previously haughty Dantai Aogu displayed an expression of incredulity as Shen Ya's gaze fell upon him. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes, and his storage pouch emitted a bright glow, revealing 9 shields. The shields revolved around him, continuously spinning. These were Earth-grade protective treasures. Talented disciples from sects of the 7th rank and above always carried life-saving items when venturing outside. Dantai Aogu, at this moment, was still far from the elder's level, and thus felt the pressure of Shen Ya's 100-sword heavenly thunder formation.
9-pattern mystic shield, so Dantai Algu has already acquired it at this juncture. Shen Ya mused inwardly. He realized that with only half the power of his 100-sword Heavenly Thunder, it was nearly impossible to breach Dantai Algu's shield. Hence, when he unleashed the 100 swords once more, his target shifted to the other individuals surrounding him. The 9-pattern mystic shield could only protect its wielder, not others. The dozen or so individuals within the cave, aside from Dantai Algu, were all slain by Shen Ya's 100 swords. No matter who you are, you cannot breach my 9-pattern mystic shield. Let us converse, Dantai Algu stated flatly, his arrogance still evident on his face. Talk. Very well, what shall we discuss? Shen Ya inquired. Since you have managed to arrive here, you must possess some understanding of this place. Even being able to unlock the restrictions within. However, your cultivation is too weak. Every opportunity left behind has numerous challenges to test one's worth. Why not collaborate, and we shall split the spoils equally? Dantai Algu spoke confidently. Devoid of fear, suddenly, Shen Ya chuckled. Do you possess the qualifications? By what right do you claim an equal share? There are no challenges here for me. As soon as he finished speaking, a flicker of malice crossed Dantai Algu's face. It had always been he who questioned others' qualifications. Suppressing his anger, he replied, No challenges? That is excellent. But do you truly believe I am alone? The person you just killed was from the Xiaoma sect. And moreover, he was an elder. His body contained a demonic seed, and his death must have been reported to the Xiaoma sect by now. Shen Ya responded. And what of it? The eastern city gate remains unbreached. The Xiaoma sect cannot leave the city. Haha. Dantai Algu laughed heartily. Since you hail from within the city, you cannot possibly be unaware that the barbarians have entered the northern part of Dongji City through a secret passage, and this passage was divulged to them by the Xiaoma sect. His expression shifted slightly. No wonder the secret passage was so close to the Yutong domain. When the Yutong had presented the map, Shen Ya had been taken aback for quite some time, initially believing it to be mere coincidence. Are you frightened? Let us cooperate. I will find a way to delay the Xiaoma sect's arrival. Dantai Algu observed Shen Ya's expression. Moreover, you can see that I am not a practitioner of the demonic path. Do you think I lack a backup plan in collaborating with the Xiaoma sect? Outside the Yutong domain, I still have my guards that a team I command. They will charge in. Shen Ya closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Dantai Algu was not anxious. He believed the individual before him would surely relent. Although this person's appearance was an unexpected shock to him, it bore another advantage. He had not anticipated that someone could easily unravel the restrictions of the mountain wall. Thus, perhaps the more critical restrictions ahead could also be unraveled. Abruptly, Shen Ya opened his eyes. Did you just say I cannot breach your 9-pattern mystic shield? Dantai Algu looked up in surprise. I am quite eager to test that 100 swords. Arise. With a sudden shout, the surrounding swords, crackling with lightning, once again formed a purple dragon, hurtling towards Dantai Algu. Dantai Algu, under the impression that Shen Ya was merely contemplating with his eyes closed, was unaware that Shen Ya was using his spiritual consciousness to observe and sense the flaws in the 9-pattern mystic shield. Even the most extraordinary treasures possess imperfections, albeit difficult to perceive. However, Shen Ya had now seen through it as the 100 swords surged forth. Dantai Algu's expression changed drastically. He frantically circulated his true energy to reinforce the 9-pattern mystic shield. The next moment, he was horrified to discover that under the onslaught of the 100 swords, the 9-pattern mystic shield emitted a mournful cry. The shield possessed a soul, just as the gray sword did. This cry alerted him to the immense threat facing the shield. Before he could react, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Dantai Algu staggered back, retreating repeatedly, his entire body trembling, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Finally, with a cry, he was forcefully ejected from the cave by the 100 swords. He had barely stood at the entrance of the cave, ready to flee, after witnessing the might of Shen Ya's 100 swords. Yet he had never anticipated being blasted out that he crashed heavily into a cluster of boulders before the mountain wall, creating a long trail of debris. When he stood up, he spat out another mouthful of blood and noticed several cracks had appeared on the 9-pattern mystic shield. Meanwhile, the cave within the mountain wall had already sealed shut. Chapter 142. The Sword in the Dark, You Scoundrel. Dantai Algu let out a low growl that he had never felt so utterly humiliated, especially considering that his opponent was merely a trifling practitioner of the 4th level of the Zhongxue realm. Young Master Algu, are you all right? Just then, several figures suddenly appeared, revealing themselves to be Dantai Algu's guards.
Have the Xiaoma sect reneged? Just moments ago, he had indeed contacted these hidden guards, rather than negotiating cooperation with Shen Ya. He had been stalling for time, awaiting the arrival of his guards. However, the distance between the guards and him was not insignificant. These guards had originally been tasked with dealing with the Xiaoma sect, secretly protecting Dantai, unbeknownst to even the Xiaoma sect. Have you discovered any experts within the Yutong domain? Dantai remained silent, coldly inquiring. The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Go, scour the entire Yutong territory. See if there are any others lurking within. Dantai commanded. Half an hour later, all the guards returned, confirming that the Yutong territory was now devoid of any presence apart from themselves. Unless the opponent was so formidable that they could not be detected, which was improbable. Otherwise, why would they allow a mere fourth-tier adventurer to enter? Dantai feared that Shen Ya was not alone, but accompanied by other skilled guardians. No experts, only him alone. Very well, we shall remain here. Dantai stated coldly. He could not unravel the restrictions on the mountain wall, for those were techniques possessed solely by the Xiaomo sect. However, there was but one exit from the mountain wall. Once the opponent emerged, it would be a deadlock. Inform the Xiaomo sect that someone has intruded into the Yutong territory with the intent to seize what rightfully belongs to us. This was merely a fade. As he had mentioned, the Xiaomo sect possessed demonic seeds and would soon discover that the elder had been slain, dispatching their experts. Within the mountain wall, Shen Ya was undoubtedly aware that Dantai was merely stalling for time. Thus, he would not waste a moment with Dantai. If he could not slay him, he would force him out of the mountain wall. The Dao traces. At this moment, he had already stepped into the second realm within the mountain wall, the true place where opportunities lay. Dantai and the Xiaomo sect were confined to the first cave, and it would not be until years later that Dantai Mingli would successfully unravel the second restriction. Of course, this was because Shen Ya had gone to attracting duo. Regarding this place of opportunity, Shen Ya was only aware of what Dantai Mingli had acquired and endured. Yet he had never entered. He was unaware of the Dao traces present within. It is the Dao traces laid down by a formidable swordsman. Shen Ya murmured, yet was not surprised, for his purpose in coming to this place of opportunity was indeed for the sword. He endured the urge to absorb, suppressing the trembling of the gray sword and broken sword, as he made his way deeper along the azure stone passage. Soon, a small wooden cabin appeared before him. In front of the cabin stood a stone sculpture, depicting a faceless figure. As Shen Ya approached, the faceless figure suddenly split open a pair of eyes, appearing exceedingly eerie. Suddenly, an ancient voice emanated from within the cabin. Seize my opportunity and defeat the stone sculpture. Bang, bang, bang. The stone sculpture abruptly shook, countless stones cascading down upon him, producing a heavy sound. These stones were no ordinary stones. There was no time to ponder, for the stone sculpture had begun to exude a powerful aura. An immensely heavy sword intent emanated from the sculpture, accompanied by an aura surpassing that of the innate realm. Senior, is there another way to obtain your inheritance? Shen Ya asked with a bitter smile. Originally, he had crafted the 100 Swords Thunder Array to defeat the stone sculpture in front of the cabin, but unexpectedly encountered a powerful figure from the Xiaomo sect, rendering the 100 Swords Thunder Array ineffective. If the voice from within the cabin denied or did not respond, he would have no choice but to leave. There is, comprehend the Dao traces within the passage, the ancient voice within the cabin replied. Shen Ya's eyes sparkled with determination as he turned and dashed into the passage. He sat cross-legged within the passage, then activated the surrounding Dao traces in an instant. The Dao traces surged forth like a torrent, wildly rushing towards the 10,000 sword demonic cave. Later arrivals. What are you doing? The old man did not instruct you to absorb the Dao traces. Cease this at once. A thunderous roar erupted from within the cabin. The ancient voice bellowing angrily, an invisible force struck Shen Ya. Yet the 10,000 sword demonic cave had already begun absorbing. How could it possibly stop? How could anyone prevent it? A tremor resonated from an unknown location within the 10,000 sword demonic cave. Similarly, an invisible force repelled the power emanating from the cabin, while Shen Ya remained motionless, continuing to absorb. Kid, what are you? The voice from within the cabin was filled with terror. In truth, comprehending the Dao traces was nearly an impossible task for Shen Ya at this moment. The individual within the cabin was aware of this, hence the imposition of such stringent conditions. Heaven knows, Shen Ya was directly absorbing. Even if he absorbed, it was of little consequence. Many sword souls could absorb the Dao traces of the sword, and he could easily halt it. However, The sensation emanating from Shen Ya just now was beyond description. Before this power, he felt incredibly insignificant. Shen Ya did not respond, instead remaining vigilant, since the 10,000 sword demonic cave could absorb. It indicated that the sword hidden in the darkness would once again unleash its sword might. Indeed, Shen Ya observed that in the dark corner, the sword body was gradually revealing itself. He could not ascertain how much time had passed. But at the very moment the Tao traces within the passage were entirely absorbed, the complete sword body emerged. Yet, only the sword body was visible. As for the sword hilt, only a small portion could be seen. Boom. The sword might descended, and Shen Ya's hair stood on end in alarm as he met it with the small formation of the 10,000 demonic sword might, attempting to withstand this surge. However, as before, the small formation of the 10,000 demonic sword might remained pitifully weak. Shen Ya, recalling his previous experience, suppressed that terrifying sword might with his formidable spiritual consciousness, forcing it back once more. The sword in the darkness emitted a reluctant roar, a terrifying growl. Suppress, and suppress again. What exactly is within you? The ancient voice within the cabin trembled, although the sword might resided within Shen Ya's body. As a former master of the sword, he could distinctly sense its overwhelming and frenzied nature. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Shen Ya finally completed the suppression. He exhaled deeply, feeling as though his 10,000 demonic sword might had improved. Senior, I have absorbed your Tao traces. Although I am currently unable to comprehend them, I believe that one day I shall succeed. I wonder if this will suffice for me to obtain your inheritance. Rising to his feet, Shen Ya approached the cabin once more, gently inquiring, You first tell me, what is that ghastly thing within you? Shen Ya shook his head. It cannot be disclosed, but it is an entity that can lead me onto the path of becoming an emperor. The cabin fell into silence. A full quarter of an hour passed before the ancient voice grew even more aged. If you wish to obtain my inheritance, you must first accomplish a task for me. You must agree to go to Central Divine Continent and annihilate the Tsongshan Academy. Chapter 143. The demonic worms of the abyss awakened from meals. Very well. In his previous life, the Tsongshan Academy of Central Divine Continent was annihilated by Dantai Mingli. You may enter now. The door of the cabin creaked open slowly. Shen Ya stepped inside, finding a simple wooden cabin where an old man sat, his wrinkles resembling a spider's web, covering his face. The old man's eyes were deeply sunken, his pupils nearly vanished, leaving only hollowness. Within the cabin, aside from the rocking chair beneath the old man, there was only an ancient and mysterious forging platform, covered in dust. Observing the old man, Shen Ya bowed respectfully, saying, Senior, beneath the forging platform lies a contract. Retrieve it and drop your blood upon it. The old man spoke coldly. Without hesitation, Shen Ya retrieved the contract from beneath the forging platform, which was crafted from special paper. Glancing over the contents of the contract, it merely stipulated that he was to annihilate the Tsongshan Academy. Without a moment's pause, he dripped blood, completing the contract. Very well. From this day forth, you are my disciple. Long Uzi.at. The instant you signed the contract, the small compartment beneath the forging platform unlocked, revealing the storage ring within, which contains my entire inheritance. Once more, Shen Ya approached the forging platform. Locating the smallest compartment at the very bottom, he retrieved a storage ring, far superior to a storage bag, its capacity immeasurably greater. Drop your blood to recognize the master. He dripped blood upon the ring, and immediately perceived everything within it. This ring possessed a spatial dimension of at least 100 meters square, yet it was filled with various stones. Only a small area contained several jade slips. Additionally, there were a few jade bottles, likely containing medicinal pills. Those jade slips are the essence of my life. The medicinal pills within the bottles are scarce, yet still precious to you. As for the multitude of stones, they are the raw materials needed for forging weapons and treasures, diverse in variety. Once you learn my techniques, you will naturally discern their significance. Long Yuzi explained in a deep voice. In the past, I, Long Yuzi, was immensely wealthy, with countless raw materials and treasures, yet I was pursued by the Tsongshan Academy, forced to flee into this desolate east wilderness. Long Yuzi had once hidden within this mountain wall, using all his strength to transform into a shooting star, escaping to the east wilderness. However, due to excessive consumption, he met a tragic end here. Tell me, should the Tsongshan Academy be destroyed? Long Yuzi suddenly inquired. Indeed, it should be destroyed. However, Senior, Is 300 years not too short a time frame? Shen Ya questioned. The contract stipulated that if Shen Ya failed to obliterate the Songshan Academy within 300 years, he would face obliteration. Not at all. Not a moment too long. Long Yuzi replied coldly. Besides, you possess within you the potential to become an emperor. Even without that, it matters not. Should you be obliterated, I shall simply choose another avenger to whom I will continue to impart my teachings. Shen Ya's gaze sharpened, and by obtaining my inheritance, you shall experience 300 years of glory, even if you face obliteration. You will not lose out, will you? Long Yuzi's voice grew increasingly sinister, as though he were emerging from the depths of the abyss. Now, you may take my inheritance and embark upon your journey of vengeance. With that, Long Yuzi commanded Shen Ya to leave, showing no intention of guiding Shen Ya in his cultivation. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. If he recalled correctly, in his previous life, Dantai Mingli had received meticulous guidance from Long Yuzi. This treatment was markedly different. Farewell. A subtle chill graced Shen Ya's expression as he did not inquire further, turning to exit the wooden cabin. Suddenly, Shen Ya halted once more before the door of the quaint wooden cabin. Predecessor, to my knowledge, the pursuit by Songshan Academy against you is not without reason. It all stems from your past indiscretions. Having seduced and violated the wife of the Academy's master, thus inciting the calamity that befalls you today. This information, of course, was gleaned from Shen Ya's previous life in the central divine continent. At that time, Dantai Mingli was acutely aware of the motivations behind Long Yuzi's persecution, yet she still annihilated Songshan Academy, fulfilling her contract. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Yuzi nearly leapt up in disbelief. You are not from the eastern wilderness. Who, pray tell, are you? As for who I am, predecessor, that need not concern you. I merely wish to ascertain whether what I have said holds true. Shen Ya inquired. Long Yuzi, with his deeply sunken eyes, fixated intently upon Shen Ya, forcing out a cold smirk. And if it is true, what of it? You have already signed the contract, which proves that you are not one of those pretentious guardians of virtue. You, indeed, must exact my vengeance. You speak profoundly, predecessor. Yet may I inquire about the significance of the stone sculpture outside? Shen Ya gestured towards the statue that represented the true martial realm, transcending innate capabilities. At that moment, the sculpture appeared unchanged, yet it subtly emanated a formidable aura. I can sense that a potent force is brewing within the stone. Predecessor, you wouldn't intend to kill me, would you? Long Yuzi's eyes widened in astonishment. This youth could even perceive such a detail. Hehehe. Suddenly, Long Yuzi erupted into a bizarre laughter. Kid, you truly astonish me. I did not anticipate that my attempt to allay your suspicions would be so effortlessly thwarted by your insight. But what can you do? With your mere 4th level of the acupoint realm, how can you possibly contend? Long Yuzi continued. In truth, attempting to dispel your suspicions is a superfluous endeavor. You are far too lacking. Predecessor, am I truly insufficient? Shen Ya questioned. Insufficient. You are woefully inadequate. As a mere low-grade martial root in the Xian rank, how could you ever inherit my legacy? How could you seek vengeance on my behalf? You are destined to perish upon your demise. The terrifying force dwelling within you will remain in my possession, thereby augmenting the strength of my next avenger. Thus, the likelihood of annihilating Songshan Academy will be significantly enhanced. Long Yuzi emitted a frenzied cackle. I refuse to wait another 300 years. He drew Shen Ya into the wooden cabin, not only to dispel his suspicions, but also to gauge Shen Ya's talent. Yet he found it utterly lacking. In that fleeting moment, Long Yuzi resolved to eliminate Shen Ya in his prior life. Dantai Mingli possessed extraordinary talent, and Long Yuzi had diligently guided her. In this life, however, Shen Ya's martial roots were deplorable, thus he would simply extinguish his existence. Long Yuzi, are you not afraid that I might risk everything to slay you? You are, after all, but a fragment of a soul. Shen Ya queried indifferently. Ha ha ha. The contract is binding. Should you strike, both spirit and form will be obliterated. Long Yuzi roared with laughter, his gaze coldly fixed upon Shen Ya. Then prepared to manipulate the stone sculpture to obliterate him at that moment. However, Shen Ya produced a compass and hurled it towards Long Yuzi. Demonic worm, arise. It is time for your meal. Ugh, shameless brat. Do you not realize that I have yet to fully digest the steel-refining demon serpent? To disturb me now, your opportunity for enlightenment has vanished. I shall deduct it from you. Wow, what a powerful demonic aura. The demonic worm, still groggy from sleep, cursed vehemently mid-sentence. She shrieked, bursting forth from the compass. Her gaze locked upon Long Yuzi, drooling profusely. Shen Ya inquired again, "Demonic worm, will you still deduct my opportunity?" Chapter 144. The Tome of Heavenly Craftsmanship. No deductions, truly no deductions. I must say, young man, you treat me far too well. I am utterly enamored with you. With such a potent demonic aura. The demonic worm had entirely forsaken her principles. Fearing a misstep, Shen Ya swiftly departed with the compass in hand. What in the world is this grotesque entity? Long Yuzi had long since perished. His current state was merely a manifestation of resentment and the demonic aura lingering in the surroundings. Accumulated over the years, forming a fiend. Instinctively, he trembled in dread. Demonic worm. What? Demonic worm? Which kind of demonic worm? Shen Ya's response nearly sent Long Yuzi into a frenzy. As a former formidable being, he was well aware of what a demonic worm entailed. The kind you are already aware of, Shen Ya replied. Long Yuzi collapsed into despair. No, it cannot be. How can you possess a demonic worm? This is a being that even those of the quasi-imperial level cannot subjugate. You cannot possibly achieve this. What in the world are you? I do not raise you. In 2 years, I shall consume this shameless brat. The demonic worm retorted indignantly. You cannot kill me. We have already signed a contract. If I perish, you too shall not survive. I have inscribed special conditions upon the contract, ensuring your demise. Long Yuzi screamed in terror. Thus, I arrived fully prepared to deal with you, Shen Ya replied coolly. Suddenly, he produced a pattern from the contract. This pattern is known as the replication seal. Affixed to the contract paper, it can completely replicate the contract, including all its restrictions and contents, creating a perfect counterfeit that would go undetected by the signatory for a brief period. Upon uttering this, Shen Ya tore the pattern apart. Henceforth, we have not actually signed any contract. In that instant, Long Yuzi felt the link between himself and Shen Ya vanish, had Shen Ya not torn it asunder. Within half an hour, Long Yuzi's sensation of the contract would have dissipated. This pattern had been developed by a master of patterns in a future era, and had yet to appear in the divine wilderness continent. Who exactly are you? Are you sent by Tsongshan Academy? Long Yuzi was on the verge of madness. This brat had even foreseen the hidden trick of the contract. Could he truly predict the future? Was he some sort of parasitic demon? As you can see, I am but a low-grade martial root in the Shen rank. Do you truly believe Tsongshan Academy would want me? Shen Ya replied with a faint smile, for indeed, given his martial roots, he was not even qualified to serve as a menial laborer for Tsongshan Academy. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Long Yuzi screamed frantically. What are you wailing about? I intend to devour you. The demonic worm had absorbed the surrounding demonic aura and was now ready to feast upon the main course. Long Yuzi writhed in desperation, his cries echoing. And then, there was silence, as he perished with unending resentment, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say he dissipated. Young man, I must digest this again. I owe you 2 favors. However, you have been so kind to me. In 2 years, I shall be even stronger, and you will hardly suffice as a snack. I am torn between whether or not to devour you. The demonic worm burped contentedly and vanished back into the compass. Shen Ya retrieved the compass, storing it within his spatial pouch, disregarding her incessant prattling. This worm certainly had a penchant for chatter. The surroundings quieted, including the stone sculpture that had been poised to attack, which now fell silent. This fortuitous encounter had reached its conclusion. Next, he must absorb the gains he had acquired. Initially, he had intended to leave immediately after securing the treasures. Yet he was acutely aware of the multitude awaiting him outside. Including Dantai Ao Gu and the powerful figures of the Shao Mo sect, he needed to prepare thoroughly. With his consciousness entering Long Yuzi's storage ring, he sought out several jade slips. Extracting them, the jade slips contained no blood contracts, allowing for direct viewing. Shen Ya searched for the knowledge he desired. These slips comprised the most vital powers from Long Yuzi's life. Techniques: Divine Iron Jade Dragon Technique, Crafting, Tome of Heavenly Craftsmanship, Martial Skills, Shin Gold Hammer, Original Heavy Sword, Cloud Treading Pine. Shen Ya's objective this time was undoubtedly the sword technique, the original heavy sword. This was a low-grade heavenly sword technique, certainly beyond Shen Ya's current capabilities to cultivate. However, the essence of the sword technique contained within the jade slip was what Shen Ya yearned for. Sitting cross-legged, he immersed his consciousness within the jade slip, comprehending its profound essence. Simultaneously, he embarked once more upon the sword mountain. And after an indeterminate amount of time, the 5th main acupoint was successfully opened. The 5th main acupoint, the pinnacle of heavy swords. Even upon reaching the 5th level of the acupoint realm, he would still be unable to confront the Elder Masters outside. Although he still concealed a terrifying trump card, Shen Ya's gaze shifted back to the stone sculpture. The sculpture possessed the strength of the true martial realm, capable of at least restraining the formidable figures outside. However, to control the sculpture, he must first learn certain aspects from Long Yuzi. His focus returned to the jade slip containing the tome of heavenly craftsmanship, and Shen Ya's consciousness delved deeper, seeking the method to control the stone sculpture. Long Yuzi had originally been an immensely powerful blacksmith and swordsman in the central divine continent. However, this individual had a notoriously foul reputation and was exceedingly lecherous. The chance encounter had led him to become infatuated with the wife of the Zhongshan Academy's master, resulting in her violation and murder. When Shen Ya resolved to seize the opportunity presented here, he had made ample preparations. He would not follow in Dantai Mingli's footsteps in his past life. Knowing full well that the fault lay with Long Yuzi, yet still choosing to annihilate Zhongshan Academy, having devised a plan, after acquiring Long Yuzi's treasures, he had the demonic worm consume him. Unexpectedly, Long Yuzi sought to kill him. Driven by his own weakness and coveting the myriad sword demonic cave, enough of idle talk. Long Yuzi's forging capabilities were renowned even within the central divine continent. Indeed, had he not encountered Dantai Aogu in the Shaomo Sect by chance, Shen Ya would never have contemplated studying the tome of heavenly craftsmanship. For him, the path of the sword was paramount. With the insight of one possessing quasi-imperial vision, he rapidly perused the tome of heavenly craftsmanship, absorbing its fundamentals in haste, and soon discovered the method to control the stone sculpture, grasping it swiftly. After multiple focused attempts, the stone sculpture stirred. With everything in place, Shen Ya made his way towards the exit of the passage, but paused momentarily, returning to the wooden cabin to retrieve the forging table. Although he had no use for it, this table should fetch a considerable price. It has been 2 days, and that young lad has yet to emerge. Within the cavern, which spans 1,000 meters on each side, the members of the Xiaoma sect and Dantai Aogu stand together, having devoted 2 full days to their efforts, yet they remain unable to uncover any means of accessing the interior. Moreover, Shen Ya has not made an appearance. Dantai Aogu inquires, Elder Zhang, who exactly is that youth? Do you possess any clues at all? As previously surmised by Dantai Aogu, upon discovering the demise of the Elder, the Xiaoma sect swiftly utilized a secret passage to arrive at Yutong territory, subsequently seeking information through Dantai Aogu. However, they find themselves in a state of confusion. From where did that young man truly emerge?